What if one day you woke up and found yourself a minor character in the world you created? This is exactly what happens to our male protagonist, a novel author. The world you create in this story will face an apocalypse. Towers and dungeons appeared out of nowhere, spawning monsters. They attacked humanity and drove the world into destruction. Famous is the South Korean peninsula, an area where towers and dungeons appear constantly. That place is also known as Hell, because the monsters here are more savage than those in any other country. They brutally attack, taking away thousands of unfortunate lives. But in the darkness, the light emerges, shining brightly and being born. In this world, those rays of light are called heroes. It was thanks to their strength that Korea was able to fight the monsters. From there, they gradually took control of the towers and dungeons. By using the industry created around the disaster as a driving force, they recovered from the crisis. As time passed, South Korea became a source of competition for the top position with the United States, and at the same time, it became a bright spot where heroes from all over the world gathered. This place also became a measure to prevent the increase of monsters and dungeons. They also established a hero association based on magic arts and magic engineers called Cube. Cube brings together apprentice heroes from around the world. All pass the association's impossible selection conditions. It is also the place where the hero who will save the world in the novel, along with his sworn enemy, coexist. That's all the basic facts that have been established of the story that the author has created. At the association's entrance exam, the top among the first-year cadets was Kim Suho. He is also the male protagonist in this novel. The students who enter Cube this year are all extremely outstanding, but among them, Kim Suho is beyond imagination for a 17-year-old. After all, he is the main character, so it is normal for him to be favored by the author. Kim Suho will be the one to lead the chaotic times, dominated by heroes and monsters. He possesses the characteristics of a righteous hero, holding goodness and justice. At the same time, hiding a secret from the eyes of others. If there are male leads, there are also male supporting characters. If there are good guys, there are also bad guys. The one who will be facing Kim Suho is the second rank among the cadets. The name is Shin Jong-hak, the fourth generation of the financial conglomerate Young-sung Corporation. He possesses the potential to challenge the protagonist, but in the future, will become an antagonist and a staunch believer of elitist doctrine. Right now, Shin Jong-hak might just be a cadet, but from the latter part of the novel, Jong-hak became evil due to his inferiority complex towards Kim Suho. Light and darkness once again clashed and conflicted with each other. It's about the two main characters, the center of the novel world that the author created. But ironically, life teased the father of this novel. When people travel through time, if they don't become the main character, they will be a supporting role. Who would have thought that our author would have a short life and transmigrate into a popular character, other than the name Kim Chung-dong, which sounds very normal. No information about his background is known, even his face is unrecognizable, and there is a big question mark on it. It's like the author won the Powerball jackpot. Only, the most lucky would be this unlucky to become a character that was never created in his own work. There was no physical setting along with an outdated name. This presence was smaller than a grain of sand, an extremely ordinary character of the ordinary, and had no relation to the main characters at all. It seems like this character was created to fill in the KPI numbers. A marginal character in a novel could not be more bland. It all happened one fine day. The author of the novel named Kim Ha-jin received a strange email. In it, I propose to remake your novel The Returned Hero, to satisfy my own interests. But due to lack of ideas, the novel The Returned Hero was discontinued by Ha-jin. Normally, products that are discontinued like this would mostly go unnoticed. Therefore, this remake request left Ha-jin a bit puzzled. You write an email back, gently declining. But I didn't know that it would become the main cause of everything as it is now. It's been 2 weeks since Kim Ha-jin transmigrated into the novel as Kim Chung-dong. The giant question mark still stuck to his unrecognizable face, but at least he was getting used to it. This place is not really a dream, but the world that Ha-jin wrote about, and Kim Chung-dong is one of the many extras in it. For the past 2 weeks, Ha-jin had tried many ways, but still could not find out the reason why he came here. Who left me here and why? You will probably have to stay in this world for a very long time. It could be a year, 2 years, or, if the story is true, it would be around 10 years. Living for 10 years in a novel with a question mark on his face, just thinking about it made Ha-jin feel cold, depressed, and his face darken. Real life out there is fun. How full, comfortable, and beautiful is happiness! Hajin really didn't want to bury his life and live a temporary life in this discontinued novel. Thinking about it makes me feel helpless. But right now I have no choice. The only way left is to try to stick to the main plot to find a solution, to escape this world. If it's possible to get to the middle of the story, then it's just the things after the end of the release. There's no other way but to live by it. And in order to do that in this world of the novel The Returned Hero, the first step Hajin needs to take is to go to school. Cube is actually an artificial island located in the East Sea, home to about 50,000 people, including trainee heroes. A city that gathers people talented in magic and manufacturing from all over. And Cube Hero Training School is one of the reasons Korea is called a powerful country, which is also the core of the city and the main stage of the novel. Cube's admission quota is very high and strict. Among the hero candidates with talented special abilities, only a small number can become cadets in Cube. Although he's just a mass character, the owner of this Kim Chung-dong body is also a cadet at Cube, so he's no pushover. It's just that Hajin still doesn't know clearly what that ability is. Are you going to Veritas class today? Hajin opened the door and entered the room. This is the center of the Cube's chain of events. It also contains the villains and rivals, allies and enemies, and also the main characters of this novel. Each character line will soon split into groups, and as such, they will face many events. You think you have to live 10 years with these people? Without a decent face, Hajin felt extremely depressed. That afternoon, returned to the dormitory. Hajin is tired, not even knowing how the day went. Suddenly, he discovered a strange package delivered from Cube Deliveries, left on his desk. Hajin was curious and peeled off the glue to see what the parcel was, and was surprised. Inside is the same computer Hajin is using in his real world. Hajin picked up the computer, confused as to why it was there. Suddenly, the computer screen displayed a light with the words synchronization started. The light from the screen was so bright that it blinded Hajin, causing him to let go and drop the device. The computer continued to show synchronization with Kim Hajin. Looking at the command lines and consoles that were appearing, Hajin couldn't believe his eyes. That's the starter book you wrote. Hajin was very curious as to who sent this to him. He reached out to check, and at this moment, the synchronization was almost complete. The computer screen suddenly turned off. A control panel appeared, with the privilege to interrupt the installation. Hajin felt like his body was crumbling into pieces right now. The light gradually faded away. The system displays that the synchronization was successful. Kim Chung-dong has transformed into Kim Hajin. All figures will be synchronized. Kim Hajin slowly turned on the computer. The reflection made him stunned. This isn't my real face? Kim Hajin looked at the virtual screens flying around him in confusion, thinking, what's going on? And what are these things? He muttered absent-mindedly, don't tell me. Before he could finish his sentence, the virtual screen suddenly displayed the words, synchronization complete. Kim Hajin wondered. In enlightenment, the phenomenon of awakening occurs when a person transcends his own limitations in this world. It is called enlightenment. Following enlightenment, they can see talents, skills, abilities, and many other values. They can also become powerful in a much more efficient way. Simply put, they can see the status window. At the same time, the system screen also displayed the status line, Kim Hajin current SP 100, current score 100, name conversion from Kim Chung-dong to Kim Hajin, synchronization complete, Kim Chung-dong initialization status converted to 10 points. The index includes the uncertainty index, power 1.2, stamina 1.3, agile 1.5, talent, includes observation and analysis, of which proficiency and setup are both 0/3. Out of curiosity, Kim Hajin clicked on the talent section, talent of observation and analysis. Observation can observe people who appear in sight. An analyst can analyze the laptop settings panel at any time without going through an intermediary. Proficiency, setup and stats are both 0 to 3. Uncertainty index, power 1.2, endure 1.3, agility 1.5, explanation 2, life 1.3, magic 1. Fixed index, intelligence 4.105/10, persistence May 1st 10, lucky 6.33 out of 10, attractiveness 4.135 out of 10. The long series of information made him a little surprised. Kim Hajin then glanced at the system board while muttering, for now, just check them regularly for now. Looking at the information about Kim Chung-dong to Kim Ha-jin's synchronization, completion, Kim Chung-dong initialization status changed to 10 points. He thought with great interest. The part that caught my attention the most was synchronization and initialization. I don't know what those are, but that's definitely why my face is no longer a question mark and back to normal. My stats have dropped compared to Kim Chung-dong's, but in return I got points. Thinking of this, he immediately glanced at the system panel, and the next thing to note is, at the same time, the system also displays an information board. Intervention setting, unique permission, you can use SP to write or edit any non-living target. You can use SP to write or edit talent, stats, proficiency, and set limits for the Kim Ha-jin target. SP, content points, Kim Ha-jin is more important to the world. You get more SP points. Kim Ha-jin is more important to the world. You get more SP points. Can convert 1 point into 1000 SP. Considering the newcomer, you can know a talent by spending 10,000 SP. Looking at that pile of words, Kim Ha-jin felt a little dizzy and muttered, "What the hell is this?" Glancing at the last few lines, he was a little speechless, and said, softly, "I don't remember ever writing about this ability. Kim Ha-jin is even more important to the world." Speaking up to here, Kim Ha-jin suddenly stopped. He was surprised, his eyes wide open. Do I have to increase my own importance in the novel? Recalling the dangers he had faced, Kim Ha-jin gradually realized the problem. The reason I was given this laptop and this strange power was to interfere with the main plot of the world, he grumbled under his breath. What an unrealistic theory. However, at this moment, a bright beam of light suddenly appeared behind him. It turns out the system has the same message. Temporarily locked information will be unlocked when the story ends. Looking at the pile of words, Kim Ha-jin's mouth twitched in anger. So what do you mean? If I want some hints on how to get back to the old world, I need to shut up and intervene. Having said that, he suddenly pulled out a chair and sat down at the table. Kim Ha-jin typed on the computer, thinking, that's right. There's no guarantee I'll be sent back to my original world. Even just sitting there waiting for the part 1 stop posting. Images of characters from the novel suddenly appeared, making his guess even more certain. Even if the information unlocked isn't the hint I wanted, I might just pick up hints on how to escape this world if I get involved with the main characters. Kim Ha-jin seriously thought to himself, to do it right now. The system screen suddenly popped up, spending points on stats. He moved the mouse towards, yes, without hesitation. I must become strong enough to change the main plot. In my novels, there is no leveling mechanism, basically, because one cannot increase stats as one wishes. The only way to do that is through points, an incredibly valuable resource. And if I want to collect as many points as possible, I need to invest in luck. Thinking about this, the word lucky seemed to be dancing around Kim Ha-jin's head. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Luck is not only limited to the chance of finding unknown rewards in the dungeon, but luck also creates effects. Making money, bonus index, multi-dimensional relationship, etc. It is a cheating index applied in every aspect of life. While he was thinking, his eyes suddenly caught sight of the words, points can be converted into 1000 SP. Kim Ha-jin coldly wondered, of course, a fixed stat like luck that is set can't be increased by points. But maybe it would be possible if I convert points into SP. Then, without thinking much more, he immediately pressed the keyboard. Shouldn't I try it? Immediately after that, the system popped up a notification. You have converted 10 points into 10,000 SP. Next, a series of stats jumped out. Invest 9,000 SP in luck. Fixed index. Intelligence 4.105/10. Perseverance May 1st 10. Luck 6.33/10. Attractiveness 4.135/10. It seemed like it was over, but at this moment, a system with a dark purple screen suddenly appeared in the middle of the screen. A mysterious stroke of luck had appeared. Kim Ha-jin was a little surprised by this sudden message. Then, the system popped up another line. A mysterious stroke of luck has appeared. Lucky change 9.1. He was a little thoughtful when he saw this notice. Luck also affects itself? Having said that, Kim Ha-jin immediately fell into a state of contemplation. The main character Kim So-ho possessed a magic stat of 9.0. Well, that's a desirable result. Thinking about this, Kim Ha-jin typed furiously on the keyboard, calculating how to invest the remaining SP into persistence. After all, he needed to endure the ward's harsh training. And so the system displayed a new congratulatory line. A huge stroke of luck has struck. persistence increased from 6.6 to 7.207. Seeing that, he felt a little awkward and smiled, praising, "Luck is God." However, at this very moment, the screen was displaying information. Suddenly an abnormality appeared. Immediately after that, a warning message appeared on the screen. "Error detected, may adversely affect the plot." This scene immediately startled Kim Ha-jin, causing him to scream. After his scream, a threatening message was sent again. "From now on, fixed stats cannot be tampered with SP." Looking at the screen before him, Kim Ha-jin's mood hit rock bottom. He clenched his fists and sullenly cursed, "That move is not fair at all." After a few minutes of grumbling, Kim Ha-jin threw his head back in frustration and groaned, Looks like there's a limit to cheating. I thought everything was going smoothly, but at least I changed my luck and persevered." Speaking of this, a thought suddenly popped into his head. Come to think of it, I have another 10,000 SP from considering newbies. With that, he fell into a state of silence and began to think about life. After a while of hesitation, Kim Ha-jin finally sighed helplessly and said, softly, "Maybe I should think carefully before using it." The next morning, a resounding voice rang out from the training classroom. Everyone worked hard this morning. Kim Ha-jin sat dejectedly with his chin resting on his hand, listening to the other person's introduction. "Now, I will introduce myself. My name is Kim So-hyuk. I will be your homeroom teacher next year. Ranking score 3,850, ranked 9,737th in the world." The students below were all excited about this information. Rank 9,000 out of 2 million. He's amazing. I've never seen him before. Ignoring the noise, the teacher slowly continued. As for the overall ranking, it's high school. After briefly introducing himself, So-hyuk glanced around the room and spoke. That's the whole introduction. Now let's get started with the issues at hand. The teacher began to lecture. The cube is not the magical place you expect. You will be sorted entirely by score, and if you can't show it off properly, you will be held back. In fact, less than half of cadets graduate without being held back. Down below, Rachel Elizabeth Lees was still listening seriously. This place is a hero breeding factory. You will be assessed on exacting and rigorous standards. Speaking of this, So-hyuk suddenly became more agitated than ever. The teacher loudly ordered, "Now, everyone stand up and follow me." And so the first part of the schedule, primary weapon selection. A moment later in the dark room, only the faint light from the control panel was recognizing the other hand. After a few seconds, the door in front suddenly opened, causing the students and Kim Ha-jin to be a bit surprised. At this moment, what entered their eyes was a large room, filled with different types of weapons. From the sharp, shiny swords that are neatly placed in the cabinet, even for weapons that require the user's strength like spears and javelins. Witnessing this scene, soft exclamations still rang out. While admiring the scale of the armory, everyone was startled by the teacher's loud shout. "I never given them time to amass. Hurry up and choose your weapon!" Everyone quickly went to choose the weapon that interested them. At the same time, So-hyuk was still talking non-stop. "Once you choose your primary weapon, you won't be able to change it for at least 6 months, so choose wisely." While everyone was having a headache, Kim So-ho quickly picked up the jet black sword. From earlier, it seemed like he was extremely satisfied with this main weapon. In another place in the room, a red velvet-lined bow was also raised, ready to shoot. So it's Chinaeun. She seems to be very interested in this long-range attack weapon. At the same time, Rachel also picked out her favorite weapon. I just saw her staring intently at the sword in her hand. And around them, the group of students had already chosen their favorite weapons. Yu-yona conveniently took out a whip. Kim Ha-jin stood to the side, observing everything, coldly contemplating how the main characters had conveniently chosen their weapons. And then he immediately bowed his head, observing the weapon cabinet under his hand. "Now it's my turn." Kim Ha-jin kept flipping back and forth between the countless weapons. He silently reminded himself to be careful. Looking at those 2 sharp weapons, he felt a bit regretful. "My stats are too low to master the weapons used by cadets." Kim Ha-jin's eyes shifted to the other side again, and he sighed softly. "Even if the stats are increased, I'll try using them. But the results will still be much lower than the effort put in. So, there are some fixed conditions for choosing your weapon." He pretended to walk, observing the weapons, thinking about a weapon he used in the old world. The weapon takes little time to get used to. And then, Kim Ha-jin's footsteps suddenly stopped, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Here it is. At the same time, another student suddenly noticed his actions. After a few seconds of surprise, he turned to discuss. Hey, look at him. Following his gaze, everyone was surprised and whispered, What the hell? Is this a joke? This noise quickly attracted Soo-hyuk's attention. Wait until he saw that scene with his own eyes. A look of fear immediately appeared in Soo-hyuk's eyes. After a while, the teacher hesitantly spoke. Cadet Kim Ha-jin, looking at the gun in his hand and that innocent face, Soo-hyuk was a bit speechless as he asked, Is that the weapon you chose? Everyone, after choosing their weapons, is gathering to have their names called. The student instructor, after reading through the documents that were sent in, suddenly called out, Cadets Kim Ha-jin, I remember that you used a sword in the military academy. He held the gun firmly in his hand and leisurely replied, I've made my decision. The instructor was still skeptical and asked again, After coming to Cube? He replied firmly, Yes. Even though he was filled with doubts, Teacher Soo-hyuk still had to agree to his wishes. Okay, all decisions in Cube are decided by the cadets. Whether the decision is right or not, the cadets will take full responsibility. Never forget that. Kim Ha-jin seemed to be listening very attentively to the whole thing. Suddenly, the noise of the other cadets caught his attention. The crowd started whispering about the weapon he had chosen. Is he crazy? Why did he come to Cube if he chose gun stage? I don't understand. Should I get a hit in the actual combat? Isn't he just a vanity? However, they still did not affect his decision too much. Magic guns are still good weapons in this world. For commoners who cannot resist magic, the most commonly used bullet is the magic bullet, as it is filled with mana. It has relatively large destructive power compared to normal metal bullets. Despite its strengths, the reason why magic guns are avoided in this place is because a bullet with terrifying destructive power was just fired, and was immediately blocked. The red-haired cadet charged forward like a wild beast, smashing the bullet that was just fired. Its limitations were very obvious. After completing a series of actions, the instructor on the other side shouted, Cadet Kim Horak, gone. Continuing to explain the difficulties. The first reason is that no matter how strong the owner is, the destructive power of the gun is still limited. And the second reason is that the gun has a short story. In this world, myths and legends become reality. Mythical and legendary artifacts are used as weapons in reality. And the more illustrious the origin and the deeper the history of the item in question, the higher the rank of the weapon. Because of this, cadets often choose older weapons over modern ones, believing not only in magic bullets but also in their skills. Even if they reach their limits, they can still use armed force to go one step further. After skimming through the gun's intricacies, Ha-jin found them really troublesome. He denied all responsibility to himself. Of course, this has nothing to do with me. He walked down the hallway, past the crowd, thinking to himself, pretend you're the main character in a manhwa. I've never even held a sword before, so how can I compare with other cadets? Looking at the suitcase he was holding firmly in his hand, he couldn't help but have his own thoughts. A gun might not be a bad option. It's something I can use right away, and when I use it, I can stand out so I can get support. Ha-jin's face suddenly became serious, as if he was preparing to enter a new battle. Ha-jin thought to himself, since I've chosen a weapon, now it's time to choose a talent. To explain, talent is an ability that can be considered special. A sword, thanks to talent, can easily cut through a giant rock. Each person can only receive one talent, but there are a few characters who are exceptions. There are both passive and activated talents. The owner of the sword, Saint Kim Soo-ho, a young man, after hearing his name being called, quickly ran forward. The caller was a girl. He saw that and asked, Chinaeun, do you also practice here? In response, the girl quickly complained about Soo-ho's question. Then why am I at the training center? Soo-ho also replied foolishly. There aren't many people after school. That's why I came here. After chatting for a while, he suddenly remembered something and approached Naeun to ask. I remembered something after seeing you. We have another sharpshooter in class. Seeing that, he asked, what is that reaction? She quickly replied, that Jinha guy or something. I can't accept him. You can't call him a good shooter when his shooting range is less than 1 kilometer. Suddenly, she sighed, saying it as if it were a matter of course. He probably gave up on being a hero, because he can't drop out of school if he takes early retirement. He's just trying to hold on longer. More suddenly, Kim Soo-ho said, cutting her off, that he gave up. You can't say that so easily. Naeun looked back at him in confusion like a strange creature. Even so, Kim Soo-ho still smiled back at her gaze, like a good cat waiting to be patted on the head. Suddenly, she angrily shouted straight at him. Don't tell me what to do. Kim Seho suddenly got angry, but still awkwardly replied. Sorry. Naeun's scream echoed throughout the gym. If you're not practicing, then get out of here. The scene changes to Hajin, who is being talked about behind his back. He feels like his ears are itching. He rubbed his ear, thinking, someone mentioned me? I guess I can add backbiting to the mix. He leisurely stared at the computer screen pensively. In any case, because the main character can become the greatest hero with his talent. Talent is that important. And since I got 10,000 support when I wrote my first talent, I couldn't miss this opportunity. A message appears on the computer screen. Intervene. Establish authority. Can be adjusted. Written skills or items can be adjusted. Write specs or talents. Use the support consumable power when creating the first talent. 10,000 support will be provided. Kim Hajin immediately got to work. Should I write something simple first? After editing for a while, the text on the computer changed. The Master Marksman talent is good at using ranged weapons. After you press confirm, another notification immediately pops up. You use 10,000 SP to write talents. Looking intently at the constantly changing computer screen, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Then it will be automatically edited like that. The system panel was immediately modified. Master Marksman low mid-level. Dark element. Skilling evolution 10 points. Skilling experience 0%. Bullet time can be used for 3 seconds and bullet time every 4 hours. Deadeye's skill, proficiency in all ranged weapons. Clairvoyance, can see long distances and somewhat predict a target's movement path. Looking at the results before him, he felt extremely satisfied. All ranged weapon skills are useful, not just guns. I can also use bows in the future. Above all, it's a talent for rotation, which is a bit of a shame. But being able to develop it further would be an advantage. It's better to think long term. After thinking for a while, he finally made a decision. Okay, I choose this one. After completing a series of actions, Hajin sat on the chair with satisfaction, happily shouting, now I feel more prepared. You keep thinking about all that talent, it makes you tired. Now I have to survive with this talent, until the main story ends. Outside the city, the flow of people is extremely busy. Inside the Great Hall, the professor was still enthusiastically explaining about the dungeon. Small questions like this are not usually given, but you need to understand the examples of tower and dungeon attacks. Below, Hajin listened attentively to the lecture and took down the necessary knowledge. He silently exclaimed a few lines of description. It could create a book. Known characters. They will be jealous to tears, but because I have the talent to observe and search, I can easily pass this class. Above the board, the professor was still attentively lecturing about the new era, the name of the tower that the apostle attacked and the rewards they received. The system also updated some knowledge. The apostle attacked the flood tower and obtained the sea stone. You keep thinking. As the name suggests, observe and seek. I can observe all characters in sight. Hajin recalled the words of the people around him. Is that guy that good? He only relies on his talent. If I have good talent, end it quickly. Isn't Kim Seho a bit popular? Scene changes back to Kim Hajin. Right now your laptop is displaying the necessary information of this world. He thought to himself, if I want to, even without the device, I can search the setup timeline from the notes on the eyeball. The professor's voice rang out. Remember what you learned today. You know the writing contest isn't far away, right? Looking around the classroom, she saw Naeun also participating in this class. She was just waiting for that moment. She dropped all her image and shouted in the middle of the class. Why do I have to learn such a thing? No, I just need to demonstrate my skills in actual combat. The door suddenly swung open, interrupting Naeun's words. Another cadet entered, loudly announcing for everyone to pay attention. Class Veritas, you are sent to the square in 20 minutes. Hearing this, Naeun's face immediately became extremely happy, like a cat seeing its prey. In another corner of the classroom, Jonghak and Yona also noticed the announcement just now. A voice rang out, it's combat training. Unlike the others' joyful expressions, Kim Hajin's face seemed to darken. He was dejected, thinking, it's finally here. Out in the square, a hollow voice rang out, I hope everyone knows what this lesson is about. Without further hesitation, I will announce the lineup. The team will have a total of 4 members. The formation will consist of 2 warriors, 1 marksman and 1 support. Unless special circumstances arise, this team will remain the same until the midterm exam. The distribution will be fair, and both low and high-ranking cadets will be placed in the same team. Remember what I say to avoid mistakes. Everyone can go and check out their team. So-hyuk stand aside and clearly call out the rules of this test. Everyone looked up at the team division board. Hajin's pupils suddenly constricted. He was surprised by the team division announcement this time. The announcement board of the two teams was brought up. He shouted inwardly, "No way, I'm on the same team as that guy." Hajin's eyebrows furrowed. He couldn't believe this was happening. The notice board appeared. Team 5 Kim Hajin Yona. His eyes looked up at the board, stunned, speechless. You Yona is on my team? You recall, like all novels, near the main character there are always people who interact or conflict with him to speed up the plot. There are many members in the main cast team, but among those members, Yuna is definitely the most special one. She is the main heiress of Korea's #1 guild, essence of the straight, and the successor of a prosperous family. At the beginning of the novel, she plays a role in opposing Kim Suho. But gradually, she was influenced and became his dependent ally. Hajin still didn't take his eyes off Yona. He thought to himself, but the connection with Yona is important, because the more I'm involved in the story, the more help I'll get. In today's practice, I'll definitely find a way to get Yona's attention. The scene shifted to Yona's side. A voice quickly caught her attention. "Hello?" Two people immediately came forward to greet her. "We're on the same team, right?" One is Jinho Zong of Veritas class and the other is Hazuki of Veritas class. She studied the two of them for a while, silently evaluating teammates. Right, don't ignore them. As soon as she identified her target, Yona made a 180-degree turn in her expression and greeted the two of them with a smile. "Yes, please help me, Mr. Jinho Zong and Ms. Hazuki." Seeing Yona's hypocritical attitude made the two of them overwhelmed. Ho Zong thought to himself, "What's with using such honorifics when you're the same age?" Looked around for a while, only saw 3 people. Yona immediately asked, "Where is the last of our team?" Kim Hajin came from somewhere and interrupted her. "It's me." She looked intently at the sloppy man in front of her and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Facing someone like Yona, he reminded himself very carefully, "Don't be tongue-tied. Yona hates insecure guys the most." Before he could say anything, the other two jumped in to make friends. "You're the one who chose the gun during the weapon selection, right? You're popular among all the first years." While they were engrossed in their conversation, they didn't notice the back of teacher So-hyuk approaching. "Do you guys have time to chat?" This sudden appearance of the teacher almost captured the hearts of all 3 of them. He shouted, urging them, "I have sent the location of the monster each team needs to face here. Hurry up and go." They responded quickly, not daring to delay. Scene transitioned to Blue Beach. 3 figures flashed past, running at high speed on the beach. They headed straight towards the marked location in the middle of the sea ahead. Yona spoke to the remaining 3. "Looks like we'll be there soon. Be ready to go. Once you get there, we'll be able to find information about the monster." In the distance, Kim Hajin seemed to be lagging behind. He slowly trudged forward, thinking to himself, I'm going to die. Vitality index is lower than normal people, but unexpectedly, following closely behind with such difficulty was the best thing I could do. Looking at each person running forward without hesitation, he secretly sighed. This is Cube Cadet practice. Suddenly, Yona stopped. She said to the people around, "Here we are!" At the training area of beach number 8, out at sea. A ship was drifting. Suddenly a tentacle emerged from the sea. Next to it was a giant, haunted sea creature, black hump octopus. It tore up that drifting ship. The 4 of them watched the horrific scene but couldn't do anything. Yona broke the silence with her voice, starting the mission plan for the black hump octopus intermediate monster. The main body's attack power isn't very high, but the problem is the hump on its head. When you feel danger, black hump octopus will throw baby octopuses from that hump to attack enemies, not just spitting out dozens of bloody octopuses at once. Each one is so dangerous that it can turn a normal person into a mummy in a second. Hozong interrupted Yona. So when the game starts, we need to prioritize getting rid of the baby octopuses first. Hazuki added from the side. We need to deal with them quickly to the gunman. Hajin didn't let her finish her sentence. Yona immediately spoke up. No, I will confront the baby octopus. The warrior will stay in the rear and conserve his magic power. Black hump octopus's recovery speed is very fast, so we need to split the hump in one attack. The people around were stunned by what she just said. Hajin couldn't believe his ears. He was amazed. This, just now, is she trying to exclude me from training? Yona stepped forward and give orders to the others. Is everyone ready? Her face turned serious, shouting, let's get the mission started. Looking at her appearance, He looked extremely bored and thought to himself, this woman. At this moment, the ship at sea was gradually becoming fragmented. Immediately, it broke into pieces by the impact of the tentacles. A loud noise rang out, attracting its attention. Hozong was on the shore, constantly hitting the axe on the rocks, trying to attract the octopus' attention. His face gradually became worried. He thought to himself, first, I have to lure it to the surface of the sea. The monster's pupils gradually wavered. It dived into the water, making a loud noise. Columns of water rose up, blocking visibility. It flew towards him. Then suddenly, broom up, it immediately grabbed Hozong. Team 5 training, conquering monsters. Each person has a mission. Hozong as the prey. Hazuki attacks with a sword. Hajin as a long-range attack and Yona as the main damage dealer. Start. This black hump octopus was indeed a tough opponent, still not defeated, and continued to throw humps at them. In just a short moment, a loud explosion rang out right above its head, causing Hozong from afar to jump in surprise. But instead of being afraid, he felt a strange excitement rising inside him again. It exploded. Hozong immediately retreated to keep his distance, hands ready to grasp the axe on the back. Soon, Black Hump Octopus released smaller clones to attack him. Faced with such overwhelming numbers of octopuses, Hozong was not foolish enough to rush forward and immediately turned around and ran away. But when he saw them following closely, his face turned pale and bloodless. Just when it seemed like Hozong would be destroyed right there, a powerful slash from Yona suddenly saved him from danger. I have to admit, Yona is really amazing. Her matrix-like slashes opened a way for him to survive. Under her terrifying destructive power, the baby octopuses exploded like fireworks, leaving nothing behind, not even a speck of dust. After killing them all, Yona stood tall and proud, not at all shaken by the black hump octopus. In front of this scene of a beauty saving a hero, Hozong couldn't help but admire her. What terrible power! Yona's image appeared in his eyes, full of strength and courage. Ranked 7th among Cube's cadets, Yona. When she saved the fan from the jaws of death, he was extremely grateful. Thanks! It seemed that Black Hump Octopus was defeated, but it stubbornly prepared to deliver another decisive blow. But dream on! Yona won't give it another chance and will whip forward. Her eyes were sharp, and the monster's body began to tense up, revealing murderous intent. Apparently, Black Hump Octopus has chosen to fight to the end with Yona. Neither side is willing to give in at this point. In a flash, its flexible tentacles slammed into the ground, coiling rhythmically like snakes, fiercely attacking towards her. In that tense moment, Yona managed to jump high to avoid its dangerous tentacles. However, it didn't stop there. Black Hump Octopus also launched a part of its body towards her, intending to use those sharp teeth to attack Yona. Hazuki, seeing the danger lurking around her, immediately shouted a warning, "Miss Yona, be careful." At this moment, Yona was startled when she heard her loud voice and turned around. However, it seemed too late, when it was only a small distance away from her. And surprisingly, in that crucial moment, a bullet flew from somewhere and destroyed it in a flash. It seems like someone used a gun to cover Yona from below, and that person was none other than Hajin. Even though you don't contribute much, you're always there at crucial moments. It was Hajin's quick and timely action helped everyone hold off Black Hump Octopus. Yona now also did not expect that the person who just attacked was you. She couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Kim Hajin? As for Hajin, after he and everyone worked together well to destroy the monster, he was also extremely satisfied at this moment. SP can be exchanged for data points, which will increase as Kim Hajin's role in this world becomes more important. It sounds easy, but getting there is a long way from the start. However, it's quite difficult for someone like me. The original masses to have a big role from the start means I only have one choice: jump into the events that the main character goes through. And that action just now was also part of your plan. Like now, when Hazuki saw Hajin appear here, her eyes and mouth were also wide open. Hozong was no exception and looked at him with a surprised look. Kim Hajin? Yona in particular feels troubled by your presence here. I told you to stay away. However, while they were still struggling to form their formation, Black Hump Octopus had already charged forward. It seemed like it couldn't wait any longer, and immediately released its smaller selves to attack them. Before the countless numbers of them, Yona also grimaced like a monkey eating chili. What the hell? While people still do not know how to solve it, then Hajin still sat motionless in one place. The only thing the enemy has targeted is a dozen squads, but that's no use. They have low intelligence and obvious trajectory. The only time I can shine. Realizing that it was time for him to step onto the stage, Kim Ha-jin immediately fell into a state of high concentration. Right now, in just a split second, his eyes opened, his gaze sharp as a knife, murderous aura, rising up along with a bright green aura radiating out with power. Beams of light tore through the air. The bullet time attack exploded with such terrifying speed and power that it caused space to distort. Ha-jin's highlight is the speed talent I wrote as bullet time. When used, the flow of time will slow down for 3 seconds. And thanks to this, you can almost gain the upper hand when confronting them head-on. That is, in those 3 seconds. I can see their movements easily. Thanks to that, Kim Ha-jin was able to take them down before they could fight back. Next, it's simple. I just need to shoot bullets at them. At this point, you're almost out of your element, and can take control of the situation. In the remaining second, Ha-jin quickly gave each of them a bullet, causing them to log out immediately. Their every movement has stopped, and this is the best chance for you to take them all on by yourself. There is no room for hesitation with only 27 seconds left. Then you immediately use all your speed to fire the remaining bullets at them. As much time as there was left, Ha-jin continued to reload extremely quickly. You aim really straight ahead, because there won't be any more chances to correct your mistakes. With only 2 seconds left, the ones near Yona also started to be destroyed by him. Once the 3-second countdown ended, the slow motion state dissipated and returned to real time. They hadn't even touched a single hair of theirs before Kim Ha-jin shot them all dry. Yona hadn't even had time to whip them, and now there wasn't even a single one left. They had all exploded. With her quick reflexes, she suddenly realized that this was the right time to take down Black Hump Octopus. The lump on its head has yet to recover from the damage done, so it can be said that this is its most sensitive time. And Yona didn't hesitate to miss the opportunity, but immediately swung her whip towards it. And now, the hump on the octopus's head was wrapped around by her whip, with no way out. While Yona was pulling the whip, she immediately asked everyone to take that opportunity to charge. Attack! Everyone seemed to have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, which immediately jumped into the air towards it. Ho Zong now had a smile full of satisfaction at finally being able to end this. And along with him is Hazuki. She also prepared to use all her strength to land the final blow, releasing magical power. Once they had the hot item in their hands, everyone did not hesitate, and immediately rushed towards the top of the octopus's head. In order for them to destroy it quickly, Yona also tried to hold it back as long as possible. And finally, they did it. A sweet slash was swung down. In just a flash, Black Hump Octopus was defeated. The sea water also gushed out from there. Black Hump Octopus, no matter how formidable, even with their good cooperation, they would still be defeated. The moment it fell, water gushed out everywhere, making the whole space cool in the hot sun. Kim Ha-jin, after using all his skills for a while, was starting to get tired. Did we kill it yet? Yona is still as cold as ever. She did not answer him but just fell into silence. Now that everything is settled, you dare to lie down and relax. So difficult. The team's calculation of the results was successful, removing the octopus hump and returning it to normal. Everyone's end result was well worth the effort they put in. Team 5's total time was 58 minutes and 58 seconds. Current rank is 16. Having cleared the monsters, Ha-jin lay on the ground and looked up wearily. But at least you did it today. The notification board updates very quickly and shows results immediately. Total completion time, 58 minutes 58 seconds. Rank, 16 out of 100. However, one thing worth noting is, their rankings have skyrocketed impressively. They thought they would be satisfied with the result, but Yona was extremely disappointed and stood rooted to the spot. This time, the battle scenes were all recorded by drone. I'll send it to your smartwatch, then you can analyze it yourself. It seems your expectations are much higher, so this result made Yona unable to accept it and tremble with anger. Only 16? I know individual performances will be judged separately, and the person she was looking at with that bullet-shaped gaze full of jealousy was Naeun. She's even above me. China in Team 2. Naeun and 3 others ranked 4th out of 100. Yona felt so helpless that her efforts were in vain. I decided to create some distance between my team and Naeun's team. I tried so hard to win, and this is all I got in return. Meanwhile, Jang Hark sitting next to her was flirting with Naeun, even though the two of them were separated by Yona. But he still looked at her with great passion. Thinking back and forth for a while, Yona still felt unsatisfied, and an uncomfortable feeling arose in her heart. She couldn't stand this anger anymore, so she slammed her hand on the table. Then Yona, with a murderous look, walked towards Naeun aggressively. She stopped right behind her. The atmosphere was so heavy right now. She thought Yona was going to lay hands on Naeun, but she turned the car around so sharply, becoming friendly with her. Naeun! Yona. The two then exchanged information about each other's training. How was practice, man? Did you do well? As you can see, I only ranked 6th. How embarrassing. What about you? Even though Yona's heart now just wanted to eat her alive, she still tried to hold back on the surface. I'm 16th. Instead of feeling regretful, Naeun felt admiration for Yona. You stand 16 with that idiot Super? If that guy didn't implicate you, it would be much better. Suddenly, when Naeun mentioned Hajin, she realized. Implicated? That's right. We wasted 50 minutes on a 10-minute route just because of that name. But on the contrary, his contribution in fighting the tail monsters was high. Although he was a bit bad at the beginning, the latter part wasn't bad. And Yona, of course, could never forget that magical moment either. The dozens of squids that the monster shot were completely annihilated by his bullets, even before they landed. After this joint mission, she also had a different view of Hajin. Can you do such a thing with just a few normal magic bullets? A doubt began to rise in her mind. What's that name? After that struggle with Black Hump Octopus, Hajin also needed to regain quite a bit of strength. After a while of intense practice, he also lay on the ground, panting. The training area suddenly fell silent. At that moment, Hajin remembered something very important. I forgot to check my watch because I was so busy practicing. I wonder how much it has increased? Luck has activated thanks to the target being a low-level monster. Accuracy has increased significantly. All attacks successful. Level increased by 20%. Perception increased to 0.03. Luck has activated. Your eyes and ears will become sharper. SP has increased to 27. Everything in the end still went according to the original plan Hajin had outlined. It seems like my luck was activated right at the time of today's training as predicted, and my SP also increased a bit. It was worth it for me to hinder Yona. The increase in stats from training is also quite significant. Thanks to strength training, endurance and vitality have increased by 0.02%. Surprisingly, the mana seeping into the muscle cells caused strength, endurance, and vitality to increase by 0.03%. It's all thanks to the help of perception and luck. Feeling that he had made significant progress today, Hajin gave himself a break. I've increased this much, let's stop here for today. But just a few seconds later you asked yourself again, should I start over? That night, when the night sky had covered all space, from Yona's room, light was still coming out. Inside that small room, Yona still hasn't slept because she still has some work to do. Yona sat on the chair, arms crossed with a very serious look, eyes fixed on the screen. So you were watching the video right after Kim Hajin's shooting. Yona wants to see again how you were able to shoot all of them in such a short time. When she noticed something unusual in his attack, she immediately pressed pause. It seems like Yona has watched this video so many times that she was able to recognize this detail. From 2.78 seconds until now, in just a split second, he has fired 60 shots. Is it possible to pull the whistle 20 times in 1 second? Or does that arm that pulled the whistle have some kind of auto-fire button? Yona decided to find out what made him able to do that. His agility is truly extraordinary, but his physical strength is weak compared to the other cadets, and he suddenly changed weapons. There were too many suspicious points. Suddenly, while she was still pondering, a notification came in. Why don't I remember meeting him at the military academy? At this time, she didn't know what the reason was, but late at night, Jonghak sent her a message. What are you doing? When reading that message from Jonghak, then her maiden heart also began to beat. Yona responded to him without hesitation. Analyze my video. She's doing something boring again. Jonghak was standing in the middle of a pile of rubble, texting back and forth with her. If I were to succeed the guild, then I'll need to recruit some talent first. Your team, does it have talent? It's all trash. But what about the guy with the gun? Yona read up to here and also smiled slightly. Not knowing if it was sincere or not, she laughed and praised Hajin. He acts like he doesn't care, but actually, he cares more than I thought. It's also cute sometimes. Jonghak also had a pretty high opinion of his abilities. I guess he's okay. His skill just happens to be 934th. Isn't he lucky to be in this group? After finishing chatting with Jonghak, Yona turned back to serious mode. Lucky? On a fine morning at the guild headquarters right now, Sunga's secretary was reiterating her schedules. The vice president's visit to the guild is scheduled for Friday. That is 2 weeks from today. However, at that time there was another problem that made her pay more attention. Oh right, more importantly, look! The image being shown on the big screen of Sunga was Kim Seho. Isn't Kim Seho amazing? His impressive demeanor and skills left her spellbound. The elegant movements, like water, and the sword style are unlike any modern swordsmanship. Sunga was very attracted to Seho's new fighting style. It's like he's dancing with his sword. She highly appreciates and recognizes Kim Seho's artistic moves. Look at his unnatural cutting force too. It was like he didn't slash a monster, but just slicing through empty space. Sunga just kept praising him to the skies. The nature of the sea, the desolate moon, the silence of the submissive. I can roughly understand why all these big guilds in Seoul are targeting him. After a while of constantly admiring Kim Seho's talent, Sunga decided to take him home. No matter what, I have to bring him to my side. So that's it, from now on the next cadet is. Her screen immediately showed more prominent names. After swiping back and forth for a while, her eyes met with someone. Wait, it turns out that the next person who made Sunga feel strange was Kim Hajin. Cadets use guns? With what she had gleaned, the secretary immediately told her. Yes, he's also somewhat talked about in the guild community. It seems like a lot of people have seen this video, because he was in a team with Yona. Without even an automatic rifle, he was able to fire 60 shots in 3 seconds. He hit the target 59 times with these shots. Even if a person honks the whistle with agility, a gunman cannot do so. It seems that Hajin's extremely superb performance has attracted a lot of attention. I thought you were an underrated name, but now, things are different. With such a low-level weapon, he made such a show. Kim Hajin's skills can be called heretical within the organization. Furthermore, they rumored that he changed from sword to gun after entering the cube. Hearing this, Sunga also understood somewhat. So he was enlightened. Enlightenment is the phenomenon of people realizing their talents, special abilities. Before enlightenment, people do not know the talents they possess. That's why in some cases, if the weapon they use doesn't match their talent after enlightenment, they might change their main weapon. But because their work would be wasted 3 years or more if this happened, the military academy proactively suggests that cadets use a variety of weapons. Although Sunga also found Kim Hajin outstanding, she didn't think much of him. Enlightened at only 17 years old. Pretty fast, but it's only within the range of the gun, nothing too outstanding. We should keep an eye on him anyway. Do we have any scouts free right now? Based on his understanding of the situation, the secretary immediately replied. No, because this shipment is very special. Everyone is pushing themselves to their limits. Sunga then decided to keep an eye on Kim Hajin a little longer, to probe his talent. Let's just leave him be. If he is really a rough diamond, he will shine sooner or later. Even if it's heresy, isn't that too much of a nickname? It will gradually reveal itself. Sunga didn't want to get involved and chose to stand aside, quietly observing to let everything happen naturally. Wednesday has finally arrived. Today is an opportunity for the cadets to compete and show their best. Each pair will compete against each other to improve physical strength and train the brain. Today is anti-personnel training day. Everyone is serious, and use all your strength to determine victory or defeat with your opponent. The process is very well organized. Anti-personnel training is done in groups of 2. All are given training weapons during the training. This will make it easier to assess and alleviate the pain. But this was hell on earth for Kim Hajin. Rank 934, Kim Hajin. It's really lucky to be that unlucky. Everyone else gets paired with their classmates. But you're the only one who gets placed like that. Get up quickly. Why am I the only one who has to fight the professor? As if he could read his mind, he immediately explained. If you're curious, let me explain. Because the training weapon has not been completed yet, using real weapons to train anti-personality will cause many dangerous accidents. So, as a professor, I will train you personally. However, for this special offer, Hajin was very reluctant at all. I can't take it anymore. I give up. But with his fighting spirit, how could the professor accept that? In real combat there is no such thing as surrender. Not giving Kim Hajin time to retort, the teacher directly swung his punch at him. Defend! Kim Hajin suddenly, in that crucial moment, activated his signature skill. You seem like a jerk, but once you get serious, you can dodge his punches like a piece of cake. Even the professor was a little surprised at this moment, that Hajin could actually teleport like that. But it doesn't stop there. You still have to keep your concentration high and not let your guard down even for a second, because the professor will still take advantage of Hajin's gaps to attack you at any time. He kept throwing earth-shattering punches, but Hajin was able to dodge them all. At this time, the professor also realized something very special about him. This kid, his posture may not be perfect, but it can keep up with its speed with its eyes. Hajin's incredible, superhuman reflexes set him apart from the others, and it wasn't for nothing that he was able to achieve such godlike speed. It was all thanks to clairvoyance. This skill allows Hajin to see far and predict the general movement of the target. With the help of that skill, Hajin became the king of speed, and of course, his skills were already on display, so all he had to do was dodge it himself. While he was practicing with the professor, the people around him also started teasing Hajin. "Hey, look at him! That guy is really jumping like a monkey!" When he heard the gossip about him, he couldn't help but feel angry. Those guys just need to go along with it. SP has increased to 40. After a long day of stretching, Kim Hajin rewarded himself with a cold can of Coca-Cola. He slumped down next to the vending machine and sighed. It seemed like Kim Hajin was almost out of breath. Then, he suddenly glanced at his pale, bloodless face and looked forward. It turned out that the person Kim Hajin was looking at was Yona. She walked past him with an unhappy expression. Yona stared at him with a gaze filled with hatred and contempt. Hajin didn't say anything to her, and just watched Yona's back. Suddenly, when he met her again, Hajin suddenly remembered something. I must be the only one who didn't write to her, but her personality is just like. Afraid that if he hesitated too long, Yona would leave, so Kim Hajin quickly pressed the button. Should I try? While she hadn't gone too far, Kim Hajin called out to her, You Yona, it's not that important that you asked her to stop. But he just wanted to give her a can of Coke. Although Yona was a bit confused, she still took the can of Coke. Even though Hajin is showing goodwill towards her, she still feels anxious and uncertain about what will happen next. But she thought badly of him. Do you want to fight? Huh, what are you talking about? A moment later, he immediately found a reasonable excuse. Last practice, I got a lot of help. Consider this a can of water to hope we get along. A simple test, if you just follow it you will get 40 SP. So how much will I get in return if I talk to one of the main characters? In front of Hajin's sincerity, Yona still kept her cold CEO look. No need, you should drink it yourself. Also, if she is cruel number 2 then surely no one would dare to accept number 1. Yona threw the can of Coke back at him. So that's one of the things that bothers her about you. It's the way of addressing. I haven't allowed it, so don't talk to me for nothing. This is your first warning. After making a cool show in front of Kim Hajin, Yona flipped her hair and left. She held her bag tightly in her hand and walked forward with great confidence. However, before she could walk for long, Yona felt that something was wrong. The feeling of holding her hand now began to change. Is my bag a little heavier? To make it clear, she opened the bag. Let's see what's inside. But, surprise! Even though Yunha returned it, Hajin still deliberately stuffed it in. This idiot! I hate it! She immediately raised it high and was about to throw it away. However, after thinking for a while, Yona decided to put her hand down. It was not good for her to waste a drink like this because of Hajin, so she put it back in her bag. Well, Coca-Cola is not guilty. Hajin stubbornly did that because he knew she loved sweets. Yona, she likes fast food, like soft drinks, ramen and hamburgers, but because of her own reputation, she couldn't buy those foods herself. That's her character setup. Hajin now began to sink into thought. Even though I can push character settings that only I know, but if it's a short conversation, I won't get much SP either. Of course I have to force myself into the main plot. So that means the next part of the main plot is about to begin. Yes, that's it. And the event Kim Hajin is referring to is the demonic human attack on the National Weapons Museum. And who are they? Why do those people do that? Demonic human, those who make a pact with the devil. Demonic humans who traded their souls for immense power. They became the devil's right-hand men and their numbers grew. This incident occurred with a motive to assassinate a certain individual at the National Firearms Museum. From what Kim Hajin remembers, the main character's sudden visit to the museum to see the exhibition caused the demonic humans' plan to fail. The main character Kim Seho attracted the attention of several mainstream characters through this episode. However, even so, the situation didn't change too much. Although the two main characters Kim Seho and Chinaeon appeared, it was still in the beginning, so Jean didn't fall into too much danger. After thinking carefully for a while, he made a decision. Okay, I can fit in with this episode. Now I have to find a way to get inside the museum. Suddenly, a security guard came and asked him to leave. Hey student, the class is over. Why don't you go back to the dormitory? What are you doing here? Student, please tell me your student number. To avoid any trouble, Kim Ha-jin didn't linger any longer, and immediately took his laptop and left. Sorry, I'll let you know right away. The laptop screen displayed distorted characters and distorted lines of code, as if some invisible force was trying to penetrate the boundary between the digital world and reality. Then a digitally scrambled envelope icon appears, indicating an electronic message containing a system error or malicious code. There are formal activities at Cube. They can be seen as small organizations established by the young soldiers. Academics, martial arts, first experience, hobbies, etc. The default setting has about 100 clubs, covering all areas in Cube. Moreover, in addition to self-improvement, the club also serves as a social platform among the cadets. That's what the club I'm joining today follows Cube. The next day, at the club, a voice was heard. Hello? Thanks for joining the travel club today. It was the voice of Oh Han-hyeon, president of the Healing Rain Club. He continued, there are so many amazing people among the new members this year. Suddenly, Oh Han-hyeon became gloomy when he received the shop's application form. I was doubting whether it was true or not. The students behind him saw him like that and encouraged him. Senior Han-hyun, calm down. Then he continued, anyway, let me explain a little about our travel club Healing Rain. Oh Han-hyeon presented that our club's main goal is to rest. We'll use the teleportation gates to visit the outside of the cube, once or twice a month. Kim Ha-jin is here too. He's listening to the announcement. We're planning on visiting a nearby location for a group social activity today. We're going to Seoul. Oh Han-hyeon was extremely excited as he said that, while Kim Ha-jin looked rather indifferent. You're thinking of going on a trip to Seoul, where people are free to do whatever they want, by splitting into groups of 2. Exactly like what I wrote in the novel. Kim Ha-jin planned for himself that my goal today is the Seoul Weapons Museum, where the first main plot kicks off. I'll follow the main characters there, and get into the main plot. Oh Han-hyeon's voice was still ringing out. Now we will divide into groups. Come forward and draw lots, everyone. This made Kim Ha-jin a little surprised. Drawing lots? Was the club originally set up like that? Even if I'm paired with someone, I can do it myself. While I was thinking like that, suddenly my name was read out from a piece of paper. Kim Ha-jin. It turns out that Yeona drew his name. Not only was she frozen, but even Kim Ha-jin was also frozen stiff. At this moment, Yeona emitted a very thick murderous aura, and spoke, go our separate ways. Kim Ha-jin replied somewhat indifferently, yeah, okay. Yeona turned to leave, then suddenly she said, oh, and one more thing. Yeona looked irritated. I told you not to talk to me so bluntly. This is the second warning. There won't be a third time. Faced with this situation, Kim Ha-jin just forced a smile and followed her wishes. Yes, my lady. The weather is cool and the sunshine is warm all over here. There were a lot of visitors inside. This place is the International Weapons Museum. It has the largest display of replica weapons in Korea. In that crowd, the figure of Kim Ha-jin appeared walking alone. Suddenly, he happened to see Chinaeun with shining eyes admiring the bow and arrow on display. Chinaeun is over there. Kim Ha-jin immediately understood that. So, not far away. Yes, you have found the object you are looking for. He was intently observing the treasure before him. It was Kim Seho, the main character of this novel. At this moment, Kim Seho saw Kim Ha-jin approaching him. Kim Ha-jin walked over and asked, are you observing, Sword Saint? Kim Seho seemed hesitant, only saying, Then he introduced himself. I'm Kim Ha-jin. Hearing that, Kim Seho immediately gave a very warm smile. Right. Sorry, I forgot. He asked Kim Ha-jin. You're the one who picked the gun, right? So you're in the travel club too. Ha-jin didn't seem to be enthusiastic about Kim Seho's words. He just glanced at him and commented, he's strong, handsome, and I've gotten enough hate from readers because the main character is too typical. Seho continued, I think there's a gun display over there. Wanna go see it? I heard Napoleon's rifles are there too. Kim Ha-jin coldly replied, I'm fine. I don't think we have time. Now suddenly the whole museum started shaking violently. The visitors inside were extremely curious. I don't know what's going on. The loudspeaker immediately blared out the announcement. Warning! Monster has appeared outside the museum. The warning is still sounding. The people here immediately panicked, their faces pale. The sound of the loudspeaker announcement echoed throughout every corner of the museum. Monsters have appeared outside. Everyone was scared and screamed, then they ran away in panic. Hurry! Where is the exit? The scene of fighting was extremely chaotic. Don't push! Get out of the way! I said get out of the way! Too many adults jostling each other caused this little girl to almost fall to the ground. At this moment, a sound of a punch hitting the glass, causing the glass to shatter, rang out. It was Chinaeun who did that, and thus everyone's attention was focused on her. Everyone witnessing this scene stopped. A look of surprise and amazement was clearly visible. Kim Seho caught the girl who was about to fall. He was also stunned by the situation just now. Chinaeun spoke loudly. Calm down, the hero in charge of the museum will be here soon. She reached into the glass to get her bow and arrow and said, if you leave in this situation, you will just become prey for the monsters. At the same time, the museum system's voice rang out. The Memorial box damaged. Exhibit thief confirmed. Lower anti-theft door. Instantly, the entire area was put under lockdown. The iron doors were lowered, alarms sounded, and red laser beams appeared everywhere. Chinaeun turned to Kim Seho angrily and said, you take one too. We need to stand guard until the hero arrives. Kim Seho was surprised. Okay. Suddenly, there was a startling sound of footsteps. Chinaeun also quickly realized that a stream of crimson internal energy appeared before her. Chinaeun immediately reached for the arrow behind her back. The footsteps were getting clearer and clearer. At the same time, Tomert's voice was heard. One has already entered. Kim Hajin stood to the side watching. Realized quickly. It's Lucius's dog. He is a villain used as a stepping stone to help the main character develop. At this moment, Tomert swung out his hand and sharp claws. He used his strength to attack Chinaeun. Just as Tomert was about to strike, Kim Seho suddenly appeared behind him with a huge sword. He didn't hesitate, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Tomert. This scene was witnessed by Kim Hajin. He thought to himself, just like in a novel, Seho can easily beat him. But unlike Kim Hajin said, Tomert single-handedly threw Kim Seho away. His strength was so formidable that it stuck Seho to the wall. Then Seho slowly fell right behind Hajin. This made him extremely surprised. After Tomert's devastating blow, Kim Seho collapsed on the floor. A large dent was left in the wall. The laser system was immediately activated, trapping teeth all over the room. Kim Hajin was momentarily scared pale. His eyes widened. In shock, he asked himself, something is strange. The story I wrote did not develop like that. At first, they were a bit held back, but then it turned into a battle where Kim Seho showed his strength and overwhelmed his opponent. At this time, Chinaeun also became confused, bewildered, and muttered, Hey, Seho! She shouted loudly, Kim Seho, this powerful voice has awakened you. Seho woke up with a start, vomiting a pool of blood. Kim Hajin hurried over, worriedly asking, Hey, what happened? Are you okay? Seho struggled to stand up, his whole body trembling. He struggled to reply, I don't. Naeun took a step forward, thinking, his condition isn't very good. He needs time to recover. But just as she was about to rush forward, she had a bad premonition. Startled, she looked back and saw Tomert, filled with murderous intent, rushing forward with magical power in his hand. She quickly reacted to the situation, drawing 2 bows and arrows from her back, tensely observing her opponent. Next, Chinaeun launched an attack without hesitation. All 3 arrows simultaneously shot towards the approaching enemy. On the contrary, he did not dodge at all, leisurely letting countless sharp arrows pierce his body. His mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. Naeun was surprised by his appearance. She had no choice but to continue shooting arrows at her opponent. Once again, arrows from the enemy pierced straight into Tomert's body. He was still standing there calmly but not in any pain. The smile on his lips became even more arrogant. At this point, Chinaeun was scared pale by him. The person was shocked. Her face could not hide the fear and confusion. She gripped her bow and arrow tightly, her whole body trembling with anger. Naeun refused to give up. She continued to shoot arrows, panicking in her heart. Not any special abilities or healing. That bastard. This time the arrow she shot was broken in midair, standing against the arrows that were continuously shot, with only a disdainful look on his face. That's right. Tomert easily used his strength to knock away all the arrows stuck in his body. At the same time, he neutralized the enemy's attack on his face, unable to hide his joy and pride. He narrowed his eyes, suddenly smiling wickedly. Hajin suddenly turned back and immediately cried out in panic. No, he used all his strength to shout, "Cha-Naeun, run!" But at this moment, Tomert was rushing towards Chinaeun at lightning speed. He aimed his demonic claws straight at her. Naeun could only watch anxiously as those sharp things approached her face. At the crucial moment, Kim Suho rushed in. He jumped into the air, seemingly punching Tomert, pushing him away from his teammates. Then, he quickly turned to Naeun and asked in a panic, "Naeun, are you okay?" Naeun quickly withdrew her name again, hurriedly reminding Suho, "This is my business, you should take care of it yourself." Before he could finish speaking, the enemy had already charged towards the two of them in a flash. Kim Suho tried to block his huge demonic arm with her sword, her appearance trembling with great difficulty. Suddenly, from within the black smoke, a large mouth appeared, opening wide in front of his sword. Its eyes flashed with an extremely sharp light. Under Tomert's control, the beast transformed from black smoke into a ferocious beast, biting Suho's sword saint, its eyes flashing with murderous intent. Its owner grinned happily. Kim Suho looked at the spirit beast before him in surprise, secretly judging. Has his body changed? The monster started to attack relentlessly, forcing him to retreat back. Tomert took advantage of the momentum and rushed forward fiercely, knocking Suho to the floor, swinging his arm and punching. He used the monster to control Kim Suho. When the sharp fang pierced his neck, blood immediately dripped out. He let out a painful groan. At this moment, countless arrows imbued with spiritual power pierced Tomert's back, causing him to grimace in pain. Those arrows were shot by Chinaeun, with a face of extreme tension, just saving her teammates from danger. Tomert turned his head and glared at her. His wound was also healing quickly. The next second, he didn't hesitate and launched his giant demon claws to surround Naeun, leaving her no time to react. Only until it was right in front of you. Naeun just realized it and was stunned. She let out a "ah" sound. In the blink of an eye, she was sent flying against the wall. The impact sound was extremely loud. Kim Hajin worriedly looked at Naeun, repeating the same scene as Suho, feeling uneasy in his heart. This situation is terrible, he thought to himself. At this rate someone is going to die. Kim Hajin's face suddenly darkened. He shouted in panic around. Everyone run fast! Remembering, Naeun was still struggling and resisting fiercely. He himself was also having a hard time resisting Tomert's pressure. Hajin was extremely confused in his heart. I definitely wrote this novel, so why is the content so different? Kim Hajin tried to calm himself down, trembling as he took out his computer. Calm down. Now, I need to do what I can. His whole body couldn't stop shaking. He looked extremely nervous, pouring out several silver bullets from the box. Hold the bullet in your hand. Kim Hajin became even more angry and cursed. Damn it! Damn it! These bullets can't even scratch that monster. Even if I increase my destructive power, I still can't cause fatal damage. But if I'm in my own novel world, the general settings probably won't change. If so, thinking of this, Kim Hajin did not hesitate and started typing frantically on the keyboard. The normal bullet just now instantly transformed. Mana Bullet's installation notification system being changed. Mana Bullet's element has changed. Destructive power has changed to 6. This requires 104 SP. Do you want to change? Hajin immediately took out the gun, thinking happily. It worked. Save. The reason this world needs more and more heroes. It is because the elements and astrology will overcome the difference in power, and allows the individual to manifest greater power. In front of him, Tomert and Kim Suho were fighting fiercely. Kim Hajin raised his gun and aimed. He thought to himself, that demon must be a dark elemental. His fingers slowly lowered to the trigger. And what dispels the darkness is light. Hajin suddenly shouted loudly, Kim Suho. He made up his mind and shot out a powerful stream of mana with a blinding light. Hajin roared, move! The system now displays white light bullet dot. Light attribute. Destructive power 6 out of 10. You are condensed by the essence of light. It often creates a second explosion inside the body. The bullet was quickly fired by Hajin. It landed precisely on Tomert's shoulder, while he was still stunned, not understanding what was happening. Boom! The bullet exploded immediately. The light emitted was extremely powerful. One of Tomert's arms was instantly crushed. The violent impact forced everyone around to step back. The explosion from the white light bullet emitted an extremely bright light, causing everyone to be wary of the impact. Tomert was hit. One of his arms was instantly severed under his astonishment. When he realized the situation, he was angry and screamed in pain. Chinaeun, who was pinned to the wall by him, had already passed out. When he let down his guard, she slowly fell down. Kim Ha-jin stood there, her whole body trembling with fear. I did prolong the time. Right. Tomert was seriously injured, trembling, holding one shoulder. Kim Seho took the opportunity to aim his sword. Ha-jin fell to the floor, looking extremely panicked. The gun in his hand was also broken, breathing heavily. When he regained his composure a bit, he unconsciously looked up. Kim Seho was releasing a fierce amount of mana, his expression filled with determination, eyes flashed with murderous intent, staring at the enemy. The next second, the Sword Saint, which was already covered in his powerful spiritual power, slowly swung out. Tomert now realized his situation, but he had a surprised expression, staring blankly at the ethereal light that was glowing. Kim Seho leisurely caressed the sword. The mana that was emitting became stronger and stronger. The power of the holy sword can cut through anything. The hour is finally over. Kim Seho decisively cut Tomert in half with a single move in the blink of an eye. In the last moments, he only had time to groan a few times in pain, then completely drained of life, collapsed on the floor. Seho also slowly landed, pushing Sword Saint hard against the floor. End attack. His sweat kept pouring down. His breathing also became heavy and urgent. On this side, Chinaeun was not doing much better. She was kneeling on the ground, her whole body trembling from extreme fear. Kim Seho quickly walked over, reached out to comfort her, and gently asked, "Are you okay, Naeun?" She immediately brushed his hand away coldly. Kim Seho looked back at his rejected hand, somewhat speechless. At this moment, Kim Ha-jin walked over carefree. He said calmly, "Leave him alone. I'm sure his brother will come to comfort him soon." No one answered me. Kim Ha-jin suddenly looked up. Both Kim Seho and Chinaeun were staring at him with looks of shock and astonishment. She looked at him in confusion, her face tense and trembling as she asked again, What did you just say?" With that, she collapsed exhausted, causing Kim Seho to panic and shout, "Naeun!" Outside, the thorny lizards were charging furiously, spewing firepower from their mouths. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed in the air. The next second, the thorny lizards immediately suffered countless blades piercing their flesh, painfully falling to the floor. When they were all passed out, a pair of feet in red shoes calmly walked over. It was Yoon Sunga. She took her sword, walked to the middle of the battlefield, and calmly asked, "Is it over?" The ambulance quickly appeared. The person inside hurriedly walked over, loudly calling, "Vice President, the emergency situation outside the museum has been resolved." Sunga breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness! How are things inside the museum?" A devil appeared, but he was dealt with immediately. At that time, there were 3 cube trainee heroes there. Yoon Sunga asked with a bit of curiosity, "Aha, that's commendable. Who is it?" The subordinate replied thoughtfully, It's Chinaeun, Kim Seho." And, hearing this name, her eyes lit up. Sunga hurriedly ran off with an excited look, leaving behind her confused subordinate who called out, "Miss, what is it?" Vice President Sunga couldn't hide the joy on her face, secretly exclaiming, "How lucky! I didn't expect to have the chance to meet Kim Seho in a place like this." She quickly ran to the museum gate, still wondering, what should I say first? Suddenly, Kim Ha-jin entered her sight again. Sunga was like she struck gold. "Ah, perfect timing!" To your surprise, she did not hesitate to go forward. Yoon Sunga suddenly appeared right in front of Kim Ha-jin at a very close distance. "Hello? You're Cube's apprentice hero, right? Do you know?" Not letting her finish her sentence, Kim Ha-jin immediately interrupted. He stepped aside and continued calmly, "Kim Seho is inside." Sunga also politely left, politely replying, "Oh, thank you." She happily went inside without thinking. But after walking a distance, Sunga suddenly came to, and exclaimed in doubt, "Wait a minute, how did you know I was looking for Kim Seho?" At this moment, Kim Ha-jin was sitting tiredly on a chair in the square, sighing heavily. He turned on the computer, thinking, Yoon Sunga suddenly talking to me scared me. Is this situation also related to the change in the story? I want to check. A foreign character named Kim Ha-jin was involved in the story, but his role remained very obscure. So far, everything has been going smoothly. So I'm definitely not important enough to affect your sentence. Thinking of this, Ha-jin was startled again. He remembered something and exclaimed absent-mindedly, I forgot. This novel has a co-author. This world is a remake of the novel I wrote. If this world is based on what was written by the person who wrote this email, then it's only reasonable that things happen that I didn't expect. If so, then maybe my novel predictions are useless now. This hypothesis shocked Kim Ha-jin. He was completely stunned on the spot. Suddenly, A loud sound startled his stiff body. Kim Hajin looked at the glowing computer screen in confusion. There is a new message in the mailbox, he thought to himself. A message? When he opened it, it was a system notification. One flaw: the main character and the characters around him are never in danger. If the risk continues, readers will get tired of such boring repetition. TSK, the main character will come to the rescue. Therefore, Kim Hajin's finger moved slightly. He looked at the screen. His face darkened. He exclaimed in shock. What? What did you say? There is an alternative from now on. The enemy level will be increased. Even this could lead to chaos. When the sky was red and dusk fell, Soo-hyuk arrived. The teacher waved his hand and called out to his students, Kim Soo-ho, Kim Hajin. He walked closer to the two of them and carefully instructed them. I heard about what happened. I'll ask for details later. Let's go home first. Suddenly, Kim Soo-ho spoke up and asked, What? About Naeun? Soo-hyuk calmly replied. She took sick leave and went back to her family. You two should also go back to the cube quickly. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving the two of them staring blankly at his back. At this moment, Kim Soo-ho suddenly called Kim Hajin, causing him to turn around in surprise. He looked at him doubtfully and said hesitantly, About what happened earlier. Why did you say that to Naeun? Hajin put on an innocent expression and asked blankly, What did you say? Soo-ho replied frankly, The thing about her brother. Kim Hajin suddenly remembered and seriously replied, Well, it's because her brother is quite. But at this moment, he remembered the message from earlier, a criticism. He regained his composure and asked Kim Soo-ho in confusion, What happened to her brother? He looked at him suspiciously, questioning sharply, Are you pretending not to? No, Kim Hajin explained in confusion. No, I really. At this moment, Kim Soo-ho's head felt a sharp pain, causing his face to turn purple. Finally, had to give up. Whatever, we'll talk later. Chai Naeun was formerly the 4th ranker in the Military Agent Academy, and is currently enrolled in the Cube Hero Training School. Kim Hajin sat in front of the screen to see information about Chai Naeun, watching it over and over again, still feeling confused, bewildered, muttering, Still the same as my setup. So what was that reaction? Suddenly he saw something and exclaimed, Huh? What caught Hajin's eyes was a large headline. Breaking news. Chai Shin-hyuk's son, Chai Jin-yun, has fallen into critical condition after an attack by a demonic human. Below are numerous articles about this event. Operation Firespark was a success. The newly recruited hero Chai Jin-yun is currently in a coma. Hero Chai Jin-yun successfully rescued 3 comrades during the demonic human attack and was declared to have fallen into a coma. Kim Hajin was stunned and exclaimed, What is this? Demonic human suppression Operation Firespark. That was the first victory, unexpectedly supporting the main character, Chai Jin-yun achieved. Chai Naeun was only 13 years old at that time. So proud of my brother, who became a hero, or at least that's what I've set up. While he was still confused, the computer screen lit up again. A new message has been sent, Kim Hajin thought to himself. Those messages again? When clicking on the dialog box, the system immediately displays a notification. This message will be sent after the target. Kim Hajin first realizes the settings have been changed. During the Firespark battle, someone was lying unconscious in a pool of blood. His teammates around him were shouting, Jin-yun, wake up! Jin-yun! His eyes opened slightly, but were soon blurred with tears. The main character was judged to have too many assistants. The setting was immediately changed to the lines below. Change point: 4 years ago, Chai Jin-yun, after being appointed as a hero, gets into an accident on her first deployment. He received a demon mark and became a demon seed. Reading these lines, Kim Hajin was completely stunned. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed in confusion, What? News from the hospital room is coming in. About 1 o'clock this afternoon, a group of monsters appeared in the center of Seoul. The sudden appearance of this monster injured about 50 civilians and killed about 7 others. At the center of the suppression was Yoon Sung-do, the deputy leader of the Guild Essence of the Straight and others. Suddenly, a hand with skin turned off the speaker. The hospital room was quite dark. That person sat alone in the middle of the room, hugging himself, giving off a gloomy atmosphere. She tightened her grip on his body, helped him into the blanket, and bowed her head in despair. Suddenly, Chai Shin-hyuk rushed in from outside with the doctor, shouting in panic, Naeun! Chai Naeun suddenly woke up and exclaimed in surprise, Dad! She worriedly asked her father, What's wrong, Dad? What about Dad's job? He gently reassured. Do you think the important thing now is work? How are you? Are you feeling better? Yes, I'm fine. Shin Hyuk still couldn't help but worry and carefully asked again, "Is it really okay? Do we need a detailed examination? Can you tell the doctor?" But Naeun quickly brushed it off, happily, saying, "Oh, it's okay. It's really nothing." "Why did you come here?" he hesitantly replied. "It's because I'm worried about you." Naeun, she felt a little guilty, sighed and replied, "I'm really fine." Suddenly, Chai Naeun called out again, "Dad!" She felt sorry for herself, curled up and asked sadly, "Can I visit my brother before I leave the hospital?" Chai Shin-hyuk was momentarily stunned, looking at his daughter with heartache, speechless. He gently took Naeun's hand, immediately agreeing, "Of course. Demon seed, a higher form of demonic human, can take over a human by turning them into a demon seed. People who are turned into demon seeds will enter an incubation period until they sprout and hatch into powerful demons," Kim Hajin pondered. "According to my setup, such an incubation period is about 5 to 6 years, so it's halfway over." On this side, Chai Naeun had also changed into plain clothes, standing in front of someone's hospital room door. The sign clearly says, "Room 803 Chai Jinyun." There is only one way to resolve this confusing situation, as quickly as possible. Before the demon in Chai Jinyun's body hatches, must kill him. Hajin was again at a loss. "But how?" "No, who will do it? It's not something that can be handed over to just anyone. No mercenary would accept a request to kill the 4th-generation descendant of a noble family. And since there is nothing to measure this germination, there is no way to suggest against it." Kim Suho could not defeat a fully sprouted demon, even if he mobilized all of his current heroic forces. It is inevitable that some people will have to make sacrifices. That's why all of that can't be left out. All of those people have to become his support in the later parts of the story too. At this moment, Naeun sat by the hospital bed and called out, "Brother!" Kim Hajin, on this side, became extremely tense, his whole body trembling. "So, in the end," Naeun looked at her brother sadly and said tearfully, "I'm here." Kim Hajin had only one choice. He held his head, looked at the computer and said, "We'll have to kill him." Over here, Naeun was telling Jin-yoon a story. "This is the first time I've seen that demonic human. I almost died, you know? I mean, how can a normal trainee fight that demonic human? But that gunman." Speaking up to here, she suddenly stopped. Naeun was speechless. Unable to continue, she muttered softly, "Okay, let's not talk about that." There was a knock at the door. "Visiting hours are over," Naeun replied absent-mindedly. "Ah, yes, then." She adjusted the blanket for her brother and said goodbye reluctantly. "I'll come back later, brother." Naeun closed the door and walked out into the hallway. She bowed her head silently in silence, walked away, but after a few steps, suddenly stopped, lost in thought. The memory of the previous day flashed through his mind. Kim Hajin calmly said, "Just leave her alone." He looked at her with cold eyes. His words were extremely difficult to understand. "I'm sure her brother will come to comfort her soon." Thinking of this, Naeun unconsciously pursed her lips. Her face became frighteningly dark. A murderous glint flashed in the depths of her eyes. She growled softly, "Kim Hajin." At the Hero Tower, the lights on the floors are still on. In the archive room, a voice rang out, "Vice President of the Guild." Yorin stood anxiously at the door, warning, "It's against the law to access a national organization's records without permission. What if you get caught?" Yoon Sunga continued to search and then reassured him perfunctorily, "It's okay, I just need to take a look at the attack at the museum today." Yorin began to break down. "But that's the problem." Yoon Sunga began to analyze. "According to this photo, on the demonic human body, traces of mana light attribute were found. That means one of those who defeated that demonic human can use this element." Her whole body was filled with flames of enthusiasm. Yoon Sunga clenched her fists in excitement, and continued speaking happily. "Someone who can use light attribute is a great threat to that demonic human. We must find and hire that person." Yorin, hearing that, he thought helplessly, "She's going crazy about recruiting talent again." Suddenly, Yoon Sunga spoke up and asked, "The demon human was defeated by 3 cadets who happened to be at the exhibition, right?" "One of them must be," Yorin asserted firmly. "Yes, someone who can use light attribute." She started listing off names, Kim Suho, Chai Naeun. "We've had our eyes on these people for a while now." A question popped into Yoon Sunga's head. She said her question, "But I've never heard of this third person, rank 934 in Cube." Kim Hajin. On the other side, Kim Hajin sat typing on his laptop, then thought, I just realized it recently, but it seems other people can't see this computer. That way, I can freely test the settings without fear of the characters seeing." Kim Hajin continued thinking. After realizing this, I added a few features to my machine. Suddenly, at this moment, the referee's voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought. The winner is Rachel. That is when the settings change. A message pops up. Damien's character confidence is lower than the original setting. He knelt down on the ground, crying as his score was too different from Rachel's. Someone please switch my training partner. Kim Hajin began to introduce. It's this function. I will receive a notification if there is any change within a 30-meter radius of me compared to the novel I wrote. Kim Hajin had some confidence. This must be more effective than the message from the co-author. Only when I realize something will I come. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind him. This, Chinaeun asked with a fierce look in her eyes. Why? Don't you fight me? Kim Hajin was silent, looking at her. After a while, he flatly refused. I don't want to. Chinaeun asked back. Why? Are you scared? After talking about someone else's family like that. The other cadets who were practicing saw the argument, and were confused. Are they arguing? Kim Hajin heard the taunt, but did not get angry. He just calmly replied, since this is a direct fight, I have to be careful. I don't want to get in trouble for hurting my classmate. Chinaeun saw that. He looked down on her, got angry, gritted her teeth and cursed. You bastard! At this moment, the professor came and scolded. What are you doing? The teacher spoke up to remind him. Cadet Kim Hajin cannot fight other cadets, because he has not been trained in weapons. Return to your position, Cadet Naeun. She heard that, turned away angrily. Chinaeun ignored Kim Hajin and left. At this moment, he glanced at her and suddenly realized. I don't think I've apologized yet. But Kim Hajin quickly dismissed that thought. I have a fundamental goal. I'm currently working myself to death to become stronger. He had one goal in mind. To be able to kill her brother. Kim Hajin thought back. Even if we improve our relationship. In the future, she will only feel more betrayed. In another building, in room 305, a large crowd gathered. A voice rang out. Is everyone here? Welcome to Veritas's orientation. I am the club president, Yoon Hyun. I will briefly talk about our club. Our club's main activities are monster research and attack strategy research. We will meet every week to discuss. If everyone has read through the flyer we have distributed below, both male and female cadets blushed in front of him. Kim Hajin analyzes. Handsome appearance. The ability to captivate the listener. This is definitely the ability of a demonic human. Kim Hajin recalls the plot of Cube, an important scene in the early part of the novel. There have been quite a few incidents like cadet kidnappings and monster invasions. Yoon Hyun is the villain who leads those events. He recalled Yoon Hyun's true identity. He is an individual who obtained the ability to seduce from the demon Lilith, that guy's main target. He was sure of his guess. That's why I joined this academic club. At this time, Yeona was also sitting listening to the briefing. She coldly crossed her arms, looking forward. Yoon Hyun gently turned on the screen. Because today is the orientation. Let's do it gently, shall we? A holographic image of a monster appeared. He immediately introduced. This is an upper-middle level monster, Mountain Tyrant, which started appearing after the summoning, so it is a monster with a history of nearly 50 years. Yoon Hyun speaks the truth inside and outside Cube. Information on high-level monsters is very valuable, and information regarding their weaknesses is worth $1 million or more. He asked the question and called. So what do you think the Mountain Tyrant's weakness is now? Cadet Yona heard the question, and immediately replied bluntly. I heard that no weak points have been announced yet. Yoon Hyun agreed. That's right, discussing cases like this is one of the pleasures of an academic club like this. Then he invited. Who wants to share their opinion? Please join the gathering right away. At this moment, Kim Hajin spoke up. Are you going too, Miss Yona? She ignored him and walked past him. Seeing that he was being ignored, Kim Hajin loudly repeated his words again. Miss Yona is also attending the gathering behind? Only then did she reluctantly answer. Yes, because I might get some useful information. Kim Hajin thought stiffly. What use is information about monsters? You speak your mind. Are you planning to share it with your guild's attack team? Yuyona was hit in the heart, her eyes looking at him. That was the guild essence of the Strait. 50 years ago, during the summoning, this guild has been established. And it centers around Yuyona's clan. They are currently one of the major influential guilds in Korea. Then Kim Hajin said bluntly, but I heard that the support of the guild vice president is very strong these days, to the point that the legitimate heir is being threatened. That's why you came to the following gathering in a completely unlike you manner. To get information she did not care, but asked directly. So what do you mean? Kim Hajin suggested. I'll tell you about it. The weakness of the high-level monster mountain tyrant, Yuyona stuttered, not believing her ears. What did you say? Kim Hajin just calmly said, now if you want to inherit the guild without any problems, you have to make a contribution, right? Then he began to instruct. The small mark on its heel, if you attack there, will completely stop the mountain tyrant's movements, Kim Hajin asked. But I'm not giving you this information for free. Your guild is hosting the essential armory, right? I was hoping you could get me a desert eagle. Yuyona was silent for a long time. She asked, and what about the evidence? Do you have evidence to support your argument? Kim Hajin smiled smugly. He gave a nonchalant reply. No. This answer left both of them in a state of confusion. Yuyona looked at him helplessly, gritting her teeth and turning her head away. What a waste of time. Kim Hajin didn't stop him and said, I swear if you don't believe me, you'll lose big. Kim Hajin calmly analyzed the circumstances. If Yuyona decides to ignore me, this $1 million information will be wasted. Can you think of a better possibility? But what if he believes me? I will have a powerful ally. On the other side, Yuyona is communicating with her teammates. Hello, Secretary Jean? Could you please pass on a message to the Mountain Tyrant Assault Team? She blushed and instructed. When attack. Yuyona said the weak point that Kim Hajin had instructed, the green mark on its heel. That might be its weak point, so we have to try to attack it there. Kim Hajin was certain of one thing, she was an ally who would one day be known as the Queen of Seoul. The notification screen displayed the following text. Debit note. Client, Cube Bank. Debtor, Cube Kim Hajin. Loan amount, $300,000. The creditor Cube Bank will be referred to as the client, and the debtor Kim Hajin will be referred to as the borrower. Both parties agreed to the following terms. Look at the screen. The debt is clearly displayed before your eyes. Kim Hajin broke out in a cold sweat and stammered. $100,000. What people may not know is that the maximum loan amount for a cube cadet is $300,000. Kim Hajin speculated in his heart. He used the debt to dig up all the money he could and then ran away. Then he angrily scolded. This Kim Chung-dong bastard, what the hell is he doing? Suddenly, Kim Hajin remembered something. He hurriedly opened the electronic clock to check. What about the bank account? The watch screen showed $3,000. Kim Hajin was helpless. No. If it goes on like this, if I can't be returned to my original world, he thought of the creditor chasing after him, holding the contract of sale in his hand. This customer, you can't pay your debt anymore? Don't worry. Then he thought about a life drifting at sea, having to work hard to pay off his debts. Kim Hajin deduced the worst-case scenario. Maybe I'll end up spending my whole life paying off the debt. He cursed, then said to himself, looks like I'll have to do something to earn some money. Kim Hajin analyzed. Right now, I have two legitimate ways to make a lot of money. Hajin thought of two options. First is the stock. In this world, towers and dungeons keep appearing. The guilds that discover and conquer them are just like companies, and the guilds are all listed on the stock exchange, with their own guild stocks. However, you have a big problem. Although I do know which guild will be successful in going public, but I don't have any money to invest right now, so I'll postpone the stock deal. Kim Hajin decided to choose the remaining option. Maybe we should start going to the hunting grounds. The second option is the hunting ground. Introduce yourself. Hunting grounds are dangerous areas, infested with monsters. It has many differences from towers and dungeons. The difficulty here fluctuates greatly. You can also make quick money by selling monster corpses. Kim Hajin was a little skeptical, but recently he had just barely passed the average male standard. Is this enough for hunting? He looked at the numbers on the display screen. Parameter value. Strength 1735. Endurance 1.745. Agility 2.15. Intelligence 2.605. Stamina 1.65. Magic 1.3. Inch. Kim Hajin thinks of a solution. It would be a waste to use SP to strengthen this handgun. There must be another way. Suddenly at this moment, there was a knock on the door outside, interrupting his train of thought. The delivery man called out, Cadet Kim Hajin, you have a package from Cadet Yuyona. Kim Hajin was a bit puzzled. From Yuyona? He opened the door and saw a parcel outside. Kim Hajin opened the box with his hands and saw the object inside. He exclaimed, in surprise, this is transfer scene at Wonju area, Gangwon province, hunting ground. The female employee smiled and said, thank you for using the gate. Happy hunting, Cadet Kim Hajin. He heard that and was a little confused. She's so friendly just because I'm a cadet. Kim Hajin walked out the gate. There were a lot of people passing by here. Suddenly he stopped walking. Kim Hajin observed the surroundings. There is some information like this. There is a course in Kamwon province that has a fairly low danger level, so foreigners from all over the world come to hunt here. This makes the city known as an international megalopolis. A young man shouted, I'm looking for the team. We are serving a mage who wants to go together to the vicinity of Chayak Mountain to sell medicine made from dragon blood. Kim Hajin go look around. The people were talking to each other very animatedly. There is a rumor that in this Wonju area, Kamwon province, there is a man who hunts shirtless. VV Channel also specially came to find out about this crazy guy. At this moment, Kim Hajin noticed a woman calculating the prices. 3 little goblins, right? All together it's $600. Seeing that, he suddenly realized, now that I think about it, I'll have to find a dealer to sell monster parts at a discount later. Should I just randomly find a dealer nearby? Suddenly, someone came up behind him. He politely greeted. Excuse me. Kim Hajin turned his head back. It turned out to be Park Soo-hyuk. He, his hair disheveled, approached and asked, Are you here to hunt monsters? Kim Hajin wondered, Are you an agent? Park Soo-hyuk stammered. Yes, my business card is here somewhere. Because he was so clumsy, he made the papers fall all over the floor. Then Park Soo-hyuk gave him his business card. This is my business card. Kim Hajin took it, then silently judged in his heart. This person is a bit careless. But then, he was surprised when he saw the words written on the business card. In Kim Hajin's head, SH dealer Park Soo-hyuk repeated, That's what was written on the business card. You remember the image of him sitting on top. This person is not only the best agency director in Korea, he became Kim Soho's representative agent. Kim Hajin was a little stunned. Who would have thought to meet him here? At this moment, Park Soo-hyuk said a little shyly, You've never heard of me, right? Well, I haven't started for long. Kim Hajin muttered out loud. Huh? He held out his hand and said happily, Sounds good. I'll sign the contract. Park Soo-hyuk was a bit confused when he saw him agree so quickly, and asked again, Really? Kim Hajin speculates. This world is still in the early parts of the novel, so there will be many people who have not found their true value as written in the novel. Park Soo-hyuk was so happy that he held his hand, shook it back and forth, and thanked him. Thank you. I will always give you the best service. Kim Hajin decided. It wouldn't be bad to make connections first. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait, is it okay if I block Kim Soho's agent? After a while, Kim Hajin worriedly asked, Is it okay for you to keep following me like this? Park Soo-hyuk was so tired from the journey that he was out of breath, but he still reassured her. Don't worry. If you encounter a dangerous situation, just leave me behind, it's okay. Kim Hajin was a bit skeptical. Most dealerships don't have cars, so they usually wait outside in the yard. Is he that desperate for a business deal? Suddenly, Park Soo-hyuk looked at the footprints on the ground and said, I see traces of a little goblin here. This one has a low difficulty level and costs around $300 to $400 a head. What do you think? Kim Hajin replied vaguely. I'm not sure. You've calculated in your head that a magic bullet is $200 apiece, so if you want to make a profit, it's better to get a more expensive monster. Then Kim Hajin pointed in one direction and asked, What about that kind? See the giant monster below? Park Soo-hyuk replied, That is. He took a closer look and exclaimed in surprise, Isn't that a steel boar? You can't hunt that kind with a gun. You can't pierce its skin. But Hajin only confidently replied, Can I penetrate its skin? You have to try it to know. Park Soo-hyuk stiffened upon hearing that. Kim Hajin reassured him. My gun is quite good, you see, he recalled in his mind. This is the weapon I received for providing Yeona with information about Mountain Tyrant. Kim Hajin, take out the prepared Desert Eagle. Its specifications are as follows. High-level Desert Eagle. Iron element multiplies magical destruction. Low-level weight reduction. High-level trigger reduction technology. At the same time, Kim Hajin upgraded it. And I used SP to add a special setting to this thing. Park Soo-hyuk tried to stop her saying, Sorry, but you'll probably just anger it.mr. Kim Hajin, you don't care, just focus on aiming. You fire a bullet straight at the steel boar. The bullet flew in and pierced through his body instantly. Steel boar fell down in pain. Park Soo-hyuk also opened his mouth in surprise. Kim Hajin had shot steel boar back to earth with just one bullet in the blink of an eye. Park Soo-hyuk also collapsed to the ground in surprise. It turns out that the special setting for the Desert Eagle, among other parameters, is that every time an enemy is killed in one attack, the destructive power multiplier will increase. Kim Hajin walked closer to the edge of the cliff. He looked at his work and proudly said, That's a good skill too. Park Soo-hyuk beside him still couldn't escape from the small surprise. The gun in Kim Ha-jin's hand has a beautiful black and gold color, and its destructive power is also very great. Park Soo-hyuk looked at it and praised, "What a great gun, your shooting technique is also top-notch." Kim Ha-jin said humbly, "It's nothing." Suddenly he noticed another direction. Kim Ha-jin fired another shot. Park Soo-hyuk covered his ears, screaming in fear. He wondered, What else?" Kim Ha-jin calmly explained, "There's a black pelican over there, by the cliff." Park Soo-hyuk said in admiration, "You can see it from that far away? All the way to that cliff over there?" Kim Ha-jin affirmed, "Of course." He used the skill and said, "What's clairvoyance to a thrown stone?" Kim Ha-jin turned around and left to announce, "Then I'll go first." Park Soo-hyuk was surprised. He loudly called out, Wait a minute, wait for me." The scene changed to a picture of the black pelican and the steel boar lying on top of each other. Uncle Soo-hyuk was breathing heavily, tired, and said, Just, the two of them. But they are extremely heavy." Kim Ha-jin wondered, "Can we bring them back to the yard?" Park Soo-hyuk muttered the options. "Maybe it's better to call an ambulance and pay. The payment will be sent tomorrow. Let's do the math, minus taxes there's." Kim Ha-jin saw this and praised in his heart. As expected of Park Soo-hyuk, he is really good at his job. He shook his hand and said approvingly, "Yes, let's do it. I look forward to working with you again in the future." Park Soo-hyuk politely said, "No, I'm the one who said that. I have a little question to ask. You said this is your first hunt, right? May I ask where you plan to spend the profits?" Kim Ha-jin replied calmly, "Invest in stocks." Park Soo-hyuk's heart suddenly shattered. He couldn't believe his ears. Kim Ha-jin learns about the new guild Packhorse Master because the guild consists of demonic humans. It plays a pretty important role in the story. He used his laptop and thought, "Of course, it's not something I'm paying attention to now, but the dungeon this guild conquered in the story was the Suwon Demon's Denver." After that, the stock price of Packhorse Master skyrocketed nearly 1,000%. Just buy them and you're sure to make money. There's no better way to make money than this opportunity. You click the buy button on the screen. The screen showed a green checkmark indicating the purchase of $3,000 worth of shares. Kim Ha-jin said to himself, "Is that enough?" He wondered aloud, "Where else can I find useful information about stocks? There isn't much information on the public forums, so if you're looking for something, then you should search on the dark web, Violet Society. Suddenly, Kim Ha-jin remembered something. He said to himself, "Speaking of the dark web, it reminds me of the Chameleon Troupe, the main villains up until the middle of the story. A criminal organization consisting of members whose true identities are unknown, except for the fake name. I, the author, am probably the only one who knows about them and their activities." He calculated in his head, Chameleon Troupe are criminals, but they don't like demonic human. So, if possible, somehow get acquainted with the leader of that group of troops. Maybe I can help Chai Jinin return to her ancestors. Thinking is doing, Kim Ha-jin immediately pondered the plot. Let's see. According to the story, there's a vacancy in the Chameleon Troupe right now, which means they're about to make their move. Suddenly, his laptop screen went black. Kim Ha-jin didn't understand what was happening. What is this? Why is it so dark? In his heart he worried. No, this is probably the only way to return to my world. The laptop screen lit up again. Kim Ha-jin was happy. It's on again. The screen shows a month has passed. Laptop functions will be updated. Progress 0.01%. On the other side, in a small cafe, the customers were sitting, blushing, whispering to each other. "Look over there. Oh my, is he famous?" It turned out that Shin Jong-hak was sitting and talking with Yona. He complained in frustration, "This is so annoying. Can we stop these meetings of nobility?" Yona smiled and advised, "Grit your teeth and do it. There's no harm in getting close to the club leaders." "Don't you think so?" she asked. "How are their scores lately?" Shin Jong-hak replied briefly enough. Yona replied with a smile, "The Jong-hak I know is only satisfied with being number one." He looked down at the 3D screen and said, "So I said it was enough." Yona didn't ask any further and said, "Yeah, okay." Suddenly, the shop door opened. "Chinaeun, go inside." Yona called out, "Chinaeun, over here." Shin Jong-hak saw her, then happily jumped up and called out, "Chinaeun." He hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Why did you come to this meeting?" Chinaeun teased back, "What? If I knew you would come here, I wouldn't have come." Shin Jong-hak asks, "I heard you were in the hospital, are you okay?" Chinaeun replied casually, "It's nothing, don't make a big deal out of it." Yuna just silently listened to their conversation. At this moment, suddenly, Chinaeun spoke up and said, "That's right. I have something to discuss." She asked seriously. Do you two know a guy named Kim Ha-jin? Yuyona was startled when she heard this name. She quickly raised her head and asked, What about Kim Ha-jin? China-eun slowly said. Do you know about the Demonic Human Museum? It was me, Kim Seho, and that guy, the three of us. She continued to recount her experience. That Jin guy is stronger than expected, so, we have to go all out to fight. Then China-eun said in horror, But that bastard. She remembered the moment the demonic human's arm was shattered. She shuddered remembering. Does that make sense? He blew off a demonic human's arm with a trainee's weapon again. Looking at Kim Ha-jin's face at that time, China-eun affirmed that it was very suspicious. Suddenly, after telling the story, she turned to ask Yuyona, Come to think of it, isn't he in the same platoon as you? Yona, what do you think of him? Yuyona was startled when her name was called. In the past, there was a student who grew up in an orphanage. He was a cadet of Cube. There is a debt of about $300,000. That's information regarding Cadet Kim Ha-jin. I still don't know how he was able to find out Mountain Tyrant's weakness. It turns out, Yuyona had someone investigate Kim Ha-jin. She replied to the investigator. I tried to ask him, but he refused to answer me. I have no choice but to continue investigating him. She remembered when Kim Ha-jin made fun of her. At that time, she could only helplessly curse. You bastard! Yuyona continued, because we need to confirm whether he is a trustworthy person or not. Back to reality, she replied vaguely. He is just an ordinary person. In her heart, Yuyona analyzed. I haven't seen the destructive power that could blow off a demonic human's arm from his attacks during the fight with the monsters. She picked up the cup of tea and drank, then pondered in her heart. Maybe he's hiding something. At this moment, China-eun quietly guessed. Could he be a demonic human? Hearing her guess, both Yona and Shin Jong-hak froze. Yuyona sighed helplessly. Naeun, do you really think a demonic human would attack another demonic human? China-eun remained firm in her thoughts. Could it be? There's something strange about this guy. Over here, Kim Ha-jin shielded his face from the light from the screen. He wondered, what the hell is this? Display shows 98% update. Suddenly, at this moment, Kim Ha-jin's watch lit up. He let out a painful cry. Kim Ha-jin's arm was now covered in blood. The chair was pushed over. Kim Ha-jin was panting in front of the laptop screen. The information keeps popping up. It is one of the powers of the creator's authorities. This stigma contains magical power. In Kim Ha-jin's head appeared the words, each time your impact increases by a certain amount from the total SP received exceeding a certain value, one mark of stigma will be engraved. Kim Ha-jin, cover your ears and think. Information is pouring into my head like a tsunami. On the other side, Shin Jong-hak slammed his hand on the table and asked, whatever it is. His eyes lit up. Shin Jong-hak asked China-eun, you don't like him, do you? The two people heard that and were silent, saying nothing. At Kim Ha-jin's place, he painfully fell to his knees. Kim Ha-jin tried to reach up to the table. Over here, China-eun silently recalled what Kim Ha-jin had said. I'm sure her brother will come to comfort her soon. She did not hesitate to affirm. Well, that's about it. Right now, Kim Ha-jin is unconscious, and a stigma is appearing on his hand. The laptop screen is still on. It said Subtalent Update Log Book of Truth has been added. The talent of observing and glancing. The talent for observation and glance has been enhanced. At the Seoul Association Tower, inside, people are holding a ceremony to award exemplary citizens. Kim Ha-jin muttered to himself. Not long after the incident at the museum, Kim Seho, China-eun, and I fought the demonic human, has been known and received the Exemplary Citizen Award. He silently rubbed his aching wrist. Ha-jin lowered his eyes to look at his wrist, thinking, the wound I got yesterday still hurts. He kept staring at his wrist, thinking, I need to find out what kind of ability this is. Just then, Naeun walked over and sat down on the chair next to him. Immediately after that, she folded her arms, looked annoyed, and turned around to complain. Hey, you're doing great. Kim Ha-jin froze and said, I haven't said a word yet. Naeun suddenly became angry and stubbornly asserted, so what? I said yes, it was yes. Kim Ha-jin asked hesitantly, you didn't forget, did you? Naeun still frowned and asked again, forgot what? He gently repeated, I saved you. As soon as she heard that, Naeun's expression changed, her lips pursed, she was speechless, not knowing how to respond. However, she immediately regained her composure, and went crazy, screaming loudly, hey, each one gets its own. Just then, Kim Seho came over and spoke up to stop them. Both of you stop, he called Naeun and asked, Naeun, switch seats with me. She immediately refused. I don't want to. But Kim Seho didn't ask her opinion. He directly grabbed Naeun's hand and pulled her to the seat next to him, despite her screaming protests. Hey, why? I said I don't want it. Kim Hajin froze, looking at the two and wondering, what are they doing? After finishing Naeun, Soho sat down next to Hajin. He put his hand to his mouth and coughed a few times to clear his throat. Then, Soho took the initiative to turn around and talk to Hajin. Thanks for that time. Hajin felt funny, let out a breath, eyes rolled back thinking, what now? Seeing him stay silent, Soho continued without hesitation, if you hadn't helped us that time, we wouldn't have been able to take it down. Thank you very much. Hajin looked away and replied, maybe you would have won even without me there. At that moment, he silently recalled that moment in his heart, wondering, if I wasn't there then, maybe he has awakened to a higher level of power. Hajin looked at Kim Soho, as if illuminated by light, and said to himself, because the main character always becomes stronger when facing difficulties and dangers. At the same time, inside the ceremony's logistics, the staff member was so panicked that she stuttered and shouted, He is here. Everyone get ready to go. Very quickly, a strong foot landed on the ground. A man, his face cold, his hands in his pockets, walked in. This person was Yu Shin-hyuk, the 37th rank hero. Shin-hyuk glanced at him. His attitude was unpleasant, and he complained, here then there. What a hassle. He went to the MC to get the award list. Everyone saw him and was surprised, whispering, is that person Valhalla's wolf? The magic waves are amazing. Next, the MC's voice rang out clearly. Now we will begin the award ceremony. Naeun quickly stood up at the sound of her name being called. Next was Kim Soho and, finally Hajin. The MC's voice was still loud. Award recipients, please come up to the stage. Very quickly, the three of them stood straight on the stage, waiting for Shin-hyuk to present the award. The MC's introduction was solemn. The prize will be awarded by the 37th rank hero Sir Yu Shin-hyuk to the following people, who have defeated the demonic human despite the dangers and have acted as exemplary citizens of society. The first person to be awarded is Soho. Shin-hyuk asked him while giving him the prize, is it Kim Soho? Soho politely nodded in confirmation. Shin-hyuk continued to say, I can see why they all want you. Soho was a little confused at this moment, and exclaimed, yes. His action of handing out the award suddenly slowed down. Shin-hyuk took the opportunity to bring his face closer to Soho. A dangerous tone of voice warned, never join a syndicate. Maybe it would be better for you to join the endless battlefield and become a hunter there. Being a hero is just a ton of responsibility, and not much fun at all, right? Soho was silent for a few seconds, then smiled and replied, even so, being a hero suits my personality. Shin-hyuk heard and stood up straight, used his hand to pick his ear, looked bored, and replied, well, that's fine. In his heart he was actually thinking, this name is so bland. Then, Shin-hyuk glanced at Naeun and said, next is, it's been a while, hasn't it? Naeun knew it was her turn, so she stood up straight, trying to contain her tension. She was so nervous that she stammered out, Master, it's been a long time. Shin-hyuk was surprised when she called him master. Why am I your master when you're an archer? He said bluntly, your father asked me to take care of you, but I don't intend to do that. As soon as the sentence ended, Naeun's expression immediately turned gloomy. Kim Hajin saw that. His face couldn't hide his joy. Okay, you two. Finally, it's Kim Hajin's turn. Shin-hyuk and you suddenly made eye contact. He saw that he was a stranger and asked, who are you? Hajin simply replied, Cadet Kim Hajin. Shin-hyuk didn't ask anything more, just replied, okay. After that, both of them were silent, making the atmosphere between the two of them become awkward. In Kim Hajin's heart, a thought suddenly popped up. There's a saying that the only thing worse than being hated is being pitied, and this situation fits that saying perfectly. Under the bright stage lights, with the MC's loud voice leading the program, and that brings us to the end of today's awards ceremony. Cadet Naeun, please express your feelings about receiving the award. A little while later, at a coffee shop, Kim Hajin carried the food he had just spent $15 on with a satisfied look on his face. He thought to himself, the reward for defeating the demonic human is so delicious. You sit down at a table and take out your laptop, talking to yourself. I'll use this money to buy more shares of Packhorse Master right now. Hajin opened his laptop and wondered, why don't I check out the new features of my laptop? At this time, a few lines of text appeared on the laptop screen with the following content. Notification of updated functions. Stigma. Internet-enabled laptop. Low-level talent. Book of Truth. added observation and glance talents. Kim Hajin held out his hand, and sure enough, a strange mark appeared on his wrist. The first was stigma. It's the name of the wound carved into my hand yesterday. He reached out and touched it, thinking to himself, but the instructions on how to use it are a bit vague. It can be activated at Kim Hajin's will, and as time passes, it says it can be used as it wishes. But, Hajin stared at his bandaged wrist, still not understanding how to use stigma. He just slowly speculated. My will to activate it, huh? Just thinking about this, stigma seemed to awaken. It flew off his wrist in a flash. However, Hajin was also very quick and agile, using his other hand to press it down, and then hiding his arm under the table. After that unexpected shock, Kim Hajin gave up on investigating stigma about the dormitory. Let's confirm this then. You move on to the next one, and then activate the laptop's internet. So Kim Hajin quickly clicked on the crossword. Enable the laptop's internet. I wonder what the screen shows. His eyes suddenly opened wide. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, I understand. A list of currently accessible websites appears on the laptop screen. There are 6 options, including Spirit of Compliance with the Law, Violet Society, Jeremy's Sword. Message, CUBNet Armory. Hajin then realized, saying, the real reward is this. He put his hand to his chin, looking through the websites and thinking, it wasn't just the usual websites, but it also has paid sites to visit. But the thing you pay the most attention to right now is the website Violet Society, because Hajin has speculated on his own, and among them, Violet Society is the most important page. As far as you know, Violet Society is the most famous private website, because it is a place to exchange information, weapons, bounties, requests, etc. There isn't a single hero that doesn't interact with Violet Society. Because of that, the government ignored it even though it was a black market, or at least, that's how I set it up. Normally, you would have to pay a huge entrance fee to become a member of this site. Now, I can easily create an account by paying just 200 SP. At the same time, a question appeared on the laptop screen. Do you want to create a Violet Society account? 200 SP will be used. And Hajin also quickly clicked the confirmation box. He focused on his laptop, thinking to himself, okay, why don't we try connecting? Just then, someone walked up to him and exclaimed, there you are. This person was none other than Yoon Sung-ga. She very naturally pulled out the chair opposite, then took the initiative to talk. Do you know me, Cadet Kim Hajin? Kim Hajin looked at her with a blank expression. Sung-ga continued, fumbling in her coat pocket. I was shocked that you disappeared so quickly after the award ceremony. I have something to give you. Sung-ga placed the business card on the table. The business card reads Creator's Sacred Grace, Guild Representative Yoon Sung-ga. Hajin stared at the business card without saying anything. In his heart, he was pondering what to do about her actions. It means a lot that Yoon Sung-ga gave me her business card. Sung-ga was now sitting down on the opposite side. She used her hand to support her chin, and softly said, I'm curious about something. Kim Hajin was still lost in his calculations. So this must be. She smiled brightly and continued. Do you mind, if I ask? Hajin silently observed her plan. The first step of Yoon Sung-ga's style recruitment. Yoon Sung-ga clasped her hands in front of her, smiling brightly and asked, I'm curious about something. Do you mind if I ask? Kim Hajin was silent for a moment, silently assessing the woman before him. Yoon Sung-ga has a public-friendly image, but her real personality is a bit different. She will fire anyone if they don't meet her standards, even though she went to great lengths to recruit them. A mindset that is concerned only with power and focused only on achieving the best. Looking at Sung-ga smiling kindly in front of him, completely contrary to the information he knew, Kim Hajin silently affirmed. In his heart, that is Yoon Sung-ga, the representative of the best guild in this country. If I can build a good relationship with Yoon Sung-ga, it will definitely help me in future events. So, thinking of this, Kim Hajin placed one hand on the table. Sung-ga acted very friendly, closing the distance. I don't know you. Who would have thought that at this moment? Kim Hajin suddenly interrupted. No, I have nothing to say to you. The words that just came out immediately made the atmosphere fall silent. Sung-ga was also petrified by this situation. After a few seconds, she regained her composure, smiled awkwardly, and explained, I think we had a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm showing interest in you as the representative of Korea's #1 guild. Kim Hajin put his things in his backpack and replied nonchalantly. It's great to be interested, but only if it's genuine. Looking at Sung-ga's bewildered reaction in front of him, Kim Hajin silently judged she must have approached me because she saw that I used an attack with light attribute. But her interest in me is nothing more than a passing curiosity at this point. Thinking is doing, he resolutely put on his backpack and stood up. I said to myself, I need to say no a few more times. Let her curiosity develop into real interest. A second later, Kim Ha-jin left only one sentence. Then I'm going, then quickly left, leaving Sunga sitting alone with her eyes wide open and mouth wide open. She couldn't believe she was rejected so easily. A moment later, a screen appeared with a brief introduction of stigma, one of the powers of the creator's authorities. It contains magical power. When SP gets your attention accumulated to a certain limit, you will receive a stigma. The magic contained within stigma can be used at Kim Ha-jin's will and gradually replenished over 24 hours as it weakens. Ha-jin's voice rang out, let's try it. He looked at the stigma imprinted on his wrist and thought, let's convert the stigma's magical power into a dagger form. Immediately, stigma emerged prominently, accompanied by a glow. Then it gradually transformed into a dagger. Kim Ha-jin took the knife and slashed it up and down to test it. I can control it with my mind, he continued to ponder. Magic power and stats are strongly influenced by talent and childhood education. Watching the dagger slowly disappear, Kim Ha-jin felt lucky. There's no way someone who just fell into this world like me would be able to use magic. It's a good thing I have a way to use it now. With stigma done, he decided to test the second one. The next thing I need to check is, at this time, the system screen also displayed two summary information of the observation. Be able to observe people who appear in your field of vision and glance at them. Can quickly view the laptop settings panel at any time without a conductor. Kim Ha-jin put his hand on his chin, thinking about something. Then he called out and summoned the Book of Truth. Kim Ha-jin raised his arms high, preparing to catch it. Very quickly, the book appeared in the air. You start looking at the book and listening to its introduction. This book holds all the truth. It will answer any question if your magic allows it. Ha-jin was a little incredulous, asking again, it answered any question? Immediately he asked it the question, Book of Truth, how tall am I? The book spoke a voice in reply. You are 174 centimeters tall. Then it says 1 SP used again. Kim Ha-jin seemed to understand how it worked and cried out, so that's how it is used. Suddenly, at this moment, Kim Ha-jin's wristwatch rang again. It got louder and louder, making him jump. Ha-jin wondered in confusion, is this an emergency alarm? And sure enough, looking at the watch screen, there were also 4 words showing, emergency alert. The next second, it jumped into the group message thread with the following message, we're looking for people who last saw Ha-jong at world class. Kim Ha-jin saw the stunned expression on his face, speechless. After a while, he slowly said, so it's begun. That Ha-jin mentioned was the second main story. The missing person case in Q. As can be guessed from the title of this volume, a total of 6 cadets went missing. The investigation went nowhere because there were no leads to follow, and the number of missing people kept rising. This episode is actually more important, because the culprit's ultimate goal is Yeona. Kim Ha-jin put his hand on his chin, recalled the story's developments, and began to form a hypothesis. If the co-author forces me to lose another ally of the main character, like at the museum, that would be bad. If that's the case, then I'll find the culprit myself. However, after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly let go of his arm, refuting his own thoughts. No, if I intervene too soon, things might get messed up. Maybe I should just keep watching. Not long after, in the common practice room, Kim Seho was drinking water with great relish. Suddenly, the class president came over, put his arm around his shoulder, and said, Hey, Kim Seho, look at that guy. Seho also looked in the direction he pointed. On the other side, a foot came down fiercely, stepping on the weight. It turned out that the orange-haired student pressed his foot on the weight, picking a fight with Ha-jin. He laughed mockingly and teased him. What are you going to do, you piece of trash? The orange-haired man dropped his leg and asked disdainfully, You're a cadet, and you can't even lift this weight? You're the disgrace of Q. Did you bribe your way in here? Seho on this side saw this and immediately felt indignant, and wanted to rush up. Hey, you guys. Unexpectedly, the class president grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. Stop, don't get involved. Seho was still very upset, turning his head to question him. Shouldn't you be leading them as the class president? The class monitor's name wasn't mine, so I calmly replied, just leave them alone. It seems like that guy is angry. Shin Jong-hak, it'll be troublesome if you get involved. And who knows? It's just an act. Kim Seho was startled and shouted, What? The class monitor clenched his fist, as if very certain of his thoughts, and said, "You told me so." He destroyed one of the demonic human's arms. "You think someone like that would struggle with those idiots?" Kim Soo-ho was surprised to say what the class president meant. Kim Ha-jin is hiding his power? On the other side, Kim Ha-jin was straining himself to the point of trembling to lift the weights to his shoulders. Seeing him struggling like that, the orange-haired guy also felt doubtful and wondered, is he pretending? On this side, the class president was still determined in his thinking. Maybe taking down the demonic human was a fluke, but Kim Soo-ho didn't even listen to him anymore and directly rushed forward, shouting, "Both of you stop it!" Very quickly, they got into a conflict. The sound of fighting spread out and caused other students to gossip. "Huh, who's fighting? Looks like Kim Soo-ho are fighting." Just then, something flew in. The next second, Teacher So-hyuk appeared angrily scolding, "It's practice time, why are you so noisy?" Then he called everyone. "Everyone gather around, the results of the last written exam are out. I'll be posting the score sheets, so come check your scores." Hearing the score, Kim Soo-ho with the orange-haired guy paused the battle. They began to gather to see the scores. "How are you doing? Shit! I'm about to fall." "Oh, I'm falling." And on the scoreboard, Kim Ha-jin's name was clearly printed as holding first place. Ha-jin also went to check his own score. Even though he was at the top of the list, he remained calm, thinking to himself, "First place, I copied the settings exactly, so there's nothing surprising." At this moment, a sword suddenly fell to the ground, creating a loud noise. Ha-jin turned around and saw Rachel standing behind him, stunned. He was also a little surprised when he heard her whisper, "Rachel?" Kim Ha-jin recognized this as Rachel Elizabeth Louise at first glance. Is a British princess, ranked third in the Cube entrance exam. Looking at her surprised face, he remembered more and more relevant information. Besides, big or small, she has never failed to get first place in a written exam. Thinking up to here, Jacqueline suddenly moved her eyes to look at Kim Ha-jin. He met her eyes and froze, not knowing how to react. He could only stand there dumbfounded. In the small palace, a proud voice was heard, "Princess Rachel, congratulations on being accepted into Cube. I hope you won't be nervous standing alongside the world's greatest hero apprentices." The female bodyguard had the same expression and said, "I also heard that all their classes are only in Korea." Contrary to their concerns, Rachel was very normal. She replied gently, "It's okay. I will try my best to meet everyone's expectations. For the honor of the British royal family." Rachel remembered looking up at the family photo hanging on the wall. A flash of guilt quickly rose in her heart. Rachel disappointedly used her hand to support her boredom and said silently, "People of the country, I apologize." Class quickly returned. The teacher held Ha-jin's test paper in his hand and praised. Ha-jin's answer showed a completely different aspect of analysis. "I hope the other cadets will follow his example and improve." Rachel brought the pen to her lips, thinking, phenomenal analysis is an extremely academic field. It's going to be very difficult to bridge the gap between now and midterms. Kim Ha-jin ha. Then, Rachel looked towards Kim Ha-jin. From behind, he looked a little silly. On top of that, the iPad screen was off. After observing Ha-jin, Rachel asked herself a question. "I wonder how he studies on a daily basis?" As soon as she thought that, the fire of her determination flared up. Transfer scene to laptop screen. The small one is displaying the text, "Reveal the truth. I will answer all questions. Then please pose the question." Ha-jin typed while calculating in his head, "I think I should make more use of a convenient ability like the Book of Truth to earn some pocket money. The Book of Truth helps you learn any information in the world, as long as you have enough SP. My financial resources are not very much. Will not earn much, but once word gets out, customer numbers explode." Very quickly, Ha-jin decided to click on the business registration box. He exclaimed, "Okay." Looking at the laptop screen, a few lines appeared. Ha-jin slowly said, "Next is." Then he waved his hand, creating 3 virtual screens in front of him, and said, "Invest in the product that I've been putting aside." Kim Ha-jin silently analyzed. The second main story begins, which means the cube is no longer safe from the demonic humans. He held the pistol in his hand and thought seriously. Set sniper intervention. My current abilities are not enough to fight against the demonic human. Thinking of this, Kim Ha-jin suddenly smiled with satisfaction. Even so, thanks to the bullying from Jong-hak and his gang, I have more than enough SP to spend. We should invest in them to increase our chances of survival. Then he decided to improve the weapon first. Then, the virtual screen showed the words, Desert Eagle. Pistol. Hajin continuously tapped the keys and started programming the system. The screen showed a message. Changing the mechanism of Desert Eagle. Pistol is converted to sniper rifle. After he finished, he nervously smiled and said, I hope I don't do anything stupid. Having said that, Kim Hajin pressed the enter button to confirm. Immediately, the system announced, 250 SP consumed. The pistol quickly moved. It emitted a dazzling light, then gradually changed shape. In just a moment, the pistol had completely transformed into a sniper rifle. The system also displays new information. Desert Eagle, sniper rifle. Hajin looked at the gun, let out a few satisfied laughs, and said this should at least be enough to scare them. Then the gun transformed back into its original form. Hajin continues with the next job. Now, I should try to write fluently. You start learning about mastery. Unlike talent, which uses magic to create supernatural phenomena, proficiency is understood as the physical techniques or skills that a person masters. A sniper can escape assassination. The most important ability is position selection. Proficiency is helpful for positioning. After getting a rough idea of it, Hajin put his hands on the keyboard again and started typing. A few minutes later, the screen showed another skill parkour. Proficiency 0%. Body movements are supple and flexible. Instead of being restrained by terrain obstacles, you can use them to move. Speed and utility will vary with strength and agility stats. The system continues to announce, 350 SP has been consumed. Hajin looked at his palm, somewhat expectantly saying, I haven't felt anything yet. Hope it works. Just then, his watch suddenly lit up. A message popped up in the group chat asking, has anyone seen Sungyeon from World Class? Since yesterday, I have not been able to contact her. Kim Hajin suddenly felt heavy, silently saying in his heart, the second victim. All the cadets kidnapped before Yona were murdered by the culprit. At that point, he began to question his own decision. Was it okay to stand by and watch these disappearances happen one after another, when I know very well about the murderer and the next victims? Hajin's heart suddenly sank. Not long after, at the Cube's field training area, Sohyuk asked loudly, Is everyone here? Today's practical training is very special. Then, the teacher began to introduce the location of the lesson. The cave behind me is an artificial dungeon, a product of the magic science department. Inside it are dolls designed based on real monsters. Today, we will have a dungeon conquest training by sweeping this artificial dungeon. Speaking up to, here, Sohyuk suddenly sternly warned. But don't lose your guard just because this is training. He loudly emphasized important points. Now, inside this endless dungeon, a dual training session between Class Veritas and Class Discipline will take place. Sohyuk gave an order to the students. The teams will be formed into small groups from each class. Quickly gather into teams. Very quickly, students began to gather, greet and form groups with each other. Hajin also found himself a team, which was Team 8, which includes Class Veritas with Yona, Jin Hozong, Hazuki, Kim Hajin, versus Class Discipline with Jaden, Kim Jingyu, Oh Sejong, Lee Jinxia. Hajin thought of the dangers in the tunnel. There are all kinds of traps and deadly encounters inside the artificial tunnel. Some of the traps were even created by demonic humans. I did create a few attribute bullets just in case, but can I safely pass this training? Suddenly, at this moment he saw in the air a system screen flashing. Seconds later, countless screens flashed with warning messages saying, change settings. Hajin's eyes widened in surprise. The settings were changed 3 times. Who and how? At that moment, the surrounding space seemed to change. The students' voices rang out, as if they were breaking into groups. Team 1, assemble quickly. Is anyone on? Team 3? Just then, a fierce voice spoke up. Hey idiot, don't you hear? We have to gather quickly. The owner of this voice is Jo Yuna. She has her hands on her hips. With a displeased look, he raised his voice and said, You're Kim Seho? You look pretty stupid. The gentle Kim Seho, being despised, could only stare blankly. But those two are Team 1. Class Veritas, Kim Seho. Class Discipline, Jo Yuna. The system screen displays information about this person's change. The character Jo Yuna's personality has been changed, becoming more hot-tempered than the original. At the same time, not far away, there was also a team shaking hands and greeting each other. Nice to meet you, Miss Yuna. Jaden smiled brightly and said, I hope we will be close as teammates, and even after training. For this enthusiasm, Yona just yeah for a show. They are Team 8, consisting of Class Veritas Yuna, Class Discipline Jaden. The system screen continues to change. Jaden's character growth potential has increased by 0.5. On the other side, Naeun also met her teammates. She pointed and said, "You're on the same team as me. I met you at the hunting club. Your name is..." Seeing her stuttering, the male students smiled and spoke up for her. "My name is Sven." They were Team 3, consisting of Class Veritas, Chinaeun, Class Discipline, Sven. System reporting on Sven's change information. Sven's character willpower has decreased. There's a very high chance he'll be possessed by a demon pawn. Kim Hajin read the notice and looked at him with his mouth open. His heart was in extreme shock. This change is too big. Kim Hajin looked worriedly in the opposite direction. "Let's take a closer look. There are 2 people there that we need to pay attention to. The first one is Jaden from Team 8. He is the epitome of mean bastards who look down on those weaker than them. He's strong enough to be sent by Essence of the Strait to scout." With a green card, Jaden's character growth potential increased by 0.5. Why did his growth potential suddenly increase? Jaden then introduced himself and in turn introduced the friends who were with him. "My name is Jaden, and these are my teammates, Kim Jin-yu, Oh Sejong, and lastly Lee Jin-xia." Yuyona spoke. Everyone looked at her. "My team members are Jin Hozong, Hazuki, and Lee Hajin." Hajin looked at her helplessly as she misread his name. Kim Hajin looked at everyone. "Well, he seems to be fine. Sven has a sword on his person, and Chinaeun has a huge bow on her back. The second one is Sven from Team 3, a German student, a candidate for the title of brightest hero in his country, and his important characteristic is..." Sven's cheeks were rosy. He smiled shyly and happily with her. He likes Naeun. Sven stood in front of a crowded train station, dragging a rather large suitcase. Like other foreign students, Sven came to Cube with the dream of becoming the strongest. Chinaeun flew in the air in a defensive fighting stance. Kim Suho was thrown away by Yuyona, who used her strength. However, life is not like a dream. Sven stood staring blankly before him, worried and afraid. Before the extraordinary skills of others, he can only become one of those mediocre students who can't be more mediocre. Sven placed his palms over his eyes, his expression filled with disappointment, self-doubt, and failure that he felt for the first time in his life, combined with the turmoil of puberty. The long, pointed sword with a fiery red hilt, held upside down, with the light shining on it, made Sven sell his soul to a demonic human for power. At the same time, a dark blue card appeared on the paper with the words, "Sven's mental strength is getting weaker and weaker. There is a high possibility that he will become a demon's minion." This detail is similar to what I wrote, but the problem is the segment in this dungeon. Kim Hajin raised his hand to touch his nose, looked at the blue panel that appeared before his eyes, and thought, "His awakening has been pushed forward. Hopefully it won't affect the story too much." "Hey!" A hand from behind suddenly touched his shoulder. It was Jaden. He massaged his left shoulder and said happily, "You're a good shooter, right? Don't be absent-minded like you were just now when you entered the dungeon, okay?" Yu irritably shook his hand off. "What? Go away." Jaden laughed back. "Damn, aren't you a good person? There are a lot of good rumors about you." Kim Hajin was silent, clenching his fists. "Right. Now, everyone's opinion of me is extremely bad. It's because of a certain rumor that's been spreading in class." Kim Hajin stood still in a state of great despair. Behind him were only judgmental gazes, with comments saying bad things about him, so he couldn't be happy in the past. That Kim Hajin used his position as a student at Cube to blackmail and threaten others. They also said that Hajin came to Seoul every week to satisfy his sexual desires. The origin of the rumor is obvious. Thanks to it I got a lot of SP. Hazuki and Jin Hozong looked at him, sighed, and muttered something. "But why doesn't anyone stand up for me? We are a team, in a very old building setting. Come on, starting with Team 1. Jaden turned to Yuyona and said, "As far as I know, you must be the best supporter among all the students, right?" Words from the outside. "I've heard a lot of rumors about you too, Jaden. I don't know why your team is so lame, but this works in our favor." The words from behind made him angry and upset. But that's how a team is. If there are 2 super talented people, there will be another burden to carry. Come on, Team 8, let's go into the dungeon." Then the whole team entered the tunnel with a rather large and dark entrance. Everyone entered with footsteps. The one in the lead was Jaden. Before him, there were mysterious doors surrounding the cellar. Everyone stood around, looking at each cellar inside, which was pitch black. "So the first obstacle is choosing the path?" Yuyona thought deeply, then asked everyone in the team, "Which way should we go?" Jaden said, "Our team's Jinyu is a marksman, so..." At this moment someone spoke. Door 6, Kim Hajin spoke loudly and continued. Go through gate 6. Yuyona looked at him silently. Jaden turned to look at him with an angry expression. Hey, you think you are? Kim Hajin did not understand. Then let's go to door 6. Yuyona looked at Hajin and continued. He may look incompetent, but his eyes are very sharp. Kim Hajin looked at Jaden a bit helplessly. He really couldn't have complimented me in a better way. Well, whatever. Thanks to him I was able to take the route Chinaeun took. If Sven really signs a contract with the demonic human today, then Chinaeun alone won't be able to handle it. If something happens to her, things will be troublesome. I can't lose her. Jaden muttered in annoyance. You idiots really like to attract attention. Pay attention to the monsters ahead. In the dark dungeon scene with sharp jagged rocks, let's see what the monster is. I don't see anything. Osajong said, can't you see? There's a salamander up ahead. They must be the dungeon's top monsters. Jaden turned his head thinking it was a joke, looking at him silently. Do I get to shoot a light arrow? Yuyona replied, if you can, then do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his bow and arrow and shot. The rocket bow moves forward, glowing. Yuyona looked back. Look at him. The salamander was wondering what was going to happen next, but as it looked up the arrows were getting closer. Salamander, level 6 monster. Jaden and Yuyona looked on in surprise, shouting loudly, is this true? Everyone, get into battle formation. Is there anyone here who can use water attribute to attack? I have, to hide it first. Yuyona will use her power to fight it. Then we have to fight the usual way. Yuyona used her strength, gaining momentum from behind. Then she used all her strength to attack forward. The salamander growled loudly, a golden light glowing in its mouth. However, Yuyona's strength used her strength to tightly wrap around its mouth. Then Li Jinxia and Hazuki flew up the river, approaching it. Both of them used their strength to attack it. The salamander lay on the ground, its body emitting green rays. Yuyona held a rope in her hand and thought, the dungeon is changing. The string she held was electrified, glowing purple. Has Yuyona reached the brink of enlightenment? She's amazing! Kim Hajin went to touch Yuyona's shoulder. Then both of them fell to the ground, his hand touching her head. Kim Hajin sweated, worried. Yuyona's face darkened as she slowly stood up. Let's go! Hajin sat up in fear, stepped back, and raised his hands. Yes, sir! She walked over and grabbed his collar. Sorry. She was about to raise her hand to hit him when someone shouted, Hey, what's that? The mark of the demonic human. Kim Jingyu and Hazuki walked over. She raised her hand to check. This is. Where did it come from? It was pretty much what I thought. Kim Hajin looked and remembered something. Just now when I fell, when you reached out to touch Yuyona, then a green card appeared. Poison arrow, 4 out of 10 lethality. Additional silent ambush effect. Nerve agent has been applied to the arrowhead. Slowly, there were footsteps and labored breathing. It turned out to be Sven. He fell forward on his knees, breathing heavily. Sven slowly spoke in a weak voice. Sorry, leave me behind. Chinaeun angrily yelled at him. Hugh, shut up. If you still have the energy to talk, run. While the two were fighting, an arrow hit Sven's shoulder, causing him to fall to his knees in pain. What the hell? Poison arrows definitely can't be used during training. Naeun, who was small and looked weak, carried Sven away from that danger. On top of that, why did a monster that looked like that appear? A huge monster, its mouth full of fire and lava, ran towards Chinaeun and Sven from behind. All around is the sound of fighting fire. Artificial cave during training. Are you done here yet? Kim Jin-yu held a large shield to block the sparks from the attacking monster. Everyone stood behind shooting arrows and fighting the surrounding monsters. 2 monsters were spewing fire from its mouth. One hand was gripping the shield's handle. Kim Jin-yu defended, blocking the monster's powerful blows, while Sujong aimed at the target with a bit of anxiety and waited. He let go. The bow shot towards the target he had aimed at. Yuyona used her strength, kicking hard at the monster. Meanwhile, Kim Hajin held his gun, attacking the surrounding monsters. Jaden held the sword, using a strong force from above to fight the monster. The area around that area also glowed. An arrow fell to the ground. Jaden lifted the sword onto his shoulder and breathed a sigh of relief. Are you done here yet? All the people gathered around are dead monster corpses. Mostly lost fire and salamanders, so it's too easy. Other than that poisonous guy just now, I don't see any real traps here. I think we can move on. While everyone was discussing excitedly, only Kim Hajin stood behind watching everything. He thought absent-mindedly about the arrow and the green card from earlier. Even highly intuitive practitioners failed to notice its presence. With the beam of light ahead, Everyone looked in the direction. What the hell? With each flame, slowly appearing, its eyes turned a fierce green. Behind Sujong was a bright light with a strangely shaped shadow. He turned his head back in panic. A huge animal let out a loud growl. Its mouth was filled with lava, ready to attack. He turned back suddenly, his eyes widening. Salamander? It's still alive! The huge salamander breathed out a huge amount of fire towards everyone standing. Everyone, upon hearing Kim Ji-nu's voice, suddenly turned around to look. One person held out his large, slender hand, chanting an incantation. Transformed the magical power of the holy seal. Suddenly, a green light appeared in one of his fingers. Kim Ha-jin, as he chanted the spell, used a great force from his finger, creating a powerful blue tornado. That tornado formed a water shield, and his power protected everyone in the safe zone. No one was hurt. However, in the basement, a loud sound came from the monster attacking everyone, and he used his superpower to defend himself. From the salamander's fluids and your power, the two collided, creating a defense that could be considered perfectly safe for everyone. As the salamander's flames from its mouth gradually weakened, now the ground was filled with only cracks. The salamander tried to use its last strength to breathe out one last breath of fire, but it failed. Everyone stood behind him, looking around, seeing only ruins and deep holes, a long trail of smoke that the salamander had breathed out. Jin Hozong and Hazuki were quite surprised when they saw it. What is that? What terrifying firepower, Isn't it just a puppet? It's true, it burned my skin without touching me. Hajin turned around and heard someone calling, Hui, shooter. Jaden angrily walked over and grabbed him by the collar. You bastard! You were deliberately ignoring me when I was looking for someone who can use the water element, right? Jaden grabbed Kim Hajin's collar, trying to push his hand away. That's the effect of a magic item I brought with me. You think I'll believe your nonsense? Yuyona saw the scene and immediately said, Don't do that, there's no time to waste. Li Jinxia asked, It's no longer a puppet, but a real monster, right? Why is it here? Yuyona replied, The environment here is modeled exactly like a dungeon, so that salamander must have evolved or appeared naturally. We should know what's going on ourselves. Let's go! Yuyona turned away and urged everyone because there was not much time left. Okay, let's go. Her face darkened with doubt. The magic item thing is definitely a lie. He can't afford that expensive thing. He couldn't even buy the Desert Eagle. But how could someone who isn't Kim Seho or Shin Jong-hak like him be so proficient in their magical attributes? He knows the Mountain Tyrant's weakness, and can master his own magical attributes. And the reason he kept all that a secret was? She covered her hands and whispered softly, Could he be a demonic human? She glanced back at him. It was demonic human. In an area with ancient designs, the ground is full of streams of fire. A huge monster appeared. Its mouth was full of lava. Its eyes were blood red. This is a level 2 intermediate monster, Magma Golem. This must be the dungeon boss, right? Sujong and Chinaeon stood from above, looking down at the monster. Ha! Can we kill it? If it's just us, it'll be difficult. The other team will be here soon. Fight it then. For now just keep hiding here. Sujong and Chinaeon discussed and analyzed how to defeat it, along with their teammates who were also standing there. We have to quickly heal Sven too. How did that arrow come out? Damn, this training seems to be surprisingly difficult. Sven's body moved slightly. He tightened his shirt around himself. His face was sweating profusely. He looked a little nervous, as if he was having a nightmare mixed with sleep talking. I'm sorry everyone. Just because I was hit by a poison arrow. Why am I always like this? Ever since I came to Cube, nothing has gone my way. He was filled with tears. In a daze, there was a call, Little Brat. Who's that? He stood still, his face pale. Brat, don't you want to become stronger? You feel pain, right? I will give you power. At this moment, a long, slender hand suddenly appeared, reaching out, quite strange and ghostly. His fingernails were long and quite sharp, along with some horrifying, seductive words. The price is cheap, much cheaper than everything you've ever spent. Sven was also awake at this time. Suddenly, he sat up and backed away when he saw a hand reaching out from a strange darkness. He was scared and stammered a few words. Sven was sobbing, tears streaming down his cheeks. He wanted to become stronger. The hand reached out and took Sven's hand. Somehow, he was now very close to the mouth of that horrible green monster. Along with the hand just now, its tongue wrapped around Sven's body, entering its mouth. Its jaw is full of sharp teeth. Got you! There was a moment of silence and planning. Everyone was standing near Sven, but he shouted quite loudly, causing everyone to turn to look at Sven. Everyone gathered around to watch and ask him questions. What's wrong with him? Chinaeun seemed a little uneasy and realized something was wrong. She turned to everyone and shouted, however, before she could finish her sentence. Hey, what are you guys doing? Come here and hold. At this moment, the monster had heard the noise above, so it initially revealed a large red eye. Kim Jin-yu was standing next to an opening with a sword in his hand. When he heard the noise, he poked his head up, his big eyes bloodshot. Then the monster immediately spat out lava from its mouth. The monster started to attack, extending its arms forward. It took its hand and slowly began to break down the wall of people standing above. The monster's huge hand punched straight into the wall. People ran away in a hurry. Chinaeun carried Sven on her back and left in a hurry. After the monster punched a hole in the wall the size of its body, it prepared to crawl inside. Some people were thrown up while standing next to the wall. Small fragments were also thrown out. Although the wall was destroyed by the magma golem quite a bit, 2 people fell to the ground. Chinaeun fell, gasping for breath. When she looked up, she saw a huge monster standing before her, with 2 bloodshot eyes. She couldn't believe her eyes. No way. This thing is just a puppet. Before Naeun's eyes was a giant monster, so she seemed to be in a state of despair. With no way to escape, she thought of death. I will die. And here too? The red magma golem glowed and opened its mouth, preparing to spew out a large wave of lava to obliterate Naeun. Suddenly a shimmering blue tube was thrown towards the golem. The blue tube created an explosion that made the monster squint its eyes, looking a little uncomfortable. After its eyes came into contact with that blue light, it suddenly stopped. Naeun looked up, and saw that the magma golem had fallen. At this moment a very familiar figure appeared. It was Kim Ha-jin who held the gun and shot it, knocking it out. A few minutes ago, when everyone went to a place, but something unknown blocked the cave entrance. What is this? Jaden exclaimed angrily. Hey, sniper, I thought you said you could see the boss's yard after this part, but it's blocked off. Kim Ha-jin replied, this is the right place. In front of the cave, it looked like rocks were stacked on top of each other. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't. There wasn't this wall here before. But wait, it doesn't matter now. Then Jaden drew his sword angrily. The boss area should be right on the other side of the wall. Try breaking it. No one has died yet that you are being instructed like that. Then, Jaden used his sword with great force, stabbing straight forward. He hit the things that were installed in the front of the store, but it made a pretty loud noise and the things didn't move. Jaden was in excruciating pain. Kim Ha-jin stood behind him, looking at him. See? Of course this place can't be destroyed. Can't be broken, even with magical attacks? Hazuki saw something and pointed forward. Hey everyone! Kim Ha-jin looked up. There was a small cave hole high up. Over there. There's an opening. Kim Ha-jin started rolling up his sleeves. We can probably get in from there. Jaden looked at him and got angry. What nonsense are you talking about? This wall is at least 10 meters high. How do you intend to climb it? Kim Ha-jin raised his hands high, preparing to climb. Can't you climb? Well then, I'll go first. His hands were surrounded by blue rays and he tried his best to use his strength to hold on and climb up. At this moment he climbed up, but below, everyone was looking at him but no one dared to climb up. He looked up at the mouth of the cave, as if planning his destination up there. Finally you climbed up. After you climbed to the cave mouth, everyone looked up and admired you a little. Is he a cat or something? Slowly there were strange noises. Everyone standing below was uneasy. Then there were rocks above the cave that started falling, pieces of rock. Jaden exclaimed, "Fuck!" After reaching the top, he didn't expect a giant magma golem to appear before his eyes. That was the huge back that looked like a rock that was planted when he climbed up just now. What the hell is going on? Then, from behind the monster, a young man holding a gun in his hand. The magma golem's head wobbled slightly as it was slightly stunned. Why does the stun go away so quickly? Kim Jin-yu shouted loudly to the other side for Chinaeun to run away. Naeun, wake up and move. In front of Ha-jin at this moment was a huge shadow. He was absent-minded. Save, me too. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. Battle formation! Then, all the swords and abilities of everyone fought with all their might against the monster. The sounds and lights from the swords continuously rang out. Damn it, it's not moving at all. The girl knelt down with joy. Everybody. Naeun pulled her bow. She held a big bow and shot hard at the monster, emitting golden rays of light. She shouted, "Give me some time! Everyone is getting closer to fight the monster, to buy time for Naeun. A little more." Kim Hajin held the gun and looked back. A young man was carrying a person. Just a little more. Magma Golem's eyes glowed golden as it saw its target. The golem growled angrily and began to spew lava. Sorry, it was Sven. He had recovered and landed on top of the monster, sword in hand, ready to fight. I'm a little late. The monster sent him spinning in the air. With her bow, she shot hard and fast at the monster. It won't be like that. Things are going to be a little different now. Then, she let go of her hand, letting the bow rush towards the monster quickly and strongly, with golden light surrounding the bow. An arrow pierced through, the light emitted lit up the entire area. After a fierce battle, there was no winner. Then all around everything was ruined and desolate. The magma golem, after a while of struggling with everyone, then must also be defeated by their talent. Everyone took off their hats in admiration at the intensity of this battle. They even defeated a magma golem. Do you think they get points for that? Meanwhile, Naeun and Sven also arrived and reunited with them. Hey, is everyone okay? Kim Hajin just stood from afar watching them without coming over, asking, damn it, how did you guys kill it? Really good, guys. Sven didn't turn into a demonic human. The plot changed from what was originally intended, but it's just a temporary delay. He's made a pact with the devil, because I never know when he'll go crazy. So, now things have gotten dangerous. Meanwhile, Naeun's eyes seemed to be focused in another direction. It turns out, the person she was paying attention to was Kim Hajin, who was sitting alone in the distance. She seemed to want to come closer and talk to you to make you feel less lonely, but she hesitated and didn't dare to go closer. After some thought, Naeun still decided to walk towards Kim Hajin. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward as the two of them looked at each other. No one said a word to each other. He also turned to look at her with an expressionless face. I think I should at least say this. It took a while for Naeun to muster up all her strength to stammer out each word. Thank you. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately turned her face away in embarrassment. Upon receiving Naeun's heartfelt thanks, Kim Hajin was a bit surprised. You really are so ignorant, yet you still ask. Hearing that, Naeun couldn't help but feel embarrassed. I have to say what I have to say, okay? Because you don't hear words like this from her mouth much, it's a bit hard to believe. She just said thank you? Naeun said thank you? Kim Hajin was surprised that the girl who had been immersed in darkness could utter such light words. Naeun's life is a series of tragedies. The first tragedy was on her 6th birthday. She lost her mother to villains and was determined to become a hero. Since that fateful day, Naeun has been training hard, not daring to rest even for a moment. Even though she's just a kid, she's dedicated to becoming a hero. At the age when other children are having fun playing, Naeun forced herself to undergo rigorous training again. Naeun has given up her childhood for her hero career, and cannot have a single close friend. Because telling others your true feelings is like exposing your own weakness. Therefore, Naeun's circle of friends is only limited to a few people. There aren't many people she thinks, and very few people can say they are Naeun's best friends, because in the story, the word sorry appears more than the word thank you, because the author is me. A while passed, Hajin still hadn't recovered. He was stuck in a frozen state from shock. To break the awkward atmosphere, Naeun asked, then why were you bullied by Jonghak and his gang when you were so strong? I saw you even stop Golem. If you're that strong, you should have defeated those bullies in one blow, right? To her questioning, Hajin only replied with a more cryptic sentence. I didn't do anything, because, if I had to fight, I wouldn't be able to win against them. Huh, what are you saying? I think your gun attack is pretty strong too. Oh, that thing? Hearing that, he immediately raised his pistol in front of her face. It's not an exaggeration to say he's brave. Kim Hajin pulled out the gun like he was pulling out candy, his face expressionless. This is my personal weapon, you understand, right? Now that her brain had reloaded, Naeun glanced around nervously to see if anyone was around. You crazy thing, if it's found out you have this, you'll be suspended from school, so I only use it on those important occasions. Necessity is the mother of invention, so Kim Hajin found a way to avoid being caught. Since I've learned how to hide weapons in my holy seal, I probably won't be suspended from school for possessing a personal weapon. Suddenly, knowing this mind-blowing truth, Naeun raised another question. But even if it's for using it, you're too strong. Is there talent for enhancing firepower? She is always bold and speaks her mind. But then, Kim Hajin only responded with a perfunctory attitude. making Naeun start to feel bored and leave. Think whatever you want. So that's why. I'll let it slide this time about you having a personal weapon, so don't use it carelessly next time. She suddenly stopped as she remembered something important. Oh, by the way, one more thing. You have nothing to say to me? However, unlike Naeun thought, Hajin only responded to her with silence. After a moment of silence, the words he uttered made her disappointed. Do not have, he thought to himself. If I apologize now, then she'll definitely forgive me for mentioning her brother, but I can't do anything. For the best, my relationship with Naeun should remain at the level of a classmate. Even though it's a tragic prospect that Kim Hajin doesn't dare to think of, he will still have to face it, because he will have to kill Chai Jinyun. When someone else commented on their relationship, Naeun immediately denied. I didn't know you were that close to him. No, there's no such thing. Sven just stood beside her, looking at her with a thoughtful gaze. Suddenly, at that moment, an important announcement was made. Announcement to all cadets: stop the attack and quickly leave the dungeon. This dungeon raid practice had quite a few problems. Some of the dungeon's security cameras suddenly stopped working when the inspection began. Then a real monster appeared, instead of a mana monster. Then there was poor staff allocation, to the point where it was only discovered long after it happened. Although these are indeed serious issues, since there were no casualties, Cube told the cadets that they would investigate these themselves instead of delegating them to a third party. Hajin was sitting at the table, lost in his thoughts. Or in other words, the demonic humans holding executive positions in Cube have successfully covered this up. He scribbled on a piece of paper, thinking about what to do next. This accident investigation will mostly take place after episode 2. So let's just worry about Sven for now. The side effects of making a pact with a demon are heightened emotions and obsessions. In the worst case scenario, Sven's emotions will get out of control, leading to a rampage while he's alone with Naeun. Kim Hajin doesn't want anything bad to happen to them, but you have to be careful in every move to prevent this from happening. I'll need to keep an eye on Sven and Naeun's actions. After finalizing what needed to be done, he immediately clicked on the Messenger app. But before reading Naeun's message, Kim Hajin hesitated a bit. But it's true that my conscience hurts a bit. And the first message that caught Kim Hajin's eyes was from Sven. He immediately clicked on it to read it. I heard the hunting club is going to Gangwon province this week, I bet. As far as Kim Hajin could remember, this week at the hunting club was the day Sven would go berserk in the original story. To avoid a disastrous journey, Kim Hajin must also be a little careful. It's good to come along, but just in case, I have to prepare a few things. There's no time for hesitation, so I have to decide quickly because I've improved quite a bit. I think it's about time to go to Gary's dungeon. Suddenly, the black watch on his hand made a noise. Hajin immediately accepted the call to see what Kim Seho was looking for him for. Why is this name? As soon as he picked up the phone, he answered, hello. It seems like Kim Seho has something important to do, so he called Kim Hajin at this time. Kim Hajin, are you free this Friday? Hearing this, he was a little confused as to why he asked that. As expected, Kim Seho really did need him for something. I have a little favor to ask of you. Gary is a famous destination in Gangwon province where the origin of nature and the overflowing spiritual power collide. That's why a long time ago, Gary is called the Holy Land of Cultivation by martial artists from all over the country. However, it's not just warriors who come here, and yet those who wandered across the land, searching for treasures buried deep within the spirit mountain, instead of fighting monsters. When coming here to explore, Kim Hajin also received a very enthusiastic tour guide as a bonus. Such as I, ginseng digger Kim Yun. In contrast to his extremely enthusiastic introduction, his face was emotionless. It seemed like Hajin wasn't very interested in this either, so he just gave a passing reply. After that, the two of them went deeper into the forest while talking to each other. I saw you staring at the map just now, but you'll never find even a single tip of a ginseng like that. I'm not ginseng digger. I'm looking for a mechanical location. Yunjun saw that he had no interest in ginseng and immediately turned his face away. Yeah, that's what all the kids trying to get into this business told me. But remember, jumping into a profession like this to seek wealth is, seeing that I seem to be going on and on, he cut me off right there. Well, good luck, kid. Yes, thank you. And then, the two of them split up into two different directions, because they didn't have the same goal. It's still young and green, still needs to learn a lot. Just as Yunjun said, Kim Hajin tripped and fell to the ground. But when he turned Around, the thing that made him hit his face on the ground was ginseng. The magical shimmering light it emitted made it impossible for you to take your eyes off it for even a second. I have seen the heart of the divine. After discovering the rare thing, Hajin didn't hesitate to scoop it up with his bottomless stomach, eating it with great enthusiasm. I am now eating a 7-year-old ginseng root. By using repair, set up event parameter increase, add 2 points in 30 minutes. However, after finishing his meal, Hajin felt regretful for letting go of the opportunity to get rich. If I sell it all, I should make $700,000, right? While you were still feeling exhausted, the dirt and rocks under your feet started to fall. Kim Hajin is now hanging from a cliff at an extremely dangerous height. This cliff is so high, no wonder he has never been discovered. This is the middle of a mountain peak in Gary. After passing through a pile of moss and lichen, Kim Hajin tried to hold on as tightly as possible to the cliff to preserve his life, until he reached his destination. And finally, after all the efforts and hardships, you are standing before that eerie cave. This is the mysterious undead dungeon. At first glance, you can tell this place is full of dangers. The boss of this dungeon is a mid-high level monster, Death Knight. I might have raised my stats with ginseng, but it's nothing compared to it. But it doesn't matter, since birth, Hajin is not afraid of any father or son, so he boldly stepped inside. When you step into this place, you accept that you will have to face some terrible things. The white skeleton zombies rose up like mushrooms. They definitely did not welcome this uninvited guest. Even though Hajin was alone on the brink of death, he still didn't hesitate to play with them to the end. He clenched his fists, full of determination. Today, my target is not the boss. It's the hidden floor of this dungeon. As soon as Kim Hajin appeared in the cave, he was greeted like a VIP by the skeletons and ghosts. In a flash, they couldn't stand it anymore and immediately rushed towards him to attack. Even though he was outnumbered, Hajin still looked cool. He immediately pointed his personal gun at them, then pulled the trigger and they all disappear into thin air in a flash. The rest of them really don't know their own limits and continue to attack you. To deal with them quickly, Hajin immediately used the support of the skill Clairvoyance. He quickly scanned the route, his eyes scanning over them to find the fastest way out of here. The skeletons are all brains but no brains. Kim Hajin quickly got the better of them. To stop playing cat and mouse with the skeletons, he opened fire from above. Then the next second, there was a flash of light. A hail of bullets was fired. After sending them to hell, your gun barrel is still smoking. Seeing that the skeletons had suffered quite a lot of damage, Hajin felt a little relieved. I think this shot has already taken care of quite a few of them. He did not dare to delay any longer, and immediately went deeper into the cave. The number of undead is increasing. I must be getting closer to Evangel's base. Which Evangel? She is the boss of the hidden floor in Gary's dungeon, and in the future she will build the largest zombie fortress in history at an abandoned school in Suwon City. And of course, Hajin didn't have time to play with her. You came to find her with a purpose. That's the story. But the real reason I'm hunting her down today, it's because those 2 items can be obtained from Evangel, and the 2 treasures you're eyeing are not ordinary either. Growth-type weapon ether and Evangel's seed dot. Once those things are in Hajin's hands, then nothing can trouble you anymore. It's the equipment that turned the demonic human Tomert into the Lord of Depravity. Right. Now, there's nothing better for me than ether dot. After entering a certain depth, Hajin stopped. The space before him was now pitch black, unable to see anything ahead. In order to avoid being ambushed, Kim Hajin immediately used the skill Clairvoyance. It was true that everything came down to it. It was thanks to Clairvoyance that he could see his way through the cave. The bathing teen was empty, yet there were also colorful crystals. In the middle of the ghost forest, where the tree roots glowed a mysterious purple, Evangel sat motionless, as if merging with the ancient underground spiritual vein. Even though Hajin is just a little girl in front of him, but it contains hidden dangers. The adult form of that which is very difficult to defeat. I'll have to kill her while she's still in her child form, when her body and mind were not yet developed. Meanwhile, Evangel was carefree, playing with the yellow liquid in his hands. However, after realizing Hajin's presence, she was startled and looked up at him. It seems Hajin's compassion has made him hesitate to act. After a moment of intense mental struggle between his mind and his heart, he had to make a decision. Calm down, this is something I have to do, and that's what Tomer did. Afraid that he would hesitate any longer and miss his chance, he quickly stepped forward. She was my creation anyway. Meanwhile, Evangel was still unaware of the approaching danger and continued to sit and play calmly. The next second, you took action. I can't kill that witch with one shot while she's in her spirit form. In that case, release the holy seal. I'll transform into a spear element right away. Ginseng is also very nutritious, so things don't last long. Then you decide to put all your strength into ending this. I feel like I've turned into a Yuyona. After Kim Hajin launched a divine palm strike towards Evangel, an energy explosion dyed the entire space blue. And now you just stand there, waiting for the smoke to clear to see what the results are. But surprisingly, after that earth-shattering move of yours, she's still alive and well. What, she's still alive? Although Evangel's body was severely damaged, her will to survive kept her alive. A purple aura instantly appeared around Evangel, as if a defense mechanism was activated to protect him. However, she is still too young to master her power. The next second, a green light enveloped the entire space. Evangel had also vanished into thin air at this point. Hajin was still frozen, staring straight ahead for 5 seconds. It's probably just a reflection error before death. Obtained Evangel's seed, which is the soul vessel of the witch Evangel, the bringer of despair. When it hatches, this witch will be reborn. Ether is an item without a fixed shape, existing in a liquid form. Ability to bond with its master, become a weapon and strengthen that person's weaknesses. After a fruitful journey in Gari Cave, Hajin returned to his home. That night, he checked his information to see how much progress he had made. After connecting with Ether, do all user stats increase? However, the master has been set. It cannot be changed anymore. The parameters after the change include Strength 2.455, Endurance 2.545, Agility 2.85, Intelligence 3.705, Stamina 2.465 and Magic 1.925. After reading it through, he was extremely satisfied with its quality. This effect is quite good. After considerable effort, you can now raise your head without any fear. As this thing develops further, it will probably get even better. Finally, I'm on par with the other cube cadets. However, those were just the beginning. The most important thing was what he took out now. I've also found 47 ginseng plants, and I fixed all the remaining ginseng on the purple square. It should sell out quickly. But the biggest harvest is this Evangel seed. The seed contains the soul of the witch Evangel. When this seed blooms, the witch of despair Evangel will also be born. Kim Hajin believes that Evangel is not an evil person but, on the contrary, possesses a pure soul. The name Desperate Witch makes her sound like a villain, but if I raise her properly, she'll become someone trustworthy. Although this is an extremely valuable item, but using it is a piece of cake. Taking care of this Evangel seed is very simple. Just give it a little blood instead of water. However, the witch's tendencies and growth will depend on the blood donor, so I'll need to think carefully, and I've already listed a few potential candidates in my head. But, thinking back, Kim Hajin still found asking for someone's blood to be a very strange thing to do. Even though you know what you need to do, you still don't dare to do it. Let's put it aside for now. I feel like I've worked too hard already, so I don't force myself to stay up late anymore. I should go to bed early today, because Hajin needs to conserve his energy for upcoming activities. Tomorrow is going to be a very tiring day. And then, finally, the next morning came. At Bioakpa Mountain in Kamwan Province, it is currently spring. When the bright morning sunlight shines down, it is also the time when the regular hunt begins. Is everyone here? A guide stood on a high platform, enthusiastically informing them of the necessary information. I'm so happy everyone is sitting so neatly and orderly. This is probably the first time since the orientation that everyone gets to meet each other, right? Let me explain our club's duties to those who missed the orientation. Our hunting club Leonidas often holds gatherings when hunting harmful wild beasts. We will be able to satisfy our hobby and help the community at the same time. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But at this moment, Hajin felt a little worried, because he didn't know what would happen next. I don't know the details of what will happen today, because when I wrote the book, I only wrote briefly about this story. According to what Kim Hajin vaguely remembers, the consequences of the demonic human losing control were Naeun was seriously injured, and Sven lost his life for being the culprit for this. This event was just a detail, prompting Kim Seho to pay more attention to Naeun, and that was Hajin's purpose back then, by making everyone think that the demonic human's target was Naeun. When the search team put all their attention on Naeun, if Hajin had his hands full with every detail, there would be nothing to worry about, but things are different now. What worries me here is that the details regarding Sven have changed from the original novel. He hasn't lost control once. Things started to go wrong from what you had created, and though it's very faint, he's using the power of a demon. And now, Kim Ha-jin is stuck between two options, not knowing which one to choose. If I take him down now, I won't have to worry about him anymore. But if I cause trouble, I'll be punished right now. Even though you were looking at Sven, Naeun kept on overthinking and looking annoyed at you. He kept staring at me. Why does he keep hanging around me? But just pretended not to care about me. Could it be that he... At this time, Sven also noticed Naeun was looking at Kim Ha-jin with bullet-shaped eyes, so he immediately reminded, be careful. Huh? With who? With him? There have been a lot of missing people lately. I thought Sven was joking, but he was surprisingly serious. However, Naeun's next words made his face darken. He's not the type to do that. Without further delay, the hunt officially begins. Should we get started now? At this time, Sven and Naeun went as a pair and went deep into the forest, hunting together. Kim Ha-jin was alone, so he stood still for a while, watching the backs of the two of them. In the forest, in the distance, there was a deer leisurely grazing, but it didn't know this was its last meal. Suddenly, the next second, several dark purple tentacles appeared. Then they stretched out and stabbed straight into the deer in front of them in an extremely quick and neat manner. Those tentacles wouldn't let it go and continued to strangle the deer's neck, making it tremble. Sven was standing nearby, so he quickly became the tentacles' next target. They slowly approached him, but he didn't react at all, just stood there, his face as cold as ice. Where are you, Sven? In that crucial moment, Naeun's voice made the tentacles retreat. After a period of separation, she returned with a deer on her back. Ah, here? See? I won the hunting bet. Huh? What? How did you catch so many? Surprise, old lady. Sven had already hunted a mountain of deer, piling it up in front of her. Although it was reluctant, Naeun had to accept defeat here. So I lost, right? So I have to grant one of your wishes, huh? Okay, what do you want? Sven immediately hesitantly spoke his wish in an embarrassed state. His face started to turn red like a tomato, looking towards Naeun with gentle eyes. Do you want? But they didn't expect that every single move they made from the beginning until now was under Kim Ha-jin's watchful eye. He hid behind a bush, waiting for the right moment to appear. Kim Ha-jin watched Sven intently without taking his eyes off him, not even for a second. Sven has made a pact with the demon of lust Asmodeus, because his lusts have become more exaggerated than when he was a demonic human. The word restraint is no longer in his dictionary. After a moment of hesitation, Sven finally dared to confess his true feelings. You want to date me? Huh. Hearing this, Naeun couldn't help but be surprised when she suddenly received a confession from him. Seeing her look of surprise, Sven asked, You don't want to? Naeun then politely rejected him with the following reason. Of course not. But would you accept the confession of someone you've known for less than a week? After receiving Naeun's answer, Sven didn't make things difficult for her anymore. So that's how it is. All this time Kim Ha-jin was patiently waiting for the moment Sven revealed his true face. Now reveal your true nature. Reveal the true nature of a demonic human. To ease the awkward atmosphere, she also shared a bit about her ideal boyfriend. I like people stronger than me. Sorry. However, Naeun had no idea that her very words had summoned the devil within Sven. Even though it sounded simple, to him it was nothing more than an insult. Sven still didn't let Naeun leave and continued to question her in his hellish voice. So, that means if I'm stronger than you, then you'll like me? Naeun felt that this had gone too far, so she wanted to end it here. Finally, the moment of blackening that Kim Ha-jin had been waiting for appeared. From Sven's place, immediately shoot out the tentacles from earlier and attack her fiercely. After he did that terrible thing, he just stood there, motionless. Sven turned himself and her into victims because of that dark magic. His eyes are now white like a lost soul. It seems like Sven can't control his actions anymore. However, things didn't go as he wanted. A shield appeared, and doesn't Ha-jin look amazing right now? With lightning-fast reflexes, he was able to protect Naeun in time. He was extremely worried about her condition, so he immediately asked anxiously, Hey Naeun, are you okay? However, it was Kim Ha-jin's momentary inattention that gave Sven the opportunity to attack and take you. Naeun wanted to do something to save herself and Kim Ha-jin, but unfortunately, her bow failed. At the moment, Sven's long tentacles tightened around Kim Ha-jin and lifted him into the air. At this point, you've completely lost control to him. Seeing that Kim Hajin was about to be suffocated, Naeun had no choice but to take a risk. Let him go, you bastard! Even though she knew her weapon couldn't compete with Sven's, she had no choice but to try. Otherwise, this place would definitely be their burial place. It was his blind love for Naeun that turned Sven into a hideous monster. I love you, Naeun. Even though he's her friend, if he's done something that's unforgivable, then Naeun won't show mercy. Kim Hajin's face was pale, without a drop of blood left. Looks like you're about to lose it. In that desperate situation, suddenly there was a flash of blue light. It seemed that everything was over here. But it seemed that Hajin saw the light of hope. Sometimes, highly talented characters in this world, he wasted his time, failed to achieve his ultimate goal, just because he chose a weapon that didn't suit him. And without a doubt, she was the first one on this list. It was thought that the hero saved the beauty, but it turned out that Naeun awakened and saved Hajin and herself. In just a split second, a holy sword of superhuge size appeared under Naeun's control. Her eyes now looked like they were about to devour Sven. Let him go, you bitch. Kim Hajin couldn't take his eyes off Naeun right now. He really wanted to see how far the character he created could go. Sven was no different from Hajin, standing rooted to the spot, as if overwhelmed by the power under her golden lotus. Looks like Sven's day has come. Naeun is no longer a victim, but she stood up for herself and showed him what courtesy is. Naeun's last move left a long dent on the ground. The monster had long since disappeared. Naeun looked at her hand in confusion, and Kim Hajin was nearby, coughing and wondering. Wow, what was that just now? A laser sword? She was also confused. I don't know either. Are you okay? Hajin startled and replied yes. Naeun smiled. Is that so? Lucky! Suddenly, her vision blurred, and everything went dark. Kim Hajin immediately shouted in panic. Naeun! Later, it was already dark. Naeun slowly woke up. Noticing Hajin's back, she let go in panic. Hajin immediately asked, Are you awake? You were unconscious just now, so I had to carry you. She screamed, What? Let me down now! He still didn't let go, and asked doubtfully, Do you want me to let you down? She said firmly, Just let me down. Kim Hajin helplessly put her down. Yeah, whatever. But she fell down. Naeun's eyes widened in shock. Why is my leg? What's wrong with my leg? He said calmly. Is this your first time experiencing mana depletion? Naeun was stunned for a few seconds when she heard that. He continued explaining, Mana exhaustion is a state where you have used up all the mana in your body. That will slow down your mana recovery speed. Kim Hajin continued, You won't be able to move properly for about 2 days. So just get on my back for now. Unless you want to stay here forever. Naeun could only helplessly listen. The two of them returned in an awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, Kim Hajin spoke up. So you plan to continue using bows and arrows? She said contemptuously. What nonsense are you suddenly saying? Hajin calmly continued. I know you felt it today. What about today? Even though she didn't mean to, Naeun awakened her talent. A power that can amplify her abilities greatly. As long as she possesses magic power, a sword of domination, she can slaughter hundreds of monsters and demonic humans with just a single strike. One who cannot be stopped in a large-scale battle is truly the emperor of the battlefield. To reach that future, you better put down your bow now. She swore when she heard that. Fuck, don't act like you know it all. He had to swallow his pride and say, It seems like there's still a long way to go. Upon arriving, Kim Hajin dropped Naeun on the chair and turned to say goodbye. The gate is there, you can go by yourself from here. She asked, bewildered. What? Where are you going all of a sudden? I'm late for the dorm curfew. See you later. She was in the back panicking. Wait, take me with you. In the late afternoon, the whole building echoed with excitement. Hey, have you heard the news? Kim Hajin walked briskly through the hallway, filled with whispers. Naeun was just attacked by a demonic human. It's obvious that demonic human is Sven of world class. Since when is he a demonic human? I've even talked to that bastard before. Why is the upper echelons of Cube keeping quiet about all this? Kim Hajin stopped at room 303. As soon as he opened the door, Kim Seho smiled and greeted him. He looked around and thought to himself, Kim Horak, Shin Jonghak, Yuyona, and Lee Younghan. It seems like all the key figures have gathered here. He recalled that right before the accident at the hunting club happened, a message was sent. Are you free on Friday? I have a favor to ask. He immediately wondered, thank you, but still politely asked back, why? The other side continued. Do you know that many people have gone missing recently? The Cube's side has assigned us to investigate that case. Kim Hajin immediately realized, oh, I see. Finally, Cube to not have to bring in outside forces. A few cadets from each grade were given an investigation mission. The first-year investigation representatives are Kim Soho, Jong-hak, and Naeun. Soho was busy texting Hajin. When Chai Naeun called out, "Hey, aren't you going?" he replied confusedly, "Wait a minute." Kim Soho continued to text him. Of course, Cube itself will also conduct an investigation. But since the culprit is most likely a cadet, they think it might be easier for us to trap the culprit. Kim Hajin wondered, "I see what you mean. But why did you call and tell me that?" The other side quickly responded. "You said you have good eyesight. I heard you can even see 1,000 miles away. Besides, Naeun recommended you." Kim Hajin was startled. "Naeun nominated me?" Kim Soho on the other side continued. "That's why. So can you help?" Back in the present, Kim Soho was still smiling and thanking him for coming. He thought to himself, "I'll get SP. So, this is very beneficial for me." Seeing that everyone was present, Kim Soho began. "Since everyone is here, I'll start. Before we discuss this accident, I would like to share my speculations first. I don't think the culprit of this case and the demonic human who attacked Naeun are the same." But suddenly, a foot stomped down, breaking through the wooden floor. Shin Jong-hak sat there with a dark face, his eyes glaring at almost every word. "Naeun!" Kim Soho helplessly corrected him. It's Chai Naeun, my bad." Then Soho continued speaking. "Anyway, I think that Chai Naeun is highly likely to be the demonic human's next target. Demonic humans follow the orders of the devil. So if the demon who made a contract with Sven targeted Chai Naeun, the demonic humans who made a contract with the same demon would also target her." He concluded, "That's why I have something to ask. Is anyone suspicious? Someone who's been acting suspicious lately, maybe." Hajin fell into thought. "I knew the real culprit, because I determined that it would be dangerous to say his name, so I quietly waited for the story to unfold. But unlike the original story, where 6 people went missing over a period of 2 months, right now, 3 people have been missing in the past 2 weeks. At this rate, the number of victims is likely to increase significantly. I don't want to use the excuse of waiting for the story to develop to justify this anymore. If we keep hesitating, there will be more innocent victims." Kim Hajin immediately raised his hand to speak. "I have a suspicion about someone." He said the name that always lingered in his heart. Academic Club President, Yoon Hyun. "I think that person is suspicious." The whole room fell silent at once. Moments later, Kim Soho explained in confusion, "That person has an alibi. We investigated because he had a close relationship with the first victim." Kim Hajin still doesn't give up. "Keep talking. What if the victim comes to Yoon Hyun herself?" Shin Jong-hak heard that and shouted, "Are you saying that he managed to control a coat with just a few hypnotizing fingers? You still insist on explaining." "Of course, it wouldn't be effective if it was just some ordinary hypnosis." But before he could finish his words, someone else interrupted. Yuyona said coldly, "This is a bit strange. You keep doubting the person we said had an alibi. But I think the possibility of you being a demonic human is higher than the club president." Kim Hajin was immediately confused. "What?" A flashback of Kim Hajin's time composing. "Right, for a while you decide. I think it's about time the main character got a new assistant, someone with a high status, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, who helps Kim Soho, has a cruel personality but doesn't hold grudges. Should I add in a setting that she really likes commoner food?" Finally, Hajin smiled. "And her name will be Yuyona." Back to the present, Yuyona coldly concluded, "Compared to the club leader who already has an alibi, I clearly see that you are the one who is more likely to be a demonic human." Kim Hajin was confused. "What?" Kim Soho then spoke up. "Yona, Kim Hajin also has an alibi, and at the time of the incident, he used the teleportation gate." "I'm just giving my opinion, like anyone else," she replied indifferently. "Alibi is recorded at the teleportation gate, something that can be easily faked. The clarity is much weaker than senior Yoon Hyun's evidence." Kim Hajin angrily shouted, "What the hell are you talking about?" He was interrupted again. "Okay, first let's beat him up to stop him from being stubborn." Those words were from Kim Horak. He cracked his knuckles and stood up threateningly. "Just hit him, and he'll start telling the truth. Or it will reveal its true colors, don't you think?" Shin Jong-hak immediately smirked. Lee Young-han also remained silent and smiled from the beginning. Kim Hajin saw all of them whispering and laughing. "Hey, are you mad? What's so funny? I was about to hit you." Hajin glared at Horak and looked him straight in the eyes in warning. Then get in here, you mad dog. Let me poke your skull into a bowl. Suho quickly ran out to stop them. Stop! This is not the time to fight, you two, calm down, Hajin. Kim Hajin laughed coldly and said, if you're that curious, then ask Chinayan. That day, she and I. His words were interrupted again by a basketball that came flying, like an arrow. The culprit was Shin Jong-hak. He glared and shouted, Hey, you worm! How dare your filthy mouth say Naeun's name? Hajin ignored Jong-hak and continued speaking. We worked together to defeat the demonic human that was fighting her. What? You're too busy playing childish games with the investigators that you haven't heard anything? Shin Jong-hak immediately stood up and cursed. This bitch! The person next to him quickly stopped him. Come on, calm down, Kim Hajin said and turned to leave. Anyway, I've already told you who I suspect is the culprit. Behind him was Kim Horak's predatory gaze and Shin Jong-hak's yelling. Hey, are you going to escape? I saw you were almost at the door, but suddenly you tripped on the floor, prepared to fall. Behind, Kim Horak threw a punch that came from the sky. That move was so strong that it broke the door. Everyone was panicking. Seeing Hajin lying on the floor unharmed, he became furious. Humph, you're lucky! Hajin was not gentle either, so he immediately took out his hot goods and threatened Horak. Looks like you really need a beating, huh? Just as the two were about to rush into a proper battle, a light sword slash passed by, cutting the two opposing streams of energy in half. Kim Suho blocked the sword between the two. Hajin looked at him coldly. That's enough, Kim Horak. Then he turned to Yona. You too, Yona, if you're so suspicious and want to. No, then go ask Naeun. Hearing Suho say that, she opened the communication device. The whole room fell silent again. Seconds later, Hajin walked out despite Kim Suho loudly calling out. Wait a minute, Kim Hajin! Naeun on the other side firmly asserted. I told you there's no way that bastard Kim Hajin is a demonic human. Hey, Yona, are you listening to me? Everyone fell silent again. Outside, Kim Hajin rushed out of the building. It was already dark. In the quiet night, he crouched down and let out a breath. Kim Hajin was lost in thought, wondering, what the hell is happening to me? I didn't just cross over into the book I wrote, and also fight with the characters that I have devoted all my love to writing. I'm bored. I want to see my family and friends. I want to go back to the house with only 1 year left on my contract. How does freezing time in the real world compare to this place? If in the real world time passed like here, so I'm considered a missing person? So, what about my parents? What if they're trying to find me? What if they are sad because of me? Can I ever go back there? While thinking, the system appeared again. Your perseverance has increased. Kim Hajin sighed helplessly. He swallowed back his tears and said to it, Hey, you really know how to ruin the atmosphere. But he consoled himself. Thank goodness, my perseverance stats have increased. The me from before probably wouldn't have had the guts to commit suicide, but I probably would have given up on going back. Kim Hajin wiped his tears, dusted himself off, and stood up. He looked straight ahead, revealing his determination. The blue sky seemed to understand his heart. A gentle wind blew past as if brushing away all the previous chaos. At this time, in room 303, Kim Suho had returned. Seeing him return empty-handed, Lee Young-han asked, Where is Kim Hajin? Kim Suho shook his head helplessly and replied, He's a bit difficult to approach. Yuna and Kim Horak below also eavesdropped. She suddenly spoke up, Horak, you used your skill just now, right? He immediately jerked silent. Yuna laughed coldly. Ha! Who would have thought that a mere archer like that could avoid an attack with the skills of a martial artist? Who's the suspect now? Suddenly she got a new message. It was from Yunha. Yona, tomorrow, before the academic club meeting, can we meet in the classroom? She was silent for a few minutes before answering. At the same time, on this side the moon was red as blood. Of course it's okay. Seeing Yona's message, Yunha smiled happily. His face was covered in blood, smiling savagely under the crimson moonlight. In the crowded classroom, Kim Hajin fell into thought. I think I understand why people say when you're sad you should keep yourself busy. Exercising, hunting, or investing in stocks often keeps you from thinking because you're tired. But he sighed silently. Looking at Kim Suho, who was feeling guilty and worried about him, he couldn't help but feel helpless. What's wrong with these guys? Don't bother me, high school kids. I'm fine, so cheesy. Kim Hajin, really tired of blaming himself. What am I doing with my characters? I really should stop doing useless things, and think of a way to go home. Suddenly, Shin Jong-hak's loud voice rang out from below. He asked worriedly, Chinayan, you're back to school so early, are you okay? Naeun leaned on crutches and replied with a smile, I can't do anything at home either. Kim Suho also quickly came down to help her. Hold my hand, Naeun. Ha, what's wrong? I can walk by myself. He didn't believe it, so he asked again, really? Shin Jong-hak saw that and got all worked up. Hy, Kim Suho, don't you dare touch my Naeun. He gritted his teeth and cursed, go away, Yuyona. And Kim Hajin above also noticed the noisy combo below. At this moment, the teacher walked in, saw that the class was still not settled, so he reminded, hey everyone, class is here, go back to your seats. With that done, he stood up on the podium and announced the work. Now, as everyone knows, midterms are coming up in less than a week. The practical exam week will begin immediately after the written exam, and the practical exam will be evaluated based on 2 factors. Duel between trainees, and monster duel, that is, duel with phantom beasts summoned by magicians. Finally, he advised, certainly both elements will be much more difficult than our daily lessons. Remember that and focus. Kim Hajin immediately mused, the written test will be a piece of cake. But dueling is a problem. Dueling involves using one of the 3 trainee nomination tickets received, allowing you to nominate a trainee you want to duel. Looks like this is a chance for the high-ranking interns to nominate the losers for 1 point. But a measure to prevent that was put in place, called the compensation points system. For example, even if a top-ranked trainee wins over a bottom-ranked trainee, the points earned will be based on the difference in ranks, and the top-ranked trainee will receive a negative score. But of course, there are also some bastards who directly ignore this system and use nomination ballots to nominate people they hate, beating them to a pulp. The more he looked at Kim Horak, the more he couldn't help but exclaim, stupid mind, developed limbs. But then Kim Hajin's train of thought changed. Now I see there are people who make me upset too. Kim Hajin couldn't help but feel tired, but was also helpless, and could only think to himself, isn't she a little too close? He glanced over and exclaimed, Rachel, this girl, she won't even talk to me. But she always hung around me. She was always studying alone in the back. Rachel sneaked a glance at Kim Hajin. He pretended to be busy, wondering in his heart, what is she doing? Look at me doing my homework. He took out a pen and wrote something on the paper. She also quickly noticed. Kim Hajin wrote down 2 names, Yu Wangja and Kim Jun-hyuk. Rachel was confused and her eyes widened. He chuckled happily at his own joke. That's your parents' names. As the afternoon fell, Yona received a text message from Yoon Hyun. I'm in the classroom, Yona, take your time. Seeing that, she just kept quiet and went to the meeting place. Very soon after that, Yuna has arrived at the meeting place. She just gently pushed the door open and looked in. Yoon Hyun has noticed. He half sat, half leaned on the table, smiling at Yona. Yuna looked around and wondered. The other club members don't seem to have arrived yet. Yoon Hyun comforted, they'll be here soon. Shall we sit? Suddenly she smelled a strange scent and glanced at the candle on the table. She wondered, scented candles? He still smiled and explained. It's good for concentration, we have class later. Ah, I heard you joined the demonic human search team? Me too, I'm the 2nd-year representative. Yuna was surprised when she heard that. Oh really? Yoon Hyun lamented again. But there's no progress on our side right now. Do you guys have anything? For example, is there anyone on the suspect list? Yona also honestly said, no, not yet. Suddenly Yuna remembered something. Someone said something stupid. Yoon Hyun still smiled and asked, stupid? Yoon Hyun's fingers tapped lightly on the table. What did he say? She replied blankly, it's just, he said you were a demonic human, senior. Yoon Hyun. But in her heart she also gradually realized something was wrong. What's going on? What's wrong with my mind? She didn't pay too much attention and continued speaking. He said you used some kind of psychological magic, crazy, huh? Yoon Hyun laughed. Ha ha. Does he have any proof? Yuna shrugged. Of course. Suddenly she grasped the point. To be sure, she asked again. Evidence? Yoon Hyun quickly covered up. Oh my god! I misspoke. I mean, what basis did he have for saying that? What made him say you were a demonic human? Yuyona's eyebrows furrowed even more. She hid her whip behind her back and accused Yoon Hyun. Innocent people do not ask for evidence when they are accused. Very quickly after that, a sweet whip stroke passed by. Yuyona got into position, eyes on the person before her. Who are you? Yoon Hyun chuckled softly. He slowly approached her eerily. What are you talking about? Yona. His eyes were focused on the girl before him, like a wolf happily observing its fat prey. His mouth still threatened eerily. It's not your turn yet. It was pitch dark at the cube's 2nd-year dormitory. Yuyona slowly opened her eyes. She was startled to find herself tied up. Looking around, she saw the bright street lights shining in the window, along with an old music player. It took her a while to realize it. This is the second-year dormitory. Suddenly she noticed a person who was still standing there smiling. Yoon Hyun! Yuyona was panicking. So Yoon Hyun is really the culprit of the disappearances? A demonic human? He's not just talking nonsense. But her qualities as an elite heiress did not allow her to panic for long. She quickly calmed herself down. Calm down, I have to ask someone for help first. But her hands were tied tightly. The more she tried to untie them, the tighter they got. Yuyona couldn't help but frown. She quickly pressed the intercom, silently praying, "Is anyone there? Please!" Suddenly an enemy loomed up without a sound. Yoon Hyun somehow got around behind Yuyona, whispering softly, "You don't have to do that, Yona." His eyes flashed, filled with murderous intent. At the same time, Kim Ha-jin suddenly received a message. Glancing at his watch, he couldn't help but wonder, who is calling at this hour? Reading the sender's name, he became even more confused. Yuyona? But when he pressed it, Kim Ha-jin gasped. What does this mean? The message was just one word, 9. Yoon Hyun reached out and snatched the watch from Yuyona's hand. He walked while looking at the watch on his hand. What if I suddenly send weird messages in the middle of the night like this? What will your friends think? Meanwhile, Yuyona still struggled. The watch's information screen appeared. Yoon Hyun looked intently at it. Kim Ha-jin, the quick-witted one, discovered that I'm a demonic human? I might as well kill him quickly. Yuyona heard and was extremely agitated, angrily speaking loudly. Do you really think you can get away from guilty by doing this? The search team must have detected something abnormal and are investigating. Suddenly, Yoon Hyun stomped hard on the clock lying on the floor. It's okay, I'll leave Cube after this anyway. Yuyona's face showed hatred. Her eyes seemed to devour him. Her teeth clenched her neck, suppressing her anger. Yoon Hyun stepped in front of her and said, "Oh, I really love that expression." He said it smiling as if he was very happy. At this moment, the space behind Yoon Hyun seemed to be covered by a dark aura. However, Lady Lilith wants to see this group's faces filled with fear. On the other side, a screen from a watch showed a notification from Yuyona. Kim Ha-jin sat up and looked at the notification intently. He thought to himself, did she send it by mistake? Your head is full of confusion. Just thinking about the number 9 that Yuyona sent, Kim Ha-jin suddenly thought of something and widened his eyes in surprise. He immediately sat up and said hurriedly, "Hey, the Book of Truth. Where is Yuyona's current location?" Kim Ha-jin reached out to catch the book that appeared in the air. That book emitted such light that it lit up the space. Kim Ha-jin looked inside worriedly. What the? Back to Yuyona's side. She was hanging her head down, her whole body still tied to the chair. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. Yona, Yona. Yuyona seemed to be on the verge of passing out right now. Her entire body was leaning forward. The voice continued to ring. You've been lonely enough, haven't you? I know that feeling too. That voice belonged to none other than Yoon Hyun. He stood before her, looking at her with gentle eyes and a strange smile. Suddenly Yoon Hyun noticed something. Yuyona was still struggling. She was not unconscious. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she glanced at Yoon Hyun. Seeing her like that, he immediately spoke up. Your will is really strong. It's unbelievable. It's been so long and I still can't brainwash you. You just need to relax your mind a little bit. Yuyona, there's nothing to be afraid of. My Lady Lilith only gave me today. Yoon Hyun pressed his face close to hers. He continued in that whispering voice. He wants you too. Yuyona gritted her teeth and looked at Yoon Hyun angrily. Suddenly, she let out a scream and her whole body tried to resist, but to no avail. Yoon Hyun's voice grew increasingly sinister. It won't be of any use if that string loosens. His face became more and more monstrous, and black claws grew from somewhere on his fingers. He smiled and said, "The magical power of Lady Lilith." Before Yoon Hyun could finish her sentence, something quickly flew past. Then the thing went straight through his head. Yoon Hyun didn't defend herself and was hit. Blood splattered everywhere. Yoon Hyun opened her mouth in pain, her head almost falling back. Yuyona also regained consciousness. She was surprised to see the scene before her. Yoon Hyun was in pain, lying in a pool of blood, screaming loudly. A voice suddenly rang out from somewhere. Look, after doubting the person you should have trusted, what's wrong with you? Yuyona was a little surprised to hear that voice. Yoon Hyun lay on the floor, in pain but still strong. What the hell? Who are you? The voice continued, don't try to heal the wound. It's a special bullet, unless you have it surgically removed. Meanwhile, Yoon Hyun was angry, holding his bleeding side and sitting up. He was furious, and immediately swung his hand full of sharp claws forward. "You bastard!" Yoon Hyun moved her hands quickly in the air, as if wanting to tear the space apart to find the person speaking. "Where are you? Come out here!" The glass suddenly shattered, and a huge black shadow flew inside. That shapeless thing passed by Yuyona's place. She closed her eyes tightly, and pieces of glass just flew through the air. Yuyona's whole body fell to the ground. The whole body is still tied tightly to the chair. The mysterious person continued to speak. "Don't struggle anymore. It's just a waste of energy." Yoon Hyun, half-face bloody, screamed loudly. "You bastard! Where are you?" The mysterious man was holding a gun in his hand. The finger was slowly honking. "Right now, I'm very, very far away from you." With that, a bullet from afar flew into Yoon Hyun's chest. His face was still blank. When the bullet hit Yoon Hyun, he painfully spat out a mouthful of blood, and just like that, Yoon Hyun slowly fell backwards. In the distance, something can be seen hiding in the bushes. When I looked closer, there was something glowing in that bush. That was none other than Kim Ha-jin's gun barrel. He was currently hiding in the bushes, still holding the gun tightly. Kim Ha-jin's gun barrel continued to aim at Yoon Hyun's trembling body. "This is why long-range sniping is the best," Kim Ha-jin said with an extremely excited expression. "Hey, Yuyona, looks like I'll have to use up all the bullets you gave me today." Yuyona lay motionless, bewildered on the ground upon hearing his voice. "If you still have a conscience, then surely you will give me something even better, right?" Yoon Hyun is now trying to crawl on the ground with her bloody body running away. He was still scared, crawling and looking back. Kim Ha-jin quickly noticed, immediately turning back to aim. Just like that, the third bullet went straight into Yoon Hyun's back. His whole body jolted in pain, blood splattered out non-stop. Yoon Hyun's whole body was now trembling with fear. He tried to glance behind him. Kim Ha-jin was still concentrating on observing the situation. "Your face is very serious." Seeing that it was okay, he immediately lowered his head. His eyes were a bit thoughtful, and he continued to say to Yuyona, "It seems like I saw something I shouldn't have. Are you okay?" Yuyona was still looking intently at Yoon Hyun, who was lying there trembling. "It's okay," Kim Ha-jin continued. "Get some sleep. The search team will be there soon." Hearing his words, Yuyona's eyes slowly closed. She said to herself, "Okay, thanks." Somewhere on the ceiling, one could see light bulbs shining down. Yuyona was wearing a hospital gown, lying on the bed, slowly waking up. Suddenly someone spoke beside him. "AAA, you're awake." Yuyona was not yet fully awake. Hearing that, she immediately glanced over. Beside him, none other than Kim Seho was sitting peeling an apple. She looked at him blankly and asked him in confusion, "What are you doing here?" Kim Seho gently concerned, "You're not hurt anywhere, are you? The doctor also said there is nothing wrong with your body." Yuyona seemed so shocked that her mouth opened wide and she sat up. I'm fine, but wait. I'm asking you, what are you here for?" Kim Seho finally answered. "We take turns visiting you. Me, Naeun, Horak, Yuyona." Yuyona still had that doubtful look in her eyes and asked him again. "Why?" Kim Seho replied seriously. "Since things turned out like this, perhaps we also have some responsibility." Outside, someone was standing and tapping his feet on the ground in front of the hospital room door. None other than Kim Horak and Shin Jong-ha. Both of them stood outside with solemn faces. "As a member of the search team, we should have paid more attention, instead of focusing all our attention on other things. We're really sorry anyway." Yuyona listened silently. After a moment of silence, she spoke coldly. "I'm sure a lot of other people have told you that you're stubborn too, right?" Hearing Yuyona ask such a question, Kim Seho was a bit stunned, confused. Yuyona looked at Kim Seho intently and thought to herself, "I thought he was just a slightly good person, but it seems I was wrong." Kim Seho picked up a piece of apple and asked, "Do you want an apple?" Yuyona recalled what happened before. Her face slightly darkened. Suddenly, Yona asked, "Is the other person coming?" Seho still didn't understand what she wanted to ask, so he asked blankly, "That person? Who?" Yuyona didn't answer but was naturally shy, not daring to look straight at Kim Seho. "No, it's nothing." Kim Seho was still in a daze. The morning sunlight shone through the window. Yuyona looked up and looked out. Outside, the sky is now blue and white clouds. A few days later, the notification screen popped up. A message from Yuyona sent. "Thank you. I promise I will definitely repay you." Kim Ha-jin read her message and couldn't help but smile gently. The system now displays a message. SP increased by 457 points. Activate luck, you will Receive an additional 11% of the increased SP points. You will always hit every long-range sniper shot. Deadeye proficiency increased to level 7. Kim Hajin sat at his desk, checking those notifications with his hands and thinking to himself, this is the single action that helped me gain the most SP. It seems the reward from helping one of the main characters is huge. Compared to my investments in sniping, this return isn't that big. But saved Yona. That's more than enough. Suddenly, while he was thinking, someone spoke from afar, catching his attention. That person was none other than Park Soo-hyuk. Kim Hajin was a bit surprised, and said, Mr. Park Soo-hyuk? He gave him a big smile and replied, You suddenly contacted me like this, I'm surprised. What's the matter? Suddenly, Park Soo-hyuk suddenly became scared, knelt down, and clasped his hands in front of him. If you want to cancel the contract, I beg you to reconsider. Kim Hajin looked at that scene with a bit of helplessness. No, it's not like that. He was surprised when he looked up and saw Kim Hajin pulling out a suitcase from somewhere. Kim Hajin said with an extremely calm expression, I want to invest in SH Entertainment. Hearing what he said, Park Soo-hyuk froze. For a moment. What? Hajin thought to himself. The ginseng I posted on Violet Banquet. It was sold for a whopping 400 million won. Think of other brands like SH Entertainment and Packhorse Master. Money just keeps falling down. I'll use 250 million to invest in Packhorse Master, and 150 million invested in SH Entertainment. Regarding the development potential of SH Entertainment, will not be inferior to Packhorse Master. As for Park Soo-hyuk, his whole body seemed to be trembling non-stop. His voice was stuttering. His whole face was purple as if he was about to die, sweat pouring out non-stop. I can't accept such a large sum of money. At this time, Kim Hajin still gently pushed the suitcase towards him. Here, I'll give this to you for mutual benefit. Also use this to buy me a magic bag and a car. Kim Hajin was a bit curious, so he asked Park Soo-hyuk, How old are you? He was still shaking, but replied, 29 years old. Kim Hajin calmly said, You're much older than me. There's no need to use honorifics. Park Soo-hyuk was a little confused, hurriedly speaking without stopping. No, how can we not use honorifics with such a big investor? Hajin was still bewildered and said, That's it, I won't invest anymore. Hearing him say that, Park Soo-hyuk calmed down. His face was a little scared, his hands clutching the suitcase to his chest. I promise I won't use honorifics anymore. Kim Hajin looked at him in that state. Kim Hajin thought to himself, This guy. A moment later, as he was walking out of the shop, Kim Hajin suddenly remembered something and said to him, Mr. Park Soo-hyuk, let's stop by the convenience store for a bit. Very soon after, in front of the convenience store. Inside, Park Soo-hyuk was a little confused. I wonder what Kim Hajin is looking for. Why did you suddenly go buy a lottery ticket to scratch off? He scratched intently and replied, I'm still a minor, so I can't accept money without a guardian. Kim Hajin muttered, This luck of mine, can it be used? Here it is, Park Soo-hyuk asked curiously. How much is it? Kim Hajin very calmly replied, 2 billion won. Park Soo-hyuk didn't understand everything and smiled foolishly. Only 2 billion. After realizing all the information you said, he was momentarily stunned, utterly confused. Then Park Soo-hyuk's voice rang out, making the convenience store feel like it was about to explode. 2 billion? Kim Hajin handed the sparkling scratch card to Park Soo-hyuk. I'll invest this too. Please redo the contract and send it to me. After paying taxes, I probably won't get 2 billion anymore, right? Park Soo-hyuk, still in shock, reached out his hands to receive the scratch card. Kim Hajin turned around in surprise, only to see Park Soo-hyuk with a frightened face. He hugged the scratch card tightly to his chest, as if afraid it would fly away. Kim Hajin found it confusing and wondered, What's up? Park Soo-hyuk's voice still stuttering, replied, There might be someone who stole it, so The sky is getting redder and redder this afternoon. The space was extremely quiet. The golden light of sunset shone on an old workshop. Something black, shapeless, was slowly forming. It was the gases that were sucked up from underground, gradually taking the shape of a human. The gas transformed into a boy not too big. That boy is Drun. Master, they have already begun to act, Drun said, looking up and pointing. Packhorse Master is also on the list. What should we do next? Li Xiaoping sat on top and replied to the boy, Take that item away and leave everything else behind. She sat on large crates, half her body hidden in shadow. Drun listened and continued curiously. Yes, but thinking back, it seems like there's something strange. Someone keeps investing money in Packhorse Master stocks. First is 3 million, then 10 million, then suddenly invest 250 million. Don't you think it's too much to invest back in a guild that doesn't even have its own website? Li Xiaoping didn't care much, coldly said. Leave him alone. Just focus on doing what we need to do. Drun finally quieted down and obeyed. Okay, master. But Drun seemed to have an idea, and immediately opened his mouth and continued. Is there anything else to report? There's a news show at Violet Banquet. Would you like to see it? The Relic Search Team, Zhonggak Basantang, Truth Agency. My intuition tells me there's something wrong with this truth agency. They say they can find out any truth you want to know. Sounds funny, doesn't it? Should I order their services? Maybe they'll find him for us. Li Xiaoping lost his patience and immediately shouted. Drun! Drun was startled by the shout and was a little stunned. The atmosphere is extremely tense right now. It seemed like the boy realized his mistake, was silent for a moment, then said, I was just joking. Drun started asking about tomorrow's mission. But they start tomorrow, right? Cube's midterm exams. The hottest topic these days is the first and second placers, Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak. There are already a few members with mixed personalities. Are you planning on going? Li Xiaoping suddenly moved and said, Yes. Drun looked up, a little bewildered. She stood high up, her face gradually becoming clear. A very cold gaze looked down, Li Xiaoping said, as if emphasizing every word. Hopefully there will be. Can someone be helpful? Li Xiaoping's voice still echoed in the air. Time flies like the wind, and in a flash it's midterm exams. An electronic system board appeared in space. In front of me was the huge and majestic cube building. The electronic board was placed on the roof of the building, and the midterm practice week had finally arrived. Hazuki appeared with an extremely adorable appearance. Her eyes were sparkling, as she ran and called, MOM. And just like that, Hazuki ran over and threw herself straight into her mother's arms. Her mother asked with concern, My dear, how have you been? Hazuki immediately replied, I miss you so much, Mom. The space is extremely bustling right now. People are moving around constantly below, and there are flycoms flying in the air. During this week of practice, Cube will open its doors to organizations that need to recruit heroes, such as federations and guilds. And also with the families of the cadets, crowds of people from all over the world flocked in, as if it were a festival. A man picked up the microphone and announced the place we are currently at is Cube, the best hero training academy in the world. Send out invitations to all the cadets in the top 100. People around started to gossip with each other. He's the one ranked 117th, Li Junha. Wow, I admire it. The drone slowly landed. Someone's hand reached out, wanting to grab it. It was none other than Kim Hajin. He was staring intently at his flycam. There's still no movement. Looks like I'll have to wait a while longer. The drones were slowly flying up. Kim Hajin recalled Park Soo-hyuk saying, This thank you gift isn't big, but it's still from my heart. He thought to himself, Soo-hyuk gave me all these helicopters. I've placed them all around the cube, so the chances of catching the intruder have increased a bit. Suddenly, a woman walked by, then suddenly bumped into Kim Hajin's back. Kim Hajin made a worried face, then quickly turned around to apologize. Oh, I'm sorry. But the woman just kept walking. The bright light made it impossible to see her face clearly. The woman slowly turned her head. It was none other than Li Xiaoping. She still had the same cold expression as usual as she looked at Kim Hajin. Suddenly seeing her, Kim Hajin became a bit quiet, bowing his head silently as if thinking. Then suddenly, Kim Hajin looked up, his expression filled with panic. I almost forgot that this person will also be coming to audit the practical exam this time. She was still coldly glancing at him, seeing Li Xiaoping keep looking at her with that same gaze. Kim Hajin was a little startled. He was scared and immediately turned away. I've been looking into her eyes for too long. Say something to make yourself look less suspicious. Kim Hajin's appearance was extremely urgent. He was extremely scared. Kim Hajin's mouth tried to say something. Finally, after a while, Kim Hajin spoke out loud, pretty, so pretty. When he said that, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, becoming even more depressing. Xiaopeng's face became even more unsightly, her expression full of discrimination. Kim Hajin looked as if he was poisoned. His face was pale and frightening. Space was torn apart as Li Xiaoping turned and walked away. Kim Hajin still frowned, standing petrified. She just walked like that, then her figure gradually disappeared into the crowd. As he walked, Li Xiaoping called Drun. What, master? Li Xiaoping was wearing a necklace with a shining pearl. She continued. The person who just touched me. He saw through my blindfold. Li Xiaoping's eyes were lifeless to the point of being terrifying. He coldly ordered, investigate him. On the other side, Kim Ha-jin is walking. Not only are the hero groups coming to Cube to recruit people, but the chameleon troupe is also coming to Cube. Their goal is to get Kim Seho or Shin Jong-hak. Because Kim Seho didn't fit their ideology, he was rejected. They started to pay more attention to Shin Jong-hak. That's the plot. If they just blend in, it's fine. But if the plot starts to change, and they started beating up the heroes in charge of security during this inspection, it won't be as simple as just 1 or 2 people dying. Suddenly, someone's voice was very loud, causing the people standing around to startle. And look, a man with blue eyes, smiling with amusement, looked over and said, I don't see even the slightest bit of suspicious people, okay? The woman beside him said doubtfully, stop whining and go find a decent one. If someone were to break through the cube's security barrier during this combat training, what would we become? The man in front smiled brightly and said, let's leave before those guys cause trouble. Isn't that fine? He is none other than Oh Jun-hyuk, rank 1737, high rank, 6th grade hero. The woman following behind was still paying close attention to her surroundings. She is Seo Yangji, rank 2000, high rank, 7th grade hero. Then, Seo Yangji said irritably, all you do is talk. Oh Jun-hyuk replied without caring, let's go have some pizza. Both of them didn't notice that behind them, a strange man walked out from the dark alley. This man was none other than Chiak Jungyang, a member of the chameleon troupe. He smiled with delight, half of his face hidden. Did he see through the siren's necklace's blinding ability and see its master? The man started looking around. Finally, some excitement. All I see here is a bunch of weaklings. I'm dying of boredom. Passers-by saw him like that, and glanced at him warily. What kind of person is he? Let me try to find him. Drun heard him say that and muttered contemptuously in his mind, what a stupid brain and developed limbs. Frustrated, Drun immediately told Chiak Jungyang to listen attentively. Just stay still. Even if we don't do anything, we'll know if he has any potential or not. The cube duels are about to begin anyway. At this time in arena number 2. Up above, one could see a hot air balloon carrying a large sheet of paper. The cube midterm combat training arena. In the crowded stands, the voice of the host rang out. At exactly 9 o'clock this morning, the first match is about to take place. Even the trainee reporters have to rush to cover this exciting scene. The first match is a match where even the honor votes have been used. In another corner, Kim Ha-jin was calmly walking. You were walking when someone suddenly shouted, hey! That person was none other than Yeona. She leaned against the wall and looked at Kim Ha-jin, wondering, are you going to the arena? Kim Ha-jin and Yeona walked together. He turned to reply to her. Yes, I'm right at the head. Yeona continued. Is that so? She suddenly closed her eyes and called, Mr. Sechin. The man named Sechin immediately appeared, holding a suitcase in his hand. When he opened the suitcase, the shiny bullets were neatly arranged in trays. These are 100 top-grade bullets. While saying that, Yeona took the suitcase and handed it to Kim Ha-jin. Although it cannot be used during the test, but for the rest of the cases, you can use it as you like. If you need more, just let me know. Kim Ha-jin looked a little stunned for a moment, and Kim Ha-jin slowly reached out to take the suitcase. Yeona added, but let me tell you, something as precious as my life, even something like this, is not equivalent. Just consider this my gift to you. Suddenly remembering something, Yeona immediately said, that's right, they kept asking me to reveal information about that demonic human, but I never told them that you were the one who helped me. Kim Ha-jin didn't care much about that and said, please keep that a secret for me. You walked ahead, looking like you were about to fall asleep. Ha-jin thought to himself, if it turns out that I was the one who shot Yoon Hyan, things will get a lot more complicated. Those demonic humans of Lilith are really mean. While walking, Yeona stopped and spoke up. I understand you have reasons to hide your true strength, but it will be difficult to hide this practical test. Kim Ha-jin still doesn't quite understand what she said. Hide what strength? Yeona added. Don't you know who you're up against? Kim Ha-jin heard that, but his expression remained unchanged. It seemed like he didn't care much about it. In the cadet waiting room, there was a muscular man lifting a dumbbell with his hands. That person's whole body was covered in sweat from training. The surrounding space also seemed to be sinking. That person was Kim Horak. He had a frown on his face, his hand firmly gripping the weight as he said in a loud voice, I will definitely crush you, Kim Ha-jin. Elsewhere, Drun was still continuing his purpose. Then he reached out to search for data and reports. Master, there isn't much information about him either. He came from an orphanage. No father, no mother, no relatives. He was admitted to the cadet academy at the age of 6, after being discovered to have a special condition during a routine inspection of the orphanage. Back when he was in the academy, he didn't do anything noteworthy, but still stuck in the middle until entering Q. In addition, he is currently 300,000 in debt. That's all. Listening to Drun's update on Kim Chung-gong, Lee Seoping stood with his arms crossed, lost in thought, not responding. At this moment, she remembered the scene this morning when she met Kim Chung-gong with a face of panic and confusion, so she asked, "So how could someone like that see through my blindfold?" When asked, Drun affirmed, "I really don't know." Suddenly, at this moment, a man stepped out from the bushes and said loudly, "Oh, so you're here." He smiled slyly and said, "Hello, long time no see, master?" It turns out his name is Chiak Jungyang, a member of the Chameleon Troop. Seeing that he had arrived, Lee Seoping said, "It's too late. Did something distract you on the way here?" Chiak Jungyang replied, "Are you looking down on me so much? I'm just diligently carrying out my orders to hunt for young talent." Hearing that, she asked him, "Then you report back?" He raised his hand to make an OK sign and replied, "Nothing to report yet. All weaklings, one wave of the hand and they'll fly away 1,000 miles. Over here." Drun sent out a space chat signal, speaking, "That's normal. I'm asking if there are any promising cadets? We haven't seen much yet. I went to see first and second class, but they don't do much good." Drun sighed. "Alright, all yours. You freshmen are the best of this year. Remember to investigate carefully. Oh, and by the way, that Kim Hajin guy is about to enter the duel stage." Chiak Jungyang was surprised when he mentioned the name Kim Hajin, but then he remembered. Is that the person who saw through the hidden item and discovered the owner? Hearing that he had guessed correctly, Lee Seoping just kept silent. Back to Cube's midterm practical exam, confetti was shot up, along with announcement banners tied to balloons, released into the sky, and of course, there were excited cheers. At that moment, Oh Jun-hyuk, in a happy state, took a big bite of pizza, sat next to Seo Youngji, and laughed happily. "Looking at this place, I feel so nostalgic." She was working, heard him say that and asked, "It's probably nostalgia rather than a legacy. You were beaten so much that you haven't been able to watch boxing since then," Seo Youngji replied. "Hey, I've improved a lot. My son loves this too." He didn't seem to mind, she said. "So?" Suddenly Seo Youngji's eyes met Chiak Jungyang, who was sitting opposite, with one leg up and his arm propped up, and she wondered, who is that person? Then she raised her hand, pointed forward, and said to Oh Jun-hyuk beside her, "You keep looking at us and laughing." He heard her mention it, then reacted, looked and replied, "Are you our fan?" Chiak Jungyang's eyes and smile looked sinister and cunning to both of them. Just then, a person ran onto the arena, and Oh Jun-hyuk realized, oh, the match is about to begin. The person who just stepped up with great vigor. Then the judges introduced 19th place cadet, martial artist Kim Horak, although he is not as good as the top 6, but he's no pushover. Both of them reflexively looked to the opposite side of that contestant. Seo Youngji wondered and his opponent. The words suddenly stopped when seeing the other person. The judges immediately introduced the next contestant. Rank 934 Kim Hajin. Both fighters were already on the ring. Hajin spoke before the theory test. "What's wrong with you?" Then he smiled and asked, "Why are you so nervous? Just calm down and it will be fine." The words that were just spoken immediately angered Kim Horak. He gritted his teeth in anger, his face turned pale. Horak clenched his fists and began to circulate his power. Seeing this, Kim Hajin immediately analyzed. Horak's special ability is mana conversion. Form an invisible barrier around the body, called armor. Don't even mention that I used training bullets to kill him. He was lucky enough not to catch me and cut me in half. I can't let him get too close to me. At this moment, the organizer spoke up. First-year midterm exam duel, allowed to begin. Hearing that, Kim Horak and Kim Hajin both got into battle stances, and the command sounded. And the first match also got a long MC voice. Finally, the two words opening were uttered immediately. Kim Horak jumped up and rushed towards Kim Hajin. He clenched his fists full of magic power, aiming straight forward. On Kim Hajin's side, he still didn't make any moves, just stood there holding his gun, his aura emitting a blinding light, preparing to attack me. Suddenly, Hajin's movements increased at lightning speed. It turned out that Hajin had also used the skill bullet time, making himself look like a meteorite rushing towards the earth. Kim Hajin also realized, he thought, its usage time is blazing fast, it's increased a lot. You are slowing down everything before your eyes, observing the numbers of time existing around you. At this point, the train of thought that followed Horak's movements over the next minute. At the crucial moment, he successfully dodged the opponent's earth-shattering attack. Seeing the ground crack after a punch, he panicked. What is this? Is he malfight or something? Then, Horak's eyes filled with murderous intent glanced at him quickly. Immediately, consecutive attacks were aimed at him, so Hajin ran and dodged. Looking at the back running ahead, he gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, Kim Hajin pointed his gun and fired. At the same time, Horak attacked. The bullet hit Horak's chest, but did not penetrate, but was blocked, stuck in his body. He sneered, thinking, what a fool! Doesn't he know he has armor? At that moment, Horak felt complacent. He would be able to easily deflect the bullet like this. But man proposes, God disposes. Suddenly, the bullet exploded, leaving him no time to react. It was then that Kim Horak noticed that the armor he was wearing had a hole made by the bullet just now. The whole hall, when everyone was stunned, shocked, could not believe their eyes. Seo Yangji then shouted, He shot through the armor! Horak stood there, touching the spot where he had just been shot, while Kim Hajin, with his gun still pointed at the opponent. He held the hole in his armor, starting to fear Hajin. What the hell is this guy? There's no way a bullet could penetrate my armor. But Kim Hajin stood there, his face expressionless, cold, loading the gun. Seeing this, Horak still hadn't recovered yet, and only now reacted. Then, with bullets being fired continuously into his body, he reflexively sat down, his arms crossed in front of his body. Each shot was like a slap in the face, leaving him both shocked and in disbelief. Kim Hajin continued to load the gun, chuckling. Sorry if you thought this was going to bounce back. I've integrated the power of the holy crest into the bullets, and made them resistant to magic too. Thinking, Hajin did not hesitate and quickly opened fire, destroying his opponent's armor. At this moment, the cheers of the crowd rang out. At that moment, Kim Horak immediately fell into a state of struggle, trying to fend off those shots. Suddenly, he jumped up and angrily shouted, You bitch! I will kill you! Then, almost all of his magic was gathered, and he threw a powerful punch to the ground. This time it was even more terrifying than the last time. The ground cracked open, creating a huge hole, so much so that the place where Kim Hajin was standing was also broken, and luckily he avoided it. Suddenly Kim Hajin pulled out something and threw it straight at Horak. Then he said, I'm throwing knives, be careful. Over here. Horak suddenly reacted, looking up at the blade. Immediately, he anxiously dodged and speculated, could that knife have something special? But the truth is always ironic, and Hajin picked up the gun and shot, sneering, dispelling his doubts. Ha ha, that was actually just a feint. This shot was aimed straight at the original spot, puncturing the armor, pushing Horak back. Only then did Kim Hajin land on the ground, standing straight and looking at Kim Horak, who was struggling to tremble on the ground. He walked step by step towards Kim Horak. Suddenly, the gun was raised again. This action of his made the whole audience hold their breath, their mouths agape. His finger at this moment pressed and pulled the trigger, but then nothing happened. Kim Hajin was still standing there with his gun raised, and Horak was still sitting on the ground. At that moment, he also looked at him with a stunned expression. The whole audience was silent, mouths agape, bewildered, unable to believe what had just happened. Suddenly, Oh Jun-hyuk suddenly asked, out of bullets? Seo Yangji beside replied, but it seems like Kim Horak is also exhausted. Kim Horak suddenly sat up, trembling and panting. He gritted his teeth, his face red with anger. As for Kim Hajin, he was silent, eyes unblinking, hands still holding the gun as if frozen. Suddenly, Kim Hajin smiled, then put down the gun, raised both hands, and laughed happily. I surrender. His action just now made Kim Horak suddenly turn to stone. Not only him, but Seo Yangji and Oh Jun-hyuk also froze, unable to believe it. At this moment, the organizer's voice rang out, The match is over. The winner is Kim Horak. As soon as the results were announced, Kim Horak was furious because it was clear that he was the loser. But unexpectedly, in the end, Kim Hajin declared his surrender. He struggled and then angrily shouted, "Hui, you bastard! Get back here right now!" But Hajin still ignored it and left the arena. At this time, Kim Horak had his wound bandage. He put his hands on his hips, unable to swallow his anger. The staff beside him tried to comfort him. Seeing that, Oh Jun-hyuk spoke up. He was really shot by a real bullet? Even so, he's fine. Because he is a gladiator? At this moment, he leaned on his hands and smiled. So what do you think, Seo Yangji? Hearing this, she replied, Kim Hajin did very well, Kim Horak was a little worse. He should slowly overwhelm Kim Hajin. Enhanced protection energy like this is risky, I guess. He wants to try to win quickly because he feels embarrassed for some reason. Whatever you say. Kim Hajin is indeed much more interesting. Incredible firing speed and flexible vision can keep up with martial arts genius. But at some point, when Kim Horak started slowing down, Kim Hajin also slowed down. Does he have some special talent that enhances his physical abilities? Remembering the detail of the bullet being fired, she added, also, that Hajin guy, he used mana fusion bullets. Oh Junhyuk smiled wryly and said, You mean the magic density compressed into his bullet was strong enough to break enhanced protection energy? Even though he's just a cadet, huh? Yangji folded his arms and replied, We still don't know what Cadet Kim Hajin's talent is. Suddenly, a spectator felt disbelief and shouted loudly, Seriously? He really broke enhanced protection energy. With just a gun? At this point, she continued to guess. There's also the possibility of a hybrid, but the potential is high that he will become an all-time great. Anyway, Kim Hajin, I will remember this name. Oh Junhyuk kept saying, Okay. The next match is starting. At that moment, Chiak Jungyang raised his hand to pick his ear, his face uninterested, and said, Kim Hajin or whatever, I don't like him. Just a kid with a small gun shooting random things. Why did the captain send me down to check on a brat like that? Drun heard that and replied, Haven't you seen the match? He's the one with the power of a demon hunter. Chiak Jungyang didn't bother to reply, Well, being a demon hunter or whatever, it has nothing to do with becoming strong. At this time, Drun sat on the other side, propping his chin on his hand and asked Chiak Jungyang, You don't like him because he's just a trainee, right? He immediately confirmed, Ha! Of course. Suddenly, Junghyun changed his attitude. His face was sly and cunning, smiling sarcastically. Extreme effort, lethal killing intent, piercing the opponent's heart. That's what it takes to have a real fight. Hearing this, Drun impatiently said, Yeah, just go see those deadly strong cadets. Don't forget why the captain sent you. Have you met Kim Suho and Shin Jong-hak? He stroked his chin and replied, They both have pretty good bodies. Chiak Jungyang recalled that match and commented, Style of destruction. Shin Jong-hak's immediate targeting of his opponent's weak points is truly impressive. I like the way he causes panic among cowards who are just defensive. Seeing that, Drun could not advise further. If you like him so much, then I don't need to expect anything from his personality. At this moment, Chiak Jungyang changed to the remaining subject. And Kim Suho, this person is a bit unique. Drun wondered, unique? Then Chiak Jungyang told about the match of that person named Kim Suho. As they say, he uses the sword dance of swordsmanship. The image of Kim Suho holding a sword and sending his opponent flying. He's obviously been taught and practiced those moves for a long time, but it still feels. The image of Kim Suho defeating his opponent, holding his sword up, pointing it at the opponent who was sitting on the ground in fear. It was none other than our male lead. He kept his face cold and emotionless from beginning to end. At this moment, Chiak Jungyang felt, perhaps, he is hiding his true strength. Seeing that, Drun asked, Oh, so he is different from everyone else? He replied, I don't know. Among them, none of them made me immediately want to fight. Suddenly Drun teased, So what about Kim Hajin now? Hearing this name, Chiak Jungyang couldn't hide his irritation and shouted, What are you dragging that kid in for? Feeling his strong reaction, Drun still insisted on his question. Of course, the power of a demon hunter is what the captain is looking for. Chiak Jungyang struggled and shouted in protest. I told you I don't like that guy. At this moment, suddenly a patrolman shone a flashlight over and asked, interrupting the conversation of the two, Who's over there? This forest does not allow outsiders. Get out quickly. At this, Chiak Jungyang turned around, glancing at him with disgust and anger. Humph, those annoying flies and mosquitoes. The patrolman continued to urge him. Go hurry. Jungyang still stood there and growled. So annoying. Just as the person continued to urge, Hurry up, and a hand reached out in front of him, and then, without a word, he forcefully twisted off the head of the unfortunate patrolman. The patrolman fell into a pool of blood. The noise he made caused birds to fly away, crows to caw and take flight. After dealing with that patrolman, Chiak Jungyang stood there, staring at the scene that had just been created before his eyes. Drun across the space asked in panic, Did you deal with him? Yes. Hearing this, Drun immediately warned. Now it's your turn with the captain. he replied fearlessly, keep it a secret. Finally the air is fresh. The sun was setting and the sky was a mixture of yellow and orange. On the balcony of a building, Li Xiaoping held onto the iron railing with one hand, watching the sunset. She began to remember the time before. It was on a day when it was pouring rain. The rain fell like a drop of water on a stone tablet. She spoke, her voice bitter with anger and determination. No matter what, I will find those traitors. Li Xiaoping clenched his fists, stood in the rain in front of the tombstone and swore, I will find them. She, with determination mixed with hatred, almost emphasized the word revenge. Back to reality, she gripped the bars tightly, shaking as she recalled that painful memory. Then Li Xiaoping opened his mouth to call Drun and ordered, check Kim Seho, Shin Jong-hak, and Kim Hajin, as well. Receiving the order, Drun immediately replied, yes, sir. What is the mission? She replied. The power of a demon hunter can break the demon's defenses. Kim Hajin must be given top priority. Drun asked worriedly. Okay, but is that okay? We don't have much information about him, Li Xiaoping immediately assured. It's okay. Tomorrow, I will go see him in person. At that time, Kim Hajin was changing clothes. The next morning, the second midterm exam continued. The organizers clearly outlined the first competition area. At this moment, while Oh Jun-hyuk was working, a voice called out, look, it's the Blade Guild's guild master. Holy grace of God is here too. The audience in the stands at this moment cheered excitedly. One person saw this and commented, the audience level is far different than the first day. The man next to him immediately agreed. Of course, since today's match is between high-rank cube students, 3 cube ranking letters appeared in the sky. Pair 1 is rank Kim Seho versus rank 8 Yohei. Pair 2 is rank 3 Rachel versus rank 4 Chinaeun. Seeing the matches appearing on the screen, the audience got excited with the matches between cube rankers. So exciting! Another person asked. The first match was between Rachel and Chinaeun. Right. Then wouldn't that put marksman Chinaeun at a disadvantage? Today, Kim Hajin watched the match as a spectator. He thought to himself, thanks for the explanation, extras. In today's match, Chinaeun will be defeated by Rachel, because Rachel can't possibly be defeated by a Bao that has no natural talent whatsoever. The organizer's voice rang out. Now, the first match of the first year, the 8th match, has officially begun. Right after that, Chinaeun raised her Bao and smiled confidently. I wonder if our rankings will change today, Princess Rachel. Having said that, she pulled the bow and aimed straight at the sky. She let go and shot the golden arrow flying away. Immediately after being shot, the arrow will branch out into many branches, returning to the ground. Rachel stood there, looking up at the arrows falling from the sky. She reacted quickly and flexibly, avoiding all the arrow attacks. Suddenly an arrow appeared right in front of Rachel, but she did not panic. She quickly slashed the arrow away. Chinaeun was also stunned by the situation before her. Her hands that were pulling the arrow also stopped. Seeing that opportunity, Rachel rushed forward to attack. Seeing that, the audience cheered enthusiastically. Suddenly, someone walked down the stairs. That person was none other than Li Xiaoping. She paused for a moment, turning her gaze towards Kim Hajin's seat. Suddenly Kim Hajin was surprised to realize that someone came and sat next to him. When he realized that Li Xiaoping was the girl he accidentally met yesterday, he was quite surprised. Looking straight at her face, a line of information appeared in his mind. A criminal wanted at Black Level by the Hero Association, captain of the infamous Chameleon Troop, a powerful individual who always hid under different names and identities. Looking at half of her face, Kim Hajin knew clearly that in this world, only I know her real name. Suddenly, a glass of orange juice appeared from somewhere and poured straight on her head. Witnessing this scene, he widened his eyes, shocked, unable to speak. At this time, a worried and scared man ran down and said loudly, "Oh no, what did I just do? Are you okay?" Xiaoping bowed his head with wet hair, while Kim Hajin beside him was heartbroken, stunned with panic, not expecting this situation to happen. Kim Hajin's face was as green as a banana leaf at this moment. He didn't know what else to say. The main screen of the arena showed the results of the recent match. Winner Rachel. As for Li Xiaoping, his face was extremely gloomy. He brushed his hair up and used a towel to wipe away the water drops that had just been spilled. At this moment, her mood dropped. Perhaps a bit embarrassed, she spoke. "Thanks for lending me your handkerchief," Kim Hajin replied. "Nothing." Then she reached into her shirt and took something out and said, "I watched your match with Cadet Kim Horak. I took notice Of you, the talent you showed in the match. Is that your talent? Looking at the business card that said Desolate Moon Rank 3 Hero Li Xiaoping, he realized in shock, thinking to himself, Captain's contact information. This is not her real name. Probably a fake identity? At this moment, Kim Hajin asked, Which guild are you from? According to the rules, you are not allowed to contact us in advance. Hearing what he said, she reached out to take the business card back, but he stopped her. But I said I wouldn't take it. Looking down at the second match in progress, she said, I can't reveal the details to you yet, but you won't be at any disadvantage, Cadet Kim Hajin. Suddenly she stood up, making him bewildered. I'm going now, remember to contact me. Watching Li Xiaoping's back as she left, he thought to himself, that's not the real reason why the captain noticed me. Why did she come here? At this moment, a sword was sent flying. The organizer's announcement rang out, the match between Kim Suho and Yohei. The winner is candidate Kim Suho. The match ended, it was also dusk. People gradually left, followed by the sounds of gossip and conversation. Have you seen Kim Suho? He's awesome. Chai Naeun lost to Rachel. This is the first time I've seen a Korean lose to a foreigner. The drone camera started to stop, preparing to land on the hand of its operator. As it turned out, the person who had just received it was Kim Hajin. Holding it in his hand, he thought, did my surveillance drone find something? I'll check it back at the dorm. Suddenly there was a sound. Kim Hajin noticed and paid attention. Holding the drone there, he frowned as he realized Chai Naeun was sitting there, sobbing. Seeing her like that, he turned pale remembering this event. I remember it. It's the part where Kim Suho comforts Chai Naeun after seeing her cry after being defeated. Starting from this event, Chai Naeun starts to have feelings for Kim Suho. Looking at her back leaning against the tree, Kim Hajin thought of that comforting word. If you work harder, you can do it. Let's work hard together. Honestly, comforting words like these wouldn't do Chai Naeun any good. Sometimes you need to give up instead of trying in vain. But in Kim Suho's dictionary, the word give up doesn't exist. He's never told anyone to give up, including himself. Then he looked at Chai Naeun, who was wiping away the tears that were falling, silently thinking, perhaps it was thanks to Kim Suho that Chai Naeun didn't give up archery. Suddenly an idea popped into Kim Hajin's head. At that moment, Chai Naeun's bracelet suddenly glowed. The information screen appeared. The sender was Kim Hajin. I watched your first match. Seeing this, she wondered, what's going on? Suddenly Chai Naeun looked at the display screen in confusion. Kim Hajin's messages kept coming in. See, I was right. You're more suited to swords than bows and arrows. It's not too late to become like me. In my opinion, you should change your major. Looking at each message sent, Naeun suddenly stopped, shocked and unable to cry anymore. At that moment, Kim Suho and Oh Han-hyeon excitedly ran over, calling out, Chai Naeun, hey, where did you go? At this moment, Kim Suho came to her side, panting, smiling and said, I've been looking for you for a while now. Why are you running out here alone? As soon as she finished speaking, Chai Naeun immediately turned around with an angry, furious face. Then she screamed, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Seeing her angry mood, Kim Suho called out to Naeun in a small voice with a puzzled expression. Finally, the midterm combat practical test is complete. 2 men appeared on the screen. The man standing in front looked back and snapped his fingers. Immediately, the head of the man behind flew off, causing strawberry syrup to ooze out of it. The screen freezes at the moment the man performs that cruel finger snap. The hand that was touching the pause button paused slightly. Kim Hajin, his eyes glued to the recorded scene, found it difficult to speak. That's so brutal. Is he also part of the chameleon troupe? Killing people without even blinking an eye. Like that, killing people, just for the sake of killing, enjoying the act of killing. In this world there are people like that. Thanks to science and magic, many things in the world have become much easier to accomplish. There are also demi-humans behind the scenes, those who care nothing about laws and regulations. They are also human, but deny the existence of heroes. They can't be lumped together with ordinary lawbreakers either, for they possess supernatural powers, just like heroes. They call it none other than the villains. I can't just focus on the villains that appeared in the original novel anymore. According to the actions of the author, in this altered novel, it is completely impossible to predict what kind of antagonist will appear. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it was time for the midterm practical exam. Right now at Monster Battle Examination Center. Jinjua raised his voice to introduce. Please give all the cadets my most solemn greetings. I am Jinjua, the mage responsible for supervising you throughout this exam. Before we begin, I will explain the mechanics of this exam. Before you, this is where you will participate in a monster battle. You will fight monsters summoned by mages. Jinjua reminded the contestants. Before we begin the match, I want to remind you that this test is much more dangerous than any training you have ever experienced, because the summoned monsters will have the same damage as real-life monsters. Even if the mages stop summoning, they won't disappear immediately. If you don't call for help because you're afraid of losing face, you might lose your life. So if you feel the test is too difficult, please surrender immediately. These words made the two female students sitting and listening sweat profusely. Looking at each other worriedly, she continued talking about the test scoring criteria. The test score will be based on how long you last, and how calmly you react. That's all you need to know. I wish you all the best with your exams. Without further ado, Jinjua immediately lowered his voice and invited the first team. Alright, 4 people from Team 1, please step into the field for inspection. The lights in the arena turned on, and the dividing walls were erected, dividing the 4 people into 4 separate areas. Juwa once again raised her voice to introduce. Team 1 Hazuki, Kim Juno, Yujingjin, Spanner, prepare! She turned around and reminded the remaining contestant. All the rest just watched in silence. While it's not your turn, analyze the other cadets' battles, consider how they fight monsters, and see where they can improve. Do a thorough analysis, and if you feel there is a better way to fight the monster, then you can also voice your opinion. Jinjua stood in front of everyone and said, Okay, monster battle. The voice suddenly stopped here, seeing the surrounding candidates were silent, as if not paying attention to what he had just said. Jinjua cleared his throat to get their attention. Then speak up to remind one last time. Everyone, please turn off your smart watches. Some candidates were confused and turned off the clock. You should know that this statement will affect your written test results, so please write it carefully, Juwa explained. As if hit in the heart, Chinaeun found it hard to speak and gritted her teeth. Finally Juwa spoke up. Then monster battle. Let us begin. She raised her hand, creating a circular beam of light to summon the monster. The light glowed. Squad 1, Code Hazuki. The monster summoned a high-level zombie. As soon as the voice fell, a huge monster suddenly appeared in the yard, looking extremely ferocious. Something quickly flew over. Hazuki barely managed to block an attack from that monster. The loud noise created quite a stir. Yuyona looked in that direction and thought. The familiar voice spoke again. Gioian, Team 2. The snake demon stuck out its tongue. Li Younghan raised his fist, without hesitation using his ultimate technique, magic liberation. He immediately flew over and punched the snake's spirit straight in the body, causing it to bend over in pain. As soon as the attack ended, the battle ended. Jinjua announced, Kaden Yinhan has completed the test. A flash of light. The beam of light suddenly shot out, a rain of daggers raining down on the monsters below. Each dagger was stabbed straight into the monsters' bodies without missing a single one. The announcement voice immediately rang out, Kaden Chinaeun has completed the test. Yuyona's figure held the weapon, tied the monster up, and then forcefully struck it down. Another person, at the same time, also excitedly threw his goods out, slashing the water and splashing. The sounds of fighting below continuously and violently rose up. Next, invite Team 10 to go in and prepare. Cadet Kim Hajin, summoned monster Cromwolf. Kim Hajin knelt beside the rock, and fired the first shot, aiming straight at the wolf's head. The wolf was injured and let out a painful roar. Hajin's eyes were indifferent. His body leaned against the rock, thinking, if it goes on like this, everything will surely end well. The surrounding lights suddenly went out. The contestants sitting in the waiting room were bewildered. What's going on? Kim Hajin looked up, the confused voices still not stopping. What's going on? Oh Junhyuk's earphone suddenly vibrated. He touched the earphone, his voice full of questions. Did something happen at the testing ground? In the earphone, Seo Youngji's scolding voice suddenly rang out. Oh Junhyuk, concentrate on your job of standing guard, he replied shyly. Oh my god! Sorry, okay? Then Seo Youngji, who was standing inside the surveillance room, asked again, you know that one of the security teams patrolling around the cube was killed yesterday, right? We are in a very urgent situation right now. You also have to concentrate carefully. Junhyuk agreed and said okay, but more importantly, have we located the epicenter of the recent earthquake? Youngji replied, it's predicted to be on your side of the forest platform, but the exact location hasn't been determined yet. Junhyuk felt relieved hearing that. Hopefully nothing major happens. Suddenly, a foot stepped out from the bushes, it turned out to be Chiak Jungyang. He touched his head and smiled maliciously at him. Oh, there's someone here. Junhyuk didn't understand, so he reminded him. Hey, outsiders are not allowed in this area. Are you lost? He asked back, then why are you here? This question made Junhyuk flustered, but he still politely replied, because I'm not an outsider. Jungyang heard this and got impatient, rubbed his biceps and said, okay, that's enough talking. Don't block my way anymore. Go away if you don't want to be beaten to death. Junhyuk immediately went on high alert and prepared to draw his sword. Suddenly, the ground shook. Both of them looked out at the sea in shock. The waves began to roll in. Someone stammered, What the hell is going on? Before their eyes now was a whirlpool of water that was constantly swirling violently inside the affected building, shaking. An urgent voice warned, the test will be suspended due to an incident occurring outside the main building. All cadets must evacuate the main building immediately. A man standing in the waiting room, looking into the arena area, shouted, Team 10, stop the inspection and evacuate out now. Hajin looked at the chaotic scene around him and cursed inwardly. Damn it, what the hell is going on? A figure stepped out. The Cromwolf, which seemed to have died from the attack just now, suddenly woke up as if nothing had happened. Hajin immediately fell into a state of precariousness. His expression couldn't help but worry as he thought, will the summoning be invalidated? Then his eyes turned to the waiting room above, calling, Hey, is anyone there? There's definitely something wrong here. Among the magicians sent out, is there a demonic human? It's not Jinjua because there was no plot change warning window popping up. No, from beginning to end, there was no change at all to the characters in this building. Come here, as if realizing something. Kim Hajin's eyes suddenly widened. He quickly turned his head. So what means? On the other side, there were feet slowly walking on the rock. A man wearing a cloak stood from above looking down at the girl standing in the distance, then raised his voice to greet her. Long time no see, huh? Princess Rachel! Hajin thought about this scene and nodded in confirmation that this was completely possible. Because there are a lot of supporting characters who were never mentioned even once in the novel, like Kim Chun-dong. This is a part of the story that I was completely unaware of. On this side, Rachel looked at the person in front of her and softly called out, Lord Lancaster. The ceiling was shaking violently on this side. Rachel stood below and looked at the other party and asked, Sir Alex Lancaster, where were you when the London accident happened 5 years ago? She hesitated, and that look in her eyes, Alex's eyes flashed with murderous intent, causing Rachel to pause for a few seconds as if she understood something. Have you sold your soul? Why would a former Royal Guard captain do such a thing? Alex quickly spoke up. Looks like you misunderstood something. I never sold my soul. My new master simply took my soul. It was my soul that was betrayed by the country I had once devoted my entire life to. Her hand clenched the sword. Rachel coldly pointed the sword at her opponent. It seems like saying anything more is meaningless. First I should tie you up. The figure immediately flashed away. Rachel's figure rushed forward like lightning. Alex did not dodge, so a sword passed by him. Rachel suddenly stopped because his body only emitted smoke, but no wound appeared. Then he explained to her, What a pity! My real body is not here, but somewhere else. Appearing in front of people like that is just a form of entertainment for me. It's so chaotic outside right now that people can't even pay attention to this place anymore. Due to the invasion of monsters, including Emugi, this building has now almost become a monster den. No one can come to save people. Isn't the current situation extremely different, compared to the usual situation of the United Nations that always puts the royal family as the highest priority and protects it without any concern when thousands and tens of thousands of people out there die without a burial place? Rachel frowned slightly. The scene from the past appeared. The ground was covered in blood. Alex was kneeling, holding someone in his arms. The other person appeared to have stopped breathing. He recalled the image of himself suffering and crying in that miserable place. Back to reality, Alex prepared to leave, saying, I also want to talk to you more, but time is up. Then he said goodbye, Your Highness. Then he left while Rachel shouted, Wait a minute. Despite the shouts coming from behind, Lord Lancaster's figure did not turn back. A foot stepped out. A masked man suddenly appeared, with a weapon in his hand. That guy suddenly used his fastest speed to charge forward. Before Rachel could prepare, that guy launched an attack at her, causing her to struggle to block the attack. Rachel gritted her teeth with difficulty. That attack was too strong. Rachel couldn't take it anymore and was knocked back by that guy's weapon. Her arm inevitably got swiped, causing the strawberry syrup to splatter. Rachel was put in a difficult situation, anxiously calculating. If we fight head-on, I definitely won't win. I'll have to find a weak point and then risk attacking. Something at the speed of light flashed past the masked man's weapon, knocking the sword in Rachel's hand away, creating a beam of light in her hand. The sword flew away mercilessly. Then the guy stopped, looking down with a gloomy expression. Rachel's wrist flashed. It turned out to be a thread. The thread was tied to the sword lying around out there. A flash of light appeared. The masked man quickly turned around. I saw the sword emitting a halo flying towards me. The light just flashed, then the wall behind was suddenly broken by someone with a loud bang. Both of them looked in that direction in panic. From the crack, a figure appeared. The masked man saw someone appear and jumped forward, intending to attack that person. His weapon was pointed, Desert Eagle's shape shifting. The gun immediately transformed into its shotgun form. Kim Ha-jin coldly held it out and shot the masked man down with one shot. The masked man, after being defeated, was nowhere to be seen. Ha-jin paused, then looked at the gun in his hand. It was over with just one shot? Well, that's not surprising. It's an attack that costs 250 SP after all. Rachel silently looked at the figure in front of her. She realized in her heart, that person, he's in the same class as me. One step forward. Ha-jin reached out his hand in front of Rachel, wanting to help her stand up. Are you okay? Then his eyes caught the unsightly wound on her arm and he understood. I brought a bandage. Then he knelt down and proceeded to bandage Rachel's wound, making her shyly lower her head and not dare to look up. Kim Ha-jin didn't pay much attention, just saying, if I had come even a little later, you'll never be able to swing a sword again. Then, he looked at the blood stain on the towel, and Kim Ha-jin couldn't help but be surprised, his mouth wide open, because this was an unexpected harvest. The blood sample of a cadet in cube. Rachel then looked at him and said, Thank you. Kim Ha-jin was stunned and replied, What? It's nothing. The light on the ceiling suddenly turned on. Jinjua stood close to the railing looking down at them and called out, Hey, these two classmates, are you two injured anywhere? We will come down to rescue you two right away. A robed man stepped forward and announced, Head Mage, there are two cadets in the examination hall right next to here who are seriously injured. Hearing this, she turned her head and asked doubtfully, Who would do such a thing? Out by the sea, a young man was sitting watching the sunset. Seo Yangji panicked and ran towards him, calling out, Jun-hyuk, she asked urgently. What happened? Appeared Demugi? Hearing that, Jun-hyuk gently touched his hair and replied, You came here a bit late. It was chased away a long time ago. Yangji wondered, You chase him away? Jun-hyuk immediately denied, No, it was an intruder chasing. I don't know who stabbed it. But that Demugi seemed very angry, yet that guy was still able to use overwhelming strength to drive it away. Remembering that punch and intense gaze, Jun-hyuk affirmed, He must be very strong. Yangji felt the story was too vague, so she said, Do you think I'll believe what you say? Jun-hyuk touched his neck, stood up, and said sympathetically, Oh, I can't believe it either, but I think it's highly likely that he's the suspect in the murder at the police station. Let's put out a search for him. Not only did an unknown intruder appear, but a high-level monster also appeared. This midterm exam was really lively. I think it will be hard for the cube leaders to avoid being reprimanded for this accident this time. In short, the monster accident at Cube that happened yesterday has become one of the hot news in the world. The midterm exam has been postponed because a lot of manpower is needed to correct the incident to the public and help with the repair work. After that, both the test and the class were suspended, and the cadets enjoyed a 10-day vacation that was unprecedented in the school's history. Hearing this, a group of cadets were happily cheering because the holiday news had just been announced. The professor stood on the podium, his face full of veins, and shouted at the crowd, You bunny kids! Can you be so happy when a cadet is injured? But the people below didn't pay much attention to these words, because they were discussing with each other. What are you guys planning to do this vacation? Let's go out and have fun. The professor heard that and became even angrier. Stop thinking about such bullshit. Quietly go back to your dormitories. Suddenly, Kim Ha-jin's laptop bag vibrated. He took the computer out of the bag and turned it on. Finally saw the plot change notice. That damn co-author! A name called Alex Lancaster appeared on the screen with a bio below it. Has very deep affection for his deceased family members. His anger is growing. There's a high chance he'll attack Rachel, without waiting for reinforcements until he sees a good opportunity. His danger level has increased from 7.5 to 8.5. Isn't this guy named Lancaster one of the characters related to the British plot that I created? His goal will be to conquer Britain, a pretty formidable villain, stronger than in the original novel and appeared much earlier too? Thinking of this, Hajin felt a little regretful. Damn, if I had known this would happen. I've made better faction characters, but this isn't so bad. I even got a sample of Rachel's blood. Suddenly, Hajin's head was pushed by an elbow. He turned slightly and saw Naeun's face full of murderous intent, looking down. Then she acted like nothing happened, stuck out her tongue and said, "What are you looking at?" Just as Kim Hajin was about to explode with anger, a message appeared on his computer. "Hey man, leave that girl alone." Yanhan stood a distance away, saw the two standing together and said, "Ha, they're arguing again." The person standing next to him doesn't think so. "But, don't they seem closer than before?" Looking at Naeun's lonely figure walking away, Yanhan rudely commented to the person standing next to him, "Is there something wrong with your eyes?" A moment later, Naeun opened the door, smiling as she thought back. "What a loser. If you can't beat me, why are you deliberately picking a fight?" As soon as she entered the room, the watch on her wrist rang. The screen shows a mailbox icon with text below it. "Cube Cadet Test Evaluation, Chinaeun." She was surprised and said, "This is the evaluation of the last test." Then, Naeun conveniently sat down on a nearby chair. "Let's see what's in here. Kim Seho's article is in here too." She opened it and saw a line that caught her eye. A very obvious victory. Although she looks like she's worried about a lot of things, it seems that a lot of reasons, both external and internal, have caused her confidence to decrease a lot. However, she is still a talented archer, and an extremely excellent cadet. Even though the opponent was a heavenly horse, she was still able to kill it very calmly. Thanks to her hard work and outstanding talent, she performed flawlessly. Some people might feel that she lacks talent, but that's not true. What she lacks is not talent, but self-confidence. As long as she continues to develop on the path she is on now, I can be sure she will become the most talented hero. At the end of the article it says, "Cadet Rights Review Kim Seho." Naeun read out a few words that sounded like comfort. After reading them, she couldn't help but feel moved and bowed her head in shame. Then she raised her head, eyes filled with tears as she looked at the screen. "But he's right, no matter what anyone says. I will definitely choose to be an archer." Naeun continued scrolling down, saw another anonymous letter. "I don't know who it is, but this review is really long." Naeun is a little excited. Click on the letter to see what's written inside. Then she began to read. After reading for a while, her body trembled. Naeun's face bulged with veins, and she shouted angrily, startling people passing by the room. Naeun's voice echoed throughout the dormitory. "I will not let go of this bastard!" On this side, in front of Hajin was now the blood-stained evangel seed, placed on a white towel. However, what was unusual was that the blood around the handkerchief was slowly being sucked into it. Hajin sat with his arms crossed, staring at evangel seed's every move without taking his eyes off it. "Oh, did it just suck blood? I got the evangel seed from Mount Gary. If you give it blood, it will create the witch evangel. Because this is Rachel's blood of noble lineage, no bad person will appear out of nowhere." Hajin is very excited right now, hoping the process will go quickly so he can be helped. "Hey Dad, grow up and help me." The wish had barely passed when a cold shiver ran down Hajin's spine. It made his whole body sweat, as if a strange current had just crept into his body. Kim Hajin's face instantly changed color. The blood seemed to drain from his skin. "No way. Ha! The second holy seal is actually in the palm of his hand." An unfamiliar mark suddenly lit up, emitting a magical light that did not belong to this world. In the middle of the quiet night, a scream suddenly rang out from Kim Hajin's apartment, tearing the atmosphere apart as he was shocked to realize that abnormal change. Early the next morning, when the morning sunlight had already crept into every corner of the city, Kim Hajin is still living as usual. He wrapped the bandage around his arm, where the mysterious mark was. It still burned and ached. That made him unable to hide his gloomy expression, as if carrying an invisible fatigue. Seeing his bad complexion, Soo-hyuk asked with good intentions, "What's the matter, Kim Hajin?" He then didn't elaborate and just brushed it off. "It's nothing, I'm just a little tired today." By the way, Kim Hajin also asked about Soo-hyuk's current situation. "It seems like he's doing better now. Thanks to HUV, selling is easier and the number of customers has also increased. Much more free than when I do it alone." "It's all thanks to you, Kim Hajin." Soo-hyuk was extremely grateful to Hajin because thanks to him he was able to manage somewhat. But he was not fussy, so he just wanted to change the subject. While sitting in the car, Hajin saw a crowd of people gathered like ants outside, which caught his attention. Why are there so many people in front of the door? But upon looking closely, Hajin also realized. Is it someone from the guild? Everyone at this moment, when they saw these special people passing by, stood there with their mouths open in amazement. Hey, look, those people are. It's a member of Essence of the Strait. It turned out that the person being cheered was Yona. Wow, being a celebrity is really cool. Wherever Yona went, that place was always packed with people surrounding her. Even though everyone around was very enthusiastic and bustling, but she still kept her cold, expressionless CEO face. Hajin saw the bustling scene outside, so he also rolled down the car window. Yona? Did he come here with his teammates? At that time, Yona also noticed your appearance and turned to look at you. Kim Hajin? It seems she is also very curious why you are here, so I went straight to your car. Yona knocked on Kim Hajin's glass door and asked, "What are you doing in the yard?" Faced with this sudden encounter, he was a bit unprepared for an answer, so he just stuttered. Go make money. Hearing this, she became even more curious. Alone? Kim Hajin, you even dragged Sohyuk into this. No, with my manager Park Sohyuk. While he was in turmoil, Yona also narrowed her eyes and looked inside the car. Even though it was Kim Hajin who created this, but when he experienced it himself, he thought again. Come to think of it, Yona and Park Sohyuk make a strange combination. If it were according to the original story, Park Sohyuk would have become Kim Soho's manager. Yona, after knowing that Kim Soho signed a contract with him, was very surprised. Heavily invested in SH Entertainment, the cooperation between the two of them, which was thought to be incompatible, turned out to be incredibly compatible. The result was so successful that Yona, Park Sohyuk, and everyone involved walked on a path filled with money. Well, that's the original story, but the problem is SH Entertainment doesn't have Kim Soho. Is it worth Yona investing money in? And that was the dilemma in Kim Hajin's heart. Back to reality, bad luck was not Yona's ally. But just someone who is extremely afraid of you. Worst case scenario, I might have blocked Park Sohyuk's chance. The atmosphere between them suddenly became heavy and tense. Yona didn't ask any more questions and just lowered her voice. I see. As if led by an invisible force, she unconsciously reached out to touch the door handle. Without warning, Yona opened the door and got into Kim Hajin's car, sitting leisurely without looking back, leaving him stunned, not understanding what was happening. If you go hunting, I will go with you. You agree, right? Even though it was a question from Yona, it was no different than forcing him to accept. While Kim Hajin was still stunned, Sohyuk drove the two of them deep into the forest. The atmosphere in the car was a bit awkward as both of them sat there, not saying anything. While Kim Hajin was wondering what she was thinking, she called out to him. Hey. The next second she asked him again, have you thought about the future? Hearing this, Hajin froze for 5 seconds. Why ask that? It seems like Yona is a worrier, and you're a go-getter. What are you going to do after you graduate? There's still plenty of time. Have you thought about that? Hajin thought so because he was a relaxed guy, while Yona was the complete opposite. Thought? Once midterms are over and you're in your 3rd year, you'll mainly be doing practice, so you won't be going to Cube most of the time. Hearing that, Hajin also thought to himself, yeah, 3rd years will be busy because we'll become real heroes or something. It turns out that she has been bringing up this issue all this time because she wanted to invite him to join her team. If you don't have any concrete plans, then how about joining my Essence of the Strait? To make the invitation more appealing, Yona added on its potential. We're in 2nd place, right? Behind Holy Grace of God. But when I become the president, I will make Essence of the Strait the top guild in Korea. I can support you in many ways, from modern weapons to famous management. When he heard that he might be replaced, Sohyuk couldn't help but feel nervous and break out in a cold sweat. After advertising all the extremely delicious deals, Yona continued. She looked towards Hajin expectantly. Is that offer enough to attract you, a cadet? However, the only thing that concerned Kim Hajin was her carelessness. Contacting a cadet early is against the law. You will be fined 500 million won. Hearing that, she immediately replied sharply, Hey, I can easily pay that amount. Anyway, you do that. But before Yona could finish her sentence, the car hit a rock. Then she suddenly leaned forward and her face hit the front seat. I wonder if Sohyuk did it on purpose or not. But this turned Yona into a lioness. What the hell? Why are you break all of a sudden? After a long journey, They stopped at a cliff amidst majestic mountains. Here we come, Monster Point. She heard that and could not help but feel confused. What are you talking about? How did a normal manager like you find Monster Point? Soo-hyuk then hesitated a bit before replying. The end of April is when the monster in the yard starts to be completed. A lot of people flock to the stadium around this time. There are quite a few more places, but they are quite famous, so they are very crowded. This is also the hunting ground chosen considering Hajin's marksmanship. This is information I have researched carefully, so you can believe it first. Kim Hajin is also very satisfied with his work style right now. Do you think my manager is good? After you have prepared all your equipment, inform Soo-hyuk and continue your journey. I'll be back after I'm done hunting. Be careful. At this time, there were only 2 of them left in the car. Miss Yona will. Before Park Soo-hyuk could finish his sentence, Yona interrupted. My guild members will be arriving soon. Soo-hyuk felt like he was being thrown a huge lump of butter at her, so he didn't know what else to say other than Suddenly, a second ago, she had just jumped down, and yet the next second, she was knocking on his car door. I thought it was something important, but Yona needed something very confusing. Hey, give me your business card. It's been 10 days since the midterm exam accident. The postponed classes finally resumed, and the cadets returned to the cube. At this moment, everyone was gathered together to see their results on the scoreboard. As expected, with his infinite IQ, Hajin was still sitting at the top of the board. Things have started to settle down now. There's no more trouble like before. After Horak was taught a lesson during the exam, his juniors who kept trying to bully me have now left me alone. This is probably the most peaceful time for me since entering Q. But life is not like a dream. I thought it was peaceful. Then, he received a warning punch from Naeun. It was like avoiding the fire and hitting the fire. Kim Hajin once again faced her murderous gaze. You were the one who wrote that review, weren't you? When people saw the tense conflict between the 2 of them, they also gathered around curiously. There's a fight. Before Hajin could reply, Naeun's fierce face stopped him from answering. Don't even think about denying it. That damn tone of voice is just like yours. But he confirmed very calmly. So what? I wrote to help you. But before his cleverness, Naeun became even more angry. Who made you do that? So what? You're such a good gunner, but don't you know how to observe or feel? Who are you to judge me? Do you think you're good at studying? Want to fish? Let me teach you how difficult it is to hold a bow. Naeun's loud voice attracted everyone's attention, but Kim Hajin had nothing to fear, and immediately agreed to her request. Fine, if you want to bet, then bet. But everything has its price. So he also has a condition for Naeun. But if you lose, then from now on you can't touch a bow and arrow again. She didn't expect Kim Hajin to be so difficult, so she stood there in a daze for a while. Seeing herself in trouble, Naeun summoned her monster. This bastard. After a while of arguing, the 2 of them finally agreed. I will switch from using a gun to using a bow. But can you give me some time for special training? As if special training is going to win. Why don't you just go for it if you like it? While Naeun was storming off, Kim Hajin was also silently calculating. My marksmanship ability is currently at level 7. If I can just level up to level 6 during this time, I'll definitely win this bet. Not to mention my luck. Naeun is clearly in denial. She mistakenly believes that her talent with the bow is as good as with the sword. Praise and encouragement won't help matters at all. That morning, when the morning sunlight was shining through every window, it's the time when everyone gathers together in the great hall, and the person standing there speaking was none other than Han Hyun. It's nice to see everyone again. I'm glad we're all sitting here together safely. After passing that stormy midterm exam together due to the influence of the last exam, there was a little change. The Academy Club and Hunting Club were both suspended due to the demonic human's actions. The accidents in the cube were all according to the original novel. Then there's still one accident. That's why. At this time, Ha Hyun also briefly introduced their next destination. Our destination this time will be France. While it sounds exciting, the next chapter unfolds a bloody event. The assassination of the French tycoon. This chapter begins with an assassination threat from an organization of assassins. The letter states that the night of Saturday and Sunday will be the day they will act. And the target they were targeting was not ordinary people. The recipient was a French tycoon, Bethan. I thought he was a bad guy, but he was the complete opposite. Bethel is a gentleman, living a simple life in a villa in the suburbs of France. But life is a trick. That's just the facade he wears. But this is actually a lie. Bethel's real name is Barrett, and he's a born con man, a bastard of a bastard. To get his extreme wealth, he cheated countless people. Up until now, he has always escaped being caught after each time he commits a scam, but eventually Darkness's footprint detected and locked onto him. Because he was on the wanted list, he couldn't ask for help from the police, and he didn't have enough time to find a bodyguard strong enough to fight them. Bethel was terrified. Any awkward situation would have a way to resolve it. But even in the darkest night, one can find a ray of light. Necessity is the mother of invention. One day, Bethen came up with a genius plan after meeting a cube cadet on a vacation in France. That naive cadet accidentally caught Beret's eye to become the president of the French Tourist Club. How excellent! It's nothing, but thanks. Oh, we're thinking of choosing Paris as our next destination, but I'm having a very hard time finding a good place to house all the cadets. His problem was listened to word for word. Seeing this as a golden opportunity to escape the assassin's clutches, Beret immediately made a proposal. If so, would you guys like to come to my mansion? You and all your cadet friends? That's roughly how it went. Kim Ha-jin had his finger on the pulse of everything. He is planning to use the cadets as guards for his villa. Suddenly, a message appeared on Kim Ha-jin's laptop screen. Room of Truth. I'd like to make a request. Looks like Ha-jin found his first customer. Ha-jin was a bit confused at this moment because he didn't think things would happen so quickly. My first order. The anonymous person then made his request to him. Please find the swindler who scammed my family and ran away. I have attached all the details of the person I want you to find. However, after briefly looking at the information provided, Kim Ha-jin immediately recognized the subject's identity. This person is. Meanwhile, in a dark place, without a single ghost, the chameleon troupe was gathering together. Everyone is standing around a circular sphere and watching what is happening through the sphere of light. One of them spoke first. Oh my god, I'm scared. So this is the power of the counterspell? This year's cube freshmen are really good. This guy looks like he'll be very useful. Useful or not useful, I don't really care. But master, since when did our chameleon troupe turn into a detective club dedicated to recruiting new ghosts like that boy? However, her opinion was met with disagreement. I think he has quite a bit of potential, don't you? Not to mention he doesn't have parents or a lover or anything. What does that have to do with us? People are more vulnerable to temptation when they have no one around. Can we not give him fame? But it can give him a lot of money. It seems that Ha-jin is a very valuable gem in their eyes. Our top priority is to find the traitor and eliminate him. If his talents can be of use to us, then we should recruit him. Seeing that she couldn't argue back, she didn't waste any more breath. Oh, is that so? Fine, consider that you've recruited him. But the next second, she changed her mind. But the only position left is the black position. You want to give it to a brat like this? The color designated exclusively for the strongest in the chameleon troupe. The color of the one who once betrayed his master suddenly. The two of them were arguing fiercely when Jiang stomped forward again. Looks like there's no other way. In that case, let me have that black position. Then just give him my location. He really made a request without any shame. The others, seeing his overconfidence, also whispered, refused. You're too stupid for that position. Agree. Besides, I'm obviously stronger than you. So what? While everyone was divided into factions arguing back and forth, Jun came up with an idea. Then the answer would be to hold a vote, right, master? Xiaopeng has been silent all this time, not paying any attention to their argument. At this time, she also finalized the voting plan and immediately carried it out. Those who agree to recruit Kim Ha-jin into the chameleon troupe, raise your hands. And after a while of deliberation, a few people raised their hands, but some also refused. As for Jane and Zhengyang, either of them raised their hands in agreement. The end result is so obvious. The number of people who support is higher than the number of people who reject. 8 votes in favor and 2 votes against. So the decision to recruit Kim Ha-jin has been made. Jane and Zhengyang both disliked Kim Ha-jin when they heard this. Both of them gritted their teeth in displeasure. But what can they do? They still have to obey. Suddenly, at that moment, Xiaopeng had a mission for her. And Jane, take this. This is an invitation to a VIP party in Paris. Jane looked extremely excited. Oh, this is the location of this quest? Jane took the invitation in his hand and revealed a strange smile. Jane, the holder of the yellow color of the chameleon troupe, please do me a simple task, steal this ring. After the trip to France was approved, the cadets were already at the airport early in the morning to prepare. Han Hyun, after completing the roll call mission, moved on to the next mission. Okay, confirmed. Everyone is present, including Kim Hajin. Before we move, let's draw lots for the group. This was Hajin's first time in Europe, so it was a bit strange. In the real world, I've never been to Europe this time. But here, it only takes 10 seconds to get there. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. According to the original novel, Yona and Kim Seho will be in the same group. Anyway, Kim Hajin was stumped at this point, so he just threw the paper in the box to see who he was paired with. In just a moment, the poetic French tower of romance novels appeared romantically before their eyes. The scenery in Paris is breathtaking, with countless unique architectural works present everywhere. From dawn, people flock to cafes to enjoy food and read newspapers. What a pair of enemies! Kim Hajin and Naeun were put together, making her blood boil. What the hell? What the hell is this? You obviously withdrew. What are you complaining about? Hugh, shut up! Every time the two of them met, they were like cats and dogs. The people around them also focused their attention on them. Look, those are cube cadets, right? They look cool. Suddenly, he turned his eyes to Han Hyun. Korean cadets, come this way. After a long time apart, Natasha couldn't hide her happiness at seeing Han Hyun again. And when they saw this PDA, everyone looked visibly annoyed. I wonder what my lonely heart will do when it sees this scene. Hoo-hoo. Ha! Is he here to meet his girlfriend? Since this was his first time publicly announcing his girlfriend, Han Hyun immediately introduced her to everyone. This is my girlfriend. At the same time, she is a member of the medical team on this trip. Her name is Natasha. She was also very warm and happy to meet the cadets. Nice to meet you all. Have a great trip in Paris. Only Kim Hajin wondered how Han Hyun could win Natasha over. In order for everyone to be able to explore every corner of this poetic city, Han Hyun immediately made an announcement. Then everyone will be free to visit. But we have a party planned tonight, so everyone should gather here at 7 o'clock. Naeun is in the same group as Hajin, so she also asked about you. Hey, where are you going? With his bottomless stomach, he replied. First, let's get something to eat. Are you really going to come with me? Even though she had a grudge against Hajin, she couldn't leave her teammates alone and helpless. We've already divided them into groups. What do you want me to do? Just leave you behind? Haha, not really. It's just that I see you as someone very different from before. Kim Hajin didn't let Naeun choose the destination but turned around and asked her to follow him. Then follow me. She was a little surprised when she heard that, glancing around. Wait, you know your way around here? And as expected of Kim Hajin, he was a careful person, so he had already prepared a plan in his head. So that watch is just for show? Of course, I did some research before coming here. Just follow me. Since Naeun was a naive deer when she first came to Paris, she could only listen to the tour guide Hajin. Even though she didn't know where to eat, she still made it difficult for him by making the prices difficult. Okay, but I'm a picky eater. I know, Chai Naeun followed while still grumbling. What would you know, you bastard? Bitch! And sure enough, Hajin didn't disappoint us when he took Naeun to a very fancy French restaurant. While he was receiving the table, she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the expensive space here, and looked around attentively. Up until she sat down at the dinner table, Naeun kept looking around curiously. How did you get a reservation here? You actually used the Book of Truth, but you didn't tell her directly. I have my own way. At that time, Kim Hajin was like a legendary CEO. His family had nothing but conditions. He handed the menu to Naeun and asked Naeun to choose. Okay, just order whatever you want to eat. She was a little slow, but still agreed to take it. Okay. And in Kim Hajin's mind, Naeun is a rich young lady, so she'll definitely choose something good. I'm sure she'll know how to order well. Her family was very well off, but through the frosted glass, her long hair flashed by like a shadow of the past. This made Kim Hajin's heart suddenly stop. His eyes were filled with surprise for a brief moment. Without realizing what he said, he stood up, much to Naeun's confusion. What's going on? He left Naeun, confused in the middle of the table, and rushed out, wanting to know what was going on. I'll be right back. Stay here. What? Hey, where are you going? Hajin charged forward at breakneck speed, determined to catch up with the girl. Has the story changed again? Or is there another character I don't know who is intervening? He ran quickly on the sidewalk, trying to keep his vision with his long hair parting in the middle of the traffic. Why? After running at full speed for a while, Hajin finally caught up with them. Miss! After the person turned around, he raised another question. Why is Yoon Sungga in Paris? But she seemed to not know who he was and appeared extremely panicked, glancing left and right. Kim Hajin's face immediately turned serious as he questioned Sungga. You're moving really fast, Sunga. What are you doing in Paris? Huh, who are you? At her question and her expression filled with unfamiliarity, Kim Ha-jin was also stunned for a moment. He was extremely confused as to why Sunga treated him like a stranger. Why do you pretend not to know what I do? But just as a noise rang out, she took the opportunity and hid behind the guy who was with her. At this moment, Kim Ha-jin suddenly realized that something seemed wrong, followed by a system notification. Even though he really wanted to ask Sunga for clarification, it seemed like it wouldn't be possible today. Sorry, I got the wrong person. After that chance meeting, Kim Ha-jin took out his laptop and sat in a corner. The system then sent him a notification. Notification of settings change. An anonymous informant said that there was a black history between Jane and Yoon Sunga. The character Yoon Sunga has been included in the current chapter. While Naeun was looking at him with curious eyes, Kim Ha-jin was still busy focusing on Sunga's character. So that's why she went to Paris. This story goes back a long time ago. There are two people working at the Guild Holy Grace of God, recruited at the same time, and that was fate that brought them together. However, their feelings did not stop at being normal colleagues but developed into an extremely close bond. They had gone through countless missions and hardships together, and so, the two of them were always together, sharing the good times and the bad. Next, Jane became the only person Yoon Sunga called a friend throughout her miserable life. However, no happiness can last forever. At the crucial moment, Jane betrayed Sunga and their relationship came to an end. That day, in the midst of a desolate scene engulfed in blood and fire, Sunga was trembling with indignation under Jane's sharp blade. Why? Why me? She didn't have any sympathy for Sunga at that moment? Want to know why? Because, Jane then revealed her sheepish appearance. She just laughed smugly at her pain. I think that would be fun. Sunga heard this and didn't say a word of regret or blame, but just looked at her with a lifeless, emotionless gaze. Her true identity is Jane Velerin, the golden wielder of the chameleon troupe. She is a villain who is especially good at stealing and disguise. Back in reality, on Sunga's side, she was standing silently, looking forward. Meanwhile, Yoren came over and handed her a cup of coffee. Vice President, please have some coffee. Thanks, Yoren. Looking at Sunga's expression, Yoren could also somewhat understand her mood. You look confused. Really? But now, she was looking forward to that moment more than ever. I'm feeling great, aren't I? Finally, I can take action to eliminate a traitor. He then also asked her opinion on the matter. Do you really think Jane Velerin will appear at this party as that anonymous source said? I don't believe it 100% either. But speaking of Jane, she loves these kinds of parties. Especially if there was something to steal, then for her, it would be killing two birds with one stone. And the once-in-a-millennium treasure that Jane was aiming for was the one that would appear at the party. The artifact stored in that hall. Homer's ring. Sunga knows her like the back of her hand. She knows exactly what Jane is thinking. Tonight, Jane Velerin will surely take it upon himself to steal it. Right in the middle of the most luxurious 5-star restaurant, located in the middle of a busy and bustling street. Naeun, after finishing that sumptuous meal, left with a full stomach, extremely satisfied. Oh, I'm so full. Seeing Naeun so happy, Kim Ha-jin thought it was time to say goodbye, so he made a suggestion. So let's split up now, shall we? You must have somewhere you want to go, right? As he spoke, he mentally calculated the plan for tonight's dance. The dance starts at 5 p.m. I need to scour this place for a new vantage point. Seeing that Kim Ha-jin didn't want to go anymore, Naeun waved her hand and said, Goodbye, okay, whatever. But he suddenly called out to her. Hey, Naeun! Ha-jin spoke up and carefully warned her. Don't get lost. As if seen through, Naeun angrily shouted. Do you think I'm an idiot? Finally, the dance has arrived. As night falls, the entire villa grounds are already aglow with dazzling lights, surrounded by luxury cars. Gentlemen and ladies from famous families appeared one after another, dressed in exquisite ceremonial attire. The outside is magnificent and majestic, but the inside is even more overwhelming. Everywhere was covered with crystal, red earth and towering champagne towers. Yet the space was breathtakingly magnificent. But all the guests' eyes were drawn to one direction. They exclaimed, Look over there! Suho and Yona wore exquisite outfits. Although both of their faces were hidden behind mysterious masks, the aura they emitted was hard to conceal. Their appearance caused the whole audience to whisper non-stop. Are they famous? Even with the mask on, I can still feel that super cool aura. Seeing everyone continuously complimenting her, Yona proudly said, Hey, did you hear that? Clothes make the man, dressing well is really worth it. But Kim Suho next to him doesn't think so. He thought tiredly to himself, it's so stuffy wearing this. She saw that the atmosphere was too lively, so she spoke up. Wait, we've come all the way here and aren't dancing? Kim Suho shyly replied. But I've never danced before. The whole hall was immersed in the melodious music, dancing under the splendid crystal lights. But they didn't know that, in the opposite building, a dark figure was observing their every move from a hidden corner on the upper floor. It was Kim Hajin. He was using his power to closely monitor the situation of the ball. 5:30, Yoon Sung-ga also arrived. There hasn't been much change yet. The masked ball was held at an ancient castle on the outskirts of Paris. My mission today is to help the story progress smoothly. But through his power, Kim Hajin immediately discovered something strange. In the distance, a fiery red space gate suddenly appeared, swirling violently. He exclaimed in surprise, that is a magic gate. I thought tonight would be peaceful, but its appearance made Hajin extremely worried. Damn, I thought everything would be fine. He stared at the gate, trying to guess who was behind this. Only a demonic human could create such an artificial gate. Moreover, they must also have considerable demonic support to have enough magical power to do this. With that, Hajin immediately averted his gaze to the hall, trying to track down the demonic human. So that means somewhere at the party today, there is a demonic human who created the magic gate. Suddenly, the computer next to him made a noise, interrupting his train of thought. A comment appeared. Homer's ring mythical artifact. It is a mistake to assume that a mythical item is worthless just because it is unawakened. Another change was added. The setting has been changed to the group. Demonic group, evil society joins the plot in Paris to hunt for artifacts. After reading the hints, he pondered, evil society. Could it be? The system immediately responded. Evil society. A terrifying demonic human group with a leader named Kim Hakpyo. They specialize in looting antiquities, attacking riots, and waging wars. The demonic humans from the evil society have engaged in countless atrocities in this world. Hearing that, Kim Hajin angrily shouted, thanks for letting me meet them. Dangerous guys like this. Can't waste any more time. You activate your power now. Hajin quickly acted. He used ether to create a mask. With that, a jet black mask immediately covered Hajin's face. His whole body exuded a dense murderous aura, ready to hunt. This time, things won't go your way. Well then, let's go find that devil. Inside the party, in a secluded corner where no one was around, a man was being strangled. After a while of unsuccessful resistance, he gradually lost strength. The man lost too much air and died on the spot. The killer disguised himself as a waiter, quietly taking them down one by one. After beating them all up, he quickly put his plan into action. The waiter bent down, looked at the machine, and the system quickly confirmed it. The door in front of me slowly opened. Seeing how smoothly things were going, he smugly said, it was as easy as pie. The fake waiter quickly walked in. His eyes lit up with excitement when he saw the only object emitting light in the dark room. So this is a mythical artifact, Homer's ring. Inside the heavily guarded glass cage, a sparkling gold ring stood out with a brilliant diamond set in the center. Makes everyone who sees it want to have it. But just as he was about to touch the ring, a cold voice rang out from behind. The figure of a woman slowly walked inside. Hey, what are you doing? Yoren's face instantly turned pale as his plan was exposed. Yoren, he slowly turned his head, filled with fear as his identity was exposed. Tremblingly said, Vice President, what are you doing here? In contrast to Yoren's terrified expression, Sungha just smiled gently and replied, I came here to find you. My secretary position can't be vacant, right? As she spoke, she gradually approached Yoren. Suddenly, Sungha hugged him from behind, leaving Yoren completely surprised, not understanding what she wanted to do. His face paled, shocked by Sungha's actions. Yoren was at a loss as to what to do with the situation. He was so surprised that he was speechless. Vice President, what are you doing? Sungha calmly hugged him tighter, using a ghostly voice to reply, You know, Yoren. Suddenly her attitude changed completely. She coldly shouted, I cannot be fooled a second time like that. Before Yoren could react, his entire body was lifted into the air. Sungha used all her strength to slam him straight into the ground behind him. There was a loud noise like thunder. Bricks and stones shattered and flew everywhere. The hall that was originally filled with music and lights suddenly became chaotic. Screams echoed everywhere. When the smoke and dust cleared, the scene before their eyes left everyone speechless. The once luxurious, white building was now just a pile of rubble. A giant hole had been gouged into the large wall behind it. Hearing the loud noise, everyone was confused and talking. What is it? There was an explosion. Suddenly from within, the hazy smoke and dust, a figure quickly shot out. The person's entire face was distorted like melted candle wax. Gradually it came together, and every detail of the face began to become clearer. It turned out to be Jane, who disguised herself as Yorin. She said excitedly as she ran away from Sunga. How do you know that? My disguise skills are perfect like that. She didn't bother to reply. Jane escaped, like a flash of lightning, swinging his sword straight at her. Even at such terrifying speeds, Jane still gently blocked Sunga's attack as if nothing happened. Sunga angrily yelled at her. Didn't you switch places with Yorin after we arrived in Paris? You think I wouldn't notice the change in the way my right-hand man walks and talks? Hearing her say that, she, with a sarcastic smile, said, I don't remember you being so particular. Was my betrayal that painful? Those words were like a knife cutting into the motorbike taxi. The pain from the past kept coming back, causing her to stop. Suddenly, from behind, a whip came, interrupting their fight. The whip came and wrapped tightly around Sunga's hand. The pressure was so strong that no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape. The whip owner's voice rang out, attracting the attention of both of them. Sorry, Yona warned, tightening her whip. I don't know who you are, but why don't you bring your lover home and argue? Suho next to him also pulled out his weapon, ready to fight. Suddenly someone dared to interfere in their fight, making Sunga extremely annoyed and spoke up. Hey, who are you guys? Yona introduced herself while holding the whip tightly, not letting go. We are the Cube's young soldiers. If you would lay down your weapons, then no one will have to shed blood. Hearing this, a look of disgust appeared on Sunga's face. She felt extremely troubled by this interference. Sunga stopped struggling and activated her ability. A sudden wave of heat radiated from her body. In an instant, the sturdy whip was suddenly burned into pieces by the intense heat, falling down before Yona's astonishment. Yona was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Just as she dealt with the obstacle in front of her, another murderous aura suddenly came from behind Sunga. Jane took advantage of her distraction and immediately rushed over like the wind. The sword in her hand shot straight towards her. But luckily, with great reflexes, Sunga dodged it. Not missing the opportunity, Sunga immediately counterattacked. She put all her strength into the sword. A hot stream of energy immediately surrounded it. In a flash, she had rushed forward, both of them screaming like a whirlwind, rushing to kill each other. No one gave in, leaving Yona extremely terrified. The sound of metal echoed throughout the auditorium, attackers, defenders, making the match more and more tense. But the battle gradually turned in Sunga's favor. She put all her strength into her sword, sending her opponent's entire body flying backwards, hitting the nearby wall. Jane's sword tried to resist, but it was useless. After the terrible impact, the sword began to crack into pieces of iron, gradually falling down in front of her. The mirror was completely destroyed. Sunga showed no mercy, swinging her sword straight away to finish off Jane, but just as her blade was about to reach her, another sword suddenly intervened, blocking it. Suho quickly stepped forward to stop Sunga's actions. Seeing her good thing ruined, she angrily shouted, "Who the hell are you? Go away, or I'll kill you both now!" Even though Sunga tried to scold him, Kim Suho still stood there firmly, not leaving. Though I don't know why you two are fighting, but I won't allow anyone to get caught up in your fight. You better stop. But that didn't calm her down at all. Sunga gritted her teeth, getting even more furious. Suddenly she swung her sword and threw him away. Sunga said angrily, "So annoying, I told you to go away." But just as she was about to continue what she was doing, Jane quickly ran away. By the time Sunga found out, she would have already run away. Where did she go? What? Get back here! Jane was excited, his voice teasing. If it were me, would you come back? Well, goodbye, Yoon-sung. But before he could finish his sentence, a dark, ghostly aura suddenly appeared from somewhere and enveloped Jane. But it doesn't stop there. The black air continued to spread throughout the auditorium, covering every corner, causing the originally luxurious space to suddenly become dark and stuffy. They spread like lightning, sweeping away everything in their path. Even Sunga was shaken by the black waves. In a flash, darkness enveloped the space, plunged everything into gloom. Sunga and Jane looked at the person in front of them in panic. "The person who just took the ring," she said happily. "Finally found it. The demonic human finally appears. She is not human at all. The lower part of her body was covered in long, slimy tentacles, making people feel disgusted. She raised the treasure in her hand and excitedly exclaimed, "Homer's ring!" Kim Hajin stood outside, observing everything that had happened since just now. Seeing the villain had arrived, he clicked his tongue slightly, feeling that this guy was difficult to deal with. At this moment, on the other side, Naeun was scratching her head in frustration, screaming, "Come back here again!" It turned out that Naeun was stuck here after trying to follow the directions for a while. Naeun angrily cursed, "I already followed the map's directions, why do I keep come back here again? That's a useless watch!" After a while of groping, she finally gave up. What kind of stupid company made this? I'm definitely going to complain. But after cursing enough, Naeun suddenly realized, it's my dad's company. Finding it impossible to get to the ball, she decided to call for help. However, after several attempts to contact, the other side still did not bother to pick up the phone. Naeun tiredly complained, "He doesn't even pick up the phone or read the messages. What the hell are you busy with?" But Naeun doesn't know that Yona is facing a terrifying demonic human at the ball. As for Sunga, she was full of surprise, raising her guard at Silas' appearance. A demonic human, but the fear was only momentary. She quickly regained her confidence, pointing the tip of her sword straight at her. Her whole body was engulfed in a fierce fire. The murderous aura that radiated from her was so strong that the atmosphere became extremely tense. Sunga ordered sternly, "Give that thing to me right now." Silason found the threat amusing and sarcastically replied, "This is not something the likes of you can reach." The more she spoke, the more excited she became, determined not to give the ring to Sunga. "My evil society will take this ring." From afar, Kim Hajin heard her say that and felt very uneasy. If those evil gangs get the ring, then the chances of us getting it back are pretty low, even if everyone here worked together. Seeing the unforeseen consequences, he had to take action. There's no other way. Have to use Plan B. Hajin immediately activated the latent power within himself. In an instant, a golden liquid that shone like molten metal gushed out, surrounding his arm. Hajin immediately grabbed the liquid, stretching it out like a rope. He used force to spin it around, gaining momentum and throwing it into the auditorium. Okay, this should be enough. At that moment, he gathered all his muscle strength, tensed up, and threw the whip forward. While Silas was still rambling, Hajin successfully threw the whip inside, charging straight towards her. The whip went through the shattered glass, straight into her face. But Silas quickly noticed and dodged it. She shouted in panic, "What? Who did it?" Although he dodged it, this left Silas exposed. Taking that opportunity, Sunga immediately rushed forward and launched an attack. Inside the auditorium, a melee broke out. Not paying any attention to the treasure that was taken, Kim Hajin felt relieved after completing his mission. He turned to leave and thought to himself, "Delicious! Thanks to her, she won't chase me anymore." He stood there turning the ring in his hand, thinking, "If I leave now..." Suddenly, from behind Kim Hajin, pure white feathers fluttered in the air. Suddenly a sword cut through the air, cutting it off as if signaling something. Kim Hajin immediately felt a dense murderous aura approaching. As soon as the feather was cut off, a loud explosion rang out, blowing away everything around. The force of the explosion was so strong that it caused smoke and dust to rise, obscuring visibility. Rubble was thrown everywhere. The explosion was only a few meters away from Hajin. He was lucky to dodge. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out, No, you can't do that." The attacker finally revealed himself. He leisurely approached and raised his voice in warning. "You have that and you're still in a hurry to go somewhere?" Seeing his plan exposed, Kim Hajin angrily spoke up. "Damn it! There are two demonic humans?" The demonic human leisurely approached. "Introduce yourself." "Nice to meet you. My name is Sidious." He had orange hair and a matching outfit. He stood out in the dark. Sidious continued, "If I say I'm also a member of the evil society, would it make more sense to you?" Not giving Hajin a chance to reply, he continued to ramble on about his skills. "But the technique you used to steal that ring was pretty good." Silas was completely helpless. Hajin didn't expect him to say so much, so he just helplessly replied, "It's not that bad." In an instant, Sidious's attitude changed completely. He emitted a thick aura and threatened, "You're so well known for your tricks, you probably know what I want, right? Give me the ring." Kim Hajin felt a little scared, so he quickly hid the ring in his shirt. He firmly replied, "But I can't do that." Seeing him so stubborn made him furious. He cursed profusely. "Hey, just like I said, there are always people like this. You guys want to get in the way of our perfect plan. Sidious saw that using words was useless, so he had no choice but to pull out his weapon and said in a harsh voice, Haze. There's no other way. The hilt of the sword in his hand suddenly emitted small electric sparks. In an instant, a bright sword blade was formed. Sidious saw everything was ready. If literature cannot be used, then martial arts must be used. With that, a terrifying pressure immediately came. Sidious swung the sword in his hand, and a red-black lightning bolt shot out, charging straight towards Hajin. That stream of energy carried a violent, murderous aura, sweeping away everything in its path. The crimson flames blazed fiercely, engulfing the entire terrace. Hajirin immediately dodged to the side, but the pressure from the attack was so terrible that he fell to the ground. Luckily he dodged it. The terrifying force of the blast could have killed Hajin, he gasped, looking in horror at the wreckage it left behind. See Hajin's appearance. Sidious immediately teased, Are you scared at all? He was full of excitement, gently rotating the glowing sword in his hand, boastfully introducing, This is the magic sword. Even if it was cheap, it would be worth several $100 million. As long as the user can still supply mana to it, its power can even surpass that of a low-level sacred artifact. You better give me that ring, before you turn into a pile of flesh and blood. Hearing this, Hajin also secretly exclaimed, One of the benefits that a demonic human gets from a contract is that his mana increases exponentially. That sword must be said to be the best sword a demonic human can get, he pondered, trying to think of a way to deal with it. If I can do something, that sword. But before he could think, Sidious immediately launched the next attack. The sword was raised high and brought down with all its strength. The dark energy surged out again, sweeping away everything in its path. But he reacted in time and quickly dodged the attack. Even though he dodged it, the force of the blow was so strong that it almost threw Kim Hajin off the rooftop. Seeing his terrifying power, he immediately spoke up to suggest, Hey, or should we talk first? If you agree, I will give it to you. But Sidious flatly refused. Why should I do that? I'll just kill you and take it. Hajin still did not give up, raising his voice to criticize him. Didn't you just try to negotiate with me? Sidious still refused to change his mind and grumbled in response. You keep babbling like this. It's really annoying. No matter how much you try to stall for time, you still won't be able to defeat me. He observed him for a moment, then continued contemptuously. I knew it with just one look. You're much weaker than the people fighting in there, aren't you? Sidious got more and more excited as he spoke. He emitted a dense aura, preparing to finish him off. Your only weapon is a gun. Your stamina is only enough to dodge my attacks. Where do you get the confidence to stand before a demonic human? See, time has been dragged on long enough. He immediately activated his sword, preparing to launch the next attack. Okay, that's enough. Goodbye. Sidious gathered all his strength and delivered the finishing blow. It seemed he could destroy Hajin with this final blow, but as soon as he swung his sword, nothing happened. There was just an awkward atmosphere. This left both of them dumbfounded, not understanding what just happened. Sidious's blade suddenly disappeared. He was confused, trying to restart the sword but still couldn't. What's wrong? What's wrong with him? Kim Hajin said nothing, just silently watched him struggle. After a while, he seemed to understand something and said, Today, I'm afraid that sword can't be used. Sidious was confused, not understanding what he was implying. Kim Hajin then replied in a low voice. Because I'm quite a lucky person, he said, opening the information panel to show him. Your extreme luck has been activated and has weakened the effect of magic sword. Sidious refused to believe him, and sarcastically said, Look at you starting to talk. It's normal for equipment to malfunction from time to time. However, without a weapon, I can still easily kill you. Hajin still didn't believe it, so I didn't bother to argue. He silently tightened his grip on the gun in his hand, thinking of a countermeasure plan. Hajin thought as he transformed his ability. In an instant, the gun transformed into a more advanced weapon. I will use all of Stigma's power and convert it into light mana. Sidious seemed to have noticed something and immediately rushed towards Hajin. He lowered his center of gravity and put all his strength into his legs, aiming straight at Hajin's head. Hugh, what are you going to do? But just as Sidious was about to reach him, Hajin quickly dodged back, hastily drawing his gun. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, tearing the air apart. A blinding light burst out in the darkness. After that terrible explosion, everything returned to a quiet atmosphere. On the other side, a place far away from the chaos, Naeun was playing a game because she couldn't find her way. she gave up on finding the party location after getting lost. However, the siren from the police car in front caught her attention. These police cars have been rumbling around here for a while now. Where do you want to go? Naeun looked down at her watch again and said sadly, but no one from that party contacted me. She kept staring at it, waiting for someone to remember her. Naeun looked at the clock for a while but saw nothing. Naeun was angry and thought to herself, why do I feel so disappointed? She was deep in thought about her attitude, but didn't notice the figure that had just appeared beside her. She thought to herself, I must go eat something strange. Suddenly she turned and saw Hajin sitting down. Hajin from after the battle tiredly sat down on the chair. Now Naeun realized, panicked and shouted, Kim Hajin, what's going on? Why are you here? His face had a few scratches and his hair was a mess. Tired. To be honest, I'm tired. She heard him mumbling something she didn't understand, so she asked again. Huh, what did you say? Before she could reply, Kim Hajin suddenly fell down, startling Naeun. Seeing him lying there motionless, she was at a loss for what to do. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? But no matter how Naeun yelled, Hajin didn't respond. Kim Hajin, hey! In his daze, some kind of light bulb kept appearing before him. But when Hajin gradually regained consciousness, he saw a stream of people passing by. Where am I? Observing for a while, you will gradually realize it. I just completed my SAT certification here. Suddenly from afar, someone was calling his name. Hey, Hajin! Hajin heard that familiar voice. He turned around in surprise. Kim Hajin's family was standing there, beaming with congratulations as he finished his exam. He exclaimed in surprise, Father, Mother, why did you two come all the way out here? It's cold today. As if halfway through, tears suddenly obscured his vision. Kim Hajin sobbed, I ruined everything. Tears kept streaming down his face. Hajin said in disappointment, my test. At this point, he broke down in emotion and cried even louder. His mother quickly came over to comfort him. Son, there's no need to cry over such a thing. Mother hugged Hajin tightly. His father was also standing there. Both of them gently comforted him. It's okay, Hajin, it's okay. Mom and Dad are here. But even the most beautiful dreams must end. Hajin woke up with a start, but tears were still rolling down his face. He was alone in the large room. Kim Hajin looked around for a moment wondering, where am I? Soho, Naeun, and Natasha appeared outside the door at some point. Naeun walked in and asked about Hajin's condition. Are you awake? Seeing three people appear, Hajin and everyone else were surprised. Naeun put her hands on her hips and scolded Hajin. Do you know how hard it was to bring you here? You should take care of yourself. Naeun saw Hajin's face turn red, so she teased. You were crying? Are you sick? Hajin, upon hearing her say that, awkwardly raised his hand to wipe away his tears. Know this. Soho turned to Naeun and scolded her. Naeun, you can stay outside. She heard that and angrily questioned him back. What, did I say something wrong? Despite the two of them arguing loudly with each other, Natasha brought a tray of food in front of Hajin and asked about his condition. Are you feeling better? Natasha then continued to advise. You're getting exhausted. Don't try too hard, rest more. Hajin replied to her, adding a question. But where am I? It turned out that it was already night time. He was currently in a villa with only one room lit up, which was the room Hajin was staying in. Natasha brought the food tray in front of him and explained. We're at the mansion. This room is yours and Kim Soho's. The clock just showed 10:30. It's 10:30 already. Do you want something to eat? Oh no, I'm not hungry yet. Hajin now thought about the content of the novel. So the assassination episode is starting. Glad I woke up before it started. Natasha smiled and told him before leaving the room. Then get some rest. I'll go with Miss Naeun. Natasha led Naeun out of the room. She looked upset. Why? Does everyone keep targeting me? Ha, it's late at night. Soho waved goodbye to the two of you. See you two tomorrow. Soho was slowly peeling the apple in his hand. While peeling the apple, I didn't forget to ask about Kim Hajin's health. Are you okay? Are you sure you can walk? Kim Hajin touched his watch and turned to answer. I'm fine now. Yes, being healthy is good. Right now, it seems Kim Hajin is doing something on the screen, the system announced. The incident with the demonic human's appearance near Paris shows the progress of solving the case thanks to the help of the Cube cadets. At around 7 p.m. on February 20th, 10 demonic humans appeared at a palace, and the Cuban cadets there dealt with it. According to witnesses, demonic humans attacked the palace's ballroom. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured or killed. Some of the dance attendees suffered scrapes, but no serious injuries or fatalities. Meanwhile, the authorities have yet to capture the mastermind behind this scandal. Currently, this incident is still being investigated jointly by the Paris Police Department and those present at the scene. Through the information just now, it seemed like Kim Ha-jin had guessed through this incident. Jane escaped. It seems they have nothing else besides this. Jane must have escaped safely. So this. Kim Ha-jin was about to ask him something, but stopped. Oh that. Soho gave the apple to Ha-jin, then he explained. I can't go into details, but nothing too bad happened. The demonic human escaped before the hero was dispatched. Oh, that's good. Eat this apple. Thank you. Ha-jin put the apple in his mouth and ate it slowly. On this side, Kim Soho continued to peel the apple for him. Kim Soho's fingers were almost all injured, but he still sat leisurely peeling apples. Ha-jin also advised him, you have to take care of yourself too. Hearing Ha-jin say that, Kim Soho also looked up at him in surprise. You're the main character, you can't get hurt. Kim Ha-jin recalled Soho and Sunga's struggle this morning. Today he fearlessly charged at Yoon Sunga. Yoon Sunga's killing intent was real, and if the demonic human had appeared a little later, he would have been more seriously injured. Of course, I understand he has his own principles, because Kim Soho is the only male lead who walks the path of righteousness. However, would a male lead who only wants to do good things and act righteously? Can one overcome the difficult circumstances caused by an unknown creature? Kim Ha-jin bowed his head, his eyes blank. Kim Ha-jin also remembered the scene of reuniting with his family earlier. Can he really take me home? At this moment, Kim Ha-jin's face was expressionless, staring at Soho. What the hell is this main character? How can there be such a thing in this world? If I'm the main character, then you're the main character too. Ha-jin opened his eyes wide, seemingly surprised by what Kim Soho said. No, everyone in this world is the main character in their own life. Hearing what Soho said, Ha-jin just sat there silently, gently replying, Is that so? Then Soho reached out to take the apple and continued, Kim Ha-jin. Ha-jin had just put the apple in his mouth when he heard the news from Soho. The report you wrote about Naeun, I read it. Maybe that's a bit too much and a bit harsh. I'm not being harsh, Naeun really isn't a natural archer. Hearing that, Soho also understood why Ha-jin bet with Naeun. Is that why you're betting with Naeun? That's right, and if I win, she'll have to give up being an archer. But Kim Soho said, but that's the path she chose. I don't think it's good to encourage others to give up. Ha-jin put down his fork-holding arm and questioned Soho back. So you want me to encourage and motivate her until the end of the road even though it's a dead end? Just say nice things like you. That doesn't mean it's a good way for every situation. No matter how hard she tries, only failure and disappointment awaits her. When that time comes, will you be the one responsible? Ha-jin's question made Soho think for a long time. Soho still firmly believes that Naeun's archery is her natural talent. Then how can you be sure that Naeun has no talent in archery? So are you responsible for saying such things? I've thought a lot about this, more than you, and I've been observing Naeun for a very long time. Many texts were compiled by Ha-jin to talk about Naeun. Ha-jin also affirmed to Kim Soho, so I understand her a lot more than you. Hearing Ha-jin say he understood Naeun, Kim Soho couldn't believe it either. At this moment, it seemed like there was a sound coming from behind Kim Soho. He turned around, saw nothing, and wondered, what was that sound? Ha-jin used his skills to find out what it was. One of the archer skills I have, stealth. It turned out that Naeun had been incognito, standing outside the door eavesdropping on their conversation. When discovered, she immediately ran away. Naeun opened the door. The sound of the door opening was so loud that it startled Yona, who was sleeping. Naeun's whole body was shaking, her face filled with fear. She didn't expect Ha-jin to do that to her. He's crazy. He's definitely crazy. What the hell is that brat rambling about? Yona, still sleepy-faced, sat up and called her name, causing Naeun to panic. Naeun, what's wrong? Why are you so noisy? Naeun raised her hand to scratch her head, looking embarrassed. It's nothing. The lights in the room went out again. Yona continued to fall asleep. If it's nothing, then go to sleep. I'm so tired. Yeah, good night. Naeun climbed into bed and pulled the blanket over her face. She couldn't sleep, still feeling uneasy about what she had just heard. She reassured herself. Calm down, Naeun. What you just heard, if you continue to ignore it like usual. Naeun recalled the words Ha-jin had said at this moment. I've been observing, Naeun, for a very long time. She shrank back, her face red with embarrassment. Naeun was silently blaming Ha-jin, What the hell is he thinking? Before she could finish her sentence, a loud scream suddenly came from outside. It was a hand that was trying to touch Naeun. She felt it too and shouted, "What?" Naeun looked behind her, her hair instantly standing on end because Yona, with a gloomy face, was very angry at her scream. "Cha Naeun, I told you to be quiet." "No, this is not my fault." Yona calmed down and wondered, "So, what is it?" Naeun said nothing, pointing outside. Both of them slowly looked out. Is that someone screaming?" Over here, a servant discovered something terrible. She was trembling, shocked. The maid discovered Beret murdered in his bed. She screamed, "Master!" At this time the doors of the other rooms were opened. Everyone, upon hearing the scream, opened their doors to see. Everyone wondered, "Did you hear something? Was that a scream?" They realized the screams were coming from below. "Looks like downstairs." Soho rushed out like a bolt of lightning. He grabbed the railing, intending to jump down, much to everyone's surprise. Soho quickly jumped down. Kim Ha-jin walked out with a gun in his hand. When he saw what he did, he was also shocked. Is he a monster or something? This is the third floor. The villa was now plunged into the quiet darkness of the night. Soho walked over and opened the door wide. He opened his eyes wide, standing there dumbfounded. What entered his eyes was the sight of Beret murdered on the bed, along with the maid sitting on the ground crying. The maid, upon seeing Kim Soho, tears kept flowing and she cried for help. "Help! He's got murdered!" Beret lay on his model bed, soaking the sheets and pillows. Lord Bethel, how could this happen? Natasha quickly went to her father's side. She was heartbroken to see this. She lowered her head and gave her final conclusion. His abdominal wound lost too much blood. Unfortunately, he has. The maid witnessed the scene and nestled in the butler's arms, sobbing. As for the housekeeper, with his face full of tears, it was definitely caused by the jealous people of that day. How could they do that to such a kind person? Everyone was very surprised when they heard that Beret had died. Everyone was silent when they saw this happen. Natasha finally spoke, cutting the atmosphere. "Okay, let's go outside and wait for the police and ambulance to arrive. All cadets return to your rooms." Suddenly, a hand reached for the switch and turned it on. It was Ha-jin who turned on the light, and light enveloped the now dark room. Natasha saw Kim Ha-jin turn on the light. She immediately turned to stare at him. "Kim Ha-jin, why did you turn on the light?" Everyone's eyes were now on Kim Ha-jin's side. He slowly approached where Beret was lying. Seeing that, Natasha immediately shouted, "Hey, don't touch the crime scene!" She reached out to push Kim Ha-jin away. "Get out of the way!" Kim Ha-jin pointed the gun at her face. Suho and Naeun both gasped when they saw Kim Ha-jin do that. "Hey, are you crazy?" Ha-jin pointed the gun at Natasha. She was scared and immediately backed away. "Natasha, you're lying." Kim Ha-jin placed his hand on Beret's body. Feeling that he was not dead, he said, "Bethen is not dead." Ha-jin thought to himself, the villain Burbot, after escaping his predicament by faking his death, became the most brilliant strategist by joining the demonic humans. Since he's a new villain, I don't know what will happen next. If possible, I should take him down now. Both the servants and the butler, when they heard the news, were all shocked. Everyone present was stunned. Kim Ha-jin looked thoughtful, thinking to himself, "It's hard to convince them. I wonder how my intervention will disrupt the flow of the story. But I'm not the main character. That's not going to happen. If I'm the main character, then so are you." Kim Ha-jin remembered the words that Kim Soho had just said. Kim Ha-jin smiled. That smile was so pure, because obviously some idiot will easily overcome those disorders. Kim Ha-jin still pointed the gun at Natasha and firmly concluded, "Mr. Bethel is not dead. He is just pretending to be dead to fool everyone." Natasha shouted in protest at what he had just said. "What did you say? I'm a doctor and I've checked it." Kim Ha-jin calmly pointed out the strange point here. "First of all, that wound is too shallow for a direct hit. Next is the amount of bleeding. The only fatal blow was to the heart, but his blood soaked the bed and even flowed onto the floor. And most importantly," Ha-jin tapped his watch. Naeun and Yona were both stunned by the sight before them. Ha-jin projected Burbot's wanted poster for everyone to see. "The swindler Burbot is on the global wanted list. Doesn't he look like Mr. Bethen?" Natasha, upon hearing the evidence Ha-jin presented, immediately felt uneasy. She turned around, questioning the butler. "Butler, you called the police and ambulance, right?" Yes." Natasha had returned to her normal face. She smiled and explained, "Then let's just wait for them to come and ask, instead of arguing like this." An expert's opinion is of course more trustworthy than a cadet's. Just wait for the police to arrive. Hajin's gun was raised again, his finger placed on the trigger of the gun. Hajin now pointed his gun at the lying Bethel. Natasha anxiously turned her head back, unable to help but be surprised. Kim Hajin's gun barrel was aimed right at Burbot's head. Everyone was panicking and calling Kim Hajin's name. Hui. Kim Hajin, you. Kadia Kim Hajin. What are you doing? Kim Hajin turned to look at everyone, his expression unchanged as he made his decision. I'll shoot on 3 counts. He's dead, so what's the harm in shooting him? Then he started counting. 1. Natasha heard him count. She started to get extremely scared. She turned her head and shouted loudly towards everyone, begging for help. Someone stop him. Why do that to a body? Kim Hajin began to slowly bring the gun towards Burbot's temple, continuing to count. 2. Natasha turned around, screaming for Kim Hajin to stop this. We called the police. Do you want anything else? Put the gun down. Those words still didn't shake Kim Hajin, and he reached the final number. BA! Natasha, with a face full of tears, extremely scared, screamed HHHH. Natasha lifted her leg and rushed forward, using her body to cover Burbot, pleading with Kim Hajin. No, don't shoot, don't shoot. She couldn't hold back her tears and told the truth. He's my father, don't shoot. Everyone was very surprised when they heard that he was Natasha's father. The butler was also shaken when he heard the truth. Before his brain could load, a bullet flew towards him. He screamed in fear. The butler was now sitting on the ground in fear. Kim Hajin still hadn't put down his gun, and said to the butler, Don't call the police, call the Hero Association. Tell them we've captured the wanted criminal. As the sun rose at the villa, the bright sunlight of a new day began. Natasha's 2 hands were handcuffed by the police. She was escorted out of there by the police, while Burbot was taken away by the ambulance. Finally, the truth has been revealed. This murder case was actually just a self-directed drama by Burbot and Natasha, who was wanted all over Europe for her previous crimes. Burbot hatched this plot to escape the increasingly tight police siege around him. The idiot that his daughter, Natasha, accidentally pulled into the water was a cube cadet. It makes the company's plans even more favorable. This plan has been named Coming Back After Suspended Animation. Although the herbs needed to put people into this state of clinical death are extremely expensive, but a cube doctor like Natasha can still get them easily. The next steps are simple. After Burbot was put into a state of clinical death with the help of an illegal shaman, Natasha created a fake wound on Burbot. Then just a few samples were spread all over the crime scene. She took the blood bag and sprinkled it on the bedding and the floor to create a fake crime scene. The emergency personnel who arrived at the scene would not have been able to detect that he was pretending to be dead, and all the police in the Paris area have been bribed by Burbot. Thanks to that, a corpse with a similar appearance has been prepared to swap with him. On the way, they will try to switch Burbot with another dead person to fool everyone. Natasha used Cadet Cube to complete her plan. Next, that stupid Cadet Cube will give his testimony, and Cadet Cube's words are of course 100% trustworthy. And so, on paper, Burbot will officially die. In reality, he will be resurrected under a new name. However, the story is different now, as Hajin discovered their plan and immediately exposed it. A website also appeared on Hajin's computer at the same time. Truth Information Center. I will answer any questions you have. Please enter your question. He quickly typed his question in, and the site responded promptly. The Burbot you requested. It is understood that the information has been captured by the heroes of the law branches and is currently on the way to be transferred. You are the chosen one. You are the first member today to ask a question, so you won't have to pay any fees for this quote. Hajin, with a happy face, was humming a tune in his heart, couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought the first question I asked would be about Burbot? But it's a good thing my reputation is growing thanks to it. Yona appeared at some point, leaning against Hajin's room door and teasingly said, Are you Sherlock Holmes? Yona couldn't help but admire his judgment. The little accident with Yoon Hyan, and also today's incident. I think you should open a private detective agency. It's no big deal. As a marksman, of course you have to have a keen eye. Kim Hajin turned around, glancing at Yona because of her question. But how do you know the faces of those criminals? He replied guiltily, This is my family secret. Why are you suddenly speaking so stiffly? Kim Hajin suddenly fell silent when he mentioned the words family matters again. Come to think of it, what kind of background does the Kim Chung-dong family have? Sillison placed his hand on his chest and reported to the person in front of him. There is an unknown masked man blocking our way. He is extremely good at stealing things, and even Sidious was defeated by him. That man, when he heard Silison report that Sidious had also lost to the other person, he just kept silent for a moment, and then questioned her again. He doesn't act like a demonic human at all? Yes, not much of a hero. The man gave orders to Silison. Well then, pay attention to investigating those heroes and hunters. If you find information about him, don't even think about going to catch him alone. You should report to me first. Yes, sir. The other man turned away, saying nothing more. The man's indignant voice rang out again. He couldn't accept it. But why do you keep advertising yourself as a demonic human? Silison raised his head and replied. What? He was now furious. The power he emitted was immense, like an angry electric current as he questioned Silison. That face of yours. I'm asking you, why are you behaving in a manner that's nothing like walking everywhere that I'm a demonic human? He took a step forward. Silison also shyly apologized. God, I'm sorry, he told her to remember to find him as soon as possible. The other man continued to question Silison. Hey, did you get that magic sword back? The one Sidious used. Hearing him ask about Sidious, she immediately became scared and trembled. The sword Sidious, now in the hands of someone else. That person is none other than Hajin. He raised the sword to the sky, wanting to figure out how to use it. How do I use this thing? Actually, this weapon is basically useless against me, because I can't control anything well that doesn't have holy power. I feel like I could get a decent amount of money if I sold this, but something just doesn't feel right about doing so. Let's leave it there for now. So Kim Hajin placed the sword on the table and continued working. There is also an extra ring on the table. Next is this item, Homer's ring. Divine creation unrecognizable. The ring Homer's previously wore, its power was hidden. According to the original story, in order to test its power, a certain amount of magical power must be introduced into the Homer's ring. But for me, it's not that troublesome. Hajin was going to change a few words to get the ring. I just need to spend some SP to fix a few words. Homer's ring change setting from unrecognized to recognized. You just need to spend 49 SP and click the confirm box to complete it. From the cracks of the ring, some kind of energy was emitted. Homer's ring ancient divine artifact has been identified. The wearer's intelligence will increase by 0.001 points every 24 hours. Can increase up to 0.365 points. It also increases the wearer's high-level magic power. It can resonate with the natural environment, and thus provide the wearer with clean energy. In addition, the wearer will also receive a portion of Homer's wisdom. Hajin put the ring on his hand and thought to himself, an artifact that increases both magic power and intelligence permanently. And yet it's not something that recognizes a master. So I can still transfer it to someone else later. Hajin also feels that his magic power is still weak. For someone like me whose strength is not enough, Kim Suho or Chinaeun would obviously use it much better, especially with Chinaeun, who possesses more magical power. Kim Hajin was also curious as he looked at the ring on his hand. Okay, I wonder how much my stats will increase. A parameter system has appeared. Parameter, variable parameter points strength, 2.56 physical strength, 2,575, agility, 3,250 intelligence, 4,215, blood, 2,665 magic, 1,925. The skill master sharpshooter has increased to intermediate level. Skill proficiency level, 6. EXP review proficiency level 0%. Marksmanship proficiency effect. You can use all ranged weapons more proficiently. Hajin looked at the data sheet and was a little disappointed. Apart from agility and intelligence, the rest didn't increase much. Magic power didn't increase at all, but fortunately the number of gifts has increased. I'm starting to feel like I'm hitting a wall. I'll have to try a lot harder than before, if I want to break my own limits, right? Hajin slowly closed the computer, sighing in thought. However, with my current level I should still be able to defeat Chinaeun. Suddenly Hajin realized, that's right. I still have to learn about Kim Chung-dong, don't I? There's no way that fake move is to counter his past. After searching, Kim Hajin still couldn't tell what Chunong looked like. Kim Chung-dong joined Cube. Even in my novel, he is just a supporting character. In the real world, he is actually a very outstanding person, which means there's a high chance his parents are no pushovers either. The information about Chunong above is really very little. It's going to be difficult to find information about him. Thinking, he searched for the section titled Troubleshooter Eugene Hyuk, an expert in finding people's names, residences, movements, assets, and criminal records. Hajin clicked on the Q&A section to contact Eugene Hyuk, a man who is talented in finding troublemakers. Eugene Hyuk is famous for being the best at finding all kinds of information about someone. But the cost of maintaining him is also extremely expensive. But since he's extremely good at this kind of investigation, I'll hire him. But suddenly Hajin realized something that made him stop. Oh yeah, I already put money into investments. Thinking so, Hajin finally remembered that he didn't have a single penny left. He put his hand on his forehead and sighed. Forgot about this. At this moment, an egg was glowing. It was moving on the table. Hajin also discovered its movement. It's feeding time already? It's been a lot of fussing. Okay. The scene changes to another time, when the evening light begins to appear in the sky. The sunset has now dyed the sky a beautiful orange. Yona is doing something on her watch. Then suddenly Eugene Hyuk called her. Yona stared at the incoming call for a while without picking up. Scene changed to another dimension. This place covered in snow and ice is cold, but incredibly beautiful, Norway. Hajin was contemplating the scenery. He looked ahead, his mind filled with thoughts. Why are we in Norway all of a sudden? It's a long story. While we were still chilling, Hajin suddenly got hit in the face by a snowball from somewhere. Make him stop that train of thought. His two friends were playing a snowball fight. Naeun threw it on purpose, making Kim Hajin angry. I was aiming at him on purpose. Hajin spoke about the reason why they were here to operate. The club that was suspended after the Sven incident has been resumed. The hunting club borrowed a cabin on the hill and held the event. The manager stood up first and she reminded everyone, "Okay, stop fooling around. Now I'll explain the event." She started to announce the rules of the game. She pointed to a flag and said, "The seniors have hidden flags with numbers like this in many places in the forest. Each number will have a different gift. Everyone is attracted by these offers. There are virtual reality devices, vouchers and many other gifts, so please look hard. Each person will draw lots and form a team." Naeun held a small piece of paper in her hand. She clutched it tightly, looking unwilling. Naeun looked quite annoyed, because she was paired with Hajin. She questioned him, "Are you doing this on purpose or what?" Naeun angrily walked away first. She warned Hajin, "Don't get in my way." Kim Hajin didn't mind at all. She spoke up to remind him, "You take care of yourself. Don't forget there are traps under your feet." As soon as she finished speaking, Naeun was immediately tripped by the trap. Kim Hajin couldn't help but burst out laughing. The two of them continued walking. Naeun saw Kim Hajin wearing a thin shirt, so she asked him with concern, "You're only wearing a shirt, aren't you cold? Do you want to freeze to death?" Kim Hajin simply replied, "This shirt is very versatile." He thought to himself, "This coat is really cool. It's a royal black coat, part of a holy relic, can adjust high level, temperature, intermediate endurance, has speaker skill, can customize the length. Made by the British royal tailor, part of the relics added." Moreover, this was a very meaningful gift that Hajin received. "Rachel gave me this when I was broke and couldn't afford it. She said it was a thank you gift for midterms or something." Hajin was deeply moved and grateful to Rachel. In his heart, "She's so kind. I should have created 100 characters like Rachel." Suddenly, Naeun pointed to the mountain top with a flag. She turned to him and said, "Hey, look, is that a flag?" Kim Hajin also commented, "Yeah, number 1. Naeun excitedly said, "Wow, this is great." But Kim Hajin realized something was wrong. But why all the way up there? What idiot climbed up there? It turned out that the idiot was Naeun. The funny thing was she acted extremely impatient and urged him, "Hey, what are you babbling about? Hurry up!" Seeing that, Hajin sighed and rummaged through his pocket, intending to get something. Kim Hajin then took out a dagger from his pocket. "Naeun is extremely confused by your way of doing things." "Huh, what are you doing? What do you think that knife with a rope will do?" But Kim Hajin appeared extremely confident. "Of course not just any wire will do. This string contains a bit of my mana." Having said that, Hajin immediately threw the knife straight up to the towering peak. Sure enough, the knife followed the trajectory that Kim Hajin had controlled. "No matter where it flies, if I control the mana in the knife began to take effect. It emitted a stream of power that Hajin could control, and the knife hit its target and successfully took flag number 1. Witnessing this scene, Naeun also had to admire. "Wow, it's really good." Flag number 1 fell straight in front of them. Kim Hajin picked up that flag. Naeun excitedly ran after her, she asked urgently. What's the reward? There's some paper here, Kim Hajin replied. The paper contained a phone number and the following message. Your reward is my phone number, Yoon Sunga. You know who I am, right? If you need help, just give me a call. I'll do my best to help you. Naeun was very excited about this gift. Wow, so awesome! But on the contrary, Hajin didn't seem to like it very much. He gave her the piece of paper and said, Here you go. Naeun couldn't believe it. She asked again. Huh, you give it to me? But this is the number of the number 1 vice president. Kim Hajin still placed the paper in Naeun's hand. He calmly replied, I don't need it. I already know her number. Holding the paper in her hand, Naeun was a little confused. After thinking for a while, she decided to return it. Forget it, you're the one who took it, so why are you giving it to me? Kim Hajin was also surprised. If you don't need it then forget it. Found it, let's go back to the cabin. The scene is changed to another place, with extremely modern skyscrapers. Yona is working, but she can't concentrate on writing, because she thought back to what happened with Hajin and pondered over what he said. How do you recognize the face of a criminal? That's a family matter. Yona rested her chin on her hand, clearly looking troubled in thought. The wanted criminal Burbot commits most of his crimes. In Europe, he shouldn't have any connection with Kim Hajin. Then it can only be that he memorizes the faces of all the internationally wanted criminals. But Yona was extremely suspicious about this. She thought to herself, but why would he do that? But thinking about it again, she still found it the most suitable. This is the only reasonable hypothesis. And Yona can only guess. No one knows who the culprit was that did bad things to Kim Hajin in the past. That's why he memorized all the internationally wanted criminals to find him. Unconsciously, she wrote a word on the paper. Murder and speculation that Kim Hajin was an orphan. This hypothesis makes more sense. Maybe his parents were murdered. That's why he remembers the faces of criminals and hides his power to find the culprit and kill him when he's off guard. She was confused by indescribable emotions. The page became more and more crescent-shaped. She thought to herself, but this is just a hypothesis. Kim Hajin's past isn't really like that. If Kim Hajin really has such a past and I find out, then this will be an opportunity. So I can gain the upper hand when recruiting him into the guild later. Thinking about it, she suddenly froze for a few seconds, then sighed in frustration. Sigh, but I don't want to contact him. Scene changes to a large company. The sound of a phone ringing loudly comes from an office. Yes, Yoo Jin-hyuk walked in and scolded the secretary. Why don't you pick up the phone? But because the secretary did not answer, he had to answer the phone himself, but still grumbled. Then what's the point of having a secretary? She just eats the salary. As soon as he picked up the phone, he immediately breathed out the slogan when meeting the customer. Things, people, information. I can find whatever you want. This is Yoo Jin-hyuk's office. But he recognized a familiar voice. Oh, hello, uncle. Jun-hyuk immediately showed a happy attitude. Who is this? Is this my niece Yona? It's rare for her to call me. Yona immediately got to the main point. Actually, I want to hire you to investigate someone. His name is Kim Hajin, 17 years old, cube cadet. I want to know everything, from his past to the places he's been. With your experience, the past ability. Well, this is easy, right? Back on Hajin's side, everyone was surprised to see Hajin holding flags number 1 and 4. What? You're number 1? So jealous. I wish I was quicker. Wouldn't that be better? But he didn't like the grand prize very much. But I think the prize for 4th place is actually better than 1st place. After a day of playing games, everyone gathered for a barbecue. Everyone did great. Let's go out for a drink. The grilled meats looked delicious, displayed on the table. Hajin offered to take on the grilling job. He said, let me grill some meat and some other side dishes. Go rest. The young man who was helped also had a more sympathetic view of him. He is indeed different from the rumors. Hajin really has a talent for grilling, so he was very proud. Because my aunt opened a Korean barbecue restaurant, so I have absolute confidence in my barbecue skills. Suddenly, the manager mentioned something. Oh, come to think of it. It seems like your final exams are coming up soon, right? You guys must be careful. You must never trust anyone during an exam. One of them was also surprised, and said, Is it that terrible? She immediately gave an example to warn of the seriousness of this. That's right, not under normal circumstances. I've seen many couples break up during this exam. After all, it directly affects the final result, so everyone is very sensitive. Then she gave them warnings, which Hajin also took notice of. Also, you guys probably know about the repeat classes, right? Those classes are dangerous, so be wary of them. Hearing this, Hajin suddenly remembered a few things about this class. Repeat class is just what it sounds like. This is a class for cadets who don't have enough points to move up a grade. Each class like this has about 200 cadets. Among them, about 20% of the cadets either have made a pact with demons, or are also in the high-risk group, and the source of the problems with the final exams is from them. Especially now, when that co-author has started to get involved, the probability of danger happening is even greater. This is proof that the current cube is somehow corrupt. After a moment of thought, the girl took the initiative to invite him. Kim Hajin, your grilled meat is really good. Take a break and come try some. But Hajin refused. No need, I grilled and ate at the same time. Is that so? Then okay. Everyone tried the grilled meat and found it delicious. They exclaimed, it's really delicious. Hajin also felt happy. He thought to himself, just because I grilled the meat well, their attitudes have become very friendly. Am I that good at grilling? After eating and drinking to your heart's content, everyone makes a decision. Since everyone had a wonderful dinner and are all full, let's stay home and not go out hunting at night again. They chatted and played games together happily. While playing the game, Naeun looked so funny because everyone was accusing her. She was furious when she found out that the mastermind was Kim Hajin, but he looked at her and smiled. At night, the scene is beautiful with a bright and full moon in the aurora sky. Kim Hajin just watched the night view, and he felt extremely relaxed in his mind. It's been a long time since I've been this happy. Suddenly, a new message on his computer caught his attention. The message read, I was made aware of a scammer named Jerome Miller. He was working under the guise of an asset manager, then suddenly ran away with the money. Can you tell me where he is? I have attached his photo and information below. Hajin was a little suspicious. This name sounds very German. This order must have been referred here by a previous customer. He had no choice but to use the Book of Truth on his wristwatch to look up information. Open the book and start looking for information like, since yesterday, Jerome Miller has been wandering the streets. After disguising himself, he left the hotel and went to a government agency. Disguise yourself again and go downtown. Right now he is at. As he searched for information about him, Hajin felt extremely headache and tired from the dozens of tasks. He complained, I'm so dizzy. It's fun to earn money, but I really hate the feeling every time I use my powers. The information on the machine appeared. Jerome Miller is in a cafe on the outskirts of Berlin. Immediately, the account notification arrived. You have received 500,000 points, he happily said. Delicious. Payment was fast too. Kim Hajin closed the computer after finishing his work. The rest of the time, he spent admiring the beautiful Norwegian night scene. What a beautiful view. At this moment, his hand unconsciously followed an old habit, as if he was smoking a cigarette, bringing it to his mouth. Kim Hajin immediately realized he had quit smoking. His hands continued to move as if he was enjoying a cigarette. I think, 5 years ago, I must have smoked at least half a pack a day. But since coming to this world, I completely forgot about smoking. Naeun saw all of his actions. She questioned immediately. You used to smoke before, right? Kim Hajin asked in surprise. It made you jump? When did you get here? I've been standing here for a long time, you idiot. I don't understand why Naeun was angry and blamed him. You used to smoke, right? What a thug. And surely you have tattoos too. These questions made him freeze, not wanting to answer. Seeing that, Naeun immediately asked urgently, What? Real tattoo? I don't. Naeun was silent and looked at him with judgmental eyes. Kim Hajin gave up on her. Suddenly she asked him a question. But, are you confident that you can win against me? Kim Hajin also asked Naeun a question that surprised her. Are you confident that you can give up your bow and arrow if you lose? This statement made her fall into deep thought. But Naeun had to act fearless. She confidently said, The word lose is not even in my dictionary. So there's no need to think about what to do if you lose. But Kim Hajin intentionally teased Naeun. If you lose, will you cry? You almost cried today too. Naeun angrily replied. That's why do you guys keep choosing me? Naeun immediately brought up a new article and said, Forget it. Do you know that today a French newspaper published an article about you? Kim Hajin was surprised. News? Naeun recounted. Jonas showed it to me. It says, You're the Korean Sherlock who exposed the notorious con artist and all. The article said, Korean cadets nabbed notorious conman Burbot. Burbot was recently arrested at a mansion in the suburbs of Paris. This guy is a notorious con man who has committed thousands of scams over the past 25 years. Even though Burbik tried to fake his death and bury everything under his own name, a Korean cube cadet with excellent observation skills and great deduction skills discovered and captured him. Hajin saw it, and was also surprised. I can't believe they dared to write all that. Naeun couldn't believe this. I find this unbelievable. They call the thug who always fights with me and is also a drug addict Sherlock. Kim Hajin was speechless upon hearing that. Go to sleep please. Naeun ran away, not forgetting to raise her middle finger. You don't need to chase me away. Kim Hajin gives up, it's too childish. But Naeun still turned back instead of leaving. She turned back to Kim Hajin and asked curiously, what does it feel like to smoke? I'm suddenly curious. The scene changes to another space. At a church in the middle of a snowy winter. Junhyuk finally arrived here. He seemed to be waiting for something. How long do we have to wait? I'm almost at my limit. In just a little while, my mana will be depleted. At this moment, a woman walked near the church door, causing him to look curiously. She held in her arms a baby, still lying in a blanket, and placed it quietly at the church door. Junhyuk was surprised. Just a kid? Suddenly, a black pressure flowed out, causing him to be stunned and stand still. Damn, what a great pressure. He immediately became frightened, retreating back and wondering, who is that girl? Transition to an agency that looks pretty old. The dark tile floors add to the old look. Junhyuk walked quickly towards the office. There were fresh snow stains on his shoes, as if he had just walked in somewhere. Just returned, the assistant is checking the data on the system. He turned around involuntarily when he saw his boss coming home. Oh, welcome home, boss. Junhyuk took off his hat to reveal some snow that had yet to melt. The assistant seriously asked about the boss's reconnaissance trip. How is the target doing this time? It's a little strange, but I haven't had time to go into details about the situation yet. Junhyuk immediately ran to the bathroom. Before we discuss this further, I have to go to the bathroom. A moment later, Junhyuk recounted in detail that, currently 17 years old, used to live in an orphanage. I even investigated the day the target entered the orphanage to find more information. But I couldn't find any information about the victim's parents. Instead, a child came, set a target there, and ran away. The assistant looked incredulous. A baby? Junhyuk recalled that back and replied, yeah, that's right. He stroked his chin and reasoned like a detective. I can't check thoroughly. And the target's past is also covered in fog. It seems I'll have to do my best to find out the truth. Junhyuk just experienced the comfortable feeling of going to the toilet. It's going to take a long time anyway. Even if my niece asks me to. This case is too difficult to do for free. The assistant opened the door and held his nose. He said the boss has to do this anyway. Junhyuk didn't understand much, so he looked dumbfounded. The assistant held up a piece of paper and explained. Just now, another person requested to check Kim Hajin's background. What? Junhyuk looked in disbelief. His assistant continued. What's worse is that this request came from a member of the highest rank of Violet Society, a Red Diamond rank client. Junhyuk was surprised. Same level as me? He picked up the paper and began to look at it carefully. Junhyuk commented, oh, the person who wrote this letter is very polite, isn't he? And this rare amount of money. The letter contained a request for information about a person's past. If you agree, you will be paid 100 million points in advance. Another 500 million points will be paid if the job is completed. If the target finds out or if anything goes wrong, this contract will be cancelled. Junhyuk quickly guessed. I'm sure this is a request from Chameleon Truple. His eyes showed lust and greed. Looking at Kim Hajin's photo, he couldn't help but speculate. Kim Hajin, is there something suspicious about him? Fast forward to Friday morning. The lecturer announced to all his students that final exams are in 4 weeks. The practical part will be harder than the midterm. You will be tested on what you have learned in this exam, so prepare well. Hajin listened attentively to the lecturer's reminder. Midterms are more entertaining. As for the final exam, there will be no grandstands or arenas. The final exam will be held on some remote island in Korea. A survival test will take place on an island filled with monsters and beasts. But if my assistant author were to join in writing, there would be a lot of other changes. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. There was some doubt in his mind, and there are many others besides that assistant, so we have to be careful. Finally, to end the lecturer concluded, I cannot tell you more details about the exam, but the average and excellent professors will do their best to ensure the safety of your exam position this time. You just need to focus on the exam. Okay, you guys go home. Have a nice weekend, guys. Kim Hajin was also about to pack his school bag and go home. Suddenly, Naeun called out to him from behind. She reminded Kim Hajin, "Hey, you haven't forgotten our bet, have you?" Kim Hajin also teased her back, making Naeun's eyes red with anger. "You haven't forgotten that you have to. Stop shooting your bow if you lose the bet, right? Don't cry because you're embarrassed when you lose." Naeun was very bold. "Okay, let's go." Scene change at Archery Center in Cube. The two of them seemed very ready and well prepared for the archery competition. Naeun started speaking first. "Are you ready?" "Yeah, okay, but hey." Behind them was a cheering crowd, making Kim Hajin wonder, why are they here? Yang Han came over and put his arm around the two of them, smiling brightly at them. "Hello, are you two going out alone? These things need a lot of people to watch." Hajin looked at him with a bullet-shaped gaze. "Lee Young-han, isn't he even embarrassed about what happened last time?" But Young-han still acted very natural. "You're not still mad at me, are you? We're still good friends, right?" Suddenly, Shin Jong-hak appeared from somewhere and immediately grabbed Hajin's head. He grabbed his hair and said meaningfully, "You told Chinaeun to quit archery if she lost, right? If you lose, how about not studying at Cube anymore?" But Naeun came and stopped them. She scolded, "Fuck you, don't get involved in this. We are getting ready to compete." Naeun briefly explained the competition topic this time. The criteria this time is to hit the target. She explained in detail. "See that target launcher? The target will fly out from there. We will start shooting at 100 meters. Every time we successfully shoot down a target, we will retreat another 50 meters, and then continue like that." Naeun looked very confident and teased Hajin. "There, that's it, are you scared because it looks a bit difficult to do?" But Hajin did not flinch and replied, "No, because the matter is simpler than I thought." Naeun looked annoyed and said, "Let's see how long you can be so confident." Both of them started drawing their bows on command. "Okay, let's begin," Naeun shouted loudly, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She shot 2 arrows that shot towards the target. The target machine also shoots 2 targets. Naeun's arrows are extremely accurate. The arrow hit the bullseye. The target was shattered into many pieces. Looking at her extremely smooth result, she was extremely pleased and laughed. "Hee hee." Naeun turned to Kim Hajin and boasted about her recent achievement. 100M was so easy. "Hey, crazy guy." But Hajin seemed very calm and even wanted to tease Naeun. "Oh, sorry, I was so surprised that I forgot to shoot. Let me try again." Seeing Kim Hajin say that made Naeun surprised, her eyes wide open. Everyone in the stands could not hide their surprise. They were also stunned. Some even seemed to have lost their souls. It was because they couldn't help but laugh like crazy while watching Kim Hajin's underground performance. "Ha ha ha! Hey, drag that idiot in." Naeun was also bewildered. She seemed to be laughing at Kim Hajin. "Haze, even your standing posture is messed up. You've tried shooting so many times and it's still the same." The stand still had laughter. Soho sitting next to her had to remind her, "Stop laughing now." Kim Hajin got into a stance and drew his bow. His eyes were filled with determination. "Even though Naeun has good posture, things like that don't affect me at all. It's not natural that a person can rise to a great lead just by standing in the right position. It's just a basic requirement to be a leader. In this world, the power is called talent. It is what will decide who is on top." Thinking then, Kim Hajin with a determined look shouted, "Shoot!" Kim Hajin was extremely proud that with his talent, he released the arrow in his hand. The arrow shot out as if tearing the sky and hitting straight at the bull's eye, so accurate that it shattered the target. The system reports that marksmanship has assisted the target in reaching its destination. This time, everyone was surprised. Naeun was also surprised, speechless. Hajin said as if it was the first time, "I understand a little bit." He seemed interested and asked again, "Back to the past." At a dojo, students were crowding to look at one person. "Hey, don't push me." Unable to contain their curiosity, they whispered, "Look at that! Is that her? That trainee hero?" The whole group gathered around the small crack in the door, looking at Chinaeun and saying to each other, "Little goddess, Chinaeun, but what's going on?" Because right now, in the room, Yushihyuk was looking helplessly at his serious student sitting in front of his sword. He really couldn't understand and asked, "Are you serious about changing weapons to bows?" However, her eyes were still fixed on her master. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something, so he asked, "Could it be because of your mother?" But before he could finish, she suddenly interrupted. There is no reason at all." Then, Chinaeun shyly scratched her head, smiled brightly, and answered honestly, I just feel like changing. A prodigy like me, even if I switched to using a bow, I would still become the best archer. Hearing that, he pointed with difficulty at the sword in front of him and said, But I even gave you a sword. Hearing that, Naeun didn't know what to do. She could only say, I'm sorry, master. However, upon hearing this title, Yu Shihyuk became extremely angry and shouted, Who is your master? I don't have a disciple who can change my life direction like this. But in a blink of an eye, he calmed down and let out a long sigh. Finally, Shihyuk reluctantly accepted. All right, if that's your decision, I won't stop you anymore. However, are you sure you really want to? Think carefully, don't do something you'll regret. Back to reality, Chinaeun was stunned as she watched the arrows pierce through the bull's eye, causing the target to shatter. She watched the debris fall rapidly, and Kim Hajin, who was beside him, still excitedly pulling the arrow, shouted the signal. Shoot! She frowned, not knowing what to do. Once again, the arrow hit the bull's eye and the target shattered into hundreds of pieces, causing the students standing in the stands to cheer along. Even the two archer classmates from Class Veritas were surprised and said to each other, Kim Hajin turns out to be much better at chasing after his class than I thought. The friend sitting next to me also spoke up sadly. Yeah, it's about 400 m away. My personal record is this 450 m. Suddenly, a friend sitting behind him couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up to argue. Is he chasing? He should have shot right after Chinaeun hit his target like this for a long time. If it was 1 or 2 shots, it would be fine, but not when under constant pressure in a match. Do normal people feel psychological pressure? Yet facing this psychological battle, Kim Hajin looked extremely calm and composed. After a moment of analysis, he suddenly had a conjecture. Don't tell me Kim Hajin will really win this bet. Hearing this, Shin Jonghak sitting in front of them became angry. His eyes were red. Furthermore, he also muttered curses, scaring the whole group, causing them to turn pale and fall silent. Then he quickly focused on watching the fight. Seeing her draw her bow again, he still couldn't help but feel worried. However, this time her arrow only managed to shatter the target without hitting the bull's eye. Finally, Chinaeun couldn't keep her composure and cursed. Damn it, I missed the bull's target. At this moment, Kim Hajin, who was beside her, spoke up, attracting her attention. I told you so, right? You are no match for a bow. Hearing that, she became even more annoyed and stubbornly argued back. What are you scared? Why do you have to use such a cheap provocation? Shut up and shoot. He looked at her angry expression and thought to himself, Chinaeun's temper is never calm. Just the slightest provocation can easily shake or irritate her. So, of course she is not suited for this path of archery. Her arrow that missed the bull's eye just now proved this. Still, you don't understand. But for what reason did she still choose to play together? Suddenly, at this moment, he thought of a problem and directly asked, Or is it just because you're too scared? Are you too afraid to take up sword and go into battle? Hearing that, Naeun, who was drawing her bow, was also startled. Her eyes also began to change. Chinaeun was silent, loosening the bowstring. Then, with a fiery gaze and a deadly face, she said, You be careful what you say. However, Kim Hajin did not stop and continued, Isn't that right? That's why you're trying to make excuses for it, isn't it? These words made her recall the scenes from the past, and she unconsciously replied, My talent with the bow is just as good as with the sword. I'm good with bows and arrows. I can also become a top hero with a bow. Even so, Hajin continued speaking, Well then, for someone who switched to using a bow and arrow halfway through, you're pretty good. At this point, Chinaeun was extremely annoyed. I said, Shut up. But she didn't notice. Her hand that was holding the bow was shaking violently. And so, Hajin became even more provocative. But at this level, you'll never be able to kill a demonic human. What about revenge for some family? And it hit Chinaeun's sore spot perfectly. In a moment of shock, she carelessly shot the arrow away, and she just watched it race towards the target. However, as it was about to hit the target, it suddenly grazed and flew straight out. This scene made everyone in the stand stunned, unable to believe it. Even Shin Jonghak's eyes widened in surprise at this, but the most surprised person was Chinaeun. Her eyes were now filled with disappointment. Kim Hajin stood beside her calmly watching her slowly collapse. Then, in the glorious sunset that day, everyone had to admit that Chinaeun lost. The scene changes to a moment later, in a quiet, less crowded part of the academy. Yuyona was slowly looking around, searching. Finally, she noticed Chinaeun, who was lazily resting her head on a stone bench. She breathed a sigh of relief and quickly approached to ask, "What are you doing here, Naeun? Everyone is looking for you." Even so, she still did not raise her head and answered listlessly, "You know too? That bastard still dares to mention my family." At this moment, Yuna also noticed Naeun's trembling voice, because at this moment, that face was covered in tears, pouring out all his feelings. Why is he behaving like that? He even helped me before, even though we weren't very close. But I still feel like he's clearly not the bastard that those rumors say he is. But why does he have to behave like this? These words made Yona wonder silently. What will you get by saying things like that, Kim Hajin? However, she immediately reanalyzed everything. Wait a minute. A diagram of the argument immediately loaded in her head. Will I need both Naeun and Kim Hajin's talents? Yes. If the relationship between the two of them deteriorates, will my plan to hire them be affected? Yes. If this keeps up, we'll definitely be stuck. Just thinking about this, Yona's face turned pale. She darkened her face and thought to herself, why do I keep doing these things? However, Yona calmly said, he doesn't have a family either. Seeing Naeun suddenly raise her head to look at her, she continued, probably the same reason as you. Naeun stared at Yona in disbelief as if to ask, really? Speaking of this, Yona also spoke her thoughts. This is just my guess. But perhaps Kim Hajin saw his image in you. He hopes you will understand him, even though he did those things to you, and hopes you will live well. These words were like a ray of sunshine, illuminating Naeun. Yuna saw Naeun's stunned eyes and surprised face, and knew that everything was probably okay. So she decided to leave, but still did not forget to give instructions. You'll probably need a lot of time to think about this. I should go first, don't stay out here too long. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery once again fell into silence. But Naeun's thoughts were completely different from before. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the conversation with her brother. Right there, he asked Naeun, why did you suddenly switch to using a bow? She replied, no reason, I'm just tired of searching. Even though he was very worried about Naeun, he still happily reassured her. Ah, I understand. Then he rubbed her head really hard, causing Naeun to blush and scream. Then he encouraged his little sister. Whatever path you choose, I will support you, because I know you will definitely do well on that path. But here, his voice became serious. But can you promise me one thing? She nodded excitedly, wanting to know what was going on. Then he raised his pinky finger and gently said, later, when you're really ready, I want you to think carefully about what you really want to do. Promise! Finally, the two cousins made a pinky promise to each other. Suddenly remembering this promise, Naeun's heart felt like a new wind had blown through it. Her eyes also became more determined. At this moment, Kim Hajin's side suddenly received a system notification. Luck has taken effect in the matter of relationships with others. Your SP points increased to 253. Hajin read it and wondered, what's this? On the other side, Naeun has also found her own path, and once again, bravely moved forward. That night, Yuna contacted Yu Junhyuk and told him everything. He then also admitted to her that name Kim Hajin really does seem shady. I have to investigate further, but it seems he has some involvement with a criminal gang. This made him even more certain of his thinking. It's probably not the time for me to talk about Chameleon Troop yet. At this moment, he suddenly asked, Yona, should I continue investigating this guy? She spoke without hesitation. Of course. I've decided. I'm going to put him in essence of the straight. Hearing this, his expression quickly changed, and he became even more excited. Oh, look at you. Maybe I need to use my secret weapon. She shyly stopped him. What the hell are you thinking? Early morning a few days later, Kim Hajin took the opportunity to go to the training ground early. Seeing that the training ground was empty, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He remembered the scene where that person came to interview him, wanting to lure him to transfer to the palace, making Hajin sweat and sigh. There were so many spectators at the archery competition, no wonder the rumor spread so quickly. But for someone to come and interview me, now I'm afraid to go to class. Should I just practice in the morning and skip class? But suddenly, a noise in the practice yard caught his attention. Kim Hajin was curious and secretly hid behind the wall, thinking, who hasn't come to class yet at this hour? But the scene before his eyes made his eyes widen in surprise. It turned out that Naeun was practicing swordsmanship alone. As if sensing someone was looking at her, she suddenly turned around. As soon as she saw him, Naeun blushed in embarrassment, screamed, and immediately hid the sword behind her back. Kim Hajin was surprised to see her action, but still cooperated without mentioning it. Looks like you're practicing? However, she didn't understand what he meant, and cried out in alarm. Is that it? Seeing her confused expression, he could only say, that's not what I meant. Suddenly, he looked at Chinaeun and said, by the way, your hair. This made her even more upset. She frowned and asked, what? What's wrong with my hair? You didn't cut it yourself because of the bet, did you? Hearing this, Chinaeun felt guilty and angrily argued back, I cut it because it was hot. You think I care about that nonsense? However, he smiled gently and said, well, if not, it looks really good on you, very refreshing. This made Naeun stop arguing in surprise. Her anger also flew away. She blushed and was about to say something to Hajin. Well, but before he could finish, Hajin pointed in a direction and said, then I'm going to practice. She agreed unconsciously. Ah, yeah? Chinaeun watched him slowly leave, lost in thought. I heard that Kim Hajin was originally a swordsman. To have to give up something that has been pursued for so long, and choose another weapon. I wonder how he feels. Suddenly, she touched her head to the blade. Then suddenly, a blue power enveloped it. Then the stream of power exploded more and more, and shot straight up. Seeing this scene, Chinaeun immediately snapped out of her thoughts, and excitedly shouted, phew, delicious, now I can touch the ceiling. Even so, she still remembered Hajin's words. But you will continue to use the bow? You must have felt it today. Those words made Naeun fall into deep thought. Looking at the clear blue sky through the window, she actually muttered to herself, did he know? From the very beginning? That evening, Kim Hajin was browsing the store, wanting to buy some camping gear. After choosing a few items, he said dejectedly, I think this is enough, and pressed the buy button. Blink, your bracelet will flash with a notification. Your shopping cart has been completed. The delivery date is. He read the notice and guessed. They'll check our belongings before we start the test, but that's to dispose of self-defense weapons, and as such, it should be fine if I say this is for emergencies. At this time, the evangel egg screamed with hunger. Seeing it angry like a puppy demanding food, he was speechless and replied, Okay, I've prepared food for you. While watching it eat, Kim Hajin looked at it and suddenly said, this little one has become so big. Is it about to hatch? Imagine a cute evangel like a baby 3 clinging to you, and comfort yourself. A newborn evangel will look like a toddler. It'll probably be fine if I keep it in the dormitory. How long until it transforms into witch power? Then you can rest assured to pet the egg. It felt it too, moving excitedly, making him laugh out loud. Then the two of them just played with each other like that. He looked at it hoping, yes, it will bloom soon. Scene changes to a hotel room in Seoul. Jane couldn't believe it and asked back, Leader, are you serious? Are you planning to sneak into the final test dressed like that? Lee Xiaoping ignored it and looked at the bright city through the window. Yes, that's why I need your help. She was puzzled and asked again, do you really have to go to this extent? Oh, did you get into something strange again? She coldly replied, there is a man I want to check out myself, and there's something I need to get from there. Hearing that, she could only sigh helplessly, then unleash her power. All right, if you want it, who can stop you? In the blink of an eye, her power was like a mud puddle that enveloped Lee Xiaoping. Before Lee Xiaoping left, Jane did not forget to remind, I will tell you the information about the person you will be disguising as. Write down this person's habits, personality, and way of speaking. You'll need to memorize it. Even though Jane said so much, Lee Xiaoping only neatly replied, okay, causing Jane's face to darken. His eyebrows furrowed in suspicion. I have a bad feeling about this. Lee Xiaoping heard that and laughed coldly, sarcastically. You're worrying too much, Jane. This is basically nothing. So, on a new day at the academy, the female students were continuously shouting, Lee Jaina. At this time, 2 girls were still holding her arm, eagerly asking questions. You don't have a boyfriend yet, do you? You didn't reply to my text yesterday. I'm so lonely you still don't have a boyfriend. A friend even fed her a piece of food and said, eat this. And she thought smugly, these are the friends mentioned in Jane's information, right? I see. There's nothing difficult about this. I'm just impersonating a naval cadet. In the blink of an eye, her expression changed and she became sociable with her friends. Not only that, she even winked and used a doting voice to reply to them. Oh my God, which boyfriend are you talking about? Without noticing, Kim Hajin was slowly entering the classroom. Seeing her use a sweet voice to answer her friends, the atmosphere around him froze. He was scared and his face turned dark. standing still watching everything. She also quickly discovered Hajin. Did he see it? But seeing his expression, she could be sure. Found it. Kim Hajin also wished to survive and silently retreated. Then without making a move, he quickly ran away. His actions were so fast that the female students didn't even have time to see him. Still, confused, he turned back and asked her, "What is it? Who are you looking at?" Once seated in a fairly remote position, Hajin stuttered, wondering, "What the hell?" He frowned, sweating. He stared at her back, chatting happily with his classmates, and wondered, how is this possible? Is the leader here? A few days after the written exams ended and the final semester began, all students are gathered on a state-of-the-art boat, cutting through the wind and riding the waves on the ocean. At this time, Li Xiaoping was still in disguise and laughing happily with his classmates. Kim Hajin really didn't know what to do. Look at her, she can still comfortably be in another body and think boss is still in Cube, under the identity of Xiaoyijin. I didn't think I'd see her after the midterms. She keeps reappearing, slightly different from the original novel. I don't know why, but maybe we should keep an eye on her for a while. But when she saw a classmate poke Li Xiaoping's cheek, she didn't get angry at all, making him wonder, will I be okay, with a dark face. However, to get some more SP, I tried to talk to her when I had the chance. He remembered he had carefully met her alone at the vending machine, and then, a can of Coke fell out. Then she smiled gently and gave it to him. In the end, the only thing I got back was the soda. I put it in the fridge. At this point, Kim Hajin couldn't help but doubt. Is she here to check on Kim Suho and Jonghak? While he was still lost in thought, suddenly teacher Suhyuk loudly announced, "Everyone, listen up. The rules for the final exam are very simple." The students also quickly gathered around the teacher and listened quietly. Next, the teacher pointed to a nearby island and announced, "Survive on the island for 5 days and check out. Points can be obtained through fighting monsters or robbing from others. Similarly, it can also be used for trade. With cadets who want high scores, you can earn up to 200 points if you beat the proctor." This left Kim Hajin speechless. As if anyone would want to fight a working hero. Finally, teacher Suhyuk shouted, "I will drop you off at the designated point. Follow me." Although reluctant, the students still loudly responded, "Yes." It was not until the sun was setting in the west that people set foot on the island. While his classmates quickly found their teammates and went together, Kim Hajin finally found the person he was looking for, and silently shouted, "There she is." He called out immediately, making her turn around in surprise. Then he quickly approached and asked for advice. "Do you want to partner with me on the test?" This surprised her quite a bit, but your thoughts were completely the opposite. I didn't randomly choose Rachel over the other main characters. I did a lot of research on situations that could be changed by co-authors. With the appearance of the villain, who has a grudge against Rachel, he is the one most likely to be in danger during the test. After a moment of thinking, she finally spoke. "I prefer being alone." Faced with her gentle rejection, although he felt a little defeated, this was still predictable. I knew he would say that. High-class people usually like to be alone. However, at this moment, Rachel's bracelet suddenly shook. Hajin also quickly pointed at his bracelet and explained, "Then I will share my location with you." He, secretly determined, I will not let the co-author do whatever he wants. Although surprised, Rachel still opened the map and said, "Okay, thank you." In the blink of an eye, the island was plunged into darkness. The ground was also littered with the footprints of the students. At this moment, in the forest, there is a person hunting alone. It turned out to be Chinayan. Right now, she was also concentrating hard, being alert to her surroundings. Suddenly, a monkey rushed out of the forest and attacked her. Not only that, it also screamed to call its comrades. However, she did not flinch as she unleashed power around the sword, then used a few quick strikes to finish them all off. Next, she checked to see if there was anything left around, then leisurely put away the sword. However, she suddenly laughed. He. And finally Neon looked up at the sky again. She seemed to let out all her anger and screamed, "Where the hell am I?" Chinayan felt wronged and lowered her head, muttering, "I've been killing monsters non-stop since I got down. Where's a place to eat and rest? If this continues, I'll be the first to be eliminated." But at this moment, a beam of light suddenly appeared. When she was sure she wasn't seeing things, she immediately cheered in her heart. The light from her eyes also shone brightly as she rushed in that direction. At that moment, she could smell the scent and couldn't help but think, the light, and it smells good. Has someone found food? Great, here's a lifesaver. However, waiting for her was Kim Hajin, who was leisurely grilling meat. Seeing that it was her, he was equally surprised. When Chinayan angrily shouted Hajin, seeing that, he was quicker to remind. 12 more hours until fighting. She was not convinced, pointing at the pieces of meat on the grill and asking, "What is this? Where did you find it?" Kim Hajin also did not hide anything, honestly answered. "I bought them just in case, the test is pretty long." Even though she was angry, she had to admit it. "That's right, I forgot the name, this is a bit of a brain teaser." When Chinayan was about to praise, "You're still smart," before she could finish her sentence, her stomach betrayed her by growling loudly, making her close her eyes, blushing with embarrassment, unable to say anything more. Haji knew this girl was very self-conscious, so he cooperated and asked, "How many points do you have?" Even though she didn't quite understand, she still replied, 25. Kim Hajin quickly made a bid. "I will give you food for half the points." At this, she became annoyed, frowned and repeated, "What? You want half?" Still, she thought it over carefully. In the end, she could only agree, then sit down and answer, "Okay, transaction successful." Seeing that, Kim Hajin also asked, "Can you eat the belly part?" At this point, Chinayan did not dare to ask and replied, "I will eat, as a beggar, I have no right to ask." After that, she quickly enjoyed the food, while he felt a little regretful thinking, "In the end, I met Naeun instead of Rachel." So, however, he did not give up and quickly performed a few actions on the laptop. Hack the drone's server, log into the server. In the blink of an eye, everyone's every move appeared on your screen. At this moment, a camera finally captured the image he wanted. It's Rachel slowly approaching a group of people gathered for a barbecue, and this image hasn't changed much from the original story. On the other side, Rachel was also slowly assessing this group of people. Suddenly, someone in the group spoke up and asked, "Do you want to buy food?" Another person disagreed and objected. "There is no need to be like that. You can eat. Trading between cadets is unnecessary." He was still very confident, staring at her and asking for her opinion. "Do you think so?" It was still dark outside the tent. Kim Hajin stretched and sat up, yawning. He glanced out the tent window, pensively looking at the still quite dark sky outside. Kim Hajin wondered, "Is today a white night?" A moment later, he looked at the sleeping bag quietly beside him and thought, Naeun is still sleeping. The small seed on the table suddenly lit up, causing Kim Hajin to laugh out loud. He reached out his finger and stroked it. Good, good. Are you hungry?" Cradling it in his palm, he smiled with his eyes narrowed. "Why are you so cute?" After saying that, he stuffed the nuts straight into his pocket. "Stay in the bag while I go out." Kim Hajin was completely awake when he called out, "Hey, Naeun, are you still sleeping?" He stood up and looked around. "I'm putting up the tent." Naeun didn't react. He still packed up the tent and put it away, thinking, "I don't care anyway. I just need to put up the tent." As he packed up the tent, Kim Hajin thought, "Finally, the cadets are allowed to confront each other. If possible, I should start by defeating the dangerous people first, but I shouldn't hurt anyone. Because the cadet I suspect is demonic human, his nature is not yet demonic human. There is a difference between a demonic human making a pact with a demonic human and a demonic human making a pact with the devil. The former were seen as sacrificial pawns, even experimental subjects, but because they were supplied by the magical power of the demonic human contract, they were able to not go berserk. The contract was also fragile. The remaining person is considered a member of the center, but not many people can overcome the side effects. In this place, there is only one cadet who can survive the side effects. Jiohan. Kim Hajin picked up his bag and looked in one direction. "We should start heading for higher ground. The target is in the center of the island. It's called Tree of Life." Having determined, Kim Hajin quickly jumped away, leaving the sleeping bag alone in the forest. As for Naeun, she remained lying motionless as if sleeping. Elsewhere, on a nearby cliff, a small ray of light flashed above the canopy of a tall tree. A sharp arrow was notched as a female voice called from behind the foliage, "Yona, I found someone." Suddenly, she was stopped by Yona. "No, stop." Her face turned serious. "You shouldn't have attacked him." "Why not? He's only rank 934? Down below, Kim Hajin was still walking calmly as if he didn't notice someone was aiming at him. Yona sighed. "No, you can't win against him, Rose." Below, Kim Hajin lowered his center of gravity to gain momentum. Rose frowned in disbelief, thinking, is he going to jump? Is he going to climb the world tree? Kim Hajin let out a small breath, energy gathering around him. His body shot away as fast as light. He kept stepping on the tree trunk, then gained momentum and rushed away, not leaving even a shadow behind. Yuna and Rose were shocked to see him like that. Yona softly said, "See?" As for Rose, she dropped her bow and stammered, "How?" In the blink of an eye. "Rank is just a number to him," Yuna explained. "Now you know." Rose awed, not knowing what else to say. After a while, she was told by her, "One last piece of advice, keep how strong he is a secret." She started to ask again, confused, "Huh? Why?" Yuna looked straight ahead with a determined gaze. "He will become a member of our group one day." Hearing that, Rose was startled and immediately replied, "Yes, I swear to keep this secret until I die." Suddenly, a call appeared on Yona's watch. "Calm down, turn it on. I have a call from Eugene. Come back." On Kim Hajin's side, "You're stopping at a certain tree branch." His eyes sparkled with the emerald green light of clairvoyance. He glanced at the others below one by one. "There are men and women standing in groups of 2 or 3, and you even found the shadow of that person." Kim Hajin looked back and forth for a long time. After a while, he spoke to himself. "I see." The small branch beside him was broken by Kim Hajin. His face was filled with excitement. "Time to claim the prize. I need to prepare a branch with a message and coordinates. That's all I need. Once done, you throw it in one direction, like throwing a dart, only at an invisible speed." The sharp treetop shot forward as if tearing through the wind, heading straight for a figure below. Stigma magic! The other person also seemed to sense something coming towards him, but before he could even dodge, the sharp branch was already embedded in the ground near him. Seeing it, he was so surprised he didn't know what to say, but then he still pulled up the branch and read the lines on it. He turned his head slightly and looked in the direction the branch came from, but all he could see was a large, dense tree. There is no one above. Kim Hajin was already hiding in another tree-cutting area. His eyes were shining brightly. "Now, just wait. Over here." Chinayan's lonely sleeping bag still lay quietly among the trees. Inside, she pressed her lips together tightly, as if holding back something. Finally, suddenly used myself, jumped up screaming with a red face, panic. Chinayan gently placed her hand on her chest, remembering the words she had just heard. Her face was filled with surprise and embarrassment, as she recalled what Hajin said earlier. Why are you so cute? I've heard a lot of comments about looks since I was little, but what's wrong with him?" Saying that while he's sleeping. Her mind pictured Kim Hajin petting the puppies, then she convinced herself. No, it's probably just some stray dog or cat that came. She guessed, or maybe he was narcissistic, so Kim Hajin held a mirror to look at himself and said, "Why are you so cute?" "I don't know." Chinayan clenched the blanket in her hands. "No then. So, he's talking about me. What should I do?" Kim Hajin sensed something. He wiggled his fingers as if he misheard, and thought to himself, "Huh? Is someone talking bad about me?" At the same time, in another place in the dark forest, a group of 5 people walked in a line through the forest. Everyone looked leisurely, except for Rachel, who seemed to be worried about something. She remembered the day she went to them. "Starting that night, I went with Juyohun and his group from failing class. They refused the points I gave them, shared their food and took care of me. They also asked me if there was anything wrong." At this moment, Rachel's lips pursed slightly. "But there's something." She observed the people on the team and saw that, while other cadets were trying to find ways to get good results, they didn't even bother to take any action to earn points. They don't seem to care about the points the other cadets collect. If that's the case, maybe their goal is me instead of points. Rachel's eyes gradually became distant. She seemed to be standing between 3 to 4 pairs of eyes. Her steps gradually slowed down. "This is suspicious. I don't think I should stay here anymore. Maybe I should meet up with Hajin." Suddenly, a voice came from behind, startling Rachel. Juyohun once smiled slyly. "Hey Rachel, I found a grizzly bear for 10 points. Do you want to catch it with me? I don't think I can do it myself." Although a little hesitant, Rachel still spoke up in agreement. "All right," she answered that, but in her mind she was secretly calculating. "I will leave right after helping them." She left in front of the remaining members. "I will lead the way, follow me." Rachel followed Juyohun, thinking to herself, "I hope I can escape." A moment later, both of their footsteps stopped. Juyohun pointed straight ahead and said, "There's a big bear over there." But ahead is clearly the silhouette of a stranger. "Look at him, hooded." Rachel couldn't help but wonder, "Huh? Who is that? Doesn't sound like a supervisor." Seemed to sense something. Rachel jumped. She screamed loudly, then pushed him away. "Joyhon, watch out!" The demonic human hand is a set of sharp claws, with each nail like a sharp knife. When he attacked them again, Rachel didn't hesitate to use her whole body to push him away, temporarily escaping danger. She just turned her head, looking warily. The demonic human was heading straight towards them. She racked her brain. I didn't think that demonic human would chase me all the way here. I need to retreat first. Thinking, Rachel turned to Johan and asked, Are you okay? He held his right arm that was scratched by the demonic human's claws and stammered, I'm bleeding, it hurts. Huh, doubt what? Are you in pain? It doesn't look like it. Suddenly he screamed, Oh, it's a demonic human. I should run right here. Then, his figure disappeared. Only his voice echoed in my ears. Rachel watched in silence, then sighed. Bad acting. Without a burden, her sword's tip pointed straight at the demonic human. I thought something was wrong, but I never thought that a cadet would be the prey of a demonic human. That was my mistake. That demonic human said nothing. He lunged forward and slashed at Rachel. The shockwaves of his energy ripped through the ground. The energy pulse caused the place she was standing to explode. Rachel had to jump in another direction. Suddenly, the demonic human turned around and approached, surprising her. Then, Rachel raised her sword to block his claws. The direct block took all her strength. Rachel's sword-wielding hands trembled slightly. Energy light began to gather on Rachel's sword. She swung it with all her might. I can do it. The two fought evenly. He parried every one of her sword strikes. A moment later, Rachel quickly changed her sword path, stabbing straight at. He has an opening. Crap. Her sword tip missed its target again. Rachel paused for a second, as if sensing something was wrong. It was as if something was pulling her from beneath her feet. The demonic human retreated behind her with a triumphant smile. Damn, my leg! Rachel's face was filled with fear. Two demonic human figures appeared in front and behind, terrifying her. Energy streams rushed from both sides, as if they wanted to end Rachel's life. No, I can't avoid it. Suddenly from above, a demonic human appeared. Its energy blew like starlight. It went straight down on his neck, leaving him no time to block it. Rachel was about to meet her end when she saw him fall. She was so surprised that she froze. He seemed determined to settle the score and charged forward. His claws quickly launched an energy blast towards her. It seemed to carry something else. Her legs were restrained, and even if Rachel wanted to avoid it, she couldn't. Another man appeared, drawing his sword from its sheath. Kim Seho's sword appeared before Rachel, cutting apart those sharp claws along with the thing controlling her legs. He screamed, Right now, Naeun! The demonic human startled and looked away, but Chaeneun's arrow was already aimed at him. After she let go, it rushed towards him at a speed that tore through the wind. It created a stream of energy, knocking it off the cliff. Behind Rachel, familiar figures appeared. Rachel, she was a little surprised to see them. You guys, Chaeneun ran over and asked. Aren't they the supervisors? Are you okay, Rachel? I'm fine, thanks guys, but Kim Seho, who was observing below the cliff, interrupted her. I think he jumped off the cliff before he was hit. Then he turned to Rachel and advised, You never know when we'll be ambushed again. We should team up until we get out of here. Chaeneun looked at it with irritation. Why is he speaking so politely? Rachel hesitated for a moment, then replied, Okay. She followed Kim Seho's group. Suddenly looking down the road, something shiny caught Rachel's eyes. She approached wondering, What is it? A single bullet shell lay on the ground. Over there. Chaeneun was urging, Rachel, hurry up. Then she was looking at what was in her hand. A bullet? Thinking, she looked up at the tree canopy above her head. Could it be? After those details, Rachel also vaguely guessed. Maybe the first shot. It's not Naeun's. Yes, exactly as she thought. That person was the author of our series, Kim Hajin. He was hiding on a tree branch, silently supporting Rachel from afar. A moment later, in the darkness, there was a glimmer of light. A voice from the group rang out. Have you ever considered using a sword? Chaeneun, as if hit in the heart, sat there without saying anything. After hearing the question clearly, she was so embarrassed that she panicked and shouted, This is just for decoration. I think it would be difficult if the gesture was to cling to only the bow while taking the test. Kim Seho had no choice but to laugh. Okay. Rachel was beside her, still preoccupied, pondering with the shell casing in her hand. He's the only gun user I know, but I've never seen him use a sniper rifle. The bullet in her hand was as tangled as the questions in Rachel's head. How did he know he was in danger? And why did he save me? And why didn't he show up after saving me? Suddenly, a call made Rachel jump, clenching her fists. Hey, Rachel, what is it? Chaeneun immediately comfortably invited. Let's go together, like a closed group collaborating together. What do you think? Also, Kim Seho and I are going too. Not letting her finish her sentence, Rachel quickly replied that. She hesitated and then stood up, refusing. I'm sorry. I need to move forward on my own. Kim Seho was a bit surprised. He reached out to stop. What? It's still very dangerous? Stay a little longer. Rachel stood up, then looked at Kim Seho seriously. No, I have someone I need to meet. On the other side, Kim Hajin looked at his 22 points and calculated. I got 12 points from Chinayan, and now I got an extra 10 points for hunting the beasts. If I want to be sure, I still need to collect 50 more points. After calculating, he continued to prop himself up on his knees and stood up. Really, in order to do that, I need to catch a few more monsters. Kim Hajin, who had just stood up, was surprised to see who had come. It was Seoijin, the boss in disguise, standing silently in front of him. Looking at her expressionless face, Kim Hajin couldn't help but think, Boss, why is she here? She came here to fight me? He started to sweat profusely. There's no way I can win. Should I run now? But running is not feasible. Kim Hajin had to calm himself down. Now, calm down. She must have come here just to observe. After thinking, he hesitantly asked, Do you need something? In his head he was still saying to himself, There's no way she actually means to fight. Just as he thought that, Seoijin drew his sword. Seeing that, Kim Hajin smiled awkwardly on the outside, but inside he was crying. She coldly ordered, Pick up your weapon. Kim Hajin's fingers tensed to the point of twitching. What? Do you mean? He silently calculated in his mind. Wait, the chance of me winning against the boss is close to 0. But, weapon? What do you mean? Kim Hajin tried to stall for time, asking a silly question, but something wriggling quietly came out from his hand. Kim Hajin of course knows, in a battle between two cadets, the key to victory is. Seoijin on the other side didn't want to say more. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, Hajin continued to stall for time. No, I really don't understand that. Right after I placed the order, you mean? Hearing this, she quickly interrupted him. If you don't pick up your weapon, then I'm afraid I won't have any other choice. I just want to hear an explanation. Even though she didn't understand anything, Seoijin still stopped and asked, not noticing that Kim Hajin's yellow string had come closer to her. Are you trying to stall for time by spouting nonsense? Then I hope you won't complain when I start attacking. While she was still talking, the golden string that Hajin threw reached her hand. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Kim Hajin let out a relieved smile. Good. The golden thread quickly wriggled, bringing the watch back to Kim Hajin. Seoijin squinted at him, silent. She saw him pick up the strap and look at her, then sneered. Are you planning to surrender? But Kim Hajin smugly asked back. Does this look like my stuff? Seoijin was petrified, stunned for a moment. Then she slowly looked back at her hand. Hearing Seoijin let out a loud gasp, Kim Hajin proudly held out her watch. In a confrontation between two cadets, whoever takes the other person's watch first wins. You know that, right? Once I press this, you will be immediately disqualified. The watch has fingerprint recognition. Seoijin gritted her teeth and shouted, You doubt, what are you doing? Don't tell me you plan to attack me without knowing the rules. Kim Hajin proudly threw it towards Seoijin. Seeing her quickly catch it, he asked, Are you scared now? Kim Hajin pretended to be doing a favor. This time, I will forgive you. Seoijin looked at him confusedly. You're forgiving me? Seeing that she still hadn't recovered, Kim Hajin quickly turned around and ran. Well then, I'll take my leave now. Seoijin immediately shouted to stop. Hey, where are you going? Left alone, Seoijin was silent for a long time before asking, Jane, do you see? A voice answered her. Huh, what? Sorry, I was a little busy with something else just now. Drun, you bastard! Hearing Jane say that, she had no choice but to change her mind. Oh, it's nothing. Seoijin thought in her head, even though Jane's ability had eroded more than half of her senses. I still can't believe a cadet can have such agility and accuracy. Seoijin looked at the symbol on her wrist. The spell release technique. Maybe I should leave one behind. As for Hajin, after escaping from the boss, he went back to cook a pot of broth that was boiling loudly. He sat there, absent-mindedly massaging his shoulder. Oh, that part really scared me. If I had stayed any longer, I probably would have died there. I guess I should be glad she's still in disguise. Looking at the pistol in his hand, he consoled himself. Well, I found a pretty decent place to set up camp, so at least I'll be safe now. So let's eat first, and then calculate our points. The score I got this time is... Thinking, Hajin continued to open the board and calculate. Suddenly, A rustling sound from the edge of the forest caught his attention. It turned out to be Rachel. She was also surprised to see him. "Ah, so you were here, Kim Hajin." Seeing Rachel, Hajin stood up and walked towards her. "Are you looking for me?" It was true that she was looking for him, so she just hummed. Just as she was about to open her mouth to speak, her stomach started to speak first. Hajin saw that and was silent for a moment. "Would you like some?" Rachel stuttered shyly. "So, is that okay? I'll give you some of my points." After that, the two of them sat together in front of the fire but did not say a word. Seeing the atmosphere was quite silent and heavy, Rachel had to speak up. "What were you doing all alone? Like that?" "Well, I just wander around trying to get points." Hearing the answer, Rachel obviously didn't know what else to say. Seeing her hesitation, Kim Hajin secretly speculated. "It seems like she has something to ask me. I'm the one who saved you." No, isn't that a bit too straightforward?" Looking for a moment, he suddenly saw the wound on Rachel's neck. "Is she injured?" "Well, she had to fight the demonic humans, so it's not strange that she's injured." Thinking of that, Kim Hajin quickly opened the invitation. Let's just eat something first." Seeing the food, Rachel couldn't help but let out a whoa sound. Suddenly, the egg in Kim Hajin's pocket rose up, making him startled and exclaim, "Hey, why are you standing up all of a sudden?" "Sit still for a moment." But before Kim Hajin could put his hand in his pocket, the nut jumped out. It flew straight towards Rachel. While she was happily asking, "How did you prepare all this?" Kim Hajin was startled, his mouth gaping and reaching out. "Look at something that just crawled into me." Rachel tripped and spilled her glass of water. Tears welled up in her eyes, her expression both fearful and terrified. A second later, Rachel's scream echoed throughout the forest. When she took it out, it was still shaking happily. Kim Hajin turned away while still covering his embarrassed face. "I'm sorry, it's just an almond I'm planting." Rachel blushed. "An almond?" Kim Hajin quickly corrected his explanation. "No, I mean, this is some kind of pet seed." "That is," Rachel interrupted him gloomily. "Wouldn't it be better to plant it in the ground?" Kim Hajin reached out to take it back, saying, "I'm sorry, let me do it. Give it to me." After a while, Kim Hajin pretended to invite, "Let's eat." However, Rachel was still a little shy. After a while, when Kim Hajin was opening the pot lid, she called out, "Hey, Kim Hajin!" He turned with a puzzled look. Rachel tensed, stroking her braids. "It's a little late, but do you want to team up with me? Kind of, like some kind of closed group working together." Kim Hajin frowned. "You sound just like Chinayan." Rachel jumped. "What? Nayeon invited you to cooperate like that?" In Kim Hajin's mind, he thought, "It's because I'm the author," but on the surface he still calmly agreed. "No, well, I don't mind." "Really? Oh, right. But I'm still in another group." Kim Hajin asked confusedly, "What do you mean?" Then he asked her back, "Do you know Ju Yoon-hoon?" "Ha ha, don't pay any attention to him." Rachel asked, a little surprised. "What?" Then she heard him calmly say, "You don't need to worry about him. Just team up with me." The image shows a battlefield, littered with corpses, with a vague, mysterious figure appearing. Ju Yoon-hoon looked shocked and panicked when he saw this massacre battlefield and exclaimed, What is this? What the hell? Is Shin Jong-hak here?" Just then, the mysterious person smiled and spoke. "Hey, you there!" And the sword he threw was so fast it rushed towards Ju Yoon-hoon, making him extremely surprised, not yet understanding what was happening. Making Ju Yoon-hoon feel like he was about to pee his pants, Yoon-hoon noticed a line on the sword. "If you think you can win, then come see me." Yoon-hoon panicked and said, I didn't send that." "You are wrong. It's not me. It's someone else?" Shin Jong-hak smiled, calmly responding to Yoon's explanation. "I don't care." Yoon-hoon felt a chill down his spine when he heard that. Jong-hak then started the stick in his hand and approached Yoon-hoon. "It's just, I don't like you scoundrels." At that moment, Yoon-hoon was so scared that he couldn't even speak when Shin Jong-hak grabbed his throat. And Shin Jong-hak added a few words to Yoon-hoon. "You guys are nothing more than a bunch of poisonous snakes. In that case, you still don't know your place?" Jong-hak's eyes grew even angrier. Scene changed to the northwest, at the observation tower on the edge of the island. Yoon Sunga was looking through the glass in thought, when a voice rang out behind her. "Hey, Yoon Sunga!" A long-haired man walked up to Sunga. "Who are you crushing on?" She replied to him bluntly, "Kim Hajin." The long-haired man felt confused and wondered, "Who is that? Aren't you the one who loves Kim Seho with all your heart?" Yoon Sunga calmly replied, "Of course, Kim Seho is my favorite cadet, but I just learned some pretty interesting information. 2 days ago, I received a top-secret report. Yuyona's report. In that report, Yuyona evaluated that Kim Hajin was even more excellent than Kim Seho. Of course, it's also possible that it's misinformation, but we already know that Kim Seho is a special case, right? He can use light mana, Sungha thought to herself. A cadet like him is allowed to fool us once, the long-haired man asked her. Is there any way to confirm that information? Sungha will try to find a way when she has free time. The answer made him feel quite curious. So, what are you going to do? Asked him for a solo match? Then she pointed to the board on her shirt and said, I have this. She seemed confident that 200 points in here should be enough to lure him in. Seeing change in the forest at night. Rachel was sitting next to a hut and warming herself by the fire. She picked up the bullet and examined it. The person who protected me at that time was probably Hajin. But more importantly, why? He refused to admit he was Hajin. Besides, how did he know he was in danger? She remembered the words of her old protector Alex. No matter what happens, I will protect you, princess. Rachel was still lost in her own thoughts. Today's ambush was definitely also his doing. At that time, I should have dragged them down with me. Right. It is midnight now. In the deep forest, wild animals began to rampage. A wolf appeared with a ferocious howl. Kim Hajin paused for a moment and thought to himself, today's hunting trip won't be too difficult. Suddenly, he remembered the scene with Rachel this morning, the image of the two of them enjoying delicious meat together in the middle of the forest. He thought to himself, even though Rachel seemed to be in a bad mood, this morning, she seemed to quickly regain her spirits after I fed her meat. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Hajin looked down at the vast water in front of him and exclaimed, There's a lake here? Kim Hajin took out his gun, intending to move forward. There should be some monsters down there too that I can check out. Is it a crocodile monster? Hajin summons a spirit sphere. He thought to himself, it should be easy to lure it out if I shine this ball of light all over the lake. Suddenly, Hajin heard a strange noise. He was alert and shouted loudly. Someone, he thought to himself. I don't know who they are, but they're pretty good at tailing. However, I discovered them. They won't be able to escape my sight. It turns out that the person following him is Chinayan. However, Kim Hajin didn't seem to care much and immediately fired a shot at Chinayan. Chinayan panicked when Kim Hajin shot her. Immediately, Chinayan screamed as he shot at her. Hey, Kim Hajin! Hajin wondered, Chinayan, why are you following me? She immediately covered his mouth with her hand and shouted angrily. I am not chased on you. Hajin wondered, is that so? Chinayan's expression changed, becoming more reserved. Well then, Hajin took the opportunity to tease her. See, you hit the nail on the head, so you don't know how to respond. Chinayan immediately shouted angrily. No, not at all. More importantly, what did you just do to me? Hajin approached Chinayan and asked. Answer me first. Why are you following me? Naeun blushed and shyly raised her hand to signal and responded. I told you, I'm not tailing you. I'm chasing Sungha? Hajin felt curious when he heard her say this. Sungha? The Sungha I know? Yes. But why are you talking so intimately to me? Hajin turned around and took out the laptop from his bag. Seeing him like that, Chinayan exclaimed in confusion. What? We were talking normally. Why are you suddenly kneeling? Are you sick or something? Hajin continued searching intently. Wait, just a moment. Hajin thought to himself. I know Sungha's whereabouts in the novel. On the first and second day, she will monitor Kim Seho. By the third and fourth day, she will definitely be supervising the remaining bright cadets. At this time, he observed Sungha's image and actions through the camera. Hajin thought, the fact that she's pursuing me means I'm on Yoon Sungha's list of potential candidates. Chinayan felt something was wrong here, so she kept asking Hajin, Hey, just now, how did you do that? What you just created, was that a halo sphere? Hanji was checking her computer, but still replied, Yes, you're right. But don't try to dig for any more information. If you understand, then just shut up. At this moment, Chinayan looked at Hanji before her eyes, and imagined Hajin standing in a romantic flower garden. Chinayan felt extremely confused. What? What are you saying? What the hell? Are you crazy? I'm not even remotely interested. Who cares? Hajin was also stunned by Chinayan's words. She was the one who asked me first. Hajin spoke up. Because I was the one who got here first. So you go find another place. Chinayan also agreed and followed your wishes. Hajin then looked confused. He thought to himself, I seem a bit too arrogant towards her, but I can't tell her the truth. If I tell her about the mana of Sma, Well, I also need to tell the truth that this world is contained within a novel. Now, the space covering the scenery in the deep forest became even darker. Hajin looked at the watch on his hand. He thought to himself, it's been 2 hours since Chinaeun and I separated. Because I diligently collected low and mid-level monsters, I quickly earned 15 points. But the problem is, suddenly someone ran up and raised his voice, interrupting Hajin's thoughts. Hello? It turned out to be Yoon Sunga with a bright smile. This is the first time we've met since I got rejected, right? Hajin stared at her blankly, her smile growing more and more attractive. Oh my, did I appear too suddenly? Relax. Actually, I'm here to manage some events, to help test the cadets' abilities. Hajin was a little puzzled. What event? Sunga says the rule is simple. I'll stand still and only use my left hand. You can attack me however you want. And if there is an attack that causes damage to any part of my body except my left arm, or make me move 1 step, I'll give you this name tag. Simple, right? Hajin thought to himself. An inspector's name tag is worth 200 points. I'll immediately take first place after I get it. That's a really attractive offer. However, the opponent was an elite, the hero Yoon Sunga. Can I do it? Sunga continued. What will you decide? Do you want to give up, or will you accept the challenge? Hajin heard that and laughed out loud. Ha ha, this is really. It was an unexpected event. With that, Hajin bent down, took out a gun, and pointed it straight at Sunga. Sunga remained calm, increasing her alertness. She thought to herself, let's see how strong you are. Unexpectedly, with just one wave of her hand, Sunga was able to destroy that bullet. The bullet shell immediately flew off the 2 people. Sunga thought to herself while circulating her internal energy. He has the ability to create mana balls. And possessing such great power with just a pistol, it seems the report isn't unfounded. Suddenly Sunga smiled. It hurts a little. Over here, Hajin also admired Sunga. He thought to himself, she deflected the mana bullet so easily without using any mana. Looks like a frontal attack is useless. Hajin then prepared 2 knives behind his back, and suddenly attacked Sunga with those 2 knives fiercely. Sunga nimbly dodged the knives that were coming towards her. She thought to herself, he was a swordsman before he became a marksman, right? Using a sword and a gun at the same time was the right decision. Over here, Hajin was preparing to continuously attack with guns after those 2 knives. Sunga used her left arm to dodge the bullet. She said, the firepower was much stronger than a pistol used in training. Sunga still keeps a constant smile on her lips. I guess you're quite talented with pistols? Suddenly, Hajin attacked her with a knife. With her sharp senses, she quickly realized. Hajin smiled as he followed the tip of the knife and thought to himself, the distance is too far for her left hand to reach. It's over. Now, surrounding Sunga was a giant fire barrier. That barrier bent the blades that wanted to attack Sunga. Hajin was stunned when he saw this scene. He secretly exclaimed, damn, I can't do this. Sunga excitedly said to him, that's amazing, you changed the trajectory of the knife with mana, right? She showed excitement as she talked to Hajin, accompanied by body language. What kind of technique is that? You really are like an onion. It doesn't matter how much I know about you, but new sides of you keep coming out. Do you have any other talents? But Hajin, on this side, had already put the gun in his pocket, while Sunga was still sighing. Then, Hajin turned around and walked away resolutely. I'm going first. Sunga looked at his back. In a daze, she felt like she was seeing one surprise after another about Hajin. Sunga called back. Hey, Hajin, where are you going? Things were just getting interesting. Waiting for this opportunity, Hajin turned his head. Ah, you moved. Hearing that made Sunga extremely surprised. What? Hajin continued. Auntie said to only use her left hand, but now you use your feet too. Sunga froze for 5 seconds then spoke. Are you thinking my proposal is a joke? Hajin turned back to Sunga and said, I'm just trying my luck since the difference in our stats is too big. This is just a waste of time. Then he turned around and waved goodbye to her. I'll give up here. But Sunga wanted to hold him back. She exclaimed, Hajin. Hearing Sunga's footsteps, Hajin thought to himself, I was actually about to insist that she lost just now. But she's so scary that I don't dare say anything more. Damn it! And Sunga was still chasing after him, saying, Kim Hajin, you'll regret this. Kim Hajin, over here, Seoijin is connected to Drun via headset. Captain, was the infiltration successful? Right, but I don't think acting alone is a good option, because her friends will think she's acting suspiciously. Seoijin, on the other hand, thinks that going with them is the bad choice. Standing on a tree branch, then she realized something was unusual. The person on the other end saw her silence and asked curiously, "What's the matter? Did something happen?" She began to activate her vigilance. She noticed that the heartbeat of butterfly sapling was about to awaken. The butterfly sapling is a type of spiritual monster that sucks energy from trees like a parasite. It appeared on the last day of the test, and was destroyed by the main characters together. And during that process, Kim Seho received the pollen of the sapling, and Rachel got the sign of enlightenment. That's how the original story would go. However, now she's teamed up with me. In order to help her obtain enlightenment, I will need to lead her into the battle against the butterfly sapling. But the problem is, suddenly a voice interrupted his thoughts. Hajin, why do you keep wandering around here? Hajin was still thinking worriedly. I don't even know when and where that monster appeared. I never write in too much detail. Thinking so, Hajin didn't know what to do, and Rachel was also helpless. On this side, the image of a pile of monsters appeared. With this pile, we'll take the top spot, right? Right now, the three of them, Kim Seho, Kim Hajin, and Yunjun, are all gathered here. Nayeon asked herself. There are only 20 hours left until the test ends, right? Yunjun was so tired that he couldn't breathe and said, I'm going to go get some water. Kim Seho on this side was looking at something very intently when he heard someone calling him. Hey Kim Seho, what do you think about Kim Hajin? Seho was a bit surprised when Nayeon asked that. Hajin, why are you suddenly asking that? It's just, he seems like he's hiding a lot of things. Isn't that right? He was very suspicious in the museum incident, and in Paris, as well, and even more suspicious when he looked so weak. But he's a high-ranking and strong person, so I guess it's true, Kim Seho thought and recalled Hajin's words. So, I know more than you. Suddenly, Kim Seho smiled unconsciously, making Chai Nayeon confused. Hey, what's with that expression? Seho laughed again and replied to Nayeon. What? I'm just saying that he seems like he's hiding a lot of things. Nayeon stood in front of Kim Seho and asked again. You know something, right? Tell me quickly. Seho still had that same silly smile. You should find out for yourself. Why are you asking me? Suddenly, a certain force appeared, causing the two of them to be extremely shocked. What? Those roots are moving? The giant roots from the butterfly sapling stretched out like giant traps, forcing the three of them, Kim Seho, Kim Hajin, and Yunjun, to fend them off. Rachel saw the scene before her and thought to herself, what is going on? Kim Hajin saw her here and called out, Rachel, now we will go to the source of the recent tremors and destroy that monster. You must protect me while we get close to that monster. Although Rachel was a little confused, she still hummed, okay. Hajin pulled out his gun and said to Rachel, the cadets who felt the tremors just now are probably charging straight towards where the butterfly sapling is. I won't let them get the upper hand. With that said, take your gun and go. Okay, let's go. The scene changes to where the butterfly sapling is moving. A voice calls out, Butterfly sapling, huh? An unexpected monster? Should we stop the test? Sunga stood there watching butterfly sapling. Well, it should be fine. The current cadet's abilities should be enough to defeat it without any trouble. Very, said Sunga. Your way of doing things is too harsh. Sunga closed her eyes and thought for a while. Do you really think so? Very, don't underestimate them. Cadets are the seeds of heroes. And heroes always grow in hardship. Sunga imagines heroic images of cadets. A petite blonde girl boldly attacked the demon roots, then smiled cheerfully. How does it find? Yunjun and Kim Seho on this side both exclaimed. That's amazing. Seho smiled and said, but the power of the slash will be increased even more if you circulate the sword energy closer to the sword. Chai Nayeon saw Seho saying such nonsense and shouted, shut up, let's talk about that later. As for Yoon, who was facing these demonic roots, he was a bit worried. But no matter how many we defeat, why do they keep appearing? Seho looked closely at Butterfly Sapling and said, if you defeat the roots, it won't have any effect. Then we need to destroy the main body first. A cadet gasped and exclaimed, Hey, look, that tree is so strange. There's something moving in that cocoon. It looks like something is blooming in the middle of it. He exclaimed in surprise. What? A giant butterfly has happened? From the stem of the butterfly sapling grow huge butterfly wings. Chai Nayeon felt uncomfortable. She gritted her teeth and thought, what is this? I'm losing strength because of this pollen. I can't stand anymore. That change made her faint and fall backwards. Then, Kim Seho supported Chai Nayeon and Yoon against a tree. He thought to himself, they're just sleeping, right? They don't look like they've been poisoned. He turned back to look at the butterfly in front of him, thinking, I can't Keep moving while holding my breath. Can I defeat that thing before I get back? Suho was startled when he saw someone's silhouette in the sky. He exclaimed in surprise, Kim Hajin and Rachel? Rachel turned her head. Everyone was exhausted and fainted. Kim Hajin had predicted this, and prepared everything. At this moment Kim Hajin called out to her. Rachel! She was startled and said, Yes. See that butterfly monster over there? I'll take care of it. But I need you to protect me from the tree roots, Rachel replied. Okay, got it. Kim Hajin put on a mask, raised his gun, and aimed at the target. A shot went off right at the huge insect. It cried out in pain. Roots rose from the ground and rushed towards the two of them. At this moment, a blinding light flashed past. Rachel could cut them all down with just one swing of her sword. She glanced to the side. Unexpectedly, one of her legs had sunk very deep. Below, tree roots emerged one after another, intending to sneak attack Kim Hajin. Rachel quickly pushed Kim Hajin away. She held her sword and pushed him away. Another powerful attack came from the tree roots. Unlucky. Rachel was hit. Kim Hajin was stunned by the scene before him. Then he turned to look, but the tree roots had already come closer, pressing against him. Boom! A huge explosion occurred. Hajin thought he was finished, but luckily, Kim Suho stopped him in time, saving his life. Kim Suho, what are you doing here? Is it okay if I take a breath? It turns out that Suho is currently holding his breath. He's about to run out of breath, so his face is pale. Hajin reminded. Hey, stay there! Hajin turned to look at his teammate, and saw that she had long since passed out. Rachel passed out. What should I do? She can't fight anymore. The sprout inside him suddenly emerged, jumping out like a baby to Kim Hajin's astonishment. He looked at it until his eyes almost popped out. Hey, where are you going? Rachel passed out, unconscious, not knowing anything. Hajin was so angry that his face almost turned black. That seed. Kim Suho in the back was wiping his face and asked, Are you here to defeat that butterfly? I'll help you. Although I don't think I can keep moving for too long. Hajin simply thought, I can only create 3 more fire attribute bullets from the mana of stigma. I need to end this as soon as possible. He turned to Kim Suho, crouching a bit. Alright, help me with this. Did you see how it dodged my bullet just now? This butterfly moves really fast. It's not like the usual spirit monsters. If I want to kill it, I'll have to aim from the closest possible distance. I want you to distract it until I get close enough. Kim Suho heard that and gripped his sword tightly. Alright. The two of them were ready to fight. The sword flashed in his hand. Hajin turned to look at that shining sword. The mana of the sword Saint Dot. It seems to have gotten stronger since the one at the museum. Huh? Suho looked at him, smiling warmly. That's great. Hajin still didn't seem to understand. Huh? What's so great? The two of them looked at each other passionately like close friends. In Hajin's eyes, the image of Kim Suho appeared to be beautiful. No matter what secret weapon I bring out, you won't be surprised at all. You're also the one who discovered Naeun's talent, right? Hajin, sometimes when I look at you, I feel like I'm looking at someone who knows everything about this world. Hearing Suho say that, it seemed like the world in Kim Hajin's eyes froze for a moment. With that, Suho immediately rushed forward. Then I'll leave the rest to you. At this moment, the tree roots seemed to go crazy again. Kim Suho was soloing with the tree roots, creating decisive sword strokes. Hajin was now in the mood to watch the male lead Kim Suho perform. He was silent for a few dramatic minutes. Kim Hajin slightly bowed his head. Hajin thought as he trotted into the deep forest. How should I know that? Simply because I am the one who created this world, myself, the author. Hajin grabbed the vines, trying to climb up the huge branches of the ancient tree. Hajin gently jumped up the tree trunk. The light slightly illuminated part of his face. Hajin looked at the grand, dreamlike scene before him. He thought to himself, and because of some problems that arose, the novel world that I once wrote, now, it's appearing right before my eyes. At that moment, I realized that I had become a character I've never written about before. I am the side character of the novel. Hajin's memory images appear, and he gets acquainted with the characters he created. The characters are written and created with all my emotions, and as he went through the stories he created with them, it seemed like Hajin wanted to become a real character in this. Back in the present, Kim Hajin raised his gun from above, aiming at the target. The bullet shot out, piercing through many layers of air. One shot hit the giant insect. It caught fire and flew down from the sky. A fire attack. It's from Hajin. That should be enough, right? Then the insect burst into flames. Its falling speed increased. Hajin gritted his teeth at it, shaking the gun in his hand. Still lacking some firepower? One more shot. At this moment, someone's hand struck out, and with just a flick, the insect fell, flat on its face, its bones and flesh crushed. It landed flat on the ground. Hajin was shocked when he saw that. What? One stepped slowly forward. Hajin probably recognized that person. It was Li Xiaoping. Is she chasing butterflies' dust? The butterflies' dust is falling from the sky. A force flashed from Suho's sword. Its speed was lightning fast. Swiped through the insect's body. It lay flat on the ground shaking. Kim Suho's eyes became hazy, smiling. His whole body lost strength and fell down. It was destroyed. A moment later, a person walked towards the corpse of butterflies' dust. She stood there for a long time. As she was about to reach down, intending to get something from the insect's body, Kim Hajin suddenly wanted to stop. Give it here. Seoijin turned back. Kim Hajin emphasized once more. You cannot take this item away. Hajin said that. She didn't know the full function of butterflies' dust. She took it only because an item dropped from a spirit would be very valuable. To be able to fight the spirits that will appear in the future, Kim Suho must get butterflies' dust. She said nothing, looking at him coldly. Kim Suho was unconscious. The other teammates were sleeping soundly under the old tree. Meanwhile, Kim Hajin was facing Seoijin. Even though butterflies' dust is dead and the sleeping effect is no longer strong, I didn't expect that there would still be cadets who could stand. She narrowed her eyes. Kim Hajin is strange. I need to continue observing him. At this moment, his face suddenly turned pale, as if something was stuck in his throat. Have I reached my limit? Using the host defense function of ether, I'm starting to have trouble breathing. I need to use a mask right now. Hajin was about to put on his mask when Seoijin used such great force that Seoijin couldn't open her eyes. At this moment, a space gate at the back opened. Kim Hajin suddenly became silent. Li Xiaopeng suddenly asked him, You know me, right? Kim Hajin opened his eyes wide, hesitated, and then replied, You are Li Xiaopeng, right? This sentence made her brain load for a while. Who is Li Xiaopeng? Now she realized. I remember. The fake identity I used to approach Kim Hajin in the past. Xiaopeng then admitted, Yes, why do you think I came here? Kim Hajin asked cheerfully. Aren't you the supervisor? But her attitude was not very friendly. How long have you known me as Li Xiaopeng? Of course I know, because he was still very excited to answer. But before he could finish his sentence, a ray of spiritual energy flashed across his face. Xiaopeng growled, using a scary face to threaten. If you dare lie, I will beat you to a pulp. Her fiery aura made Kim Hajin shrink back. Since I stole your watch, I've been more careful. I saw something different about you. Li Xiaopeng heard this and was half believing, half doubting. When you looked at me, Hajin pointed to his eye. I have good eyes. She had a sullen face. Have good eyes? Xiaopeng thought, pensively. Jane's talent cannot be seen with the naked eye. However, Kim Hajin not only saw Jane's talent but also overcame the hindering devices. She thought of the unthinkable. Don't tell me his mana is counter-magic. There is a special case where all the mana in his body is anti-magic. If so, then I can understand why he saw through Jane's talent. He just needs to concentrate mana into his eyes to be able to do that. And if this hypothesis is true, well, he's a valuable resource. I can't let him go. Thinking that, she withdrew her dark power. She had begun to relax her arm muscles. Xiaopeng approached and handed it to him. Here, this is for you. In return, suddenly speaking up to hear, the eldest sister suddenly said nothing more. It turned out that Jane was reminding her in the headset, Boss, don't say anything strange, just say it after me. Don't rush, take it slow. Hearing this, she made a simple request. Give me your phone number. Hajin breathed a sigh of relief, wanting to leave his body. I thought I was going to die. Pay attention to what's in your hand. But I already obtained an important item. But his emotions were a bit joyful at the moment. Kim Hajin held it tightly in his hand. How can I give it to Kim Suho naturally? Suddenly, Boss intervened, making me have to think of another way. Then, an idea flashed through Hajin's mind. Right, Rachel. And Evangel C. He looked over and saw Rachel lying unconscious, a light flickering in her chest. Don't tell me that light. I didn't think it would happen now. Evangel Seed. It's blooming. Then, it emitted a dazzling light. It was so bright that Hajin had to cover his eyes. In her coma, Rachel was vaguely feeling, I'm so sleepy. I have to defeat that spirit quickly. I need to become number one and become the pride of the royal family. What happened? So bright. A little girl? The child hugged Rachel. She asked herself, who is he? My wound feels like it's healing. It's so warm. Why does she look so familiar? Yeah, just like me when I was a kid. Evangel smiled innocently and naively. The little girl seemed to want to tell her something. Rachel opened her eyes wide, looking at the little girl. What did she say? I need to ask her about it. She slowly opened her eyes after passing out. No, I can't do it. I'm so sleepy. Rachel's eyes closed, preparing to fall asleep. Her voice was slightly trembling. What did you say? Hajin was a bit stunned at this moment as Evangel kept calling out, Dad, Mom fell asleep again. A moment later, the group of friends sleeping under the tree finally woke up. Kim Hajin then carried the unconscious Kim Seho back. Everyone cheered each other on to the boat after completing the test. The big ship set sail 4 days after the test ended. 9 a.m. the next day, Kim Hajin looked out at the vast ocean. Everyone had recovered from the test. There has been a minor disturbance due to the appearance of the butterfly sapling. Therefore, the supervisors did not foresee the incident. However, it was agreed that the 4 cadets who contributed to the destruction of the butterfly sapling would be given points. At this moment, Hajin's watch showed that he had a new message. In Kim Hajin's heart, there was a little confusion. There was no contact from Chameleon Troop. But why does boss pay attention to me? No clue. Suddenly there was a call from Chinayan. Hey. How did it end? Hajin heard and became a little confused. What's going on? Naeun just heard and knew. I don't remember what happened after I passed out, but according to Kim Seho, you destroyed that thing. Hajin immediately denied it outright. What? How could I kill it with just a gun? That's right, even I can't do it. He suddenly noticed Naeun's strangeness. By the way, why are you using a sword instead of a bow? She became stiff. Naeun screamed in the middle of the boat. Hajin saw that and panicked and said, I mean, you have to have your own opinion. It would be dangerous to use an unfamiliar weapon. She was still filled with indignation. What? I'm not so bad that I need your concern. Okay, whatever. Hajin wanted to ask one more question, but hesitated. So how do you feel after using the sword? Naeun didn't know how to respond, so she turned her face away. Kim Hajin guessed, Are you still scared? Naeun was sweating profusely after being hit by the other party's words. What? What are you saying? Who would be scared? You idiot. Hajin did not add another word. Chinayan really can't lie. That's one of the traits I wrote about her. I wonder why I never thought of changing it. Kim Hajin looked away. But, if you continue to use the sword, your level will improve. You are a natural-born swordsman, after all. Later, Yona analyzed the situation while eating. From my point of view, it seems like he likes you, Naeun. Just as Hajin said, Naeun couldn't lie. She replied guiltily. I did not mean that. To verify, Yona also turned to ask Kim Seho. Right, Kim Seho? You're close with Kim Hajin too, right? Did you hear what he said? Seho wondered back. Are we that close? Well, Kim Hajin. I'm not much different from you. Kim Hajin is always cold and keeps his distance from those who want to approach him. But he seems to like you, Naeun. Naeun was startled several times after hearing just a few sentences. Hey, Yona, aren't you very close to Kim Hajin too? He's only talking to me because I have something he wants. But doesn't he talk to you differently? Naeun blushed when she heard that, pulling her shirt as if it was very hot. Ho, I said no. Why is it so hot in here? So what are you going to do? Yona asked again. Naeun was also confused. What are you talking about? While they were talking enthusiastically, Yona noticed Hajin standing in the other corner. Kim and Hajin exchanged polite greetings. Kim Hajin watched silently, then turned away emotionlessly. Yona continued to tease. See? He looked at you and then left. This made Naeun extremely embarrassed. Kim Hajin returned home after a long tiring day. He called out, I'm home. Are you in that room? Then the adorable Evangel ran to Hajin and shouted, Father! Father! When he was in puberty. Suddenly having a child call him father made Hajin's face look really ugly. Then Evangel jumped into Hajin's arms. The scene at that moment looked so cute. Where are you going, Dad? I told you I would buy you food. Oh, food. Then Hajin picked her up, feeling that calling her father was not quite right. But Evangel, you can't just call me father. Evangel wondered. Why? If you keep saying that, everyone will misunderstand. But Evangel innocently asked again. Why? Hajin made a request in a sullen voice. Can I just call you uncle or Hajin? But the innocent girl kept asking the question. Why? I think I should teach him a little. The little girl swayed in his arms. Evangel smiled innocently. That cuteness affects even Kim Hajin. Kim Hajin recalled that day. Evangel hatched beside Rachel that day. The little girl raised her head and said to him, "Daddy, Mommy is sleeping again." Kim Hajin found this way of addressing strange. "Dad, I hatched on my own," Evangel insisted. "But you are my father." Kim Hajin admits one thing. "It's true that I raised you, but..." Before she could finish, the little girl jumped into Hajin's arms. Honestly, Hajin didn't know what else to do at this point. Just then, the helicopter flew by. Wanting the girl to be safe, he said, "Evangel, can you go back to being a seed?" Evangel wondered. "A seed?" Hajin described the previous appearance. "Yeah, that's right. Round and small like before." The little girl was also worried about Rachel. "What about Mom?" Hajin was worried. "Oh, don't call him Mom. Mom is busy." Angel looked a little sad, rubbing his eyes. "Yes." Then she turned back into a tiny seed. "That's how I hid her during that time." Back to reality, Evangel was running around holding Hajin's shirt. Hajin also did not know what to do. "I became a parent without realizing it. Let's eat!" Evangel happily exclaimed. "Ah, food!" A super cute meal, right in front of the little girl. Evangel tasted it. It really felt so delicious. "Evangel, sit down and eat well," he told the girl and then went somewhere else. A bag of blue powder in front of me was glowing brightly. "What should I do with this?" Butterflies' dust clings to magical objects and awakens their hidden abilities. Butterflies' dust has quite a powerful effect. The description is very simple, but it depends on the awakened target. In other words, it can awaken people or items. In the original story, it was taken by Rachel and Kim Seho. I should think more who to give it to. Meanwhile, Rachel was lying absent-mindedly on the bed. There's still Evangel's shadow in her eyes. "Who is that child I see? Like a dream. I can feel her energy. Being with you feels so happy and warm. Is she a spirit?" The power of spirits is still not fully understood. Or is it just my imagination? But I don't think it's imagination. She smiled unconsciously. Rachel placed her hand on her chest, wondering why. "Why do I keep thinking about her? She has a good feeling. It feels like I'll see her again." In another place, there was a majestic statue standing tall. Yona seemed to be waiting for someone. Someone's footsteps came naturally. "You're here? I thought you weren't coming. There's one more person who hasn't arrived yet. I think they'll be a little late. Let's go in first." Hajin agreed. "Okay," but still wondering in mind, who else is there? On the way, the two of them chatted for a while. "Oh yeah, you did well on your final exams, didn't you?" Hajin humbly replied. "I only got 67 points. If you don't want to stand out, your score should be below 20. Yona also told him. "Other guilds have started to notice you." But Hajin didn't pay much attention to her words. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Yona glanced at him and said, "Welcome to Essence of the Straight Dot." Before going there, Hajin received a piece of information. Guild Experience Guide. 6 o'clock tonight. Each guild will announce a list of cadets. The cadets on the list will be contacted via smartwatch soon. Hajin read the news he just received and thought, Guild Experience, a system that allows cadets on leave to track the work progress of active heroes, and the domestic guilds have the right to choose the cadets they want. Starting from the highest ranked guilds, Hajin was quite curious what the heroes were doing. There must be some other side quests, besides the ones I wrote. But this activity has limited selection. However, each guild can only select 3 people from among the first and second year cadets. So the first year cadets who ranked below 300th had no chance of being selected. Hajin stroked Evangel's head while thinking, considering my entrance exam ranking, no matter how well I do on the test, there's no chance of not making it into the top 300. That's disappointing. Suddenly at this moment the bell on the clock rang, interrupting Hajin's thoughts. It seems like the message was quite important, so it took Hajin quite by surprise. WH, what? Incoming call? Who the hell? A message appeared before Hajin's eyes. Essence of the Straight, you have been selected to experience the guild. If you do not want to participate in this experience, please contact us privately. Back to the present. Inside the Essence of the Straight was bustling with people coming and going. The person in front is giving a brief presentation to Hajin and Yona. This event is also known as Hero Tour. So as you can see, there are a lot of chores in the house. If a mission exceeding a certain difficulty appears, it can only be completed after being brought back to the analysis headquarters. Hajin cautiously glanced behind him. He guessed that he probably already knew the details. Yona must have been the one who added my name to the list. She's the president's daughter, so she definitely has the right to do so. But isn't that an abuse of power? At this moment, the 3 of them stopped at a room. Okay, and this is analysis room. Then the door opened automatically. The scene inside the room had a lot of people in it. They were diligently discussing work. I heard you ranked first. In theory, right, Mr. Kim Ha-jin? That's why. We want to show you this room first. The one speaking here is Park Sang-go, a mid-level hero who is also Yuyona's left-hand man. He's the instructor, in charge of this guild. He seems like a good person. Sang-go had a good time chatting with Yona. The two of them looked really close. But who knows the dark side of this person? If I weren't the author of this story, I wouldn't have suspected it. That he is an evil person who will stab Yuyona in the back later. And there's one more person. A short-haired girl spoke up. Oh, are the kids here with Sang-go-san? So you're Cadet Kim Ha-jin? Introduce yourself. This person is Lee Jaina, also a mid-level hero. This world is so beautiful. A 934th ranked person can actually participate in the guild experience essence of the strait? But we all know who you should thank. Ha-jin felt a little uncomfortable with her attitude. He thought to himself, well, there's no reason to force them to feel comfortable with this. While Yona and Jaina are currently in a state of confrontation, Lee Jaina is currently the second in command of Young Hoseok, the vice president of Essence of the Strait. She has a hostile attitude towards Yuyona, the president's daughter and successor. If according to the principal, Jaina will be Yuyona's right-hand man in the future, but only for now. From now on, Lee Jaina will work for Yuyona, and I became vice captain myself. It can be argued that these are two names. Most important. At this, Sang-go gloomily tried to explain. But Kim Ha-jin is the best in theory. But Jaina remained the same. Who cares? I was also top in this theory back in the day. What's so important about a cadet's theoretical grade? She looked down at Ha-jin and sneered. Do you think so? The theory top boy? Hearing this, Ha-jin felt frustrated but did not dare say anything. Then, Jaina held the pile of documents and remembered something. That's right. You're so confident. Why don't you try solving this? Sang-go carefully told Jaina, hey, how could you give him inside information like that? She didn't really care. It's okay. It's not that important. Let's see. What can you come up with, kid? Anger burned within Ha-jin as he flipped through the documents one by one. Okay, I can't keep calm anymore anyway. He held out his hand to Jaina and politely said to her, can I have some papers? Jaina saw that and immediately mocked. Even if I give it to you, you still won't be able to solve it. Ha ha! Kim Ha-jin was shaking with anger. This damn bitch. For real. At this moment, a message came to Yona. Looks like the last one has reached the first floor. The two of them turned to greet the guests. Oh really? Let's go greet them. Only Ha-jin was left in that room. In front of him was a full screen of data. He looked at a pile of words on the table. This must be data on measuring the variables that might appear when targeting dungeons. A normal cadet definitely wouldn't be able to solve it, but as long as I can observe and understand, I just need to write down the calculations that automatically appear before my eyes. When the pile of documents had only one line left, his paper was snatched away by Jaina. She even came to her face and blamed her, as if someone had provoked her. Are you still working? Can't you see everyone left? Don't waste your mind on useless things and chase after them? Kim Ha-jin gripped the pen tightly, furious, unable to utter a word. Later, he stood in a corner. The more he thought, the angrier he got. I can't finish it. Next time just ask me. Moments later, the elevator doors opened. Kim Ha-jin bumped into Naeun. She could hardly believe her eyes. Naeun went crazy again, turned to Yona and asked, what the hell? Why is he here? Yona didn't know how to respond, but she seemed to be enjoying the situation unfolding before her. So the last person was Naeun. This gave Kim Ha-jin a headache, confused. But why didn't you, Yona, say so from the beginning? As dusk fell elsewhere, Jun-hyuk sat alone in the middle of the room. The result of spending a month digging into his past was just a few scattered pieces of paper. Kim Ha-jin, what a mysterious person. In your past, how many people did you accept as your parents? And why did you become an orphan? No matter how much I searched, I couldn't find much information. Jun-hyuk leaned back and sighed. Oh, my nephew really gave me a hard time. But the more you hide yourself, the more interested I am. A report on the massacre at the Gwangwa shelter. 96 people died. Only one pregnant woman and her unborn child survived. Is this newspaper related to Kim Ha-jin? This morning, Sang-go announced today's program. Today's activity is a mission. We need to be ready when the order comes. But Naeun, why are you late? Naeun couldn't hide her emotions, scratching her head. Oh, I met Grandpa before coming. Hearing this, Sang-go became interested in her grandfather. Really? You're talking about the great hero, Lord Chaijukil? Just at this moment Yona's message rang again. You guys go ahead, I need to make a call. She went to another room and closed the door. Hello. Oh, Yona. Yes, sir. How is the matter? I asked you. That? I've been so busy lately that I haven't done it yet. Yona is going crazy. What are you saying? Are you kidding me? Jin-hyuk remained calm and answered her. Why do you want to investigate his parents? No, in the first place, does he want to find his parents? Definitely. He remembers every name on the wanted list. I think his parents are involved in the case. Jin-hyuk glanced to the side and thought to himself, a case, the massacre, in the guano cellar. Then Yona continued to call out, you. So when are you going to do it? Hearing that, Jin-hyuk found an excuse to hang up the phone. Sorry, you have a customer. Talk to you later. He immediately hung up, leaving Yona unable to say anything more. On this side, Jin-hyuk immediately fell into a state of disbelief. Kim Ha-jin, don't tell me he's actually involved in that accident? The massacre in the guano tunnel. 16 years ago, when monsters flooded the guano area, there was an accident in the shelter. 18 civilians and 9 heroes defending that place were massacred. He leaned back, lit a cigarette, and puffed on it. I've been trying to investigate this accident for over 15 years, and it all leads back to the Yu family. Although the authorities and the association have concluded that the incident was caused by a demonic human, it's not that simple. The main culprit of this was the then president of South Korea, along with other powerful families, President Kim Seok-ho, chairman of Daehoon, Chaijukil, and Yeona's father's brother, Ju Jin-young. The worst thing is that they actually hired a hitman to cause the accident. To them, it's not a big deal. He immediately thought of the most impossible things. But what if someone survived that? Were Kim Ha-jin's parents really victims of the incident 16 years ago, and now he's seeking revenge? Things are getting more and more complicated. Just thinking, Jin-hyuk's clenched hands trembled. This is dangerous. This matter won't end easily if you keep getting into it. The moment that crazy Chaijukil noticed what he was doing, I'm going to die. The scene changes to Ha-jin's group. It seems he must be chasing after the people in front in exhaustion. An announcement rang out. Repeat. A large group of stone golems have appeared in XX Street. Mid-level hero Park Sang-go is there to be left to you. Not seeing Ha-jin anywhere, Sang-go worriedly asked, Naeun, where is Kim Ha-jin? As for her, she was already too used to it. It's okay, he'll catch up. But Yona, why are you making that face? She said in a low voice. Nothing. She was angry about Jin-hyuk. Seeing her like that, Naeun broke out in a sweat. Yeah, okay. Just at this moment, Sang-go discovered the monster's movements. In front of it were golems, huge monsters. Then, it delivered a powerful blow downwards. A rope stopped the golem from moving. Sang-go unconsciously praised. Yona, very good. He threw his spear at the golem. Ha-jin was still running, breathing heavily. Finally, I made it. Naeun is pointing the arrow towards the golem. It's about 2 m tall. A thought crossed her mind. I can handle it with a sword. Naeun jumped up, holding her sword and flying like a moth to a flame, to attack the golem. She noticed the golem's legs. The golem's weakness is usually is the ankle. This is it. The moment has come. Naeun swung her sword to strike down the golem. But the golem found out, and gave Naeun a punch right in the gut. She was counterattacked to the point that blood was coming out of her mouth. Then Naeun was punched so hard that she fell to the ground. She struggled to stand up with her sword in disbelief. What the hell? Why is the golem so fast? It continued to strike Naeun another blow. Just then, Ha-jin shouted, Get out of the way, Chai Naeun. What just happened made Kim Ha-jin stiffen slightly. They both felt the same as Naeun leaned into him. What just happened? Because I wanted to help Chai Naeun, my ability automatically activated. An unwanted action occurs. So I need to say something. If you keep getting immobilized or stalled at the crucial moment, it's best to keep your distance from it. Your sword can hit it from further away, right? Ha-jin's next words made her heart flutter. She was shy, pointing straight at his face to hide her true feelings. That was M.my business. I just made a mistake because I was subjective. Just stand there and watch. She turned away and said, But thank you. The reason Naeun became a swordsman. This is because the mana reserves he can use are many times larger than that of a normal hero. Her special ability is too much mana. Her mana reserves are even greater than Kim Seo's. When she uses her sword energy will be released without limit. They fought for a long time and basically settled it. Finally, it's done. The rescue team will be here soon. Let's go back. Suddenly, Ha-jin realized someone was watching him. He turned his eyes. That person. Huh? It's obvious she. While standing there in a daze, someone called out, Kim Hajin, what are you doing standing there? Let's go! Hajin quickly ran after her, not forgetting to look back curiously. Well, sorry for hitting you with that skill of mine. Her body was filled with murderous intent. On the other side, Jaina was stretching, arching her neck. A female colleague was holding a glass of water, standing next to her asking questions. What else are you thinking? I think telling the administrative people that it's their expertise will make it faster. She pushed up her glasses, confidently saying, I'm much smarter than those people. Don't worry, I'm almost done. She noticed the stack of papers on the table. So, what's with this pile of papers? You use pen and paper to calculate? She thought for a moment then replied, here's a note about that bastard. Maybe we should make some arrangements. She read each letter carefully, suddenly panicked. What is this? And just as Hajin had initially predicted, after reading the notes, she immediately sent him a message. Hello Cadet Kim Hajin, I am Lee Jaina. We have met before. Can we talk for a moment? Reply as soon as you get the message. Oh yeah, you're coming to the festival tomorrow, right? Then talk tomorrow. As if I would go there, Hajin said contemptuously. Hajin angrily pressed the watch repeatedly. I already know how the association works. There's no reason for me to go there anymore. He then sent a message to inform Park Sango. Mr. Sango, I will not be participating in the festival sightseeing activity tomorrow. Sango was confused at this moment. Wait, why? Then, Hajin let out a sinister smile. Should I tease her a little? Thinking is doing, Hajin immediately replied to Sango's message with the content. Someone said that I was the 934th person to receive the support network. Instead of being treated like that, I think it would be better if the other cadets also got the chance. I'm sorry. Sango and Jaina, the two of them read the message and became silly. Then we looked at each other stupidly. Jaina, you doubt what does this mean? No, I didn't know this would happen. Kim Hajin on this side chuckled. This should be enough. I can't imagine how mad Yona will be. He imagined. Yona tearing her hair out and screaming. Why did I bring you there? Hajin yawned loudly, probably sleepy. He looked at Evangel sleeping soundly, his arms and legs spread. What was the girl doing sleeping so soundly? I'm so tired. I must have so many places to go, and I have a few things to do tomorrow. Hajin carried the little girl onto the bed. We should hurry while Evangel is still sleeping. He was about to reach for something, holding a small bag in his hand. It turned out to be butterfly sapling powder. No matter how you look at it, there's more to it than I thought. Kim Hajin thinks about how to divide it properly. If it's that much then, a little for Kim Suho and Rachel, and I can use it too. Kim Hajin carefully put it into 3 different bags. Divide into 3 parts. Kim Hajin always thinks about the big picture in everything he does. Both of them are important people, but I also need to survive. I should use it when I have the chance. Strike while the iron is hot. Action should go hand in hand with thought. It's a waste to use it on your body, because I only have SP but no hidden power. So, what I should use this powder for is ether. Hajin watched it blend together, and waited until it was completely absorbed. Suddenly, a message came. Chinaeun sent you a message. A text message? Chinaeun, why so sudden? Hey, thanks for today. But, Hajin's head was filled with but, question marks. Time flies. 10 minutes later there were only a few words like that. One way to drive someone crazy in a conversation is to stop talking mid-sentence. Then there were some bullshit messages from the two of them. What? What do you want from me? He thought to himself. She's the one who started this conversation. Go to sleep, you crazy. Hajin just had a short period of nonsense saying, what the hell? This is crazy. That's stupid. Kim Hajin began to doubt himself. I can't believe I'm texting Chinaeun like this. This feels really new. I remember myself in this world. I started out as a fictional character. It has absolutely nothing to do with the main plot, but somehow, I ended up here. If you look at my current role, it feels like I'm a support character. Since nothing is written in stone, I have the power to change anything. On the other side, a slender hand was typing on a computer. Yona took a sip of water. She had quite a few deadlines today. There's a lot I have to deal with. I need to write another report for the guild, along with a recruitment post for new members. She is considering hiring more staff. There is a team dedicated to processing information in the essence of the Straight Guild, but that alone is not enough. We need more manpower to be able to handle all this information. The system is working properly. So, now I just need to hire more staff. Thinking back to the past, Yona was so angry she wanted to crush the cup. Instead of waiting for that lazy guy, I'd rather do it myself. At this moment, a natural call came. Why is she calling me at this hour? Nayeon greeted friendly. Hi, Yona. Hi, Nayeon, how are you? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? I'm a little busy right now. Nayeon wanted to invite her somewhere. I was thinking of going to the seminar with Kim Seho next Tuesday. Are you coming? She replied bluntly, No, Not letting her finish her sentence, Nayeon continued. Shin Jong-hak will be there too. Hearing that, she changed her mind. I'm going. Yona back to the main issue. Is that why you called me? Nayeon immediately denied. No. Did you see the drone footage of yesterday's battle with the stone golem? Yona immediately replied. I watched it. That's why I need to write a report on that incident. Nayeon started stuttering. About that. What? Are you talking about the part where Kim Hajin helped you? Nayeon shyly refused. No, not that. On the screen appeared a scene of Kim Hajin holding Nayeon in his arms. It was filmed very clearly. Looks like you fell right into his arms. Nayeon reminded him coquettishly. You don't share that everywhere. Yona finds her friend funny. Why do I have to do that? But how does it feel? Nayeon still tried to avoid it. What are you talking about? Yona laughed loudly, her voice echoing throughout the room. I'm busy, so I'll hang up. Your call clock has ended. Nayeon sat gloomily in the corner of the room. Yes, Yona handled the work while making people laugh. God, she's not being honest at all. Okay, back to work. Then she received another message. What? Again? Yes? What? Kim Hajin is giving up the trip with the association? Did Lee Jaina say so? Hayes. Okay, let's stop talking here. Hearing the phone call made Yona furious, she thought to herself. Lee Jaina, that woman is really crazy. We were so close to getting him to sign the contract, but she ruined it. She sent a flurry of messages to Lee Jaina. Are you joking? Do you think I called him here to play? Pick up the phone. God, that Kim Hajin's actions are really unpredictable. Over at Hajin's place, the system displays a message. SP points have increased to 89 points. Bonus luck has been activated. 12 additional SP points have been increased. He looked at it and said to himself, what is this? Am I getting benefits from somewhere I don't know about? Well, I'm happy to get some extra SP points like this. So, should I continue investing in this SP? His face had a slightly sad look. No matter how hard I try, my physical stats will always be left behind, gradually over time. So the best thing I can do is choose and focus. Since I used the butterfly sapling powder from my ether, the analysis panel shows random boost system. Mixed properties. Special items have been identified. Random boost. The concept of special items is enhanced from 1% to 100%. The selected percentage will be effective for 24 hours and every 24 hours. It will be randomly placed again, evolving if you invest SP points into talents. You can strengthen the random enhancement system. And Hajin made a bold choice. I'll put all my SP points into a weapon instead of my physique. Obviously, it's a talent that requires luck, but it's okay, because my luck score is in the top 0.1%. So, everything will be fine. I know that, but whether it will be successful or not is another matter. Hajin focused on the problem. Okay, let's do it. The system asks, will you write your own talent? Hajin's hands typed continuously on the computer. Please, make it happen. He closed his eyes, not daring to look. Then open one eye again. The system announced again, because there are not enough SP points. The quality has declined. Hajin didn't find it too surprising. I knew I didn't have enough. However, miracles also came to Hajin. Luckily, a part of the loss will be recovered. A new panel came to him. Random enhancement system. Maximum recognition. 5 weapons will be recognized. Random boost. The random enhancement concept of the special item will increase from 1% to 44%. Selected will be effective for 24 hours. And after 24 hours, it will be reset randomly. When a weapon's identification is removed, after an hour it will return to normal. Hajin finished reading and sighed. He held his head and thought tiredly. I'm not completely satisfied, but because this is a setting that can't be controlled at will, so I should be grateful for being able to do so. Kim Hajin pondered again. The preparations are complete. The reason I sped up the preparation for the reinforcement was because, thinking of that, a text message notification came in. Kim Hajin looked at the message on his watch attentively. Kim Hajin clicked to see. Announcement. Next Friday, at the Travel Club, Destination UK. Looking at the notification in the system panel, Kim Hajin recalled the quiet dark nights he had experienced. Last week, I spent the entire summer vacation training harshly, because even though I put all the SP into my weapon, I couldn't neglect my physical training. During those practices, Kim Ha-jin always tried until he was tired and exhausted. He used his hand to wipe away the sweat on his face. Even though I work so hard, my numbers are still at the same level. But last week, during practice, the ball in his hand glowed brightly in the dark night. Kim Ha-jin was a bit satisfied. But at least Ether is fully developed now. The system panel displays a message. Ether mysterious item, a portion of the potential unlocked by the power of the mysterious soul. Kim Ha-jin attentively and carefully read each line on the bulletin board. In his hand, the sphere was still floating. Kim Ha-jin was silent, calculating for a long time. In short, the body enhancement index has increased to 0.7 and the details manifestation function that changes color and texture has also been added. After that, Kim Ha-jin wanted to test the current reinforcement index. Let's test it out, shall we? But it's still difficult to apply to guns. What about the knife? He pondered, then waved his hand. The ball flew into the air and revealed a sharp dagger. Oh, okay, he pondered, looking at the dagger in his hand. It worked. It feels just like a normal knife. But I need to test the difference first. The system board displays a message. Random enhancement. Recognize up to 5 specific items. Enhances recognized items by 1 to 44%. As seen, the dagger has been strengthened by 31%. To test out his new power, Kim Ha-jin threw his dagger forward. It flew as if tearing through the air. The dagger tore through the air, its sharp tip piercing the giant rock right in front of him. Kim Ha-jin thought to himself, its power is not ordinary at all. As expected, the dagger went straight through the rock, splitting it into 2 halves, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Seeing such a high level of achievement, Kim Ha-jin smiled with satisfaction at details manifestation and random enhancement. Looking at the long marks on the ground left by the dagger, he felt a bit interested. These 2 things, are they useful? It's not as strong as an antique, but its appearance is very advantageous. An ordinary shell will make the enemy complacent, and then this blade will pierce the hearts of those who are complacent. That's enough. Back to reality. Evangel is toying with the new spirit. Ether is like floating foam, Kim Ha-jin gently reminded little Evangel. Looking at his innocent little sister playing happily, Kim Ha-jin looked at Evang fondly. You have to be good at home while I go to club activities. I'll bring you snacks. Yes, okay. Then, Kim Ha-jin continued to remind her, when making friends with spirits, only make friends with animals, not humans. The repeated reminders made Evang angry. He pouted and covered his hands. Stop nagging. Avigel's reaction made him gape. After giving instructions, Kim Ha-jin left the house and headed to the club. See you later. Evangel also trotted over, waving goodbye to him. See you later. On the other side, at the palace of Rachel Elizabeth Louise. This place is in full bloom. The servant of Rachel Elizabeth Louise calls her Princess. From now on, you don't need to worry anymore. At this moment, Rachel appeared in her room. She was listening to Henry report on what had been assigned. We have successfully negotiated with Cube and assigned it to a trustworthy manager. After listening, she replied, Thank you, Henry. Suddenly, Henry hesitated. What about the cadet who saved you? If you agree, I will contact him privately through the Royal Society. I heard about that person. Rachel Elizabeth Louise was a little more interested. She replied quite contentedly. Yes, please do. Rachel Elizabeth Louise remembers Kim Ha-jin's demeanor. Kim Ha-jin's expression at that time did not match his 934th rank at all. Even the precision in his actions is not to be trifled with. The other guilds must have approached him already. The people who approached Kim Ha-jin probably included Yeonha, but contacting the cadets beforehand is illegal, so I'll observe first. Although the reputation of the Royal Association is inferior to that of the Korean Association. But if we talk about contract benefits, our association offers much better benefits than other associations. Back on Kim Ha-jin's club trip, Oh Han-hyun is eagerly guiding everyone. Okay, everyone's here, shall we go to England? Meanwhile, China-eun looked like she had just finished taking a bath. She was tired of the sun burning her head. China-eun's entire body felt like it was about to smoke. She silently lamented, It's so hot. Yeonha stood beside him, also helpless. Who told you to come in uniform? Feeling hot and teased, Naeun pointed at Kim Ha-jin, who was also wearing a thick coat. Kim Ha-jin, aren't you hot? You're even wearing a coat. Kim Ha-jin dropped a huge like. Yeah, I'm comfortable. Simply because the coat is quite special, the royal black coat. The jacket is hyperthermic, In other words, it can regulate temperature accordingly. Looking at his natural attitude, Chai Naeun was furious and secretly scolded. So annoying. The view of England with the clock tower, and the beautiful double sun wheel hanging. Hajin and Seho were in a dream. Oh Han-hien immediately spoke up to introduce. What we see over there is today's destination. He pointed to the island floating in the air. That's Clancy Islet. Come to the gate. At this moment, Kim Hajin was silently recalling things about Clancy Islet. Clancy Islet, an artificial flying island owned by the British government. It's where everything and everyone related to money comes together. Everything, good and bad, is played out without any strings attached. A variety of entertainment, auctions, companies' new product announcement events. This is where it can be considered a gold mine to make money, and this is where the main plot begins. Once inside the floating island, the atmosphere became much more lively. Chai Naeun said excitedly. Whoa, it's been a long time since I've been here. Yuyona looked around and replied. Me too. Hearing the two of them say that, Kim Seho asked, have you guys been here before? Somewhere Kim Hajin's hand was raised. It's my first time. Chai Naeun, on the other hand, rather boastfully replied, yes, when I was 11 years old. I went with my brother. Suddenly she stopped. Chai Naeun's face became even more unsightly when she mentioned her brother. The conversation stopped there. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Kim Hajin noticed Chai Naeun's bad state. To break this suffocation, Kim Seho looked at her and smiled. This is my first time. So you be my tour guide? Chai Naeun became excited again. She was in high spirits and confidently patted her chest. Yeah, of course. Just trust me. After a while of sightseeing, Oh Han-hien gathered everyone in the club and announced there will be a big event at Islet at 7 p.m. I asked for permission to attend and they gave me permission. Until then, everyone can operate freely. Does anyone have any questions? Instantly, Chai Naeun's arm shot up high. Aye. Can we go into the casino? Oh Han-hien replied yes. Cube cadets are considered adults. Hearing this, some people cheered and got excited. After some careful questioning, Kim Hajin and the others were eagerly dragged out by Chai Naeun. She shouted so loudly that the whole crowd was 3 parts helpless, 7 parts like 3. Casino. Let's go to the casino. The casino here is where games of chance take place, depending on luck and tricks. The players here are all rich people. This place looks extremely luxurious, money and money everywhere. Kim Hajin was somewhat surprised and exclaimed, wow, more magnificent than I imagined. Chai Naeun excitedly said, I'm going to change money. Kim Hajin then went to the receptionist. The girl in front of him smiled and greeted, hello, can I see your ID first? Kim Hajin carefully took out the card from his pocket and gave it to the receptionist. However, Kim Hajin seemed to have realized that the receptionist in front of him was Jane in disguise. He asked softly, here's my ID card. How long have you worked here? Jane smiled and replied, 6 years. Kim Hajin also spoke up. Wow, it's been a long time. Good job. He left, quickly glancing at her fake smile. Jane, just as I thought, you broke in. Just wandering around the casino. Kim Hajin recalls the events that occurred in the novel. The event at 7 o'clock, because it's a big event, there's a problem. Criminals from all over the world will gather to search for it. Immerse yourself in an atmosphere of money and luxury. His clenched hands were shaking uncontrollably. I want to stay calm, but I can't help but worry, because this place is full of temptations of money due to my luck working here. This made Kim Hajin's face look unsightly. It is true that no matter who you are, it is difficult to escape the temptation of money. After thinking, Kim Hajin smiled slightly. That incident will happen at 7 o'clock, which means I still have plenty of time. As he walked, he flipped the coin in his hand, looking like he had just won a big jackpot on a slot machine. Kim Hajin's state of relaxed enjoyment kicked in. Ha! I'll drain all the slot machines in this place. Just as he was about to go to the next stop, a shout caught his attention. Not fair. What caught his eye was Chai Naeun, angry because she lost all her money. The men next to her just chuckled, provoking Naeun. Chai Naeun? Then the person in front of him must be Bert. The Bert that Kim Hajin mentioned was the blonde man, who was smiling smugly. Chai Naeun angrily stood up and clicked her tongue. Tisk, okay, I'm out. The guy next to him laughed loudly. Bye. Suddenly, there was the voice of Bert calling Chai Naeun. He held out a pile of coins in front of her and said, it's rude to steal from a child. I'll withdraw another 25%. These words made the already mad Chai Naeun even madder. The fire above her head burned brightly. It's true that Chai Naeun is easy to trick, Just being provoked like that, she returned to the table. She slammed her hand down and shouted, "What? Stealing from a child? If I play properly, I'll get my capital back as easy as cake, get it?" Everything happened just like in the plot. In just 2 hours, Chinaeun will lose all the money she brought and lock herself in her hotel room crying. It's basically understandable when you come to a place full of tricks and luck. The people around her all benefit because they're all in the same boat. Their leader, Bert, is a pretty important character in my novel. After a few more games, Chinaeun went crazy, shouting loudly, "Ay, so annoying!" Kim Hajin stood outside watching Chinaeun's antics and thought dejectedly, she's really stupid. Hajin noticed the bracelet on that Bert guy. I don't care how much money a rich girl like her lost. But since it's that swindler Bert, now I'm interested. Thinking of this, Kim Hajin immediately went to Chinaeun's card table. "Get up, Chinaeun," he said. Then he directly pulled up a chair and sat down to officially join the game. Kim Hajin smiled confidently. "Let me play." When a new participant joined, one of the people at the table stood up looking a bit rushed. "I have to take a phone call now, so please excuse me for a moment," Kim Hajin replied, pulling out a chair. "Then the 5 of us can play." Seeing Kim Hajin's appearance made Chinaeun somewhat surprised. "Hey, you don't have that much money with you. The minimum bet here is 100,000 won, Kim Hajin confidently reassured. "Don't worry so much, just play." Knowing that she couldn't stop Kim Hajin's stubbornness, she could only sigh. "Haze, okay, then it's up to you, do whatever you want." "Deal, let's play." The game master spoke up. 7 poker, I'll bet it all at once." The players received 3 cards first, and everyone looked quite pensive. The moderator announces, "Now I'm turning over my cards." "Has everyone drawn their cards?" Already. The dark-skinned youth observed and discussed for a moment, then said, "Huh." He looked at the 3 cards on Kim Hajin's table, which had not been turned over, even though they were all held up. He asked, "Hey, why aren't you looking at your own cards?" Kim Hajin just sat there, replying, "Well, I don't intend to flip them over." Hajin thought to himself, "Why draw cards when I can see clearly like this?" The crew-cut young man looked at Kim Hajin, who was counting cards like a fool, somewhat confused, and said, "You don't even look at your paper, are you crazy? Do you know the rules of the game?" Kim Hajin paid no attention, just kept counting the cards on the table. "How could I come in here without knowing the rules of the game? By the way, who are you calling crazy?" His hand stopped on a card. It was the 3 of spades. He turned it over and said, "Here, I choose to flip this card." Kim Hajin's joking attitude made the crew-cut guy angry. "Why are you talking so bluntly to an adult, brat?" Kim Hajin said without even looking at him. "Who was curt first?" At this point, the crew-cut man's anger was no longer in his stomach, but it poured out of his throat in a loud shout and a loud bang on the table. "This bastard!" His agitation caused the game master to speak up and remind him, "Dear customers, please calm down." At this point, Bert began to speak up and give orders. "Can't you see what he's wearing? That's the cube uniform. So everyone, please be respectful and keep playing." Kim Hajin observed Bert's attitude, then looked at the bracelet on his hand. He must have been shaken, but he looked calm on the outside. "There is one thing." Kim Hajin suddenly smiled sinisterly. The atmosphere in the casino became more lively now. Many people came here and the betting tables were filled. But somewhere there are still some strange young men who keep talking into the communication device. "Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. The identities of 6 people from the evil society have been confirmed. 3 heroes from the organization were also dispatched to this area today. One is a fraud, the other is from the Illuminate dot. But I think the one from Illuminate probably came here today purely for sightseeing purposes. Ah, and the boy the captain likes. Kim Hajin is here too. Just keep waiting there." Jane's voice changed somewhat. She looked intently at Kim Hajin. "But Kim Hajin saw me. Will he recognize me?" The person on the other end of the line replied. "He can concentrate magic power on his eyes to see through disguises, so he probably wouldn't waste his magic on a normal person." Hearing this, she smiled slightly. "Moreover, it seems like he doesn't recognize me either." From her position, she could see the whole picture, as well as judge what was happening, and she guessed that Kim Hajin didn't have time to probe her. But the main target was Bert. She said to the other end of the line, "I feel like he's not using magic on me." On this side, Hajin's game was coming to an end. "I'm now placing the 6th card. The 12th card is already worth more than 60 million won." He turned his attention to Bert's unchanging face. "Bert's card is Ace of Hearts. Combined with 5 more cards, it would be a pair of jacks and 3 aces. At this, Bert smiled and said, "Call." To explain a little, call is a casino term, meaning the player accepts the opponent's bet and bets back exactly the same amount. In a situation like this, Bert still didn't have any strange reactions. Kim Hajin secretly praised, "This poker face guy is really amazing. Whether the cards are good or bad, his face still maintains the same expression." Chinaeun spoke up, "I'll raise." More explanation about raise. It means betting more than the player right before you. The crew cut guy continued, "Call. Kim Hajin then raise. According to the rules of the game, there are only a few ways to win. When the opponent's cards are quite strong, Bert's current cards are all aces and JS. So, to win, the lowest hand I must have is a 4 of a kind. People don't usually choose this set, because the probability of getting 4 of a kind and winning a full house is lower than the probability of winning the lottery. Please explain further." A full house is a 5-card hand consisting of a pair and 3 cards of the same value. Suddenly, Bert spoke up, interrupting Kim Hajin's thoughts. "That reminds me, aren't you betting it all now, student?" Kim Hajin looked at him and calculated, "I don't have any money left to deposit." He then pointed at the necklace around Kim Hajin's neck. "Why don't you use that ring to bet?" Kim Hajin pulled out the necklace, on which was a ring. He hesitated. "Ah, this," Bert spoke up. "Is it a holy relic? I recognized it as soon as I saw it. Does that ring have any special value to you?" "No, just for decoration." Without hesitation, Kim Hajin immediately took off the necklace. The cold and heartless words that denied the value of the ring made Chinaeun a little nervous. Her face showed a hint of displeasure. Chinaeun slammed the table and stood up, startling everyone. "Hey, let's go home." Kim Hajin was startled. "What's wrong?" "Just sit down." She frowned and shouted straight at Kim Hajin's face. "No matter how much you lost today, I will pay for it all from my own pocket when I get back. You carry that ring with you everywhere you go. It shows how much it means to you." Suddenly, Chinaeun's arm was grabbed by Kim Hajin. He spoke slowly but confidently. "Don't mind it, just sit down." Kim Hajin leaned close to Chinaeun's face, causing her cheeks to blush. He whispered, "I won't lose, don't worry. Back to the game." Kim Hajin put the ring forward as a bet. He also gave one condition. "This ring is very expensive, but I still bet it. So, to be fair, you bet the other bracelet too." Bert didn't hesitate to take the bracelet off, no problem. Thus, the ring and bracelet were confirmed as the betting items. The game master spoke up. "So now we turn over the cards, shall we?" "Let me go first," said Bert, reaching for 3 cards face down. In front of them, Bert's hand was 3 aces and a pair of jacks. This made Chinaeun freeze. Full house. With the motto "good cards win," Bert conveniently gathered all the chips towards himself. "Haha, I feel worried for you." Suddenly, Kim Hajin spoke up. "Wait." He pointed to his face-down pile of cards and reminded, "Did I ever turn them over to say that?" His gentle words made Bert's facial muscles stiffen. He curled his lips and asked back, "What?" Kim Hajin said, flipping his cards over. "You know, my luck is pretty good too." You looked at the 3 cards you just flipped over and pretended to be surprised. Oh, 4 of a kind! That means I win, right?" The scene before his eyes made Bert feel numb. Chinaeun beside her shouted, "4 of a kind! Oh my god, what the hell is that?" Kim Hajin beside him softly replied, "I'm just lucky in gambling." He shouted, "What the hell?" Not accepting defeat, Bert yelled loudly, forcing the security to drag him out. "No way, that bastard definitely cheated. It's that bastard, not me." Chinaeun stood up and scolded, "What's with that big mouth? Do you have any proof?" "There are security cameras everywhere in this area. The staff is checking right now." "Damn it, you lost the game and still bark." Meanwhile, Kim Hajin is sitting back and recouping his initial investment. He paid special attention to Bert's bracelet. The notice board showed Athenian Blackstone bracelet, magical relic, capable of automatic refilling and damage absorption. The bracelet is engraved with magic. If the wearer is injured or hit, the patterns engraved in the bracelet will automatically convert into magic power. The bracelet can recharge its magic power when exposed to the air, but the charging speed is a bit slow. According to the plot, Bert still does not know the true value of this bracelet. The reason is because the ring can contain magic power, but its owner cannot directly use that power. It means the magic power is contained inside the ring, although just adding a bit more magic carving would make it usable. But Bert didn't realize this until a year later. "Now I'll engrave some body buff magic here." Then suddenly, Chinaeun shouted, "Hey!" She looked at him with angry eyes. "What if you had lost just now?" Kim Hajin thought for a moment, then calmly replied, "Then jump into the river to escape debt." Your words made her a little more angry. "Don't say such bad things." Looking at the coins and gold he collected, 1/3 of it was paid for by Chinaeun out of his own pocket. He sighed and said, "What else do you want? Want me to pay you back?" Chinaeun immediately scolded, "That's not it. You used it, it's yours. I was just asking. You looked pretty cool just now." A while later, after leaving the casino, Yuyona's group returned, but she looked very angry. Suho waved beside him and called out, "Hey Hajin, it's here. Hajin, we'll meet over here." In front of them was still Kim Hajin, but it was the gold-plated Pro Max version of Kim Hajin. "Dear Kim Hajin, if you're even 1 minute late, we'll consider you absent." "Oh, sorry," Kim Hajin replied. Yuyona, looking at him boredly, scolded, "You're dressed so flashy, old man." Kim Hajin didn't bother to pay attention, replying, "Oh, why am I so handsome?" Chinaeun stood beside him, carrying his cumbersome load and complaining, "Oh my god, it's so heavy." Kim Hajin raised the bag and calmly said, "I just stopped by the antique shop for a bit. Your little bit is Gucci shirt, Chanel shoes, charm-enhancing relic, 300-year-old toothbrush, etc." Hearing this, everyone was surprised and asked, where did so much money come from? At this time, Chinaeun told everyone about the card game in the casino. Hey, he's not kidding. Thanks to the roulette, poker, blackjack, baccarat. At this moment, suddenly from behind someone asked, "Oh my god, look who's here. Isn't Chinaeun the cutest in our universe?" Chinaeun jumped. "Huh, what the hell? Why are you here?" The young man replied, "Me? I'm just going out for fun." Seeing Kim Hajin looking at him, the boy teased Chinaeun, "Who is that guy? Your boyfriend?" This made her blush. "It's a bitch, you're normal." "Oh, but I heard he has a lot of money. Are you really just friends?" Yuyona seemed to recognize the character before her. She pointed at him and asked, "Is Hunter Kim Junwoo from Illuminate?" Kim Junwoo replied with a smile, "Exactly, it seems I'm still popular." After that, the two people exchanged cultural and artistic ideas. "Nice to meet you. My name is Yuyona." "Oh my, it's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am." They were chattering away in the alley. Far away, Lee Seoping was standing behind the door observing everything. She stared at Kim Hajin and softly called, "Jane!" From somewhere appeared a few drops of purple water and Jane appeared. She smiled in response to the call. "Jane is here, back on Clancy's floating island," the dispatcher announced. "Right now, our group of reporters are at the Thames River docks, leading straight to Clancy's floating island. All the VIP guests were present to attend the event, organized by the international group Lotan. Shocking news that the white crystal will be put on display. This event has attracted a lot of attention from media around the world. In the hall, where the ceremony was taking place, a black car stopped right in front of the gate. The car door opened. A pair of slender legs stepped out. The dispatcher continued to cheer and welcome. "Everyone is looking forward to the appearance of CEO Zealand's." Suddenly, he noticed the girl who just got down. "Oh, I just finished saying that. Princess Rachel has arrived." Rachel Elizabeth Lees stepped down. She wore a luxurious but elegant mermaid dress. Her face was cold in front of the media. With the appearance of a big personality like Rachel Elizabeth Lees, of course, the press couldn't pass up the opportunity for an interview. They asked all kinds of questions and pried. Rachel Elizabeth Lees just kept silent, not answering. "Please say a few words to share your thoughts about today's event. There are a lot of rumors that, in theory, he has lost his #1 position. May I ask, what does the princess think about that?" Even when she was approaching the hall gate, or even when the guards blocked the tent to report, they still did not stop asking loudly, "Princess, please say a few words." Seeing that, her bodyguards immediately stopped her. "Everyone, step back. You are not allowed to pass this area." A door to the hall closed. The commotion outside finally quieted down. In front of Rachel was a strange spatial door. She sighed softly. Haze. Finally some peace and quiet. From afar, a soft voice called, "Your Highness." A man appeared out of nowhere. He has purple hair and an extremely elegant demeanor. However, there is still a hint of danger somewhere. This guy is the CEO of Lotan Group, Zealand. Zealand smiled and said, "Thank you very much for coming here." Rachel saw that he was also a little wary. "Mr. Zealand." As soon as they met, Rachel probed Zealand's movements. "You've taken a lot of strong measures against the demonic human, haven't you?" "Of course," he calmly replied. "You must know that where you are standing, this floating island of Clancy, is the safest place in all of Europe. We have hired a large number of high-level heroes to guard today's event. So, there's nothing to worry about." The self-flattering cheesy words amused Zealand. Moreover, he had a wry smile. As the Royal Society's largest donor, we promise to support your reputation and your guild rank. Zealand's behavior and words made Rachel somewhat worried. He gave a dangerous smile. As for the upcoming event, he reminded her, you should just pin your hopes on this event, princess. At this time, Kim Ha-jin was also seated at a round table in the dinner party. He checked his watch for a moment and thought to himself, there are still 30 minutes until the opening of the event, and it's already this crowded. Not to mention, his eyes cautiously glanced over everyone at the party. Ha-jin thought to himself, in a world filled with demonic humans, like today, it is unbelievable that such a dangerous event was licensed to be held. In the story I wrote, Lotten Corporation is one of the most corrupt corporations. Even though there isn't a single demonic human in their operating system, the things they do are even more inhumane than demonic humans. And those people are in possession of something called white crystal. Kim Ha-jin looked up at the Lotten Corporation signboard and thought to himself, this is an item that cannot fall into the hands of demonic humans or the Lotten Corporation people, because the purpose they use this crystal for is exactly the same. Among them, there will be a total of 3 demonic human characters appearing in today's event, including a white-haired youth, the Crystal Keeper Nade. The remaining character is the Warrior Silison, and the most important character, Captain of the Evil Society Relic Retrieval Team Kim Hakpyo. Thinking of this, Kim Ha-jin felt a bit bored. He leaned his head back and leaned against the chair. With my current level, there's definitely no chance of stopping their theft plan. It's better to just see if things play out as the original plot suggests. Suddenly, a long hair fell down. It turned out to be Li Xiaopeng. She called his name. Kim Ha-jin, you're here too? Seeing her appear, Kim Ha-jin was a little surprised. Oh, Xiaopeng, you're here too? Li Xiaopeng replied. I am here as a defending hero. From Li Xiaopeng's earpiece, her teammates were teasing her a bit, startling her. Chief, you finally met your crush? Congratulations. Being teased by Jane like that, she replied irritably. What the hell are you talking about? Kim Ha-jin turned pale when he saw that. What's wrong? Li Xiaopeng cleared his throat, regaining his composure. Sorry, I'm so sorry. My colleague kept saying strange things through the earphones, so. Kim Ha-jin also laughed awkwardly. I see. However, in his heart he thought, well, I heard it too. Suddenly, Kim Seho in the group discovered Kim Ha-jin. He approached and asked, Ha-jin, who is this? Kim Ha-jin immediately replied, my acquaintance, by the way, named Li Xiaopeng, is a high-level hero. She came here on a mission today. We just happened to meet. Then, he introduced them one by one. This is Yeona and Kim Seho, both cube heroes like me, and over there is. Before he could finish speaking, Li Xiaopeng interrupted him. I know all their faces. They are all famous cadets. From afar, Kim Junwoo appeared. He was smiling. Hello, nice to meet you, miss. I'm Kim Junwoo. Suddenly, his eyes became sharp and probing. But how did you get to know Kim Ha-jin? That gaze swept over Li Xiaopeng's person. May I ask what group or organization you belong to? Suddenly, the lights in the hall went out. The stage lighting system was turned on. Everyone was full of surprises. Yeona said softly, oh, it's probably about to start. At this moment, Li Xiaopeng turned to Kim Junwoo and said, I have to go now. I still have to fulfill my defense duties. Then she left them and left. Goodbye. Immediately, Junwoo rubbed his chin, looked intently at Kim Ha-jin and made him sound. Kim Ha-jin thought with fear. He didn't misunderstand anything, did he? After that, we all sat at a table upstairs. Rachel has observed Kim Ha-jin. She kept thinking to herself, Kim Ha-jin is sitting over there, looking at him. Rachel said with a little joy. That's the relic I gave him. Rachel Elizabeth Lee's small lips curved up slightly. He's wearing it. At this moment, from the stands, the spotlights were pointed straight at the man standing in the middle of the stage. Welcome to all the ladies and gentlemen present. I am the CEO of Loten Group, leading the movement to improve the industry. My name is Jalen. After the basic introduction, he started his presentation with an open question. According to you, what is the power that originated the creation of all things? Yes, that is mana. And since mana accumulates naturally, it can sometimes also become a treasure, possessing enormous power. Among those treasures, the white crystal is the rarest and most special item. From ancient times to the present, the number of crystals discovered has reached 480. But until now, the proper way to use crystals has not yet been fully agreed upon. Standing next to that glass box, Zealand slowly continued. But, from now on, we Loten Group We will show you how we make the most reasonable and satisfactory use of white crystal. A beautiful crystal appeared, its light shining brightly on the guests below. Everyone was pleased and applauded Zealand's flowery words. Only Kim Hajin seemed to not care much about these words. As for Rachel, she seemed to be checking the situation around the stands. After the audience's applause, Zealand continued, "To find out the origin of this cube, we must go back to the Persian Empire." Rachel was still observing some of the strange behavior. Those black puppets have been walking around the banquet hall for a while now. At first, I thought they were guards, but the number just keeps increasing. Rachel clenched her fists in anger, thinking to herself, something is not right. It's worrying, but I can't act rashly. Suddenly, she saw Kim Hajin stand up. He left, but his eyes kept looking around. She wondered, Hajin, where is he going in the middle of a party? A few doubts flashed through Rachel's mind as she watched Kim Hajin's back. Don't tell me. The person who is always there every time an accident happens. Moreover, he has a different demeanor than others. There are too many suspicious points that can no longer be ignored. Suddenly, Rachel turned to speak to the two bodyguards. I'm fine, you guys go check on the suspicious people in the hall. Yes, princess. Immediately, the two of them disappeared. Rachel touched the pendant. A beam of light came from it. Rachel Elizabeth Lees whispered, "Shadow expansion." A dark shadow appeared, covering Rachel Elizabeth Louise. She took the stance and jumped down in an instant. Rachel's movements were smooth and fluid, leaving no trace behind. Rachel frowned slightly and thought, from now on, I'll stick with Kim Hajin. Below, Zealand continues to steer public opinion. There's definitely something. Made him smile slightly. Kim Hajin still has many thoughts in his heart. It's about to happen right here, in this banquet hall. In the large room, there is someone who needs special attention. We just reconfirmed the details in Lotan's internal documents. The item currently available in the Clancy lobby is completely authentic. He thought to himself, can anyone be sure that Zealand will actually bring the real thing out to display? What stupidity! This man is the operator of evil society Kim Hakbyo. The guy sat there, silently scorning him. Perhaps he was careless because he was too greedy for money. He only focused on proving how genuine the product on stage was, how VIP its value was, to increase the profits he earned. But actually that idea isn't so bad. The only way in and out of this place is through the portal. And of course, gate security is strictly regulated, because this floating island is made of mana, so the nobles cannot install the created portal there. However, at this moment a small flying ship flew by. Hakuria smiled smugly. They never dreamed we would use airplanes, he thought to himself, then said, Go! Elsewhere, Rachel is still tracking Hajin. She hid behind the corner of the stairs wondering, how far is he going to climb? We should stand a little further away to observe for safety. She followed Kim Hajin to a room. Rachel saw Kim Hajin opening the door. She stuck her head out to look. What business does he have to go to the rooftop? But the rooftop is a restricted area, unless there is an investigation order. Otherwise, that place should be locked. Kim Hajin stood in front of the door, thinking about something. Only with the key can it be opened. Where did Kim Hajin get a hammer at this time? Rachel was stunned when she saw that. What? Did his door get broken into? But Clancy floating island prohibits carrying weapons on or off? Kim Hajin held the hammer in his hand, looking extremely happy. This is good quality. In the unlikely event that someone comes here, they'll be allowed to bring tools like that. But is he really going to use that shabby old hammer to break down a door made from a mana steel alloy? How can I be famous? The hammerhead gradually touched the door, causing a loud noise, and dust flew up. Rachel was shocked when she saw that, knelt down in shock when he saw Hajin calmly smash the door. Are you kidding me? Why doesn't a normal hammer even have mana? Can you break that door? Another noise startled Rachel. There was another explosion inside the other room. The people there were either injured or running away. The scream rang out, help me! Hey! Zealand was gagged and lifted up. Oh, so this is the white crystal? May I steal it? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt someone rushing towards him from behind. The man rushed forward, creating a shocking explosion. The young man in the orange shirt kept his posture, a little surprised. Wow, you not only dodged my attack, but it also has some really annoying abilities. High-level hero Jian Xiangchen, will be your opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, the other guy's clones suddenly dispersed, leaving Xiangchen bewildered. You dare run? You coward! Now. Which one should I chase after? Fuck it, stop there. Xiaopeng stood in a corner looking at him like he was crazy. Scene changes to another side. A monster is slashed, head flying off. So Naeun and Seho were supporting the others. Everyone calm down, evacuate this way. Holy shit, what the fuck is happening? Not only demonic human, but also mutated demons appeared. Another voice rang out. Naeun, where are you? Naeun turned around in surprise. This voice. Junwo. The boy smiled. Oh my god, thank goodness you're safe. I've been looking for you for a while now. Junwoo threw something to Kim Seho. Seho, take this. Kim Seho quickly caught it. It's a sword. Seho is confusing. A sword? Junwoo still maintained his smile and asked Seho. You'll have to fight, won't you? That sword belongs to the demonic humans who just flooded the island, but use it anyway. There was a figure standing there on the rooftop watching. It was the tall Kim Hajin standing there looking down. In the original novel, Nade split himself into 8 and then escaped. The first one ran east. Behind him, there's another hero chasing after him. But that Nade guy doesn't have the crystal. In the south, another demonic human disguised as Jane is running away with him. However, this Nade did not hold it either. There are also people chasing Nade elsewhere. And also, north, the boss's location. In the original story, it was the Nade that boss was chasing who held the crystal. While Xiaoping was chasing the enemy, he was ambushed by another group of people who rushed out at the same time. Go to die! Xiaoping held out one hand. She released a small burst of mana in midair. The attacker sarcastically said to her, that little ball of mana can't do anything. Then, he was stunned when half of his arm was sucked away by that mana ball. He stared at that guy and shouted, Aya, my body, my body! The others saw it, and were also scared. They were afraid of being sucked by mana, so they quickly ran away. But the mana ball still did not spare them. It sucked each of their bodies in. Nade was terrified when he saw it. Fuck, what the hell is that thing? A sharp amount of mana appeared. It pierced through Nade's body. Hajin was also a little scared by this action, even though I was the one who built her character setup. But the power is truly terrifying. Anyway, just like the original story, the white crystal is now in the hands of the chameleon troop. But he was confused when Xiaopeng still stood there. Xiaopeng's expression was extremely unpleasant. Is it a clone? What's wrong? Did the plot change? Hajin was startled and quickly turned on the computer. The computer screen went black. But I haven't received any new notifications yet, so that means the plot doesn't change? It is the variables of the current situation that create change. Kim Hajin was extremely worried. What should I do now? He suddenly realized and rolled up his sleeve that had stigma on it. Never tried this method before, but there's no time to think anymore. Using my will, I can activate the mana source from stigma. Hajin clenched his wrist. Concentrate. Mana into the retina. No, must focus on clairvoyance. Then came the puzzling pulses. I did it! I did it! He tried to use clairvoyance to search for the crystal, not knowing where it was. Kim Hajin observed a driver. The person holding the crystal block. His vision gradually blurred. Found it. Kim Hajin was stunned, his eyes wide open. He suddenly stopped. Kim Hajin covered his face and stepped back. Kim Hajin's mind became dizzy. Damn, why is it so overloaded right now? But there's no time to waste anymore. I have to go after him myself. Hajin jumped from the upper floor, landing on the back of the motorcycle. The car was waiting for him. Great, the steed is here. Sorry, car owner. I borrowed it for a while and then returned it immediately. In the hall, everyone was running away. Naeun raised her voice to evacuate everyone. Everyone stay calm, evacuate this way. She reminded the guests, watch your step. A voice rang out. Chai Naeun. Naeun turned back. She asked in surprise, oh my gosh, you crazy guy. Where have you been all this time? What is it, Kim Hajin? Hajin threw her an object. Take it. Naeun got curious and asked. What is it? Hajin replied. A mana sword. You'll probably be able to use it just fine. We can't just fight against the demonic humans with our bare hands, right? The mana sword is a special weapon that I took from Sidious. Depends on the owner's ability to use mana, whose stats could be worlds apart. From that dormant potential of Chai Naeun, her true strength will be on par. No, maybe even overwhelming even the demonic humans. Naeun was confused. What am I holding this for? Hajin just reminded. Remember to take good care of yourself, don't get hurt. Seeing Hajin turn the throttle, Naeun wondered even more. What? Kim Hajin, where are you going? I have some work to do. I'll leave this place to you. Where are you going anyway? Hajin didn't say much and immediately drove away. Naeun shouted loudly, Hui, Kim Hajin. Kim Hajin dashed down the road. He focused on using clairvoyance. Southeast. Good. Soon we will catch up with the target. That car is still moving. The crystal holder asked the driver. Are we there yet? The driver replied, yes, we will be leaving in about a minute. They reported that the plane had some problems, so at this moment, Hajin's motorcycle came. He controlled the motorcycle to fly up to the same level as the car, then used the wheel to smash the rear body of the car. Part of the car was smashed and dented due to the strong impact. The car rolled several times off the road. Kim Hajin gasped softly as he looked down from inside the car. The person in the bike exit cursed. What the crazy one? The crystal holder stood up and said, you're dead for sure, kid. He waved to the others. Boss, over here. Kim Hajin ignored him and took out his laptop. I wonder why this guy still dares to act like that. Or does he still have some trump card hidden? Aircraft number A0937B. He thought to himself, sorry, but I need this ship to leave first. On the display, would you like to return this aircraft to storage? The SP costs 4. This action is 100 plus. Hajin clicked confirm. The other guy stopped. He looked at the returning plane in confusion. Hey, what the hell is going on? That guy kept waving his arms and yelling. Boss, where are you going? Boss, damn it, where did that crab? Boss go? Kim Hajin got out of the car and said, okay, so now the iguana that was blocking our way is gone. Kim Hajin asked him, shall we start talking about our youth? Suddenly, there was a strong wind. Kim Hajin was surprised and turned around to replay. From above, a beam of light shone down on the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. The rocks also shattered. A stranger appeared, grabbed the other man's head, and left. He grabbed his head. I've been wondering what's taking you so long? That guy was Chiak Jungyang. He dropped the other guy. Kim Hajin looked at the enemy worriedly. Damn it, why does Chiak Jungyang always choose this time to appear? The situation is so tense. Kim Hajin saw something familiar. He realized the person being carried on his shoulder was Rachel. Rachel? What is she doing here? Damn it! Seeing the situation was quite tense, Hajin used ether, its form being a yellow liquid. You control it to get the suitcase containing the crystal. Jungyang warns Kim Hajin. While I'm still talking properly, put that thing down. Kim Hajin pointed the gun at the suitcase, exchanged porridge with him. Put her down first. Jungyang glanced at Rachel. Oh, this girl? I brought the girl here because it seems she's after that crystal. This girl must be an important person too, right? He continued, there is one thing. Jungyang smirked threateningly. I wonder how fast I can rip her head off, and how fast you can punch a hole in that suitcase. Which one will be faster? Hajin is not humble either. No problem. If you don't let her down, you won't get what you want. The corner of Jungyang's mouth raised. Wow, brat, you're pretty daring, huh? Okay, I admit defeat, he said and threw Rachel down. Jungyang threw Rachel out and demanded, there, are you satisfied? Now hand it over. Hajin also threw the suitcase back at him. Thanks. Hajin looked at Rachel, not daring to act yet. He broke out in a sweat and thought to himself, I'm not sure I can control that thing properly anyway. I was originally going to give it to Rachel and let the British royal family keep custody of it, just in case. But now that Chiak Jungyang has come all the way here, I have no choice but to hand it over as a trade. Wait until Rachel wakes up, then we must find out why she was arrested. At this moment, Jungyang suddenly smiled strangely. He quickly rushed in front of Hajin. He was stunned and couldn't react. Jungyang's fist was approaching. A huge explosion occurred. Jungyang stood opposite Kim Hajin. He exclaimed, in surprise, wow, you're quite careful. This guy is bold, he doesn't even blink an eye. He was getting more and more excited. Observe your opponent's actions until the last moment. What a warrior's demeanor. Maybe you're not as pathetic as I thought. I like you. After saying that, Jungyang immediately turned around and left. Kim Hajin breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he sat down, panicking. Kim Hajin's eyes were filled with fear. I really almost lost my life. Hajin recalled the fist from earlier. By the time I came to my senses, the fist, as big as my head, was right before my eyes. So I didn't even have time to react. If I had acted stupidly, my head would have been blown off. I didn't expect the overwhelming difference between me and my opponent to come in handy in that situation. Rachel just woke up now. Rachel, are you okay? You go to Rachel. After waking up, Rachel is still in a daze. What's going on? Enemy, Kim Hajin replied. It's okay now. He's left. Hearing that, Rachel was confused. Leave. What do you mean? Hajin explained for a while. Then she understood. I see. So the crystal fell into their hands. Rachel, are you also following the crystal? Rachel shook her head and replied, no, I'm looking for you. She held out a bullet. Is this yours? Hajin was stunned. This bullet is. Rachel answered your question. I found it in the final exam. Hajin also recalled the event at that time. Maybe she picked up this bullet and realized she had sniped from a distance earlier. Kim Hajin reached out to take it. Yes, it seems to be mine. But Rachel withdrew her hand and put it in her pocket. I followed you in case something like this happened again. Rachel became gloomy. Even though I'm a bit useless because the opponent is too strong. Kim Hajin forced a smile. Ha, Rachel suddenly asked. Kim Hajin, why did you help me before? If it was in the midterm, then we can consider it a coincidence. But now, the same goes for the final exam. Kim Hajin was stunned and didn't know how to respond. Rachel continued a little gloomily. I can't help but think that you've been watching me every step of the way. Kim Hajin pursed his lips, not answering. After a while he spoke. The truth is, Hajin made up an excuse. I am a fan of yours. Rachel's face paled when she heard him give this reason. She couldn't believe it, but Hajin showed proof that he had joined Rachel's fan community in Korea, which currently has 10,000 members. He said excitedly, Really? I've joined your fan community too. Rachel tentatively believed. Okay. Hajin forced a smile, thinking to himself, isn't this excuse too forced? But I can't tell her the truth either. She is a main character of a novel who will face many dangers. I can't say that. If she dies or gets injured, the plot will be turned upside down. Rachel lowered her head and stammered, so what you're saying is, Rachel's cheeks were now red. But do you like me? Kim Hajin didn't expect this. He exclaimed, What? Move scene to another location. Voices rang out. There are a few people here with minor injuries. Call an ambulance. The ends of her hair were burnt black. Yona sighed when she saw that, and Naeun also ran to ask Yona. Do you see? Yona didn't understand, so she asked again. What? There it is. Yona asked again irritably, What is that? The image now shows Junwoo standing against the beast. Well, I saw a lot of things. The person who left the deepest impression amidst the chaos. He quickly escaped from the rock and rushed somewhere else in the blink of an eye, destroying everything with his bare hands. With one punch, Junwoo defeated the beast, the hunter of light source, Kim Junwoo, with the talent of Sword Saint, which allows the user to cut through anything. Kim Seho, who cut through all those overwhelming attacks like paper. Naeun took the sword given by Kim Hajin, and the sword flashed with a columnar light. And, Naeun, a long-forgotten swordsmanship genius, has reappeared. At this moment, Naeun's image appeared. She swung her sword once, killing a series of monsters. After finishing this attack, Naeun was happy and felt joyful. Wow, this is amazing! Suddenly she remembered the person who gave her the sword, Kim Hajin. He left with a motorbike. Yona just owed. She couldn't understand Naeun's curiosity. Is that all? Yes, I saw him. He seems to be a good driver. But where did he say he was going? Naeun is still puzzled by this. I don't know either, but more importantly, where did that car come from? I want one too. It looks so cool. At this moment, Seho called out to the two of them. You guys, I heard Rachel disappeared. Has anyone seen her? Naeun was also surprised. What? Come to think of it, I really didn't see him. When did he disappear? He was still here until the demonic humans flooded in. The guards were also looking for Rachel at this time. Yona hurriedly said, Wait, does that mean their intention was to kidnap him in the middle of the chaos? Is that really possible? Because if they take him hostage, then the British government will have to accept all their demands, even if they claim ownership of Clancy's floating island. Those evil bastards. Kim Seho saw something. Oh look, Rachel was riding her motorcycle back, her face covered in terror. Princess, it's the princess. Are you okay? Yona breathed a sigh of relief. Good, he's safe. Naeun recognized the car. But that car, that's the car Kim Hajin drove away. Yona froze. What? As Yona watched Rachel return with Hajin's car, she couldn't help but speculate. Just as everyone was distracted in the chaos, Kim Hajin drove away alone. However, Rachel was the one who drove that car back here. That means, did Kim Hajin single-handedly take down all those demonic humans and rescue him? Thinking so, but Yona denied it herself. No way. Even if it's Kim Hajin. But certainly can't do that absurd thing. A moment later, Chai Naeun was looking at the display on her watch. Suddenly a voice rang out, making her look up. Hey, Cha Naeun, why are you here alone? Where are the rest of the travel club members? She hastily replied, They've all arrived at the restaurant. You're too late. Chai Naeun turned away, urging him to go hurry up. Today, I will pay for dinner. Kim Hajin asked in confusion, What day is it that you are so busy? She did not care and kept silent. He raised his hand to scratch his head, thinking, Something is strange. What's wrong? Chinaeun walked silently. Suddenly her face turned red, then she stopped. Chinaeun stood in front and spoke. Hey, Kim Ha-jin! She turned back, facing him. Do you think? Chinaeun's face was now crimson red, and she said in a serious tone, doubt that we should at least become friends. The two were silent for a moment at her question. Then Kim Ha-jin flatly refused her question, causing Chinaeun's face to darken. No, I don't think we can. Chinaeun heard that, clenched her trembling hands. Ah, is that so? She turned around and said in a stuttering voice. Then forget it. I'm not that serious. It makes me feel embarrassed. Just pretend I didn't say anything. With that, Chinaeun walked away without looking back. Kim Ha-jin stood still, thinking. We can't be friends, because I will definitely leave, and one day, I will have to kill the most important person to you. Kim Ha-jin stood for a long time, lost in thought. We can never be friends. The scene changes to Ha-jin's current home. I'm here. Evangel happily walked out of the room and greeted him. AAA, Brother Ha-jin. The little girl jumped with joy when she saw the bag of food he was holding in his hand. Fried chicken here. Yes, I'll buy you 2 pieces. The little girl took the bag of food and ran away happily. Thank you very much, Ha-jin, he sighed contentedly. I feel so peaceful. I feel like I'm really a father. Kim Ha-jin walked to the table, then pulled out a chair, filled with thoughts. Evangel has been very obedient and quiet lately. There are only 3 days left of vacation. Finish the things I left undone? He sat at the table, took out his laptop and placed it on top with the screen of the watch on his hand. I'll connect the smartwatch first. Having to open my laptop every time something happens is quite a hassle, so I saved SP little by little. He remembered the extremely tense moment when he had to face Chiak Jong-yang. The system announced, by luck you escaped death. As part of accumulation of luck, a special escape stat has been activated. Your SP has increased by 193. I finally have enough SP thanks to Chiak Jong-yang. A notification pops up, waiting for your confirmation. Do you want to link your laptop and watch? It costs 190 SP. Confirm by tapping confirm. The smart watch started to glow. In a flash, it was 100% full. Link completed. A large number of screens appeared in front of Kim Ha-jin. He looked at the things before him in amazement. Wow, how convenient! I can't believe I'm finally able to link to the watch. Thanks, Chiak Jong-yang. After one thing, I have one more important thing. Just as I was thinking this, a call came in from Park Soo-hyuk. Hey Ha-jin, how are you? Soo-hyuk, did you buy it? At this time, Evangel sat aside, happily eating fried chicken. Soo-hyuk heard Kim Ha-jin's question and replied, motorcycle. You mean Augusta? I tried to find the one with the best specs, but the non-functional one already costs 150 million won. Do you think that's okay? Kim Ha-jin heard that and immediately replied, then just get me the one that works. Soo-hyuk panicked when he heard that and shouted, HUH? Are you saying the truth? His voice was so loud that Kim Ha-jin had to cover his ears. Yeah, just get me the functional one. I'm serious. Hearing that, Soo-hyuk softened his voice. Oh, okay. I'll put it under the company name, so remember to come. Get it? Okay, thank you. The call ended. Kim Ha-jin got to work, figuring out everything on the smartwatch. I won 2.2 billion at the casino, so spending 150,000 won is nothing. Besides, that day is coming soon. The Masked Devil's Master's attack on the Suwon Demon's Den means. Kim Ha-jin looked at the screen, secretly delighted. My stock price is about to rise big. Suddenly, his face became quite sinister, his smile growing wider and wider. The laughter seemed to echo out into the town. A month later, the vacation was over. Kim Ha-jin was walking down the street. He looked around as he walked. The atmosphere in Cube seems to be better, so everyone is fine. His eyes were fixed on the man chatting in the corner. Did you see the picture I posted online? It looks like fun. Social media? Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I've been on social media. I used to be on it all the time. As soon as he logged in, the first thing that caught his eye was Shin Jong-hak's naked body. And so it went, one after another. It was all Shin Jong-hak selfies. Jong-hak wrote a status with the content, I like it the most when I'm tired from practicing. Until the third one with over 65,342 likes. Jong-hak looks like a Cube social network idol. But Kim Ha-jin didn't feel that way. A disgusted expression was evident on his face, and he raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his face. This Shin Jong-hak guy is crazy. He searched through everyone's personal pages one by one. Kim Soo-ho and Yeona don't use social media often. Rachel's account is managed by the royal family. As for Chai Naeun, the last post was after the casino incident. Naeun wrote a status saying, Nike, I have mixed feelings. Hajin thought to himself. She seems shocked, but she'll get over it. But I'm glad they didn't have any major problems. Sohyuk came in from outside the door and loudly announced, Cadets, today is the starting day of Term 2. As you know, Semester 2 will be very different. The rankings will change, and there will be new cadets transferring in. I'm sure some of you watched the transfer ceremony yesterday. Hearing what the teacher said, Hajin immediately analyzed. Transfer ceremony? At this time, magicians who want to become heroes from magic academies all over the country will be transferred to the cube. Each academy has 20 people, a total of 200. I've memorized all the important mages' faces. Sohyuk stood on the podium and continued to announce. Those cadets will be studying with us from today. Come in. The call just rang. The person from outside the door immediately entered. Kim Hajin sat on the chair, thinking to himself, let's see. 1, 2, 3. An unidentified hooded woman entered. She looks familiar. Is she one of the mages I remember? Suddenly, she turned around, gradually revealing her face, causing Kim Hajin to be surprised and widen his eyes. She opened her hood, revealing her familiar face. When he saw her face, he quickly used his smartwatch and confirmed. Even though the skin and hair color are different, it's definitely Tomer. What is she doing here? A character introduction panel appears. Change part of the story. Despite her important role, her appearance and strength are too unpredictable. She's trying to get to know the important people from the beginning. Hajin looked at the last sentence intently. She's trying to get to know the important figure from the beginning. His face was so serious that he wanted to swear. Another unnecessary trouble. Tomer stands among the key characters in the story. Suddenly, she gave a very sinister smile. The scene changes to a very clean room. A brand new room with furniture that looked like it had never been touched before. Kim Hajin carried his luggage into the Avang house and ran around happily. The little girl holding the cat turned to ask him, Hajin, are we going to live here from now on? He looked at the little girl happily and replied, Yes, she's so big. Evangel's face showed excitement. Yes, I like it very much. He held up 2 fingers along with his personal ranking. This situation is because I was transferred due to my rank increase. It turns out that what a cadet's housing looks like depends on how high or low their rank is. After explaining, Hajin calmly put down his luggage, thinking to himself, not only did I jump up 600 ranks, I'm now in the highest ranks. That's good. A bigger house will make it easier for Evangel to live with me. An image of Tomer flashed through his mind. And what am I supposed to do with Tomer? I have to think slowly. He smiled gently, turning to little Evangel. I will come back when I finish school. The little girl smiled and replied, Yes, sir. Bye. The scene changes to outdoors, where Sohyuk is standing on a platform commanding everyone. Everyone was silent, paying attention to the teacher making an announcement on the podium. After the first class, there is outdoor training. The main goal is to help the old and new cadets transfer and get to know each other, also known as Dangerous Mountain. Sohyuk raised his finger to remind, this mountain doesn't have any dangerous creatures. But there are many traps located in many places throughout the mountain. We've replicated the trap demonic human uses. The teacher's face became serious, making the students afraid. If you are careless and fall into the trap, you will have to go to the hospital, so be careful at all times. There are 12 people in each group, and each group will have its own entrance, so go there. After listening to his explanation, the cadets quickly went to find the group. Hello Naeun, oh Kim Seho, are you in group 3 too? On one side was Rachel, who was also standing next to her group. On the other side, Kim Hajin looked around. Sohyuk saw that everyone had gathered and shouted, Okay then, all in. After the teacher's words, all the group of cadets moved up the mountain. They moved in different directions. Later, it was already dark. Kim Seho's group cautiously walked in the dark. With the chilly wind blowing, one of the group worriedly asked, Hey, it's 10:30 p.m. now? The person in front rubbed his arm from the cold and said, Yes, it's so dark and cold. Kim Seho turned back. According to what the professor said, we don't know where the trap is, so be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the group's foot touched the tree roots below. Suddenly, the tree roots moved, grabbed his foot, and pulled him into the air. Seeing that, everyone panicked and turned back. Kim Seho, your mouth is so unlucky. Just as I mentioned it, IT appeared. Chai Naeun saw that and immediately drew her katana and took a defensive stance. Everyone was caught by the tree roots before they could react. except for Chai Naeun and Kim Seho. After a while of intense fighting, 2 people managed to save 3 people and run away. Next was a man, as if possessed. His whole body was no different from a zombie, crawling on the ground. The 2 people just saw him and ran away. The zombie-looking man sighed boredly. Stay and play with me. It was morning, along with the sound of people panting. That's scary. I thought my heart stopped beating. Kim Seho sat on the log, equally panicked. Yeah, that's scary. Chai Naeun sat on the ground, dissatisfied. Is this a test of courage or something? He stopped panting and turned to applaud. But Naeun did well, she said cheerfully. Yeah, you too. Suddenly, Chai Naeun was absent-minded for a moment. She sat leaning against the log and asked Seho. We are friends. He didn't understand, but still cheerfully replied, Of course. Why do you ask? She raised her hand to scratch her face and stammered, It's nothing. I guess that's the normal way to say it. Naeun recalls hearing Kim Hajin's reply. I don't think we can be friends, she thought to herself. But Kim Hajin doesn't want to be friends with me. Could it be? Suddenly her cheeks turned slightly red. She blushed with her self-reflective thoughts. Doesn't he just want to be friends? Suddenly, Hajin came out from the bushes, making everyone turn around. Huh, what are you guys doing here? After a while, Kim Seho's group sat together to discuss. An illusion shield? Yeah, haven't we been walking around for an hour? The girl next to you is number 20, Lee Jiun, and the other one is number 41, Simon Delic. He pointed towards the person leaning against the tree. But he suddenly told us to get out of the way with a very tired look on his face. At first, I didn't even know why, but he quickly found his way in. He raised his hand to his chin and asked, Now I remember. We'll team up soon, right? Lee Jiun sitting next to him spoke up. Oh, that team training has been a part of the second term for generations. Simon Delic looked up and asked Naeun, Have you guys chosen your team members yet? Not yet, she replied softly. Kim Seho also replied, Me neither. Suddenly, Lee Jiun spoke her wish. I'm looking to team up with Hajin. Simon Delic and Chai Naeun shouted in unison. Hajin? She sat down calmly and explained, Yes, we have to choose a high-ranking member. Isn't he the best cadet with a triple-digit rank? He's quite smart too. Chai Naeun heard that and immediately wanted to refute. But Lee Jiun heard that and asked, What? I mean, Dad, he's quite cold and unpleasant. I don't think it will work. After saying those words, Naeun also felt embarrassed and thought, Why did I say that? Simon Delic also took the opportunity to lean close to her ear and whisper, More importantly, don't you know the false rumors about him? He leaves Cube a lot. I heard he went out to party and debauchery during those times. Chai Naeun heard that and stopped, her eyes wide open. His words were like trying to turn Naeun into a lioness. But he didn't care, just kept chattering. People also say he often pays off gangsters. Chai Naeun showed an extremely angry face, interrupting Simon Delic's words. Did you see it with your own eyes? He replied in fear, No, it's not me. It's a rumor. She asked back with a murderous aura, her voice extremely serious. I'm asking if you saw it with your own eyes? Simon Delic broke out in a cold sweat. No, I don't see, but Chai Naeun turned away, her eyes filled with hatred. You actually believe such a ridiculous rumor? Kim Seho standing next to her also spoke up. Naeun is right. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, don't spread rumors like that. Hajin isn't that kind of person. With Chai Naeun angrily stomping the ground behind, Kim Seho calmly announced, Okay, enough rest, let's continue. Simon Delic was sweating profusely when he saw this, and he and Lee Jiun said goodbye. See you again. The scene changes to the building Hajin is staying in. An image of a girl auditioning appeared. It was Yuyona. She was sitting in front of the laptop screen. Okay, change my tone. She covered her head with a scarf and thought, This is our first meeting, so there can be no mistakes. The Failing Blossoms Intelligence Society, completely independent of the essence of the Strait, consists of secret agents who work only for themselves. Yuyona greeted without revealing her face at all. Nice to meet you all. The 3 people on the screen also responded, Master, it's a pleasure to meet you. She smiled inside her mask. Well, that's a good start. I'll divide Failing Blossoms into 3 divisions. Team 1 will gather information and strategies of the rival guilds Sajak. Team 1 consists of creationist benevolence, Forlorn Moon. Learning the strategy of the rival guild is the biggest priority. Team 2 will gather to inform us of the new dungeon, or the appearance of mid-level, or higher, monsters. Team 2 is named Watchtower. Finally, the 3rd team, they will only operate in the shadows and investigate the family background, tracking, kidnapping, and blackmailing. if necessary even murder. Team 3 is called Shadows. A character introduction panel appeared before Yona's eyes. Team 3, find out the past of the 5 targets above, but absolutely must not be seen or injured by the target. The people in the meeting received the order and answered in unison, yes. That's enough for today. I expect the best from everyone, Yona thought to herself. But 4 out of 5 goals are just extras. There is only one person who is the real target. Yona's eyes read each line on the screen seriously. Kim Hajin, 17 years old, was in Seoju orphanage. At the age of 9, many characteristics were discovered during a health check and he was sent to the military academy. Currently, he is a cadet rank 334, believed to have provided Essence of the Strait with information worth billions of dollars. It turns out that Hajin is Yona's real target. She wants to find out who Hajin's true identity is. The scene changes to a room. The alarm clock is now 6:30. Hearing the alarm clock notification, Kim Hajin woke up rubbing his eyes. Is it morning already? He opened his eyes and saw Evangel sleeping on top of him. He wondered, wait, when did she get in here? He got out of bed and laid her down. His face was satisfied. He patted Angel's head. Oh my God! So cute! Suddenly a meow sound was heard outside the door. Kim Hajin stepped outside and saw the cat meowing in front. You're awake too? He bent down and scratched the cat's head, making it extremely satisfied. He thought to himself, witches have the ability to create spirits. This spirit cat is not an illusion or a time-limited creature. This is a creature created by Evangel's power. After cleaning himself, he changed into his uniform and walked out the door. It looks cute, but it will become very strong later. Now I have to go buy food at the cafeteria. Kim Hajin walked down the street yawning. Suddenly, a voice called out, making him turn around in surprise. Yona was holding a bottle of water in her hand, walking over and asking, where are you going? It's still early. Kim Hajin pointed into the distance. I'm going to the cafeteria. She wondered, Yona ran to walk beside him. I heard you gave away quite a few ranks this time, Kim Hajin replied blandly. Yeah, I guess so. You speak your mind, but I'll probably still be around here. Yona was silent for a moment, then asked, you're already planning for the future? Isn't it too early? No, from 3rd year we'll be doing hero training. We won't even have time to go to Cube. We only have 1 year and 3 months left. Hearing that, Yona made a proposal. How about you join my Essence of the Strait? The image of Yona presiding over the meeting appeared in Kim Hajin's mind. Essence of the Strait, Yona will become the leader of this guild. Actually, if I join, I will definitely succeed. But I prefer hunting light hunters. Thinking, he replied to Yona. Of course, whether I can enter or not is still unknown. That guild system is not fixed, because most of them are mercenaries. Yona's face darkened. I'll make you change your mind. Kim Hajin heard that and looked over in surprise. Yona looked up, talking about her plans. If I give you what you've been looking for all this time, then you'll change your mind, right? Kim Hajin's face darkened. He asked in confusion, what is it? At this moment, Yona transformed into a mischievous cat. I won't say it. Yona's face lit up with realization. Oh yeah, Lee Jaina was harassing you earlier. I heard she got punished. The scene shifts to Kim Hajin Academy. At this time, Hajin is observing Soho. Looking at him, Hajin thought about the future. It's almost time for Kim Soho to clear the dungeon. In the original story, after summer vacation, Kim Soho climbed Mt Gamak and a source of energy helped him find a new dungeon. Although clearing the dungeon alone was impossible unless one was very strong. But Kim Soho, our main character, defeated the boss alone and got a very important weapon. And that weapon is awakened with the power of the young bush. Thinking of this, Kim Hajin clasped his hands together, his body sweating with worry. But the problem here is that I'm the one holding the dust. I'm also worried about whether it's okay for him to go there alone. In order for Kim Soho to develop properly, I have to go to the dungeon with him. I designed a world that is not kind to him at all. Who knows? He thought cheerfully, what if I get something too? Time passed in a flash. The sunset shone directly on Kim Hajin's house. He sat on the sofa, with Evangel lying on his lap. What should I do with Tomer? I want to deal with Tomer before I have to attack the dungeon. But she's not completely on the side of the demonic human. If I find her father, I might even be able to get her on my side. The image of Tomer's cold eyes suddenly appeared in his mind. But she only aimed at one thing, to find her father and kill him with her own hands. Kim Hajin raised his hand to scratch his head. I don't know where to find him. I tried looking in the Book of Truth, but I don't seem to have enough mana, so the information is very general. The information in the book states, after changing his name to August Benjamin, he had plastic surgery and lived a reclusive life. Hajin thought to himself, since editor Eugene Hyuk only works in Korea, it's meaningless to ask him if that person is overseas. I can ask someone for help. Suddenly, an image of a familiar person appeared in his mind. Chandong, did you stay up late last night? Kim Hajin suddenly realized someone he could trust. He's the only connection Kim Chung-dong has. A person who graduated from the intelligence department of the Military Special Forces Academy. He's Kim Hozab. The figure of a chubby boy sitting in front of a computer desk said, "Hello? Hozab, it's me, Kim Hajin." Hearing his name, Hozab was surprised. Hajin, it's been a while since we talked, how have you been? Hearing that, Kim Hajin replied, "It's fine." Taking the opportunity, Hajin brought up the main point of the call. "You work at an information processing company, right? I wonder if you could help me find someone. I'll pay you." Hozab looked at the man who was staring behind him, and stammered, "Yeah, sure, just tell me your name." Hearing that, Kim Hajin was delighted. "Thank you, I'll leave it to you then." "Oh, your superiors are strict, aren't they?" Hozab jumped. How did you know?" "Because your voice sounds so tense. If you're going to quit, I'll recommend you to a guild. With your skills, you'll definitely be treated well. It's an intelligence association called Failing Blossoms." Hearing that, Hozab immediately turned to thank him. "Oh, okay, thank you. Well, good luck." After that voice, the call between the two people quickly ended. Kim Hajin gave a gentle smile. "Yuyona, you owe me." It was dark in the forest. A sword path appeared. Kim Soho is practicing with a wooden sword in the forest. Suddenly, he released his grip, turned the sword around, and slashed horizontally with a blue light enveloping the sword. Then came sharp sword slashes all around, creating sword lines in the air around Kim Soho. Suddenly he stopped as if he had finished practicing. Kim Hajin came out of nowhere from the forest and said, "You're still practicing this late?" Kim Soho saw him and immediately put his sword back on his side and replied, "Oh, Kim Hajin, you're here to practice too?" He stood aside and replied, "No, I'm just taking a walk. It's only the beginning of the semester. You're so diligent, like you want to clean a dungeon." Kim Soho heard that and forced a smile. "Come on, why would I? Mount Gamak." Hearing Kim Hajin's words, he was stunned motionless. "Last week, you found the dungeon gate there, right? Are you planning to attack it alone?" Soho's face darkened, silent for a moment. "How do you know that?" Kim Hajin smiled wryly, replying in a joking tone, "I happened to see you. I often leave the academy, and not to brag, but my eyes." "Very good," Kim Hajin pointed at his eyes with a rather confident attitude. Not stopping there, he immediately spoke of his request. "Getting out of the cube would be very useful, so I want to suggest this. I'll go to the dungeon with you." Hearing this, Kim Soho was so surprised that his eyes widened. He boldly made an extremely attractive offer. "The reward ratio will be 9-1. When you find a branch, then I'll just take a few leaves. How is it?" Soho heard that and froze, thinking about how to answer Hajin. At this time, Hajin was negotiating with Soho. "If you find a branch, I'll just strip a few leaves from it." "How?" Kim Soho was silent for a moment, and then said, "Just as you think. I found a dungeon on Gamak Mountain last week, but the size is quite small. Maybe because it's still new. I thought I could handle it myself." Hajin raised his hand to express his feelings. "Even though it's small, it's still a dungeon. It's not easy to handle it alone." Kim Soho also understood what he said. Doing it alone would definitely be dangerous. But, with that, Kim Soho threw his coat down in a heartless manner. He spoke bluntly without any hesitation. "Whether I can trust you or not is a completely different question. I have to confirm your ability again." Hajin looked at his determined appearance, and thought in confusion. "Reconfirm your ability? I never thought this would happen." Soho saw him like that and asked, "A small test won't cost anything, right?" Kim Hajin heard that and whispered, "What the hell? Even if he gives me a handicap, I'll just barely be able to win. The difference in strength between him and me is too great. I must try to avoid confronting him head-on." Thinking so, Hajin was confused, trying to dismiss his intention. You're right, but a marksman like me fighting in this kind of terrain is very disadvantageous. And my abilities depend on multiple weapons, so I think this is a bit unfair." And Kim Soho slowly drew out his sword. A soft, deep voice said to Hajin, "That doesn't matter, because I didn't test your weapon skills." Soho drew his sword in a ready stance and continued, "You don't have to win. I will stop when I am satisfied with the results." Kim Hajin saw this situation and had no choice but to give up. If that's the case, then I have nothing more to say. Hajin then thought again. It seems like he is determined to test me? Think about it, Kim Hajin. The moment he infuses mana into that wooden sword, my bullets will no longer be effective. If I face it head-on, not only will I lose, I'll look miserable too. Got to get through. The only hope is to rely on luck. At this moment, Kim Seho's impatient voice rang out. Tell me when you're ready. Then we begin. Kim Hajin mysteriously entered the information panel behind him and said, I don't need much preparation. Hajin clicked the screen once. Then he replied to Seho, Shall we get started then? Kim Hajin's eyes became deep, as if he had a plan. He did not hesitate to reply. Okay, here I come. Hearing Hajin's words, Kim Seho immediately rushed over. Kim Hajin opened his eyes wide, activating the skill. Use bullet time. The space before your eyes seems to freeze. Kim Hajin slowly feels. I can see the next move of that wooden sword. In just a second, Kim Hajin's reflexes were so fast that he dodged the fatal blow. Kim Seho clenched his sword in his hand and swung it fiercely. This time the speed seemed to be a bit faster than before. The sword slashed past Kim Hajin's arm, causing him unexpected pain. Too fast. The situation is not good. We can't defend forever. Thinking, he pulled out a pistol. Kim Hajin decisively fired a bullet that whizzed past Kim Seho's head, surprising him. Kim Seho saw the change in the situation and immediately jumped away. Kim Hajin had regained some of the momentum, but in the end, he was still in a difficult position. Even though I used bullet time, but he was so fast that I could only dodge his attack, but couldn't counterattack. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Kim Hajin suddenly thought of a plan. If I can lure him into going in there. What Kim Hajin was referring to was probably the blinding light under the tree trunk. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly rose from the ground. Kim Seho, as fast as the wind, rushed out behind Kim Hajin. You were so lost in thought you didn't notice. By the time Hajin realized it, it was almost too late. Damn, when did he get behind me? Kim Hajin immediately used ether. A yellow rope shot out and coiled around a nearby tree trunk. He grabbed the rope to dodge, causing Kim Seho to miss without having time to react. Seho looked at him desperately, grabbing the rope, and secretly exclaimed, You can still dodge even though it's this close? But, saying that, Kim Seho stomped his feet on the ground to gain momentum, and then he dashed forward at an unimaginable speed. Kim Hajin was both scared and calculating in his head. Just a little more. Seho lifted his leg, intending to kick him. Kim Hajin kept muttering in his head, just a little longer. Kim Seho's raised foot landed again, stepping on a white shirt on the ground. In that split second, a great force jumped up from the ground right where Kim Seho had just landed. This surprise attack was beyond Kim Seho's expectations, causing him to be sent flying. Kim Hajin smiled smugly in his heart. I did it! Kim Seho fell to the ground with the force, looking very painful. A pistol was pointed straight at his head. Hajin stood there calmly and asked, Are you satisfied now? A blue notice board flashed in Kim Hajin's eyes. Remember your initial action. This doesn't harm anyone and it's easy to remove since it only lasts for 10 minutes. Good thing I invested SP in this. What he was referring to was the shirt that Kim Seho had stepped on earlier. It's the cadet's outer uniform, a costume made in cube. Dubbed the clumsy trap, the moment someone steps on this shirt, an unknown source of power will be activated and push the target with immense force. It only lasts for 10 minutes and disappears after one use. At this time, Kim Seho also smiled conciliatorily, turned his head and declared, I lost. Suddenly, he looked at Hajin in a daze. Hajin's face still showed tension. Kim Seho smiled and reached out to him. Okay then, let's go. Hajin took his hand and said firmly, You can trust me. At the abandoned factory in Suwon, the sound of glass being smashed resounded loudly. Chiak Jongyang sat beside the rubble and spoke to the person across from him. Hey kid, I destroyed the relic as you told me to. Is it okay to destroy something so precious? This thing is very expensive. Drun held a transparent box in his hand, containing a strange crystal. He smiled, reassuring Chiak Jongyang, Don't worry, I have a way to double its value. But that's if we use this in the UK. Chiak Jongyang didn't quite understand what he said. Drun didn't explain much more and just acted. Okay, I'll activate it. As soon as he said that, the crystal contained in the box immediately lit up. The light from the crystal shone down on the pile of broken pieces placed on the table. The pieces slowly moved. Those fragments are reconnected into a new shape. Just a few seconds later, surrounded by countless golden swords, Drone was pleased with the results he had created. What, are these replicas made from fragments? Drone grabbed a sword and held it out. Without any additional processes, it can create parts of the relic using only crystal. Based on the test results, this weapon possesses an ability that surpasses even other high-level relics. The achievement can only create about 30 swords with just a little time, and rely on the mana energy of the crystal. We can make 6 more swords. If we sell each sword it will be at least 700 to 800 million won. Then we'll make at least 5 billion won. Jungyang smiled as he looked at the swords with a profound gaze. I see, so you mean this is a goose that lays golden eggs? Suddenly, there was a sound of clapping, followed by a woman's voice. Great! Really great! That's good news. But listen, there's something very important. It's about Packhorse Master. I think the owner of the masked demon has started raiding the Suwon lair. The master of the masked demon, that's our next target, right? Xiaopeng stood beside her, replying to her. Yes, we chameleon troop will go there to rob them of their upper hand. The scene changes to Kim Seo's side, where he is walking alone on a dark road. He pondered over his battle with Kim Hajin earlier. Kim Hajin's movements. The movements to dodge the attacks were very slow and full of openings. I also avoided his attacks with all my might. And what was that final attack? What about physical strength? Or instant mana explosion? Thinking up to here, he suddenly smiled. Kim Seo brightened up and decided to stop this search. Ha ha! No matter how I think about it, I can't figure it out. Kim Seo's face at this moment became strangely relieved. The light from the street lamp seemed to illuminate the thoughts in his heart. If a person is too much stronger than the average person, then he will attract a lot of unwanted attention. The reason he hides his power is probably to protect himself. I thought I was the only one hiding my power. Turns out there's another person who thinks the same way. At this moment, a sudden chaotic sound suddenly came, attracting Seo's attention. What is that sound? It turned out that the sound was from Naeun. Even though it was late at night, she was still outside practicing diligently. Kim Seo happily approached and asked, Naeun, what are you doing? While concentrating, Naeun was suddenly called out, causing her to panic and scream, H. What? Even though he knew what Naeun was doing, Kim Seo still asked, Are you practicing swordplay? Naeun shyly turned away and explained, I'm just training. But, it's so late, what are you doing out? Seo pointed at his face and asked, me? He suddenly thought of something very good. Kim Seo hesitated a bit and then replied, I just met Kim Hajin. Naeun blushed in surprise when she heard that. Kim Hajin? What are you guys doing at this hour? Kim Seo deliberately teased. To talk about you. Sure enough, Naeun blushed as soon as she heard that. She was so embarrassed that she became angry and shouted at him. Stop talking such non-stupidity. What are you talking about? Kim Seo was scolded by her, so he had to tell the truth. Sorry, I was just joking. We were just having a little fight. You're disturbing everyone with your loud yelling. Naeun suddenly remembered and asked, But, isn't Kim Hajin too weak to fight you? Do you need to fight him? Kim Seo smiled in response. That's our secret. Naeun looked angry when she heard that. Really? She turned away in annoyance. Really? Do whatever you want. I'm just going to finish practicing. Who cares? Kim Seo suddenly spoke up. What if I loosen my grip on the sword a little? You draw your sword and point. If you hold on too tight. Seo swung his sword hard in the air as an indication. Then you probably won't be able to cut things that are supposed to be cut. Naeun witnessed this move of his and was extremely excited. Whoa, what is that? Let me see it again. Seo instructed his friend. Just relax first. Miss. Naeun very obediently followed his. Is this it? After finishing her practice, Naeun returned to her room and lay down on her bed. She looked around the house silently, her mind full of thoughts. Naeun remembers when Kim Seo happily gave her opinion. If it's okay with you, can I help you practice? Naeun clenched her palms, muttering to herself, It feels like if I change something a little, I'll be able to grasp it. Thinking of this, Naeun sat up angrily again. My head is so tired. She turned her head and searched. The only way to relieve stress at a time like this is, let's play games, said and did. She immediately put the device on her head. This is the device that many heroes use for training. The sensor system is sensitive. Recognize the player Naeun. Logging in. The game she is playing is a world-famous engineering game. The game is called Gladiator of the Century. The season open tournament is being released. It was so popular that the media was full of stories about the winner. The special thing about Gladiator of the Century. It's different from a normal game in that no stats or items. Means, can only win with fighting power and body control. At this moment, Naeun logged into the game. She proudly boasted, "Haha, look at my results." Above her head appeared some astonishing statistics: 98 wins and 17 losses. Naeun looked around, searching for something. "But I came in today to relieve stress, so I won't bother with this. I have to find someone quickly." After a while, she finally discovered a player with the character name Extra 7. Found it. Extra 7 foot with a record of 43 wins and 43 losses. Naeun looked down at the other guy's rank again. His rank is Platinum. Naeun saw that and laughed smugly. "Easy, I'm sure this guy will be lying down after a few hits, right?" Naeun decided to choose him. "Today you will be my prey," she thought. Without hesitation she pressed the challenge button. The system immediately notified, "Extra 7 has accepted your challenge. The match starts in 3 seconds. Naeun muttered seriously. "To fight, you must know yourself and know your enemy. Let's see how you attack." The system is now counting down, only 2 seconds left. Naeun, calm down, don't be hasty, run forward. Right after that, the notice board showed only 1 second left. As soon as the match started, Extra 7 rushed forward without any hesitation, leaving Naeun no time to react. He swung 2 extremely sharp blows. Naeun had difficulty using her sword to block the blows. What is this? Why did he suddenly jump in? He suddenly reached out and grabbed her collar, shocking Naeun. Continuing, Extra 7 swung his leg back to gain momentum. Immediately after that, a kick went straight to her lower body, but luckily Naeun dodged it. Before Naeun could recover, another sword was thrown at her. Without hesitation, it pierced straight through, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Naeun was beaten to the point of exploding. Her voice was also trembling with anger. The scammer! Naeun pointed at him and provoked him. "I can't lose. One more game!" the system announced again. "Extra 7 has accepted your challenge." But the result of this battle was not much different from the last time. Naeun fell once again. She was angry and unwilling. "No way. One more game!" The familiar voice rang out again. "Extra 7 has accepted the challenge." This time, Naeun still lost miserably. She was upset. "One more game. Extra 7 has accepted your challenge." As expected, Naeun collapsed in a pool of blood. Naeun was so angry that she was already stressed, and now she was even more stressed. "Damn, no way!" She felt resentful and bowed her head. "I can't win against him," Naeun tearfully pleaded. "One more game." Player Extra 7 coldly refused. "I have to go to sleep. Bye." She anxiously pulled him back. "Wait, do you usually log in at this hour?" Extra 7 didn't understand her intentions, but still replied, "Yes." Naeun looked at him with expectant eyes. "If so, then every time we meet, can you fight me?" Extra 7 hesitated a bit, then agreed. The two people said goodbye to each other. Player Extra 7 breathed a sigh of relief and took off his electronic device. "Phew, who is that? She's really persistent." It turned out that the player Extra 7 was Hajin. He was still a bit confused. "I won 7 times in a row. I just wanted to test if this thing works in game." What you're referring to is the random enhancement skill. It allows you to recognize up to 5 equipments. The stats of the recognized equipment will increase from 1% to 44%. That percentage will last for 24 hours and then be set randomly. Once the weapon is no longer recognized, after 1 hour it will return to normal. Kim Ha-jin looked pensively at the hat in his hand. "The function of random enhancement is better than I thought, although I was a little worried when my mana started to run out. The concept of this thing has really been strengthened. With this feature, my gaming device has gone to a new level compared to others. In the game, I can feel that my senses have become much stronger. It's a bit of a shame that the enhancement range is only from 1 to 44%. But because my luck stat is quite high." Speaking of this, he suddenly discovered there was another person in the room. Kim Ha-jin helplessly watched little Evangel sitting there eating a huge cake. He immediately snatched the half-eaten cake. "Evangel, how did you eat so much in such a short time? Don't eat anymore, or you'll get a stomachache." And Evangel frantically reached out with his short arms. "Why? I want more! More!" Hajin looked at the little girl and helplessly made a deal. "Let's eat again tomorrow, okay?" Saying that, Hajin took the cake box hidden on the high cabinet. I don't know what to say to this little girl. Now she's whining for sweets too. Kim Ha-jin suddenly picked her up and comforted her. "Can I go buy you better food tomorrow morning?" Evangel's eyes filled with tears, he asked, half-believingly. Really? Really?" Kim Ha-jin saw the girl calm down and breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, have I ever broken a promise? Let's go to sleep now. At this point, the little girl reluctantly agreed, yes. By this time, the sky outside was pitch black. Hajin was still sitting on the line, engrossed in looking up. Something. He suddenly stopped. Kim Seho sent me a message. The text message read, "See you on Friday, 2nd week of August." Kim Hajin smiled, reciting, "Friday, 2nd week." Kim Hajin thought smugly, "Great! Everything is going as I predicted." Hajin quickly replied to the message, "Okay, meet at the vacant lot." With that done, he calculated, "What's left? Just get rid of the dungeon." So, for the next few days, I practiced and studied every day, and the sound of tired panting continued to ring out. Naeun's character in the game was still bleeding. She was angry, pointing at his face and shouting, "How can you do this all the time? Kim Hajin, your name or character in the game is Extra 7 calmly replied. You just need to be calm when you do it." Naeun heard that and strongly objected. "That sounds too easy, but why is your win rate only 50%? Kim Hajin felt guilty when asked like that by her and avoided it. "Haha, because I don't like to classify wins and losses by rankings." He said that, but in his mind, he thought differently. "Actually, I lost because of random stats." Chai Naeun believed it and praised. "Wow, you're amazing. If I lose a ranking match, I won't be able to sleep." Kim Hajin didn't want to continue the discussion anymore. Anyway, let's stop here for today. Chai Naeun also didn't mean to hold on. Okay. Just as Kim Hajin was turning to leave, he heard her voice again. "See you tomorrow." Kim Hajin looked at her helplessly, who was waving excitedly at him and muttering. He acted as if he had promised to see me tomorrow. "Naeun didn't hear what you said, so she's still excitedly waiting." Hajin looked at her expression and couldn't help but smile. "In the end you still said, okay, see you tomorrow." Hajin took off his electronic helmet and fixed his messy hair. "It seems like this has become a part of my life. He's actually quite polite. I thought he was a weirdo when he suddenly hit me first. But I still don't know how to pronounce his nickname. I just call him Hey Dot. Close your eyes and rack your brain to think." Finally, a name came to a conclusion, Naeun. But then he erased her image from his mind. "That's a bit far-fetched, I guess," Kim Hajin then deduced. "According to his personality, he's definitely a boy." At this time, the person who is said to be a son, Chai Naeun, was still practicing diligently. She excitedly asked her friend Kim Seho, "Do you think I've improved a bit?" Seho put his hands on his hips and admitted, "Yes, your movements are more natural now." Naeun happily recounted, "I started playing games, and it probably helped me a little." "Game? You mean Gladiator of the Century?" Naeun happily replied. "Yeah, that's right. You play too?" Kim Seho quickly denied. "No, but I've heard some people say it's quite useful." Chai Naeun took advantage of the situation and quickly said, "It's not just games. In there I also met a very good player. He is not only good but also kind. He often fights with me." Kim Seho was both stunned and suspicious. Chai Naeun clenched her fists, looking extremely enthusiastic, because she had to try to win the ranking battle. So everyone plays defense games so hard. So the game is pretty bland. But this guy is different. He always moves forward, attacks as fast as a storm. Every blow terrifies the opponent. That really helped me get used to close combat, she said, recalling that majestic and imposing figure. Kim Seho seemed quite interested when he heard that. "Really? If so, then he must be good, right? Sounds like he's a hero, right?" Naeun hesitated a bit and then replied, "No, I asked before." "But..." The two were talking when a voice interrupted. "Seho, there you are!" Naeun immediately recognized this voice. She blushed and turned her head to look back. Seho saw that and turned back. "Hello, Hajin." Hajin saw her and wondered, "Is Naeun here too? What are you two doing?" Kim Seho calmly replied, Naeun is practicing with." Before she could finish her sentence, Naeun gave her a painful punch. She quickly corrected herself. "I just accidentally met him during practice." Kim Hajin saw her attitude and wondered but didn't ask much. "So what?" Kim Seho also rubbed the place that was hit and looked at her. Only Naeun is still embarrassed. Her head is a mess. Kim Hajin urgently called out, "Seho, let's go." Seho heard that, smiled, said goodbye to Naeun and left. "Okay, see you later, Naeun." Seeing the two of them walking together, Naeun couldn't help but wonder. Where are you two going?" Kim Seho waved his hand and replied, "We made an appointment beforehand. Don't overdo it, and good luck." Chai Naeun didn't say much more. "Okay, see you later." Kim Hajin also turned his head to look at her coldly and said, "Good luck, Naeun," although confused, but still replied, Yeah, you too." She put down her waving hand. quietly looking at the two of you. They hadn't gone too far yet, so Naeun still saw the two of them huddled together talking. Suddenly she wondered, since when did those two become so close? I thought he was joking when he said Hajin mentioned me. Could it be? Is it because of me? Naeun now remembers the time when Kim Hajin said they couldn't be friends. Thinking of this, she erased that thought. No, probably not. How can that be, when he doesn't even want to be friends with me? Let them be. But, really cannot ignore it. Thinking, she immediately ran to hide behind a tree to eavesdrop. Soho and Hajin were still discussing something with each other. Then Chinaeun heard the conversation vaguely. But you know, how's Chinaeun been doing lately? After hearing this, she was stunned for a few seconds. Naeun's face suddenly turned red. Hajin, what did he just say? By then, it was getting dark. The two of them stopped at a small roadside eatery, a porridge shop called 24 Hours Grandma's Rice Soup. Soho was eating deliciously when Kim Hajin suddenly spoke up. You said the dungeon is somewhere in Suwon, right? Hearing that, he chewed and replied yes. We should be careful. Kim Hajin heard this and fell silent in thought. Suwon is the most dangerous place in the metropolitan area. That's because when alcohol is activated, the terrain undergoes a drastic change, and more than half of that area became extremely dangerous to pass through. So, ordinary people were forbidden from stepping foot in the west side of Suwon. Remembering the location near the west of Suwon, Hajin rested his chin in thought. Gamok Mountain is right near that border area. Mount Gamok. When I was the creator of the world, there are so many pieces of the puzzle yet to be discovered. Among those pieces, there are some I wouldn't even dream of getting myself. But if we leave them there, some of them will fall into the hands of the main villain of this story. Kim Hajin kept tapping his hands on the table. I feel a little relieved. However, if I go with Kim Soho. For someone with skills that surpass those of mid-level heroes, that's a completely different story. Looking at Kim Soho's confused face, he thought to himself, I can figure out those hidden pieces faster than the villains. If I think about it this way, then I naturally find him cute. Thinking so, Kim Hajin kindly handed Soho a towel. You have food on your face. Hearing that, Soho obediently accepted the towel and replied, thank you. After handing him the towel, Hajin continued planning his trip to this dungeon. Kim Soho probably isn't rich, so I'll take care of weapons and food. There are more things to prepare than I thought. At this moment, another person opened the door and walked in. Seeing that, the shop owner happily invited people in. This person was covered up, with a hat and mask covering his face. Kim Hajin turned his head back, looking slightly judgmental. Why does that person look like a criminal? Seeing that person suddenly startled, he was even more confused. The man covered his face with his shirt and mumbled to the shop owner, I'm the one talking to you on the phone. Okay, give me a moment. Hajin's eyes were fixed on this stranger. Only when he saw the purple hair and red face under the shirt did he vaguely realize. The corners of his mouth lifted into a sly smile. Hajin suddenly spoke up, startling the stranger. Whoa, who is this? Isn't that Yuyona? Realizing both eyes were on her, she broke out in a cold sweat. She covered her face with her hands and replied in a fake voice, Who are you talking about? Hearing that, Kim Soho also realized. He happily said, That voice. It's definitely Yona. Is it Yona, right? Apparently so. Yuyona loves commoners' snacks. Her favorites are hamburgers and rice soup. Hajin on this side chuckled, Haha, we're here. Let's come out and eat together. Yuyona shyly replied in a small voice. You mistook me for someone else. Soho didn't care much and agreed. Yeah, let's eat together. We just arrived. Let's eat together, Yona, making her helpless. Screaming, and no, I am not her. She was in tears, her whole body shaking with shame. Yuyona's mind was hazy. She stammered, As soon as the landlady brought food to Yona. This is the porridge you ordered. She was distraught, grabbed the bag of porridge and ran away. She ran out of the store, screaming, I don't know who that is. Hey, you haven't paid yet! Despite the landlady calling after her, Yona still ran away. Hajin and the landlady looked at the door silently. Seeing her shocked face, he said with concern, Let me pay for it. After that, Yuyona avoided me for 3 days. Every time she saw Hajin, Yona would cover her face with her bag whenever he passed by. And Hajin thought to himself, Isn't acting like that more embarrassing than liking food meant for commoners? And finally it was Friday, the day of Hajin and Soho's appointment. Hajin was wandering around town, probably around here. As soon as he saw him, Soho raised his hand and shouted, Hajin, this way! He saw that, slowly walked over and asked, Where are we going? Just follow me. Just like that, the two of them went deep into the gloomy, misty Gamek mountain range. Kim Seho walked ahead, silently climbing the slope. Hajin looked back, wondering worriedly. How long have we been gone? Mount Gamek is a dangerous place because it is right on the border of the restricted area. I have to look around carefully until I reach the dungeon. Suddenly, Kim Seho stopped and said, Here we are. And he placed his hand near the rock cavity and said calmly, This place. Hajin leaned closer, grabbed the vines covering the rock cavity and exclaimed, Even if you know the location, this place is still very difficult to find. No wonder no one has discovered it yet. Hearing that, Kim Seho said, Yes, as you can see, the entrance is quite narrow. Once you're inside, it'll be hard to escape. Are you okay with that? He looked up at him for a long time, then smiled unconsciously. Here, he slowly stood up and replied, Of course. Seho saw him pull out the pistol, a little surprised. Hajin raised the gun and confidently said, This thing is pretty strong. You know that? Just in case something happens. I used SP to create some light bullets. Having said that, he thought to himself, But since the boss is an upper mid-level monster, the light bullets can only be used to buy some time. Thinking, he looked towards Seho. I feel a little relieved. Well, he'll take care of the rest, so it'll be fine. Seho looked at him and smiled, gently asking, Shall we go? Seeing Kim Hajin reaching out his hand towards him, he was a bit surprised. Take it. Hearing that, Kim Seho was stunned, unable to help but feel confused. He wondered, Why? Why do we have to hold hands? Kim Hajin calmly explained. It's dark inside, right? Take hold and follow me. If we use the torch recklessly, we might attract spirit monsters. Hearing that, Seho understood what Seho meant and happily agreed. Okay, let's go. Just like that, the two of them went deeper into the cave. At this time, the two people hand in hand, holding each other tightly. Hajin walked ahead, carefully watching the road. Seho behind absent-mindedly observed the surroundings. He looked at the cave structure and exclaimed, This place is really wide, unlike the narrow entrance. It's dark inside, so it's hard to see where to go. Feeling the cold air, he shivered and said, It's actually a bit creepy here. Only Hajin was cold, replying, Yes. Then he seemed to realize something. He was stunned, quickly using his eyes to look forward. Wait here. Looking at the glowing pipe in the distance, Kim Hajin couldn't help but be confused. What is this? Is there a passage on the other side? I entered from the east, and there was another entrance on the opposite side. Isn't that how this place is set up? Thinking about it, he used his special technique clairvoyance to take a closer look. Startled when he realized two blurry figures appeared, Kim Hajin froze on the spot. Hajin held his breath, trying to determine their location on the opposite side. His pupils gradually dilated. Seeing the foot movements of the two Kim Hajin, he immediately concluded that someone was coming. Seho saw that he suddenly became silent and asked, Kim Hajin, what's wrong with you? What's up? He raised his hand and whispered, Wait, be quiet. Through clairvoyance, you can hear the two of them talking. Where are we? It must be some secret passage of this dungeon, Kim Hajin now worriedly thought. I don't know who they are, but from the energy they exude, it's a bit unlucky to meet the villain. Realizing something, he looked at the mailbox symbol in his hand. In surprise, he thought to himself, as expected, a text message. The system suddenly announced, the judgment point size of the Gamek mountain dungeon that Kim Seho is trying to clear is too small for the upcoming reward. Solution, Gamek mountain dungeon will connect to the nearby Suwon's Den of Devils and become a secret passage. Reading these words, he couldn't help but be stunned. This means, Suwon's Den of Devils, a completely separate place, will be connected to this place, Gamek mountain dungeon. Thinking about it, Hajin suddenly asked Seho, What day is it today? Hearing that, he replied confusedly, August 14th. Hearing that, Hajin on this side muttered, The 14th. As if remembering something, Kim Hajin helplessly cursed, Damn it. Hajin was stunned on the spot. Today is the day that a guild full of demonic humans, masked demons, raided the Suwon demon's lair. Looking at the two figures approaching, he worriedly thought, If that's true, they must be demonic humans from masked demons. It looks like there are only the two of them. Did they come here to scout all day today? Thinking of this, Hajin gritted his teeth in discomfort. Seeing this, Kim Seho asked in a low voice, What's the matter? What happened? He said tensely. There are people on the other side. Seho heard that and suddenly said, What? Hajin thought nervously. Masked Demon's Master is one of the strongest demonic human organizations around here. All the alternate identities they use are, at least mid-level heroes or above. It won't be easy to take them down now, even for Suho. What should I do now? Suddenly, the two of their voices rang out, startling Kim Hajin. Wait, the bald guy pointed in another direction and said coldly, let's return to the main formation first. If someone accuses us of stealing something, it won't be good. The other guy heard that and was silent thinking. After a moment, he agreed, okay, come back here later. Just like that, the two of them just went back to where they started. Watching the two of them getting further and further away, Kim Hajin thought with relief, they're gone. You clutch at my arm. Concentrate on gathering mana. While they're gone, I have to destroy the boss. I'll use the mana of Stigma. Hajin poured mana into his eyes, activating the eye magic to its maximum far vision. Kim Hajin's vision was now magnified. He scanned his surroundings. The location of the boss is. Hajin weaved through the cave passages, heading towards the light at the end of the dungeon. At this moment, a strange message suddenly appeared. This and that are together. If you look with pure eyes, this and that exist almost simultaneously. Looking far away, your eyes can discover it. So what is this? Hajin suddenly muttered something that surprised. So, after going straight and turning right twice, we will see the room. That's where the boss is. Let's end this quickly. Hearing Hajin's urging, Suho also immediately nodded, feeling a little nervous. On the other hand, at Suwon's Den of Devils, the entire Masked Demons Guild was gathered here. Everyone was tired, lying on the floor. Despite other people constantly complaining, oh my god, my body hurts so much, I'm so tired, only the president tried to contact the other two. James Johong, it's me. Did you find anything? This person is Kim Jinkyung, the guild leader of Masked Demons Master. The other end of the line answered immediately. Yes, we discovered a secret passage. I think it's a hidden passage. Hearing this, the president smiled unconsciously. Ho, is that so? Alright, let's go in. We're heading back to the main party now. Hearing that, Jin Kyung suddenly objected, his tone scheming. No, we'll come to you guys. I want you guys to continue scouting. With that, he turned his eyes towards the other members and loudly called out, Alright, time to go, guys. Kim Jin Kyung said excitedly. The two members who went out earlier discovered a hidden passage. Let's all go. Colleen leaned against the cliff and tilted his head, asking, What about the scout team? Hearing this, he replied, We will go and join them. Suddenly, he smirked. There are less than 2 people here, huh? He watched his friends walk out. He gently raised his hand to his ear. This scene was accidentally caught by the blonde boy. He asked curiously, Hey Colleen, what are you doing out here? Recognizing the magical current, the guild master immediately turned around. Colleen then took out her glasses and behind them was a space gate. Seeing this, Kim Jinkyung asked Colleen uncomfortably, What are you going to do? No one told you to open the artificial gate. He heard that and couldn't help but feel annoyed, frowning at him. Colleen slowly put on her glasses, secretly blaming herself. This isn't a portal, it's a phase shift passage that connects to nearby space. It's a bit complicated to explain. Seeing that he didn't answer, Kim Jinkyung angrily shouted, Colleen, did you not listen to the order to close that gate? Not only did she not comply, Colleen nonchalantly took out her earphones, completely ignoring his command. He was so mad his face was covered with veins. Kim Jinkyung aggressively walked towards Colleen, gathered her inner strength into her hands and shouted, You bastard! What are you trying to do? Colleen slowly raised her finger, and a spear shot through Kim Jinkyung's head, causing blood to splatter onto the cliff. Image of Kim Jinkyung dying to the surprise of the other members. The spear suddenly shot out from the space gate, stabbing straight into the guild leader's head. What's more, it followed Colleen's hand movements and pulled down, tearing his body in half before their eyes. The entire cave fell silent, watching Kim Jinkyung's body evaporate. Everyone was terrified of Colleen's actions. They screamed in fear, What did you just do? What did you just do? At this moment, a figure walked out from the gate. Looking at her, they became even more terrified. They thought to themselves, that person is. Yes, that person was Li Xiaoping. She walked out with a majestic demeanor and looked at them indifferently. Dark gas was emitted. She gently closed her eyes. The other members were still stunned, and they inhaled the black gas and fell unconscious. Watching them fall to the ground one by one, unconscious, Li Xiaoping walked away without any emotion. She turned her head back and said coldly, Because of the stock price, maybe we should just let them live for now. Hearing this, Colleen agreed, replying, You're right. He looked forward. He asked with interest, Let's go find the hidden scene, shall we? Hearing that, she immediately stopped him. No, I want you to wait. Colleen was a little surprised, pulled up her glasses and asked, "What do you mean? Is there a sudden variable?" She calmly explained, "There are 2 people in the hidden scene already." Obviously, she was referring to Kim Suho and Kim Hajin. Li Xiaopeng continued, "That's not all. They are the contestants." Colleen couldn't hide her excitement, smiling and saying, "Oh, a test? To see if they are qualified to join the chameleon troupe. He turned his eyes towards Li Xiaopeng. She was now gradually transforming her body into a liquid form. Just like that, she turned into a purple stream of water, seeping through the cave walls. At that time, in the swampy area of the dungeon, the super crooked legs walked on the wet ground. The monsters started appearing. They were ghouls, zombie monsters. Hajin was now putting all his strength into quickly destroying these monsters. He raised the muzzle of the gun, blew lightly, and then aimed the barrel at them again. Just like that, he aimed for the ghoul's weak point and finished it off. Seeing the one behind him being defeated by Kim Hajin, Kim Suho turned around. He thought to himself, "It's so dark I can't see anything." But he was able to hit the ghoul's vital spots right away. Thinking that, he turned back and smiled at Kim Hajin. "You are good." Hearing Suho's compliment, he shyly said, "Don't say those words. Let's go. I don't have time." Suho heard that and agreed. Okay. The hungry ghosts appeared in greater numbers, lurking behind the crevices of the rocks. A roar rang out. Kim Hajin continuously fired at them. He took turns facing them, using his gun to knock them down. Kim Hajin finished off the monster again. It collapsed before him. After killing the demons, he breathed a sigh of relief. There are monsters lurking around every corner, but they're all low-level monsters, so we can easily get through this cave. It is about to appear. Just then, Kim Suho called out from behind Hajin, "There's something written here." Hearing that, he used his hand to wipe the sweat under his chin, secretly happy. "Found it." Suho led him to the glowing rock and said, "This place." Suho pointed to the stone with the strange message, saying that there were some ancient characters carved on the wall. He stood there pondering for a while, then said, I wonder if smart watches can translate?" Hearing this, Hajin quickly opened the system window and said, "Let's try it." The system in his hand then beeped, ready to scan. He held his hand forward, waiting for the clock to scan the words on the wall. Immediately, the translation started to appear. Here and there always go together. If you observe, here and there are almost always present at the same time, but when viewed from a distance. This is closer than that. What is this? Suho leaned on his hands and looked at the screen, speculating. Seems like a puzzle. I heard things like this appear frequently in dungeons. Ah, the clock is working now. Even though the clock translated, Suho still didn't know what it was. Looking at Suho, Hajin recalled the original Kim Suho in the novel couldn't solve this puzzle, but he asked Yuyona for help. Then Yuyona asked the intelligence agency. Then, within 5 minutes, they found the answer and told him, "But I don't have time anymore." Then, Hajin suddenly spoke up. "The answer is lightning." Immediately the ancient characters suddenly glowed, turning into particles that flew up so densely that they lit up the entire cave. Witnessing this scene, Kim Suho said in confusion, "The characters have disappeared." Suddenly, the stone beneath their feet began to shake. The whole dungeon shook violently. Contrary to Kim Suho's surprised expression, Kim Hajin on this side secretly smiled. At this moment, the stone containing the characters just now suddenly moved. They slowly opened, light from within shining on both of them. Watching silently, the stone gradually lowered. Just like that, the rock rolled down, revealing the secret room behind, throwing dust into their faces. Suho coughed and leaned closer to Hajin, and asked, "Is the answer really lightning?" "That's right. Actually, this puzzle was something Hajin found by chance on the internet. At that time, he typed and exclaimed, 'Hey, this is cool, I'll add it too.'" He turned to explain to Kim Suho, "This is lightning, and that is thunder. Thunder and lightning always go together. However, since the sound of thunder is louder, it will appear after lightning depending on the distance of human eyes. That is, when lightning flashes, thunder appears." After hearing this, Kim Suho couldn't help but admire. "How did you solve it so quickly? You're a genius! How did you come up with that?" Hajin avoided his gaze, smiling wryly. "It's not like that." After saying that, he reached out to grip the gun tightly. "Be careful, I'll tell you another time. Let's deal with this dungeon now." Kim Suho put his hand on the hilt of his sword and agreed. "Looks good, let's go." The two of them entered the dungeon without realizing there was someone watching above. Li Xiaopeng stood on the cliff and thought to himself, Kim Hajin, he's actually on a different level from regular students. Remember your decisive expression just now. Good judgment, quick-witted and brave too. Also, there is unique thinking. Even though it was just a hidden scene, he still successfully passed it with his own ability in just 10 minutes. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoping couldn't help but smile. She crossed her arms and confidently declared, "That's good enough. I'll recruit Kim Hajin into the chameleon troop. I can recruit Kim Hajin into the chameleon troop. But the only thing about Kim Hajin that makes me wonder, is he capable of killing people without any hesitation?" Suddenly, Kim Hajin's image appeared, his face young and scared, making her hesitate. Suddenly, another voice suddenly rang out in the cave, attracting Li Xiaoping's attention. "Didn't we just come here? Ah, this must be a maze. They seem to have lost their way in the cave and ended up here." She looked down at them from above, silently judging. "They must be the demonic human of masked demons. Kim Hajin probably still doesn't know they are demonic human, right?" Besides, they still hadn't noticed her presence, and were still standing there arguing fiercely. Xiaoping saw all of those scenes. She was deep in thought. An idea suddenly occurred to her. A sly smile appeared on her face. How about test him with them? Scene changes to Kim Hajin and Kim Suho's place, in another corner of the cave. Each drop of water that remained fell drop by drop on the long rotten bones, creating a strange sound. All around were scattered the long dead skeletons of people who had passed through here, creating a creepy scene. A step slowly entered. The figures of Kim Hajin and Kim Suho gradually appeared behind the curtain of bones. In front of them, a figure was sitting majestically on the throne, exuding the aura of a king that made others tremble in fear. Kim Hajin recognized him, deep in thought. That monster is the boss of this dungeon, the swordsman of destruction. The sound of two people entering successfully attracted his attention. The eyes opened slightly, revealing the terrifying aura of a king about to rise. Suddenly attention was drawn to Suho, who was quick as a flash. He was seen leaving his position. The guy immediately appeared before him, laughing savagely, marking his territory on Kim Suho. "You're interesting. That speed is hard to catch with the naked eye." Even he was surprised by the terrifying speed. His pupils constricted. "What terrifying speed? I couldn't even see it coming. We must focus on fighting back now." Suho was about to draw his sword to fight back. A voice called out from behind, pulling him back to reality. "Kim Suho, focus." When he finally realized it, everything seemed like an illusion. The man was still sitting, like a statue on the throne. He stared at him, starting to examine him carefully. But it was definitely just in front of me. Did it use teleportation? No, this is. A thought popped into his head. Aura! The image of the monster appeared with a savage smile. The strong man's gaze mocks those he despises. Suho started to panic. He was stuck in his own thoughts. It can be said that this is definitely an elite monster. It's a tough boss to deal with. Compared to the monsters I've fought, this one is on a whole other level. His footsteps gradually faltered. He gradually let his fears show on the outside. Suddenly, a great sword was stabbed straight into the ground, creating a huge aftershock. Accompanied by a provocative voice, "Are you afraid?" Hajin immediately recognized the direction of the sound. He smiled slyly, continuing to provoke. "Don't worry, this will be over soon." However, it doesn't seem to be very effective. The two of them were still closely watching the boss's every move. Kim Suho spoke up that. Besides, Hajin was not far behind him, smiling confidently at his threat. "My heart is still in a hurry." Finally it appeared. Suddenly, he noticed that Kim Suho beside him was acting a bit strange, so he called out, "Suho, that." As for Suho, he seemed very determined, so Kim Hajin's words were hard for him to hear. Kim Hajin looked on and smiled as his friend began to regain his spirits, feeling happy too. He secretly exclaimed. He regained his confidence as soon as he knew his opponent was a swordsman. "Suho, your talent is almost at the level of a holy sword. The one who has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship is him. If your opponent is a swordsman, then there is no reason you can lose." The moment Suho drew his sword, his steadfast eyes looked at only one target, making him stronger than ever. Hajin called out, "Suho." Only then did he notice and pay attention to the person making the noise. "That swordsman monster," Hajin continued. "I think it's a sword in itself." Suho also asked doubtfully, "Is it a sword itself?" Hajin explained seriously. "The sound we heard came from that sword. I think the body we're seeing is just a corpse." That giant figure appeared different from last time. This time the pressure was really only emitted from the sword he was holding firmly in the ground. The guy smiled slyly. Suho also understood what Kim Hajin was worried about. He replied, "I understand." Besides, Kim Hajin also felt somewhat more at ease. He smiled secretly in his heart. He'll find out about it eventually after fighting with that sword, but I don't have time to wait for him to verify that information himself. Hajin, get in position, he signaled Suho. No need to aim at that body, aim at the sword immediately. I will cover you. Hajin's eyes were now filled with determination. Seeing Hajin like this, Kim Suho also trusted him with this task. Alright, I'll trust you. Suddenly, the monster didn't let him finish speaking, and quickly circled behind Suho. He was surprised, panicked, and hurriedly ran forward to help. Startled, he couldn't believe his eyes. A preemptive strike? No way, SHO. There was a loud bang. Smoke billowed, obscuring everything around. Hajin stood in a corner, unable to rush in and witness the scene before him, and could only helplessly curse inwardly. Damn it! Before him now was a chaotic battlefield. He thought helplessly. The smoke and dust are blocking my vision. In the silent space, the sound of two swords clashing suddenly rang out. The boss arrogantly looked towards Suho. Suho also fought back fiercely. From that collision, a huge explosion was emitted, causing both of them to fly away. Suho and he were both thrown a short distance away. However, his eyes still did not give up. Keep charging again. He smiled smugly, looked at him and smiled happily, and exclaimed, not bad. Suddenly, Suho jumped into the air, delivering a blow straight down on the top of Aura's head. That guy immediately reacted to that blow, returning the same blow. He seemed to have victory in his hands. He laughed triumphantly. Suddenly, he discovered something startling. Looking around, where he should have been lying under his sword, there was nothing. He suddenly shouted, "What?" Aura looked around and said, "Where are you hiding?" He didn't notice Kim Suho landing right behind him. He immediately jumped back, heading towards the boss monster. Once again being attacked by surprise, he was stunned, unable to react in time. As quick as lightning, Suho closed in and stabbed him straight down with his sword. He stared at the sword he was holding in his hand and thought to himself, I must aim for that sword. The strike will be brought down, hitting the target in front. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing a scene before their eyes that left both of them stunned. Kim Suho's sword was only stabbing straight into his arm, not destroying his sword. He gradually trembled as he could not bear the terrible pressure that was taking place. He saw that and sneered, provoking Suho's fighting spirit. You are strong. I will happily take that body of yours. The sword was stabbed straight into that guy's arm. Suho trembled and thought to himself, I can't pull out my sword. Suddenly from afar, a bullet flew straight towards them with terrifying force. He suddenly realized and quickly dodged. Get away, Suho! The bullet immediately hit the sword he was holding in his hand, then bounced off somewhere else. Immediately, Suho jumped to where Kim Hajin was standing. Thanks to that, Kim Suho managed to escape death by a hair's breadth. He was grateful to his teammate. Thank you, Hajin. Unlike his carefree state, Kim Hajin seemed to be very cautious. Suho, that guy, he knew that our target was his real body from the start. That's why he deliberately tricked us. What a dirty trick. His eyes were filled with worry. Seeing him like that, Suho standing next to him also felt worried. However, Suho seems to have great trust in this teammate of his, so he must be stronger to protect his teammates. No matter who the enemy was, Kim Suho did not hesitate to fight. He pointed his sword forward, reassuring him. Then we just need to fight this bastard more carefully. The more he saw them stubbornly resist him, the more he laughed happily. They all looked at him in confusion. He remembered the image just now. Suho with terrifying power attacked him. Just thinking, he can use explosive power to an unimaginable extent. Just thinking about it makes him laugh uncontrollably. The more he laughed, the more he took advantage of the situation. His laughter echoed throughout the cave, and suddenly his hoarse voice rang out. It's been a long time. A body worthy of occupying has appeared. His body gradually changed. He screamed. The arm that was cut off just now not only grew a new one, but was also stronger than before. Witnessing this scene, both of them gasped in surprise. His hand has recovered. I told you, his main body is the sword. Attacking his human body is useless. Suddenly, Kim Suho interrupted him and added, that also means he will die if we destroy the sword. If so, then it's time for round 2. With that, he charged straight forward without any hesitation or doubt. That side's name is Aura, also ready to fight at any time. Both rushed in, landing their most deadly blows. The sound of two metal bars colliding rang out crisply, creating a huge stream of power. Standing at the edge of the battle, Kim Hajin could still clearly feel their terrifying power. How great it was, he suddenly exclaimed. Whoa, that's a lot of pressure. The two continuously charged at each other, either giving in. It seemed like it would be a never-ending battle. Standing to the side, Kim Ha-jin was scheming to help Kim Soo-ho. He can probably handle it himself, but dragging this out won't do us any good. I can't use a shotgun because its bullets might hit Kim Soo-ho. 2. Using a sniper rifle at this distance is completely useless. After thinking for a while, he finally made a decision. I guess a pistol is the most suitable. On Soo-ho's side, he looked around, feeling that the surrounding atmosphere was a bit strange. Both of them still fought tirelessly. The most powerful sword strikes were brought down, but different from what he expected. It seems the advantage is gradually tilting in his favor, to the point that his great treasured sword, unable to withstand the pressure, gradually crumbled over time. Unable to accept such reality, he was stunned. Impossible! Why am I being pushed back? Such a common sword should have been broken, but it doesn't even have a scratch. Unlike the great sword that was slowly fading away, Kim Soo-ho's mirror remained steadfast, seemingly able to bravely face everything. Soo-ho's eyes were still as determined as ever. They sparkled and were filled with faith in victory. Looking deeply into that face, he gradually became hesitant, and then afraid. Is it because of this golden halo? The anger that had been suppressed gradually boiled over, but he still gritted his teeth and endured it. He shouted straight at Kim Soo-ho's face. Don't be so complain! Kim Soo-ho, because of the sudden approach, reflexively jumped back. He immediately jumped out not far after that. The arm that held the sword to confront him now also trembled continuously. However, Kim Soo-ho refused to give in. No matter how strong the opponent was, he silently expressed his determination. The more I fight him, the more confident I become. I will win this battle. At last, both were determined. For the last time, they charged forward, life or death. The two swords once again met. At that moment, he thought he had a trustworthy teammate. But suddenly, from somewhere a bullet flew, at the crucial moment, taking down the boss monster from afar. Kim Ha-jin aimed precisely at the most crucial moment. That look also showed determination and belief that he wouldn't miss. Just as he was distracted, Kim Soo-ho seized the opportunity and aimed at the sword he was holding in his hand. Kim Ha-jin remembered every word he had said to him. Keep him still. Just a split second is more than enough time. You've completed your mission, and now it's time for Kim Soo-ho to shine, he thought to himself. Even though that swordsman was stronger in the original novel, Kim Soo-ho is on top of him. The sword flew from his hand. The battle seemed to have ended. The sword flew into the air and gradually crumbled, then they split into pieces. Following that was the disappearance of the boss. He was not willing, screaming hopelessly. No way! He really disappeared, leaving only remnants and regrets. The match is over. Standing aside, Ha-jin rejoiced at their victory. He did it. Now we just need to get the reward of this labyrinth. Towards Kim Soo-ho. He was slowly calming down after winning a century-long battle. Suddenly his eyes met with something that made him startled. Seeing Soo-ho like that, Kim Ha-jin also quickly ran over to ask Soo-ho, "What's wrong?" Looking in the direction he was looking, a dry branch appeared. He exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" "Listen to your call." Soo-ho couldn't believe his eyes either. He said, "No way." Turning away, he continued, "No way. Still, one must accept the present reality. It is just a dry branch." Looking at the thing before his eyes, Kim Soo-ho's eyes filled with tears, remembering all the hard work he had put in. He complained, "Don't tell me the reward for clearing this labyrinth is just a branch of wood." Ha-jin stood aside, unable to help but tease. "Is that why you're sad? Don't worry, that branch." While talking, suddenly someone else's voice interrupted. "Who is there?" It turned out that those were two members of the Dark Guild. They were entering the cave together, where they were standing. Ha-jin was surprised to see them, then turned his head to look. Ha-jin thought to himself, "Are those the demonic humans from before? Didn't they return to the main team already? Why are they back so soon?" While Soo-ho and Ha-jin were both lost in thought, they were suddenly pulled back by a voice. "Hey, I just asked you, how the hell did you guys get in here?" The white-haired man beside him still had a cold expression and asked, "Our guild, Masked Demon's Master, has made a request to destroy this dungeon." "Who are you?" Ha-jin was the one who stepped forward and answered him, looking innocent. "Oh, is that so? How did we know we were Cube Cadets? We came in because we saw a path leading here." The blonde guy asked again, "What are you guys doing in here?" Even so, Ha-jin still responded intelligently, "There are monsters here. So we killed it." The two of them advanced together, leaving behind the dry stick they had just received after killing the boss monster, still lying around not far away. Hearing their answer, the guy immediately became serious and got to the point. So what's the reward? Suho seemed a little guilty, but Hajin thought of a clever way to respond. As you can see, we didn't get any reward. The blonde guy half believed. He took out his phone from his pocket and called someone. President, it's James. There's a problem here. We found 2 cube cadets. Just as he said that, a cold voice rang out from the phone. Kill them! Hearing this, Suho and Hajin were both bewildered and stunned on the spot. After saying that, the phone immediately hung up. The blonde man calmly said to them, Did you hear that? If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too curious. Having said that, he immediately began to activate his power, and a murderous aura emanated from him. The blow hit Kim Suho. Kim Hajin saw that and was worried, shouting, Kim Suho! Suho also gathered all his strength to respond. What's wrong? Hajin! Hajin! The call gradually faded and disappeared. The two were separated by that blow. Kim Hajin looked at everything around him strangely. He made a judgment. This is a barrier to separate us. I have no way of knowing what's going on outside the barrier. Is Kim Suho okay alone? From the darkness, a figure silently stepped out, blocking his way. He smiled faintly. Man, that guy always leaves me the weak one. He said this in a bored tone, seemingly not wanting to bother fighting with him. Hajin looked him up and down. He thought, 2 golden axes on his coat. So that means he is a hero. He stared, puzzled, and questioned him. A mid-level hero? Why do you have to go to this extent, just to deal with cadets like us? His eyes flashed with hesitation, along with fear of facing him alone. He suddenly gripped the axe in his hand, answering him word by word. Do I have to answer you? Because you're going to die here anyway. With that, he swung the axe down. Hajin stood aside, witnessing the full extent of his formidable power, his fear growing even more. Mana is really impressive. The difference in stats between him and me is too big. If he wanted to cut off my head, it would be as easy as eating porridge. But even so, the situation is not entirely hopeless. Suddenly, he became gloomy and difficult to understand. He also looked at him inquiringly. Hajin took out something from his pocket. It looks like it's going to be something pretty formidable, coming out of your pocket. Seeing that, he also entered a defensive stance, ready to fight at any moment. Attentive eyes watching your every move. He took out a shiny stone and held it in front of him. The bald guy immediately looked at Hajin in confusion. He burst out laughing, mocking him. Ha ha, ha, can't you think of any other way to solve this situation other than that rock? Even so, Hajin still responded to him defiantly. That's right, this is more than enough to deal with someone like you. Being looked down upon by a snotty little brat, he angrily shouted. You stinking brat, what did you just say? Although he was also nervous because it was his first time facing an enemy alone, he didn't dare show it on the outside. He examined him from top to bottom, searching for the motive that could make him so arrogant, but the result surprised him even more. This brat's mana is nothing but trash. How can he be so confident? He laughed and mocked back. Looks like you were scared to death. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone flew past his face. From its path, a golden thread carrying mana was created, forcing him to turn around. The guy suddenly exclaimed, Thread? His hands, holding the thread clenched, and rushed towards me. He also reflexively panicked and turned back, only to see Kim Hajin using all his strength to pull the thread back. The stone that had just flown past returned and hit him straight on the head, with a deafening blow. After that collision, he seemed to have lost all consciousness. His face also became serious, staring at the bald guy. His body lost weight and he fell to the ground. His head hit hard, creating a large dent in the ground. The battle seemed to be over and victory belonged to Hajin. He breathed a sigh of relief after winning. Fu! Oh my god! Because he let his guard down, this move was successful. So ether can be used like this too? Not stopping there, he approached the cold body lying motionless on the floor. He raised the gun and pointed it at the man's head, preparing to pull the trigger. For a moment he thought, I have to hurry, because demonic human regenerates quickly. Using a shotgun is best, but I don't have much mana left. Without saying much, he pulled the trigger, the gun aimed straight at the bald man's head. Suddenly he became surprised. Pupils contracted, face also panic. The bullet was pinned straight into the bald man's head, creating a hole in his head. But he was still not dead, especially after that shot. His eyes rolled up, making him shiver. Hajin's movements became more frantic. He fired his gun at him, thinking to himself, looks like we'll have to use the shotgun. Suddenly he screamed, echoing throughout the cave. Kim Hajin also had to stop his actions because of his terrifying scream, but you couldn't hold on any longer and flew away, hitting the wall hard. You spat out a mouthful of fresh blood after that collision. It seems like your internal organs were quite damaged. Even so, you still don't give up. Hajin struggled to stand up and couldn't help but curse a few times. Damn, it hurts like hell, but luckily I can use ether to protect myself. Who would have thought that his voice alone would be so strong? The bald guy was also persistent, and refused to give up. He stood up after being shot in the head. With great difficulty he sat up and said, You damn brat! Your liver is really as big as the sky. Suddenly, his body gradually changed. From his hands to his face, everything gradually turned pitch black. His mind was also unstable. He gritted his teeth and spoke each word. I didn't intend to use it to deal with a brat like you. It seemed that Hajin was cornered. Facing Hajin now meant death. He looked up at him, searching for a way to deal with him. It has come to this. I should have finished this sooner. The special skill of demonic human, demonification. At this moment, the bald man had completely transformed into the hideous appearance of a demon, radiating terrifying power. In the tense moment, a cold voice rang out. That curiosity will kill you. The demonic human instantly transformed his body into powerful waves, rushing towards Suho. However, the attack was not aimed at Suho but passed through him, heading behind. Suho was stunned, dodged to the side, and cried out in confusion. What? Hajin. Before he could finish his words, he was transported to another place, far away from his friends. When I looked up again, Hajin was no longer standing beside me. Suho was agitated, as if he couldn't believe what was happening, stubbornly calling out, Hey, Hajin, Kim, Hajin. But the answer he received was an eerie silence. Kim Suho was now shocked to realize the situation, absent-mindedly thinking, I didn't hear anything. I'm alone. He looked over. James was alone, slowly walking towards him. Cold face, resolutely drew out sword. There is no way out, and the enemy is slowly approaching with killing intent. I have no choice but to fight. Thinking that, Kim Suho also quickly raised his weapon. He asked in confusion, Why did you do this? He looked at him with an expressionless face and calmly replied, Consider yourself unlucky. James frowned, observing Suho. He looked at Kim Suho and suddenly thought, That face looks familiar. He searched his memory. Suho's image appeared on the big screen in the Cube arena. James immediately remembered. Kim Suho, the top student of Cube. James stared at the other person coldly, somewhat regretfully, then exclaimed, If I had recruited him before, he would probably be on our side now. Suho on the opposite side was also extremely alert, watching every move of the enemy, nervous to the point of sweating profusely. What a pity! As soon as he finished speaking, James appeared right in front of Suho. He pressed the blade against his neck before he could even blink. He was uncompromising, going all in, and slashing decisively at his opponent. Kim Suho quickly reacted, leaning back to avoid the sharp sword strike, but still got a cut on the side of his face. Blood immediately splattered everywhere. Then he used his hands to land to gain momentum. The next second, he turned around, raised his long legs, aimed straight at the killer's head and kicked. But at the decisive moment, he used teleportation magic, disappearing right before Kim Suho could kick him. He looked at the figure disappearing before his eyes in surprise, thinking in confusion, he disappeared? Thinking that, Kim Suho turned back to the defensive position, one hand on the ground, the other hand firmly holding the sword. Just as he regained his composure, James appeared. He gently placed his feet on the ground, deliberately making a noise to alert the other party. Kim Suho took a slight step back, staring at him, wondering, when did he get there? Suddenly, Kim Suho flinched again, his face contorted in discomfort. Only then did he notice the bleeding wound on his calf and was shocked to realize he had been hit. Remembering earlier, he raised his leg and kicked at James. He took the opportunity to kick him hard in the leg before disappearing. He thought confusedly, I was hit. Just for that split second. After just one fight, Kim Suho was certain that he was strong and fast. His eyes wavered slightly, a bit worried and tense. Suho now also felt guilty and wondered, can I keep up with his speed? Let's try. I need to focus and keep up with his movements. While he was still thinking, James had already gone one step ahead. He suddenly rushed forward in a flash with a sharp sword in his hand, fierce face, hostile as if wanting to take his life. His mana-encased sword slashed decisively at Suho. Fortunately, Kim Suho reacted in time, drawing out his sword to block. the fatal attack. Sparks also flew out as a result. He lost his balance and fell back, feeling a little happy. I blocked that attack. However, immediately after, James launched a series of powerful attacks straight at him, leaving Kim Seho unable to react in time. With James's fierce attacks, Seho could only retreat and block the attacks, unable to help but sigh in his heart. I won't be able to counterattack in time. If I can just lure him closer. Just then, the enemy's sharp blade suddenly grazed his face. Blood splattered everywhere. Although Kim Seho was injured, James was not happy. He grimaced, frowning, annoyed. Tsk. He made a sound. Suddenly, his eyes turned to the side, revealing surprise. He turned around in disbelief as he saw the sword blade flying rapidly towards his neck. In the decisive moment, just a little bit away from Kim Seho's success, James quickly used teleportation to leave. In a flash, he landed on the ground with a long slide, trying to use his hands to steady himself. But when he looked back, he was startled. One thigh was torn, blood was flowing out continuously. Seho also stood up after the enemy's close attack. Both of them silently observed each other. No movement for now. Seho was somewhat surprised by his enemy's actions, wondering, isn't he going to get closer? Seho continues to raise his guard, carefully assess the opponent. He's weaker and seems to be losing focus. But I can't find the right moment to attack. Seho unconsciously tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, wondering to himself, what would Hajin do in this situation? But now, Seho was left fighting alone, without Hajin by his side. He immediately adjusted his thoughts. No, now is not the time to think about that, because this is my fight. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly exclaimed, how dare I say I can fight him alone, with such a crappy skill? I regret it. My talent is to swing my sword to protect the world. As long as the opponent is a swordsman, then I always have a way to win. My only choice is to try my best to beat the opponent right in front of me. Kim Seho stood tall, both hands gripping the hilt of his sword, releasing a powerful magical power. Bright eyes showed resilience and determination. His mana instantly exploded rapidly. It glowed brightly, causing even the enemy to be stunned. James looked at him blankly, unable to hide the surprise on his face, and secretly exclaimed, he has such a large amount of magical power. The range of the magic's influence had spread to James' feet, and a feeling of unease rose in his heart. I thought he was still just a kid even though he was the top of Q, but it looks like I shouldn't prolong the match any further. He raised his weapon high, glaring at Seho resolutely, thinking, I will end this match with the next move. Kim Seho on the opposite side was also ready to fight. His expression was calm. He firmly held the magic sword in his hand. Suddenly, a feeling of using himself arose, making him stunned. Something was drawing him in, and his heartbeat was getting stronger and stronger. Kim Seho wondered, what is this feeling? The vision before my eyes became blurry. Not from him, you suddenly remembered, right? This is how it felt when I first encountered a dungeon like this. It's like, it is calling me. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, not far away, a tree branch was emitting a sparkling light, absorbing Kim Seho's magic power. It suddenly underwent a drastic transformation. The whole body is covered in a layer of illusion. The lower part shows ancient lines of characters. On this side, Kim Hajin was struggling greatly, blood stains on the corner of his mouth, his eyes looking up in shock. He held his stomach, painfully sat down on the rock, helplessly watching the huge figure approaching. A cold voice rang out. You damn bastard! The demonic human had completely transformed. He glared at him with a strong killing intent. You will never see the light of the sunlight again. Hajin looked at him in horror, his face unable to hide his confusion. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, it's over. I can't beat him. He gritted his teeth in anger, unable to accept his miserable situation. The next second, the demonic human raised its sharp claws and aggressively charged towards its weak prey, screaming loudly, Die! At this moment, Kim Hajin closed his eyes in fear, not daring to face the moment of life and death, desperately thinking, it seems like this is my end. A loud bang rang out. Fresh blood began to spurt out violently. Surprisingly, Kim Hajin was still alive. He was confused, opening his eyes with a puzzled look. But then, again, I was stunned, speechless, when right in front of me was a sharp knife dripping with blood. Only now did he see the current situation clearly. The demonic human, at the crucial moment, was pierced through the body by a long spear, dying on the spot. This spear was quickly retracted and pulled out of the demon's body. Blood also gushed out. His body immediately collapsed. Hajin looked at the figure in confusion, as it got closer and closer to him. But when he saw her, he couldn't help but be stunned. It was Li Xiaoping. She walked out from the cold evil aura and looked at him. Hajin couldn't help but feel confused. What? Why are you here, Captain? Kim Hajin's eyes became hazy. In Hajin's mind he was still wondering, why is the captain here? On the opposite side, Li Xiaoping was walking calmly with a calm look. Hajin tried to stand up but fell back down due to the wound in his abdomen. The pain caused Kim Hajin to cry out involuntarily. He held the wound to soothe it. His heart was in a state of panic. Not now. If they attack now, I'm not sure I can hold out. The sound of high heels continuously rang out. Each of her steps carried an evil aura. Kim Hajin then remembered that there was a scene in the novel that mentioned the chameleon core colluding with the masked demon. He looked up at the other person, his expression somewhat worried, doubtful and wondering. But why do they keep appearing before me? In the quiet cave, the two of them made eye contact, observing each other intently. Suddenly, Li Xiaoping's arm was casually extended. Kim Hajin frowned, his expression puzzled. Li Xiaoping hesitated for a long time, then said softly, "Nice to meet you." Hajin was stunned on the spot, his eyes wide open as he looked at her in surprise for a moment, unable to utter a word. Only after a while did he exclaim in surprise, "Huh." Hajin smiled awkwardly, politely replying with a shy look, "Ha ha, it seems we meet quite often, huh?" She took the initiative to step forward again, her purple hair swaying in the wind, calmly replying, "Of course." Li Xiaoping stood tall in front of him, arrogantly saying, "Because I've always kept an eye on you." Hajin was surprised by these words. He exclaimed, in disbelief, "Me? What do you mean?" The two of them didn't notice that from behind there was a huge foot slowly approaching. The next second, the demon suddenly charged forward, leaping into the air and swinging its sharp claws, aiming straight for her neck. Kim Hajin just now realized the danger. His face was shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey, danger!" But Hajin did not finish his sentence. The huge demon was directly torn into pieces by Li Xiaoping's single strike. She still stood there looking at him, her face calm as if nothing had happened. Witnessing this scene, Kim Hajin was momentarily stunned. Before his eyes, the shredded corpses were slowly dissolving into pieces. Suddenly, she spoke again. "I have something to tell you." He stared at the opponent and secretly exclaimed, "So strong." Confused, he replied, "Do you have something to say?" Li Xiaoping bluntly replied, "Yes." Kim Hajin. Then she moved closer to his face. Serious look, softly whispering something that seemed secret. After a long while, Hajin couldn't help but frown in doubt and mumbled in confusion. That? Only then did he realize. It must be this part. It also appears in Shin Jong-hak's important storyline novel. Did it change because of my actions? If so, what happens to the original storyline? Just as he was about to answer in confusion, Li Xiaoping immediately turned her face away. She seemed to have realized something. Sure enough, the barrier she created started to lose its effectiveness, with countless large and small holes appearing. Li Xiaoping said dejectedly, "Time's up." Her body began to transform into water, and evil energy spread with it. Before leaving, she didn't forget to smile at Kim Hajin, happily saying, "Then I hope you think carefully about it." With that, her body instantly turned into a pile of water, collapsing to the ground before Kim Hajin's bewilderment. Li Xiaoping turned and weaved through the rocks, moving nimbly on the ground. At this moment, he dared to breathe a little sigh of relief, but he was still tense after everything that had just happened. Suddenly, from behind the rock, a voice called out, "Hajin!" He suddenly came to. He exclaimed, "Ah, Suho!" Suho ran over, worriedly asking Hajin, "Are you okay? Are you seriously hurt?" He calmly replied, "Nothing." "You beat him?" Kim Suho approached him, reached out to help him up, and calmly said, Can you stand up?" Kim Hajin grabbed Kim Suho's hand, struggling a bit. "Sure." Hajin was helped up by Suho, but after taking just one step, he cried out in pain. Kim Suho asked in confusion, "Are you okay?" Hajin quickly reassured, "Rest for a few days and you'll be fine." He looked behind him, probing Kim Hajin's opinion. "What about that person?" Hajin also reflexively turned his head to look back. "James is the killer. He is lying motionless on the ground." Hajin thought to himself, "Is that the demonic human that Kim Suho fought? Since the body is still here, it seems like he was taken down recently." Suddenly, Kim Suho made a proposal. "We have to report this to the association, right?" Making him completely stunned, his face looked over blankly. His heart was screaming. Hajin awkwardly explained to him. Wait, there's no evidence? Also, we entered the dungeon without permission. So we will be punished too. Kim Seho listened and nodded. I understand. Hajin thought guiltily. I poured all my savings into Masked Demon's master stocks. If they were exposed as demonic human, it would be troublesome. I don't remember him not thinking of it either. Kim Seho was quickly convinced by his words. That sounds reasonable. What about the person we fought with earlier? Hearing this, he suddenly came to his senses. His facial expression turned tense. Kim Hajin was tired, looked away, a little speechless. Remembering what Li Xiaoping had done, it took him a while before he hesitantly replied, she ran away. The scene shifts to outside. Amidst the wild woods, covered with a thin layer of fog, the night sky was magical, dotted with stars. The mist crept through the tree branches, the space was quiet, the sound of wind echoed. Kim Hajin was now exhausted. He sat down against the trunk of a large tree and sighed tiredly. Kim Seho stood beside him, constantly observing the surroundings to guard against enemies. Hajin secretly exclaimed, using the magical power of stigma. Just once really caused a lot of damage. At this moment, Kim Seho sat down again, groping for something in his pocket. He raised his voice and asked, Hajin, I think this is not an ordinary wooden stick. Kim Hajin looked at the thing in Kim Seho's hand in admiration. He didn't forget and brought it with him. At that moment, Kim Seho pondered and exclaimed, how should I say this? While fighting, I felt like it was calling me. Speaking of this, he suddenly forced a smile and asked shyly, sorry, you probably don't understand what I'm saying, do you? Contrary to what he thought, Hajin bluntly replied, no, I understand. Kim Hajin looked at him silently, his expression filled with trust. Smiling warmly, Kim Seho couldn't help but be surprised. He gave his friend a thumbs up. Just looking at it, I have a feeling that this will be a very good item. Seho happily exclaimed, really? Is that so? Kim Hajin began to analyze for him. If this were a normal item, it would be hard to consider it a reward for a dungeon of such difficulty. This is a most special wooden stick, which you can only recognize if you know a lot about its legends and stories. Hajin asked excitedly, have you ever heard of mistletoe? Mistletoe in Norse mythology is known as a legendary weapon, associated with the murder of Baldur, the god of light. And it's called the god-slaying staff. Kim Seho's sparkling eyes stared at the glowing branch in his hand, and he exclaimed in surprise, a stick? Then it can't possibly be it? Hajin nodded as if in tacit agreement with him. But you know, a divine weapon needs to be awakened to transform into its true form. Seho was stunned, realized and exclaimed, awakened? So this is not its finished form? Hajin confirmed, yes, I knew it. It looks too shabby to be a dungeon reward. You were really disappointed, weren't you? But Kim Seho, you haven't even awakened the mistletoe yet. To be able to defeat a demonic human alone? Because this mistletoe stick is a very powerful weapon. While you were lost in thought, Kim Seho was busy exploring the new item. Then I should find a way to awaken it. About that. Can you put that stick here? Seho quickly followed suit. Then, under his curiosity, Kim Hajin began to rummage through the bag. The sparkling light emitted made even Kim Seho exclaim in amazement. Wow! Looking at the bag of powder emitting a mysterious light in Kim Hajin's hand, he eagerly asked, what is that? Kim Hajin replied, it's an artifact. I think it will help in awakening the mistletoe. Kim Seho asked in confusion, artifact? Where did you get that? It looks very valuable at first glance. Looking at Seho's expectant expression with sparkling eyes, Hajin thought with delight. According to the original story, the sapling powder belongs to Kim Seho, but I worked so hard to get it, so I might as well show it off, right? He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. What should I say to make him more grateful? Thinking that, Hajin said, this is my parents' relic. This sentence of yours directly scared Kim Seho's face pale, her expression extremely shocked, her mouth open, speechless. The air seemed frozen, completely silent and terrifying. Hajin sighed helplessly and exclaimed, can't you even joke? Kim Seho's face turned pale when he heard this, his eyes widened in confusion. He was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Seeing his tearful, about to cry appearance, Kim Hajin quickly put it out, embarrassedly saying, I was just joking. I mean, it's very important to me. Isn't calling it a holy relic a bit of an overstatement? This powder will help your potential reach its peak faster. It applies to both people and things. In short, if you sprinkle powder on mistletoe, then it will transform. So now I sprinkle some on. Seho was startled when he heard that. Just as Hajin's hand was about to fall, it was stopped by another arm. Kim Seho hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute!" He looked at his friend worriedly and asked timidly, "Is this okay? So this powder is important to you, right?" After hearing that, Hajin could only sigh helplessly. He calmly explained to Seho, "It's important, so I have to use it at times like this. When will we get a mythical item like this?" However, Kim Seho still couldn't rest assured, hesitantly trying to stop him. Hajin immediately corrected himself and said in a stern voice, "Be quiet! While I'm still willing to give it, just accept it." Kim Seho was moved, tears welled up in her eyes, and choked up as she replied, "Thank you." Then, the divine powder was quickly sprinkled onto the tree branches, each grain of sand that flowed out, all shining brightly. It was effective. The trunk of the branch began to emit powerful rays of light. Hajin was also amazed by this scene, watching attentively without taking his eyes off. The mana flows spread from the trunk to the tips of the branches, increasing in size and changing in color. Even Seho was stunned by the sight. His eyes were glued to the magical light below. The transformation process is complete. The previously bare and withered branches have now become lush and green. The top of the tree has sprouted new leaves, and a few small, pretty leaves have grown on both sides, making it look extremely attractive. Hajin proudly showed off to Seho. "See? I said it right, didn't I?" Seho held the treasure in his hand, his face still filled with surprise, and he muttered unconsciously, "You're right." When he touched a branch, the leaves gently fell from the tree trunk, swaying in the wind as they drifted down. Very well, the mistletoe's first awakening was successful. Now, then, let Kim Seho grow and defeat our enemies. Of course, it will transform into the shape of a sword. Thinking, Kim Hajin slowly stood up and said, "Okay, now then. We promised each other, right?" Kim Hajin held up the glowing finished product in his hand, his expression affectionate. "If you take the stick, then I'll take the leaves." After a while, the two of them continued on their way. Back, Seho walked ahead, leading the way, while Hajin followed behind. Suddenly, Kim Seho turned back, his face filled with anxiety. He felt guilty and suggested to Kim Hajin, "But Hajin, is it okay if you just take the leaves? We'd better share this." Hajin just calmly reassured him, "I've told you so many times, it's okay." Seeing that Kim Seho was still stubborn and refused to give in, Hajin sighed in frustration and replied indifferently, "Sigh, what's the matter? I don't want to use that stick and die in the middle of a fight." As he spoke, he tapped his watch lightly, telling himself, "This is enough for me now." Seho heard that and could only helplessly follow Hajin's wishes. At this time, the system displayed the information mistletoes. Leaf. The leaf fell after the legendary staff awakened. If you boil it and drink it, your body will become stronger. But if you grind it up and turn it into a weapon, you'll make a pretty darn good weapon. He left Kim Seho to scout the way, while he followed behind, watching the screen, intently, thinking with interest. It's no wonder it's a byproduct of a legendary weapon. I'm pretty happy with this. I should think about it. How should I use it? In that moment of hesitation, Kim Hajin suddenly bumped into a tree branch on the ground. The sound of falling was extremely loud, scared the nearby crows away. Kim Hajin sat on the ground, his mind in a daze, muttering in confusion, "It hurts. Wait, why is there a tree root here?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly came to, his mind completely clear, immediately realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. Familiar memories come back to mind. Hasn't this happened to me before? At this moment, Kim Seho also appeared, hurriedly running over to ask, "Hajin, what are you doing? What happened? I thought I heard something loud." He quickly denied, "Nothing, I'm here." The next stretch of road, Kim Hajin walked as if skipping. He happily hummed a few cheerful tunes. It turned out that the reason he tripped just now was because of this ginseng root. He quickly picked it up, wrapped it carefully, and put it away in his bag, making him happy because he had found a treasure. On the other side, inside the cold, desolate stone cave, two figures were meeting together under a large rock. Jane sat cross-legged on the chair, watching the battle video intently, exclaiming with delight, "Oh, that's good. Even if you pour all your magic power into it, to create such force with a whip is not an easy thing." Seeing this, her expression gradually became serious. Her demeanor was appraising. "More importantly, what I like is how he made that cold-blooded decision." On the main screen was a scene of Kim Hajin shooting down the demonic human with one hand. This made Jane excited. The current Kim Hajin doesn't know that his opponent is a demonic human. But he did not hesitate to kill them. She paused the video, then cheerfully said, "This time the leader was right. Jane turned to look at Li Xiaoping, who was standing quietly behind him, with satisfaction, and exclaimed in a low voice, "This child has potential." Li Xiaoping bluntly left, grumpy. "That's enough talking, Jane." "Huh, you're leaving? Don't you want to see the end?" "I want to see the demonization too." Contrary to Jane's eagerness, she coldly said, "I don't want to see that." Jane looked at him suspiciously and asked curiously, "Why?" Li Xiaoping was silent for a long time, his expression thoughtful as he thought about something. After a while, he used a disgusted tone to say, "Because it's disgusting." The scene changed back to the human city. In the familiar small apartment building, the lights were still on despite the late hour. Kim Ha-jin walked into the house like a walking corpse, his whole body limp, looking absent-minded. "My mind was spinning. I could only exclaim, 'I'm so tired.'" He struggled to walk on his weak legs, which were constantly trembling and in pain. "All over my body. Everywhere hurts. I'm probably going to die." Suddenly, Evangel appeared from here with a sleepy look and called his name. Ha-jin. Hearing that made him jump, he softly exclaimed, "Hey, you're awake?" Ha-jin hurriedly walked over, picked her up, and gently whispered, "I'm sorry, go back to sleep." Evangel also quickly fell back asleep in his loving arms. He slowly carried the little girl to the window. The light from outside shone in, causing him to look up unconsciously. Before my eyes was a beautiful night sky with a full moon. The stars were twinkling in the deep sky. Kim Ha-jin suddenly remembered what happened a few minutes ago. At the subway station, a low voice rang out, "You go back to Cube first." Ha-jin looked at Kim Seho in surprise. "What about you?" He waved his hand and happily replied, "While I'm still here, I'll go visit my family." As Ha-jin was about to leave, Seho continued speaking. "Hey Ha-jin." Under the magical moonlight, Kim Seho's eyes sparkled with affection. Hesitantly he said, "Today, thank you very much," Kim Seho said, smiling brightly, shining like the summer sun. His charming appearance was completely taken in by Kim Ha-jin. For a moment he was stunned, not knowing how to react. In the end, Kim Ha-jin was moved by Kim Seho's sincerity. With a surprised and emotional expression, Ha-jin looked at Seho with wide eyes. Deep inside, Ha-jin also felt extremely warm. Kim Seho is the main character of this world. He never compromises on anything and always stands his ground. He is simply a hero of justice and steadfastly walks the upright path. In the real world, one cannot find anyone like him. But I drew him hoping that someone like him existed somewhere. The name Seho ... means to protect. The true savior ... will protect this world. Seeing that Ha-jin had been silent for a long time, Seho was surprised and worriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Kim Ha-jin smiled lightly, his tone indulgent as he replied, "It's nothing, and take care." Kim Seho waved happily and left. He thought to himself, "In this world, you are the one I can trust more than anyone else." According to information from the original story, the Hero Association calls the 9 demonic humans who are at the top of the demonic human world the 9 evils. That nickname means 9 roots of evil, but the 9 evils took the nickname as a compliment and accepted it. The third evil, Defiance, created a top-secret sanctuary by remodeling a cave deep in the southern Hamjiang mountains. At the sanctuary of Defiance, a demonic human sees Tomer coming to the office, wondering in surprise, "What's wrong with her? Why are you suddenly in the office?" The female colleague also felt confused. Yeah, she's not very interested in the missions, but Tomer did not care about their gossip. Seeing her indifferent attitude, the female colleague looked confused and exclaimed, "How strange, is she really a demonic human?" But just at this moment, a man walked in. Both of them immediately fell silent, turned back and pretended to be very focused on their work. Tomer on the other side was also typing something on the computer. She seemed displeased, her tone complaining, "Really?" Then, suddenly she stood up and cried out, "Seriously?" Just as Tomer turned around, he could see a stack of documents being handed towards him. The man, after a few seconds, slowly spoke, "I know your skills are outstanding, but you can't complain because the task is too small." Tomer reached out to take the documents, and replied, "I know." Her face was still frowning as she asked, "So what is the mission this time?" The man said coldly, "See for yourself." Tomer turned to the first page of the document, and said, "It would be much better if you could tell me the details." After reading the contents inside, she raised her eyes to look at the man, as if asking for confirmation. "This is him?" She firmly replied, "Yes." He looked straight at her, a little surprised. Tomer said clearly, "A surveillance mission." Then, only the back of a girl with light yellow hair appeared. The scene changes to a tall building. Inside the upstairs lobby, Many people were waiting and discussing business with each other, including Kim Ha-jin. Just a moment later, a voice called out, "Mr. Ha-jin." He just turned back, saw Jin, very politely asked, "You have another appointment for magic, right?" Kim Ha-jin also politely confirmed. Hearing the answer, Jin smiled gently, creating a feeling of closeness. Then he bowed and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. I'm a 4-star mage. My name is Jin." Kim Ha-jin also smiled brightly and replied friendly, "Are you in charge of something else today? Please help me." The two of them just looked at each other and smiled like that. Looking at the mage before him, Ha-jin thought with satisfaction. A 4-star mage, specializing in artifacts, that's the highest level a human can reach. I got lucky. But after a while, he suddenly realized that this magician was observing his entire body. The next second, Jin's expression suddenly changed 360 degrees. He extended his hand in the direction of the path with an indifferent expression and said this way. Kim Ha-jin was a little confused, wondering in his heart. He just looked me up and down, wondering what I was wearing today, right? He put one hand in his pocket, still smiling a little awkwardly, thinking, those magicians are so practical. Actually, I dressed up a little today because I knew they would. Maybe I should dress up more. Entering the room, Jin didn't even look at Kim Ha-jin and just asked, "What kind of magic do you want to engrave?" Ha-jin thought for a moment and then spoke his request. "I'm looking for some kind of physical strength boost or defensive magic." Jin immediately snapped his fingers and exclaimed, "Oh, I get it." In the blink of an eye, behind him appeared countless different types of magic. Jin said while drinking tea and reaching his hand behind his back, "These should please you. Are you satisfied with any of them?" Ha-jin looked at those magics, then put his hand to his chin in thought. He analyzed it in his heart. Magic engravers usually spend very little mana on artifacts, because no matter how much mana they have, the amount of mana they can use is limited. However, the obsidian bracelet doesn't have those limitations, so what I need is a spell that consumes a lot of mana, and I can use it within a week. And there's also one more great function. Thinking about it, Ha-jin's expression became even more determined about what he wanted. However, looking at the seemingly heartless mage in front of him, Ha-jin suddenly felt angry and cursed this man inwardly. What's with his attitude? Ha-jin was annoyed, secretly judging this pragmatic guy. He immediately looked down on me. Is my worth decided by the clothes I wear? But what should I do with him now? If it keeps going like this, he might just change in a half-hearted, superficial way, right? After his inner monologue, Kim Ha-jin deliberately cleared his throat to attract attention. Then he sat up straight and said, "I don't like such trivial things. Don't you have any items that require more mana to activate? I'm looking for something like increased protection or instant potential awakening." Jin drank tea and looked at his phone, completely ignoring him as he replied, Okay. But, without waiting for Jin to finish his sentence, Kim Ha-jin let out a cut-off cry, leaning back in his chair, tilting his head and smiling deliberately as he asked, "Oh, is that a bit difficult for a 4-star mage like you?" Jin was a bit stunned by his strange attitude. He waited a few seconds, then spoke in a puzzled voice. "Excuse me?" So Kim Ha-jin stood up without hesitation, as if he wanted to leave. "It's okay. I came here because I was in a hurry. Maybe another day." Jin immediately hurriedly stopped him. Wait, that's not it." He slightly narrowed one eye and asked again, "Isn't it?" Jin thought he had accidentally offended the big fish. He was very confused, and asked himself, what's wrong with this kid? Is he really rich? His face returned to a kindly expression, trying to hold on. "It seems we still haven't given you enough information. Of course we can do it, but I'm just a little worried it'll be too expensive." Hearing the mention of money, Kim Ha-jin immediately put his hands on his hips and said, "What?" Jin's friendly smile appeared again, carrying a hint of flattery. Those just now are only for normal customers. Do you have a budget in mind?" Kim Ha-jin thought for a moment, then went over and whispered into Jin's ear. Jin also cooperated and leaned in to listen. Then, Jin raised his head to look at Kim Ha-jin with eyes wide open in surprise. Then his eyes lit up with money and he exclaimed, "That much?" Then immediately, Jin became extremely enthusiastic about introducing his product. "I doubt I'll show you the other lists too. Since you're in a hurry, I'll show you the best ones." Then he hurriedly ordered the staff, "Hey, quickly get some premium tea to invite the guests." Looking at Jin's enthusiastic service, Kim Ha-jin secretly let out a tired sigh. Back to school later. In class, while the teacher had not arrived yet, several students were chatting. animatedly. Kim Hajin was resting his chin on his hand and smiling. He seemed to be in a good mood. He hummed softly to himself, thinking, I conquered the difficult dungeon just now, and Kim Seho even got the mistletoe safely. I also finished ordering the magic items. He remembered the image of the magician Jin bowing, saying firmly, Please leave it to us. Remembering this, Hajin felt grateful. Thank you, Kim Seho. Thank you, my stocks. I don't mean to brag like that, but I don't have any other choice. He's practical. I feel like things are going really smoothly lately. While he was lost in thought, Teacher Sohyuk walked in. Teacher Sohyuk entered the classroom and said loudly, Okay, pay attention. From today on, the 5 of you will form a group and start working as a team. Hajin knew what was about to happen as soon as he heard it, and exclaimed to himself, Ah, here it is. Teamwork, or in other words, teamwork. But this teamwork includes activities like small-scale tower raids, scuffles, and doing group bonding activities like going on trips together. Teacher Sohyuk's voice continued to ring out, Form a group with the people you like, and submit the member list here by next Wednesday. Immediately, the surroundings began to stir. Let's team up. Want to join the group? Only Kim Hajin remained still, wondering, what should an outcast like me do now? Above, the teacher continued, If there is no group by Wednesday this week, I will form a group for you. He sighed, frustrated. I don't like that idea either. Amidst the noise around, Kim Hajin turned his head slightly, accidentally seeing something. As a classmate, he was tapping his fingers on the table. It turns out to be Rachel. While the class atmosphere was very lively, Kim Hajin caught Rachel sitting alone. She looked very sad. Moreover, she even secretly sighed. Her appearance was exactly like his, so he immediately speculated, is Rachel in the same situation as me? She looks isolated from her classmates. Kim Hajin silently compared the difference between her and me. I guess she chooses to be alone, huh? Probably because she's a princess too. He raised his hand to his chin, thinking about the butterfly sapling powder bag he had intended to give to Rachel earlier. It's fine to be in the same group with her. I have something to give her too. According to the original storyline, she's showing signs of enlightenment. If this is prolonged any further, her stats will be much different from the original storyline. Then, after thinking for a while, Hajin decided to compose a message with the following content. Rachel, do you want to team up with me? Then he pressed the send button. After finishing, Hajin quickly turned back to look at Rachel. Her expression was still very depressed. Her breathing was getting longer and longer, like her mood. Suddenly, Rachel's smartwatch beeped, waking her up. Hajin watched, waiting anxiously. She's checking her messages. Up there, Rachel was waiting for the message to appear. Just then, someone walked up to her and called out, Rachel! Hajin was surprised as soon as he saw this person. Tomer extended his hand towards Rachel, politely inviting her. Do you want to team up with me? But Hajin was extremely confused about her actions. He wondered, why would Tomer want to approach her? Tomer and Rachel were silent, eye to eye. Hajin also sat still, observing them. All around the students were very surprised and gossiping. Tomer and Rachel are in the same group? What's up? He wondered nervously. Why is Tomer starting to act now? And why would he ask Rachel, if the devil, a mercenary, in the demonic human world, had already started to act? Then there must be someone behind him. Hajin observed Rachel's reaction. Along with him targeting Rachel, I can only think of one person. Thinking of this, his eyes became sharp. That's Lancaster. The image of that cold-faced boy appeared in his mind. At that moment, Rachel also turned to answer Tomer. There's still time, so I want to think about it more. Her smile suddenly stiffened and she remained silent, not responding. A few seconds later, Tomer spoke up, Okay, fine. After she left, Rachel looked at her watch and suddenly remembered, come to think of it, I think I got a text just now, right? When she read the message, Rachel turned her head in surprise and looked towards Hajin's seat. Hajin sent me a message? So she caught him looking at her. So she pretended to look away. Rachel quickly looked away. After turning away, I couldn't help but smile. Hajin was startled when he saw that Rachel was no longer looking at him, confusedly thinking. She turned away. Will she refuse? But very quickly, his watch turned to the sound of a message notification from Rachel. Let me think. After reading the message, Kim Hajin knew he still had a chance and immediately smiled. You look at Rachel, see how she reacts. I guess I'll have to wait. Rachel above smiled secretly. The mood seemed very happy. At the same time, Nayeon was drawing some scribbles in her notebook. She frowned as if she was pondering something. Looking at the notebook, Naeun had already written a few names, including Hazuki, Raymond, and a few scribbles below. Naeun is in a dilemma. That's because she doesn't even consider grouping with students outside the top 100. Naeun was confused, running her hands through her hair and thought, well, if we add a low-ranking student, the group will get more points. But where can I find low-ranking students with good skills? She glanced in one direction. I can only think of one person. On the other side, a classmate was taking the initiative to form a group. Hajin, what are you doing after school? Want to join the group? A male student also kindly gave Hajin a gift. I heard that Napoleon's gun will be on display in that museum tomorrow. Do you want this ticket? There's no use in me keeping it. You're using a gun anyway. It turned out that, at that time, Hajin had a lot of people surrounding him, and also received a bunch of gifts from his classmates. They enthusiastically invited, hey Hajin, do you want to? Kim Hajin, do you remember me? Kim Hajin. Seeing Hajin surrounded like that, Naeun could not help but exclaim, wow, he really is famous. Although it's only like this when it comes to group formation, because the theory class is one of the criteria for forming a group. So someone with high scores like him is an ideal candidate. If I take the initiative, it won't be too difficult to recruit Hajin. Naeun imagined herself just patting Hajin on the shoulder and saying, we have one spot left in this group. Do you want to join? Then Hajin would be extremely grateful and reply, really? Thank you, Chai Naeun. However, she still hesitated a bit. She herself didn't know what she was thinking. If there's something bothering me, what if he thinks I have feelings for him? Her face instantly turned red. Her hand couldn't help but tighten its grip on the pen, causing it to break in half. Naeun even tried to explain to herself, I really just want him to be in my group. While she was thinking, a sudden voice from behind startled her. Have you thought it through yet? Naeun turned around and saw Jonghak sitting with his arms crossed. In the row above, Naeun replied fiercely, mind your own business, Shin Jonghak. Jonghak still had the heart to give Naeun advice. It makes no difference who you choose, so why bother deciding? Just do like me, pick anyone and motivate them to do their best. But Naeun didn't care. She stuck out her tongue and replied, I don't care, I have my own plans. Unexpectedly, Jonghak jumped up and directly snatched Naeun's notebook. Then let me take a look, let's see who you choose. Naeun was startled and quickly ran back upstairs, shouting, hey, Shin Jonghak. Very quickly she ran over, trying to reach out to grab the notebook back. Give it back, here. However, Jonghak easily stopped Naeun with one hand. He held the notebook away, reading calmly, Hazuki, Raymond. The next second, Jonghak didn't know what he saw. His face looked surprised. Huh? He said. Then, he shouted in surprise, Kim Hajin. His shout made Naeun invisible. The whole class turned their attention to them, including Kim Hajin. People started talking again, asking each other, what was that just now? Looks like someone is also aiming for Kim Hajin. Wow, is that Chai Naeun? Naeun heard that. Her face immediately turned red, both embarrassed and angry. Jonghak still questioned calmly, what is this, Chai Naeun? Since when did you choose Kim Hajin? Naeun clenched her hands, shaking with anger, and tried hard to utter one word, shut up. Then, she used all her strength to give Jonghak a knee strike along with an angry scream. Shut up! Naeun angrily snatched the notebook back and asked Jonghak, why are you looking at someone else's notebook without permission? Jonghak was now lying on the table, not moving at all. Naeun angrily walked away. Only her classmates were concerned and ran over to see what was happening. Shin Jonghak, you can't move anymore. Is he still alive? But Naeun hadn't even taken a few steps when she caught Kim Hajin's eyes looking at her, causing her to stop. Naeun immediately turned her face away to avoid it. Hajin was still staring at her, feel confused inside. Not long after, teacher Sohyuk's voice also rang out, today's class ends here. The students left the classroom one by one. At this moment, Naeun saw Hajin walking in front, so she took the initiative to call, Hui. Perhaps he didn't hear, so she directly ran up and grabbed Hajin's wrist. Hey, Kim Hajin! Hajin turned back, saw Naeun a little surprised, and asked, Chai Naeun? What's wrong? Naeun took a step forward and hesitantly said, well I think you heard it just now. Finally, Naeun managed to speak her mind. Hi, do you want to join the group? Before he finished speaking, Rachel suddenly came from somewhere and announced, I've already submitted the list, Hajin. Naeun asked, confused. Huh? What list? Rachel was a little surprised and replied, oh, Kim Hajin has. You're in my group. Naeun's eyes widened as if she couldn't believe what she just heard, and she whispered, Huh? Then, she turned to look at Kim Ha-jin with a bewildered expression, as if wanting a confirmation from him. Who would have thought Kim Ha-jin would speak up frankly? Well, that's the way it is. The words struck Naeun, like a thunderbolt, completely freezing her. Her mind was in turmoil. Trying to keep a calm appearance, she crossed her arms and stammered, Is that so? I'm just worried that no one wants to be in the same group as you. I'm just concerned about you because we're in the same club. Naeun looked happy and patted Kim Ha-jin's shoulder, saying, I'm sure. I worried for nothing. Then I wish you luck. After saying that, she bowed her head and left. As for Rachel, she lowered her eyes, looking sad. Naeun clenched her hands and walked straight, looking very normal. Actually, she's pretty confused right now. Rachel, she uses a sword like me. Our builds are similar. Besides, except for theory class, our grades are the same. Thinking of this, Naeun pursed her lips, her mood falling into the abyss. She wondered, but why? Naeun's face turned red in an instant. Her face was still strong, suppressing her heartache. One question remained on her mind. Why did you choose her and not me? In the hallway, students were still coming and going crowdedly. Kim Ha-jin and Rachel were walking together on a path. Seeing that he was about to leave, Rachel suddenly called out, Hey, Ha-jin! Ha-jin immediately turned back and politely asked, Yes? Rachel's face showed worry, hesitantly asking, You don't intend to join another group, do you? Ha-jin immediately knew why she asked that. She's probably asking just because of what happened with Naeun. He smiled confidently and replied, Of course not. Just then, Hozong waved from afar. Here it is, Kim Ha-jin. Just then, someone on the other side called him. Hey, Hozong! He walked towards Ha-jin, smiling and said, Wow, thanks for letting me in. Honestly, I really want to be in the same group as you two. That's great. Ha-jin just scratched his head and replied, It's nothing. You're really thinking to yourself, I just want to get Rachel on the team. Then, Hozong spoke up to suggest ways to increase solidarity. Let's go eat together. He pointed to the boy next to him and introduced himself. He is Lee Bakyu, a member of our team. Nice to meet you. Just at this moment, Tomer also happened to come. Ha-jin noticed her and secretly worried. I'm still a bit worried because Tomer is here, but it should be fine, because I'm here too. Then he turned around, looked at Rachel, and hummed, wanting to see her opinion. Rachel also understood, immediately nodded in agreement. Yeah, that sounds fun. Hozong asked concernedly, Okay, Rachel, do you want something to eat? Rachel was also very pleasant to answer, I eat anything. Kim Ha-jin silently recalled this character's personality. Rachel isn't a picky eater, but if there's something she wants to eat, then that would be. Thinking about it, he immediately spoke up to suggest. What about this restaurant? Korean restaurant, Han Haejong. Rachel's eyes lit up as soon as she heard the name of the restaurant. She replied a little agitatedly, I like it very much. Hozong also agreed. That place is pretty good too. At the same time, Naeun was on the phone with her friend to finalize the group list. So our group will have 2 warriors, a marksman, a support and a mage. The person on the other end of the line was Hazuki. She commented sincerely, Naeun, because you are both a fighter and a shooter, this could definitely be a perfect match. Naeun heard it, and couldn't help but rub her nose with pride. Who would have thought that at this moment, Hazuki would ask a question that made her stop. But can Ha-jin be in our group? Naeun looked confused and replied, If I wanted to be in a group with him, I told him to join. But if they do that, the other groups will be weak. Aside from Rachel, their group doesn't have anything outstanding. Hazuki remained steadfast in her opinion, her tone both gentle and somewhat regretful as she said, But it's good to have Ha-jin around too. Naeun didn't want to talk about it anymore. She changed the subject and said, Let's not think about them anymore. I'll give you the list of names first, okay? Hazuki smiled and agreed. Okay, thank you. After both of them turned off the machine, Naeun fell back on the bed, letting out a long sigh. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes and mumbled, I can't sleep. Naeun stared at the ceiling, talking to herself. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have asked him to join the team from the beginning. I shouldn't have worried about the theory then. At this point, she clenched her fists. I felt regretful. I let him fall into Rachel's hands because I was hesitant. Naeun's mind replayed the match between herself and Rachel. She thought to herself, I still remember the loss during the midterm. That happened after I switched to using a sword. Thinking of this, Naeun lay face down on the bed, feeling uncomfortable all over. She struggled and shouted, Kwade! So annoying! At this rate, I'm going to lose again. Scene cuts to hanging icicles, flashing with sparkling light. Ho Zong exclaimed in admiration. Wow! Kim Hajin's group of 5 appeared here. Even though they were fully equipped, they still had to say a word of admiration. This place is really so cold, Kim Hajin continued silently. The basics of this lesson. The first lesson in teamwork. Dungeon exploration. As far as Kim Hajin's understanding goes, usually when a new dungeon is discovered, the vanguard group will enter the dungeon first to explore. And our goal today, it will be fulfilling the duty of a vanguard group. Bakyu rubbed his hands together, his whole body trembling as he exclaimed, "We've been walking for 20 minutes already." Ho Zong was also shivering. Seeing that Kim Hajin seemed calm, he asked, "Kim Hajin, aren't you cold?" Kim Hajin smiled at him and replied, "Yes." Just then, Rachel noticed something and exclaimed, "Look!" In front of them were 5 different forks in the road. Everyone in the group started asking each other, "There are 5 entrances. Which one should we enter from?" Tomer spoke now. She pointed to a cave and said, "Thinking about it won't help. Come in here." Immediately, someone spoke up to object. "Are not. Turns out it's Hajin. You are absolutely certain to affirm." "Not there," Tomer immediately questioned. "What? How are you so sure?" Kim Hajin secretly sneered in his heart. "Are you sure? Her motive is obvious. She is luring everyone into a trap." After a few seconds of silence, he spoke up to explain. "Because I'm a shooter, I have a very sharp eye." "Not that way." Tomer frowned and stared at Kim Hajin. Then, she turned to Rachel and said, "Team leader, you decide." Rachel hesitated a bit. Very quickly, she made her decision. "I will do as Hajin says." Hajin smiled after hearing that, while Tomer's face became even more grim. Tomer turned his face away and said sadly, "But I have a feeling that's the correct entrance." Kim Hajin on this side rolled his eyes and muttered, "So pitiful." Soon after, the group of 5 came across a sleeping yeti. Everyone looked up to see it. Bakyu excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, we found a snowman." It seems like Hajin chose the right path. Soon they came to another crossroads. Tomer continued to point to a strange path and suggested, "Here, trust me this time." However, Hajin immediately denied. "No, not that place." Hajin continued to get in Tomer's way. He gave her some comments that her efforts to pull Rachel away from the group were commendable. Not long after, Tomer started a fight and wanted the group to go in another direction. "There are traces of an ice road over there." Kim Hajin continued to ignore. "No, not there. I can't let her get what she wants," he decided to himself. Ho Zong asked Kim Hajin with both joy and curiosity, "How are you so good at finding your way?" He simply replied, "Just luck." Tomer was left behind with an angry look in her eyes. She silently clenched her fists and cursed, "Damn it! Is it that hard to injure someone and make them retreat?" Tomer wondered angrily. Up ahead, Rachel also spoke up in recognition. "Your observation skills are really good, Hajin." "Yeah, let's just rely on Kim Hajin." Tomer heard and felt even more disgusted with Kim Hajin. She was filled with hatred and blamed. "It's all Kim Hajin's fault. Now it's come to this." A second later, Tomer walked up and called out, "Rachel." She saw it and turned around. Tomer directly extended his hand towards Rachel and made a request. "Go with me." Rachel was a little confused and asked again, "What do you mean?" Tomer made his opinion clear. "It'll be easier to split into 2 teams to explore. I don't think it's good to rely on just one person." Rachel hesitated, not knowing how to refuse. She only had time to say, "But," when an arm blocked her way. As Hajin, he directly refused on Rachel's behalf. "We don't have time to waste." With that, Hajin grabbed her wrist and walked past Tomer. "Let's go, Rachel." But Tomer still did not give up, looking in their direction, calling out loudly, "Kim Hajin, why are you so confident?" He thought to himself, what else? It turned out that Hajin had used the foresight skill to scout out his moves, so he knows what monsters or dangers there are on that road. His vision could squeeze through the winding crevices of the rocks to his destination. Hajin firmly pointed out, "This way." Then he resolutely walked forward. Rachel was behind, also being pulled by you. In no time, they had passed the safe stretch of road. Ho Zong happily shouted, "Hajin, this path has no obstacles at all." At this moment, not knowing what Bakyu saw, he was surprised and said, "Over there." Over there in the distance, there was a man standing tall with his arms crossed waiting. Zooming in, it was none other than Teacher Suhyuk. Hajin's group was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "It's the tour guide." At that moment, Rachel suddenly called out to Hajin. He immediately turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" At this moment, Hajin's hand was still holding Rachel's wrist. She gently reminded, "Your hand?" Hajin was startled and quickly let go. "That's right, sorry." Rachel held her wrist and replied, "It's okay." Pausing for a few seconds, she still decided to say, "You don't need to worry." Then, Mr. Sohyuk's voice resounded loudly, "Rachel's group, submit your reports." Hearing this, Kim Ha-jin represented the group and reported, "A snowman, a snow tree, a snow golem, a snow duck." Judging by the level of the monsters in the dungeon, the boss of this dungeon would be around mid-level 3. The teacher listened to him, looked at the iPad screen, smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Then he made a brief comment, "Good, perfect." Rachel smiled happily, while Hozong and Bakya high-fived and shouted in celebration. The group of them, except for Tomer, gathered to chat. "Did he just say our team is perfect? That's great! Let's just count on Kim Ha-jin from now on, shall we?" Only Tomer stood silently in a corner. She gritted her teeth in anger, her eyes filled with hatred. In a dark room, with a strange man discussing some mission. An observation mission? Right. In the sheaf of papers she held was all of Rachel Elizabeth Louise' personal information. "The mission is to damage and weaken Cadet Rachel. Even the Cube Executive Committee's tasked with infiltrating Sajak have promised to support us, so this won't be too difficult. Once you eliminate Rachel, she won't be able to resist even for a moment. Our team will step in and handle the rest. Can I trust you to complete this mission?" Tomer, after listening to his request, closed the file. "Well, it's simple like this. They're just kids after all." In a room, Tomer was sitting absent-mindedly on the sofa, staring up at the ceiling. Haze, how simple. At this moment, the watch on her wrist announced that she had received a text message. It was a message from another agent. "Why is the mission delayed? Did something happen?" Tomer angrily brought the watch close to his mouth and shouted, "The new mission has not been started for long. Why are they rushing me so soon?" Then she stepped aside, propped her head up with her hands and lowered her face. She pondered, "What's so surprising? Yes, there is. Every time I tried to do something, he would appear and stop me." He clung to Rachel like gum. Tomert picked up a piece of paper filled with Kim Ha-jin's information. "He's always clinging to her, both in and out of class. How dare a rank 334 act so arrogantly? But there is nothing noteworthy about him." Thinking that, she dropped the paper with Kim Ha-jin's information on the table and laughed. "Don't tell me he's the type of guy who believes in impossible things like brave men will win the hearts of beautiful ladies." After dropping the paper, she suddenly fell silent, looking down at Kim Ha-jin and Rachel's information paper. Tomer thought to himself, or Kim Ha-jin, does he have feelings for Rachel? Tomer took the two information sheets of Kim Ha-jin and Rachel and looked them over. Wait a minute. If that's so, if he likes Rachel, then I just need to exaggerate it a little, and spread the news that he likes Rachel. Like this, the distance between them will gradually increase, as a matter of course. Then I'll be able to complete the mission easily. Just thinking about it made Tomer happy, as if he had tied up Rachel. Tomer continued to rest his chin on his hand, thinking, to be able to do that. She crossed her legs, put her hand on her chin, and looked at the two information sheets of Kim Ha-jin and Rachel. Tomer chuckled lightly. Then I need to get close to the group. First, scene changes to theory class. At the phenomenon analysis room, the teacher's voice rang out. We will summarize our knowledge here. Each team will pick a mini dungeon next week and give a statement for their best dungeon clearing strategy. Class ends here. Jin Hozong sighed and bowed his head, having a headache with this homework. Then he laughed excitedly when he found out that he had Kim Ha-jin and Rachel on him. The reason is that the two of them, one of them is ranked first, and a second place in the written test. Hozong secretly exclaimed. Haha, I'm not worried at all. I'm counting on you, Ha-jin. Seeing that, Ha-jin rested his chin on his hand and exclaimed. Haze, I'm not that good. Hearing that, Hozong looked at him with admiration. Wow, you're so humble. At this moment the teacher's voice rang out. Everyone, there is a meeting for team leaders. Next Wednesday at 7 p.m. Team leaders will be attending. Please gather in the auditorium. After that, everyone cleaned up and prepared to go home. Kim Ha-jin looked at Rachel and said, Okay, should we go to a cafe to discuss who will take what role before we go home? Rachel was about to reply to him, but someone interrupted her. It was Tomer. She appeared smiling, cutting her off. Come on, since we decided to go for coffee anyway, why don't we have some cake and get to know each other better? Kim Ha-jin turned to look at Tomer in confusion. Huh? Kim Ha-jin retorted. What do you think you're doing? Tomer feigned innocence with a friendly face. Nothing. I just want us to stick together as a team. Ha-jin thought to himself, It's her behavior that's strange here. Why is she suddenly acting so proactive? Then Tomer pulled Rachel and Hozong ahead. Everyone, let's go! And you too, come on, we're running out of time. Hajin stood behind them, looking at them in surprise. When did she call everyone? Kim Hajin was a little worried, pensive. I feel like something is fishy here. In a coffee shop, with the sky clear and cool, Kim Hajin turned his head, looking a little uneasy in his heart. I've scanned the roof and underground, but I don't see any traps. But something still seems strange. Seeing him absent-minded, Rachel called out to him. Hajin. Kim Hajin was holding a piece of paper in his hand and exclaimed, "Ah, right, okay." Hajin put the paper on the table, showed everyone the analysis, and assigned each person a task. Hozong and Bakyu will go find information about the dungeon. Jamer and Rachel, you two will calculate the mana density, okay? They both replied, okay. Hajin took a sip of water and continued. Next, once the information is sent to me, I will summarize it and stand up to present. Everyone said in unison, yes. Then Tomer waved his hand and spoke. Enough talking about homework. Hozong saw that and smiled. You're really open. I feel so lucky that we have Kim Hajin here. I was so nervous because this is a group assignment. Hajin and Rachel are talking quietly over here. It must be great to have such good results like you, huh? Lately you've been receiving quite a bit of attention in matches after switching to being a marksman. Nothing is too great. Everything is just perfect for me. Rachel looked over and said to him, no need to be so humble. You've been approached by a famous guild recently, right? He replied, yes. As soon as he finished answering, Rachel pulled his sleeve. Rachel covered her mouth with her hand and whispered to him, Hajin, star? Seeing that the other side was talking attentively to each other, Rachel felt reassured and continued asking, the British imperial family approached you? Huh, what do you mean? Hearing this, Hajin thought to himself, the British Empire's clan guild? I don't remember having any contact with them. Thinking, Hajin pressed a button on his watch. Oh, maybe this? On his wrist appeared a blue panel with the words, the Imperial Guild sends Cadet Kim Hajin. Oh, I got an email from them. I didn't realize because I don't check my email every day. Seeing this, Rachel clenched her fists, then went to the table and whispered, why would anyone approach someone via email? Hajin continued, I'll check it out now. As he checked, he thought to himself, is the Imperial Clan Guild trying to recruit me? Oh, they write in Korean. The annual salary is 100 million won and the commission fee will be separated. These are pretty good conditions considering they're looking to recruit me. Seeing that, Rachel spoke up and asked, can I watch it too? Of course. After skimming through the message, Rachel exclaimed, separate commission? Why do they do things like this? Forget it. Don't read it. Seeing her scream like that, Tomer curiously went over. Then Rachel stood up. Can I go home early? Tomer, after seeing Rachel stand up and leave, panicked and shouted, wait, how can you go ahead? I need you here to laugh and talk with Kim Hajin. Seeing Rachel like that, Hajin thought to himself, what's going on? What made her angry? Tomer turned his head to avoid everyone's gaze, then sighed. Sigh, nothing is going according to plan. Is she okay? Did something happen? Kim Hajin was also bewildered. This situation. Did I do something wrong? Maybe. Moving on to another situation, Tomer turned to ask Bakyu, do you have a feeling that Kim Hajin likes Rachel? In the gym, a soda can fell from the vending machine. Hajin sat down and took a can of soda, absent-mindedly. It feels good to rest after physical training. Even though I decided to train, it wasn't easy at all. I don't even have the strength to open this can of soda. Then from somewhere appeared a hand opened the lid of the soda to help him. Hey, Kim Hajin. Naeun walked over to him. Let's talk. Kim Hajin looked up. Naeun looked down at Kim Hajin. He had a can of soda in his hand. What's the matter? She hesitated, not knowing what to say next, but after a while she shyly rubbed her neck with her hand and said, my group presentation is about the Mantis Dungeon Hongshin. I just wanted to ask if you know anything about it. Kim Hajin looked at Naeun, thinking of a mantis with a somewhat strange shape. Why did you choose the hardest dungeon out of them all? She was upset about that choice, but still accepted it. It's not that I want it, Naeun recounted during a meeting with other students. That nasty mage kept insisting that we had to choose it. You can count on me. The mage then pushed the flyer forward, forcing Naeun, making her feel awkward. Kim Hajin drank water while thinking about what the mage Naeun said. Naeun's group mage? Is it Ojunsik? From what I remember, he was skilled, but also very boastful and rude. Since his family is quite wealthy, he doesn't feel inferior, even in front of Naeun. I'll tell her the necessary information then. Thinking, Hajin answered Naeun's question. I think you'll get extra points because it was so difficult. Is he giving a presentation? Hearing his question, Naeun didn't quite understand and replied, yeah, he insisted on doing it. Why did you ask that? Hajin now turned into a necromancer. He spoke in a heavy voice. Change another member now. His face shows he's a show-off, but he'll probably stand still when it's time to present. Naeun saw that and panicked, kneeling down trembling before him. She exclaimed, okay. Naeun's eyes lit up in surprise, her whole body trembling. Hajin continued, if you let someone like him give a presentation, Cube and the entire society will collapse, and your achievements will become a complete disaster. Hearing that, Naeun immediately stood up. Right, you think so too, right? I was just going to let it go, but… He looked at her, laughing helplessly. She was angry, blaming, I've never seen anyone do anything they want more than me. So you admit that you can do whatever you want? Kim Hajin immediately thought of Hazuki. Let's just let Hazuki take over the presentation, she seems pretty good at it. Naeun also hesitated a bit when Kim Hajin mentioned letting Hazuki give the presentation. I want to do that too, but I'm not sure Junsik will accept it. I'm not sure what to do. Suddenly, for a moment, Hajin and Naeun both looked at each other in silence. They were shy, not knowing what to do. They both had the same thought. But, are we close enough to be able to talk like this? Naeun and Kim Hajin together. He finally turned away. Be careful when you practice. See you later. Okay. I'll go finish my homework. The day of the presentation arrived. Everyone in the conference room had a large slideshow with some of the team's research data. A young man was standing at the podium, looking confused, his presentation stuttering and trembling. S.SO the ending is, H.dungeon.dungeon.um. Mana capacity ratio. Hajin below propped his chin on his hand, watching him and everyone around him buzz about that poorly prepared presentation. And that's not it. What is he doing? Looks like a pastor. In that scene, Kim Hajin looked down. Naeun was furious. Her whole body was covered in fire, as if she was devouring her fellow speaker. Haze. In the end they still couldn't change the presenter? Because I was so nervous. Sorry, haha. Looking at Ojunsik scratching his head, smiling shyly at his group members, Naeun and Hazuki stood still, looking at him silently. Naeun's whole body was on fire, angry as if she wanted to devour Ojunsik. Is he serious when he says that with a smile? Hazuki then calmly rubbed Naeun's shoulder to comfort her. Forget it, Naeun. Naeun clenched her fist and slammed it on the table to suppress her anger. I'll see him after class. I'll kick his chin off. Okay, next group. Yes. Next was Kim Hajin's group. He walked down confidently and steadily. Naeun looked up in surprise. As for Hajin, he confidently held the tablet in his hand on the podium, to Naeun's amazement. What? Glasses? I will begin my presentation. Our group chose the Wazen Dungeon as the theme. It's a dungeon that exists at the foot of Siarak Mountain. Hajin firmly delivered each of his words, loud and clear, easy to understand. He analyzed every detail of his work on the slideshow, pointing to where he was talking. Naeun listened and looked at his presentation, opened her eyes wide, and suddenly exclaimed, wow, he's good at this. At the podium, Hajin still showed no signs of fear or trepidation in presenting in front of a crowd. He slowly introduced his group's work, and stick to the topic your group chooses to do homework for everyone to know, coupled with Kim Hajin's confidence and charisma while presenting fluently, without stumbling or shaking. In front of a crowd, he delivered a well-prepared and flawless group presentation. After finishing the presentation, the teacher raised his hand and asked, do you have a question? How can you estimate the reverse flow of mana with just that amount of information? Kim Hajin smiled at the question the teacher had just asked. However, he didn't take a moment to think, but replied immediately. That makes the people below exclaim, Oi ch. Kim Hajin is such a good presenter. I knew he was smart, but to think he was good at presentations too, that was unexpected. He looks cool too. Naeun's mind was a bit absent-minded as she looked at Kim Hajin, her face reddening. She raised her hand to her chin, hiding her embarrassment. Kim Hajin finished his group's presentation. That's all for our group presentation. After that, Kim Hajin returned to his seat and he happily high-fived Rachel. Kim Hajin, you did well. Kim Hajin's group was now very happy and praised him. And at this moment, Hozong and Bagyu also came over, laughing excitedly. Naeun rested her chin on her hand and clicked her tongue sadly. While exercising, Rachel just finished working out and wiped the sweat from her hair. She thought as she wiped. With that, today's schedule ends. The presentation went well, and tomorrow is the weekend. Besides, I gave him the contract. Rachel silently recalled that afternoon. Kim Hajin and Rachel walked down the stairs preparing to go home. They all wanted to hold a celebration party. Hajin asked, "Aren't you going to the party after the presentation?" Rachel replied, "Yes, I have a training schedule." Then he and she waved goodbye to each other. "Then I'll be leaving." "Yeah, bye." "Oh, right." Rachel searched through her bag for something important. Rachel handed a stack of papers to Kim Hajin. "Here, take this." Hajin spoke up and reached out to take the stack of papers she handed him. "What is it?" Rachel said, making Hajin quite surprised. "That's the outline of the Royal Family Guild's contract. This is a much better deal than what you were getting before. Actually, I was the one who asked them to approach you first, but it seems they had a misunderstanding about your deadline." Hajin heard that and forced a smile at her. Then Rachel looked into Kim Hajin's eyes and said seriously, "I want you to reconsider our proposal once more." Rachel clenched her fists and raised her right hand. "I think I can do it." After that, she went back to the dressing room, singing happily, "I'll change, go back to the dorm and sleep." Rachel was about to put her hand on the doorknob and push it open, when she suddenly heard a sound from inside. "Have you heard the rumor?" She looked down when she heard a rumor from inside. Someone said it so loudly that even outside could hear, making her very surprised and unable to believe her ears. "Rumor has it that Kim Hajin likes Princess Rachel." Rachel paused when she heard the voice inside regarding her. "Huh, really? No way, does he really like princesses? I heard he even confessed to her." Rachel, when she heard all these rumors, felt confused and couldn't believe what she had just heard. She was so surprised, her eyes opened wide. This must have been a shock. This news was huge for Princess Rachel. "Ha! Hajin likes me?" Along with all the talk, rumors about Kim Hajin liking Rachel Elizabeth Louise. "Have you heard the rumor that Kim Hajin likes Rachel?" "I even heard that he confessed his feelings to her." After she heard these rumors, Rachel was surprised to hear the rumor about her and Hajin. "Kim Hajin likes me? More importantly, how did they know?" Inside, two girls continued talking. "Wow, that's fishy. These days he's been following Rachel's footsteps." Outside the door, Rachel could no longer keep her composure and was driven mad by those words. "It's because we're on the same team. How dare they spread such baseless rumors? Because we are a team. He always protects me when in danger, so of course, he's been hanging around me." Rachel remembered what Hajin said to her earlier. "Actually, I'm your fan, Rachel." In the room, the sound of rumors about the two of them still echoed. "But, aren't they too different?" Suddenly, someone behind Rachel tapped her shoulder. It turned out to be Nayeon, who was with Yeona. "Rachel, what are you doing?" she stuttered, pretending nothing happened. Do nothing," Nayeon angrily scolded. "Are you not doing anything? You stepped on my foot. It hurts, you know that?" It turned out that Rachel had stepped back and stepped on Nayeon's foot. Sorry." After hearing Rachel's apology, Yeona and Nayeon also turned away. Rachel thought a little nervously, "Wait, if they go into the dressing room now?" The voices of the girls from earlier could be heard in the dressing room. "Hey, Nayeon, Yeona, did you guys hear the story?" At this moment, Rachel stood outside the door, holding her head and not knowing what to think. Her mind was exploding at this moment. "No, what should I do if these ridiculous rumors keep spreading like this then?" Rachel immediately went over and slammed open the dressing room door. Everyone turned to look at her. The other gossips looked at her stiffly, but Nayeon and Yeona turned to look at her, not knowing what had happened. Seeing Rachel slightly angry, the two girls who were spreading the rumor also forced a smile and avoided her, starting to walk away. "We go first." "Nayeon doesn't understand what's going on." "What? I was just saying something." Nayeon watched them leave, angrily shouting, "Hajin, what?" Then the door closed in the room, leaving only 3 people, while Nayeon was bewildered, not understanding what was happening while being told the unfinished story. Rachel breathed a sigh of relief. Yeona crossed her arms, silently looking at her in front. Behind her was Nayeon ruffling her hair, angrily exclaiming, What the hell are they trying to say?" Rachel was about to turn around and leave when she was suddenly called. "By the way, Rachel, you're on the same team as him, right?" "What about him?" Seeing that Rachel still didn't understand who Yeona was referring to, Nayeon spoke up, "It's Hajin." Yeona turned to look at Nayeon, angry but shy. "For some reason, it's not convenient for him to say his name." "Who said that?" "I'm fine. Will you stop talking nonsense?" In the current dressing room, only Rachel, Yeona and Nayeon were talking. "What's up? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh my, Yuyona laughed mysteriously. You act like you don't know anything, huh? Did the royal family contact him? Everyone knows that. Oh, by the way, the last preliminary contract was only used for rank 334. That's unreasonable, unless the royal family is really crazy. I think maybe someone found out what he was hiding. Hearing this, the room suddenly fell silent for a moment. Naeun didn't understand what was going on in the tense atmosphere between Rachel and Yuyona. She kept turning back and forth. What? What are you two talking about? Seeing that, Rachel immediately wanted to avoid it. I don't know what you're talking about. We dealt with him based on a mutual agreement. Yuyona raised her hand to her cheek, laughed loudly, and pointed at her. Ha, oh my gosh, I'm just kidding, just kidding. Yuyona stood with her arms crossed, continuing to ask her, then, you better use that privilege carefully. If you make people around you hate you, it's not okay. Rachel was so angry when she heard Yona say that she clenched her fists. She's trying to warn me. What she meant was that she had already reserved a seat with Kim Hajin, and I'm not allowed to get in between. If Kim Hajin refuses the contract, then there's no need to hold him back. Seeing this, Yona thought to herself, looks like he understood my warning. Then Yona continued, what a coincidence, we ended up in this situation together. Come to my room and have dinner first. Yona was just joking around, but Rachel suddenly spoke up, making Yona startled. Okay, I'm willing, Rachel thought firmly this time, but I don't know why. Right now, I don't want to lose to her. The scene changes to a living room, where three people sit on the sofa in silence. Yuyona turned her face away. Rachel didn't say anything either. Naeun, sitting in that cold atmosphere, was a bit surprised and didn't understand what the two of them were talking about. What kind of atmosphere is this? They keep talking about things that only the two of them understand. Yuyona looked at Rachel thoughtfully. The offer just now was just a courtesy, yet she agreed. What the hell is she thinking? Yuyona sat cross-legged with her arms crossed. Let's have some juice. No need, Rachel replied coldly. It continued in a silent atmosphere. Naeun looked back and forth between the two. Yuyona stood up, then she walked towards the table. She poured orange juice into a glass. I have something to ask. How do you know him? Rachel heard that and thought to herself. What way? Just a coincidence. She smiled softly. Yuyona, holding a glass of orange juice in her hand, walked towards Rachel. So you probably know why he hides his true self, right? Rachel's face darkened at that. I don't know. Well, that's hard to know. Naeun looked at the two people talking, still not understanding what was going on. What is he hiding? She whispered. That's right. I don't know anything about Kim Hajin's past, and also the reason why he hides his power. But, Yuyona put her hands forward. Whether I know or not, it doesn't change anything. There's no way things will change much. Whoever has more information is stronger. Before Yona could finish her sentence, Rachel interrupted. No, I believe I still have the upper hand. Now I just have to patiently wait for him to tell me himself. At least I don't have to bother finding out or investigating the reason. Hearing that made Yona surprised. Then Rachel Elizabeth Louise stood up. It's probably late. I'll excuse myself. She walked past her. Thanks for the evening. Rachel Elizabeth Louise left. Yuyona glanced at the door. Naeun looked at Yuyona, silent. Naeun clenched her hands and said tremblingly, Why did you two? What are you talking about? That I don't understand? You're obviously talking in Korean. The scene changes to a coffee shop. Suddenly, a voice is heard inside. Jamer, did you hear? Hajin likes Rachel. Tomer showed a surprised face and replied, Oh my god. Really? After seeing Tomer's expectant face, she immediately poured out a stream of information. Maybe you came from outside, so you don't know the news yet. But recently, because of that rumor, Cube has been in a lot of commotion. Hearing that, she replied absent-mindedly. Really? I didn't know. It turned out that the rumor was because Tomer worked hard day and night to learn how to make friends to expand his network, and spread that false rumor to new acquaintances. Of course I know, because I was the one who spread that rumor. The black-haired girl who had been silent until now also spoke up. They often go out together these days, but isn't it because they're in the same group? Huh! The black-haired girl explained the current situation in detail. And once Rachel graduates, he'll be captain of the Royal Society. So maybe he's just building a relationship first. Jane listened and accepted. That sounds reasonable. And recently, Hajin's rank increased to 334. So he's actually a good fit for the Royal Society of the British Empire, which is ranked 60th in the world. Tomer's face turned pale after hearing the conversation between the two. things shouldn't have gone this way. My plan is to first become close to some of the Cube cadets, and then have them spread the rumor further. Kim Hajin's plan to push his feelings is falling apart. I can't let the rumors die down. Tomer panicked, biting his nails and calculating. The two people beside Tomer were still chatting nonstop. Ah, is that so? Tomer suddenly spoke up, avoiding everything the two had said before. But don't they say, where there's smoke there's fire? The two girls said in unison. Really? Tomer looked at the two of them dejectedly and worried. I have to make them more interested in this. Oh right, I saw Hajin staring at Rachel earlier. His eyes looked very like they were filled with love. Tomer made a cute but goosebumps-inducing expression, winking and giving a thumbs up. This seems like it's going a bit too far. The two people heard that, and were as happy as if they had won the lottery. Really? That's unexpected. Seeing the two people so happy after hearing the incorrect information made Tomer feel a little guilty. Did they really believe it? Maybe it's because they're at an age where they're very interested in other people's relationships. Jane asked curiously. I know. Is there anything else? Tomer broke out in a cold sweat, thinking. Let's see. Oh right, back when we all went out for coffee together. As she was about to continue the story, her smartwatch notified her of an incoming message. Mission in progress. Tomer, in this week's 4th class, please receive the item. It will help you complete the mission. It turned out that Hajin had hacked and accessed Tomer's watch. It seemed like Tomer already knew why he came to this school. Kim Hajin leaned back in his chair. I knew she came to Cube for another reason. Hajin thought back to the night before at the nearby convenience store. Hey Hajin, didn't expect to see you there. Kim Hajin looked at her rambling and thought to himself. I feel like I've been running into her a lot more often lately. He noticed the watch on Tomer's hand. Wait a minute, that watch. There's something strange about it. Back in the present, Kim Hajin was looking at the screen concluding that it's definitely a fake. It looks so real, but I can't fool it. You click on the messages in Tomer's watch. The mission will take place simultaneously in Rachel's classes this Wednesday. Send your report via smartwatch. If you see any unusual activity or other agents mixed in while Rachel was out on her day off, report it to your superiors. Tomer received orders from his superiors. Tell me the location of the quest item. I will find it at the date and time stated above. Hajin looked at the message history and secretly felt pleased. It seems Tomer is really aiming for Rachel, even though I had to use ADSP so she wouldn't realize I was hacked. But I also got some valuable information. Tomer would never have imagined that she was the one who leaked the information. Oh, there's a new message. Kim Hajin looked at the contents inside. The 4th layer will be a fake relic competition. There's a management center on the lowest level of the B8 underground area. Hajin saw that and spoke up. Wednesday? That's tomorrow. The lowest floor of underground area B8. The item has been placed there. Starting at 11 a.m., the management center will. Suddenly a ting sound from the smartwatch caught Hajin's attention. There's not much time. We have to act faster. At this time, there is still the sound of incoming messages. Kim Hajin opened the bulletin board and checked. A message with a picture? Who is it? Message has content. Can you teach me how to do this exercise? Rachel. What? Wait, this isn't her? The scene changes to a person writing on a book. It seems like he is planning for an upcoming test, the contents of which were: it is important to calculate the thickness of the mana in the dungeon. It can be said that this is an essential ability of a hero, because, based on the actual situation, the thickness of the dungeon's mana can signal trouble. Practice. Suppose there are 6 goblins in a small dungeon. Before you could kill the goblins, a 9th level magical explosive trap was activated. It turned out that the person watching this was Chinayan. She was watching while sighing in frustration. She painfully grabbed her hair with tears streaming down her cheeks. I don't understand what the books say at all. I've studied it in the textbook, but I still can't solve these questions. This damn phenomenon analysis subject. It keeps talking about calculations, but I don't understand what it says. In front of her was Rachel, who was studying diligently. Suddenly she looked at her watch. After waiting for a while, Rachel sighed and gave up. Looking at Rachel's helpless face, Naeun also realized that she must have found it difficult too. Looking at the mangled letters on the page, Naeun continued to sigh. For Hajin, it must be a piece of cake. She was silent for a moment, and then stared at her smartwatch. Naeun wondered how she should ask Hajin to tutor her. She imagined along with her requesting messages and her doubtful faces. Teach me how to do this exercise. Is that too much of a loss? Can you teach me how to do this exercise? If you just give it to me, I'll treat you to a meal. That's not very good either. If you can teach me, you're a genius. I sound like an idiot. After a while of choosing, Chinaeun decided to text, "Can you teach me how to do this?" Her face was slightly red, looking at the message hesitantly. A moment later, Chinaeun decided to press send. After the message was sent, she crossed her arms confidently, thinking, "I'm almost there. But just to be sure, I'll ask, what if I do it wrong?" 20 minutes later, Hajin still hadn't replied, making Chinaeun gradually become angry. Is he ignoring my messages? She was annoyed and picked up her bag to leave. Seriously, does he think I can just ask him? Suddenly a ting sound from her smartwatch made her stop. After the beep, Chinaeun looked at the smartwatch with a slightly red face. She smiled, slowly put her bag down and sat back down at the table. Over here, Hajin scratched his head worriedly. It's taking too long to write down an explanation so Naeun can understand. An image of Chinaeun looking a little annoyed while working on her homework appeared. He puts a lot of effort into everything he does. He did the same in his last presentation. Suddenly a thought flashed through Hajin's mind. In the future, he will become a hero, maybe even better than his brother. Suddenly, that thought seemed to have turned the air around him into a dark one. I'm so used to living here that I forgot. The image of him unconscious, along with the girl sitting beside him, appeared in Kim Hajin's mind. Although he has been turned into a demon seed, so he is currently in a coma. After the incubation period, he will turn into a demonic human. Currently, there is no hero strong enough to defeat him. No one knows how long Chai Jingyun will sleep, so before that happens I need to. The problem is, only I know why Chinaeun is in this state. That also means I can't ask anyone for help. I can't bring myself to get close to him, unless I disguise myself. Thinking so, Hajin took down the black postcard placed on the cabinet. That's right, back then, an image of a purple-haired girl appeared in his mind. Kim Hajin, come join us! She gave him that postcard. Kim Hajin looked at the card in his hand in confusion. This is the Geronimo mercenaries. Back to the present, Kim Hajin looked at the card in his hand, his heart slightly hesitant. The Geronimo mercenaries, one of the top mercenary groups today. But that's actually just a disguise for the chameleon troop. I don't know why they chose to recruit me and not Shin Jong-hak. But I wonder how much more this will distort the story. If I can get help from them, then it's probably possible to kill Chai Jingyun without anyone noticing. Suddenly, Hajin's friends appeared in his mind, causing him to fall into silence and listlessness. Suddenly a call made Kim Hajin jump. Hajin, the voice was avalanche coming from outside the door. The little girl rubbed her eyes and said, "You're not asleep yet?" Seeing the girl, he pushed his chair back and walked towards her. "Sorry, did it wake you up? It's too bright?" The little girl holding the teddy bear listlessly replied, "Yes." He walked over and hugged Evangel on his shoulder, coaxing her. "Good girl, go back to sleep." Just as little Evangel, Hajin thought about Naeun's story. Okay, I need to slow down a bit. If the incubation period of the demon seed is about 5 to 6 years, then I still have a year left. I'm sure there will be a way to solve this. His figure slowly walked out the door. Inside was the black card he placed on the laptop. The space inside darkened, revealing a mysterious society hidden within. The scene shifts to inside the academy. A voice is lecturing, making everyone listen attentively. I'm sure you all know, today's practical training is a fake relic competition. Hearing him speak, everyone below discussed excitedly. Kim Hajin stood to one side, silently thinking. Usually for relics, whichever country finds them will become their master. But in this world, many countries have been destroyed because of fighting over holy relics. So now, relics found in the open lands will belong to the person who discovered them. To get those relics, guilds or even demonic humans will kill each other. That is the relic war. In other words, this is a training exercise for us to experience what real relic war is like. At this moment, Teacher Sohyuk looked at the system board and started announcing. The scale of the relic excavation site is extremely huge. The theme will be close combat. The command hierarchy, method of communication with other members, and the location of the relic are unknown. You need to always make the right decision. During training, the white team will be responsible for defense, and the black team will be responsible for offense. If we judge that you have suffered a fatal injury, or if you shout "I surrender," you will be disqualified. A snap of fingers came from Sohyuk. All right. Suddenly, a dark shadow came from nowhere, blocking Kim Hajin's vision. Everyone in the academy couldn't help but panic. What is this? I can't see anything, Teacher Suhyuk on the podium quickly explained. Be quiet, that's my mana, so there's no need to be surprised. I'm blindfolding you so I can separate you into different locations. Now let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone gradually moved to follow Suhyuk with loud noises behind them. Kim Hajin also followed behind, secretly admiring. Speaking of which, it's not that surprising that an upper mid-tier hero can blind so many cadets. But it doesn't work for me. You used the skill from your sharp eyes to decipher the master's spell. Kim Hajin's eyes lit up, looking at every corner from where he passed. Along with everyone's footsteps, he leisurely followed behind, secretly calculating. When mentioning the relic excavation area, people will think of a pit. But with the most advanced technology used, it would be closer to a bunker, because the people of this world possess many kinds of wonderful talents. Underground Floor 1, the number of people assigned here is 15 cadets. Everyone was confused at this point, not understanding what was happening. He silently calculated the remaining people. Basement 2, 25 cadets. The third basement floor has Chinaeun, Rachel Dot and 15 other cadets. Those two will fight fiercely. He suddenly stopped. Kim Hajin looked at his shirt color. And I'm on the fourth basement? I'm on the black team. The color has changed. I wanted to find out where Shin Jong-hak and Kim Seho were, but there's no other way. Is this a residential area? Suddenly, he noticed to the side. Kim Hajin looked at the blurry person before his eyes doubtfully. Wait a minute. The person in the next room. Suddenly, an announcement startled him. All cadets have been assigned. The relic is being guarded by an NPC, or on the way to somewhere else. The white team must protect the relic, while the black team must steal it. Countdown begins. The announcement just ended. The other side of the door was opened, revealing a person dressed in white. Bang, then the door was closed. Two people, one male and one female, wearing two different colored clothes, were standing waiting for the countdown. Ready. 5.4. Rachel and Chinaeun are also waiting every second. 3.2.1. Declaring war. Hajin looked at the smartwatch on his hand, holding the pistol and analyzing the relic. That Tomer has to go get is in area B33 of the lowest floor, right? The lowest floor is basement 7, but here comes the trouble. Yuyona is in the next room and he's on the white team. He looked into the next room. A familiar purple-haired girl caught his eye. She smiled at the door. The two looked at each other without saying a word. To get from here to the hallway, I'm sure to run into him. Suddenly Yuyona spoke up. I know someone is in there. I heard it all. She flipped her hair and greeted herself. What team are you on? I'm on the white team. After waiting for a while, she lost patience and concluded to herself. No answer? So you're on the dark team? Mr. Yuyona pressed a button available on the door. This has been happening from the beginning. I feel sorry for you too. Let's just say you're unlucky. Before she could finish her sentence, the door opened, making Yona fall silent. Seeing the person in front of her, she was shocked to see someone she knew on the other side. Her eyes widened in surprise. In front of Yona was Hajin, standing still, waiting. Hajin saw her standing still and thought to himself, why did he suddenly stop attacking? For some reason, he looks a little nervous. On the other side, Yuyona was under mental pressure, holding her weapon firmly in her hand. She was afraid of the character before her eyes. This is bad. I didn't expect Hajin to be my first opponent. Suddenly, Hajin raised his hand. Seeing him move, Yona panicked, her eyes widening. She stammered a warning in fear. Don't do anything stupid. Seeing her so tense, Kim Hajin also suddenly shouted, Huh! He didn't understand the situation and thought to himself, I just feel itchy, so I want to scratch a little. Yuyona worried, gritting her teeth. She slowly analyzed his previous battle record. His weapon is a normal cadet pistol, but he can unleash an attack powerful enough to pierce through energy armor. What should I do? Fight him? Or? Yuyona turned her head back, looking at something. Behind her was an empty space with nothing else. I'm done for. The corridor outside is very narrow and one way only. No matter how far I run, I'm still within his gun range. Yuyona instantly calmed down and held her weapon firmly. I have to calm down. This could be my chance. Until now, I've only been estimating his strength through observation. This is my chance to find out how strong he is. Yuyona and Kim Hajin's expressions were as if they were opposites. She thought to herself, this is my chance to personally find out how strong he is. Yuyona's expression was now filled with determination. Her grip on The whip tightened unconsciously. Kim Ha-jin was still in a daze. He didn't notice that her whip was lashing hard towards him. Yuyona whipped very quickly, straight into Kim Ha-jin's hand, caused the gun in your hand to fall out. Kim Ha-jin still doesn't quite understand the situation. Only when the gun flew high did Kim Ha-jin suddenly let out a cry. Yuyona's whip continued to move, intending to wrap around Kim Ha-jin's gun. Just like that, Kim Ha-jin's gun was in her hands. Yuyona held the gun in her hand, but her face was still very bewildered. She looked at the gun in her hand and couldn't help but smile happily. I got the gun. I didn't expect to be able to get it. Yuyona looked at Kim Ha-jin's side again. You are still standing there, stunned, as if petrified. He's really not that strong that I can't beat him. Yuyona was very confident, closed her eyes, put her hands on her hips and said, Without a weapon, even you can't do it. Suddenly, the gun seemed to move through the air. Before she could finish her sentence, the gun in her hand had disappeared. Yuyona looked down at her palms, not understanding anything. Yuyona panicked when she looked over and saw that Kim Ha-jin had taken the gun back. When did you take it back? Kim Ha-jin calmly replied, Just now. Yuyona was shocked when she heard that, not believing what happened. But I don't see you move. Are you using mana? Kim Ha-jin still didn't care much, replying casually. Let's assume that's the case. Yuyona is extremely confusing. Kim Ha-jin had an orange string wrapped around his arm. That string was also attached to the gun. Kim Ha-jin thought to himself, because this isn't mana exactly. I use the ether string to prepare for situations like this. Kim Ha-jin still had that childish expression, raised the gun, and pointed it straight at Yuyona. Yuyona looked a little worried. She tightened her whip, concentrating her thoughts. This space here is too small, so I'll be within his range no matter where I run. If you get shot it will hurt a lot, right? If I die, I'll be the first one eliminated. Yuyona was scared, closing her eyes tightly as if she could only wait for the bullet to come without being able to do anything. A moment later, not knowing what happened, Kim Ha-jin walked over. He let out a small cry of pain. The hand that was hit by Yuyona just now has turned dark red, Kim Ha-jin said as he walked. If that punch hadn't missed, I would have broken my bones. Yona is really strong. But I didn't expect such a big place to be empty. Saying that, Kim Ha-jin raised his hand to the information panel that was projected from the watch. Have they moved to another area? Kim Ha-jin suddenly became a little quiet, and his whole face darkened. Thinking something in his head, all participants of the fake relic competition are equipped with life display devices. It will determine the user's remaining HP and show others. It's a device that can tell whether the cadet can continue or not. So, if I use a computer to collect GPS data from that device, then I will be able to use smartwatch to check GPS data directly. Kim Ha-jin thought of a map again. There is a glowing orange spot up there. For example, Tomer, she's in the underground bathroom, level 7. Kim Ha-jin focused on the screen that was being displayed. It looks like she's not moving at all, so she's probably wandering around looking for items. The place where Kim Ha-jin is standing is extremely empty. You continue doing something. Try the others first. On that information screen again shows the map. On the map, there are countless glowing spots right now. It also displays the name of each spot. That's Chinaeon, the other bright spot is Rachel. Rachel and Naeun are on the 3rd level basement. They are fighting each other. On the other side of the map, there are 2 glowing spots standing facing each other, Kim Suho and Shin Jong-hak. Kim Ha-jin was very interested when he saw the 2 of them fighting each other. This is a big fight. Is there any CCTV nearby? Having said that, Kim Ha-jin immediately found. Here it is. On the screen right now is Kim Suho. Opposite is none other than Shin Jong-hak. He is smiling confidently. Kim Ha-jin is like watching a 3D movie right now. You even wear 3D glasses like in the cinema, drinking water while watching attentively. Shin Jong-hak spoke first. Kim Suho, I knew this day would come soon. Me too. Come on, I'll show you the difference between our strengths. Then, not knowing what happened, he heard a loud noise. Kim Ha-jin was startled. His face was a bit panicked. Kim Ha-jin still hadn't fully recovered. He looked up and saw that on the opposite side, the door had opened. I was startled. What's all the noise? Hey, I forgot I have to go to Tomer's place. Now is. Okay, let's go. Having said that, Kim Ha-jin immediately walked away. In another space, there was a black-haired boy, sitting on the ground with an extremely flustered look. I surrender. I surrender. There is a man with a sword in front. As soon as he finished saying those words, a piece of tape immediately appeared around his eyes. That person was none other than Naeun. She let out a sigh of relief, raised her hand to wipe her face, and said, "This is the third person. It's pretty easy." Not far from Naeun, there were 2 people tied up lying on the ground. Naeun raised her sword, looking at it with pride. "I never thought I could master the sword to this extent in less than 3 months. I guess I have quite a talent for swordsmanship." Suddenly someone called her. "Naeun! That person is none other than Jian." She rushed forward with a look of absolute joy. "Awesome! I'm saved! Jian, where have you been?" As Jian listened to Naeun's question, her mood started to get gloomy. She recounted, "I was hiding, then the black team found me. I almost didn't escape. Oh, I also ran out of arrows while running away." Naeun heard and smiled and said, "You must be very tired. It's good to meet you here. A support like Jian is very weak in frontal attacks. She will be useful in combat with her support skills." Naeun suddenly swung her sword in the air, then happily walked forward. "Then let's go get some points." Jian was a little surprised, so she turned to the direction Naeun was walking. "Ah, that's right, Naeun. Rachel is on this floor." Naeun was a bit stunned when she heard that. Naeun muttered under her breath, "Is Rachel here?" "Yeah, I was surprised too. When I saw her, I paused for a bit." Suddenly there was a noise. Naeun immediately turned her head. Not letting Jian finish her sentence, Naeun interrupted. "Jian, wait!" Naeun held her hand behind her back, signaling her to be quiet. "There's some strange noise coming from the stairs." Naeun stared intently at that place. Naeun quickly raised her sword into a fighting stance, not forgetting to tell Jian, "Get behind me." Jian obeyed, but when the person making the noise appeared before her, Naeun was a little surprised. Naeun was no longer wary, but instead confused. Both of them were happy and said at the same time, "What? Yona!" Yona was looking extremely tired right now. She bent down, breathing heavily. "Naeun!" Naeun was stunned and immediately ran back. "Why are you so sweaty? Who are you seeing?" Yona was a bit evasive, her eyes looking away. "That person." Naeun looked at his expression and guessed. "Kim Hajin." Jian then stepped forward and said, "Kim Hajin, can you take him down, because your rank is much higher than his?" Hearing that question, Yona jumped up as if she had been hit in the heart. Yona didn't answer. Her eyes were a bit helpless, not knowing what to say. Remembering just now, when she was closing her eyes waiting for the bullet to fly towards her, there was a sound. What flew out was not a bullet, but Kim Hajin's hand. He tapped Yona on the shoulder. Kim Hajin just like that walked out of the fighting room. "This is just the beginning, take it slow." Yona was a little stunned. She immediately turned her head around in a daze. Kim Hajin still coldly walked forward. Back to the present, Yona crossed her arms, looking away. She thought to herself, "I was the one who almost got defeated." Naeun was still a bit confused, so she asked Yona, what is he doing?" Yona replied, "I'm not sure either. A scout, I think." Jiun suddenly spoke. She smiled with delight. "Could it be that he went looking for Rachel?" Naeun wondered. Why would he do that?" Jiun innocently said, "Because he likes Rachel." Yona was a bit surprised when she heard that. "What?" But the person who was most concerned was Naeun. She was petrified on the spot. The news Jiun brought was like a thunderbolt that hit Naeun's head. She was so shocked that her mouth was wide open, not believing it was true. Jiun continued innocently, "Because he likes Rachel." Naeun's hands started shaking non-stop and her mouth kept stuttering something. She was surprised, imagining the scene of Kim Hajin shyly paying attention to Rachel. Naeun's expression was extremely strange as she asked Jiun back, What are you talking about?" Jiun calmly replied, "You didn't know? There's been such a rumor spreading throughout Cube recently." Yona looked extremely cold, crossed her arms and said, "But that rumor is really nonsense." Really? Yona thought to herself. This fake relic competition takes up a large portion of our total score, so now we don't have time to pay attention to such nonsense rumors. After thinking, she immediately asked Jiun, "More importantly, have you found the location of the relic?" Jiun took out a small box from somewhere and placed it in the palm of her hand. Yeah, I found one. I found an NPC on the way here." Meanwhile, Naeun was still standing there like a lost soul. All that was on my mind was, "Does Kim Hajin like Rachel?" Yona was overjoyed to hear the news from Jiun. "That's good, let's move this to the first floor." Now Jiun also happily responded, while Naeun's soul seemed to have flown away, just with a dreamy gaze staring into space. Naeun's brain probably can't think of anything right now. Ha! After a moment of silence, Naeun suddenly spoke up. "Jiun!" Jiun heard her call and turned around in surprise. Yona also turned attentively to see what Naeun wanted to say. Naeun stuttered a bit and said Yona said so. That's probably not true. There's a high chance that such rumors are circulating because they're on the same team. Jiun didn't really care, but still responded enthusiastically. Yeah, maybe so, but everyone's talking about it. This part makes me a little suspicious that there is some truth to it. Naeun tried to refute even more after hearing that. It's not like that. I think so. Yuyona stood to the side, covering her mouth and laughing as if she realized something. Suddenly she looked up. A purple light flashed straight at Yona's face, and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Something bright was coming towards them. Its speed is very fast. Jiun turned around, bewildered. Jiun! Luckily, Yona was quick to use her whip to break the sharp arrows flying towards Jiun. Jiun was a little surprised and scared. The sharp arrows just like that were broken in half, falling back to the ground. Naeun turned to ask worriedly, Yona, are you okay? Yona replied, holding her whip tightly. Something like this won't take me down. Besides, not letting Yona finish her sentence, Naeun got angry, took out her sword and shouted, Who the hell is that? Come out here! All three of them looked up at the direction the arrows were coming from. Everyone was on guard. There was definitely someone standing right there. It was none other than Rachel's group. She and her teammates were using cold, attentive gazes towards Yona's group. Naeun couldn't contain her anger, and shouted loudly, Rachel, you attacked me sneaky. How cowardly! As soon as she finished speaking, Rachel suddenly pointed her sword straight forward. She didn't reply to any of Naeun's words, just coldly ordered, Everyone attack! Hearing Rachel's command, her teammates immediately rushed towards Yona's group. Each of them held their own weapons in their hands. Yona turned back, reminding Jiun, Jiun, run away! Jiun panicked, and immediately replied, Okay. Suddenly, someone stood from above and shot an arrow down, blocking right in front of Jiun. She was surprised and immediately screamed loudly. Naeun was fighting with a sword. Hearing the scream, she turned back. Jiun was angry and used all her strength to swing her sword, sending the other two flying a few feet, but they used their feet to scrape the ground to prevent themselves from slipping. Both of them smiled with pleasure, thinking to themselves, With the two of us here, even Naeun can't win, right? In contrast to his face, his female teammate was breathing heavily, alert. Naeun coldly said one word, Get out. Byung-ho and his female teammate looked at each other with puzzled eyes, not understanding what Naeun meant. Naeun became more and more angry, continuously slashing her sharp private part towards the two of them, creating a bright line in space. I'm busy, so get the fuck out! On the other side, Yona's whip was lashing at her opponent's sword. Yona's breathing was extremely heavy, but her eyes were still fixed on the front. The person facing her was a white-haired boy. He was extremely alert. He thought to himself, She's blocking us from reaching Jiun. Does Yona always make such sacrificial choices? Or maybe it's because, as if he had just thought of something, he immediately turned back and spoke loudly to his teammates. Hey, I think Jiun has a relic with him. Yona was extremely surprised when she heard him say that. An order was given, find her. Naeun panicked, not believing her ears. Jiun was hiding in a corner, also panicking, but could only cover her mouth with her hand. As for Yona, she gritted her teeth in anger. Very soon, the white-haired man found where Jiun was hiding. Here she is! Bring out the relic. He was so busy searching for the Holy Spirit that he didn't notice Naeun rushing towards him from afar. Don't dream about it. Suddenly something made the ground under Naeun's feet seem to be cut in half. She was a little surprised and shrank back. The ground was breaking apart. Small pieces of stone were flying everywhere. Naeun stared at the ground below in surprise. An attack this strong? The only person who can possess a technique this powerful can only be. Thinking, Naeun turned her head and saw Rachel holding a sharp sword and rushing towards her. The tip of her sword just like that slashed a horizontal line without any intersection. Luckily, Naeun was quick-witted, and retreated, dodging the slash. Rachel's eyes showed a bit of surprise when she saw Naeun dodge like that. But very soon after that, Rachel moved quickly, continuously attacking Naeun. Naeun could only slowly back away and block the attack with her sword. Rachel's blows came like a storm. Even the sword that was used to win battles quickly like that was pushed back when she clashed. She was truly strong. Naeun looked back at Rachel. She kept her cool face, using her sword skillfully to strike, as fast as lightning. Naeun thought further, She knows my swordsmanship is lacking, so she's trying to push me into a corner. Plus, damn, just block the attacks is hard enough. Damn it, she cursed involuntarily. Even so, really, I don't want to lose to Rachel. Rachel had now retreated a few inches. Naeun's sword is now glowing, as if power is surrounding it. She held her sword upright. A blue flame burned fiercely, engulfing the sword. Naeun's eyes were extremely determined, without any fear. Just like that, Naeun used her sword to slash down hard at Rachel. The power of the sword was so great that it startled Rachel, causing her to fall backwards. Dust and smoke filled the air. Rachel got into position very quickly. Her energy suddenly changed. Look at the power of Naeun's sword, slashing continuously towards me. Rachel just quickly backed away. Her mana is truly impressive, but it's still too clumsy to use. Instead of countering her attacks, I just need to dodge and wait for an opportunity. But things didn't go as she wanted. While dodging, Rachel's legs suddenly twisted to the side. Rachel looked down in panic. Naeun was also stunned for a moment, as if she had grabbed a piece of food. Naeun immediately took action, and at the opportunity she jumped up. She firmly held the sword that was covered in her power, charging straight towards Rachel. Princess, the bride's concentration is lost. Just like that, Naeun slashed down with all her might. The force was so great that it felt like the ground was about to shatter a second time. Luckily, Rachel managed to dodge back in time. Her face was still filled with panic. That was close. I'll close the distance again, and then, as she was thinking, Rachel looked down at where she was, placing her hands. The ground began to crack and crumble. And just like that, Rachel was floating in midair. What? Naeun, not far away, looked at Rachel falling straight down and felt extremely surprised. Yona and her teammate Rachel were fighting. Seeing that scene, they were equally surprised. Where Rachel stood, the ground broke into large pieces, then just like that, fell into the air. She was no exception. Rachel's face now looked full of astonishment and surprise. She just fell straight down into the void. Rachel! Everyone around now could only stand there, staring blankly into the deep, black hole in the middle of the room. Rachel below landed. She was still a little panicked. Just now, did the floor collapse? Just one hit? Rachel remembered Naeun's slash just now. The power was immense, like a bomb exploding. Above, people started to talk about something very loudly. The floor collapsed! Rachel stared at the big hole in the floor. Oh yeah, no time now. I should join the team soon. Suddenly, someone appeared. Rachel sensed it, and immediately turned to look. The person who appeared was none other than Suho. Rachel thought to herself, Kim Suho. He smiled, then slowly walked out. His hand was drawing a sword. Rachel breathed heavily, exhausted, then slowly stood up. Rachel thought to herself, do we really have to go in now? Then suddenly, Kim Suho jumped up and rushed towards Rachel. His sword just slashed past. Luckily Rachel dodged it. Not knowing what happened, I only saw that something crashed into the wall, causing the wall to explode. Meanwhile, on the 6th underground floor, there is a camera running. Kim Ha-jin glanced behind him, where the camera was pointed straight at him. He muttered to himself, there are trackers everywhere. I should be careful not to attract suspicion. Somewhere else, through the cameras, a frame with Kim Ha-jin appeared. He was muttering something under his breath. Back at Ha-jin, he put on a fake face, looked away, and deliberately spoke loudly. I think I'll go look for some relics in the bathroom. Should I look inside? As he entered the restroom, Kim Ha-jin could see someone huddled inside. Kim Ha-jin, with eyes that seemed to be programmed, slowly opened the restroom door. Inside was a man who was scared, sweating profusely. He was still holding a relic box in his hand. Kim Ha-jin was quite surprised. Oh my god, is there really a relic here? Not another word. Kim Ha-jin directly snatched the relic box from the man's hand. The man was so scared that he immediately ran away sobbing. Please spare me. Kim Ha-jin was still standing there, staring blankly in the direction the man ran. His image gradually faded away. That NPC's hologram looks so real, it's a bit creepy. Kim Ha-jin said and sat down on the toilet, raising his hand to check the time. I accidentally found a relic. I should quickly decide how to get rid of Tomer. Right now, Tomer is right down here. She's waiting in the bathroom of the 7th basement. In another bathroom, Tomer was also sitting seriously on a toilet. Ha-jin looked intently at the watch's display. There is a management center in Area B3 of the lowest floor. The items are being stored there. Starting from 11 a.m. until noon, the management center will be completely empty. So come get it then. Ha-jin read and immediately calculated in his head. There are 15 minutes left until the appointed time. What should I do? Suddenly Ha-jin realized something. His eyes flashed with surprise. He looked up and saw the vent in the bathroom. Yes, vent. Kim Ha-jin thought to himself. The ventilation duct will definitely be connected to the 7th floor, Kim Hajin thought as he slowly pulled down his sleeve. Then with Sung Hyun's magic power, become the smoke that has the power to put Tomer to sleep. After the power source disappeared, a wisp of smoke slowly rose from the tattoo. Kim Hajin watched the smoke go away, then laughed happily. If I let it fly down the vent, that's it, because this magical smoke moves according to my will. A moment later, in the bathroom where Tomer was sitting, the smoke began to fill the room. Tomer uncomfortably waved the smoke away from him. What the hell is that? That's right, even if you try to make it dissipate, it won't be of any use. Just like that, Tomer had unintentionally inhaled a large amount of that smoke into his body. After inhaling that smoke, Tomer was a bit stunned. A dim light seemed to appear in front of him. What is this? Tomer's whole head was spinning, making her dizzy and unable to stand. Tomer's eyes gradually closed, his will gradually becoming blurred. Why do I suddenly feel sleepy? I can't sleep. Here is. So after muttering, Tomer fell forward. Just like that, Tomer quickly lay unconscious on the floor. Hajin sighed inwardly and exclaimed, "Well done, it was a success." A moment later, Hajin slowly opened the door to the observation room. It was eerily quiet inside. Kim Hajin peeked in to observe. Is there no one there? With that, Hajin stepped inside. He noticed the screen was glowing. Is that the box? He immediately opened the box. When Hajin completely opened the box, a bright light shone from inside the box. Hajin looked inside, dumbfounded. The system panel displays the item's information. Gimlet of Weakening, high-level spell, poison attribute. A club that weakens the opponent it injures. High-level magical effect it is. Enchanted with a weakness spell. Seeing this item, Hajin stared at it intently. In his mind, he kept asking himself, what is this all? Does it have advanced spells? He swallowed, not believing his thoughts. This thing itself is not a relic, but its value is at least several hundred million, and now it's mine. Thinking about the value of that hammer, Hajin was always happy. I took off my face and walked away singing. I even deleted the tracking device recording. There shouldn't be any problems now. Suddenly, he noticed something. In the hallway right now, Rachel was leaning against the wall. Hajin saw her and couldn't help but wonder, is Rachel on the 6th floor? Rachel had many scratches on her body. She was breathing heavily. But why does she look like that? Kim Hajin asked silently in his mind. Kim Hajin standing behind, speak up. Rachel! She was immediately scared when she heard the sudden call. Her whole body jerked, and her mouth kept saying strange words. Hajin looked at her worriedly and continued, it's me, it's okay. I'm also on the black team. Rachel turned back with a pale face. She looked like she was about to cry. Hajin! Hajin asked worriedly, what happened? Why is your face like that? Rachel reached up and touched her other arm. Be silent for a moment before answering. I want to try sneaking up on someone. Kim Hajin was helpless when he heard the answer. Rachel continued, her face drooping as if she had lost all vitality. And then I ran into Kim Suho. I barely managed to escape. But then I was chased by Chinaeun and Yuyona, and when I escaped I was caught in the magician's magic. Hajin heard and felt helpless towards her. You've suffered. Rachel continued weakly, how many people do you have now, Hajin? Hajin replied immediately, no one. What about you, Rachel? Rachel said a little shyly, just one. Rachel sadly lowered her head, breathing heavily. Kim Hajin standing beside her saw everything. Her appearance right now is extremely pitiful, looking extremely exhausted and weak. At this rate, Rachel's score in the competition will be very low. It's easy to make up for low performance. I just need to maintain an average ranking. But it's different with Rachel, because the standards set for her are very high, Hajin said as he took out a relic box and handed it to Rachel. It's not too late. Rachel held the relic box he gave her, confused, and said, this is a relic? Are you the one who found it? Kim Hajin immediately replied, please take it upstairs. You're faster than me, Rachel. Rachel was startled when she heard that and said in panic, what? Why are you telling me? Not letting her finish her sentence, Kim Hajin interrupted, please take it. I just want to help you. Your face is very serious right now. Rachel was still staring intently into the Kim Hajin relic box, her eyes filled with sincerity. Rachel looked at it, dumbfounded. There's a fire escape at the end of the hallway, to my right. There aren't many people on that side. Rachel was still a little worried, looking down at the relic box in her hand, but was it okay? Suddenly, from behind there was a loud voice. I found her. Rachel started and glanced back. It was none other than Yona and Naeun's group charging forward aggressively. This time I will definitely kill you. Rachel was startled when she saw it. Kim Hajin beside her was also a little scared. Tisk, the 6 people of the white team. Naeun was rushing over and immediately recognized Hajin standing with Rachel. Naeun's group noticed the relic box in Rachel's hand. She's holding a relic? Seeing that, Naeun ran towards Rachel and said fiercely, "She got it from someone already." And Kim Hajin immediately turned to Rachel and said, "Go quickly." She took a few steps back but still stuttered, wanting to say something. "Hurry up. I'll hold them off as long as I can." This sentence just said made Rachel stunned. In her heart, there was a strange feeling of warmth. She didn't know what else to say. Rachel clutched the relic tightly in her hand, shyly running away while saying, "Thank you." At this, Kim Hajin shouted loudly, signaling Rachel to Geo hurry up. Hearing that, she hesitated a little, but not letting her hesitate any longer, he urged, "Hurry up, I will hold them as long as possible." As soon as these words were spoken, Rachel was stunned. She felt a strange warmth in her heart. She tightly held the box in her hand. Then she turned around, looked back, her eyes reluctant and a bit moved as she replied, "Thank you." Realizing she was running away, Peru realized and shouted, "Hey, who said you can go?" With that said, he drew his bow and aimed the arrow from behind. The arrow was shot out, heading straight towards Rachel, who was trying to escape. Suddenly there was a loud bang as the arrow flew near Rachel. This scene successfully confused and unseen Peru. The smoke after the explosion gradually cleared, revealing the arrow stuck straight into the ground. Looking at Kim Hajin with the gun still bearing the marks of the bullet, he angrily cursed, "You insect." At this time, he signaled to Junyoung beside him, "Let Junyoung and I chase after Rachel," but was immediately stopped. At this moment, Yuyona raised her hand to block him, her expression as if she was calculating something. She said, "Just stay here, he's very strong." At that moment, Yuyona and Kim Hajin's group fell silent, facing each other directly. But then, Naeun couldn't help but speak up to advise, "Hajin, you want to 1 versus 6 by yourself? Are you crazy?" Hearing that, Kim Hajin still had an indifferent expression and calmly replied, "Well, sometimes that's true." Then he looked up at the ceiling, silently calculating. "Luckily, there are many structures here for me to hold onto. Like this, I can use parkour to escape." At this moment, Kim Hajin faced his opponent directly, cocked his gun, and challenged, "Just try it and you'll know. Anyway, my main mission is to buy time for Rachel." Seeing that he didn't seem worried at all, and even challenged her, Byung-go couldn't help but ask irritably, "Why are you all so scared? He's just a kid with a gun." Right after that, Byung-go's axe handle bulged, emitting mana energy. "If no one comes up, then let me up." Having said that, he immediately enthusiastically swung the axe in his hand and rushed forward with great excitement. On this side, Kim Hajin also raised his hand holding the gun, aimed at the target, and fired continuously at Byung-go, causing him to suddenly switch from being on the offensive to being on the defensive, quickly retreating, dodging each bullet. Suddenly something purple flew up and passed by Byung-go's face. It turned out that both Yeona and Chaeneon were attacking Kim Hajin from behind, leaving Byung-go, who was dodging the attack, completely stunned. The 2 attacks flew out and intertwined, heading straight for Hajin, who was holding the gun. At the crucial moment, Hajin used his special ability to slow down time, aiming straight for the shooting time. Then he lifted his leg, then leaned over, dodging Yona's attack. A gun in his hand was immediately pulled off. The bullet shot out, quickly heading towards Chaeneon's arrow. Finally, the bullet and arrow collided. The attack was redirected to Byung-go. This situation left him unable to react. The man looked at the arrow that was attacking his forehead. With a bang, the attack collided with Byung-go's forehead, causing him to fall backwards. It seems that after that impact, he gradually lost consciousness. Seeing the result was different from what he expected, Kim Hajin was also stunned. This situation was truly unexpected, but not just me. Naeun and Barumaran also opened their mouths and eyes wide at the scene that had just happened in a flash. With just one move, Byung-go was officially defeated. He lay motionless on the ground in pain from the impact. Seeing this, the atmosphere fell silent. Chaeneon approached and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" Byung-go suddenly jumped up, grimacing, tears welling up in his eyes from the pain at the spot that had just been impacted. He shouted, "What is this?" He didn't expect Hajin to be so merciless. Frustrated, he shouted, "Why are you fighting your own teammates?" But at that moment, Byung-ho's vision-blocking glass appeared, blinding him, preventing him from speaking. He couldn't take it anymore, struggling in frustration. In Kim Ha-jin's eyes at this moment, Byung-go was no different from a child who had his candy taken away. Cadet Byung-go, HP remaining 0, disqualified. In my heart I cannot help but sigh. Looks like his remaining HP is quite low. What a coincidence. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Kim Ha-jin's train of thought. Yona spoke up. I knew it. I can't underestimate you. Then Yona's face darkened, carrying a slightly angry look. She held the whip in her hand, gritting her teeth as she questioned. You can even calculate the bullet's bounce angle? Hearing her say that, Kim Ha-jin broke out in a cold sweat. He stood there, stunned, thinking to himself, never mind. Scene change. Now Rachel's side is moving quickly up the stairs. The whole body was sweating, trying hard to run forward. Thoughts appeared in the head. I don't want to believe it's true. Rachel began to remember the times her friends whispered behind her back, and she reassured herself. But there's no way that could happen. That must be just a rumor. Then she suddenly thought about every moment with Kim Ha-jin, and pondered. But maybe I'm the only one who thinks that. I knew everything. The more I ran, the more I thought about Rachel's feelings, the more confused I became. I know clearly. By then, Rachel had also run to the place. Her teammates immediately recognized her and suddenly called out, Rachel! Rachel! You're alive! What are you holding? Rachel had just finished running when she breathed out and replied, this. Then he seemed to realize. Immediately waved his hand and said excitedly, Rachel got the relic! Everyone heard. Everyone was surprised, mixed with joy. Really? So great! Then she looked at the relic in her hand and regretted it, thinking, I shouldn't have taken it. Rachel's current mood was chaotic. She lowered her head, pursed her lips, and said to herself, right now, I don't have feelings for anyone. Suddenly Rachel remembered the image of her parents. For the survival of the country, parents, and the royal family, I decided to sacrifice everything. I don't want to give up what I'm protecting. Rachel was trying to hold back her emotions. Her face showed it. But, then Rachel clenched the relic in her hand. But at this rate, I'm going to have feelings for him. Suddenly she called out, everyone. Rachel spoke up. There's someone who needs our help on the 6th floor. Hearing what she said, everyone went down to the 6th floor together. But when they saw the scene before their eyes, everyone was stunned. The whole group was shocked by the scene, shouting, what is this? In front of them were the comrades who had just fought with Kim Ha-jin, all knocked down, gagged and tied up, struggling on the ground. What's going on? Do we need any more help? Suddenly the pink-eyed, dark-skinned friend continued and asked, Rachel, who should we help? Suddenly asked, she stammered, I don't think he needs our help anymore. At this moment she suddenly put her hand to her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. What a surprise! I knew Ha-jin was strong, but I didn't expect him to defeat 6 people by himself. Suddenly, the pink-eyed, dark-skinned guy spotted a stranger standing there. Without thinking much, he immediately went over to greet. Oh, hello? Hearing that, Rachel thought it was him, so she happily called out, Kim Ha-jin. This thought was immediately extinguished when a voice rang out, making her startled. A man appeared, smiling slyly. He had yellow eyes, white hair, cold white skin, wearing a tight black shirt that revealed every firm line of his body, a spear resting on his shoulder. Immediately, Rachel realized it was Shin Jong-hak. Not long before, on the basement 5, the 2 bright spots showing on the location map are Kim Seho and Shin Jong-hak. There are also cameras installed there. Kim Seho stood there, sword in hand. Opposite was Shin Jong-hak with his spear resting on his shoulder, smiling wickedly. The two stood looking at each other for a while, then Shin Jong-hak spoke. Kim Seho, I've waited for this day for so long. Shin Jong-hak looked at Seho and smiled excitedly as if he had already won. Are you racking your brains thinking of a way to escape? But Kim Seho didn't show any signs of worry. On the contrary, he smiled brightly, slowly pulled out the sword from his waist, and firmly replied, Not at all. At this moment, Jong-hak did not want to hesitate any longer. Raising his spear, he pointed it at Kim Seho and spoke. I'm dying to see how long you can keep up that tough act. Okay, come on, I'll show you the difference between us. Hearing those challenging words that Shin Jong-hak had just uttered, Kim Seho's eyes were filled with calculation and he chuckled. Soon after, Kim Seho sprang up from the ground, responding to his provocations. Then I will accept your offer. With that, Seho rushed forward, swinging his sword to meet his spear. I won't go easy. Shin Jong-hak smiled sarcastically. Don't show me your pathetic side. Then a fierce fight between the two quickly ensued. Suddenly, Shin Jong-hak moved his foot to the side. immediately stabbed the spear towards Suho, but he quickly dodged it. However, the attack just now tore a corner of Kim Suho's shirt. Seeing this, he saw his opportunity, smiled triumphantly, swung his spear into the air, and without thinking much, immediately stabbed down. But Kim Suho wasn't going to be so easy. With quick reflexes, he easily dodged that attack. Seeing that he still couldn't do anything, Kim Suho thought angrily. He dodges like a mouse. I'll definitely beat him with the next hit. Suddenly, while he was in a rage, the spear that had just attacked Suho pierced through the floor and stuck hard to the ground. Jong-hak started trying again, pulling it with all his might. Unexpectedly, he was confused. Wait, why can't I move it? At this moment, Shin Jong-hak got into an unnecessary trouble. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, damn, I can't believe I made such a mistake in the first place. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Shin Jong-hak was losing his chance to counterattack and had exposed an opening, without saying much, Kim Suho immediately stepped forward and kicked hard at him. So, he reflexively raised his hand to block the attack. I thought you would attack as soon as your opponent lost his weapon, but Kim Suho didn't do that. The kick just now turned out to help Shin Jong-hak get his weapon back. At the same time, Kim Suho pointed his sword at Shin Jong-hak, making him angry but unable to do anything. I told you I wouldn't go easy, didn't I? But Shin Jong-hak was not to be outdone. His eyes still wanted to defeat his opponent. His hand, which was placed beside him, suddenly lit up and he replied, Who says it's over? This answer surprised Kim Suho. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in that hand. Kim Suho reflexively put his hand in front of his face and looked at that spot. He couldn't help but ask, What are you talking about? Suddenly realized, the ground now broke, a big hole. At the same time, the broken pieces flew everywhere. Kim Suho used his hand to block his face and dodged. Only then did Kim Suho slowly open his eyes to observe the situation. Unexpectedly, Shin Jong-hak took advantage of that to escape and disappear. Kim Suho also realized he's gone. At the nearby stairs, Shin Jong-hak was walking down the steps, moving down. But he is still so arrogant, and still says things to increase his own value. I just let my guard down a little just now. Next time, I'll get back at you. Back to the scene, Rachel was like a lost soul. Her teammates shouted, waking her up. Hey, come here. Where are you? Jong-hak held the spear in his hand and smiled. I'm just going to do some personal business. At this moment, Jong-hak and Rachel looked at each other face to face, but she just nodded slightly in greeting, with a look like I'm too bored to talk. Seeing this, Shin Jong-hak's face was also puzzled. He nodded back. The pink-eyed, dark-skinned guy pointed at the people, who had just been defeated by Kim Hajin, and asked, Hey Jong-hak, what's this? Did you do that? Shin Jong-hak immediately confirmed. The words immediately made Rachel realize his answer was untrue, because the one who stayed behind to hold them off while I ran was Kim Hajin, and the pink-eyed, dark-skinned guy happily said, is that you? Looks like we came here for nothing. That's a bit confusing. Let me explain again. When Shin Jong-hak unfortunately lost to Kim Suho in a battle, then he ran away, and accidentally found Yona and Naeun while running. The two of them are having trouble with someone who possesses quite a bit of speed. He then attacked them by surprise with his spear throwing, eliminating two of the cadets. At this moment, Shin Jong-hak recalled the scene at that time and thought to himself, even though it feels like I just stole the credit, but really, I was the one who beat those two. Rachel stood there, her fists clenched, silently angry at Shin Jong-hak's lie. He thought no one knew about it, as if nothing happened, and spoke up. I can command the black team now, right? Of course, that's even better. So Rachel, you're coming with us too, right? Not only you, but others are also happy. Jong-hak is on our team? Cool. As soon as she was asked, Rachel strode away. She looked at Shin Jong-hak and replied, I'm not going anywhere. Why is that? Come with us. She was adamant about her intentions. From now on, I'll go alone. The other guy still wants to advise. Still, it's better to go together. It's okay, I'm fine. Then, Rachel turned and walked away. As she left, her eyes cast down, she thought to herself, I don't want to go with someone who stole other people's work. Looking at Rachel's departing back, Jong-hak was silent, deep in thought. Then I felt angry inside, thinking, why does it feel wrong? Suddenly someone urged, Jong-hak, let's go. He immediately replied yes. Then the fake relic competition happened quickly. Shin Jong-hak held the relic high and laughed triumphantly. H-A, so easy. Losers. Shin Jong-hak gathered the remaining black team members and stole 2 relics. Rachel also achieved good results with her guerrilla skills. Both of them achieved individual feats in addition to the team's overall victory. Kim Soo-ho stood out with his leadership and fighting ability, as always. Combined with the relics Lee Ji-eun had, they safely transported 5 relics. What about me? I miraculously survived Yeona and Chinaeun's attack. I hid in the bathroom to avoid those battles. I survived the battle by myself. Ha ha ha! While sitting looking at the screen and laughing happily, Kim Ha-jin suddenly seemed to remember something. I think I forgot something? Tisk, if it's important I'll remember it. In another corner of the bathroom, Jamer hugged his face tiredly. She sat in a stall of the toilet, rubbing her forehead and realizing, damn, I fell asleep. At this moment, she looked at the watch on her hand, her head in a mess. I have to find items. Looking at the clock, it now showed 15:02. She panicked. It's 3 p.m. Then Jamer sighed, reaching for something. What's wrong with this watch? The timing is all wrong. I can't believe they're asking me to use this while on a mission. They gave me something to use. At this, Jamer compared the fake watch and the cadet watch. She was speaking, then stopped. She still couldn't believe it was true, feeling a little frustrated. What happened to time? Suddenly the watch notification rang. You have one unread message. Fake relic competition has ended. Final survivor, black team, 12 people. White team, 11 people. Number of black team relics, 3. White team, 5 relics. White team MVP, Kim Soo-ho, Chinaeun. Black team, MVP, Shin Jong-hak, Rachel. White team wins. Only then did Jamer suddenly say, the battle of the holy relics is over. Is it over? The hallway is empty now. Not a single person. It was dark everywhere, not a light bulb. Jamer broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe her eyes. She screamed, what the hell? At this time, the message, mission credit, 0%. Outside right now, people are happily chatting and resting after a battle. Then suddenly there was a call. Jamer! Jamer still hasn't come back? Looking around, he didn't see her anywhere, only a couple expressing their affection for each other, making teacher Soo-hyuk uncomfortable. What the hell is she doing? I will announce the results and the winners now. Black team, 12 members, survived, found 3 relics. The best are Shin Jong-hak and Rachel. The best of the white team are Kim Soo-ho and Naeun. The 11 surviving members found 5 relics. So, the winning team is the white team. Immediately, everyone cheered with joy at the victory. In the midst of that joy, there was someone sitting there pulling grass angrily. It turned out to be Chinaeun. Her face darkened as she muttered, damn it, what if our team wins? I didn't even get to fight with Rachel, and couldn't take down Kim Ha-jin, even though 6 people attacked him at the same time. Although Shin Jong-hak intervened later, and then Naeun suddenly remembered what everyone was saying. Kim Ha-jin likes Rachel. Suddenly Yeona appeared, speaking, interrupting her train of thought. Are you upset about what Lee Ji-eun said just now? Hearing Yeona ask that, Ms. Chinaeun immediately got agitated. Who said I'm sad? I don't even remember what he said. Yeona beside her nodded and asked back, is that so? What if he really was stolen? Naeun was startled and jumped up, replying, robbery. Immediately she bristled, like a porcupine and protested. There is nothing to steal here. Stop talking nonsense. Seeing her reaction, Yeona burst out laughing. At this time, Naeun shyly turned away and said there's nothing good in fighting over Kim Ha-jin, although I don't believe the rumors very much. Then Yeona stated her judgment. But he might join her team, because you keep pushing him away. The words seemed to hit the nail on the head, causing Naeun's face to show sadness. Naeun then looked to the other corner, and saw Kim Ha-jin happily chatting with Rachel. She replied, if he changes that easily, then I don't like him. As soon as these words were said, Yeona covered her mouth and chuckled, then turned around and asked, hey Naeun, who do you like better, Soo-ho or Ha-jin? This teasing question struck a nerve in Naeun. Immediately after that, she shouted in frustration, I told you it wasn't like that. While they were arguing, Shin Jong-hak appeared out of nowhere, like a puppy wagging its tail and smiling, listening to the conversation. What's wrong? Why are you yelling like that? She was angry and heard that question. She felt embarrassed and gritted her teeth. Suddenly Yeona's eyes lit up when she saw Jong-hak. Naeun saw that and said sarcastically, hey Jong-hak, your team lost. How do you feel? I thought these words would make him angry, but that didn't happen. On the contrary, he confidently brushed his handsome hair and calmly replied, it's just a little unlucky, but since I'm the best on the team, it's okay. It can't be helped, I tried. Naeun, you're on the white team anyway. Hearing this, the tuft of hair on her head wriggled like a worm. At this moment, Naeun regained her pride and joy. Her eyes lit up, and she rubbed her nose with the I am the winner look. Ahem. Is that right? Seeing her expression like that, Yuyona beside her also felt helpless, secretly sighing. She is so simple. Nearby, Teacher Suhyuk was angrily criticizing Jamer's actions. Teacher Suhyuk, angry as a volcano about to erupt, looked down at Jamer and asked each word harshly. You've been staying in the same place all day? Explain! Hearing that, Jamer felt like his life force was drained. He shrunk, his face sunken, pale, silent, not daring to speak. Seeing Jamer stay silent and not answer, he became more impatient and angry. He shouted, Explain! Jamer! Do you think this class is a joke? Then a string of curses from the teacher rained down on Jamer. Seeing such a scene, the people who were gossiping looked over. What's up? Who knows? At this moment, Shin Jong-hak waved and left. If there's nothing else, I'll be going first. See you later, Yuyona replied cheerfully. Ah, bye Jong-hak. But he added, Talk to you later, Naeun. Hearing that, Chai Naeun suddenly asked, Back talk to me? Feeling ignored, Yuyona felt hurt and kept silent. At this moment, she turned to call Naeun. Hearing Yuyona calling her, she immediately continued, What again? Then, Yuyona slowly and cautiously spoke up. If you don't like Hajin or Kim Seho, then do you like Jong-hak? The words, just spoken, made Naeun's face darken. She looked at her with an annoyed expression, and said each word, Are you crazy? Seeing her reaction like that, Yuyona also made a self-evaluation in her mind. He probably doesn't like Jong-hak, but Yona still felt hurt. I'm really jealous of you. Suddenly, hearing her friend say such strange things, Naeun asked back, What did you say? Then Yona said nothing, silently thinking, You have 3 people to choose from, and I have none, so that's the end of the midterm training session. Every moment begins to be captured. Kim Seho smiled at Jane Ho-zong. At this moment, Rachel was blown by the strong wind, her hair covering her face. Kim Hajin sat beside her, confused, not knowing what to do. Hajin looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, The fake relic competition is over. After a long day, Kim Hajin dragged his tired, trembling body to the door handle and thought to himself, I didn't write the details of the relic war, so I waited until it was over to make sure everything went as planned. Even though nothing happened in the end, I should have failed in the middle of the exam. Sigh. So tiring. At that moment, Evangel ran over happily like a little son. His sweet voice said, Hajin, Hajin, welcome back. Seeing her, I felt like I regained my spirit. Kim Hajin immediately lifted the little girl up, smiling brightly in response. I'm home. Did you have fun? Yes. In the house now are a variety of animals, such as giraffes, birds, lambs, ducklings, puppies, kittens, snakes. Seeing the scene before his eyes, Hajin immediately felt a headache. He smiled and replied, Well, it seems fun. Then Kim Hajin asked the girl, You haven't forgotten what I told you, right? The little girl continued brightly, Spirit beasts, don't let them go outside. He immediately praised, Good girl. Suddenly, the little girl looked around as if searching for something, then spoke in a childish voice. But Mr. Hajin, where is the food? As soon as the words were out, the smile on his face vanished. I was so tired that I forgot. Avalanche in his arms, those sparkling eyes filled with tears, her voice was like crying. You don't have any food? Right now. Kim Hajin put the little girl down and calmed her down. I've already put it on the way. They will be delivered soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately flew away. I have to go to the bathroom. With that, Hajin frantically pressed the menu selection button. He urged himself. I have to order now. Bread, beef pho. Order! Finished, Kim Hajin wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, at this moment, a notification popped up. The announcement content is that a new guild, Masked Demon, has successfully eliminated Suwon's demon lair. The information came just in time, easing his worries. I was worried because I hadn't heard anything about it. Finally, it's in the newspaper. At this moment, looking at the screen, Hajin pondered. What about .my stocks? I invested 1.5 billion. Remembering the amount of money he had invested, Kim Hajin carefully tapped on the screen. As soon as the button was pressed, a bright red arrow flew out, seemingly piercing the bathroom wall. Kim Hajin covered his mouth as if bursting out. His surroundings were now filled with blooming flowers. He was delighted. 1.5 billion has become 13 billion. He couldn't stop laughing and thought, the price will go up even more, right? No, maybe I should sell it just in case. At that moment, he could not hide his excitement, and tears of happiness fell. Whatever. Now I'm rich enough to play around for the rest of my life without having to do anything. At this moment, Kim Ha-jin adjusted his emotions and sighed. Then he fell into silence again. Kim Ha-jin's eyes became sad. However, this money will disappear when I return to the real world. The scene changes to a panoramic view of the city at night. At this time, the city is very prosperous. The lights are sparkling. At the office of Geronimo the mercenary, a man was sitting in front of a computer screen, observing. At that moment, Lion picked up the cup of coffee in his hand to drink, then a spirit behind him did the same. Things I can give to trainee mercenaries. A request attached to the enlistment mission. The target must be someone who has killed countless people, an evil person who doesn't deserve to live. Ah, that's fine. At this moment, a call came in. Lion said, "Hello, Captain. Yeah, I have it. What is the request?" Then the information was reported to Li Xiaoping. Italian mafia suspected of being demonic human. Receiving the information, she only replied with one sentence. Good. Ah, but do you have the answer you need? Kim Ha-jin. Is he part of the Geronimo Mercenary Guild? Did Kim Ha-jin really say he was going to join the Geronimo Mercenary Group? Li Xiaoping leaned against the wall and replied, Yes. He answered very decisively. Really? What did he say? Li Xiaoping said with a gloomy face. I will call back when I have time. He replied so when we gave him our business card. The gray-haired man raised his head and looked thoughtful, saying, So, you mean there hasn't been a call in 2 weeks? Xiaoping confirmed yes. So he'll call us back soon. Then please fix that quest. The gray-haired man cried out, Wait. But before he could finish, Xiaoping said goodbye. I'm hanging up. That ends the call. The gray-haired man sat in front of the computer desk, a bit speechless. He scratched his head and thought to himself, It must be because she has never gone out socializing. Or is she just not tactful? His hand moved the mouse on the desk. Forget it. I do what you say. As for Ha-jin, he was walking around the dormitory courtyard, looking around. This is my first time getting this close to a girl's dormitory. Looking forward, suddenly saw a familiar figure. That's Rachel. She then turned her head to look at him with a haggard expression. Ha-jin? You go up and talk to her. You must be going to the research library, right? Yes, because it's not long until midterms. She was a little curious to see you here. What are you doing here? I have some work here. He opened his eyes wide as he realized the other party's condition wasn't very good. She seems to be looking a little worse than usual. There is still plenty of time until the exam. What does she study so hard? Then Ha-jin thought the reason lay within himself. Is it ever because of me? Because if we compare the two's achievements theoretically, Ha-jin would be slightly better than Rachel. He's first, and she's second. This thought made him feel guilty, making his whole body break out in a cold sweat. Then Ha-jin changed the subject. Oh, by the way, lately no one has asked me about my classes. Rachel thought to herself, asking him even though I know he likes me feels like I'm taking advantage of him. But on the surface she just said, It's also important to work on solving your own problems. And you should study too. Then he said to Rachel, Don't worry about me. If you need anything, just ask. Don't be shy. She blushed and shyly replied, Thank you. Then I'm going. Then she ran away like lightning, leaving Ha-jin without even saying goodbye. In a blink of an eye, Rachel was already there. He was stunned. So fast. Ha-jin put his hand on his neck and wondered, Is she in such a hurry to go to school? A moment later, Ha-jin went to the prearranged area and saw a figure standing in the distance. Why, oh Yona, you're here already? Then she walked closer to Ha-jin. What's the matter that you're looking for me? He replied. It's not that important. You just started a pharmaceutical company, right? Yona heard this and suddenly stopped. She pursed her lips slightly. Yona didn't dare look straight at the other person and hesitantly replied, Because I didn't insist on hiding it. It's not strange that you know. Anyone who knows me knows this. It's only been like a month or two, but so what? While she was telling the story, Ha-jin on the other side was taking something out of his pocket. Then he immediately threw it towards Yona. Grab it! She hurriedly grabbed the thing, her eyes suddenly widening. This is, Ha-jin immediately said that item is a 55-year-old wild ginseng root, he recalled as he sat digging. I spent a lot of time thinking about it. How should I use the wild ginseng I found on Geomac Mountain? He placed his finger lightly on his lips, humming and thinking. I have enough money now, so I don't need to sell it. If it's going to be used for anything, it might as well be used as a panacea. I've made up my mind, so I'll do it now. But I've tried twice already and still got nothing. Can't even activate it. Thinking of this, Hajin couldn't help but feel depressed. Then I have no other choice. I have to give it to someone close to me, who has enough connections and equipment to make the elixir. At that moment, Yona still held the ginseng root in her hand, unable to believe it. You give me this? I invested in you. Now use it for research. Then later you can repay me for this favor with a quality elixir. Hearing such affectionate words, Yona still had a bit of doubt. It is very difficult to find wild ginseng these days. Even if it's in a purple banquet, it's still very difficult. Where? Then Hajin smiled at her and asked, Is it okay? She was silent for a moment and then replied, Of course it is. Then Yona's expression became brighter and she said, It will take a while, but I will pay you back with interest. Hajin looked at Yona kindly, looked at the ginseng in his hand, smiled and thought to himself, How could I refuse? The reason you know this is because, according to the novel, Yona's pharmaceutical company is sure to be very successful. But that's 10 years from now. Now that she has just established the company, she has a lot of difficulty finding a wild ginseng picker. The smart device in Yona's hand suddenly rang. She glanced at Kim Hajin and said, I'll take a phone call. Who is calling? Why is his face so serious? Looking at Yona's worried expression, he thought to himself, Should I listen a little? Think and do. Kim Hajin immediately turned on call eavesdropping mode. Can you hear the sound on the other end of the line? Yes, I'm at Daehyun Hospital right now. Recently, the nurses have been spreading a very strange rumor. They rumored that one of Chai Jinyun's fingers moved. We need to confirm the details, but, Yona said into the device. Okay, I'll call back. Hajin spoke up now. What's up? She looked up and said casually. It's just that the network administrator is having a little trouble. Hajin's tone was low. Is that really so? Yona confirmed yes, but, why do you look so serious? Hajin heard that and turned around. No problem, I'm going. Then he left that place. Yona stood behind, not forgetting the kindness as she shouted, Thank you for giving me the wild ginseng. I will return you with more than just a bottle of quality miracle medicine, if I do not fail. After saying that, she stared blankly at Hajin's gradually fading figure, feeling a bit confused. Why is he like that? Moments later, a hand opened, and a voice said Book of Truth. Immediately, the book appeared in his hand. Hajin stared at the book and asked, When will the devil seed in Chai Jinyun's body sprout? He looked at each word on the page. I guess my magic isn't enough to ask such profound details. If that's the case then, to what extent has the devil seed residing in Chai Jinyun's body sprouted? A beam of light suddenly appeared from the book and hovered in the air. He widened his eyes and followed the beam of light. When the beam of light turned off, the screen showed the number 89%. Hajin looked at that number in a daze. It hasn't sprouted yet. Then it's probably just his finger twitching. But I made the demonization suppression time as slow as possible, at least 5 years. And it's been more than 4 years since Chai Jinyun fell into a coma. Then there's only about half a year left. At this moment, the sound of a text message suddenly rang, interrupting his train of thought. Hajin looked at the flashing device. The device in Hajin's hand projected a screen. The screen was showing a message from Li Xiaoping. When will you contact me again? Hajin was feeling quite tired and confused at the moment. He reached out to touch his hair, his 2 hands tiredly holding his head. After winter is over, and before spring begins then, I'll have to kill Chai Jinyun. Chai Jinyun's heart rate monitor now showed a steady rise and fall of the electrocardiogram wave. Chai Jinyun closed her eyes tightly, her face showing a haggard look. The bony fingers placed there, the heartbeat chart vibrated. The person lying on the bed remained silent. The heart rate monitor vibrated again. This time seemed stronger. The motionless finger suddenly moved. On the other side, Li Yonghan slammed his hand on the board, excitedly looking at the crowd and loudly saying, Everyone knows that there's an interclass tournament happening this week, right? Everyone is required to participate in at least one event. A girl raised her hand. Younghan said, I'll take it. Some other people were talking. What should I join? While everyone was noisily responding to Younghan's call, Hajin was resting his chin on his hand, thinking, I completely forgot. Let me explain a little. What is the interclass competition like? Like the name, this is an interclass competition. The fields they compete in start from those related to actual combat capabilities, and gradually branched out into almost everything within entertainment and sports. If this was a regular class, I would have only participated in the practical part. But since this event is for the students, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. It can be considered a sports day for Cube Academy. Thinking that, Hajin turned to Rachel and said, Rachel, what test are you going to enter? She wasn't sure, then replied, quiz, I think. Younghan from the podium, as if he heard, shouted over here, hey, there are enough people for the puzzle contest. We also have enough people in basketball and football. Hajin was a little confused, then he asked, then what part is left? Younghan replied, the rest is singing competitions and, Younghan said the last subject? Oh, the other one is archery. Hajin, want to try archery? Hearing that, Kim Hajin glared at Chinaeun. Behind her, she immediately raised her voice to refuse. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not doing archery. After hearing Naeun say that, I got a definite answer. Well, I guess I'll take up archery. Younghan happily agreed. Okay, I'll sign you up. Naeun pouted in disbelief, him seriously. Suddenly, Hajin felt like someone was watching him. He turned back, sneaking a look at the figure of a person sitting not far above him. The system announced, Truth Agency Jamie Jamer's offer has been accepted. On this side, Jamer boredly sat tapping the table. Now they give me the answer? I thought it was pointless since there was no response. I wonder if Truth Agency is trustworthy. Thinking of this, Jamer clenched his fists. Whatever they are, or what time they are in, doesn't matter. If only I could find that bastard. Hajin on this side still glanced at Jamer intently. Hosup contacted me last night. The message on the screen is displayed. Hajin, I've decided to quit. I sent in my application to the Information Society you mentioned. Hajin sat in front of the computer typing and replied to Hosu. Well, I think you made the right decision. The message from the other side is sent again. Thanks for introducing them to me. And I finally found out who August Benjamin was. Reading that message made Hajin panic. The information about Tomer's father that I told him to look over earlier. Then he quickly typed and sent another message. Can you tell me where he is and what he is doing now? He's dead. The scene changes to an inter-class competition. A football match is taking place and is shown live on the screen. Amidst everyone's enthusiastic cheers, the words from yesterday's text message suddenly came flooding back. He spent time in a nursing home in Korea, and passed away 4 years ago. I'll send you the address of the nursing home in case you need it. Remembering that, Hajin pondered. That means Tomer's father is dead. It explains why the Book of Truth couldn't find him. He crossed his arms and looked straight ahead. Soon, the main story will begin again. I'll have to deal with Tomer before that happens. And then, thinking of this, Hajin stood up and left the school grounds. Yuyona was confused by his sudden departure, but she just watched him leave. At the cathedral, Hajin was staring blankly in one direction. From your perspective, that's a red cross hanging on the wall. He looked at the cross for a long time, then whispered, I think I'll get a little sense of respect, but I don't really feel it. Hajin touched the device on his wrist. A message between you and Li Xiaopeng appeared on the screen. You started sending the message over. Does the job there pay well? The other side immediately responded with several sentences. They must pay very well. They keep the identities of Geronimo's apprentice mercenaries secret, too, until they become official. And after they do, they can keep their identity confidential if they want. After reading Li Xiaopeng's message, Hajin thought to himself, Mercenary Geronimo. Speaking of this mercenary Geronimo, he couldn't help but remember the plot of the Chameleon Troop, which was a villainous organization. Even though they have an unwritten rule that they don't take unnecessary lives, but they are still no different from the evil organization that has killed many people. Hajin is a bit shaken right now, but if I join the Chameleon Troop, I won't have to worry about straying from the main storyline, since the pay is pretty high. I will be able to face any unexpected situation that comes up. And most importantly, I will be able to kill Che Jinyun. However, Hajin thought so in his heart, but on the outside he was confused. From the beginning, I knew I wouldn't be able to do it alone, but what worries me is that I have to commit a crime to do that. Will I be able to kill another person? I don't know. To me, this world no longer feels like it's in a novel. While I was thinking, Kim Seho walked in, smiling and taking the initiative to talk. Oh, Hajin, are you a Christian? Hajin was a little surprised when he saw him coming. Shu, what are you doing here? I'll just sit here for a bit. What about you? Seho approached his seat and said, I was also planning to. Then Seho looked up and said to Hajin, I was just reminded of the past. Hajin heard that and immediately spoke his thoughts. I assume you've been to church in the past? Seho replied vaguely, something like that. Hearing that, Hajin was a bit curious. So what is it? Catholic Church? Seho retorted. No, Hajin continued. Buddhism? Mormonism? Suho heard him guess randomly without getting any right, so he laughed and continued to refute. So what is it? A religion from another world. This sentence made Kim Suho pause, and then he still argued back like before. Come on, that's ridiculous. Suho suddenly called his name. Hajin, do you think there are other worlds, like Lord of the Rings? Hajin looked down at his feet, thought for a moment, and then said, the incident was mentioned 50 years ago. If we consider the world before the Common Era, there were no monsters or magic. So, instead of monsters suddenly appearing on this continent, wouldn't it be more reasonable to explain that they came from another world and invaded this world? Suho heard that and just kept silent, placing both hands on his thighs, slowly clenching them. Hajin continued, in that case, it's part of the externalism that Professor Jers taught. The information was beyond Suho's understanding, leaving him confused. Oh, so it was one of the theories that explained why monsters and magical phenomena occurred? Hajin immediately replied yes, even though many people say it's nonsense, I think it's possible. In fact, from the beginning, the doctrines were only considered for information. The moment we try to explain it logically, we make many mistakes. Suho heard that and sighed, laughing lightly. Ha, I guess that hypothesis is correct. Just think, if you were in a similar situation to me, but you came into this world as a child, and get a new family, at least, you won't be alone. Having said that, Kim Suho seemed to fall into old memories, and her expression became somewhat gloomy. Hajin looked at him silently. Then he stood up and left. I'm leaving, Suho replied. Yeah, I'll stay a little longer. After walking a few steps, Hajin suddenly remembered something. Hajin turned back to look at Suho and said, Oh yeah, you still don't have a manager, right? I will introduce someone to you. Suho heard him mention a manager and said, A manager? I plan to slowly look for a suitable person. Hajin said to me again, There is someone I want to introduce to you. Really? Thanks. As he reached the door, Hajin couldn't help but think as he once again looked back. He looked at Suho's silent figure. He thought to himself, Kim Suho must become stronger, much stronger with his destiny. He's the only way right now that I can think of, to face any unexpected challenges that may arise in the future. The moment you left, Kim Suho was looking up at the cross. Deep inside those sparkling eyes, there were many feelings, as if there was something that could not be said. His hands clenched as if to show his determination that I have to be stronger. A moment later, a commotion was heard. Naeun's game character was still being beaten by Hajin. I really got my fullest go of my power this time. Hajin saw that and was speechless. Just a few more months. I don't think I'll be able to beat you anymore. Really? Then Hajin waited for her to regain her composure before continuing. Why don't you sleep today? Didn't you say there was an event at school? The blue-haired girl replied, Even so, it's just playing around, and I'm not sleepy yet. What are you worried about? Hajin asked. She replied, Yes, I do. Seeing this, Hajin thought for a moment and then said something, as if he could read the other person's mind. Love story? This sentence directly made her explode, her face redder than a ripe tomato. Then Naeun stuttered, trying to cover it up. No, it's nothing. Hajin heard that and continued to entice. What is it? I'm very good at listening to other people talk. Naeun immediately cleared her throat a few times in embarrassment. After he introduced himself a few times, the blue-haired girl said something like, Well, it's something I can have, but I don't want someone else to have it either. Hajin understood. You mean possession? The blue-haired girl admitted, Oh yes, that's it. Hajin was speechless, thinking to himself. To think that he could consider that person so important is strange. She continued, I guess you could say I was a bit selfish. There must be a reason, right? I'm not sure. There is no obvious reason at all. Hajin finally understood. Is that so? If you're thinking about it, why not just go for it? But the other person was hesitant. But that's a bit. Hajin immediately interrupted. Hey, if you keep going like this, then that person will be robbed, right? This sentence was like a hammer hitting, causing the other party to temporarily lose their guard, a bit stunned by these truthful words. Come on, really, was it stolen? It doesn't matter to me right now. Hajin smiled slyly when he heard that. He continued to say, You think it doesn't matter right now, but you'll definitely regret it later, right? It's not something you can afford to lose. I saw his strength. I like that personality. You said you always think about him? The next day, at the competition area, the voice rang out. The archery class competition for the acceptance class and cultivation class has ended. The current first place is just Asheim, who hit the target at a distance of 320 m. Nayeon witnessed the match from start to finish and couldn't help but let out a breath. Then Yona beside him asked with concern, "Why do you sigh so much?" "Nayeon," she replied, "nothing." Saying that, Nayeon raised her head. "But why are there so many magicians today? Didn't they say there would be an 8-star mage today? I guess they gathered so they could see each other at least once." Yona said, "There are only 300 8-star mages in the entire world." "Aha, so that's the reason." Then she looked into the yard, seeing 2 familiar figures entering. "Oh, now it's our class's turn." The referee's voice rang out. "Next up will be the representative of Veritas class Kim Hajin and the representative of Devotion class Barumarain. The rules are simple. Both representatives will shoot an arrow on their own shooting line at their target, and the one who hits the target furthest wins. You only have 1 chance to shoot each target. But there is one difference." At this moment, the referee's voice shouted again. "Starting at 50 m distance, Kim Hajin, please shoot the arrow." Hajin prepares to knock an arrow to the bow. Some kind of mystical force suddenly acted on his body, causing Hajin to be unable to hold his bow and arrow normally. That mystical force is caused by the mages. It will create many effects to hinder the archers. Hajin struggled to draw his bow and arrow, thinking to himself, "In this world, just hitting the target is no fun for either the audience or the archer. But aren't these effects too strong?" Inside the observation room, as soon as a hand touched the sphere, a voice said, "Is that your granddaughter?" Duchess Ahane, the red-haired girl, sat on the chair, holding an orb in her arms. It was none other than the 8-star mage Ahane. Ahane said unofficially, "Yes, it has grown up to be brilliant, hasn't it?" The person next to him leaned forward slightly and replied, "Yes, that's right." Then he flattered, "It looks even better when placed next to that normal-looking boy." "Ha ha ha!" Ahane rested his chin on his hand and looked down at the stance, thinking to himself, "Its stance with the bow isn't bad. Can I take over from 350 m onwards? Although no one can reach 350 m. Hearing this, the man beside him was confused. Then he remembered the time in the manager's office. His superior said so. She may not look it, but she's quite old. Agree to whatever she wants. Maybe she'll agree to teach a lesson someday. Think then attach we immediately answer about that. Then he finally agreed and replied, "Yes. After all, it's not a test but just an event. The students will be honored just by having you here. Is that so? Okay." The referee's voice rang out as Hajin's arrow hit the target, shattering it. Kim Hajin hit the target 300 m. Barumarain stood not far away and looked at him with praise. "You're quite good. I guess your talent isn't a lie." Hearing this, Hajin couldn't help but wonder, "You look quite relaxed, don't you?" Baru immediately took this opportunity to make sarcastic remarks. "No way. I guess it's just the skill gap between us. Is this kind of thing tiring? Ha ha ha!" Hajin was angry when he saw his opponent was teasing him like that without even doing anything. Then he teased meaningfully, "Don't you consider that your aunt might be trying to stop me?" Baru was hit in the heart and stammered, "What are you talking about? You're just talking nonsense because you don't think you'll hit the target." Hajin's face darkened as he thought to himself, "Nonsense?" The nonsense in his mouth is that when Hajin shot 100 m he staggered. When he shot 200 m he got hit in the head by a rock. When he was about to shoot 300 m, a sudden strong wind blew, causing his facial muscles to deform, and his teeth and lips seemed to be blown away. It was so difficult to overcome, and he said it was nonsense. The referee's voice rang out announcing, "Both of them have surpassed the record for first place. Starting from a distance of 350 m, the target's speed will be increased and the continuity will be changed." Barumarain's turn. Peru now confidently held the bow, raised it, and aimed straight at the target. Hajin stood nearby watching. He is Ahane's beloved nephew. Even so, I didn't think favoritism could be done to this extent. Suddenly, all around Peru, tree trunks suddenly appeared. The trees quickly grew up, scaring him. He cried out in alarm. Hajin stood outside, saw this scene, also surprised. "Oh, trees? Can an 8-star mage do such things? Look, these trees are so quiet. Are they soothing him? But, is he afraid of them now?" The hand holding the arrow suddenly lost balance, let go. Peru felt the branch was molesting him and slipped, causing the arrow to fly out, directly missing the target. Seeing this, Hajin stood beside him and teased him, pouting and reminding him, "The first basic thing for an archer is to stay calm." The referee's voice announced. Unfortunately, Morin failed. Ahane sat inside the observation room, helpless. She sighed heavily at her beloved nephew's incompetence. Then she regained her composure and said, "Whatever, this is the last one anyway. If that stupid-looking brat fails now, it will also end in a draw. Next was Kim Hajin's turn. He boldly stepped up to the shooting platform. The trees immediately sprouted up around him. The tree trunks seemed to have eyes and were looking at him maliciously. Oh my God! They look scary. Are they trying to scare me? Then he quickly regained his composure and drew his bow and arrow. I just have to shoot through them. But this is starting to annoy me, because we're just playing. I didn't mean to go this far. At this moment, Hajin immediately used the skill bullet time. The tombstones loomed, the tree rings stretching into the distance. Then the tree trunks twisted as if to intentionally obstruct Hajin. He thought, the direct path to the target is blocked. Too cowardly! I can't even see the target before I shoot. As if remembering something, Hajin paused. That's right, I forgot about that. The skill identification is unlocked. You can identify up to 5 pieces of equipment. The stats of the identified equipment will be increased by 1 to 44%. Percentage of enhancement sustained at 24 hours and after 24 hours. It was placed randomly, Hajin considered. I choose bow and arrow. The elasticity of the bowstring and the flexibility of the arrow will surround the elasticity. I'll enhance it. You release the arrow. The arrow, as if it had already determined its direction, immediately flew through the gaps in the tree trunks, landing straight at the target. Ahane sat in the observation room, his mouth agape, but Peru was not far behind. What? Why is the arrow flying curved? The arrow now directly pierced the target and broke it again. The referee's voice shouted, Kim Hajin, from Veritas class, he succeeded at a distance of 350 m. Baru refused to accept this result and shouted loudly. He used magic, right? Hajin replied to him boredly. You don't think your aunt will notice if I use magic, do you? Baru gritted his teeth in anger but could do nothing. Hajin threw the bow towards Peru. The bow was thrown and rolled on the ground. Then he raised his head to look at the opponent. This is something called skill gap. The referee's voice announced the result directly. Kim Hajin has successfully gone from 350 m. He is now recorded as first class. He walked strongly in the cheers of everyone. His eyes looked straight ahead, showing that nothing could make things difficult for him. Yona let out a sigh of relief after the match ended. Hajin, he always has to have the final say. Naeun was absent-minded at this moment. She was thinking, now I notice him. Before, I only saw his strength. But why is there something strange in my soul now? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush. I'm crazy! The finals are held on Sunday and the class competition ends. A series of posts were posted to the group. Pictures of the class's students happily posing for pictures with their medals. There was even a picture of Kim Hajin giving a speech on stage. Image of people celebrating victory. And the handsome Shin Jong-hak that everyone loves. After the competition ends, Kim Hajin spends time resting with Evangel. And can finally spend some time relaxing with Evangel. Suddenly, a message notification from the computer caught his attention. You have new mail. From Geronimo Mercenary Group. After opening the message, the quest information appears. Apprentice Mercenary Mission, Difficulty D. Reward 300 million won and A. Good item. Mission objective, eliminate Siemens, the closest aide to the leader of the Torino branch of the Korean Mafia. Siemens committed murder, rape, extortion, human trafficking and all sorts of other crimes. His notoriety had spread throughout the Torino region, and there were also rumors that he was a demonic human. After reading it, he thought to himself, Italian Mafia assassination mission? I have some understanding of the target. He took advantage of the government's weakness when the call was made, to quickly gain benefits for himself. They have a very tight and united system, so they started to become like an independent nation. Korean is a team that is directly involved in the middle part of the main storyline in the story. The branch leader's assistant should be lower level, maybe level 1 or 2. I took the test of chameleon troop so I could write my own story, but isn't this mission too difficult for a novice mercenary? Is this really D-rank difficulty? Kim Hajin looked back at the information on the computer screen. He is a demonic human. Well, I guess I'd feel less guilty if I had to kill a demonic human. He raised his hand to type on the keyboard. A moment passed. The room became quiet. No one said anything. Suddenly, Evangel shouted, Hajin. He suddenly turned around. What? The little girl looked at him with her big, sparkling eyes. Can I have another one? Kim Hajin laughed helplessly, saying, Of course. You can eat as much as you want. The little girl happily opened the new box, happily exclaiming yay. Evangel innocently hummed while eating, seasoned fried chicken deep in the mountains. Does anyone want to eat? Kim Hajin turned back to continue looking at the computer and thinking. I don't intend to start the mission right away. Need to prepare first. The screen shows Constitution 0/3. In this world, Constitution is something that is inborn, just like talent. Exceptional healing ability, good mana control, exceptional digestion ability. It can be seen as the body's talent. Kim Hajin read what he wrote again. The structure I wrote is, body cannot use mana, unique skill, unable to use mana, a body that cannot use mana. Mana can only stay in the body. The replacement of mana vitality accumulated inside the body will not disappear, but it will become life force and accumulate inside the body. Accumulated vitality can be used to increase physical stats by 2 times and will consume vitality instead of stamina. The restriction of being unable to use mana with the body that can't use mana brings positive effects of vitality replacement. Kim Hajin happily smiled and thought, a normal person would say this constitution is the worst, but I can't use mana to start, so there is no loss. This is because of the mana from stigma, different from mana from the body that is born. Evangel sat next to him, still holding 2 pieces of chicken in his hands, looking at the box in confusion and wonder, why are there 2 heads? Kim Hajin paid no attention to the little girl, lost in his own thoughts. Replacing it with vitality would not be practical in the long run. The more difficult it is to use later, but it can avoid the lack of magical power and also give you the chance to use more skills. You look at the information displayed on the screen. Hajin glanced at his parameters and thought to himself, this is the best for a hero of my level, to be able to survive the main story. The screen continues to appear. Body cannot use mana, costs 500 SP. Do you want some? You realize SP isn't much, probably due to major limitations. Kim Hajin did not hesitate and immediately clicked agree. Yes, without hesitation. A mechanical system suddenly appeared before his eyes. A line of text appeared. The special luck accumulation stat has been activated. The golden words poured in, forming a sentence. Golden text appeared. When a disaster turns into a blessing, there is a chance that a very small amount of accumulated vitality can permanently increase your stats. Stat increase probability is affected by the unchanging stat type, luck. In your eyes, only 5 words matter. Permanent statistics increase. His eyes widened and lit up, even though it said it would only increase by a small amount. But it's still free, right? Even if it increases by 0.001 per day, I'd still be happy. Kim Hajin happily shouted, great! Evangel beside him angrily disciplined him. Kim Hajin, be quiet while eating, okay? Sorry. The next day, I went to get back the obsidian bracelet I gave to the Soul Magic Tower. He looked at the bracelet on his hand and couldn't help but praise, wow, that's great. Looking at the shiny jet black bracelet, he exclaimed, it's worth the money. The obsidian bracelet of the Athenians' magical relic. A bracelet with a magical edge, once used by ancient Athenian nobles, absorbs damage and automatically absorbs when the user is injured. Damage is converted into magical power and stored in the bracelet. When the bracelet is exposed to air, it will slowly charge mana to the limit, containing intermediate level enhanced mana, consuming mana to deploy enhanced damage to the user's desired location. The increased damage and damage absorption will depend on the amount of magic power stored in the bracelet. He remembered when Jane gave him the bracelet. He said, the enhanced magic power can only be used when necessary. Please use it when really necessary. If he said so, I guess the person who awakened the ring didn't know about its auto-charging function. He chuckled thinking of Jane. He's quite honest. Although my first impression of him wasn't like that. His first impression of Jane was that he was warm when he saw rich people, but the opposite when he saw poor people. He stood in a corner, rubbing his chin and thinking, maybe I'll introduce him to Yuyona while she's setting up the magic tower. Then, suddenly someone from behind called out, Hajin. He turned around and immediately recognized someone familiar. Suhyuk, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go to the office. The two of them entered the office. Kim Hajin exclaimed in surprise. Wow. Suhyuk smiled and asked, this place looks better, right? We now have 11 employees. I also have 5 exclusive hunter contracts. Oh, and this office is sponsored by Miss Yu. Kim Hajin followed behind him and praised. It looks great. In the room, a shiny black motorcycle was parked in the corner. That's right. This is what you told me last time. Kim Hajin shouted in surprise. Oi ch. It's so bright. Suhyuk saw him like that and smiled brightly, saying, not bad, right? Hajin touched the car and the system displayed an information panel. Augusta Vigilante Premium. The car body is made of enhanced magic. Weight is reduced while strength is maintained. The body weight has been reduced to increase speed and reinforced to compensate for the resulting fragility. Godspeed movement. You can instantly increase speed by burning magic power. Hajin read the information provided by the system and made a judgment. It's definitely expensive. He turned to say to Suhyuk, "Thank you for giving this to me." Hearing him say that, Suhyuk immediately replied warmly, "No need. If you need anything, just let me know. I can't do everything you want anyway." Suddenly, Hajin put down the bag he was carrying. A golden-haired puppy, with a lovely red bow on its head, rushed out. He suddenly exclaimed, "HHH!" Suhyuk looked at the adorable puppy and excitedly said, "Wow, so cute. Why do you have a dog?" "Just picked it up by chance." "Really? You're lucky." "Hajin, I have a call. Please wait a moment." After receiving the phone call, he hurriedly stood up and walked quickly out of the room. "I think I have to go. I have something to take care of." Hajin hugged the puppy and replied, "Is that so? Okay, I'm done here. Thank you. I will visit again." "Okay, see you later." "Puppy, I'll see you again." The dog also barked excitedly. In response, Kim Hajin looked at the car and said, "Okay, go somewhere where no one is nosy." Then Hajin and the puppy rode to a deserted place. He looked around and silently confirmed, "There's definitely no CCTV here." Kim Hajin put the puppy aside. "I also added new settings to the car. Let's see." He held his hand out in front of him. Blue rays of light emitted, surrounding his arm. "Activation portability." The car instantly lit up, transforming into a suitcase. Kim Hajin tried picking up the suitcase. It's still a bit heavy. This thing weighs about 20 pounds. System announcement. Activation portability allows you to use the magical power of stigma to condense an object into a suitcase. He turned to look at the dog and said comfortingly, "You must have felt stuffy. Thanks for being in there." It turns out that this cute little puppy is Evangel. She pestered Hajin to come along because she wanted to visit Seoul. "Let's go," the little girl asked confusedly. "Where to?" He smiled and said, "Let's go eat something delicious." Seoul was crowded and bustling with people. Yuna was walking on the street when suddenly someone called out to her. "Yona," the woman said with a smile, "look, this whole place will be yours in the future. This rich woman is Jin Yojung, Yuyona's mother, a real estate tycoon." Yuyona said confidently, "Don't worry, Mom. I've already thought about what to do with it." Seeing this, Mrs. Jin Yojung was proud and said, "She is truly my daughter." Then she crossed her arms in front of her chest, annoyed. "You are so trustworthy, but I don't understand why your father is so immature. He doesn't know anything about investing." The bodyguards heard her say that and silently judged in their hearts. "That crazy Yu Jin-young is probably just a normal husband at home." Yuyona comforts her mother. "Dad has been better these days." Suddenly, Yona was attracted by the crowd's chatter. "So cute, she looks like a doll." She turned to look, and immediately saw the silhouettes of Kim Hajin and Evangel. She immediately recognized that person as Hajin. He wore glasses, but there was no mistaking it. She looked blankly at the little girl walking beside her, confused. The crowd kept exclaiming, "So cute." Evangel, wearing a hood, happily laughed and talked beside Kim Hajin. Yuyona's mother widened her eyes in confusion, walking beside him. "Who is that child? I have to find out," she yelled out to Hajin. "Hey!" But suddenly Jin Yojun grabbed her wrist and held her back. "Where are you going?" "Now we have to visit the tenant." She quickly turned back to look at the other two and said, "Mom, I have something urgent to do," but her mother refused to let her go. "I have to stay here. You will inherit everything later." Yuyona watched the two figures, getting further and further away, helplessly. "AAA, he's getting further and further away." Jin Yojung immediately dragged her away. "We're late. Let's go quickly." "Oh, Mom!" Yuyona thought to herself with determination. "I really have to find out." Scene changed to inside the restaurant. Avagel put a piece of food in his mouth, chewing deliciously. The little girl's cheeks puffed up, her cheeks flushed, her eyes showing extreme excitement in front of a table full of delicious food. Kim Hajin looked at the little girl eating deliciously and asked with a smile, "Is it delicious? Want me to cut anything else?" Evangel said excitedly. "Garlic." Okay. Everyone around was attracted by her cute appearance, and couldn't help but look back. "Oh my God, so cute." Little Evangel ate, with relish, her eyes filled with indescribable happiness. "It's so delicious." Kim Hajin looked at the little girl and called out, "Evangel, do you feel like you can make it through this weekend on your own?" Evangel was putting a piece of meat into her mouth, then suddenly stopped. She looked at him silently. Seeing the girl's clearly drooping eyes, he panicked. Oh my god, she stopped eating. She must be about to cry, he said flusteredly. But I will buy you a toy. Just tell me what you want, Evangel sadly replied. Yes. He looked at the girl and thought, what should I do? She looks so depressed. Suddenly, a waiter approached. He placed a plate of delicious meat down and introduced, this is the tomahawk steak you ordered. Evangel immediately regained his composure and asked excitedly, Wawa, what is this? Hajin, hurry up and cut it off. Kim Hajin thought to himself, I'm sorry, I'll be back soon. After the meal, Kim Hajin walked down the street holding Evang's hand. He looked at the girl and asked, what toy do you want? The little girl skipped beside him and replied, puzzle. Suddenly the little girl stopped, her eyes wide open, looking in one direction. Kim Hajin saw the girl suddenly stop and asked in surprise, what's the matter? A stray cat, with 2 colored eyes and a dirty body, looked at her and cried, meow. The little girl looked at it without blinking. The two of them approached to look at it. Kim Hajin wondered, there's a cat in this place? Evangel's eyes sparkled as he pulled his sleeve and called out, Hajin, Hajin, I want to play with Whitey. Hearing her say that, he laughed and replied, Whitey? You named him? The little girl smiled and replied yes. He held out his hand for the cat to play with, thinking, it's actually pretty cute. For the dorm room I'm currently staying in, I can still get another cat. I've wanted to raise one for a long time. But Avalanche, if I raise this cat, what will happen to my spirit friends? It might fight with them. Evangel firmly replied, I guarantee that will not happen. Kim Hajin spread out his pinky finger and said, is that so? Then I promise. The girl did not hesitate, beckoned to him, and affirmed, I promise. Unexpectedly, a few days later something happened. Evangel held the torn teddy bear in his arms and angrily shouted, Whitey, why are you bite this? Do you want to be scolded? Kim Hajin carried his suitcase in his hand, preparing to go out, and gave instructions. Evangel, I'll be back soon. Got to get along with Whitey. But she doesn't seem to care much about what you say. The little girl sternly reminded, Whitey, I'm scolding you. Stop yawning. He looked at the scene before him helplessly, thinking, she's treating me like I'm not here anymore. It's a bit sad. A moment later, the passport was handed over. The customs officer said, welcome to Turin. Kim Hajin looked at the passport in his hand and thought to himself, I'm a little worried because this is just a fake passport, but still got through. This chameleon troupe is also good, huh? He looked up and looked around with admiration. This place is awesome. This place is Italy, Turin. All around, the streets are bustling with people. In the novel, Italy is a rather unique country. One of the main reasons is that there is a mafia here. In the story of this world, they are not a reckless, lawless organization. On the surface, they appear to be in conflict with the government, but both sides cooperate with each other when monsters appear. They created a group that could run the business both in the dark and in the light. Now they live independently within the framework of the law. There are also bastards who regularly abuse their power. Kim Hajin sighed and thought to himself, the Korean mafia gang that I'm targeting is the strongest gang among the mafia groups. And I have to kill one of its members. Actually, this mission might have been ordered by someone from Korean himself. Suddenly, a loud call caught his attention. Apprentice! Here! He turned to look, surprised. So that person was Li Xiaoping. She stood to the side, her face cold, waving her hand. Hajin suddenly saw her and called out, Captain? Moments later, Kim Hajin opened the motorcycle. Li Xiaoping rubbed his chin in surprise and thought, Ho, the key turns into a motorbike? Oh, you came here to help me? Not. I will not help you. He heard that and was confused, saying, so, why are you here? Li Xiaoping did not hesitate to jump on the back of the motorcycle. What are you doing? She coldly ordered. Drive, I want to go for a walk. There's still plenty of time. Let's take a tour around Turin. Move the scene to the other side. Chai Neun just finished sparring, tiredly lying on the ground and sighing. So tired! Kim Seho stood beside her and looked at her, smiling and saying, it's understandable. We've been sparring since class ended, haven't we? She turned to Yona and said, but Yona, why aren't you practicing? Yona did not reply, standing silently in a corner thinking. Chai Neun didn't get an answer. Angry, she complained, are you ignoring me? Yona was still lost in her thoughts at this moment. Who was the kid with Hajin last night? How could he have a child that age? It must be his niece. No, he's an orphan. I can't find any relatives of his. Chai Neun still didn't get a response, so she yelled from beside him. Hey, what are you thinking about? Did Jonghak abandon or something? Yuna was hit on the wrong spot, being rejected by Jonghak when he asked to study together. Her pupils contracted in anger. Chinayan, Hajin said he hates you. Chinayan was hit in the heart, hesitantly retorted, What? What are you saying all of a sudden? Kim Seho asked doubtfully, Really? Yeah, that rumor has spread throughout the academy. She smiled teasingly. Well, if I were him, I would also like Rachel more than Naeun. Chinayan asked angrily. Huh, you want to keep talking? Yuyona calmly replied, Why do you care? Didn't you say you hate him? Chinayan heard that. Her face darkened. She was speechless. The two women faced each other tensely, staring at each other. Kim Seho was in the middle, not knowing what to do. Why are you guys arguing all of a sudden? Chinayan turned and left. Kim Seho helplessly called out, You guys, where are you going? He was confused, holding his head. Everyone was getting along fine until last minute. On this side, Kim Hajin drove the motorcycle carrying Li Xiaoping speeding on the road. He still couldn't understand her decision. She really just wanted to go for a walk? Suddenly she spoke. There is a social gathering at 9 p.m. Kim Hajin glanced at her in surprise. She's suggesting a trainee mercenary mission. Location at Villa Leoran in Turin. The goal is to be in charge of organizing that social gathering. There is an abandoned cathedral in the woods near that mansion. At this point the system announces, starting redirection to destination. A moment later, the two stopped the car in front of a church. The top of that cathedral's tower is quite high, so it's the perfect place to aim from a distance. Kim Hajin placed a hand on the wall, feeling, how long has this sanctuary been abandoned? Suddenly he jumped up to the top floor of the cathedral lightly. From up there, you could see a large mansion right in front of you. You exclaimed, Is that the mansion? This is indeed a good vantage point for observation. Just like she said. Li Xiaoping below shouted, Apprentice, can I observe you performing your mission? He glanced and replied, I don't feel comfortable. Please leave this place. She heard that and was silent, saying nothing. He emphasized again. Right now. Li Xiaoping was frustrated and had no choice but to comply with Hajin's wishes. All right, I'm going. After she left, Hajin turned around and started his mission. Your eyes show a surveillance system. This place is about 1 kilometer from the mansion. Most heroes can realize this distance in 30 seconds. Consider giving them more time to discover what's going on and their location. I only have 1 minute to escape. Although it's faint, there's a mana barrier surrounding it. Kim Hajin raised his hand to look at his watch, timing it. Luckily the barrier is weak because the event hasn't started yet. We must act quickly. A green light appeared immediately. A long gun appeared before his eyes. The bullet activation system is determined, but the completion percentage increases little by little. He was helpless. Not so lucky today, huh? But it's okay. Kim Hajin began aiming his gun. I'll use the mana of stigma to strengthen the bullet bearing, improved with anti-demon properties to erase the evidence. I also made it so it will oxidize after hitting the target. In other words, there's no need to worry about the mission failing. His hand trembled slightly, ready to pull the trigger. I will kill him in one shot. Kim Hajin put his finger on the trigger. The sound of a gun being loaded rang out. Rumors say he's a demonic human. He aimed the gun at the mansion, but he still had doubts. Just a rumor, right? What if he isn't? The man still did not know he was being assassinated, calmly standing there angrily yelling. Thinking of this, he suddenly stopped. Will I become a murderer? Kim Hajin thought of the characters in this novel. Even though I know I'm in a novel I wrote before, and they are just characters in it, but now I feel like they're really living. Suddenly, the image of his parents in the real world suddenly came back. He remembered his main purpose. Kim Hajin thought about the time he would see his parents again. And hold them in your arms. I did all this so I could go home. 10 years from now, I will still be in this world. Maybe I'll stay here even longer than that. So I have to put aside my emotions in situations like this. Even though I feel like they're really living. He tried to reassure himself, but this place wasn't real. It only exists in novels. It's just a novel. Thinking clearly, Hajin pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out loudly. Birds flew away. The bullet hit the man's head accurately. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone around was surprised and shouted. He was shot. Everyone in the room was stunned. Blood splattered everywhere. Li Xiaoping stood in a corner, observing everything. She said, Demonic human, doesn't bleed. As for the other man, blood was flowing nonstop. He was lying in a pool of blood. After completing the mission, Kim Hajin sat quietly alone at a roadside cafe. He sat there in deep thought, in contrast to the bustling streets. Suddenly, Li Xiaoping came from somewhere and interrupted his train of thought. You apprentice! He looked at her in surprise. Li Xiaoping! How did you know I was here? She calmly sat down on the chair in front of him. She replied. I was following your trail just now, he asked in surprise. You can do that? Li Xiaopeng did not reply to praise him. You did a great job today. Kim Hajin calmly picked up his coffee cup and replied. I'm glad to hear you say that. Even though he said so, his hand holding the glass was still shaking. It seems that mission has left him with some psychological trauma. Hajin saw her staring at him like that, so he pretended to beat the village drum. Li Xiaopeng thought. Perhaps that was also his first time killing someone. Kim Hajin ignored the gaze, not daring to look straight. Li Xiaopeng asked. How was work today? Since this is my first time, I'm having a bit of trouble. Bro, to be honest, it's not easy to make money. However, money is the only thing people can trust, especially for people like us, he repeated confusingly. Like us? Li Xiaopeng continued. Because we live our whole lives, but don't have any relatives by our side. He seemed to hear the truth. His eyes widened, his mouth moved as if to say something. Then he laughed in agreement. Well, I guess you're right. She smiled softly at him. He recovered from that shock well. The more I look at him, the more I like him. The thing that's destroying the mana shield right now is definitely anti-magic. I'm sure my eyes are not seeing things. Kim Hajin, in the future, will definitely become the trump card to kill him. She thought back to the time not long before. Jun asked Li Xiaopeng, why did you have to choose him? There are plenty of people out there who are strong and have anti-magic abilities, right? Is it necessary to choose an inexperienced cadet? Kalen heard that and immediately retorted to Drun. It's been so long, why are you objecting now? Drun laughed and retorted. I have no objection. I'm just curious to know why. Li Xiaopeng, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up to reply. It's his eyes. Drun confused. Eyes? The eyes? You're more romantic than I thought. Ha ha ha. Drun, stop it. Li Xiaopeng thought about his appearance. Kim Hajin, his eyes were filled with loneliness. Those eyes say, except for myself, everyone. No one is trustworthy. Just like me that day. Then Li Xiaopeng remembered himself on that fateful day. Back to the present, she looked at him silently, wondering, is that why? Should I keep worrying about him? I hope he doesn't make the same mistake I did. Suddenly, Hajin spoke up. Oh yeah, can you pay me with goods? Specific items? Li Xiaopeng replied. If that's what you want, then it's no problem. Do you want any items? He smiled and replied. Whatever you think is suitable for me, you can give it to me. Hajin was now secretly calculating in his heart. The captain definitely has a lot of expensive goods and items, but because she doesn't know the current market price of those items, so I'll profit because there's a high chance she'll give me an item worth more than the wages. It seemed that Li Xiaopeng guessed his intentions. She immediately stood up and said, Okay, to celebrate us officially being on the same boat. Hearing this, he quickly interrupted. I haven't decided on that yet. Li Xiaopeng did not expect this. She was surprised and shouted H.A. loudly. Hajin scratched his face and replied calmly, I have the right to choose where I join, right? I feel like it's still a bit early to decide that now. Li Xiaopeng heard that and was speechless with him. Really, I could never understand. What else is he thinking? As night fell at Hajin's house, the atmosphere became quiet. Evangel was sleeping soundly next to the cat when he heard a small noise and woke up. The sleepy girl rubbed her eyes and called, Hajin. Hajin entered the house and saw the girl still awake, surprised. He knelt down, opened his hands, and tried to help the girl ask, Evangel, why aren't you sleeping yet? Evangel also raised his hand, wanting to hug him, saying, I was waiting for you to come home. The little girl leaned forward and hugged his neck, comforting him. Welcome home. You've worked hard today. Hajin was surprised by the little girl's sweet actions. He slowly reached out and hugged the girl to him. Two people, one big and one small, just hugged each other for a long time. Hajin happy, feel so warm. In my heart from before, I knew these people were not just characters. They are literally living and breathing. Suddenly, he remembered the man he had killed with his own hands, and he felt fear. He hugged Evangel tightly. His body was shaking uncontrollably, which surprised and worried the little girl. Hajin wondered if he would have to go through many similar missions like today. How can I get back home? Will I have to repeat this in the future? How many more times do I have to repeat this? And then midterm 2 finally arrived. However, things are not as rosy as they were in midterm 1. With the large number of incidents in the previous period, outsiders were strictly forbidden from entering. He scratched his head, seemingly deep in thought. Different from the original. But, never mind. I just wrote this part roughly without thinking much, so I don't remember much. While he was thinking, He heard the sighs of the other cadets in the hallway. Everyone was worried and miserable about the test. Today's test is so difficult. This is so difficult. Should I complain to the professor? Seeing everyone like that, Hajin still calmly thought to himself, for someone like me who got first place in the theory exam, it's just another day. Hajin looked at his watch. Maybe I should stop by the nursing home for a bit. Suddenly Naeun called out to him. Hey, Hajin! Naeun walked forward with a worried look on her face. She stood opposite Hajin wondering, are you going to class? No, I'm going out. Naeun seemed panicked when she heard that you didn't come to class. Aren't you going to study? No need, she asked him hesitantly. So do you have any summary notes? Hajin just leisurely replied no. Her face turned ashen upon hearing his reply. She pleaded, Hajin, hey, help me out a little. Written test today, I failed. I heard if you remember the important part you will get 10 more points. Help me cram knowledge. Hey, seeing Naeun like that, he asked, why don't you ask Yona? I see she's good at summarizing and explaining. When she heard Hajin mention Yona, Naeun immediately lowered her head, her face becoming shy. Naeun clenched her hands together, looking confused. Yona and I have some business. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, her face beaming. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal. But when Naeun looked up, Hajin was gone. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Where is he? Hajin, Kim Hajin. At this time, Hajin had arrived at the door of the nursing home. In his heart, he thought, this is the nursing home where Fernand Jesus used to live. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. A voice from inside said, I'm coming. A woman wearing glasses opened the door and asked him what's the matter. Hajin put his hand behind his neck, embarrassed. Me? The woman now recognized Hajin and happily exclaimed, wow, look who's here. It's Hajin. Hearing that, he also helped her out because he didn't think she could know him. The two stood there for a long time. He was also surprised by this. Hajin seemed to have realized something. He remembered before. That's right. Before. I was Kim Chung-dong. Kim Chung-dong is a very warm person. He must have personal connections I don't know about. The nurse invited him inside. It's been a year since you last visited, right? Come in. Hajin slowly walked inside, politely greeting her back. Yes, long time no see. How have you been? Hajin walked into the nursing home and looked around. The nurse went ahead and explained. This place is still the same. An old man sitting in a wheelchair smiled and waved at him. The old man smiled kindly and waved hello. Long time no see, Hajin? The old man wearing the hat seemed not to see. He turned to ask the old man next to him. Who is that? It's Hajin. He looked at everyone there with a thoughtful expression. The nurse turned to look at him, wondering, why are you here today? It's nothing. But then he also stammered out his plan to come here. I'm looking for Agus. She smiled and replied, oh, you're from South America, right? He doesn't talk much, does he? When he does talk, it's only to you. Hearing this, he was also surprised to hear this news. Chunong knows Fernand? Probably an element the co-author added to the plot. Not bad. Hajin also asked her, yes, I'm just wondering if anything was left behind that day. She put her hand to her chin, seeming to think. Leave it. I don't think so. But if there is, then surely. Yet two people answered the same question at the same time. A letter. The nurse also seemed surprised that Hajin knew what he left behind. On this side, Hajin also felt relieved when he guessed. What a relief, there's still that thing. The nurse did not understand how he knew about that letter. Hajin did not answer her question, only wanting to know where the letter was now. Where is the letter? Hajin secretly speculated in his heart. I don't know what Kim Chung-dong's personality was like before, but based on the reactions of the people here, he must have had very good relationships with everyone. At this time, Hajin said to the nurse, I have a promise to him. The nurse just bowed her head and said nothing. The nurse gently pushed up her glasses without answering him. She took out her glasses to clean them, then calmly replied, well, it wouldn't be strange if he left something for you, especially when you are the one who doesn't discriminate against anyone and takes the initiative to talk. She put on her glasses and smiled slightly. You should go to Seaho Memorial Park. Hajin heard that. He placed his hand on his chest, feeling the heartbeat inside. She showed me where to put the letter. The letter is with his relics. Arriving at Seaho Memorial Park, Hajin stood in front of the glass cases, thinking quietly. Now I'm doing so many things I've never done in real life. He walked gently down the hallway, his mind filled with thoughts. Here it is, section 17, first row, number 4. An old letter is neatly placed inside a glass case. Here it is. Good thing I came here. He slowly placed his hand on the handle of the glass cabinet. But then Hajin suddenly realized, wait a minute. His face showed confusion. I already know the content of the letter. There's no need to open it, right? At least the first reader should be. But then he changed his mind. His hand gently turned the glass door of the cabinet. His heart filled with doubt. No, maybe the co-author added something here. If the content of the letter changes, it will be complicated. And then Hajin finally opened the cupboard, took out the letter and read it. But in the end, what was in the letter? It made him scared. On this side, Yona is currently in a conference room. Yona said, volunteer work? She was connecting with a girl with braided hair. She reported back to Yona. Yes, before he entered Cube, when he was 11 years old. There are records showing that he volunteered at several orphanages and nursing homes. Hajin did that? Is that why he's been going out so much lately? Yona with sad eyes, secretly thinking about Hajin. There are too many bad rumors behind his back. It's hard to believe this is true, even though I don't really believe in those words. An orphan who grew up and entered a military academy as soon as he awakened. If it were me, I would have thrown that past into the trash. But he chose to cherish that past. No, he even sought out people who could recall that past. He doesn't use his power as a tool to attract attention. But simply to help others silently. That thought kept echoing in Yona's head, although I don't quite agree. But it's really disrespectful. At this time, Yona had already found out all the information about Hajin. When she saw that information from him, she couldn't help but be surprised. That's really impressive. She still wanted to know more about him. Is there no more important information? Where was he born, for example? No, we are still searching, but not yet. Sorry, try to find more. Report it. Yes, master. The girl on the screen continued reporting. Next, we received a commission from Korean Mafia to track down a hitman. A director was killed, and it was rumored that the hitman came from Korea. Yona thought to herself, Korean Mafia. I'm planning to approach them about smuggling relics. Maybe I can add conditions that are beneficial to my side. Then she asked for some more information. Okay, so can we track down that assassin? The person on the other side of the screen reported. Back, there's a new soldier on Kim Ho-sup who just joined. He's been quite useful lately. Let me send you a file of information. All the information of the person named Ho-sup appeared on the screen. Ho-sup is a student at the High-Speed Network Talent Military Academy. Possesses the ability to search and detect information by connecting the computer to the brain. The faster your computer and network speed, the faster your search will be. Turning back to Hajin's side, he was still intently reading the contents of the letter. He used his smartwatch to switch the language to Korean. Looks like nothing has changed. Then Hajin folded the letter and put it in the envelope, feeling light and calm. Given the current situation, this is the only answer the fact-finding office can give. At this moment, the watch on Tomer's wrist suddenly lit up. She glanced down at the watch on her wrist. She was startled and stared at the watch. It's a message from the Truth Investigation Office. We found Fernando Jesus. When she heard that information, her face became strange and horrible. If you want to hear our response, please transfer a certain amount of money. Sometime later, in the classroom, Mr. Suhyuk said, holding the class's test papers in his hand, making an announcement. Now then, with this test, the written test is over. Well done, everyone. Everyone can leave now. After class ended, Hajin stood in front of a vending machine. It seemed like he wanted to buy some water. A floating current rose up, calling his name. Hey, Kim Hajin. It was Naeun. She came to ask him now. The test is over. What are you going to do? Hajin held the can of soda in his hand and calmly replied, I will prepare for the practice test. When she heard him say that, she immediately opened her mouth in surprise. You're already preparing for next week? What an honor student of the school! Naeun pulled something out of her bag and wanted to give it to Hajin. Okay, here you go. Thanks for lending it to me. Naeun happily thanked him again. Thanks, I thought it was you. You left without letting me borrow it. Ha ha, I was in a hurry then. It's okay, since you lent it to me. Your notebook is really useful. Hajin also secretly sighed in his heart. Well, actually it's because I got it from hacking Yuyona's personal data. Naeun added excitedly. Since you helped me, I'll buy you something. The test is done. Why don't we go there? Hajin opened the can of soda in her hand, wondering where to go. She told him where she wanted to go. How about Hanyang Pavilion? Hajin was a little startled when he heard that. What? The famous shop on Ganghwa Island? That Hanyang Pavilion? Hearing about that shop, Hajin started drooling over me. But then he turned away and refused. I don't like. Naeun looked surprised. not understanding why he refused. Why? Hajin already had a plan in mind. I need to prepare for that event later and take a practice test. He had just drank Coke, making an excuse to decline. I'm just busy. If you want to go with Kim Seho. Naeun heard that and couldn't help but wonder. She shyly replied, could it be that you are jealous? Hearing her say that, Hajin immediately spat out the mouthful of water he was drinking. Hajin turned back with a gloomy face, jealous. What? What are you talking about? Forget it. I just wanted to pay you back for buying me things at the French store. Hajin turned away, rejecting her. You don't have to do that. Are you sure? Even it'll be a plenty meal? Hajin didn't turn around and continued walking. She called out, Hey! Naeun also helplessly exclaimed, her face flushed as she continued. Oh my God! It can't be just the two of us. Hajin occasionally walked around the school grounds. Maybe I should buy some snacks for Evangel on the way back. From afar, there was a sound of discussion that caught his attention. That voice is... Hajin walked over and looked into the alley. Tomer was discussing something. So, if you pay a little more. The voice on the other end immediately responded to Tomer. Extra pay? How long have you been dragging out something that was supposed to be done in 2 weeks? She bowed her head when she heard the other person questioning that. The other person added, I heard you also lost the item the leader gave you, right? I'm sorry. Hajin stood outside, eavesdropping on their call. He smiled slyly, also recognizing the item the two were talking about. But, I really need money. Please, just this once. The voice on the other end sounded angry, yelling, You are out of your mind. Just finish what you have not done. After hanging up the call, Tomer angrily turned his head and complained, Hayes, nothing is going smoothly. Just then, she came face to face with Hajin. The two stared at each other. She could not help but feel confused. How long has he been here? He heard everything? Well, but that's okay, because I didn't say anything about Jin. She pushed him aside and left. Get out of the way. Hajin immediately spoke up to suggest to her. Do you need me to lend you money? Hearing that, Tomer turned his head in surprise. Really? Then she glanced at him, silently assessing. But then she turned around and walked away, not wanting to borrow money from him. So you heard. Never mind. I don't think you have enough money. But aren't you a magician? I think making money is not a problem for magicians. If you write this for me, I will lend you money. Hajin offered to cooperate with her, to which she turned back to look at him, and sighed. It's an amount of money you can have. Sigh. Hajin sighed and put his hand in his pocket, rummaging for something. Hajin held the credit card in his hand, feeling smug. Even though I look like that, but I have quite a lot of money. Meanwhile at Battlefield 2, the first practical test was a team match, which had the same rules as the individual match in the first semester, but the difference was that it was a team match. The first match of the day, Rachel's team will be on the attacking side, and Yohei's team will be on the defensive. Hajin held the gun in his hand, scouting his surroundings. It seems the terrain is quite obstructive. He installed the cannon, feeling proud. Well, this is even more beneficial for me. Rachel volunteered to go first. Jin Ho Zong and I will be on the front line. The rest will support behind. Rachel called out to everyone, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, Hajin immediately launched himself into the air. He quickly jumped onto a high tree branch, much to Rachel's surprise. She was also curious. Hajin? He smiled and explained. You go ahead, I will support you from above. She smiled. Rachel seemed to have guessed what he wanted to do. So he has high ground. Nice. Now then, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Hajin jumped onto another tree branch. Jumped from branch to branch with agility. Hajin jumped onto a high tree branch. He lifted the branch to look around. But then he suddenly looked down as if he had discovered something. Suddenly, an arrow flew from the sky. With his quick reaction, he quickly dodged it, and aimed his gun at that person. Hajin jumped over to another tree branch to escape from that person, secretly thinking, the shooter is here, which means their team is nearby. Among them, the one at the front line will be. Suddenly, Hajin turned his head to look behind him with a puzzled expression. Someone is holding a small branch in his mouth. It turned out to be Yohei. He was leisurely lying under a tree resting. Seeing that, Hajin also froze. Thousands of question marks appeared in his head. Seeing him so leisurely and unconcerned with his surroundings, Hajin wondered, what's wrong with this guy? Even if they have a gunner nearby. But isn't that a bit too confident? Besides, the person Yohei is about to face. At this moment, Rachel suddenly rushed over from afar like a gust of wind. On this side, Yohei was still, sitting leisurely, singing, Hey boy, I'm free and carefree like the wind. Rachel ran out of nowhere in front of him. She jumped high, preparing to swing her sword down at him. Yohei also quickly grabbed his sword. Rachel's attack was quickly overpowered by him. Yohei immediately stood up and rushed to fight Rachel, while Hajin stood above and watched, unable to help but admire. He couldn't withstand Rachel's attack. From behind, Hozong appeared at some point. He held his axe and rushed over, shouting Rachel. Hozong punched Yohei head-on. The punch was so powerful it could have blown up the sky. Hajin was also affected by that blow. He felt a little regretful. That was close. At this moment, both of them joined forces to attack Yohei. After observing for a while, Hajin came to a conclusion. Even though the two of them attacked together, the sentences we didn't get pushed back much. Unbelievable. Has Yohei always been this strong? Seeing Yohei so strong, being able to fight with the two of them, Hozong couldn't help but exclaim, Yohei, that guy was able to fight both me and Rachel at the same time. We're in the top 3 too, are you kidding me? Is he using magic to buff his power? Sitting on the tree observing the situation, Hajin finally realized. Aha, so I have a pretty good grasp of the current situation. Yohei is responsible for blocking the enemy, keeping them in front, while the archer was shooting arrows to support him from behind. The mage was probably using up all his mana to buff Yohei's power. The support and the other warrior are blocking so they can protect the support. So this is a strategy to put all the pressure on Yohei so he can carry the team? Hajin also secretly praised their team's tactics. Well, this tactic is quite effective against a defensive-oriented team, isn't it? But of course, only if that mage isn't out of this game. Then Hajin smiled sinisterly. You leave immediately. He jumped over the branches and moved forward. In a flash, Hajin had jumped to the enemy side. Hajin quickly looked to the other side. He stood from afar observing, seemingly seeing 3 people from the opposing group. Found it. While the other 2 were focused forward, the blonde one realized something. He saw Hajin from the tree and immediately shouted, over there. There's a gunner in the tree. When he realized he had been discovered, Hajin immediately escaped from that tree branch, unable to help but lament. How did I get discovered? Don't I have the talent to infiltrate? The blonde youth holding the axe spoke with a tone of disdain. A marksman running through here alone? What the hell are you doing, Hajin? But Hajin didn't care much. One hand grabbed onto a tree branch. The other hand held a gun and shot at the 3 of them. The other 3 immediately hid behind shields to avoid the bullets. Hajin now jumped down to the ground. He ran past the 3, pointing his gun at them. The shield girl asked about the other person's situation. How is the buff? It's okay, the buff is good. Hajin was now standing on the large rocks, aiming his gun at the other 3. Huh, that guy is really good at hiding, isn't he? But I think I can shoot him from up here easily. The blonde guy gave his teammates a look at where Hajin was standing. I'll do it. He quickly rushed towards Hajin. He thought to himself, is this guy planning to take me on alone? Hajin held onto the rock with one hand and held the gun in his mouth to avoid the attack of the blonde-haired brute. Oh my god, this is amazing. There's no way he can catch me with this terrain full of obstacles. Hajin quickly jumped upwards, much to the anger of the blonde man. He climbed up on his arm and kept sticking his tongue out at him. The shield girl behind him saw this and also spoke up. What the hell? He couldn't even catch him. What kind of idiot is that? As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand to her mouth to cast a spell. Many shields appeared around them. Her move was to combine those shields. Those shields now formed a giant iron ball, shielding the 2 of them. Hajin glanced up at the huge sphere and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this guy a 2-2 or something? How can I shoot like this? The blonde youth was gathering strength in preparation to attack Hajin. He hit the tree trunk hard, wanting to make Hajin fall, but he had already leaped towards those huge shields. He thought to himself, no matter how much you block, these are just a few lifeless shields stacked on top of each other. He raised the gun, preparing to aim. I can see very clearly that guy's blind spot. And then, the bullet from Hajin's gun also flew out. The bullet created a huge source of energy, rushing straight towards those shields. Hearing the noise, Yohei immediately turned his head, his expression now showing fear. The mage girl who was defeated by Hajin earlier was lying on the ground. He screamed, "What? No way! Hey, you're not down yet?" The announcement sounded. Yohei from the mage team, Yusuwan, was eliminated. Hearing the announcement that his team member was eliminated, Yohei gasped in surprise. What? Seeing their team's female mage collapsed on the ground, her 2 teammates immediately turned pale. Hajin thought to himself, If he had some kind of shield to use, he definitely wouldn't have gone down with just one hit. His mistake was that he tried to conserve mana. The axe-wielding man immediately scolded Hajin. "This coward!" Hajin forced a smile and replied, "Come on, who are you calling a coward?" This was all in the plan. On this side, having lost the power buff effect, Yohei was struggling to bear the attacks of Rachel and Hozong. Yohei's entire body was trembling. His sword hand was also shaking uncontrollably, fear in his heart. "Oh shit, I'm losing my strength." Tomer was now the mage of the Hajin team. She threw balls of fire at the opposing team, making them afraid. On this side, the blonde guy and the shield girl continued to yell provocatively at Hajin to jump down. "If you're so good, come down here." The midterm team combat test results showed that Rachel's team won overwhelmingly. Rachel clasped her hands together, her face smiling. "Thank you, everyone. Everyone did a great job." Hajin turned back to look at Rachel, thinking to himself, "She seems to be in a really good mood, huh?" Her tone of voice and hand gestures are different from usual. She turned to look at Hajin, praising, "Especially you, Hajin. We won thanks to you defeating that magician." Hearing her praise, Hajin scratched his head in embarrassment. I just did it on instinct." Hozong felt the same way. He put his arm around Hajin's shoulder and smiled happily. "Yeah, if you failed then you'd get a few reports for trolling the team. Luckily for you, you succeeded, so now you're the hero of the whole team. I was really surprised too. You said you were going to bring back the head of the wizard, are you kidding me? Ha ha!" A moment later, when Hajin was alone, he gently massaged his shoulders, then sighed. "My shoulders are really tired. Did I just overdo it?" Naeun ran up from behind and called out to him. "Hey Hajin, Suho asked me to tell you that you played well." Hajin turned back to look at her and asked softly, "Suho asked for that?" "Yeah, he just went to his battle. That time, when you fired your bullet changed trajectory and made a sharp turn, right? How did you do that?" Hajin just leisurely replied, "It's because of my talent." Naeun heard the answer from him and looked dumbfounded. Answering like not answering. She put her hands behind her head and said wearily, "I really want to fight, but my match is not until this afternoon." Hajin opened his eyes wide, as if seeing someone. It turned out that Jonghak and Yona were also here. Jonghak saw Hajin with Naeun and his eyes immediately turned red with jealousy. His face was ashen, and his heart was filled with questions. Why is this bastard talking to Naeun? Seeing Jonghak like that, Hajin also secretly worried. Look at his eyes. Is he filming a movie or something? Naeun, seeing Jonghak's expression, immediately called his name. "Jonghak, why are you glaring at us like that?" He now regained his previous cheerful expression and smiled at Naeun. Jonghak walked towards Naeun. He seemed to have grown a tail and was wagging it constantly, seeming very happy. "Naeun, I wasn't glaring at anyone." Hajin went to Yona's place and asked her, "Are you on your way to your match?" "Yeah, my team plays next." Hajin walked past Yona, then whispered to her 5.56mm bullets, 600 mags. Yona heard that and turned to look at him questioningly. "Why are you talking about rifle bullets all of a sudden?" "I just naturally felt that the information would be useful to you. You know that high-level magic is at least 200,000 won per pill, right? 120 million won is like a drop in the ocean. Are you telling me it's impossible?" Yona smiled and flattered Hajin. "No way, don't insult me like that. Do you need anything else?" "No, that's fine. I just need bullets." Then she continued, "Oh, and about Ginseng Mountain, I think it will be completed in the next 2 weeks." "Oh, really?" "Yeah, but..." Speaking of this, Yona suddenly stroked her chin with her hand, looking thoughtful. "Don't you want to know if I have more? I think I'll go do a little market research. I can't guarantee I'll get more, but if I get more then I'll exchange them for shares of your pharmaceutical company. Is that okay?" Hearing that Hajin wanted to invest in her company, Yona immediately became excited. "Great, that's fine. Then I'll count you in." On the other side, Jonghak was standing and talking with Naeun. He seemed jealous. "Naeun, why are you so friendly with him?" Naeun felt guilty when she heard him say that, and immediately denied it. "What are you saying? Have you forgotten? You were the one who said you didn't like him?" "Huh, I just misunderstood that." On this side, Yona and Hajin heard their conversation just now. "Never mind. Jonghak doesn't know you well." Hajin didn't care. He turned and left, waving goodbye to her. "I don't care about him, don't worry. I've said everything I needed to say. I'm going. Honestly, I don't feel very good, but this is the kind of story it should continue." Jonghak is a descendant of a courtier who has been by the king's side for a long time. He is also the grandson of Shin Myungchul, the great hero. who saved Korea during the famine after the war. It was only natural that he felt a latent power in his bloodline. A moment later, Hajin returned home, opened the door and called out, "I'm home, Evangel." Hearing Hajin's call, little Avang immediately ran over and called out, "Hajin, Hajin, is everything okay?" The girl ran up and threw herself at him. Hajin bent down to catch her and asked, "Nothing happened, right? Are you hungry?" His face showed a hint of surprise when he saw the little girl. Evangel sobbed and ran to him. He looked worried and asked her, "What's the wrong, Evangel?" Evangel burst into tears. Hajin asked her with concern, "What's the wrong, Evangel?" The little girl sobbed, "White, Whitney, hick." The little girl held out her little hand. There was a tiny scratch on it for Hajin to see. She sobbed and told him, "Whitney scratched my hand." Hajin frowned when he saw the tiny scratch, trying to suppress his emotions as he thought to himself, "The first ironclad rule of raising a child is, never let them see you upset." Thinking that, Hajin hugged the little girl and comforted her. "What happened? Why did you get scratched?" Evangel whined. I don't know. I hate Whitney. Whitney is bad." The girl looked resentful. "I didn't do anything?" Hajin was surprised. Whitney scratched her, even though she didn't touch it. He suddenly remembered how surprised he had been to learn about Whitney's talent. Whitney has reached level 4 in magical talent. Beasts with high magical talent will recover faster, live longer, and be smarter than the average species. That makes Whitney an intelligent animal. Such a creature would not affect its master without good reason. Look at Whitney lying obediently on the sofa. Seeing the open cat food lying around the house, Hajin immediately became suspicious. "Cat food? I told Evang to only feed the cat once a day." Immediately, Hajin questioned the girl, "Evangel, why are there so many cat food containers lying around here?" Evangel did not reply. Immediately, Hajin wondered, could it be that I eat that? Evangel faltered, unable to deny. The little girl had no choice but to find an excuse to justify herself. "I just wanted to know how good that thing tasted that Whitey liked it so much. So, I tried a little." Hajin slapped his forehead in understanding. So this is why Whitey was so angry. "Oh my God! Don't do that again." Suddenly, the bracelet on his wrist announced a message from Rachel. Hajin opened it, and he was extremely surprised by this message. "Hajin, happy birthday!" And Rachel sent a gift of a cake set with a message. "This is a gift for you. Thank you for doing your best on today's test. Let's go sing karaoke together when this exam is over." Hajin only now noticed when the system announced the congratulatory message. He was surprised. "Oh, today is my birthday!" At this moment, Naeun was lying down leisurely surfing social networks. She suddenly became active on social media again. "Just because we just finished a test." Yona posted a photo with 4,593 likes, taken with her group, with the caption, "The test was quite tough, but luckily we all got good results. A big thank you to all the team members." Naeun couldn't hide her jealousy. Yona must be close to her group members. "I want to celebrate with the group like that too." "Come on, the presentation is already a mess. What's the point of celebrating? I'm still mad at them." Come to think of it, I haven't talked to Yona since then. Actually, I was the one at fault first. I really want to make it up to him. Naeun turned back and forth in her arms, feeling frustrated and awkward. Oh my God, what should I say to him? Looking at the smart watch on her hand, a thought suddenly occurred to her. After some hesitation, she decided to like Yona's post. I'll like her post first. Jonghak's post shows a super cool pose with the caption, "Win 3, lose 0. Naeun commented to him, "Look at the way he poses for pictures. Is he a gangster or something? I wonder when he will stop being a kid?" Next is Kim Seho's post. He posted a photo of himself and Hajin together with the caption, "Cube's only shooter." Naeun thought to herself, is Kim Seho doing this on purpose? She also found out that Sunga also commented on the post. "It's great to see your bright smile. I watched your match on video. Hajin and Kim Seho, you did well." Naeun was surprised to see Sunga comment like that on Kim Seho's post. After surfing social media for a while, Naeun felt bored. "I'm starting to get bored. Are there any unread messages?" Suddenly a notification caught her eye. Oh, today is Hajin's birthday. Naeun scrolled through the search bar in the shopping cart. I should probably buy him an electronic gift. But before she clicked to order, she suddenly stopped. She changed her mind. No, if I want to give him something, I should give it to him directly, right? Naeun immediately sat up. But just thinking about it made her feel embarrassed. Her face read, "Give a gift directly to him?" Are you crazy, Naeun? We're not that close, are we? Because she was too shy, Naeun could only make it a passing wish, with no need for any gifts. A birthday message is enough, Hajin. Ha ha, today is your birthday, right? But ironically, a minute had passed since her message was sent. Then, 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. Still no reply. She had to repeat the message twice. Haha, hey Hajin, is today your birthday? Happy birthday. Why didn't you say anything? But the result was still the same, making her quite disappointed. Why isn't he answering? When Naeun was about to be embarrassed, Hajin replied with a short sentence. Thank you. Naeun was a little disappointed. Is that all? She was angry, threw down the smart device, sighed, and struggled to lie down on the bed. Her feelings were extremely complicated and unpleasant. Keep acting so arrogant, you annoying brat. Scene changes to a modern high-rise building. Hajin is inside, and he looks very proud. Thursday marks the end of all remaining tests. I didn't do well in the individual test, but I got a pretty high score in the team test, so I can safely stay in the top 200, as my goal. Maybe I should change to a bigger room in my second year. Well, that's not something I should worry about right now. Supplies, equipment, and food he had prepared, but he was still a little worried. I wonder if this is enough? Probably because he was afraid of missing out on something. Hajin decided to put everything he saw into his inventory. But the bag is like Doraemon's magic bag, a bag that can hold the whole world. Maximum is 200 kilograms. Suddenly, the smart device notified that a message had arrived. A message with content. Cube will be on hiatus next week. When you use your cadet card abroad, you can get 70% off your usage fee. The field trip next Thursday, organized by the Jinsung Foundation, is limited to first-year students only, first come, first served basis. He thought to himself, good thing there's no class next week. It's all for the sake of outdoor investigation. Even the detectives couldn't find anything. However, the demonic human who infiltrated the cube must have been hiding somewhere during this time. The important thing is the latter part of this message. With Hajin's intelligence, he quickly realized the important information. When you use your cadet card abroad, you can get 70% off your usage fee. First come, first served. The field trip was organized by the Jinsung Foundation. That's the main story, Hajin forgetting a grip on the situation. So he decided to make specific plans for this field trip. The main characters will be captured by ghosts from the past. This is an important item that will bring about great development for everyone. We have to make a comprehensive plan. Suddenly, little girl Evangel cried out to him again. Hajin, Whitey ate my chicken. Ay. Hajin calmly replied to the little girl. It's okay, Whitey will be fine. He's a special cat. Evangel kept whining. That wasn't my idea. The little girl felt resentful and cried louder. That piece was my last piece of fried chicken. Hajin, now he understood. Ha! Is that so? Scene change. Beautiful Yona is giving the item to Hajin. Here's the ammo you need. The chamber can hold up to 45 rounds, so I put 900 bullets in there. Hajin took the suitcase of ammunition, looking surprised. Oh, thanks. Faster than I thought. Yona took out an item from her sleeve and gave it to him. And also, this. Hajin was quite surprised to receive this gift. A wrist guard? Yona explained. I heard that the wrist is the most vulnerable place when holding a pistol. But your birthday is on Monday, right? I was going to give it to you on your birthday, but I was busy with exams. Hajin politely thank you very much. After giving the gift, Yona said goodbye. Hajin, see you again. Hajin replied, thank you, see you later. Hajin's eyes followed her. He was a little hesitant. Surprisingly, Yona's graceful back gradually walked away. I didn't think I would get a gift from Yona. Hajin looked up at the clock. He was shocked to find out. Oh no, I'm late. I'm going to be late. Hozong looked happy when Hajin arrived. Oh, Hajin is here? You were late on purpose because you thought you were the main character, right? Hajin quickly explained. Excuse me, I have something to take care of. Rachel now looked excited. Hajin is here too. Shall we go in? They went to the karaoke bar together. Rachel was curious, as it seemed like this was her first time at a cheap karaoke bar. Hozong was in charge of making reservations for them. Room for 5 people please, the receptionist replied. Okay, please go to room number 17. Others were hesitating, choosing more drinks. How many bottles of water should I buy? Don't buy too much. Rachel looked around, searching for a room. Room 17. Room 17. Finally, she found room number 17 and said loudly, oh, over there. Let's go in. Everyone happily went in together. Hajin followed them. Suddenly Naeun walked out of room 16. She said, "I'll go buy some water, 2 bottles, right?" When she saw Hajin, Naeun was extremely surprised. Hajin suddenly fell silent and looked at Naeun intently. This made her instantly feel very confused and shouted, "Hajin?" Naeun couldn't believe this coincidence. She saw him standing still like a statue. She was a bit confused and thought, what is he doing here? I thought today was just a hangout, so I didn't dress up at all. Hajin immediately spoke up. "Are you here to sing too?" Naeun quickly replied, "Huh? Oh, that's right. The theory test just ended, so my friend invited me to go out to relieve stress a bit." Naeun looked inside curiously. She asked, "Who are you going with?" Naeun was surprised to see Rachel there too. Seeing this, Naeun quickly frowned, thinking to herself, he must be with his teammates. Hajin asked curiously, "Naeun, did you go to the extracurricular activities organized by the Youngsung Corporation Foundation?" She replied, Yeah, you're going too? Yeah, since I don't have any busy schedules, I'll sign up too." Just then, Hazuki walked out of the room. "Naeun, it's your turn." Hajin understood and left immediately. "Talk to you next time," Naeun replied. "Okay, bye." Naeun still tried to follow his back. Hajin entered the karaoke room. He doesn't seem very interested. It's been a long time since I've been to a karaoke bar. Back in the real world, I didn't go to these places often. Suddenly, Hozong rushed out and grabbed Hajin's hand. Make him startled. Hozong's face was pale, clearly scared. He reminded Hajin, run. Quickly, Hajin asked in surprise, "Why did you suddenly say that?" And then he saw them falling to the ground, unable to bear it. It looked like a murder had just happened. Even Tomer had ridden Rachel on the ground. He was very curious. "What are you saying all of a sudden?" Hajin looked at Rachel and suddenly realized, right. Rachel, on the other hand, looked very pleased. She called out, "Hajin, you're here?" Hajin understood. Rachel loves singing. And he sings very badly. Hajin was so scared that his face turned green. As Rachel's singing began, Hajin regretted creating her character like that. What was I thinking when I designed him like that? A moment later, when I got home, Hajin was busy sitting at his desk. He seemed very happy after he finished planning. The plan to put the magic dust in this bracelet to give to Rachel was perfect. But how do I give it to Rachel? An image of the bracelet appeared. This was the bracelet Hajin ordered online and had upgraded it with magic dust. At this point Hajin thought I originally intended to find out the effects of this with the future Kim Seho. But if I want to avoid widening the gap between this plot and the original plot, I should give it to him soon. But no matter how I give it to him, then if she wears this bracelet alone, it won't cause any effect. At this moment the message notification from the watch rang. "You just received a message from Rachel." Hajin was extremely curious. Why is he texting me? So she wanted to ask him a favor. Rachel texted, Hajin, can you teach me to control my magical power better? Hajin was again very confused. What? Why should Rachel learn from me? Besides, my body can't use mana. But this situation, isn't it? Perfect timing. Scene changes to evening outside a high-rise building. Hajin was waiting for Rachel. He was glad to see Rachel had arrived. Oh, Rachel. Rachel seemed quite surprised when he arrived earlier than expected. Hajin, you're here? There's still some time until our appointment time, right? Thanks for coming out here. Though it's a bit sudden. Hajin calmly replied, it's okay. But in his heart he was secretly happy. I'm the one who should be thanking him. Hajin scratched his head awkwardly. Is there really something I can teach you? Rachel comforted. Don't say that. I watched the game back that day and realized there were a lot of places I needed to improve. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to achieve such good results. So, I want to ask you for help. Rachel struggled to speak. She closed her eyes and screamed louder. Please teach me. How can I be strong like you? Hajin quickly guessed her thoughts. You said you wanted to try out my workout schedule, right? It's going to be tough. Can you handle it? Rachel was also very determined. Okay. I will try. Hajin then went to the first exercise. Okay, you can sit like me. But it seemed like Rachel had never sat like this before, so it was quite difficult for her to try. Seeing that, Hajin helplessly continued. If it's too difficult, you can sit in a comfortable position. But Rachel was adamant. It's okay, I can do it. And in the end, Rachel still couldn't sit like Hajin. Hajin thought to himself, he can't do it. Rachel changed her sitting position and asked, is this okay? Yeah, okay. Next, Hajin requested, can you give me your hand? Like this? But his next action left Rachel speechless. Hajin successfully put the bracelet on Rachel's wrist. He continued, this is just a gift. Nothing special. It will come in handy. Rachel looked confused. You already have a training plan for me? Is it okay for me to receive gifts like this? Hajin smiled and said, It's just a normal bracelet, so don't worry. Rachel saw that and thanked him. Then Hajin began to instruct Rachel. Okay, I want you to sit up straight. Hold that position. Imagine, as if someone is pushing your head up. Keep breathing. Rachel followed the instructions, while Hajin continued to instruct her attentively in that state. I want you to focus on the direction of the magic's movement. It should run evenly from finger to toe. Rachel did so and then felt this seems more difficult than usual. Hajin praised her. Is that so? That means you're doing well. But in his heart he thought differently. Actually, this is just a meditation method I came across on YouTube. If she can feel the effects, then that's all that matters, right? I think I've baited enough. Hajin continued to guide Rachel. Let's start with your left hand first. Can you try circulating mana? She replied, from this bracelet? Yeah, it will feel like the energy from the bracelet spreads throughout your body. She slowly closed her eyes and felt more clearly. Circulate around the body. Rachel slowly opened her eyes. She thought to herself, this is a very familiar feeling, but much stronger. It's like nature is communicating with me. This is spirit. And then Rachel suddenly realized and cried out. She could see spheres emitting a sparkling light. Hajin happily announced, Congratulations, Rachel, you have become a spirit summoner. Rachel was also very surprised. Unbelievable, Hajin asked her wonderingly. Have you ever tested to see if you can link with spirits? Rachel replied, I did it when I was a kid and it worked out great. But I gave up because I couldn't find an effective training method to control my soul. Hajin watched her play with the spirits. He thought to himself, Rachel's personality and talent are perfect for controlling souls, but because the current method of leaving behind spirit development is not advanced enough, so it was quite difficult for him to acquire this ability on his own. Hajin witnessed it, and was also extremely happy for her. The butterfly powder seeped into Rachel's body, acting as a passage between Rachel and the spirits. Rachel was extremely satisfied and grateful to him. Hajin, thank you so much for helping me. Hajin smiled politely. I didn't do much. He was so happy inside. Good. From now on, Rachel must become stronger and stronger without encountering too many obstacles. Suddenly, he was stunned. Rachel suddenly drew her sword. Hajin saw that, and was extremely panicked. From within the woods, a ray of light flashed, illuminating the entire forest. Hajin fearfully stepped back. Rachel, what's wrong? Rachel stood up and reminded him. Be careful, Hajin. Someone over there is aiming at us. Hajin looked extremely suspicious. Something's not right. How can so many people follow me? He recognized his shadowy figure. His target is not me. Lancaster was discovered. He gave a mysterious smile. Lancaster stepped out and spoke to Rachel. Ha ha, when you attacked, you didn't recognize who I was. The spirits must have told you about my presence. Am I right? Rachel, you still can't do anything by yourself. Lancaster also warned Hajin. And you, better be careful. Lancaster's words were like an accusation to Rachel, leaving her confused and scared. The love you have for her will one day turn into a sword that stabs you. While Rachel was worried, Hajin walked in front of her and supported her with his arms. Lancaster, it's none of your business. Rachel saw that his attitude was also a little flustered. If all you want is to ambush us, then just attack us while we are defenseless. Why do you have to be here and insult Rachel like that? What are you going to do? Rachel stood behind Hajin. She explained to him. Hajin, he has a grudge against me. Lancaster heard that and coldly looked at Hajin. He laughed coldly. Next, he said something that made Rachel immediately become embarrassed. Princess, do you really think I did that just because I have a grudge against you? Rachel looked up and looked surprised. What? Princess, you are too arrogant. To be honest, you are not worthy to be the target of my revenge. My targets of revenge are those who have thrown insults and false accusations, and even exiled those who have devoted their lives to them. Those people are none other than royal family. You are nothing more than a tool to help me achieve my goals. Rachel gripped the sword tightly in her hand. Lancaster continued, but you are the one with a greater warrior's pride than anyone else. Rachel immediately questioned him. Do you really have to go this far? Lancaster asked coldly. You don't know either? That I did what I did for one person, and how it all ended for me. Rachel closed her eyes, but she couldn't help but see a past too cruel for him. Lancaster was simply in a bad mood, but he had no intention of harming them. Well, I just came here today to say a few words. There's nothing to worry about. Lancaster throws a body from the air. This is my parting gift to you. It was a corpse, covered in blood, its body deformed and distorted. Both Rachel and Hajin were shocked. He exclaimed, "What?" His arm was bent to one side, looking extremely pitiful. Lancaster explains, "That person is one of the assistants who used to protect her like a shadow." Lancaster gave a devilish smile and slowly disappeared before the two of them could see. "I will always watch over you, princess. Never forget that." Hajin looked around carefully. "He's gone?" With an author's perspective, Hajin grasped the plot. "I knew Lancaster would approach Rachel soon, but he only sent a few assassins and retreated when they were defeated by Rachel's awakening. I didn't expect him to assassinate someone that way. Maybe I should report this to Cube, but the upper management of Cube has long been rotten to the core and is collaborating with demonic human. They'll probably just bury this quietly." Looking at Rachel, she must be in pain. Upon returning home, Rachel contacted the manager. When he finished listening to her story, he understood. "I see, so Lancaster did it." "Yes, but I can't believe he actually left like that. Something is clearly wrong. Before that, he even sent an assassin to assassinate me." After listening, he immediately asked Rachel, "Can you tell me in detail about the situation at that time?" Rachel recalls saying at that time, I was practicing with my friends in the park. Rachel looked at the bracelet and said, "He gave me this bracelet before practice." The manager was surprised. "A bracelet?" "Yes," he said, "this could help me in my training." Realizing something was wrong, he quickly thought. After a moment of speculation, he told Rachel, "I guess that Lancaster seems to have misunderstood the relationship between you two. Lancaster lost someone important to him in the London incident at that time, so maybe he wants her to face it too. The same pain he went through." Rachel was surprised to hear that. She screamed in horror. Why? How could he have such a ridiculous misunderstanding? If what he said is true, then Lancaster really misunderstood too far. Rachel touched the bracelet. She felt a little regretful that she was not allowed to have feelings for anyone right now, and she remembered the terrifying warning. The feelings you have for her will one day turn into a sword that stabs you. Thinking back, I didn't see any expression on Hajin's face at that time. Rachel grew more anxious, clutching the bracelet tighter. What was his expression like? "Does he hate me?" Seeing Rachel silent, the manager asked, "Princess, are you okay?" She replied softly, "Yes, I'm fine." Perhaps for Hajin's sake, she accepted to let go of her obsession. "Well, that's good, too. If Hajin has feelings for me, then he'll automatically stay away from me. It's the best choice for everyone." The manager smiled slightly. "That aside, you look like you've changed quite a bit." Rachel didn't understand what he meant. What do I change?" He seemed nostalgic and reminded her. She always liked to run around recklessly. Rachel felt quite embarrassed when she heard that. Because I was still young at that time." The manager explained. At that time, she was still a child. She just liked to run and play after finishing her homework. "Anyway, I'll hold a meeting to decide whether to send more bodyguards to be by your side. Or maybe hire some professional mercenaries to protect you. I'll let you know after we've finished discussing it." Rachel didn't care about this. She only cared about one thing. "Okay, but did the assistant who died in today's mission have a family?" The manager replied, "No, he doesn't have it." Rachel looked a little sad. "I see. Even so, please give him a proper burial. I will attend his funeral." After the call ended, Rachel lay restless on the bed. She blamed herself a little. Another person died because of me. Finally. How many times must this happen again? Rachel promised herself. I have to get stronger quickly. She noticed the bracelet. Looking at the bracelet, Hajin's image appeared again and his words. "It's just a normal bracelet, so don't worry." Make her smile happily. Her eyes were sparkling and deep. She reassured herself, closing her eyes tightly. The bright moonlight from the window seemed to comfort her. Rachel considered the bracelet a lucky charm. She touched it, even in her sleep, as if she would cherish it for the rest of her life. At this moment, it seemed that Lancaster was also secretly observing Rachel from afar. He was silently telling her, "Princess, love isn't something that can be avoided just because you don't want to give it to someone." Some time later, Hajin prepares for extracurricular activities. The sunshine seemed to herald good news. Finally, we're getting closer to the main plot. At this time, Soho was happy when Hajin appeared. Jonghak was the opposite. He was angry and scolded him. "How dare you be late? You're getting a little arrogant. You piece of trash." Hajin didn't care. He still bowed and apologized politely. "Sorry, but I'm only 2 minutes late." Hajin stepped inside the car. He gradually figured out the plot. "Apart from me, The rest of the people who will participate in extracurricular activities will be the same as in the plot. Our destination is Wind Mountain, located on the outskirts of Seoul and 800 m above sea level. When getting in the car, Kim Seho politely invited him. Hajin, would you like some jelly? Hajin refused. No, thanks. Meanwhile, Naeun was making noise next to her. Me, I want to eat. Hajin pictured mountains surrounded by thick fog. He thought to himself, this is the summary of the main plot this time. Everyone, including Kim Seho, will be captured by ghosts from the past on Wind Mountain. And that ghost will take everyone back to the 1970s, when that event happened, he thought carefully. In theory, it's a magical dimension that recreates a part of history. Naeun beside him was excited. What are we going to do there? Jonghak recounted with interest and understanding. There is a lot of work to do. My family owns this Wind Mountain. 50 years ago, there was a magical explosion, so the magic density there is very high. We will meditate on the mountain top and practice sparring with each other. Naeun was amused. Oh, that sounds interesting. Yona then noticed Hajin. He gave a small smile. I don't know if it will be interesting, but there will definitely be a lot of things happening. Meanwhile, everyone else was clueless. They were all happy, talking and laughing, including Naeun. Hajin thought to himself, even though everyone in the novel went through a very difficult time, Hajin clutched his collar proudly, showing off his most handsome appearance. But this time, they'll probably be fine, because I'm here. You guys should know better than to thank me for saving your life. Yona saw Hajin's delusional appearance, and was immediately stunned. When he reached the foot of the mountain, Hajin couldn't remember. At that time, I forgot a few things. One of them noticed something unusual, and said fearfully, Hey, something strange. We've climbed the mountain, and yet, but, since when did this place become flat ground? In his mind, he urged, no one can be sure. Seho was surprised and worriedly turned back to see the situation. He asked everyone. All was eerily silent. They noticed the absence of a team member. Has anyone seen Hajin? Some time before, the car carrying the group of cadets arrived. Yuyona got out of the car, looked around the mountain forest and exclaimed in amazement. So this is Wind Mountain? Chinaeun hummed, smiling happily, her eyes squinting. It feels so good. It's like we're camping together. Don't you think so? Hajin beside him also beamed. Yeah, it's similar. Hearing his indifferent reply, Chinaeun struggled again. What's with that reaction? Did Shin Jonghak do something to you again? Hajin was startled. Huh? No way. He was flustered and made her laugh. The person whose name was mentioned was bewildered with a head full of question marks. The person who drove them there smiled and introduced, there is a house already prepared on the mountain top for us. The master that Youngsung Corporation invited will appear a little later tonight. Naeun's eyes lit up. Master? She turned to Shin Jonghak curiously and asked, Who is that? He crossed his arms and turned up his nose in self-satisfaction. You'll definitely be shocked when you see him. The group got out of the car together and walked straight to the gate. We have to be up there by 3 p.m. at the latest, so let's hurry up and climb up. Chinaeun was the most excited. She took the lead, walking ahead. Okay, let's go. They climbed the mountain together. Chinaeun's eyes kept lighting up when she met rare iron bugs like beetles. Yuyona and Shin Jonghak were always happily chatting and discussing this and that. Suddenly, one of them stopped. His heavy breathing attracted everyone's attention. The group stopped and asked each other, How long have we been gone? Naeun also stammered, Jonghak, did it take that long to climb up here? He looked around, assessed the forest for a moment, then scratched his head. I think we might have lost our way. Suddenly, Yinhan noticed something else. Hey, something strange. He broke out in a cold sweat. We've already climbed the mountain, and yet, since this place became flat land? Suddenly Kim Seho asked uneasily. Hey, has anyone seen Hajin? Chinaeun and Yuyona also turned their heads back. Hajin? He's been following behind, hasn't he? As soon as they finished speaking, Naeun turned around and found that Hajin was nowhere to be found. Chinaeun shouted, Hui, stop playing with me, come out here. Yuyona was now pale with fear. He was behind us just now. Chinaeun frantically turned her head like a pinwheel, searching the surrounding bushes. Hey, is he really gone? Calm down, he's normally dumb, so he probably just hasn't caught up to us yet. He must have been attracted to the precious herbs around this Wind Mountain. Thinking so, he immediately suggested, Let's go find him first. Probably lost. But as soon as he finished speaking, the ground and rocks below shook again. The group was so shocked that they could not stand still. Chinaeun stuttered and shouted, Earthquake! Earthquake? At this moment, Yona had fallen to the ground, looking up at the sky in a daze. Her voice trembled. What the dot, son? Suddenly, large trees around also fell down with each tremors. Guys, be careful underfoot! The wind rose, blowing the grass. In the blink of an eye, the grass grew tall, reaching Chinaeun's body. After a while, the grass around them had grown up to their chests. The tremors from the ground also gradually subsided. Shin Jonghak observed for a long time and then speculated. That's probably all. Yuyona looked around in annoyance. Is it because of magic? The weeds have grown as tall as us, while Wind Mountain has such a high magical density. Suddenly, Shin Jonghak and Kim Seho turned around in a wary direction. Wait a minute! Someone's coming! A rustling sound was heard from time to time. Then a flashlight appeared from behind the reeds along with a strange man's voice. He shone the flashlight on all of them and asked, I thought there were wild animals here, but it turned out to be some kids. His face was full of strangeness. Looking at them, he asked, What are you doing here? Lost your way? This is a dangerous area. A mana explosion could happen at any moment. Li Younghan scratched his head in disbelief. A mana explosion. Yuyona was also suspicious. Yuyona heard that and was also suspicious. Is he talking about the mana blast we read about in the books? Mana blast is a phenomenon that occurs when unstable energy accumulates and explodes. In 3 years after the incident, the magic power on Earth has become increasingly unbalanced. She became even more curious. I heard this phenomenon has become rarer recently. Kim Suho let out a sigh. It seems like there's a lot we don't know, but now I think we should follow him to get out of here first. We still have to meet up with Hajin at the agreed place. A moment later, the place they arrived at was like a ruined city. The fences and traffic lights were all broken. Kim Seho covered his mouth and coughed a few times. Where is this? The stranger smiled gently. This is the safest place in the area. Don't you know what happened at Gwangyang City Hall? Chinaeun repeated his words in disbelief. Gwangyang City Hall? The one we just drove past? This place has turned into ruins. It seemed like Kim Seho realized something. Uncle, may I ask what day it is today? He looked troubled. I don't know, we don't have the energy to keep track of those dates. Kim Seho saw that he was a bit stubborn, so he changed the way he asked. So you can speak generally? The strange man rubbed his chin, thinking, let's see. Maybe around 1972. His words struck the whole group as if they were struck by lightning. Kim Seho broke out in a cold sweat thinking, okay, now everything is clear. Seho connected all the strange events that the group had just encountered until now. The reason why while going up the mountain the ground suddenly becomes flat. And then there's mana blast. It was a bizarre situation that happened in our time. The pile of rubble in front of me is the evidence. We returned to Gwangyang City, 1972. But why did this happen? Suddenly, Chinaeun's scream rang out. A strange young man holding a knife in his hand grabbed her wrist and laughed pervertedly. It's dangerous out there at this hour, girl. Chinaeun struggled and shouted loudly. What are you doing? Get off me! Before he could say anything more, his collar was pulled back. Shin Jonghak glared at him and cursed, This bastard, won't you let her go? Suddenly, the strange man spoke up to stop him. Hey, don't be so rough, he snapped. His fingers and a group of people suddenly appeared. His face had a strange smile. Are we bad people? Kim Seho quickly grabbed a tree branch and used it as a sword. His heart echoed with a sentence. Not good, is it a trap? Suddenly, he was horrified to discover something shocking. I can't gather mana. Li Younghan's side also shouted. What's going on? I can't use mana anymore. The other person also spoke up. Me too. Another guy sneaked behind Yuyona. You guys should just shut up and listen to us. None of them had a good look on their faces. The group of 5 was surrounded by a group of men holding sharp weapons with no gaps. Kim Seho looked straight at the man and asked, Why did you do that? He laughed ha, waving the knife in his hand. Who knows, maybe because you guys could become a threat to us? Suddenly, a loud bang came from somewhere. The whole group of strange bad guys were shot and fell down. It was an ambush. Could it be? Seeing a motorcycle parked nearby with someone using it as a gun, the guys shouted, He's here again, the man-eating monster. The double-barreled gun in his hand was shining, aimed straight at all of them. The man held his injured shoulder and yelled, Damn. Don't stand right there, go for it. We must report back to Azura quickly. But before he finished speaking, each gunshot rang out, and each of them fell down like sandbags, and a horrible liquid splashed onto the surrounding objects. In just a moment, The bad guys surrounding Kim Seo's group were all taken down. He looked towards the person coming. Since the person was wearing a full-face helmet, Seo wondered, that person, who is he? Hearing the question, the other person did not intend to take off his hat to reveal his face. At this, Shin Jong-hak frowned, holding his spear and charging forward. If you don't intend to reveal your identity, then let me expose you. But because of this big hat, the other person could not say anything clearly or hear it clearly. With lightning speed, Shin Jong-hak's spear knocked his helmet off. The hat flew around in the air. Then, he fell down quite far away from him. He scratched his chin, it hurt, and he let out a soft groan. Haze, can I say something before I deal with it? Oh my god! It turns out the person wearing the hat who saved the team just now was Kim Hajin. He suddenly appeared with a larger body and long, quite romantic hair. He smiled at Jong-hak, long time no see. As for why things turned out like this, let's dig into Hajin's memories together. Thinking back to climbing the mountain, Hajin thought to himself, I was wrong, just because we were in the same time and space. But I thought I would return at the same time as them. Who would have thought that just because of a moment of carelessness, I would be teleported alone to another place? A strange scene of ruin, and no one in sight. In that brief moment of losing my guard, the place I set foot in the past. That rubble was Gwangyang, but from a time long before Kim Seo and everyone arrived. Exactly 5 weeks ago. At first I was completely hopeless, but it turned out things weren't as bad as I thought. Hajin sat in the rain for a long time, thinking to himself. I looked it over and found that there were only 5 people sent back in time in the original novel. The current situation is the canon version. As expected, the demonic humans that rule this place have suddenly become much stronger. I started preparing to pick up Kim Seo and the rest. I set up a shelter far away from the enemy camp but still close enough to observe them. I constantly attacked his subordinates to prevent them from growing their forces. Like that for 40 days. I found my own food, shot my own enemies, become stronger by yourself and run away by yourself. And finally, I was able to reunite with them. That's how it is. Li Yinhan went deep into the bushes for a while before curiously asking, Hajin, is this place? He immediately answered their question. Yes, this is Gwangyang in 1972. Shin Jong-hak and Yona's faces became even more terrified. The time just 1 year and 3 months after our call took place. A scene of hell on earth. They stammered, So. How long have you been here? Hajin rubbed his chin in thought. I'm not sure either. Probably about a year? The atmosphere fell silent. Everyone's mouths gaped in horror. Hajin scratched his head and laughed. Just kidding. About 5 weeks, I think. Seeing everyone's faces turn pale, only Shin Jong-hak kept his eyes wide open. Hajin had to clarify. This time, I'm telling the truth. Besides, I'm doing pretty well on my own. My hair grew this long because of the dense mana here and there. Listen to the story for a while. Shin Jong-hak was only concerned with one problem. Have you found the cause of this phenomenon yet? Hajin quickly replied, more or less. Let's go to my hideout now. He then led them to another direction of the ruined area. Shin Jong-hak saw this place and kicked the dirt under his feet in frustration. This is the base? My horse wouldn't even live here. Kim Seo looked at Hajin with tears in her eyes. Hajin, have you really lived here for a whole year? Hajin heard that and got annoyed and corrected. I told you it was 5 weeks. Why don't you believe me at all? Yuna paled, looking up and down to check. But there's really nothing here. Chinaeun also shouted. That's right. Cramped, she looked at something and cried out. There's something over there. She screamed. There are cockroaches. And then there were screams of fear. Chinaeun had just arrived but she felt like she had lost 10 kilos. She gave Hajin a thumbs up. Hajin, I really respect you. As for Yuna beside him, she had already fainted. Hajin was at a loss, he sighed. Haze. Just wait there. Having said that, Hajin quietly reached into his pocket. If I infuse Stigma's mana into this magic tent. Suddenly there was a loud bang. A huge tent appeared right in front of them, smoke and dust rising into the sky. Yuna looked at the 2 neat and clean tents in amazement, and exclaimed, Oh my god, it's a tent! Suddenly Hajin calmly asked again, You guys are all hungry, let's eat. Kim Seo's group looked at him with joyful, expectant eyes. Wow, there's food too. But there is one problem. They repeated the point blank. A problem? Hajin took out a box. Inside were slightly sensitive pictures. I need someone to chop it up so I can eat it. The atmosphere was deathly silent. The whole group screamed. Cut it out? I can't do it. No. But Hajin calmly continued. I ate all the takeout food in case of emergency, so that's the only way. Having said that, Hajin also felt guilty, adding to himself in his mind, actually, I've tried to do it myself, but I just can't bring myself to do it. Hearing that, Kim Seho quickly volunteered, I will do it. I'm good at this. Hajin nodded and added, then Lee Young-han, you support Kim Seho. He also agreed comfortably. Meanwhile, Shin Jong-hak is smugly mocking Kim Seho. A butcher, Kim Seho suits you well. As soon as he finished speaking, Hajin hung 2 small boxes on his hands. Here, take these. Hajin pointed in a direction where there was a stream nearby. Go get some water. Shin Jong-hak's blood was pounding all the way to his brain. What did you just say? Seeing that, Hajin turned around and called, Naeun, go with Jong-hak. Naeun heard that and stuck her head out of the tent. Are we going to get some water? Okay, just give me a moment. As soon as he saw Chai Naeun, all his curses stopped, and he pouted in embarrassment. If Naeun is going too, then I'll reluctantly go this once. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching Hajin's attention. TCH. Why does it have to be Naeun? The corner of his lips twitched, looking at Yeona angrily. Is she disappointed because I didn't let him go with Jong-hak? As if remembering something, Hajin added, that's right. After they bring the water back, I'll consider cooking noodles. Yeona heard it. Suddenly she walked closer to him and asked. He replied, Noodles. Hajin saw that and looked at her funny. What's wrong? The noodles don't meet your noble taste standards. Yeona pretended to be reluctant. Oh, I guess I'll just have to eat whatever's available. It's better than starving, right? Hajin thought amusedly. He's really into fast food. I could hear the joy in his voice. A moment later, under the ruined wall, 2 tents were set up. Yeona cleaned up the place until it was sparkling clean. She looked at the set table and chairs and let out a breath. It looks better already. Then Yeona turned to look at Hajin and asked, come to think of it, why can't we use mana here? If I could use mana, this could have been done in 3 minutes. Hajin explained while lighting the stove. You can't use mana received from the future. It will slowly build up. In other words, if you wait a little longer, it will probably start to add up from now on. Alcohol just happened, so the amount of mana here is much higher and denser. But because now the signals from the outside are happening, it makes it much more raw and difficult to control. It takes about a week to get used to it. So, you young masters, stop being picky and eat quickly. Shin Jong-hak and Chai Naeun's faces were filled with fear when they saw the food, while Yeona was drooling. Meanwhile, Kim Seho and Lee Young-han next to them were picking up food and eating like they were starving. You have to eat productively to quickly recover mana. The monsters here contain a lot of mana. Shin Jong-hak closed his eyes and picked up a piece of meat, intending to put it in his mouth. Suddenly Naeun was startled. Is he really eating it? She also tried to pick up a piece, in worry. I feel like my stomach is going to hurt if I eat this. But then, Chai Naeun put it in her mouth too. There is nothing else that can be done anyway. Her jaw slowly chewed and swallowed. Suddenly, a magical feeling rose to the tip of her tongue. Chai Naeun's eyes opened wide, sparkling with excitement. She covered her mouth and screamed, Wow, it's so delicious. Hajin continued to pass over a plate of grilled meat. Of course it has to be delicious. The density of mana in the past was higher. These are better than most modern high-quality meats. Hajin further explained, if livestock has a high mana density, it will be much tastier than normal meat, and it is considered a high-class food. Chai Naeun picked up 3 pieces of food for the second time. Her lips curled up in a smile. So that's how it is. Seeing Naeun's chopsticks were heavy, Yeona was startled. At this rate, he'll eat it all. I need to increase my eating speed. After a while, the fire in the stove was only a few embers red. They let out a sigh. So delicious. At this moment, Hajin clapped his hands. Focus now, enough rest. He bent down and placed his hand on the map. Now I will explain the current situation. Listen carefully, guys. This is all caused by ghosts. We were sent back in time by a ghost. Shin Jong-hak heard that and found it hard to believe, interrupting him. That's absurd. Isn't time travel the ultimate miracle? Why would a mere ghost be able to send a person back to the past? Hajin also nodded in agreement. That's right. Normally, a ghost wouldn't be able to perform such a miracle unless… Hey Jong-hak, you know there's a time tower on Mount Baram, right? Shin Jong-hak's expression turned serious now. Yes, my grandfather took it over in the 2000s. Once one successfully conquers a tower, one condenses it into a mass of mana far beyond imagination, then leaves it behind in the present world. It has the shape of a mana crystal, just like the shape Clancy Island currently has. Hajin pulled out a bright purple crystal. That's right, so what that ghost used was the ruins of the mana tower. When a condensing tower forms pure mana, anything it cannot contain dissipates into the air, and over time, the crystals gradually became crystals. That ghost then used that power, and brought us to a predetermined world. Kim Seho broke out in a cold sweat. A predetermined world? Hajin continued to explain. To put it simply, that means we've returned to the past. We are in a magical space. Recreate the past of this area, including the leader of the monsters. And in this place there is a demonic human who was taken by ghosts, just like us. He calls himself Azura, and she used the concentrated mana from the crystal to become stronger. Yuyona raised her hand to comment. I have a question. The method of using mana from crystals was only developed in 2000, wasn't it? So how did he use the mana crystal in the past to gain power? Hajin said calmly. He ate it. Yuyona exclaimed in surprise. What? But isn't that like dangerous? Hajin was not surprised to hear her say that. Usually it is true, but it seems he is able to digest them without any side effects. Maybe before that, he joined hands with the ghost to gain some special powers. Liang Han asked, propping his chin up. So that he's extremely dangerous to us, right? After showing them the stone, Hajin silently assured them, there's really nothing to worry about with Azura. Even though he was indeed stronger than the original novel's content, I definitely have the advantage in our abilities. Suddenly, he felt frustrated thinking about the demonic human Azura. He was originally named Chanhua by you, but that little girl Chanhua, what a beautiful name I gave her, and yet she dared to give herself another nickname? What's wrong with the name I gave myself? Hajin took the stone back from Kim Seho. Now I will tell you how we can return. He placed it on a position on the map. This is the Tower Ruins crystal. It is the medium used to maintain this space. Demonic human has been dispatched everywhere, including the city hall, to put these crystals there. Without these things, they would not be able to recreate the past. Shin Jonghak hit the nail on the head. So we just go get them, right? Hajin nodded. Yes. Chinaeun hesitantly observed and then said then. We know exactly what needs to be done. Hajin smiled slightly. He continued pointing to the location around the marker. That's right. There are a total of 6 locations, including the town hall along with these crystals. Azura and his cronies are guarding these places. We'll go take them down and plunder the ruins of the tower. The next day, it was just beginning to get light outside. Hajin yawned as he came out of the tent and met Chinaeun. She sat on his motorbike, surprised, and asked, You get up so early? Because I wanted to see if you were keeping guard properly. Naeun was annoyed. Who the hell do you think I am? Hajin scratched his head helplessly. Just kidding, I'm actually used to sleeping less after 5 weeks here. She was startled when she heard that. Really? Is that because you're always on guard? Instead of replying, Hajin just glared at her and chased her out of the car. Chinaeun also clicked her tongue and jumped out. Chinaeun looked at her and assessed. Oh, but your hair has grown so long. Doesn't it get in the way? It's almost as long as me. Hajin did as she said. There is indeed an obstacle, but I deliberately didn't cut it to make sure the cursed mage couldn't get my hair. Chinaeun was startled. Also, there's even a cursed mage? Before the fire, Hajin solemnly recounted. Yeah, I've seen him carry a doll around with him. Then Chinaeun heard that and groaned. Damn, we should still be careful. A sudden morning breeze blew past her, causing her hair to flutter. Suddenly, Chinaeun asked an unrelated question. Is Seoul St. Mary's Hospital far from here? Hajin, slightly surprised, repeated her words. Seoul St. Mary's Hospital? Seoul is in that direction. It would probably take less than 30 minutes by car to get there. Why are you suddenly asking that? Chinaeun stuttered and shrank back. It's just that my mother was born in that hospital in 1972, so I was just curious if she was there. Hajin heard that and was silent, thinking for a moment. The simulated area is limited to the immediate vicinity only, so we can't go to downtown Seoul. Chinaeun heard that, folded her arms and sat in contemplation. She stared at the fire. So that's it. How disappointing. A moment later, the sound of weapons clashing against each other continued to clang. Yuyona and Liang Han stood by to count the points for Chinaeun and Kim Seho's fight. Chinaeun's sword was much stronger, making it difficult for him to block the attack. Chinaeun's eyes sparkled. She thought admiringly. That move was awesome. After following Hajin's instructions on movement direction and mana usage, maybe I'm getting used to living in the past. If this continues, I'll be back to my original state soon. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, Kim Seho regained his sword stance. He smiled at her. Chinaeun was stunned when she saw that. At that moment, Chinaeun was thrown to the ground by Suho. Chinaeun angrily dusted herself off. I lost again. Suddenly, something dark rushed towards her, making her jump. It turned out that Shin Jong-hak had thrown the shirt to Naeun. Seeing that, she was confused. Why did you throw this to me? He acted like nothing was wrong. Just take it, you're a girl, be careful. Yuyona seemed to hear something strange. She turned her head around and saw Hajin driving back. Her eyes lit up with saliva. Naeun and Lianghan were no different, their eyes bright and sparkling. The food is here. Kim Suho politely thanked Hajin. Hajin, you worked hard. Chinaeun ran over and asked, Hey food delivery brother, what did you bring today? Hajin didn't care and immediately put the bike down. It's in the ice box, see for yourself. Yuyona thought to herself, oh my god, just hearing the sound of a car makes my mouth water. The simple dishes were once again laid out on the table. The group gasped in surprise. Then, everyone helped each other eat. The party officially begins. Thanks for the meal. Naeun held the can of soda, smiling happily. I probably won't be able to enjoy the food in the current world anymore. Hajin glanced at her. Eat and exercise more. It's a way for you to get used to the larger mana reserves in your body. As soon as she mentioned it, she frowned, put her hand on her chest and asked, What? Oh right, why does it hurt when I use mana? My heart really hurts. Hajin explained softly, because too much mana is accumulated there. You have to consume it to relieve the pressure. Suddenly, she shouted, But why are we the only ones fighting? Why don't you need it? Hajin picked up another piece of food. Because I fought a lot before you guys got here. Hajin smiled silently, thinking, Besides, I also have the ability to enhance my physical strength. The system displays an explanation. In the body characteristics table, as someone unable to use mana, your body permanently accumulates absorbed mana. Power has increased by 0.002. Thanks to the high mana density here, I was able to gain 0.25x more experience points in 50 days. That means I got all of them without doing anything. Although we are not pressed for time, because a year here is only equal to an hour in the present. But from the 4th week onwards, the invasion that happened in the past will begin, so we can't stay here forever. That's why the characters in the novel are only here for 4 weeks. Naeun sighed and praised, It's delicious. Thanks for the meal. Hajin took out the map again. Let's prepare to capture the crystals as planned earlier. The plan is this. First of all, this point. Kim Minjio is at the northwest water tower, and Ju Parang in the south tower. We will attack these two areas, the place with the weakest fighting force. We'll be moving in 3 days. The two groups will be led by Kim Suho and Jong-hak. You will follow this route at night and ambush them. The two people heard that and nodded in agreement. 3 days later, a scream was heard. Are you guys out of your mind? Shin Jong-hak angrily pointed at Hajin. Why am I the only group with him? Chinaeun put her hands on her hips and scolded him. Stop being such a child. Just do as it is arranged. Looking at the other 4 people on the same team, Li Yunhan could only console them. Maybe Hajin has a plan already, so he made that decision. Shin Jong-hak turned to call, Hey Hajin! Hearing that, he made a dumbfounded sound. At this time, the fire was raging on Shin Jong-hak's body, and the discomfort was clearly visible on his face. Why the fuck do I have to go with you? Hajin stuttered slightly. That, he thought to himself, Kim Minjio is at the level of a mid-level hero, so one person wouldn't be able to take him down. But Kim Suho and the others wouldn't kill, even though this was just a reenactment of the past. Thinking about it, Hajin could only helplessly come up with a silly excuse. Because I'm the weakest one here. So, isn't it only natural to balance things out by cooperating with you, the strongest one here? In Shin Jong-hak's head, only a few lines of words were jumping around. I am the strongest in the world. The strongest man in the universe. Shin Jong-hak, the handsome extraordinaire. He's really easy to coax. Just a little praise and he rubs his nose and calms down. Alright, this time I have to sacrifice myself for my comrades. Yuyona and Chinaeun looked at him with eyes full of appraisal. With everything agreed upon, Hajin immediately spoke up. Then, let's go. After a while, the sound of the car engine also stopped. Hajin pointed. Forward over there is the water tower. Kim Minjio is probably resting inside. He opened a box on the side of the car. I told the others that we will complete the mission within 2 hours. So we must hurry. But Shin Jong-hak was having trouble with the car. His face looked like he had just recovered from a bout of nausea. I can't believe I'm sitting in the back of Hajin's car like that. Hajin was surprised. What? What's wrong with you? I even added a handle on the back so you can hold on to it. Shin Jong-hak immediately pointed angrily. The fact that I was in the same car with you is what made me so angry. They were arguing heatedly. Suddenly, a young man appeared out of nowhere and shone a flashlight on them. Who are you? This is Lord Azura's territory. Outsiders are not allowed to enter here. Go back now. Shin Jong-hak glared at Hajin. We were captured because of you. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be surprised. What is it really? The young man got even angrier as he was ignored. Hey, do you hear what I'm saying? These bastards have never tasted the bitterness of this world. So, let me show you. His two hands were waving the two sticks as if he had practiced it for a long time, looking at them smugly. Looking at the dizzying spinning rod, Shin Jong-hak gritted his teeth. This bastard! In less than a few seconds, the young man was knocked unconscious by a rock hit to the head. Hajin knelt down and put his bag down to discuss. I think there are about 20 guards around this water tower. I'll handle the crowd outside. You wait here. Shin Jong-hak angrily retorted. What? Who are you to order me like that? Hajin quickly pulled out a series of bullets. He raised his gun and smiled at him. I have to get rid of the small fry. Then the strong can fight each other in peace, right? In a nearby place, two other young men were sitting, holding their guns, dozing under a tree. While one of them was yawning, his teammate on the opposite side was shot in the head. Seeing his teammate fall down motionless, he panicked and shouted, What? What happened? Where did that thing come from? Before he could finish the words from where, he was also blown into oblivion by a bullet. The muzzle of the gun emitted a white smoke. Hajin hid in a nearby tall tree, counting 5 people. Looking at the red liquid flowing, Hajin couldn't help but comfort himself. I know they're not real people, but it still makes my mind unbearable. I can't get used to this. He sighed softly, looking towards the south tower. Don't know. Are the others doing well? On this side, the others all became confused and uncertain. What should we do next? Yona, do you have any ideas? She sighed. She looked at the giant pylon before her and thought to herself, the pylon is enchanted. My whip will have a hard time bringing it down. There are about 40 enemies, probably only at the level of a cube cadet. Yanhan heard that and sighed. There are only 4 of us. Is it really possible? There is a difference in class between heroes, meaning a person with a high rank can beat up to 10 people below his rank. Yona thought for a while and then looked at Kim Suho. She thought to herself, I didn't think the difference in skill level between us was that big, except for one person, Kim Suho. Then she spoke to him. Suho, you should attract as much attention as possible. A few will stay behind to maintain security, but most will chase after you. Yona sketched out a diagram and planned for everyone to visualize. While Kim Suho buys time, we'll take down the rest. Then we'll gather to deal with the rest. Naeun felt a little uneasy hearing that, but like that Kim Suho will be in danger. Suho smiled in response to her words. It's okay. I think Yona's plan is the best. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took action. Then, let me begin. Out of nowhere, Kim Suho shot off like a rocket, flashed to the battlefield. Kim Suho's movement seemed to stir up the atmosphere here. Everyone was startled. There are enemy! We're under attack! The enemy is over there! Over here, Yona observed Suho's actions, thinking to herself, it worked! Naeun and Yanghan shouted courageously, Awesome! Let's go too! After a struggle, they restored peace to the place. Naeun smiled brightly. I'm done here. Meanwhile, Yona was observing the man below her. Yanghan, you handle the electric pole. Yona and I will go help Suho. Received approval from Yanghan. Naeun was ready to go. She turned back to call to Yona. Let's go, Yona! Yona was staring intently at the man and was stunned. Then, Yona ran away with Naeun. The man behind her slowly got up. But thanks to his special abilities, Yona realized the man's scheme. Unfortunately, he cut off a few of Yona's hair. She turned back to look at him with a very unpleasant expression. You crazy. Do you know how long it takes for my hair to grow this long? Then she thought to herself, should I crush his head? He's not a real person anyway, just an illusion of the past. Yona thought about wrapping the rope around his head, but then after a moment of contemplation, she let go of the rope from his head, causing him to fall to the ground. Humph, I only spared you because I don't want to see you suffer later. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. It was Yanghan's urgent cry for help coming from the giant tall pillar. Guys, I think I need help more than Kim Suho. I'm up here, help! 2 hours later, the 3 of them drained their glasses and said in unison, Congratulations on our victory! Yanghan exclaimed, everything went so smoothly. Hajin was resting in a corner when he was disturbed by Yanghan. Hajin, don't you want more? Hajin gestured and replied, I'm full. Yanghan looked over at the table and saw Kim Suho and Naeun enjoying their meal with great relish. He exclaimed, they really eat a lot. They looked like they had been starved for more than 3 days. Then Hajin spoke up and attracted everyone's attention. Good job, everyone. Keep going and protect each crystal one by one. Suddenly, Yona started coughing. Naeun asked worriedly, Yona, what's wrong? Yona put her hand on her chest. Her expression looked unwell. Yona said, my chest is so tight. Did I eat too fast? Hajin couldn't help but feel suspicious when he saw Yona's appearance. He thought to himself, she has trouble breathing when she eats mana-rich food? I have a bad feeling about this. It looks like she's not hurt. Hajin was watching Yona's condition closely, then exclaimed in surprise when he looked at Yona's hair. What happened to your hair? It was cut while I was fighting. Hearing Yona's answer, Hajin was so surprised that he exclaimed, Huh? Damn it! Hajin held his head, realizing that he had made a mistake. I already knew, no one in the team can lay a hand on a human. Why didn't I warn them? The enemy probably took Yona's hair when the main team returned. It must have fallen into the hands of the curse caster. A curse cast by the caster at this time. It's nothing more than a weakening curse. Yona looked at Hajin's expression and said, What's wrong? I'm not weak enough to let you show that face. Hajin exclaimed, They have a curse caster. If they get your hair and the symptoms you're experiencing are from the curse, then your life could be in danger. Hearing this made everyone stunned. When Naeun suddenly realized, her face was filled with worry. Yeah, you mentioned it, but I didn't think it was important, so I forgot about it. Hajin said to Naeun, I've just given you a brief overview. It was my fault for not telling everyone. Naeun scratched her head, feeling extremely frustrated. Damn it! The atmosphere of the party suddenly became heavy, and Yona spoke up to clear the air. Why does everyone look so serious? Still not sure if this is a curse or not? My magic resistance is very high, you know. I can easily get rid of this curse. Suddenly, a hand touched Yona's head. It was Shin Jonghak. He looked at Yona with a loving gaze. If it hurts, tell us right away. This action made Yona blush and stand still, and Yona shyly replied, Okay, but I don't feel any pain. Jonghak softly tsk. Impossible. Hajin looked at the two of them with his mouth wide open. Do bad boys do that? Jonghak picked up his stick and said, They will be busy reorganizing the place that was ambushed. We better destroy the rest before dawn. Anyone object? Everyone's attention was focused on Jonghak. At this moment, Hajin spoke up. Jonghak is right. If it really is a weakening curse, then we don't have time to relax. Kim Suho heard that, then continued, Okay, let's go. Yona watched everyone's actions in panic. Wait, I'm coming too. No, Yona, you rest here. Yona still felt regretful, but Hajin turned back to Yona and said, If it were just us, it would be quick. And Jonghak possesses that trait. The angrier he gets, the more his physical strength will increase. It's time for his ability to shine. And then, places like the steel tower, water tower, and even the armory were all cleaned by them, at the speed of light. Scene change here. Demonic human Azura, real name Chionhua, is quite surprised. All 3 crystals were stolen in one night? A demon in front of him, the flower troll stammered, Sorry, big brother. He sighed and replied, No need, I already know who the culprit is. Chionhua thought to herself and smiled smugly. With Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak, there are 2 promising cube cadets here. This is truly an unexpectedly big harvest. If we sacrifice their 2 heads, then the day I become the leader of the demons of destruction will not be far away. He ordered the other guy to go collect the remaining crystals and bring them to the city hall. He was a little confused, huh? Yes, sir. He thought about a plot to take advantage of Yona. If we get the crystals back, the people of the past will be weakened. However, since our side has a curse caster, this is the best solution we have. There's no way those kids would let their friend die. He showed his scheming side, wanting to take over everything. Poor brats. Emotions are what will get in the way of your plans. The first day after the weakening curse activated, just as Hajin said, Yona's body began to weaken. When we started collecting the remaining crystals, Azura had already taken all the crystals and returned to the town hall. Day 2. The life seemed to have drained from Yona's eyes. The third day, it seemed like just standing was too much for Yona right now. Hajin asked Kim Suho, Did you see any activity at the city hall? Suho nodded. Looks like they're holed up in the town hall, and after a week, Naeun was stunned when she saw Yona's current appearance. She worriedly exclaimed, "Yona, can't you just eat the porridge?" "No, if this continues then." Seeing Yona's haggard appearance made Naeun extremely worried. Kim Suho exclaimed in panic that her life might really be in danger. "We were not successful today either." Hajin pondered. No one left the town hall. "I didn't expect Azura to use a different tactic from the original story, because we know she's dying. He's waiting for us to find him now, or she'll die." Jonghak gritted his teeth and spoke painfully. "We have no other choice. We have to do what they want." Yanhen felt confused. "Wait, so we're going to attack the town hall? With just the 4 of us, against all of them?" Hajin commented, "We don't necessarily need to worry about that. If all the crystals converge in one place, the past will become unstable. The people here will also decline, for they too are but a byproduct of the past. So, there are only about 100 to 200 people who can fight, and among them, there are only about 10 people, including Azura, that we need to be wary of. If you guys and I join forces, really, there is nothing we cannot resist." Yanhen hesitated for a moment, singing faintly, "If that's so then." Naeun heard that, gritted her teeth and said, 200? Even if there were 2,000 of them, I could kill them all. I feel like I could kill them all. Suho was a little worried, but the real problem is, that's right, we can't leave Yona alone here. There's a chance she'll be attacked. We can't take her with us either. What to do? It seemed like Hajin had figured something out. He exclaimed, "Wait, the mana crystals we stole. If we use them," thinking that, Hajin decided, "I will protect both the crystal and you, Yona." But Yanghen felt something was wrong. Who knows how many guys will attack you?" Hajin answers Yanghen's questions. "It's okay, I have a car. If anything happens, I'll run away with Yona on that motorbike. I think this is the best plan we have. What do you guys think?" Suho heard that, and closed his eyes to think. He sighed. "Yeah, I also think this is the only plan for us." Yanghen took a deep breath and walked outside. "Phew, okay, we'll go when it gets dark, right? You guys get some good rest and get ready to go." At this moment, Jonghak seemed to be sinking into endless anger. He picked up his stick and growled, "Azura, I will tear you into 100 pieces." Scene change at the city hall. 4 members of the team are already here. Naeun observed the life around her, and realized that all the grass and trees have withered. So this is what he meant by the past weakening. Suho also noticed that we were right in front of the town hall and still no one was there. If all goes as planned, they should have detected our presence by now, right? Yanghen commented, "This looks like a trap." Suddenly a pair of feet appeared and a voice spoke from above. A group of people stood on the building, looking down at the group of people. A man spoke up. "There is no place for children here. What are you kids doing here?" Everyone saw his appearance, and suddenly realized, so that was the Azura's right-hand man that Hajin had told about Yu Dongsik. Jonghak pointed at his face. "Go away. Where is that bastard Azura?" Yu Dongsik was surprised to see that. What's with this attitude? What if I say that Azura-sama isn't here?" Looking at Yu Dongsik in front of him made Jonghak's blood boil. He held his stick, getting into a fighting stance. "I will not ask you so quietly anymore." Seeing Jonghak channeling his power, his mana flow caught Yu Dongsik's attention. That flow of mana made him look extremely surprised. The color of your mana." At this moment, Jonghak challenged, "Come on, Azura." Jonghak just threw a few light moves, and made him open his mouth wide. "Wow, that's scary. But, the boss is really not here." Jonghak felt extremely uncomfortable. "Don't lie. If he's not here, then where is he?" Suddenly, he realized something. His face was panicked. He exclaimed, "Don't tell me." Yu Dongsik looked at him with a smug smile. "You guys left the crystal behind, right? You even left an injured member behind. How can you be so confident that this will work?" Everyone in the group was shocked and scared. "We assumed they would attack the hideout, but we didn't expect Azura to go himself." Yanghen said to everyone in a daze, "We have to hurry." Yanghen had just finished speaking and was about to leave when a blade stopped him. People were furious when they fell into their trap. "Damn, surrounded." Jonghak looked around and gritted his teeth, shaking his head. "Bastards. What to do? If we don't come back soon, Yona and Hajin will." Suddenly, in this tense situation, Kim Suho laughed, clearing the stuffy atmosphere. "Ha ha ha, ha ha." Naeun was worried when she saw Kim Suho's reaction. "What? Are you crazy, Kim Suho?" Yu Dongsik was also surprised to see this scene. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you laughing so suddenly?" Suho was silent for a moment and smiled. "So you said your big brother personally went there?" Switching scene here, Hajin was already waiting for the enemy he had set a trap for and waiting for Azura, who was aiming for the mana crystal. Sure enough, he came. Azura appeared with a smug smile. Yona was now exhausted. Without any strength left, she was trying to use all her remaining strength, holding on to Hajin's shirt, and said to him with difficulty, Hajin, please leave me behind and run. But Hajin responded to Yona's words with a bright smile. Yet, on this side, Kim Seho seemed to be in sync with Hajin, the image of both of them smiling affectionately at the same time and saying in unison, Don't worry, everything is under control, and Hajin is stronger than me. Here, Hajin Azura appeared before Hajin's ready waiting. The Azura immediately observed the opponent before his eyes. Taking note of everything in his sight, he thought to himself, just as the ghost said, that guy has crystals. He also has to protect a sick person. This battle will be a piece of cake. Poor humanity. After a moment of thought, the Azura spoke. This is why I gave up my human identity. I don't want to be tied down by useless people like you. Hajin looked him straight in the eye and said, Shut up. So you came here alone? Azura was silent for a moment. Then he looked annoyed and said, Ahem, I'm not alone, I have an army with me. Before he could finish his sentence, Hajin interrupted. He said in a sarcastic tone, Huh? I don't see anyone. Azura continued to explain, Really, our army has 2,000 soldiers. Hajin laughed at him. Anyone can say that. If that's the case, I have hundreds of golden divine bulls at home. Lying is so easy these days, isn't it? It seemed that these words had pierced the Azura's dark heart, causing him to frown angrily. Finally, Hajin's words reached his limit of endurance. He then exploded with a scream. You arrogant bastard, how dare you? I will give you a taste of hell. And large red evil auras appeared, accompanied by the appearance of demonic beasts. Hajin smiled as he observed this move. Here it is, Azura's ability. The ability to summon creatures from the demon world by consuming his mana. Wave of demonic beasts. Azura summoned giant beasts from all over, from snakes, bats, and even elephants. All of them had fierce faces. On this side, Yona saw that the situation was currently unfavorable, so she called out to Hajin and weakly requested, Hajin, just leave me, and run. But Yona received warmth from Hajin. Don't worry, it'll all be over soon, I'm fine, so just rest there. Yona weakly uttered, I am sorry. I will leave it to you. Perhaps Yona was gradually running out of strength. Before she could finish her sentence, she fell down and fell asleep from exhaustion. On this side, Hajin held his familiar gun and activated it on his arm. Well, then, let's get started. Now, Hajin was holding a long gun in his hand, massive and modern in design. By enhancing the destructive power of ether, the power of Desert Eagle has been increased. Moreover, it doesn't consume stamina or mana. All I have to do is pull the trigger and have enough bullets. Suddenly Hajin exclaimed, Identify 0.44%. I had it, and add a little more mana to the crystal. After completing the assembly, Hajin tested a bullet into the ground, causing the rocks and mountains to shake. At this time, Hajin was alone facing countless beasts and Azura. The Azura spoke up. It seems you know how to use the past crystal, but what use do you think changing the terrain is? Hajin smiled and aimed his gun at him. Of course I do. On the other side, memories appeared in Yona. Hunting dogs. That was the derogatory name they used to call my clan. Laugh all you want. In the end, everyone will have to bow to me. I will definitely succeed and bring the family name to new heights. That is the secret I must complete myself. And is it because of Hajin that those memories resurfaced? He looks like he's shouldering everything alone. Just like me. At this moment, Hajin touched the water lily and prepared to shoot. The monsters rushed forward like a tidal wave, bursting like bubbles. He did not let any monster hit or approach him. This is a near-perfect shooting technique. Yona wondered in her mind, I wonder why, but I feel strangely comfortable. Yona observed Hajin's majesty and spirit from behind and realized so this is what it feels like to be protected by someone. The scene changed to Kim Seho's group. He threw a punch that made the others fall over, and Udong-sik was the one facing him head-on. The two people just rushed at each other like moths to a flame. Suddenly Udong-sik spoke up. Hey, is that true? Leaving Kim Seho surprised. What? He wondered. Is the person staying over there much stronger than you? Seho smiled and replied, I don't like lying. While fighting, the two still communicated as if this was just an exchange between two friends. Udong-sik exclaimed, Oh, it seems like you fought him many times? Just once. Hearing Seho say that, he was surprised and exclaimed, What? Suddenly, something unusual appeared that attracted the attention of the two people. Shin Jong-hak shouted, "Everyone, move!" Yu Dong-sik looked at Jong-hak and couldn't help but wonder, is he as strong as you? Kim Suho laughed loudly upon hearing that. Yu Dong-sik thought to himself, if this brat is already this strong, what about the people there? But he told Kim Suho that your fighting power has completely collapsed. Kim Suho continued him, it's not too late yet, we don't need to fight. You guys are being used by an evil spirit. That doesn't matter. In this era, might is justice. Suho swung his weapon up and thought to himself, so can't this be resolved with words? If so, then he infused mana into the branch in his hand, making it shine and become powerful. Yu Dong-sik looked at Suho in amazement. Oh, you've got something interesting hidden there. Okay. Then, Yu Dong-sik also started to use his true power. He revealed his true form, accompanied by words. Then I will match your spirit. Suho was also surprised by this transformation. Hajin raised his gun, aiming proudly at the enemy target. Until now, I still don't feel anything big from him. He's like a big kid, trying to struggle when cornered. I used to think so. But, there is one question. But why? At this moment, a monster still aggressively charged straight at Hajin. He started the gun barrel, moving towards the monster's dangerous position, and opened fire. Azura thought to himself, no way, no way. Why, even after summoning such a large army of demon beasts? But he still doesn't have any injuries at all? What the hell is this strength and reaction speed of his? Unbelievable. Even when changing the magazine, he still did not reveal any opening. Azura was now starting to feel worried. If this continues, I'm afraid there won't be any more magical beasts left. We've lost too many. At this moment, Hajin picked up his gun and said as if he was reading his mind, there are too many of them. Is it because he possesses a ghost? What does he want in the end? Revenge or money and fame? The most important thing is now, whatever the answer is, it doesn't matter. The Azura side unleashed hundreds of first-class monsters. He pulled the trigger in preparation. Hajin calmly aimed at the target. Then he froze for a moment. Not a single bullet had come out of the gun. He frantically checked again. It seemed like he was out of ammo. Hajin removed the magazine and checked, while also muttering, even so, I don't hate you. I understand you. You probably have no other choice but to make yourself stronger. The Azura reasoned. No, it's very simple for Chionhua to become a demonic human. Chionhua now had a sly smile. Bastard, I was wondering why you were talking so much. So you're out of bullets? Meanwhile, Hajin was loading another box of ammo. He continued his thoughts. Because that's how I made him. This Azura has no past at all. He's just a tool used to promote the main character's development. Hajin said slowly, there are still a few left. Hajin spoke as if in farewell. Azura, no matter what kind of life you've lived up until now. Well now, it's time for your story to end. He laughed like a man. Are you really doing everything just to buy time? What can you do with a magazine that can't even fit that gun? Azura ordered the monsters. Now, I will tear you into 100 pieces. He is aggressive and wants to win. Some wonder if he can be called a villain? But all he saw before him was blood. It was over. He's just a supporting character. That's how this story works. Maybe I felt sorry for him for a moment. Suddenly Chinaeun screamed in panic. Hajin, are you alive? Before he finished shouting, Hajin waved and walked over. Is Yona still safe? His teammates came to his aid. Azura couldn't help but turn back in surprise. Azura wondered, what are they doing here? Yu Dong-sik watched with wide eyes. What the? Azura really lost? Great Azura. Great Azura. He was so angry that he was shaking. Damn it, they dare betray our team? Azura lost to the point of having no armor left. He wondered how much time and mana did I spend just to deal with this brat? There is no chance to win anymore. Azura wanted to take a risk. Suddenly, something pierced through him. Azura screamed when he was shot by Hajin. Wait, no, I can still. A monstrous power emanated from his body. It was like a skeleton escaped, scaring them. Someone stared and asked, is that a ghost? Hajin shouted, don't worry, ghosts can't do anything on their own. Hey Suho. Kim Suho quickly understood Hajin's intentions upon hearing the call, and happily picked up the mistletoe branch. It turns out mistletoe can become stronger by collecting souls. In just a moment, the branch bestowed blessings and dissolved all disasters. That ghost will now stay by Kim Suho's side and forever inside the mistletoe branch. Finished, Hajin suddenly sat down. He seemed to be exhausted. I don't know how Kim Suho can convince these people of the past, but the ending of this story is somewhat similar to the main plot. My mind is exhausted. Just when he was most tired, Hajin turned on his watch. The system continuously sends reward notifications. It turns out that, thanks to this event, all the parameters and his skills have increased rapidly. Looking at these sudden leveling skills made Hajin go, this is unbelievable. And then, the thing he wanted came. You have received 330 SP. Hajin was happy to get points. There, he nodded in praise of the level 5 Master Marksman. That's really cool. The next reward announcement followed. Luck has been activated because you have killed thousands of monsters with the dark attribute. A new understanding of the nature of darkness has been added to space. Hajin analyzed, but the newly added understanding trait will probably also affect the Desert Eagle up to now. This power itself is not as good as directly investing SP into it. But, while thinking, Hajin opened his eyes. He was surprised because Naeun was staring at him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Naeun looked around for a while. Everywhere were the corpses of demon beasts, bloody and muddy. She exclaimed, "Do you see anything normal about this situation?" Hajin appeared quite normal. They'll disappear soon since their magical energy source has dissipated. Naeun jumped up. I did not mean that. She sighed, shyly turning away. Haze, you make me feel so ashamed for worrying about you. Hajin also did not know what to say to this girl. Hajin held his head and said, I told you this is just an ability thanks to a handheld weapon. I mean, everything is thanks to this thing. Naeun felt surprised. What is this? He introduced himself to everyone. Everyone looked at him with sparkling eyes. This time I am indeed an unworthy opponent for Azura. Compared to swinging a sword 2,000 times, it's of course easier and more effective to kill a large number of weak enemies by shooting a gun 2,000 times. They were all excited about the weapons in their hands. Hajin, you take the opportunity to ask Suho. That's right, Kim Suho, did you bring the crystals back? Suho immediately reached into his pocket and gave it to Hajin. Here it is, Yanghan asked happily. So can we go home now? Hajin replied softly, not yet. We have one more thing to do. We must return these crystals to their rightful place. Yanghan was startled when he heard that. Suho couldn't help but wonder, why do we have to do that? Hajin wants to save a little, because if not, it would be a waste. Did you forget that this place is actually a gift from nature since it is not affected by time in reality? We can also practice very effectively here. We'll be here for 2 more days. At this moment, Naeun's eyes were shining like stars. Hajin turned around, his face bright. And, right now, there are still many people we can compete with, right? Hearing Hajin say that, Yudong-sik and the others all felt embarrassed and smiled wryly, scratching their heads. They stood in front of an abandoned building. A man pushed a very large red bag to Hajin. Here, please take this. Naeun's eyes sparkled with delight. It's rice and meat. The village man represents the person who gives the gift to show gratitude. This is a little token of our gratitude for driving away Azura. Kim Suho was surprised and didn't know what to do. We got that much too, he answered enthusiastically. The people around agreed. Of course, it was thanks to you guys that we were able to escape Azura's control. The man told the story of what the people had gone through, which was extremely miserable. He also talked about the mana crystals and made us suffer through it. Thanks anyway, kids. In order not to let everyone down, Suho said, then we accept it. Later, a girl in the village invited them to have dinner. The food is ready. Come eat with us. Really? Thanks. Grilled pork belly sizzling over hot fire. Yanghan carried the plates of freshly grilled meat. Hajin, you should go eat too, Hajin said while turning the meat. I ate it while it was grilling. He had just put the piece of meat in his mouth when he heard laughter. Of course I know. We've heard a lot about Seoul. It is said that Gangnam is divided by Shinmyeong and Chaijucheol. Naeun listened with interest. Is that so? Jonghak curiously asked about this person's background. What kind of person is Shinmyeong? The people happily replied, of course they are good people. He was the one who brought peace to the Gwanek district. He continued his sentence, making Jonghak's face freeze. Oh, and one more thing. He saved countless lives. There aren't many good people like that in the world anymore, are there? Yes, you are right. Everyone was still cheerful, but Jonghak's face suddenly darkened. He felt like he was lost in the crowd. Jonghak immediately stood up and left. Naeun, on the other hand, was very interested in the story. What about Chaijucheol? The people said that man is not trustworthy. I know, because I lived in Seoul for a while, but there's something strange about him. It feels like that guy will bring bad luck, like a poisonous snake. Naeun could only laugh it off. Ha. Hajin was grilling meat when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He wondered as he watched Jonghak leave for the woods. Why did he react like that when they talked about Shin Myung in the story? The character Shin Jonghak should have respected Shin Myung a lot. Hajin was extremely worried. Is there something wrong with the storyline? Hajin left his unfinished work and chased after them. Can you help me grill? Okay. Jonghak went into the deep forest alone. He was in a state of profound sadness. Jonghak was annoyed, realizing Hajin was hiding behind a tree. Why are you following me? He scratched his head, not knowing what to do. What should I do? It's not like I'm trying to protect the main story. Jonghak suddenly became annoyed. I'm asking you. So Hajin came up with a lame excuse. I wanted to tell you that the meat is cooked. So, hearing Hajin say that, Jonghak also looked helpless. Answered the boss. Okay. Hajin breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect to be fooled. Hajin is like a tail behind, feeling confused. Well, I just followed him without any preparation. He should have asked first. But Jonghak was the one to ask the question first. What kind of person is Shin Myung-chul? Feeling that the opportunity had come, Hajin thought happily, nice, I can use this question to confirm Shin Jonghak's reaction. He thought, and then answered, he is a hero who saves the world. I think he is a man who deserves everyone's respect. Hajin's words slipped out of his mouth, only to receive a chuckle from Jonghak. He raised his face, looking displeased. I knew lowly people like you would think that. Hajin became worried at this attitude, another negative reaction. As far as I know, Shin Myung hates the class distinction in this world. A sudden burst of force struck out. Jonghak furiously rushed forward and punched him. This unexpected situation made him panic and quickly activated bullet time to avoid it, so he could dodge this dangerous attack. Hajin took a step back. It was so strong that it created a hole in the ground. If that punch had hit us, our bones would have definitely broken. That is Shin Jonghak's special ability. The angrier he gets, the greater his physical strength becomes. Jonghak was getting madder and madder. He was like a wild beast, a battle maniac. Hajin had to dodge his attacks quite a bit. This speed means he has reached the limit of his anger. Why do you react like that when Shin Myung-chul is mentioned? Is there some reason I don't know about? Hajin frantically dodged the attack. Wait, calm down a bit. Jonghak kept shouting, weaklings like you are the thorn in this world. If you weren't so weak, if you can protect yourselves, then my grandfather wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself. If he doesn't do that, he is still with us now. Hearing these words, Hajin seemed to have realized something. Jonghak then threw another punch. This time, Hajin used both hands to defend. This blow sent him rolling to the ground. The two were breathing heavily, even though they were several dozen meters apart. Hajin slowly stood up. I haven't finished speaking yet. I don't think Shin Myung will regret his decision. Jonghak was so angry that he pulled his shirt back. Do you dare talking about that again? What the hell do you know? Hajin calmly replied, we cannot change the past, but can decide their own future. Can he protect his family? Isn't that why you respect him? Hajin's words made Jonghak pause. He seemed to want to say something. Then, Hajin waved his hand away. Hayes, you really don't know when to stop causing trouble. Hajin sighed in relief, thinking he was about to die. Hey, Jonghak continued to warn him. You don't have the guts to tell anyone about this, right? Hajin felt scared after hearing that. Geez, no one wants to talk to me. Jonghak walked on in a better mood. I know, but I still want to warn you in case you dare say anything. Maybe he had gotten rid of the knot in his heart. Hajin thought, there shouldn't be any problems, right? What surprised him was that I didn't expect him to miss his grandfather so much. It seems Shin Jonghak's nature isn't bad or anything like that. But, even though I was the one who created his character, but there are still many things I don't understand clearly. Suddenly the clock vibrated. What's going on? System caution reminder. You do not have permission to view the plot changes of character Shin Myung. Hajin read it, and was amazed. What? There's a plot change with Shin Myung? He's the key character of this world. What the hell? This is serious. What the hell is going on? After a while, Yanhan handed him the bowl of porridge. Hajin, take this. Hajin took it without really understanding its meaning. What is it? He even gave him a spoon. This is for you, Yona. She probably hasn't fully recovered her energy yet. Hajin wondered, so why did you give it to me? Their eyes turned to look at the group chatting with each other. Because those guys are still busy gossiping. You see? At this moment, Yona was muttering, Hey Jonghak, H. Hajin? He brought the bowl of porridge to her face. Here's your food. Are you pretending to be unwell? Yona was annoyed, rubbing her chest with her hand. Cough, cough. who said, I don't even have enough strength to lift a spoon? Hajin stuffed the steaming hot porridge straight into her mouth. Yona was so angry that she slurred her words. What are you doing holding on to a drunkard like that? Hajin replied calmly. I'm feeding you. You don't have the strength to lift the spoon. Yona turned her face back, sulking with reproach. He must have come up with this idea to lure Jonghak here. You're too obvious. After finishing the porridge, Yona pretended it's too bland. Is there nothing else but porridge? So Hajin told her, there's one more pack of noodles. You finish this, then I'll give it to you. Just a moment ago, Yona was complaining about how bad the porridge was, but now in a flash, she had finished the bowl of porridge clean. You can eat all that. It seems like you've fully recovered. Do you want to go out there and talk to everyone? After eating her fill, Yona covered herself with the blanket and continued lying down. I don't have the strength to do that. Hajin was also at a loss with her. All right, just do as you wish. Hajin was about to leave. Yona called back. She spoke shyly. Hajin, thank you. I always get saved by you, right? He sighed. So when are you going to repay me? Oh my god, I'm Yona, you know. I will pay you back with interest someday. Yona's eyes became half closed. Well, you're always reliable in things like that. I think we could be pretty good teammates. Hajin heard that, raised his head and thought. Teammates? Well, considering the bright future Yona has, becoming good friends with her would definitely be a shortcut to a more comfortable life. I can also help you be with Naeun. When Naeun was mentioned, Hajin felt a chill in his heart. You don't have to do that. Yona jumped up with a start. Don't tell me you actually like Rachel. Hajin's face darkened. This is crazy. I don't like anyone. I don't have time for that. She covered her mouth and giggled, thinking it was true. Come on, stop bullshitting. Admit it now. Hajin heard that and said annoyedly, okay, no. More noodles! Yona immediately cried out, wait. You can't do that. Despite Yona's loud screams in the tent, Hajin didn't care much and handed Yanghan the bowl of porridge he had just finished eating. Yanghan, please cook some noodles for Yona. He was a little confused. I thought she didn't like fast food? So Yanghan turned around and asked Yona, Hajin said you wanted to eat noodles, right? Yona replied confusedly, I mean, if you cook I'll have a bowl. Just then, Kim Suho caught him pulling the bike away. Hajin, where are you going? I have to get something. I need to get this. He gripped the handlebars on the motorcycle thinking there are a few items I wrote in the context of this story, but it is not used when it is released to the public. They would be very useful if I could get them. After a while, the strands of hair were cut off, falling down. It turned out to be Hajin. He looked absolutely stunning in his new look. Ha! What do you think of my skills? Hajin held the mirror, unable to believe his eyes. Is this really me? Even Naeun was stunned. What magic did you use on him? Kim Suho compliments her new hairstyle. It looks great on you, Hajin. Just then, the system announced, famous barber's touch. Temporary transformation charm index increased by 0.5. Buff duration 4 weeks. Hajin wanted to ask the barber's name. Uncle. May I know your name? He laughed happily. You like it that much? My name is Kim Woziak. Everyone around saw it, and had to praise it. Hajin also asked, Kim Woziak, do you have any children? Kim Woziak honestly replied, I have an 8-year-old son named Kim Hajin. He came up with a good idea. I will find him at all costs. Because talent is often inherited. The villagers, young and old, men and women, all praised him. Hajin, you look more handsome than him after trimming your hair. Of course, he was the one who completely defeated that evil bastard. But, what a pity, I heard you're leaving today, is that right? And Hajin felt the same way. He was a little nostalgic for this place. This will be saying goodbye to 1972, living with and interacting with people from the past for 2 weeks. Training and fighting isn't all we do. This place gave them wonderful memories. We wiped out the evil people who took advantage of Azura's reputation to wreak havoc and bring peace to this land. Whenever it happens, even if it's just the smallest magical explosion or a monster invasion, we all work together with the people here to stop everything. When we go through things like this together, it was inevitable that we would become more connected with them, and by leveraging that close relationship, Yona often goes around to see if there are any figures from the past who are her ancestors. The other two are very popular with children. Yanghan and Naeun play with the kids every day, and Shin Jonghak too. He is cool and has many followers. Jonghak created another faction of his own. Suho is very diligent in helping everyone. Suho helped people repair all kinds of machines. Hajin sat to the side and watched. It really is him. Hajin pondered everything that has happened and is happening. However, that still doesn't change the fact that I have killed a few people in the past. But in his heart there was still a little worry, not sure if the people at City Hall know or if they're just pretending. But people don't care much about that. They are always very welcoming and treat me very well. The innocent residents, simple and compassionate. The bright sunshine is shining down on us, with the cool breeze gently blowing through. We were really had some beautiful and fun memories together. We really appreciate it, but it might be time to go. Hajin bowed to thank everyone. Thank you everyone for everything. People came and left still friendly. Come on, we should be the ones thanking you. Will I see you guys again? Hajin felt warm in his heart hearing their praise. They are the ones who will do countless great things on Earth. We can read about them in the future, right? We look forward to seeing what you guys achieve. Sometimes, there are times when it's better not to know. This is a place of the past. You are all just memories from the past. Hajin watched the sunset from above. Suddenly, Jonghak threw something at him. Kim Hajin, take this. Hajin quickly caught it. Just now, he had to part with his juniors. Jonghak, do you really have to go? They cried, clearly sobbing. I will not forget you all. They hugged each other and cried. Big brother. Then, Yanhan stood below and called out to him. Hajin, I'm going to throw this. You better catch it. Okay, thanks. Yona's footsteps also came. Yona also gave him that. Here's the crystal. Hajin took it, still wondering. Thanks, why are you wearing high heels? It was a gift I was given. There are a lot of people who like me anyway. Suddenly she realized Naeun was also approaching from below. Hajin, here is the crystal. Yona immediately turned away, pulling Suho with her. He didn't quite understand, huh? What's going on? Hajin still had a question mark in his mind, huh? Why so hasty? At this moment, Naeun also held the crystal in her hand. Looks like I'm the last one. Shall we return to reality now? Can I stay here and watch? Hajin cheerfully replied, if you like, then do it. Then Hajin made the final move. I just need to infuse stigma magic into these crystals. The crystals accumulate together, creating a gem. It shone in Hajin's hand, then shattered instantly, like a crack in the mirror across the sky. Naeun asked a strange question. Hey, forgetting is probably something like this, right? Hajin also found it confusing. What are you suddenly thinking about? I just wonder if memories gradually fade away with the flow of time. No matter how hard I try to remember. No matter how hard I try. I can't remember my mother's voice either, though the happy memories with her began to fade. Then I wondered if we had all faded away. Like, what will this world become? Hajin beside encouraged. Don't think too much. There is a saying that flowers that do not wither do not give off fragrance. And it can be thought that memories can fade and wear away to some extent, so they can become someone's precious memories. Hajin just said that, but Naeun didn't seem to understand what he meant. She smiled and said, ha ha, what the hell? That's no consolation at all. Hajin also thought to himself at this moment, but I also understand how scary it is to forget. Then Hajin handed her a box. Use this, she asked curiously. Huh? What is it? This is a ticket. A ticket can get you to see the flowers for a bit. Naeun held a strange box in her hand. She somewhat doubtfully speculated time capsule. Then, unsure of his answer, he turned to Hajin and asked, what is this? Hearing that, he also patiently explained to her. See the number on there? Just change the number, and you will be able to go back to the past. I think perhaps its nature is more to stir up memories buried deep in the subconscious. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly denied it. No, that's not what I meant. Didn't you find this for your own use? But then Hajin revealed in a low voice. It doesn't work on me anymore. I don't know what they look like anyway. In his subconscious he agreed with her words. Naeun is right. I've always clung to this, even though my memories of them have gradually faded. I wrote down a lot of items in the book that set up the world on this past timeline, but it doesn't work in my novel. However, since my current body is Kim Chundong's, so I'm not sure if it will be effective if I use it or not. Well, it's better to let Naeun use it than to waste mana. Then Naeun softly said, if that's the case then. She looked at the time capsule in her hand and looked at Hajin. I'm not using it either. This left Hajin stunned, not believing what she had said. What? Why? Her sharp reasoning answered him. If one of us doesn't use it, then shouldn't the other one use it either? It was a very loyal act. Hajin's eyes were pale, revealing confusion. Talking about loyalty all of a sudden. Then, Hajin handed the time capsule to her and said, if it's for you, then use it, or you'll regret it later. Naeun still tried to speak up, but, before she could finish her sentence, she received his resolute reply. it won't break, because it will always be buried carefully deep in your heart. So don't worry about it, and use it. Seeing that she remained silent, Hajin had no choice but to ask softly, what time period do you want to travel to? Naeun slightly bowed her head, stammering, She blushed a little as she shared. I want to go back to March 2013, she said, reaching out to adjust the time. On the box, time jumps back to then. Gift boxes were stacked up along with balloons, and a cake that says Happy Birthday Naeun. Right now, Chai Naeun is in the form of a child. She could not help but be amazed at this miracle. I really went back in time. Looking at the beautifully decorated cake made just for her, she was extremely excited. Oh, my birthday cake. Even the taste is the same. Suddenly, a person appeared. Oh, Naeun, are you eating cake? Why don't you wait for everyone to eat? Hear that voice. Naeun immediately turned back. He smiled slightly at her. Then, he spoke in a gentle voice. Happy birthday, sister. Hearing this, Naeun's emotions felt like they were about to explode. Naeun clutched her dress tightly, telling herself, I can't cry. She quickly regained her composure, cheered up, and smiled brightly. Brother, you're here? Her inner self was now muttering to herself. I will not cry on such a happy day, because today is the day that my whole family gets together for my birthday. From afar, two men were approaching. He carried a large gift box and held it out to Naeun. She quickly accepted the gift and smiled brightly. Oh, it's started already? She was holding a large gift box in her hand, and her voice sounded a little apologetic. Sorry I'm late. I was so busy wrapping the gift. Naeun's eyes welled up with tears when she saw her. She spoke softly. Naeun, happy birthday. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately came forward. Then Naeun jumped into her mother's arms. She could not contain her emotions and burst into tears like a child. Mom, Naeun, are you okay? What's wrong? The other two men spoke up one after another. Are you worried that Mom won't come? I think it's understandable. She's still young. Without waiting for Naeun's reply, she hugged her and softly comforted her. Mummy must have scared little Naeun, huh? It's okay. Everything is fine. The remaining tears in Naeun's eyes slowly fell down. Mom will always be by your side. She wiped away her tears, starting to blend in this happy atmosphere. Then a voice said, okay. She held Naeun in her arms, with her family beside her. She slowly said, shall we go to the candle blowing on the cake? If you close your eyes and make a wish before blowing out the candles, your wish will come true. Naeun was currently deep in thought, thinking about her wish. The candle had yet to be extinguished by her thoughts. My wish has already come true, because I got to see you again, Mom. But if I may be a little more greedy, please let me engrave this moment forever. The flame on the candle began to die out, and then she turned a slightly sad look towards her brother. He smiled softly, along with Naeun's small wish, and, please let me see my brother again. Scene changes to Hajin's place. At this moment, he thought to himself, am I back yet? When I opened my eyes, I was already standing at Wind Mountain. Suddenly from the bushes appeared Naeun's figure. She was raising her hand to call him. Hearing her voice, he immediately turned around. Looks like everyone has returned safely too. Naeun held out the time capsule. The time capsule still hasn't disappeared, even though Naeun used it. But for some reason, it requires mana recharge. When I check with my watch, it says I need about 15,000 mana to use it. Since I had to use too much mana at once, I decided to give it to Chai Naeun. He thought to himself, glamorous on the outside, hollow on the inside. Naeun then looked around, a little puzzled. Suddenly the watch on Hajin's hand announced. Meanwhile, Naeun kept looking for the others. I wonder where the others are? She turned left and right to look for the others. It must be somewhere nearby, right? Naeun was confused when she saw him walking in the opposite direction. Where are you going? It's the way down, you know? Hajin replied bluntly. I know, I'm going home now. His words surprised her. Go home? What about training? Hajin's face turned purple, and his deep voice said, I'm so tired. Seeing this, her voice trembled slightly. That's right. Tell the others for me. Okay. Before Hajin left, Naeun called out to him again. That's right, Hajin. Her eyes sparkled, and she softly said, thank you for today. Some other time, I'll treat you to something delicious. Hajin smiled slightly, returning her gratitude. Of course. Seeing Naeun's expression, he thought to himself, she looks so happy. I wonder what his past happiness was? Hajin went deep into the forest. He raised his hand, looked around to check once more, then confidently spoke. All right, it's time to end this. Just in time, the system panel also appeared. The sender was Tomer. This is my bank account. Please send me the money as promised. I will pay you back as soon as possible. Hajin thought to himself. Before reaching Wind Mountain. I forced Tomer to sign the loan contract and mana oath. At that time, Tomer was very confused by his request. You tell me to sign this crazy thing? Hajin calmly crossed his arms and asked her back. Do you think I can easily lend you that much money without getting anything in return? He started dialing, muttering under his breath. If I transfer him the money as promised then. His eyes lit up, unable to contain his admiration. Wow, that's fast. Information fee has been transferred successfully. Sender Tomer. Once the information is verified, it will be converted into points. Next, I will change my name to Fernand Jesus, into a fake name Agus Benjamin. Suddenly there was the sound of hurried footsteps. Behind, by natural reflex, Hajin immediately turned around, watching Naeun's figure run past his sight. Looking closely, her face was now pale. Seeing that, he couldn't help but wonder. Naeun, where is he rushing off to? If it's something that can make Chai Naeun make that serious face, then, could it be, is it something about Chai Jinyan? Hajin immediately chased after Naeun, while silently analyzing her attitude just now. She looked like she was in a hurry. This definitely has something to do with Chai Jinyan. He finally caught up with Chai Naeun. Naeun was in a panic, looking around constantly. He must be thinking about how to get there. Hajin throws an item forward. Then he sat on the motorbike and shouted to her. Naeun! Hearing his voice, she turned her face back slightly, along with a trembling tone. Without beating around the bush, Hajin immediately asked directly, Where do you need to go? A moment later, both of them arrived at the hospital. The manager ran out from inside in a panic. We've been waiting for you, Miss Naeun. She ran towards him, followed by Hajin. Manager, how is my brother? The manager also panicked and replied to her, We should go to his hospital room first. Suddenly, the guards held out their hands, preventing Hajin from entering inside. Sorry, but only family members are allowed in the sick room. This made Naeun surprised. She stopped, looked at him, and thought, But, he brought me all the way here. Suddenly, Hajin spoke up to remind her, Don't just stand there. Naeun, go ahead first. Even though she paused for a moment, she quickly ran inside, not forgetting to turn back to thank him. Naeun and the others entered the hospital room. Right now, Hajin's face was dark. He clenched his fists. Suddenly, from behind, a voice called out, Hajin. The one calling him was Yeona. She was slowly walking towards him. Hajin's hands slowly loosened. He slowly spoke. You came faster than I thought. Hearing that, she also replied, Because the Yu clan must always be present in important events of the Chai clan. I had just come down from the mountain and immediately booked a helicopter to come here when I heard that news. The others will probably be a little late, because I was in a bit of a hurry to get here. Suddenly she asked a question that Hajin could not answer. But, why are you making that face? A drop of sweat rolled down Hajin's cheek. The information I received from the Book of Truth is that the awakening seed will germinate in about a month. The germination progress was already 89%. It's only October now, so there's still some time. But there's one thing I accidentally overlooked. The possibility that he regained consciousness before the seed germinated. His hands were now clenched so tightly that they were shaking. If Chai Jinyan really wakes up, then I. Seeing Hajin like that, Yeona became worried. Hey, look at you sweating. Are you that worried? With that, she raised the tissue to wipe away the sweat on his head. Then, Yeona softly revealed, He hasn't woken up yet. It's just that something changed. Actually, the situation doesn't look very good. But it's not to the point of making a fuss as if it's a big deal like this. Hearing that, Hajin thought to himself, I understand. Luckily it wasn't like that. I hope he doesn't wake up now. Suddenly Yona's words rang out again. But maybe Naeun thinks differently. It'll be difficult for her to keep calm, even if her brother only shows the slightest signs. Then she spoke softly. So you brought him here? Thanks for your help, Naeun. Hajin, you keep this handkerchief. He also quickly reached out to receive it. Thank you. Taking the handkerchief, Hajin immediately left to her surprise. I'm going first. Faced with his decisive action, she turned her face towards him in surprise and asked softly, Are you leaving already? Aren't you going to wait for Naeun to come out and say goodbye? Hajin's response was silence. Not letting the stifling atmosphere linger for too long, he had no choice but to speak in a low voice. I just think I shouldn't be here. Yeona looked confused at his words. Hajin just walked away, leaving her wondering. What do you mean? Naeun had just stepped out of the hospital room when suddenly a voice called out her name. Naeun! Naeun's tired expression immediately disappeared, turning into a cheerful one when she saw her here. Without many words, she rushed forward and hugged Miss Yona. The two sat on the bench to chat. Yona slowly asked, "How is the situation?" Naeun was a little nervous and stammered to share. "I don't know either. I see a lot of fluctuations in the chart. I don't know." They said it looked a little different than usual. Her eyes were fixed on Naeun. Then she slowly asked, "That's a good sign anyway, right?" She looked at her hands and confirmed. "Yes," they said. "The same thing. It has happened in other cases before. And most of those patients woke up within 3 months. He needs to rest right now, so they kicked me out." Hearing that, Yona immediately encouraged her. "So that's how it is. Let's wait patiently for him." Naeun quickly agreed to this. She suddenly trembled, then raised her hand to her chest. "But, I feel, my heart is about to explode. I think, I can't hold on any longer." At this moment, tears fell from her cheeks onto her hands. The tears kept falling one by one. "Oh my God, I'm crying. So embarrassing." At this point, Naeun could not contain her emotions and burst into tears like a child. "I'm weird, aren't I? I'm so happy. I should smile when I hear good news. But my tears just kept falling." Then, Naeun just kept her head down and cried, and Yona next to her didn't know what to do but stay by her side. Right now, she thought to herself, "I understand how you feel. It would be a lie if she said that. I've never lost a loved one to such a tragedy anyway." And he waited for 5 years for his brother, the person who has no hope of ever waking up. As time passed, his anger turned to sadness. Sadness turns into sorrow, and then, that sadness, then gradually became despair, and finally, despair turns to resignation to fate. Mustering up all her courage, Yona placed her hand on her back. Just when he gave up hope, it seems a ray of hope has appeared. If that's the case, then how can I understand that feeling? At this time, Yoon Sung-ga, Kim Soo-ho, and Shin Jong-hak also arrived. They were worried, and said in unison, "Naeun, are you okay?" Both of them immediately looked at them. Yona spoke softly. "Ah, everyone. Even Sungganim is here too." Suddenly, Naeun was startled by something. Naeun was flustered, looking around. "Wait, where is Hajin? He brought me here." Seeing Naeun's action, she could only helplessly sigh softly. "He's back." Yona's words left her stunned. "Huh, why?" To this extremely ignorant question, she just sighed and said, "I don't know either." Then Yona glanced away, thinking, "Gosh, that guy. If he was worried about Naeun, he should have waited a little longer. He looks so worried." As for Hajin's side right now, he got down and walked the motorbike away. "Didn't he run here? And why are you panting and looking so dizzy? Is it because of too much stress?" The watch on his wrist suddenly rang. Then it pops up a notification. "Hey apprentice, I created a new ID for you since it seems like it will take a while for you to join Violet Banquet. Try logging in." Hajin's face now showed fatigue. He thought to himself, "Oh, it's boss." The system continued to display, "I will transfer the 200 million won reward from the previous mission to your Violet Banquet account." Yet sweat kept pouring down Hajin's forehead. "This time, I might be lucky, but next time he might actually wake up." Between a comatose person lying on the bed and a person who can walk around consciously, who is easier to kill, is already very obvious. That really made me think. This time, the message kept popping up. "When can you accept the next mission?" On the other hand, the scene of a dilapidated warehouse is illuminated by sunlight through small windows. Li Xiaopeng sat on the crate. The watch was placed right on the green crate. It immediately showed a notification from Hajin. "I can accept the mission now." Hajin thought to himself, "This is probably the only rope I can hold on to." Creationist Benevolence Guild Office. Congratulations on reaching 250th place on the global leaderboard. Vice Captain Yoon Sung-ga, she smiled softly, and said, "Thank you. I can't believe it's already October. Time flies. What's been happening lately?" He was a bit pensive at her question. He continued, "Now that you mention it, there are rumors that a new mercenary has joined Geronimo's group." Hearing that, Sung-ga was delighted. "Oh, really?" Then, she raised her hand to cover her mouth and began to mumble. "The demonic human extermination team mission requires a lot of support from mercenaries. So, that's good news for us too. What skills does that person have?" He quickly replied, "He specializes in assassination and sniping." Hearing this, she began to analyze. If he gets into Geronimo, he's definitely a pro. He hasn't revealed his identity yet? He also very quickly replied, "No, even the messenger only knows him through rumors. We have very little information about him." Sung-ga crossed her arms and mumbled, That's interesting. Then he put his hand on his chin and slowly speculated. I tried hard to find that person's codename. It seems to be called Demonic Wolf. On this side, Hajin was reviewing Li Xiaopeng's text message. 300 million won in item money from the previous mission will be transferred to Violet Banquet's account. The password is, your ID will be Demonic Wolf. Hajin muttered while wiping his hair. Even now, this code name sounds pretentious. Demonic Wolf is probably referring to Fenrir, the mysterious wolf monster that often appears in Northern Europe. Its scientific name is Demonic Wolf. Isn't that name a bit ridiculous for me? I think it suits you. Your eyes look just like his. When I asked her why she specifically told me, she just gave me this weird answer. But I think my eyes are quite round. Suddenly outside, a voice called his name repeatedly. Hajin, Hajin. He hurriedly put on his clothes and walked out. What's wrong, Evangel? The little girl urged softly. Come here. Look! Evangel happily placed the mascot he had just made in front of him. Hajin propped his hands on the table, fascinated by this mascot. Wow, what is that? It looks so sophisticated. Hearing that, the little girl immediately gave it to him. This is a gift for Hajin. Hajin was a little taken aback by her action. For me? Evangel quickly confirmed. Yes. Her hand slid over its green fur. Look at this. She just stroked it gently, and it was able to stretch, act like a normal animal. Hajin was quite amused by this. Oh, it came to life. It let out a cold breath, then it quickly ran towards him. He was very confused as it was aggressively rushing towards him. Hajin let out a frightened cry as it jumped onto his body. By inertia, he immediately fell to the ground with a thud. But then, he couldn't see it anymore, and Evangel was covering his mouth, trying not to laugh. Seeing this, Hajin immediately realized everything and went over to tickle the little girl. Did you just play a prank on me, Evangel? The little girl laughed so hard that she cried. Come on, I'm ticklish. Hee hee, I'm not teasing. Ha ha ha, I swear. Ha ha ha. Then there was her charming smile. Evangel lay on the floor and slowly said, I'm not playing a prank on you. Suddenly, the symbol of the spirit animal from earlier appeared on his left chest, making him surprised. Hajin's voice trembled as he asked softly, This, what is it? The system now displays, Buff, a wolf spirit is residing in your body. The wolf has taken you as its master. The power of the physical, strength, endurance, status, speed increased by 0.1. The wolf's sixth sense. When mortal danger is detected, a giant wolf will appear and protect its master. Motion reduces the noise of footsteps. Suddenly, Hajin exclaimed, Oh my god, don't tell me, is she doing this to show me her new power? Oh my god! Thinking that, he immediately hugged the little girl. So cute. I'm sorry. Suddenly he realized something. Yes, Evangel has been sleeping for a while now. Maybe she was exhausted and fell asleep. Hajin smiled softly, then gently hugged the little girl. Thank you, Evangel. He put the girl on the bed and covered her with a blanket. A cat appeared outside the door and meowed softly. Hearing that, he immediately turned towards it and asked softly, What's wrong, kid? Want to sleep next to Evangel? It stretched and made a few sounds in response to him. Hajin was a bit hesitant and thoughtful. I'm not sure if I should bring him along, because they often argue. But it seems like he still wants to be by Evangel's side. Maybe the two of them are actually close friends. And right after I came back from Wind Mountain, maybe because of my new hairstyle, Evangel didn't want to play with me anymore. At that moment, the little girl struggled and quickly pushed his face away when he picked her up. I don't like it. You look weird. Go away. Hajin was speechless when the girl refused him, not daring to say a word. I haven't seen you in almost 90 days. Be good, okay? Sigh. I'm hurt too. At this moment, his laptop suddenly lit up. An item had just been sent. Violet Banquet. Hajin wondered. A message from Violet Banquet? Perhaps. This is the quest reward the captain mentioned. The system displays a question, accompanied by 2 answers. Do you want to receive it? Of course I accept. Is this system crazy? The circle started to glow from within the laptop screen. It brought out an item. This is high-level armor. High-level item. Part of an artifact. Mana 5000/5000. The system continues to show its uses. Physical support, strength, endurance, speed, status all increased by 0.3. The artifact absorbs mana beneath the armor to achieve the following effects. Correct posture. When used, your posture will be adjusted. Breathing mask. You can breathe underwater and use super speed, strengthen and upgrade defense. Oh, that's great. Hajin immediately tested its effectiveness by placing the item right in the middle of his chest. Let's see. I'll transfer mana into it and use it. His whole body radiated a blue-white spiritual aura. He looked at his hand. A defensive item that could use mana to cover his entire body. This isn't worth just 300 million won. This should be at least 3 billion. I knew I should trust your eyes, Captain. The other end of the line replied. I got a notification that you received the item, right? He quickly typed a reply. Yeah, I just got it. Thanks. Suddenly, the other end of the line sent another message. Oh, by the way. The text now appears on the laptop screen. Your next mission is here. Hajin's hand immediately stopped when he read this message. The scene changed to another place. A girl was sitting in a quiet room. Suddenly a noise appeared outside the door. A woman ran up hurriedly. Hey, I'm here to find a patient. Hearing that, she immediately jumped up. Yes. Who are you looking for? Argus Benjamin. He is Latin American like me, but he looks quite old. She was a little surprised by her description. Latin American? Seeing this, she immediately took out August's portrait. This is him. I just remembered when I saw the picture. Yes, I do know this person. He was quite quiet, so I don't remember much. Then she picked up the photo, a little embarrassed. But he passed away. Tomer seemed stunned by her words. It seems like it was 2 years ago. Hearing the nurse's words, Tomer felt like he was about to collapse. She silently recalled the information she had asked someone to investigate. Tomer began to panic. Her face darkened, wondering, don't tell me that stupid message is real. He dares to run away after destroying his entire life. And then he gets to live in such a comfortable place. And then leave so peacefully? Tomer gritted his teeth in indignation. Did he leave any will or legacy? She said softly, I need to know what your relationship is with Mr. Benjamin. He quickly replied, his real name is Fernand Jesus. Agos Benjamin is his alias, and I am Jamer Jesus. Then, he gritted his teeth and emphasized, he is my biological father. Next, Tomer presented her with more evidence. Just look at my certificate. I can prove my identity with my mage certification ID. Looking at the paper in her hand, she also confirmed what Tomer said was true. I understand. Actually, I don't know much about him. He only talked to a male student who came here to volunteer before. Now that you mention it, recently, that male student also came here to play. Perhaps he heard something from Mr. Benjamin. This surprised Tomer, who quickly asked, can you tell me his name? Hearing that, she also said softly, wait a moment. Let me review the notes first. While she was in this mess, Tomer's messages kept ringing. She gritted her teeth in anger. Tomer, the mission deadline has arrived. Return immediately. The disciplinary committee will consider the extent of this delay in performance. Then messages from colleagues teasing Tomer also came in. Congratulations on your upcoming demotion, Tomer. Serves you right. It'll teach you a lesson in your arrogance. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Tomer took off his watch. I guess you care. I have nothing to do with you people anymore. I have achieved my goal. The nurse worked for a while then spoke up to announce. Oh, I see. Let's see. His name is Hajin. Kim Hajin. Tomer was stunned by her words. He is a cadet. Tomer now thought to himself, Kim Hajin. Is this the Hajin I know? The scene changes to a park. In the distance, there is a romantic couple making love to each other. On this side, there is also a very sweet couple. The atmosphere of love seemed to be everywhere. Hajin walked absent-mindedly, muttering, how beautiful the autumn leaves are. He thought to himself, it must have taken a lot of effort to maintain this beautiful place. But ironically, this place where love is forbidden has become the school's most famous dating spot. It's only autumn, and it's already like this. I wonder how much more flowers will bloom when spring comes. At this moment, suddenly a hand touched Hajin's shoulder, and a voice called out, Hey, you're so focused on thinking about something else that you can't hear what I'm saying. As soon as his voice fell, Hajin slowly turned around and let out an oh sound. Why oh Yona? Yona handed Hajin a white paper bag. She beamed and said, Here, take this. Hajin took the white bag and slowly opened it. He wondered, what is it? Yona replied, Did you forget? It's the natural ginseng you gave me last time. I refined half of that ginseng into medicine. Hearing that, Hajin gasped. Suddenly, he realized something and shouted in shock, Wait, half? Yona continued. I plan to use the remaining half for further research. In return, we will share a portion to compensate you. If it's okay, we'll give you some medicine too, so don't worry. In contrast to Yona's cheerfulness, Hajin could only think sadly. She's so calm even when she uses it so freely. Yona was still giggling as she presented. We need to improve this industry. If you want the process to go more smoothly, that's the best way. Hajin stared at Yuyona, continuing his thoughts. Never mind, it doesn't really matter. Yuyona isn't the type of person who would stab me in the back. If she did, the one who would be stabbed in the back would be her. Right now, Yuyona seems to be too gullible towards those he considers close. It's understandable, since he's only 17 years old, but the internal struggles he faces are the real dark and dirty political battlefield. Now that I think about it, that incident happened during winter break. The Yuyona abuse of power and violence scandal also erupted from that incident. At this moment, Yuyona suddenly spoke up. Anyway, you should only take 1 pill a day. Hajin was a little startled when he heard her voice. Yuyona continued speaking. 1 pill costs 1,000,000,000. Hajin also said, okay. Price is 1 billion per pill. It seemed like he had just realized the problem. He cried out in surprise. What? 1 billion won? Yuyona replied very calmly, it's made from condensed mana crystals and wild ginseng. Hajin's face froze and he asked back, Yuyona, is it really worth that much? Yuyona immediately replied back, full of joy. Not exactly, but isn't that what communication is all about? The amount of ingredients to make 20 wine pills is enough for you to make 300 to 400 other pills. So, if we don't sell at a high price, it's a real loss. At this moment, Hajin thought to himself, 20 pills is 20 billion won. Suddenly, the system appeared. Wild ginseng elixir can be absorbed. Created from a neutral mana crystal solution and ginseng. When absorbing power, stamina and mana will permanently increase by 0.01 to 0.02 after 24 hours. If your luck is high, the effect will be reduced. The chance of encountering a strength side effect is 0.5%. The probability increases exponentially if too large a dose is consumed in 24 hours. After reading the information, Hajin found that the stats were higher than I thought. Just by adjusting the recovery ability, this thing is quite useful. In that case, I should also return this gift from him. Thinking so, Hajin took out another package and gave it to Yuyona. You take this. Yuyona reached out to take it in curiosity. What is it? When she opened the package, Yuyona was completely surprised. What? Wild ginseng. Oh my god! You have more? Where did you get that? Hajin slightly avoided her question. Then he scratched his head sheepishly. That word Wind Mountain. Something like that. Yuyona heard and exclaimed wow, loudly. Hajin continued, then according to the rules, I should also return it to the owner of Wind Mountain, Shinjonghak, right? Yuyona immediately said, wait, now I remember. Jonghak once forgot my birthday, so this counts as compensation, right? Hajin just laughed and said, do as you wish. It was time to say goodbye. Yuyona promised Hajin, I'll contact you if there's any progress. Okay, thanks. Hajin suddenly realized something. He opened his watch and clicked on the contact screen. The text messages between Hajin and Tomer are still there. Hi, it's Jamer. Your account name has changed. Did you change your watch? Hajin said indifferently. He hasn't replied yet. Judging by the current situation, it seems he has gone to a nursing home. He must be thinking a lot right now. Maybe I should wait until he thinks it over. The system panel displayed Trainee Mercenary Mission. Difficulty D. Reward 400 million won or equivalent value item. Mission details. Defeat the demonic human group Jahan's human trafficking truck. Hajin, after reading the quest, was a bit surprised and said the wrong thing. Rescue the hostages. The location is in China? Okay, when class ends tomorrow, I'll use the portal to teleport to Beijing. According to my setup, there is a legal simulation area near Mongolia and the Russian border. This place is a route used by the demonic human for human trafficking and illegal trading, and is also their hideout. A chaotic region where the law of the jungle prevails, where brutal crimes often occur. Even this anarchic region has its own form of society, and laws of the demonic humans. Demonic human calls this place Mass Demon Palace, also known as Pandemonium. Right on this dry ground, a footprint and a wheel mark were faintly imprinted on the crumbs of soil. North of Beijing, Wygak Bridge. Hajin came all the way here with his cool motorcycle. Hajin pulled down his mask and silently observed the place. Mid-level danger zone, huh? That feels really creepy. Hajin remembered when the captain texted him. Today's target is the demonic human, who have thrown away their humanity and become dogs in devil's clothing. Before we go on the quest, I have something to tell you. There might be many monsters on the quest, but not all demonic humans are the same. Demonic human is created from the exaggerated emotions of the contracts. The weaker they are, the more Likely they are to fall into despair, then commit brutal crimes without thinking of the consequences. They manifest evil by projecting their feelings of failure and self-esteem onto those around them, which means I won't feel too guilty about killing them. Should I be happy? While he was wondering that, a white smoke appeared in front of Hajin right in the middle of the road. 2 huge trucks and many other cars were rushing straight towards him. Here they come, Hajin said, and immediately took out his gun, keeping his composure to fight. The bullets were already loaded. His eyes were fixed on this brightly lit scope. Deal with the truck first. Hajin aimed at the man, one hand driving, one hand drinking. In no time, he honked the horn and fired the first bullet, straight at the spot he aimed for. The bullet went straight through the front of the car to the back, causing the truck to swerve to the other side and stop rolling right there. A guy driving by saw him and asked, "What the hell? What the hell is wrong with that guy?" At the same time, Hajin put his aim back into position, raising his gun straight. One more shot! The bullet immediately flew straight through the glass door. The car flew into the driver's head, blood splattered everywhere. His hands covered in blood. He held the steering wheel in vain, lost balance and crashed straight into a tree. The bodyguards in the cars all came out in surprise. What the hell? The 2 drivers are dead. Damn it! Watch that car go. The bodyguard spoke up. Is there a sniper? The guy behind asked. Which side? Suddenly another bullet was fired, instantly taking down the guy behind. Just now, everyone discovered Hajin's location. That direction, on the other side of the bridge. There's a sniper there. He's alone. Get him. Then they all rushed forward without any hesitation. At this moment, Hajin suddenly put a pill in his mouth and closed his eyes. His entire body seemed to be filled with power, internal energy radiating outwards. Immediately, the system's voice rang out. The energy inside your body is increasing in the next 5 minutes. All variable stats will increase by 1.5x, including vitality. Hajin's gun also received a tremendous power as he spoke. And, finally, it's time for battle. Hajin pointed his gun straight forward. Multiple bullets were fired at once, easily taking down these weak guards. After defeating all of them, Hajin went to the truck bed and fumbled with the lock. The lock was successfully broken, and the chain was immediately removed. Hajin said to himself, "All right, now, I have to release the hostages." Due to being distracted, and suddenly something unexpectedly rushed towards Hajin. Another bodyguard, holding a knife tightly, rushed forward, about to take his life. Being ambushed, Hajin was so panicked that he couldn't react in time. The knife quickly reached his chest. Just as Hajin's life seemed to end there, a blue light suddenly appeared. Accordingly, a row of sharp teeth protruded from a wide-open mouth, biting the head of this bodyguard. It was a huge wolf, covered in that blue light. It had easily defeated its opponent. Hajin slowly sat up, despite being saved from a difficult situation. He still watched the developments in a daze. He realized this and wondered, is it a wolf spirit? The wolf was still busy biting the bodyguard. Blood everywhere, quite a barbaric scene. Suddenly it raised its head and looked towards Hajin. It seemed to be disappearing into the black smoke. Hajin asked himself again, did that thing just come out of my body? At this time, the system displays the skill Wolf's Sixth Sense. When mortal danger is detected, a giant wolf will appear and protect its master. After reading it, Hajin breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I see. I didn't expect to let my guard down in a place like this. I still need to practice more. Then Hajin threw open the door of the other truck, light streaming inside. The people locked in here were startled when they saw this. All of them were trembling in fear, and there were even sniffles. Suddenly, Hajin threw a bracelet into the crowd. Then he spoke before everyone's astonished eyes. I have destroyed demonic wolf. Will that be enough for everyone to call me where I came from? Now, let's go home. Hajin gently extended his hand, as if he had given them a new ray of hope. Hajin's message. The mission has now been completed. Another message replied, I got the information. Leave the cleaning up to us. It was a message from Li Xiaopeng. She was leaning against the cliff beside her. The screen on Li Xiaopeng's watch was showing the scene of Hajin's battle just now, she asked. Everyone can see that clearly, right? Li Xiaopeng's group of people were also here. Drun and another person were both silently observing. At this moment, Colleen spoke up. But is it okay for only the 5 of us to be here just to evaluate such an important rookie? I was really looking forward to it because people were saying he was on another level. Hearing this, Jane replied to him, there is no other way. The rest of you are currently busy with your own affairs. Colleen continued, he killed 20 people in just 21 seconds. How can a gun have such great destructive power? What an interesting ability. As for Jane, she did not stop there and replied, I think his ability is to enhance and transform weapons with mana. So what do you think of him? Jane also immediately replied happily, at that level, he's at least upper intermediate, don't you think? Hearing that, Jane was surprised and shouted, What? You rate him that highly? You probably don't even know what upper intermediate is, do you? If 10 people of that caliber could take him down. In response to Jane's slightly angry words, Jane just smiled and waved her hands in the air. Haha, it would take at least 100 people to take me down. At this point, Colleen asked Jane, What do you think about this? Jane began to think. She slowly replied, I think he's probably around the intermediate level. Maybe, probably around the same level as Kim Suho. I don't know how he fights one-on-one, but he'll definitely be useful when we have to fight many people. But Junigung is also very good at judging the abilities of people, like this, and he's still in the demon world, right? At the same time, Drun, who was listening to the story with his chin in his hands, also spoke up. Well, that guy did go in there, but it seems like he has no intention of coming out. He's not tired of that place yet? Humph, he'll probably come back once he's satisfied with himself. Suddenly, Jane remembered something. Oh, that's right, Drun. Did you find out the identity of the spirit wolf just now? Drun replied absent-mindedly. Ah, that thing. Isn't that just Hajin's pet? Jane heard that and felt a little sad. Who would hide a pet in their chest? At this moment, Li Xiaopeng spoke up. Let me go ask him directly. Jane was a little worried. But, Kim Hajin, will he tell you? Suddenly, Xiaopeng's face darkened, along with a look of confidence. She said, Don't worry, he trusts me very much. He will answer all my questions. Despite such assurances, Jane was still not completely convinced. Really? Scene changes to Hajin's side now. He has returned home. Evangel was sleeping soundly on that bed. Beside him was Hajin, full of love. He gently stroked her head. Evangel, do you know? It's thanks to you that I survived today. After looking it up on the device, Hajin learned about Spirit Wolf, middle-class family. The first clan was created by witches. Looking at all the specs, this Spirit Wolf is quite strong. Not only is it strong, it is also fast and extremely intelligent. In addition, it also has one special skill. The ability to detect danger can strengthen the host itself through absorption of the target. The higher the witch's soul energy link, the more the wolf's power will increase. After reading the information, Hajin had to exclaim, What great stats! This wolf should be the one using armor, not me. Who can say how strong that demonic wolf will become in the future? At this moment, suddenly Evangel turned around and rubbed her eyes as if she was about to wake up from her daze. Evangel held out his hand and said, Hajin, is that you? Hajin gently picked her up. Did you bring anything delicious back? Hajin replied, Yes, you sleep more, we'll eat later. Just like that, Evang fell into a deep sleep, nestled in Hajin's warm embrace. As for Hajin, he thought to himself, I don't know since when, but this child is slowly becoming my driving force. I only entered this world for a year, when I finished the main story, and returned to reality. Can I really go back to my normal life like before? Everything here, and all the people I met, can I really forget them? Right now in the classroom, Hajin looked dazed, his eyes dark with heavy circles. I only slept for an hour, so now I'm so tired. Tomer hasn't contacted me again after that message. After I arrived at the memorial park, I prepared props to keep Tomer as an ally. Then right now, Fernand's grave will be filled with bouquets of flowers that I gave. Didn't he see my letter? While he was thinking like that, suddenly the lecturer above loudly pointed at the person next to Hajin. Hui, young cat over there, quickly get into your seat. Hajin reflexively turned his head to the side, looking at him in surprise, because the person next to him now was Tomer. The lecturer had already started the class, continuing the last lesson. Now we will learn about the effects of high-level mana. At this moment, Tomer was not paying any attention to the lesson. She was just busy writing something on a piece of paper. Then he gave the paper to Hajin and read, Hey, have you ever done volunteer work? Reading these words, Hajin was a bit surprised, but he chose to respond by continuing to write on the piece of paper. Well, why do you ask? Tomer continued. Have you ever met a man named Agus Benjamin at the nursing home? Well, I'm quite close to him. Hajin's answer made Tomer pause for a few seconds. Then she continued writing, albeit hesitantly. That person. What kind of person is he? Now, Hajin also did not pay attention to the lecture. He just kept talking to Tomer. What kind of person is he? I guess he always seemed lonely. Tomer continued. How did you two become so close? I heard he never opened his heart to the nurses there, even until his last moments. Hajin replied, Well, I think it's because we're quite similar. I don't have any family anymore either. While chatting with Tomer, Hajin guessed in his heart. Maybe she already knew that when she learned about my family background. Hajin asked Tomer further. But why do you ask? Tomer choked a little. Her face darkened. She continued writing on the paper. He is my biological father. This sentence startled Hajin. Tomer already knows. Her words continued. Surprised? I was surprised too. I never thought I would find someone who actually knew about him. Tomer's words were more indignant. That bastard killed my mother and run away. I am very curious why he had to kill his wife and abandon his child. But now he's dead. No one else knows, so you're the only one I can ask. Did he leave any legacy? Hearing these words, Hajin thought that way of speaking means he hasn't seen the letter yet. Is there a problem with the nursing home? Because Fernan never abandoned Tomer. At this moment, Tomer's emotions were overflowing. She was still questioning Hajin. He did leave a letter, didn't he? Where is that letter? Now, Hajin quickly wrote the answer on paper with a pen for Tomer. The letter at Seohun Memorial Park. At this time, the lecturer had finished the class. That's the whole lesson. Don't forget to prepare for your semester exams. Tomer stood up with an angry mood. Hey, I'm leaving the cube today. I will definitely repay you, so don't misunderstand. Hajin just breathed a sigh of relief. I'm not worried at all. Watching Tomer's departing figure, Hajin wondered, he'll be able to take care of himself from now on, right? Thankfully, everything ended well. Time to enjoy the weekend. While thinking like that, Chai Naeun suddenly appeared and patted Hajin on the back. Hajin was hit so hard that he screamed in pain. Hajin seemed to collapse on the spot, causing Chai Naeun to also become stiff. Hajin slowly spoke. What? Is there something else? Chai Naeun replied brightly. You haven't kept our promise for tomorrow, have you? Don't be late. Hajin's entire face became listless and bewildered. What promise? Chai Naeun heard that and immediately blamed him. Did you forget? Kim Suho is also here. We promised to eat together, remember? Then Naeun reminded Hajin. Since I'm so grateful to you guys, I'll treat you to a meal next time. When practice is over, let's go out there to eat, okay? Hajin began to remember. That. But weren't you two the only ones planning to go eat? Chai Naeun replied. I said we'd all go together. At this time, Yona also came forward and said, I was there at that time. We agreed to go as former members of the traveling guild, remember? Even though he was reminded of that event, Hajin was still absent-minded. I don't remember. Since when was I considered a member? Then Yona continued, Let's go to karaoke. 2. Hearing this, Hajin felt even more tired. So, I didn't have time that day. Hajin's weak voice and listless appearance made Chai Naeun think he was sick. She had to put her hand on Hajin's head to check. Suddenly, Naeun burst out laughing. Hajin was a little frightened when he saw that. What is it? She smiled brightly and said, That day you have to go there, or I'll add you to the group chat. With Naeun's words, Hajin was moved and had to accept the idea. A gloomy afternoon with his sigh made the scene so depressing. The hurried footsteps were Tomer. She was wandering around alone, as if searching for something. Damn, where is it? Area 7, Column 1, Row 4. She muttered, her eyes darting around. Finally, Tomer found what she wanted. At this moment, Tomer stood motionless and silent in this place. She saw a tombstone with many flowers surrounding it. Eyes showing curiosity. Tomer wondered, but why are there so many flowers here? Picking up a flower scene, there was also a note from the sender. It's Kim Hajin. All these years, he still came here to visit after he died. He also infused mana into these flowers so they wouldn't wither anymore. He died in a pretty cozy place, and yet, he is still respected like this, even though he killed his mother and ran away. Tomer's thoughts made her extremely angry. Tomer gritted her teeth. He threw all the flowers on the tombstone to the ground. What was once a beautiful and spacious place was now in disarray because of Tomer's anger. She clenched her fists, bowed her head and screamed in despair, pain in her heart. Tomer choked until now. What the hell have I been trying so hard for all this time? At this moment, Tomer knelt down in front of the tombstone, looking very miserable. Now she remembered one thing. Right, and the letter. Right before her eyes, the words on a piece of paper appeared very clearly. To my daughter. As I write this letter, my heart is struggling fiercely with indescribable emotions. On one hand, I hope you never read this letter, but on the other hand, I hope you do read it, and want to know how you feel right now. Can no words heal the wounds in my heart? But as your father, I don't want you to live the rest of your life without knowing the truth. My wife, your mother, sold to a demonic human. At this moment, past memories suddenly flooded back. A loud call rang out. Tomer heard his father's voice as a child. She also quickly returned with a radiant face. Oh, Dad! Agus looked rushed, panting and sweating. Tomer got excited when he saw Agus. Dad, Mom wants to take me to the amusement park. Hearing that, Agus looked surprised. Amusement park? Really? Did Mom say that? I thought a ghost would easily follow Tomer. But no. Tomer, let's go home first. Hearing a ghost say that, Tomer was quite annoyed. What's wrong? A ghost replied with difficulty. Mom and Dad have something to tell each other. At this moment, Tomer's mother looked very calm. There was a loud and panicked scream from a ghost. Are you crazy? Do you want to sell our child's soul to a demonic human? Tomer's mother was not alarmed by this questioning. What's wrong? This answer seemed to leave Agus dumbfounded. What? Tomer's mother continued. If I can become stronger because of that, then I can do worse things. That child will understand me eventually. Each sentence, each word that was uttered, made August more surprised. You're crazy! Tomer's mother immediately pushed August aside. Get out of the way after you've finished talking. Don't get in the way of a busy person like me, she shouted. Tomer, let's go! August still stood there. No way, it's our child, never! Thinking for a moment, August immediately pulled Tomer's mother in surprise, causing her to stagger, trip and fall, hitting her head on the wall beside her. Finally, Tomer's mother was found lying motionless on the floor. To August's astonishment, everything happened in a flash. Unfortunately, at this moment Tomer appeared. Dad, where is Mom? Face to face with his daughter, August thought to himself, if the fact that my wife became a demonic human is exposed, then this crime will be implicated. Tomer will be in danger. Thinking that, August immediately hugged his daughter's shoulders tightly and spoke in a worried voice. Tomer, listen to me, go out and ask for help. Tomer wondered, what's wrong? August gritted his teeth and endured, struggling to get out each word. It was Dad. Who hit Mom? Back to reality. Tomer gradually understood the problem. Her eyes filled with tears, rolling down her cheeks. I wanted you to live a stable life in Korea, so I gave all my assets to a friend and asked him to take care of you. But many years later, when I returned to Korea, you were gone. I tried my best to find you, but I couldn't find either you or that friend. Reading this, Tomer's hands began to tremble and she gripped the paper tighter. She was filled with indignation. Lie, after all that I've gone through, you want me to believe this ridiculous story? Tomer crumpled the letter angrily. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound that made her pause. Tomer seemed to remember something. The memory flooded back. It was the small, adorable Tomer who called August. Then she produced a wristwatch. Dad, happy birthday! August happily accepted this gift. Really? Thanks. Tomer then asked, do you like it, Dad? It's the same color as the pin Dad gave me on my birthday. That watch has been through the years. Now, its glass face is shattered, looking a bit old. The watch was hidden in the letter. Tomer accidentally took it out and realized it was her gift that year. The full moon lay between the clouds in the dark night. The starlight was everywhere. Hajin looked very warm. Good night, Evangel. Evangel also happily waved goodbye to him. Hajin had slammed the doors shut when suddenly there was a notification from his watch. A message was sent. Thank you. Hajin smiled. Looks like he got there safely. After that message, Tomer completely disappeared. Tomer said he would pay back all that money no matter what. And since that mana contract still exists, the link between us hasn't been completely severed. Even so, I still have the feeling that Tomer will become a good ally in the future. The scene changes to a restaurant, along with the dishes displayed on the table. Hajin smiled with satisfaction. This is even more delicious than I imagined. Suddenly there was a call from the side. Chinaeun sat in front of him, looking at his happy face. The food here is delicious. Just prepare yourself. Hajin was stunned for a moment, and then replied, what is it? What's wrong with his attitude? Chinaeun sat across from her happily. Us gathering like this reminds me of when we were in Gwangyang. Back then, thanks to training, I became a lot stronger. After coming back here, I feel like I'm invincible. Li Younghan, who was enjoying it, stopped and listened. Oh, but you lost to Rachel anyway, right? Naeun heard this and clenched her fists in anger. Let's take a tie. Shin Jonghak, who had been sitting next to Chinaeun, also spoke up. Hey, Kim Suho, are you ready for the final exam? Kim Suho calmly said, well, it's okay. How about you? Shin Jong-hak heard that and replied confidently, have you ever seen me prepare for tests? I'm not like you. His face was full of complacency, praising himself. This is what it means to be born with high-class bloodline. How could someone like you who can only compensate for lack of intelligence with diligence understand? Kim Suho could only laugh it off. Hajin, who was sitting opposite, was chewing his food and was also curious. What's going on? Those two seem to be friendlier to each other than I thought. According to the original plot, those two should be tense, right? Hajin gently put the food in his mouth, secretly worried. It feels like things are getting further away from the original plot. As the food entered his mouth, the aroma of the ingredients rushed straight to his nose, making him exclaim, so delicious! Because it was so delicious, Hajin put pieces of beef into his mouth. One by one, the meat melted in his mouth as soon as he took a bite. Suddenly, a fresh plate of beef was placed right before his eyes, making him surprised. Chai Naeun placed the food in front of him, and winked at him. The lovely girl right here has bestowed this upon you. Hajin showed a disgusted face. What the hell? His behavior is different from before too. Something must have changed. Is it because I lent him the time capsule before? If not, then, could it be, she is starting to like me? Chai Naeun realized something and turned around. She looked at him blankly and asked, what's wrong? Would you like to order more? Huh? No, Chai Naeun didn't care about the answer and turned to call out, if you want it, just say it. Boss, Hajin helplessly repeated, no, there's really no need. She ignored his words and ordered more food. 2 more grilled ribs, please. Hajin sighed inwardly and gave up. Probably not. It's probably because he's grateful to me for lending him the time capsule. After the meal, the group moved to a karaoke bar. Chai Naeun confidently held the mic and sang along to the lyrics, making the audience extremely excited. Next is Kim Suho, who is not far behind. Shin Jong-hak is still overconfident, but still has everyone's enthusiastic support. Jong-hak sings very well too. Haha, don't exaggerate. The singing is okay, haha. And the last person picked up the mic and prepared to perform his song. Hajin sang and received a shower of compliments from the audience. So good. Is it fair that a hero can sing so well? Wow, what a great voice. He sings better than other singers out there. Chai Naeun sat next to him, also listening to his songs. Yuyona sat beside her, watching her satisfied face. Is he still immersed in the emotions from Hajin's song? But, he really sings well. Suddenly, a ding sound came from Yuyona's smartwatch. A message came in. Come out here for a bit. I have something to say. She looked at it, a little confused message. The scene shifts to outside the karaoke bar. The humming of people can still be heard outside. Hajin steps out of the bar to greet them. Hey, buddy! Yuyona was silent for a long time and then looked at him with a puzzled look. Why are you suddenly saying hello in English? Hajin heard that and replied, don't you know? Buddy means comrade. You think I don't know? Enough. Joking. Get to the point. Alright. With that, Hajin took out an envelope from his pocket. I need to make some bullets. Yuyona took the envelope and asked, what is this, an envelope? Hajin voiced his request. Crush the things inside that envelope, and put them inside the bullet for me. Can you do it? She opened the envelope with her hand, with a confident tone. Huh, are you serious? We have advanced mana compression techniques, capable of transferring mana into bullets smaller than a finger. There is nothing we can't do, she said as she opened the envelope. She was surprised to see what was inside the envelope. Yuyona couldn't help but ask in surprise, a leaf? Her face showed helplessness, pointing at the envelope. Even if I ask what it is, you probably won't answer, right? Hajin laughed lightly. You catch on quickly. Yuyona carefully put the envelope into her pocket. I understand anyway. I will do it. Okay, thanks. Later, please tell everyone that I'll be going ahead. Yuyona saw him in a hurry and asked, you're leaving already? Hajin frowned, remembering the scene just now. Ever since I finished singing, Jong-hak's gaze towards me became very scary. Yuyona also gradually understood. He wants to compete again. Okay, see you next time. Okay, see you later. After saying goodbye, a sudden text message caught her attention. Yona looked at the information on the screen and broke out in a cold sweat. Master, I have something urgent to report. During the investigation, Kim Hajin, we have discovered something suspicious. Yona read the message and panicked. What? The year Hajin was born, an incident called the Gwango incident occurred. For some reason, the documents related to that incident were hidden. Yuyona was amazed, reading every detail of the incident information. Gwango incident? An event happened the year Hajin was born, but all the documents were hidden, and while investigating, one of our 4 members was attacked. She looked at the text messages in horror. Yuyona asked worriedly, "Is everyone okay?" The other side did not let her wait either. Yes, fortunately they recovered without any major problems. Yuyona breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that's lucky. She immediately sent a message back, informing everyone. First, send me all the information you have gathered, then immediately suspend the investigation. The safety of our members is much more important than that information. Understood, Master. Yuyona was immersed in the previous information. Guango, why does it sound so familiar? Suddenly she realized something. Now that you mention it. Yuyona searched her memories. As a child, I was staring at the book on the table. I saw something similar in my father's old diary. At that time I didn't understand because I didn't know Chinese. There's something about naming the accident after Guango in the media, and I clearly remember getting scolded by my dad for reading his diary that day. If Hajin really had something to do with that incident, then this time, I can actually repay him as a real friend. Yuyona turned around and walked away, thinking to herself, luckily, Dad is on a business trip. I'll check my diary at home. Suddenly, she bumped into Chinayan, who was walking out the door. Yuyona stood in front and spoke first. "Why are you out here?" Nayan replied timidly. "Well, because you two haven't come back yet, so." Chinayan carefully looked around. Suddenly Yona's words interrupted her actions. "He left." Chinayan was surprised. Really? A question coming from her made Yuyona stunned. "Why? What were you two talking about anyway? Where is he going? Going home?" Unexpectedly, Yuyona let out a laugh. She stepped forward and sarcastically said, "Oh my god, Chinayan!" Chinayan saw that and panicked, dodging. What's wrong? Yuyona smiled brightly and praised. "When you're not honest, you look really cute." Chinayan was a little embarrassed. "You? What nonsense are you talking about?" The scene shifts to a mansion. A call makes the butler turn around. "Oh, Miss Yuyona." She put on her usual uniform and went to greet him. "Butler, are you okay?" The butler walked up to her and said with relief, "You're finally back. But unfortunately the master and his wife are not home now." And Yuyona smiled brightly in response. "It's okay, just leave me alone." She opened her eyes and spoke about her true intentions. "Today, I need to check a book about my father's research." She called Yona into the room her father often visited. "Hasn't it been a while since I've been to Dad's study?" She noticed the corner of the table, where a white, translucent cloth was wrapped around it. "It seems to be under the desk." Yuyona stepped forward and pulled the white curtain aside. Revealed inside was a locked safe. "What is this? Now it has a password safe? What to do?" There was no such thing 10 years ago. If it was Dad who said it, then the password would probably be, the password is, my birthday? After a while, the safe displayed incorrectly, so she started searching. "Isn't it? So it's Mom's birthday, isn't it?" Seeing the result was not as expected, Yuyona calculated. Then the answer can only be, as expected. The final result was successful in opening the safe. She was happy and laughed happily. "Oh my God!" Dad, who uses their daughter's birthday combined with their wife's birthday as the password to unlock the lock? Yuyona took out a black book from the safe. "Here it is. This is it. Dad's diary." Suddenly a message was sent. She looked at the notification panel on her smartwatch. "Master, this is the general information about Hajin. From the investigation we also discovered that, after the guano incident, Hajin was taken to an orphanage near the guano shelter." Yuyona smiled. That's fine. Maybe we're getting close to the truth." After reading the notice, she flipped open the diary and read, "I'm sure I've seen it before. Guano. After a while of searching, the information Yuyona wanted caught her eye. I found it." She read every line in the diary carefully. The image of Yuyona's father gritting his teeth and enduring to write his diary appeared. September 9, 2008. Today, the report on Guano is finally here. What happened at Guano that day? He gritted his teeth until they bled, trying to write each word in the diary, recording everything that had happened. Maybe I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Yuyona sat reading, stunned and motionless. The scene changes to a television showing a children's cartoon, Cartown Monster. "Take my beat!" Along with Whitey, Avang watched eagerly. Hajin stood behind and smiled wryly. These two are really focused. Evangel is no surprise. And this cat Whitey, he watches movies as if he understands everything. His intelligence seems to be okay. Hajin suddenly remembered something. "Wait. Now that you mention it, this ring. Information about the ring slowly appeared. Homer's ring. Intelligence-enhancing artifact. The wearer's intelligence will increase by 0.001 every 24 hours. Can increase up to 0.365. Hajin held the ring in his hand, thinking, where? Did it say that only humans could wear it? What test? Hajin sat on the sofa and started researching on his laptop. Note: it can only be used for a certain object. If the wearer is not human, its intelligence will increase by 0.01 every 12 hours, up to a maximum of 0.365. He looked at the information he just received and calculated. 40 SP will take about 18 days to reach its maximum value. Only 40 SP. It seems more profitable than I thought. What about humans? The information you want to appear. For first-time wearers, intelligence level will be doubled. Price 250 SP. TSK. Maybe there's no comparison between humans and animals. Evangel smiled and called out, "Haha, look, Whitey." He watched the little girl play with Whitey and smiled in relief. Even if it doesn't benefit me, but it would help Evangel a lot, wouldn't it? Then Hajin put the ring on Whitey's tail to see how smart this kid can be. The scene shifts to a dark area inside the room. Yona's expression was extremely serious. She heavily turned the pages of the diary. This. What? On the page appeared the words, "After hiring that assassin, he held me responsible for the massacre." Yona panicked. What the hell is this? A dark image of her father writing in his diary appeared. Jin Jungwon, he is an upright man respected by many, and be an upright man, always against injustice. President Kim Seok sees Jin Jungwon as a thorn in his side. He falsely accused him of being a spy for demonic human. Perhaps he was just afraid that his corruption would be exposed. The real problem was, Chai Jukiel also wanted Jin Jungwon dead at that time. He also agreed with the slander that he was a demonic human, and to avoid being suspected for the assassination, he requested the eradication of Jin Jungwon's partisans. At that time, he hired many assassins and entrusted the assassination plan to me, making me responsible for that massacre. On September 8th, Jin Jungwon's urgent message was sent. Monsters appear. Guano requests reinforcements. But the sudden appearance of that monster was something I had planned all along. I have requested immediate rescue and kill all monsters. Jin Jungwon and his gang tried to protect the people at Guano's shelter, but at about 8 p.m., an assassin broke in. All the people there were massacred. Reading these things from the diary, Yuyona's whole body was engulfed in darkness. Yuyona's hands trembled as she looked at the diary she was holding. She stammered, "What the hell am I reading? Dad had something to do with that massacre?" On the page appeared the words, "I tried to bury this in my heart, but the next day, I received information that a subordinate woman of Jin Jungwon is in her last month of pregnancy." Yuyona trembled. A woman in her last month of pregnancy? She continued to turn to the next page. No way. She turned the next page with a feeling of dread. These people, who knows, could they be Hajin's parents? As the page was turned, a shocking stream of information made the atmosphere in the dark room even more stifling. The report included some very surprising information, but another shocking fact emerged in that report. There are signs that someone gave birth in a shelter, but the newborn baby, no one could find it. She was afraid of stress, rearranging the information. Right after the Guano incident, that child was sent to an orphanage near the Guano shelter. When I asked the assassin, that Chai Jukiel hired earlier, he said he didn't kill the child but left it. But that child was destined to die that day. So, I searched for that newborn child, so I can kill it with my own hands. Reading this, Yona felt like vomiting on the spot but managed to cover her mouth with her hand. Back to Hajin, a message was sent that caught his attention. Message sent from Healing Rain Travel Club. Next Saturday, we're going to Busan to attend a local festival. Please let us know in advance whether you will go or not via message. He looked at the text on the message and whispered softly, "A message from Travel Club? Honestly, I'm not really interested. Wherever Travel Club goes, trouble follows." Even so, it was already stated in the original novel, so I guess I'll take a break. For a bit, thinking, he replied to the message, "I'll join." Suddenly he remembered something. Wait, if we start next Saturday? Hajin immediately turned back to call out to Evang, causing her to turn around. "Evangel, do you want to go out next Friday?" The little girl ran happily into Hajin's arms. "Going out? Where?" "We're going to a festival in Busan that day. Maybe you're free that day, it'll be fun." The two happily hugged each other in happiness. Continuing the previous story, the story that Yona was reading in the diary. But at that moment, I suddenly remembered my little girl who was born in April. A child cannot do anything by himself. However, just by existing and breathing, she makes me happy. What a mysterious existence. That's my daughter, Yona. In the end, I deliberately left out the report about that child. Even so, I put that child in danger and killed its parents. I have nothing to deny. I have lived my whole life hiding in cowardice. No amount of scolding will change that fact. However, the reason I wrote this diary, perhaps it was because of my last shred of conscience? Or was it just an excuse for my own cowardice? Or is it because my resentment towards Chaijukil still hasn't subsided? I can't tell the difference anymore. Yuyona finished reading. She sat motionless in front of her father's diary. After reading that passage, her hands went limp and she let the book fall from her hands. Yuyona remembered the words she had heard before. Aren't we friends? He risked his life for me. Then flashed back to the scene where the two were chatting in front of the karaoke bar. Don't you think so? The meaning of friends. Yuyona thought back to those things, filled with guilt. He calls me his friend. Suddenly, she could not help but tremble. Yuyona seemed to collapse. Her whole body felt weak, gradually falling to the floor. Yona couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed. She cried out in extreme pain. The scene shifts to a high-rise building, Busan's top hotel. Hajin was currently sipping a glass of wine. Whitey and Evangel looked at the pictures on the table. Wow, this one has Whitey and me in it. Time passed and Friday came without me even realizing it. After my class ended, I went to Busan to go to the festival. One of the photos, Evangel was standing near the railing, pointing towards the fireworks. The second picture is of a little girl building a sand castle. Finally, there's a picture of Evangel puffing up his cheeks from stuffing too much food into his mouth. Hajin felt this is the best photo I've ever taken. Ha ha! Hajin looked at the room and described it's usually quite difficult to book this room. Even for someone with money. It's lucky someone cancelled the reservation at the last minute. It's really convenient when you have high luck. Suddenly Hajin looked down, noticing something. Hajin looked at a black-haired man, along with a blue-haired girl walking below. He used the skill from his eye, aiming at the man. That person looks a bit strange. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Hajin. Even he was standing on the balcony, scared. He looked at the tall building without saying anything. Suddenly, he smiled slyly. Standing above, Hajin worried. Ha! Did he see me? From that distance, he broke out in a cold sweat and smiled. What the hell? I have a bad feeling. Could it be that the original author's instincts are screaming inside me? An alien creature like Kim Suho, a villain who was born from losing his family but encountered countless betrayals, to become the complete opposite of Kim Suho, the typical past of the final boss. Hajin's attention was completely focused on the dark aura emanating from him. Then he saw the black-haired man waving at him, with a very gentle smile. Could it be? I'm wrong? Why is that smile so friendly? The original didn't describe him like that. He turned to talk to his companion. The blue-haired girl heard his point and turned around. Hajin stood above, still silently criticizing the image is completely different. Unless the co-author has messed things up again. The blue-haired girl turned to look at Hajin. She revealed a crimson color of eyes, along with a cold face. Her pupils contracted, and her entire body emitted a murderous aura towards Hajin. He was frightened when he saw the object, and broke out in a cold sweat. Why is it like this? Why is she glaring at me like she wants to eat me alive? That bastard co-author, that's too much. He thought of Kim Suho. That's right. He has the same idealistic personality and beliefs as a final boss. His thing should have been the complete opposite of Kim Suho. You dare to change someone's gender? Are you crazy? Hajin's face darkened and he smiled reluctantly. He used his eye skill and listened to the conversation. Jin Sayuk, that person we were looking at just now, who do you think he was? Hajin looked at her, silently predicting. One is someone on the same level as Kim Suho, or someone with potential, even greater than Suho, destined to be the biggest threat in the final installment. Jin Sayuk heard his question and replied. That guy is probably just a nobody. Hajin slowly brought the cup of water to his mouth. If only I had a bullet containing the leaves of Mistiltine right now, I would burn up all my SP and take her down on the spot. I never imagined she would appear with that appearance when I'm alone. But if that girl is Jin Sayuk, then who is that guy? The man in black then spoke. Up, Jin Sayuk, what's with the temper? You should strengthen your observation skills. If someone was able to see us from that height, and did not hesitate to look us in the eye, then he is brave enough to fight you. That also proves that he is not an ordinary person. And you, don't glare at me like that. Do you want to fight or what? Jin Sayuk angrily shouted back. He started it first, the black-haired man teased. Okay, but what if he likes you? Or, try making eye contact with him. She smirked. Wink. Death? Shoot a mana blast at his head. Ha ha ha! Witnessing the conversation, Hajin broke out in a cold sweat. They've gone crazy, the black-haired man urged. I won't say any more. Let's get out of here. Hey, don't push me. Suddenly he turned to look, startling him. The two people walked away and gradually disappeared into the sea of people. Hajin saw that they had left, and sat down with a sigh. I just lost 10 years of my life. It's a good thing to identify Jin Sayuk. But, who is that man, and why is he on her side? Or is there another deeper connection? In the original, Jin Sayuk only had subordinates. Suddenly, Evangel ran up to him, surprising him. Hajin, can I go swimming with Whitey? He replied softly, of course. But can you swim? Evangel smiled and replied, yes, Whitey knows it too. Whitey leisurely soaked in the bathtub in the back. The girl changed into a cute swimsuit. Seeing Evangel move so quickly, Hajin secretly admired him. With magic, everything seems so much easier. He walked closer to where the girl was playing with her cat. Hajin looked back wonderingly. But if the plot has changed this much, what's the point of the original plot? I'll meet Jin Sayuk again soon anyway. I'll find out the truth myself, little by little. The scene shifts to in front of a house. Hajin is leaning against the wall waiting for someone. Oh Han-hien, who was walking on the street, immediately realized. He stepped forward to say hello. You're leaving so early? Hajin. He shyly raised his hand to scratch his head, then said, sometimes I have to leave early too. We returned to Seoul on Saturday morning, and instead of going to Cube, I went to the apartment I bought in Seochogu. Honestly, I couldn't bear to leave Evangel alone in a strange place like this. But with Whitey here, I think she'll be fine. Seeing her happy made me feel like yesterday's fun was worth it. Back to the present, the entire club group has finally arrived. Soho, you're here too? Soho stepped in front of Hajin. Hajin, why are you here so early? Ha ha, I was just too excited. Oh, people keep asking. Oh Han-hien was now checking the list of those who had not arrived. China-eun saw this and immediately stepped forward to inform him. Yona isn't feeling well today, so she'll be joining late. Hajin looked at him in surprise and asked, worriedly, is Yona sick? Kim Seho stood beside him and explained, yes, he still has to be hospitalized. Li Yang-han also looked worried. Is it stress gastritis? He's a bit sensitive to that stress. China-eun pouted, yeah, I stayed up all night taking care of him. He hasn't looked well all week, but every time I ask, he doesn't answer. Oh Han-hien was surprised. Really? Hajin recalled, that reminds me I haven't seen Yona once this whole week. I didn't expect it to be because he was sick. China-eun looked at him reassuringly. But he's much better now. He also said he would join us. Hajin replied perfunctorily. Well, if that's the case, then fine. He's a foodie after all. Maybe he ate something and got a stomachache. Thinking that, Hajin slowly walked through the door and put that matter aside. The scene changes to a tourist area, with a clear blue beach. Everyone looked around eagerly. We're going to go get some street food today anyway. Busan has a lot of shops. Clothes, food, weapons, even antiques, they have it all here. This is also my hometown, so please trust me to lead the way. Hajin looked around the shops, thinking, why don't I go check out the antique shop? With my luck, finding rare items should be easy. Suddenly, Naeun put a hat on his head, making him fall back. Hey, try it out. Hajin pulled himself together and said loudly, what are you doing that for? China-eun didn't care and praised. Oh, it looks good. Let me buy it for you. Hajin took off his hat and refused. No need. She saw that and immediately got angry. Hey, don't take it off. I already paid for it. Hajin looked at the price list in surprise. 350,000 won? Why is this so expensive? Because it was a pity to spend money. In the end, I still wore the hat. China-eun brought a skewer of food in front of him and invited, Hajin, try this. Try this. Stop using that tone, it doesn't sound right at all. Hajin had just started to complain when he was forced to have food stuffed into his mouth. He asked while chewing, why don't you eat? China-eun sulked. If I eat street food, I will get a stomachache. So, I'll feed it all to you. Hajin looked at China-eun and asked doubtfully, this expression, is it because Chai Jinyan's condition has improved? Suddenly, China-eun walked over, grabbed his hand, pulled him away, and pointed to the stalls happily. Hajin could only look at her face and follow. Hajin thought to himself, this, it really Makes me wonder, is it really okay for me to be this close to him? No matter how close we are, in the end, Naeun will only feel betrayed and hurt more. That's why I want to maintain a certain distance. So why did things turn out like this? Now we should create some distance again. Hajin, who was now breathing weakly, spoke up. Wait a minute, Naeun. Suddenly, Naeun stepped forward and put a scarf around Hajin's neck. Hey, try it on. Looking at Naeun's happy face, along with her sparkling eyes, I really don't know how to act properly. Naeun smiled. She clutched the scarf in her hand, her voice concerned. It'll get cold soon. Any color will suit you. A feeling of darkness and cowardice is starting to creep in. As long as I don't get caught. Her smiling figure made Hajin see light in his eyes. Maybe it's okay to be a little closer? I thought so myself. Hajin stared at the girl before him, falling into deep thought. Naeun smiled gently, then said, any color looks good on you, right? Or maybe it's because I have a good taste in clothes. He. But his lips were pressed together. Hajin tossed her the scarf back. Why do you keep bringing stuff up? No, I'm fine. I don't need it. She took it, saying dejectedly, come on. It's going to get cold soon. But before he could finish his words, he turned around and walked away, leaving her, screaming hoarsely from behind. Hajin, where are you going? It was already dark, and the entire amusement park was brightly lit. Hajin was lost in thought. Today's final destination, the entertainment district. This place looks like it's filled with hopes and dreams. Right now, I'm in the middle of a pretty big smuggling case. Ahead, Kim Suho and Naeun were still happily playing. Naeun, are you okay with scary stuff? Of course, what about you? In the main storyline, the smugglers will cause chaos when the deal ends. And when Kim Suho handles that chaos, Jin Sayuk will act at this time. Naeun suddenly received a notification and looked around. For someone. Oh, they said Yona is coming. There's his car. Yona slowly got out of the car. Naeun quickly ran over and asked, Yona, are you feeling better? The other side replied softly, After buying the tickets, the staff happily announced, everyone, we will be handing out wristbands, so please line up and enter. Everyone was excited. Only Yona remained silent. Hajin immediately noticed her strange expression. He asked worriedly, you're here? Are you really sick? She still coldly replied, I'm fine. Hajin silently retorted in his heart, you don't look good. Did he get severe food poisoning? The staff member confirmed again. Has everyone received their bracelets? At the park. We'll move in pairs. As soon as the employee finished speaking, Yona grabbed Hajin's wrist and pulled him away, coldly declaring, come with me. Naeun looked back, bewildered. What? Yona, what's wrong? Hajin saw this situation and also appeared confused. Why is he suddenly behaving like this? His expression was also very tense. Is there something that can only be discussed between the two of us? At this moment, the whole amusement park was sparkling against the shimmering sky like a dream. The sun wheels slowly rotated. Hajin and Yona sat opposite each other, silently inside. Hajin was still confused. That's what I thought. But he didn't say anything the whole time he was here. Just keep looking at yourself and sighing. Her hands clenched tighter and tighter. And suddenly he wanted to ride the merry-go-round. He didn't drag me here just for a date, right? Finally, he spoke up. So what's the reason? Hajin guessed randomly. Oh, is there a problem with the bullet crafting I requested? Yona stammered, No. It will be done next month. That leaf. Hajin heard that and smiled. It's not an ordinary leaf, right? If there's some left after crafting, you can keep it for research. She was bewildered. For research? Hajin said firmly. Yes, we must make the pharmaceutical industry succeed. We're teammates, right? Hearing this, Yona stopped, startled. She trembled and repeated, comrades? Seeing that, he rested his chin and thought, or am I just an investor in your pharmaceutical business? Yona interrupted him. But after a long while, she gathered her courage and stammered, I have something to tell you. Her eyes were strangely urgent. Hajin couldn't help but be confused. What's the matter? Just tell me. Suddenly, the Ferris wheel shook violently. The system had short-circuited somewhere. Sparks flashing. Hajin looked around and couldn't help but panic. Suddenly he realized the scene below. It's beginning. Jin Sayuk put his hands on his hips and looked arrogantly. At Kim Suho, you seem to be quite popular here, huh? Thanks to that, I recognized you immediately. Kim Suho panicked and stammered. You, why are you here? She laughed coldly. Oh, you recognize me too? I mean, it's just the two of us, so it would be stupid if you didn't realize. She enunciated each word. You ask why I'm here? Do you think you're the only one special in that situation? Don't have too much hardening on yourself. Suho's face darkened, his tone not as gentle as usual. Tell me why you came here. Chinaeun, behind, also panicked. What? I've never seen Kim Suho this angry. Who is that person? Jin Sayuk shrugged his shoulders and replied, You don't need to know. Have you forgotten how to show proper respect? How the world has changed. You shouldn't forget our old relationship either, right? Kim Suho angrily gritted his teeth. Now, after all this time, I don't think you have the right to say that. Jin Sayuk laughed coldly. I always have the right. You've become a scumbag. I'll fix that attitude of yours. Chinaeun couldn't help but speak up. Hey, I can't just stand there listening anymore. I don't know what your problem is with him, but if someone like Kim Suho, one of the gentlest boys I know, reacts like this, about 90% of the time you are the trash person here. Naeun's words were like stepping on Jin Sayuk's tail. Her face suddenly darkened. Naeun continued saying, so stop challenging and go. But before she finished speaking, an extremely strong force blew her away right in front of Kim Suho's eyes. He turned around with wide eyes, disbelief in his eyes, only to see Chinaeun lying on the ground unconscious. Kim Suho panicked and stammered, Naeun. Jin Sayuk's face darkened even more. Kim Suho kept calling, Naeun, Naeun, are you okay? Jin Sayuk gritted his teeth. You dare turn your back on me? He immediately sensed a terrifying aura behind her. Jin Sayuk summoned countless weapons. Kim Suho turned back in panic. Jin Sayuk stood in the middle of that forest of weapons and coldly threatened, It seems like you don't care about your life anymore, huh? Above, Hajin witnessed everything and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Damn it, no matter how strong Jin Sayuk is, he can knock out Chinaeun in just one hit? This is too dangerous. He quickly turned to Yeona and said, Sorry, but I think we have to talk some other time. He kicked the door open so hard that the door lock broke. I'll go down first. Suddenly, his wrist was grabbed by Yeona, she said with difficulty. After that, I didn't think I could do it anymore. Her arms were shaking. Her eyes were red, she stammered. After that, I don't think I can speak anymore. Hajin couldn't help but wonder, what happened that made Yeona act like this? Don't tell me Yeona's scandal beyond. Her authority has already begun. No wonder. That might explain. The gastritis medicine made her nervous. He must have suffered a lot. But Hajin smiled, pushing Yeona inside. Then you don't have to talk about it. It's okay. Even if you don't say anything, I will still help you. Hajin let himself down despite Yeona's attempts to reach out and catch him. Seeing her obediently stay on the Ferris wheel, he gently reassured her. So, the thing you're worried about. It will all be fine. After leaving Yeona on the cable car alone, he jumped down into the conflict below. Hajin immediately ran to Naeun. Seeing Chinaeun lying unconscious in front of him, he urgently called out Naeun. He ran towards her. Hajin could hear Chinaeun's soft groans of pain. He took a quick look and thought to himself, it doesn't seem like he's seriously injured, but he must still have internal injuries. I have to get him behind those trees. Then, Hajin gently shook her and called, Chinaeun, wake up, wake up. Her pretty face was now covered with scratches. Chinaeun opened her eyes slightly. Hajin? Seeing her reaction, he felt more reassured. Hajin took out a bottle of some kind of medicine from his pocket, then he sighed. It seemed like there would be a romantic scene taking place. But Hajin ended up turning it into a ridiculous scene. He stuffed the entire pot of medicine into Chinaeun's mouth, made her almost choke on her drink. After finishing drinking it, Hajin had a few words of reminder. The medicine heals internal injuries, so it might hurt a little at first. You'll be fine in no time. On Kim Suho and Jin Sayuk's side, Kim Suho lost focus because of Jin Sayuk's knocking of Chinaeun. He anxiously called out, Naeun. Jin Sayuk coldly called out, I told you to leave them alone. Kim Suho frowned angrily. Why have you changed so much? Jin Sayuk didn't care. She just indifferently replied, I told you so, didn't I? Don't talk to me so close. At this moment, the amount of mana surrounding Jin Sayuk suddenly increased, transforming them into various weapons. At this moment, Jin Sayuk's anger was no longer just anger, but it exploded like the last straw. The situation was not looking good, forcing Kim Suho to find something to use as a weapon. Quickly pick a nearby iron bar. In an instant, a series of sharp weapons were launched by Jin Sayuk in front of Kim Suho. He swung the iron bar in his hand, while avoiding the trajectory of the weapon. After cleaning up the mess of knives and swords, Kim Suho angrily asked, Do we really have to do this? We have no reason to fight anymore. Ignoring his complaints, she still channeled more mana. That's not something you can decide on your own. Furthermore, you think that's the end? A series of weapons were falling from above Kim Suho's head. They were flying so fast that it was difficult for him to dodge them by the time he noticed them. Kim Suho had to immediately swing his sword to change the path of the sword net above. Just as she finished clearing away every weapon Jin Sayuk threw out, she threw a spear straight at him. Luckily, Kim Suho was able to dodge Jin Sayuk's power source. At this moment, Hajin was a little worried when he saw her crazy expression. He observed Jin Sayuk from head to toe. She is strangely strong. The inherent power of that blue mana. Being born as Kim Suho's third opposite condition also means she doesn't need to use weapons to attack, as compressed mana becomes her weapon. As the events unfold, Kim Suho's current ability cannot win against her. Damn it! Kim Suho still doesn't possess Mistiltine yet. At this moment, the mana sword tip pierced through the iron bar and aimed straight at Kim Suho's chest. He had no chance to dodge or move anymore. Seeing the scene before her, Jin Sayuk seemed to enjoy it and laughed loudly. She circulated her mana even more strongly. That mana sword directly stabbed Kim Suho. However, not just one, but Jin Sayuk summoned many mana swords. Others pierced him from all sides. And finally, a powerful fatal blow came from the sky. Suho was beaten to a pulp, his face bruised and scratched, lying on the ground. Sensing that the situation was not good, Hajin had to step in to save Kim Suho's life. If he were left like this, something much worse would happen. At the same time, Jin Sayuk was gradually approaching Kim Suho's front. She intended to put more mana into the final blow, directly sending Kim Suho to heaven. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Hajin stood in front of Kim Suho. Don't you think that's enough? The delicious battle had an intruder which made Jin Sayuk unhappy at all. She almost said in an annoyed tone, "What's this again?" Seeing his face, Jin Sayuk immediately recognized him. "Huh, you're the guy standing upstairs the other day." This made him freeze. "She remembers my face." Jin Sayuk tilted his head contemptuously and asked, "Are you these kids' teacher or something?" Hajin heard that and stammered in reply, "Teacher? No, Not letting him finish his sentence, she did not give any face or hesitate, and shot a mana sword towards Hajin. He just managed to dodge by a centimeter. Feeling extremely stunned, 2-3 swords came flying again. Each wave was dodged by Hajin. Jin Sayuk looked extremely unhappy. As for Hajin, cold sweat soaked his shirt and body. Thanks to using bullet time to slow down, he was able to dodge the spear just now. It directly pierced the wall behind him, causing Hajin's face to turn pale, without a drop of blood left. Jin Sayuk was a little interested. "Oh, that's a smooth dodge." Hajin's heart felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. It was pounding so hard that Hajin had to try very hard to hold it back. Hajin pretended to be calm and asked, "Let's stop here, we're all unarmed. Isn't that enough?" Before he could finish his words, Jin Sayuk directly interrupted him. "Wait, are you really not our teacher?" Her words left him frozen in place. He replied expressionlessly, "No, I'm their friend." "Why do you think I'm a teacher?" Jin Sayuk got angry and cursed. "Fuck you, what's wrong with you? Then be sensitive and get out of there." Hajin thought to himself, "As the author of this novel, you're the one who understands the character. You created the best. No matter how you look at it, she won't back down here. There is no other way." Jin Sayuk has always been an arrogant and careless person, so, with this provocation, it will definitely succeed. Thinking of this, Hajin confidently took out something glowing from his pocket. His attitude made Jin Sayuk furious. "Ha, you said you don't have a weapon, and that's what you pulled out? That's ridiculous. Okay, get on with it, asshole." No matter what she said, Hajin still tried to smile. He held the coin in his hand and gathered mana, activating the item's effect. A pill appeared. This is Jinseong medicinal wine. It converges on the released mana and strengthens the mana's power. After finishing his drink, Hajin threw the coin at her with all his might. Random improvement system, 40% enhancement level. Hajin threw the coin and flicked it right in the middle of Jin Sayuk's forehead. He paused. At this moment space and time seemed to slow down. The coin fell and rolled into the ring. Jin Sayuk covered her forehead with her hand. She was silent. Suddenly, Jin Sayuk's eyes changed. Anger filled her. Hajin's face turned pale as well, but he tried to stand firm, calming himself down. "As I thought, even though I used all my strength, I still couldn't take her down right away. But it's okay, he can guess Jin Sayuk's next move. If this keeps up, I'll win soon." Jin Sayuk was now using all her mana. she shouted, that bitch. Suddenly an arm reached out and grabbed Jin Sayuk's wrist. He softly reminded, that's enough, let's go. This made her curse even more. Where did you suddenly come from? Let me go. I'm fine. I can still. But this man just calmly said one sentence. You're crazy, you can't even control your mana anymore. Immediately after that, he hit her on the back of the head. Jin Sayuk immediately fell down. She was caught by the man. Then the man looked at Hajin, smiling brightly. Haha, she's always been troublesome like that. Have we met before? Hajin smiled awkwardly. Yeah, something like that. Before leaving, he looked at him with sharp eyes. Thank you? Thanks to you. I won't let my guard down again next time. With that, the man left. Hajin stammered. He left. Then he crouched down, full of panic, trying to laugh a few times. Haha. Someone was standing on top of the building, looking down at the devastation below. The black-haired, yellow-eyed man carried the unconscious Jin Sayuk on his shoulder. He remembered the time when Kim Hajin confronted Jin Sayuk. That guy. In just a short exchange, he completely analyzed Jin Sayuk's personality and mocked her. He even realized that, if her mind was shaken, she would have trouble controlling her mana. Thinking, he smiled lightly, a smile that showed interest and curiosity. How interesting. Then he turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, someone who looked like a security guard asked, Where are you going? He looked at the boy and immediately recognized it was Jane. Jane politely greeted. Long time no see? He replied, Yes, that's right. It seems like our dwarf isn't here, huh? His words made Jane frown uncomfortably. Jane said, She will die if I bring her here. The leader cannot defeat you now. I only came here today to see how you are doing. But, it seems you have found a new kid. The black-haired man smiled gently and said, Yes, she is my disciple. But for a disciple, she is truly special and extremely eager to take my life. But what's more important right now, Jane, it seems you have confidence now? Or maybe you've simply stopped being a coward? Her expression became serious, and she did not respond. Jane thought for a moment, and then replied, Didn't you say that people who have someone to protect can't act recklessly? Even if I can't defeat you, I can at least kill that unconscious girl. Strangely, he smiled when he heard that threat. He replied calmly, That's right. Well, I'll be going. It's nice to see you again like this. Jane said, Can you leave? The new black discovered by the new leader, the wolf hired solely for the purpose of taking your life, the magical beast. It's right there. The black-haired, yellow-eyed man calmly said, A magical beast, right? Fenrir, who devoured the king of the gods. If he wants to recreate that legend, then he should train hard, because the possibility is definitely there. Down below, Kim Hajin was still assisting in the rescue, unaware that he had been noticed. After a while, things gradually calmed down. The police and heroes captured all the smugglers who were causing chaos in Daizerin land. Smugglers are causing trouble in Daizerin because negotiations with the authorities have failed. Perhaps such news will be announced tomorrow. It seems like Jin Sayuk wasn't caught and Chinaeun was safely transferred to the hospital. As for Kim Seho, at this Kim Hajin asked, Have you drunk it? He replied, Yeah, thanks. I'll pay you back. Hajin immediately said, No need. So do you know that woman from earlier? No, a little. Really? Kim Seho was silent and downcast when he heard his question, his face showing hesitation. After a while, Kim Seho turned and said, Kim Hajin, the problem is. Then he suddenly stopped, not saying anything more. Forget it. Kim Hajin was at a loss for words when he heard that. Forget it. I don't know what you're planning, but don't lower yourself to that level. Kim Seho smiled. It's nothing too serious. Kim Hajin sighed tiredly. Then he reached out and ruffled Kim Seho's hair. He asked in panic, What are you doing? Kim Hajin did not reply but only said goodbye. I'm really going. What? Then Hajin ignored it and turned away. He looked at Kim Hajin's back and breathed a sigh of relief. Kim Hajin thought, that Kim Seho, he's probably lost in thought after seeing Jin Sayuk from another world appear here with his own eyes. The feeling of loss when losing your home, the loneliness. Similar feelings to me. But Kim Seho doesn't even hold a glimmer of hope that he can return. That's why I can't stand just sitting there watching him suffer like that. Yuyona stood on the balcony, looking down at the lit city below, thinking about Hajin's words. Her face showed a pensive look. Yuyona muttered, In the end, I couldn't say anything. Suddenly, Chinaeun jumped out and asked, What did you say you couldn't say? It's nothing. Is your wound okay? Chinaeun replied, Yes, they said they did a good job with the first aid. I guess that's only natural since I drank a whole bottle of medicine. Oh well, I should at least text Kim Hajin to thank him, right? Hearing Naeun say that, Yona thought to herself, Chai Naeun respects her grandfather. However, Chai Naeun's grandfather is equally guilty as her father, though perhaps he showed a gentle side to his niece. That only made Chai Naeun feel more betrayed. Then, should I tell Chai Naeun about Kim Hajin's past? Here, the one who murdered Kim Hajin's parents, erase all presence of family from his life, and forcing him to grow up in extreme loneliness was the very grandfather he respected. As if she had made up her mind, she turned and called out, Chai Naeun. Naeun heard that and turned to look at Yona, but Yona hesitated and avoided me. Finally, Yona walked inside and said, good luck, making Naeun even more confused. What? What are you talking about? Yona shook her head and said, with your messages, you always hesitate too much when sending them. However, after a while, the atmosphere around her became gloomy again. Yona tried to suppress her sadness so that Chai Naeun wouldn't notice and said, just listen to me, so you won't regret it later. The next morning, at a building, Evangel held a piece of chicken thigh and shared it with the cat, saying, here, Hai Yang, let's each eat one. Looking at that peaceful scene, Kim Hajin was pleased, thinking, they used to fight a lot. It seems like she's learned to share now. Then he looked back at the screen and thought, more importantly, thanks to last night's event, I earned quite a bit of SP. Maybe it's time for me to create another scene that I've been wanting. On the screen is a system message. You have received 433 SP. Luck has activated and grants an additional 22% SP. Kim Hajin pondered. What should I do now? Oh, I remember. I've racked my brains for a few before. He left, saying, Evangel, stay here and play. I'm going to do some work. Evangel obediently replied, yes. He rummaged through the papers, searching. Let's see. Where is it? When he found the page that said doping setup, he exclaimed, ah, there it is. I came up with these ideas because I have a feeling I'll be doping a lot in the future. The ability to either remember the effects of a drug or recreate it within one's body. Kim Hajin looked at a book with one hand and tapped on the keyboard with the other. If I'm going to doping, I want the effects to be stronger and last longer, he said. Then a message appeared on the screen. Costs 1000 SP. Hajin looked at the expensive price. He grunted, grumbling under his breath. As expected, the permanent stat increase is quite expensive, but it's worth it. After payment, the system announced, settings have been saved. Luck has been activated and the effectiveness of the memorizing physical medicine has been comprehensively enhanced. Memory, when consuming drugs with similar properties and effects, the body will partially remember the drug's effects, depending on the luck index. Regeneration, a fully memorized medicine that can be automatically regenerated and secreted within the body, depending on the luck stat. The potion's effect will gradually increase according to the regeneration and consumption level, depending on the luck stat. After reading it, he exclaimed, okay, then give it a try. Immediately after, Kim Hajin dropped the pill Yona gave him into his mouth. System notification. Usage gradually increases strength, stamina, energy, and magic power stats. Your body has memorized 4% of the stat boosting effect of wild ginseng. Well, this isn't so bad. Suddenly, an excruciating pain shot through his body. Kim Hajin fell to the ground, his face pale. He gasped and thought, what? Why all of a sudden? Kim Hajin raised his hand and pulled down his sleeve, revealing the black and white mark on his wrist. Stigma. Kim Hajin thought wearily. I expected this to happen, but why does it hurt this much every time? At this moment, Avigel's innocent voice came in. Mr. Kim Hajin, what is that sound? He tried to calm down through the pain. It's nothing. I just dropped something. Yes, Evangel replied without hesitation. Outside the door, a little girl's voice echoed. Let's go, Whitey. We won't bother Hajin anymore. He clutched his wrist, thinking he couldn't scream. Although his willpower was gradually fading from the intense pain, Kim Hajin still tried to stay quiet. Evangel is in the living room. I can't let her worry. Kim Hajin was startled and shouted, ah! When he calmed down, he found that it was bright outside and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. He turned over and looked outside. It's already morning. Looks like I passed out yesterday after collapsing. Looking back, he found Evangel sleeping with her head on his lap. She muttered, Hajin, if you lie on the ground like that, you'll catch a cold. Seeing that, he smiled gently. Still made her worry in the end. At a cafe, Kim Seho sat in a meeting with his friends, but his face was focused on his text message screen. Chai Naeun was drinking water next to him, glancing over at him. Hey Kim Seho, that screen you hid yesterday, were you texting Sunga? What did you guys talk about? Kim Soho was confused. Just kidding. Nothing serious. Shin Jong-hak heard that and said, what's even stranger is an ordinary student sending a private message to the vice guild leader? Kim Soho heard that and became even more confused. So what? It's not like that. China teased. Who knows? Ha ha. Finally Yeona reminded. Shut up guys, focus. Come on. Class is over for today. Now let's decide on a travel date. Hearing that, Yeona had no choice but to listen. Well, we should probably discuss that again. I have Yushihyuk's training camp until the end of March, so we have to choose a date before then. Let's hurry up. How about next week? Kim Soho raised his hand and said, I can't go next week. I have an appointment with Kim Hajin. Yeona replied, is that so? China heard that and was full of interest and curiously asked, what kind of date is it? Actually, it was simply Kim Hajin who found a dungeon and wanted to invite Soho along. But such a simple matter, Kim Soho didn't know how to tell it, so she could only awkwardly say, Finally he replied, we'll just go on a motorbike trip. Chinaeun imagined in disbelief. Riding a motorbike? Kim Soho replied, yeah, I've always wanted to ride a motorcycle. The answer left Chinaeun stunned. Yeona said, birds of a feather flock together, then we'll have to pick another day. Kim Soho said, sorry, but I might be free on other days. While the three of them were talking, Chinaeun remained silent, clenching her fists. Night fell, the gentle moonlight shone on the mysterious forest. Kim Hajin's black-soled feet stepped on the grass, walking towards an old wooden house and wondering, is this the meeting place? He called softly, excuse me, is anyone there? Suddenly something appeared, blocking the light, causing Kim Hajin to ask suspiciously, Then, the image of a ferocious blue wolf rushed out from his chest. The wolf rushed forward and bit the wing of a huge bat. Looking at the bat's blood-red pupils, Kim Hajin thought in panic, flying nightmare? A level 6 appeared. If it weren't for demonic wolf, I would have been in trouble. But why would she meet in a place like this? At this moment Li Xiaoping stepped out from the wooden house and called, hey! A moment later both of them entered the wooden house. Li Xiaoping sat cross-legged and asked, okay, is there any term you don't like? On the screen was Kim Hajin's message from earlier. I want to negotiate. Hajin replied to her, I quite like these terms. Hearing this, Li Xiaoping felt confused. So what's the problem? I'm willing to talk to you about the contract again in a certain period of time, Hajin replied to her. But there is one important condition. It should not be written into the contract, she said. Tell me. He was silent for a moment, his head bowed, his hands on his knees, he clenched them tightly. Then Kim Hajin said, I want you to help me take someone's life. She heard, her face still cold, emotionless. Kim Hajin thought, I've been investigating ways to take Chai Jinyan's life for a while, and concluded that it's impossible. The VIP area isn't a place you can just enter, especially Chai Jinyan's room, which is almost impregnable. Even if I were to get in, my identity would definitely be exposed. Besides, I have a few friends I've grown attached to without even knowing it, and I still want to be by their side right now, Hajin thought. As he pondered over his group of friends, Li Xiaoping asked again, do you want to take someone's life? Kim Hajin took out the file from his person and gave it to her. Li Xiaoping took it and opened it to read. Her eyebrows furrowed after reading the contents. Li Xiaoping threw the file back and asked, is there any reason for this? The documents and photos inside the file were scattered on the floor. In the photo was a picture of a young Chinaeun being held by Chai Jinyun, their faces filled with joy and happiness. Kim Hajin bowed his head, staring at that photo. Then he stood up and said, I will take his life myself. Just help me create an opportunity. I'm not asking her to take action. Kim Hajin sat with his hands clasped together, thinking to himself, from the beginning, she had no intention of taking someone's life from me. Kim Hajin softly called, Captain? Hearing those words on Kim Hajin's expressionless face, Li Xiaoping was a little surprised. It was only today that I called her captain for the first time. After a while, Mr. Sohyuk shouted loudly, all final exam will take place inside the simulation tower. Kim Hajin stood among the students, and thought, time flies so fast. It's already the end of the semester. Sohyuk on the high platform continued to explain, this is a realistic battle simulation that guilds use before conquering the tower. Everyone, please treat it like a real battle. Kim Hajin below thought to himself, to be honest, I'm not too sure about this part. I only studied the first year part thoroughly, and only skimmed the rest. It's too late to regret now. What a shame. The test will begin with everyone in the same starting position after entering. Everyone will be automatically teleported to their own location, so don't be too surprised. Kim Hajin entered the door with a blue curtain like the surface of the sea. As soon as he entered, he was immediately teleported to another place. Seeing that everything was pitch black, Kim Ha-jin thought, "Is it really dark now? They'll probably turn on the lights when they start. But it doesn't hurt to scout around first. Let's see what's inside." Immediately the room's structure was seen by him after using observation skill. Kim Ha-jin thought, "It looks like a small house from the outside, but it's quite spacious inside. There's a passageway on the right wall, and maybe some kind of intervention. Other than that, nothing really stands out." Suddenly the room was filled with a bright white light, causing Kim Ha-jin to cover his eyes. Before him appeared the words, "3 rules of mountain climbing. Cooperate with men in white. Beware of traps. Trust carries weight." Kim Ha-jin saw this and commented, "This is clearly designed to expose ranked players." Well, with this situation, I think the demonic humans probably control about 30% of this cube island. Now, then, as if seeing something, Ha-jin immediately walked closer and saw a passageway. "Oh, there's a bridge in the hallway. It looks like a trap, but there's no other way. Then I will give it a try." Suddenly, something shot towards Ha-jin. He immediately leaned back and dodged. What was aimed at him were 3 sharp white arrows. Ha-jin quickly reached out to catch the shafts of the arrows, then threw them straight away. The 2 arrows collided with the wall, creating a small explosion. Looking at the destroyed mechanism, Ha-jin brushed his hands off and chuckled. "It's nothing compared to Rachel's sword," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, a small sound rang out right under his feet. Then, the entire bridge split in 2 and fell down, leaving Ha-jin hanging in the air. Still bewildered, he exclaimed, "Huh!" And just like that, Ha-jin fell straight down. In the middle of the white room, only his loud scream remained. Ha-jin screamed as he fell into the dark, deep hole below. I don't know how much time passed before he hit the ground with a thud. Ha-jin painfully rubbed his butt and complained, "Ouch! It's starting to sting." In front were Chinaeun and Rachel, who also suffered the same fate as him. They were happily calling out to him in unison, "H.A. Ha-jin." Only then did they recognize each other. Immediately, Chinaeun and Rachel were startled and moved away from each other. It looks like the 3 of us are on the same team. Rachel was also confused. "Yes. Is there anyone else here?" Ha-jin thought wearily. "Why does it have to be you guys?" Ha-jin asked. "What is this group, a random draw?" Rachel heard that and asked, "You also attacked from the direction the arrow came from?" "I noticed while I was falling, but that crossbow was white." Chinaeun startled and exclaimed, 3 rules. "But why say that now? Why bring that up now?" Rachel explained, I'm just saying it is." Ha-jin looked around wondering, "Can I see anything from here?" He used his skill and saw some dwarf green goblins in the distance. It's the goblins, the elites that every army has. If Chinaeun and Rachel are together, there shouldn't be any problems. But when I looked back, I saw that the 2 of them were still arguing. Then he did not hesitate and ran away first. "I will go first." Chinaeun exclaimed, "What? Where are you going on your own?" Chinaeun took her sword, chased after him and complained, "Ark, really? Hey, there's a cliff." But Kim Ha-jin didn't care and just jumped down. Chinaeun and Rachel looked on in shock, shouting, "Kim Ha-jin!" However, the 2 still jumped down with him to slash the goblin. Kim Ha-jin thought, "Since this is a dungeon created to test teamwork, you guys need to coordinate with each other." Chinaeun held her sword and instructed, "Hey, as a marksman, you should be in the back line." Ha-jin explained, "I didn't expect it to be this crowded." Chinaeun angrily shouted, "Go back now, your business here is done." Ha-jin thought proudly in his heart, "Mission completed so simply." Then Ha-jin immediately jumped up into the tree above. From above, he observed the battle situation below between Chinaeun and Rachel. Chinaeun fought fiercely and boldly, slashing her sword through the goblins. Rachel, on the other hand, brought with her dexterity and precision, as if she were dancing with the goblins. Ha-jin thought while holding his gun, "Those 2 are more compatible than I thought. Whatever, they make a good fighting pair. Do I need support from here? This is still a test after all. I have to do my part." In Ha-jin's line of sight, he saw an unusual goblin. When he focused his eyes, he saw that it had a wooden staff and a red cloak. Ha-jin thought to himself, "Oh, that guy is the leader." He immediately shouted, "Confirm." A number appeared before his eyes. 40%. Not bad. Suddenly, Rachel shouted, "Naeun!" causing Ha-jin to jump back into the battlefield. A goblin holding a heavy sword slashed down from behind Chinaeun's back. Ha-jin blamed himself, thinking, "Damn it, I was so negligent." Ha-jin fired a shot through the goblin's head. At the same time, Rachel ran forward, pushing Chinaeun away to avoid the attack. The goblin was shot cleanly through the head and breathed its last. Naeun and Rachel slid on the ground for a long distance. "Oh, I was startled. Are you okay?" she replied. I'm fine." Then, the two of them were stunned to realize how close they were to each other. Naeun was flustered. I don't need your help. I just want to focus on my battle. I can take care of myself." Hajin heard that and said from the tree, "Yes, she can take care of herself." Naeun heard that and got angry. "What did you say? Give a proper support, you useless awakener," Hajin thought to himself. "She's not wrong." Naeun now looked up at Hajin sulkily. Then she turned away and said, "Never mind, go on." Hajin thought confusedly. What? Why is she so angry now? The ground was littered with goblin corpses. Hajin complained, "These guys are endless. It feels like there are more monsters than in the other tests." Suddenly, there was a strange noise and a large figure blocked the light, making Hajin suspicious. "What's that sound?" When I turned around, I saw a giant goblin the size of a tall building. Naeun found it hard to believe and a little scared. Hajin saw that and quickly commanded, "Calm down. We just do as usual. I'll cover you guys, take his life. Are you okay? With just that pistol?" Hajin replied, "It's okay. With you here, there's nothing to worry about." I thought to myself, honestly, I'm being carried. Naeun said shyly, "Yes, okay." Then Naeun got excited again. "Princess, let's go." Rachel saw that and immediately chased after him and said, "I'm going here, are you?" The two of them charged towards the giant goblin. They moved without stopping, slashing repeatedly at the monster's body. However, the giant goblin was unharmed. It raised its wooden club and smashed it down, causing the ground to crack. Rachel took the opportunity to lunge forward, thrusting her sword straight forward. Unfortunately, the monster turned away, causing her to miss. The monster growled in annoyance. Then it reached out and grabbed Rachel. Naeun called out from below, "Hey, what are you doing? This princess is really..." Rachel replied tremblingly, "Wait a minute, it's arm strength." Hajin saw that and shouted, "Rachel!" Standing on a nearby cliff, Hajin shouted, "Hold on for a little." Hajin ran around looking for a spot, thinking, "Damn, I can't find an angle to shoot at. It's so big, even shooting from below won't work." Naeun was below, looking up in a daze. She looked at Hajin, who was hurriedly looking for a shooting point. Seeing Rachel being squeezed by the monster, Naeun's mind was filled with confused thoughts. What's been happening to me all this time? Everything is so sudden. Hajin shouted, Naeun, what are you doing? Concentrate." Naeun was silent then. She took her sword and ran up. Hajin saw that and asked, "Hui, where are you going?" Naeun used the tree trunk as a support, and jumped up high. She tilted her body in the air, getting into a slashing position. The blade released a powerful and dazzling stream of jade-green energy. The bright blue light made Hajin cover his eyes. Naeun decisively swung her sword down. The blade made of green energy cut through the monster's body smoothly. His hand loosened, letting Rachel fall away. Naeun was left floating in the air, looking back, with a strange, sorrowful expression. Hajin saw it and thought doubtfully, "What? Why does he look like that?" Each call in vain. Jin, Kim Hajin. Suddenly, a hand punched him in the chest, startling him awake. Naeun let go of his fist, and he shivered, hugging his stomach. She tried to explain. What are you doing? Sorry, because you didn't wake up. I thought you were dead." Hearing that, he also raised his head, lost his composure, and shouted loudly, "Who died?" Hajin then got up, regained his composure, and asked doubtfully, "Was I knocked out?" Naeun, sitting next to him, confirmed, "That's right, you idiot. I think you got dizzy from the beam of light and fell down." Only then did he remember the battle with the giant goblin. I see. How long has it been? Naeun scratched her face, remembering. Probably about 30 minutes. Hajin panicked even more. What? He looked at her with a worried and doubtful expression. You guys should have gone ahead. No need to wait for me. You'll lose points for this." She hesitated a bit as she explained to him. "You're the one who always talks about team spirit, but now, actually, it's partly my fault." Then Hajin suddenly remembered the other person. What about Rachel?" This made Naeun hesitantly lower her head. She looked at him, and explained further, "She went scouting first to save time. I'll stay and watch you." Hearing that, he also looked around. "Looks like we'll have to wait for her to come back here." Naeun wondered, "Do you like that princess that much?" He frowned, turned around confused. She felt a little embarrassed, hugged her shoulders and looked away. "You've been talking about Rachel all this time. You think there are only 2 of you on this team?" Hajin was also stunned when he heard Naeun's words, making her think to herself. I mean, we're supposed to be rivals anyway. But did I say something a bit strange? Thinking for a moment, Hajin replied. That's because I don't need to worry about you too much. Naeun shouted in discontent. What? She gritted her teeth in anger. Her face was red, brimming with tears as she looked at him. What do you mean? You said you can't be friends with me? Now you want to stop caring about me? On this side, Hajin was flustered, leaning back and waving his hands. Whoa, what are you babbling about? I think you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Meaning you're so strong that I don't need to worry about you anymore? Naeun sat there, a little surprised that she had made a mistake. She blushed too, her eyebrows furrowed as she looked at him. At this time, Hajin tried to wave his hand, his face also sweating awkwardly, explaining, Sorry if you're upset that I'm only paying attention to Rachel, but I didn't mean it that way when I said I don't need to care about you anymore. You know Rachel is still learning a new fighting style. I helped her practice a little, but she's still very unstable. Naeun was even more confused. Practice. Only then did Naeun understand. Her lips pursed as she thought. So, that's why the two of them are together all the time. With that, she walked over and teased Hajin by the shoulder. Then let me make it clear, you're admitting that I'm stronger than that princess, right? He vaguely replied. Yeah, probably. He thought to himself, Rachel can't control spirits well now. On this side, Naeun seemed to be in a daze of joy, muttering nonsense. I knew it! I might have been slower with my sword than the others, but I'm stronger than that delicate princess anyway. Ha ha! Hajin also smiled in agreement. Yes, what I said before was just a joke. Her face turned even redder, staring at him. Finally, Naeun looked at him. He felt a little confused. So that means, you're not avoiding me because you hate me, right? Hajin's face was filled with surprise. On the other hand, Naeun looked at him with a pout. Then he remembered the childhood photo of her and her relatives. I made a mistake. Thinking about it, Hajin also looked at her, sincerely affirming, It's not like that. Why should I hate you? Haji thought in his heart. That's not a lie. I care about everyone around me in my own way. It's just, I don't want to. Thinking that, Hajin changed the subject. Naeun, how is your brother doing these days? She sat silently beside him, finally looking at him in surprise. She doubtfully asked back, What's wrong? You suddenly became serious. Just to mention that? Hajin denied. No, just curious. Then, she also seriously revealed, I heard that last time at the hospital, your facial expression looked really bad. I heard from Yona that it was because you were worried, right? He turned his head away feeling a little guilty, unable to answer. Hajin thought of the memories that still lingered in his mind. Naeun's answer still echoed in his head. But you also have your own thoughts. Actually, I wanted to ask that question in a different way. How would you feel? What if he was assassinated by someone now? Hajin thought back to the scene where he was forced to shoot Naeun's brother. After that, he calmly let it all go. You look fine, so don't worry about it. Seeing Hajin worried about her, Naeun was also a bit embarrassed. What's going on? You were the one who brought this up earlier. Now it's like it's nothing, and you want to back out. The room became silent. She quietly looked at him. Then, Naeun raised her head and looked up at the sky, confiding, Today, I have decided to return to Master's camp this winter. He also raised his head to look at the foliage and replied, 3 months of harsh training? Good for you. Above the sunlight shone down on the two of them. She approached him and muttered, Before we leave, let's go on a trip with everyone. Consider it a lost winter break because we have to go back to camp, and I want to go with you too. Hearing that, Hajin also widened his eyes in surprise. Finally, he refused. I can't, she confused. What's wrong? Hajin explained. I'm busy, I don't have time to go. Suddenly, he stood up, changing the subject. Rachel looks like she'll be back soon. Naeun also looked up helplessly. But Naeun didn't give up. She grabbed his wrist. Then, he leaned up and looked at him resolutely. AAA. Come on, why can't you walk? What's holding you back? I'll adjust everything to your schedule. Just tell me when you can go. Hajin also looked at her, startled. What? She complained to him again. But I heard you still have time to go on motorbike trips with Kim Suho. I like riding motorbikes too. Hajin heard that and also narrowed his eyes, full of confusion. Why suddenly bring that up? Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Hajin! Rachel smiled and ran over, her face bright. You're awake? Are you feeling okay? You're back? Yeah, I'm fine. Next, Rachel announced. Alright. There's a stone statue that looks like a door nearby. I think we can use it to get to another area. Hearing that, he agreed and tried to run back, but Naeun's arm still held his wrist tightly. Her expression was filled with determination. Seeing him like that, Hajin also looked at her with a troubled and helpless expression. Then, he shook her hand away and said, "Understood." Hearing him say that, Naeun suddenly felt confused. Finally, Hajin turned around and left, leaving her sitting on the ground frozen. "I'll think about it." Hearing that, Naeun's eyes also lit up as she looked at him, her mouth smiling expectantly. Then she also stood up and ran back towards them. Soon after, the group stood before a cliff. They raised their heads to investigate. He touched the cliff and made an assessment. "It seems like someone is here, but I can't see clearly. Maybe there's some kind of mechanism here." Next, Hajin turned to Rachel and said, "Rachel, can you summon the spirit for a bit?" She looked at him confusedly, doubting. "My spirit?" Naeun looked at the two people in confusion. "Spirits." Hajin calmly pointed towards the cliff behind. "I think we should check the door again just to be sure, though a spirit's senses are inferior to humans. But they can scan wide areas with emotion." Hearing that, she also placed her hand on the string on her wrist, confirming, "Okay, let me try." Soon after, spirit power spread around. She felt the shape of the cave on the cliff, small round objects moving. Rachel's eyes widened in surprise. She commented, "I sense murderous intent." Naeun also looked around warily, his expression serious. "I knew it!" All three of them were alert and raised their weapons. She approached, reminding, "There is someone behind the door. We must enter carefully." Then the cave shook. Hajin looked at it and thought to himself, for her to sense killing intent, it must not be a supervisor. At this rate, I think they will show themselves by now. The three of them entered, with a calm, alert demeanor. A voice rang out, making him frown. Hajin raised his head and looked, his vision gradually darkening. A cloaked man was looking down at them. He was standing in the space above the cave, observing them. The man in the black cloak let out a sly smile. Then, he shouted excitedly, "Welcome, young cadets." He was inside the black sphere full of arrogance. The surrounding area emitted an evil red energy as he introduced, "I am Hyukjin, the supervisor of the final stage." Rachel stared at him, clenching her fists. "You call yourself a supervisor, and yet you emit such a terrifying murderous aura?" He was still stubborn. "Of course you don't believe it." Immediately after that, red energy spheres were quickly summoned inside his head. Hyukjin hovered in the air, looking at them smugly. "But then try facing me." Seeing this, she was also a bit panicked. "Clone?" On this side, Naeun looked at them and reminded, "The clone is probably much weaker, so focus on attacking the main body, Hajin." Hajin saw this. He also looked at her a little worried. "Will you be okay?" She smiled at him, confidently asserting, "Of course, you said those words first." Then, Hajin looked at her firmly. "I believe what you said." Having said that, Hajin also quickly jumped up the wall and left. Above, Hyukjin saw this and also looked in that direction and smiled smugly. Around him, many swords appeared. "Playing hide and seek? That's fun." Sharp swords quickly rushed towards Hajin's back. Naeun rushed forward, using her sword to block the attacks. "I'll take care of the clone. You go find the main body. Can you use a spirit or something?" Behind, Rachel also received the order. "I will try." His blows kept raining down from all sides of the clone. Rachel rushed towards him, examining his body. Spirit lights flew around her. Then she realized it too. Rachel swung her sword at him decisively. He raised his hand to block, and the space circle was also slashed and cracked. Hyukjin laughed even more happily, and looked at them, and praised, "Haha, quite sharp instincts, princess. I didn't expect you to have matured to this extent." On this side, she also noticed his arm. "That mark, you are the person of the waning moon of ascent and descent." Then she rushed at him again, attacking wildly. "Who gave you the order?" Overhead, Hajin rushed forward with a gun in hand, looking puzzled. "Crescent of Ascension, where have I heard that name before?" Suddenly, he remembered something. Finally, he remembered the symbol of the wine glass containing the moon. They are one of the secret organizations related to the Chameleon Truple. Over the years, the Chameleon Truple has established relationships with various groups and organizations. Even though they are considered relationships, they are more like a transaction, and it is not uncommon for the other party to not know that they are dealing with the Chameleon Truple, and the Crescent of Ascension is one such group. But these guys only operate in the Chaos Zone, so why are they at the cube's testing ground? At this moment, Hyukjin was slowly approaching Rachel. He smiled and reached out his hand towards her. "Even the princess recognized me. Looks like we're quite famous now." As he spoke, he created a red sphere in his hand. Above him, Hajin saw this and his eyes widened, filled with tension. "What is this? A magic tool?" That magical power looks familiar. Then he remembered the moment he was sucked in and was startled. Finally, he gritted his teeth, raised the gun and pulled the trigger. He aimed straight at the man's arm, but he used his sword to block Hajin's bullet. The sphere was about to form. Hyukshin laughed with glee. Rachel stared at the dark figure above her, stunned. He shouted to remind her, "Rachel, get out of the way. It's a teleportation item." Soon after, a huge sphere opened its mouth, swallowing Rachel. Someone jumped from behind. Naeun hugged Rachel and ran away from his attack. Her face was full of worry. She looked at him and shouted, "Who is that guy? Do you know him? What is he going to do?" Besides, she also calmly explained, "Naeun, they are an organization from Pandemonium. They must have received some kind of shock for them to." Suddenly Hajin's voice cut her off. Naeun, take Rachel and leave here now." Naeun looked up worriedly. "Hajin, what are you going to do?" Haji's hand grabbed a golden string. He judged. His magic item must have teleported to a nearby place. So now, Hyukshin took the ball, smiling happily without noticing that his legs were tied. He continued to talk. "After all, she's just a weak girl who needs help." Then suddenly he looked down at his feet. He was then pulled back by Hajin, causing him to stare in surprise. Hyukshin's body was hung upside down by Hajin. He thought to himself, "I have to get it from him." Then he threw it straight at the wall inside the cave. His hands kept moving the rope as he threw him around. He was beaten to a pulp and lay on the ground. He walked over and stood in front of him. Then, Hajin firmly reminded with his gun, "Stand still, my mana is still aimed at you." He pieced the events together in his mind. This guy is clearly targeting Rachel. I don't know what their real intentions are, but the leader of the Crescent of Ascension is also from England, so perhaps there was some kind of deal with Lancaster. Hajin's face was filled with calm questioning. "Who sent you here?" He calmly looked at him and smiled, reminding, "What do you think you can do with the gun for the students?" Hearing that, he also looked at him angrily. "Is this the reason why you took the test?" Hajin added, "You still care about my weapon at this hour? Then I will grant your wish." He used stigma to summon a gun. Immediately, the gun was pointed straight at Hyukshin's head, making him surprised. Hajin's face was cold as he looked at him threateningly. "Now do you want to open your mouth and talk?" Then, Hyukshin looked at him, somewhat doubtfully. Are you really an ordinary student brat?" Hajin interrupted him. "That's none of your business." Hyukshin glanced around triumphantly and smiled. "Oh my, what a stupid mistake." On this side, Hajin still looked at him, threatening, "You will die if you plan anything further. Tell us now." The room was still silent. He sat there, not saying a word. Seeing him stay silent like that made him feel sorry for himself. If this guy keeps quiet, what should I do? Damn it, I wish I had written more details about what happened in the exam. Suddenly, there was a scream from behind, causing Hajin's eyes to widen in surprise. "Kim Hajin!" A teleportation sphere enveloped him. Hajin looked at it, and was wrapped up without having time to react. Damn it, that name was also wrapped. Smiling smugly, the other two people standing on the side also looked on in panic. The circle quickly swallowed Hajin and Hyukshin along with the evil energy. Naeun blocked in front of her, gritting her teeth in pain. Finally, the shadow gradually disappeared. Then, only a single spot of light remained. The two girls stared in shock inside the cave. The place where the other two was empty. Naeun's face was full of worry. Only then did she regain her composure. Inside the cave, her scream echoed with anxiety. "Hajin!" A torn light radiated into the darkness. Hajin covered his head with his hands in case something happened. "The good news is you're okay, but the bad news is you were teleported to an empty lot." Kim Hajin quickly looked around. "This is such a relief. It seems like I wasn't dragged out of the tower." Suddenly, something came at him at a very fast speed. His instinct told him to avoid danger. When he stabilized his body, Hajin took a closer look at the thing. It was a sword emitting a crimson glow as it retreated towards its owner. Someone he knew who it was. "Hey, why are you so negative?" The man in the black cloak clicked his tongue. He said, "I just wanted to take the princess away, but you interfered. I don't know who you are, and I don't care what you do." He smirked, warning the swords floating around him. "But get out of my sight!" There was a hint of wariness in Hajin's eyes. He wasn't sure he could defeat that many swords. He had a total of 17 short swords around him, and it seemed like he was remotely controlling them with mana. Considering how difficult it was for Rachel to counter, he was at least an intermediate level threat. Magical artifacts used for teleportation are always of extremely high value. But if Lancaster is really behind this, then this guy must be in a desperate situation. Thinking so, Hajin sighed. He reassured himself, Haze, okay, maybe this is better. Rachel will have a hard time using her spirit to fight this guy, but with the stigma in hand, I can defeat him. Hajin was also not sure of victory, so he was a bit apprehensive. He swallowed his saliva nervously. Then he decisively activated the physical regeneration skill, stimulated by the medicine. All the muscles in his body immediately felt a sense of fullness. In no time, Hajin's eyes became more confident. Physical enhancement had been applied. He felt an abundant flow of energy in his body. So this is the result of taking all that medicine? Didn't expect to have to use it so soon. Seeing that he was ready, Hyukjin waved his hand and shouted then, let's begin. Hajin quickly put his hand down on the gun at his hip. He drew his gun and used his skill. A series of explosions rang out in the cave. The bullets whizzed past, only hitting the swords. Hyukjin looked disdainful. Ha! I thought you were so formidable. Is that all? Until the sword blew away the last bullet. Hajin's expression was as if he was waiting for something. The sound of wind suddenly came very close to him. At this moment, he was stunned because he had let his guard down. A sharp pain shot through his entire body. By some miracle, Hajin dodged it. His expression was bewildered. What is it? A strange feeling spread through his mind. The trajectory of the short sword is to move towards my right? Why, I know its movement will change. Is it because I'm using bullet time? Doesn't bullet time just let me move at extremely high speeds? It doesn't help me predict anything. There's no sign of change. The sword passed by just inches away. Hajin suddenly realized. That's it. In a moment, he analyzed the man's fighting style. He throws his sword using mana, then uses mana again to adjust the trajectory midway. This belongs to the realm of long-range attacks. And his gift is ultimate marksmanship, the pinnacle of all long-range attacks. So if we have to face a long-range attack, I can predict their direction. But predicting doesn't guarantee dodging them. Bullet time only lasts 3 minutes. At this rate, my stamina will be depleted before that. Sword stops. In my opinion, the only way is. Hajin considered his current abilities until now. I still can't create much matter from stigma due to the lack of imprints. But with the 3 imprints now, maybe I can do it. He blocked my bullets with the swords that were always flying around him, getting into his current position, making it difficult for me to approach with parkour. Since he was attacked by ether once, he would be wary of it. Thinking that, Hajin made a reckless decision. Then, the light from his wrist was so bright that Hyukjin covered his eyes. A space was distorted, twisted, and heavily deformed. It did not make a sound. As a result, Hajin disappeared on the spot. Hyukjin quickly realized. Where is it? It turned out that Hajin had teleported right behind him. Just once and I can approach from behind him. As if sensing it, Hyukjin turned around. He still had no idea what to do, but he quickly regained his composure. No matter how many people shoot, Hyukjin waved his hand, controlling his sword. I just need to deflect those bullets. But Hajin smiled mysteriously. He cheered as he saw the swords come together just to block a bullet. There it is, in opening. Hajin could now confidently show off his personality. Now then, the spirit wolf that rushed out from his chest. Bite him. The moment the wolf pounced on Hyukjin, he didn't have time to react. Immediately after that, the man screamed in agony. After a while, Hajin called the wolf back. It crawled into his chest. After a while of struggling, he was exhausted. He angrily stepped on the guy. You bastard! Are you really not going to open your mouth? Hyukjin clenched his teeth, refusing to say a word. Fine, then take this hit. Wasting time with you is a waste. If I go easy, it probably won't hurt that much. Suddenly Hyukanga shouted. Here! Wait! At this moment, music echoed throughout the dungeon. Hajin looked up in confusion. It turned out to be an announcement from the academy. 1 hour has passed since a student completed conquering the tower. The test is officially over. All students will soon be summoned out of the tower. He suddenly shouted. What? Hyukjin's almost dead face broke into a gloating smile. Hajin sneered. There really is someone luckier than me here. He wondered. Is his name Hyukjin? If he keeps appearing, I'll meet him again someday. I'll deal with him properly then. But at this moment, he could only helplessly say, I have to report this to the captain. In just a moment, he was back in the main hall of the cube, surrounded by exhausted students. Hajin looked even more exhausted than them. He regretted. What a waste. If only I could have fired a bullet. Suddenly, a shout called his name. Hajin. Chinaeun was running over in a panic. Are you okay? Hajin replied. Oh, Chinaeun, are you okay? She immediately grabbed his face. What happened to your face? Why does it look even uglier than before? Are you okay? Ugly. Hey, I'm still here, so that means I'm okay. Still, she hurriedly ran off. You don't look well at all. I'll go get the recovery potion, you wait here. Seeing her back running away, Hajin couldn't refuse. The watch on Hajin's wrist suddenly beeped. It was a message from the captain. We had a team meeting about your request. Hajin quickly hid in a corner. Why are they contacting me at this time? The message continued to be sent to. The result is 5 votes in favor and 5 votes against. His expression was troubled. Even with the chameleon troop, killing someone like Chai Jinyun is also not a pleasant thing. But even so, 5 votes for and 5 votes against? The other person added, however, I have not made a decision yet. He was a little stunned, his eyes staring at the message. Newbie, you must have killed quite a few people. Of course, it's because of the mission and most of them are people who deserve to die. But this time, you said you want to kill someone with your own hands? No matter what the reason is, if you do it on your own accord, it will leave psychological scars on you. Can you take it? At this moment, Chai Neun's worried expression appeared in his mind. The next message is being sent. We'll talk about it later. Hajin scratched his head, laughing helplessly. Even the mighty chameleon troop is hesitant. That makes me wonder too. A soft sob rang out. Did I hear wrong? He walked down the hallway looking for the crying sound. He saw someone familiar again. Ha! Rachel! She suddenly raised her voice and called out to him. Hajin! He looked back, bewildered. Thank goodness you're safe and sound. The person opposite her grumbled. See? I told you not to make a big deal out of it. Rachel heard that and immediately raised her voice emotionally. What did you say? There was an intruder in the exam hall, not a proctor. The security guard looked bored, not paying much attention. I told you so, for heaven's sake. This isn't England. He looked at the tablet in his hand. Ah, all the students are here. Checked quantity enough. Rachel was so angry that she wanted to continue speaking, but Hajin held her back. It's okay, Rachel. We can tell the homeroom teacher later. Her eyes were filled with tears. She refused. But his eyes were determined, staring at her for a long time, making her lower her head in embarrassment. After a while, Rachel spoke in a trembling voice. What happened? That guy, from Crescent of Ascension? Hajin calmly replied, I won. This made Rachel's eyes widen. Really? How? He lied proudly without blinking an eye. I tore him to pieces. Hearing that, Rachel seemed to be relieved. Thank goodness. Her reassuring smile left him stunned. This matter passed quietly. Everyone returned to training their abilities. Somewhere, the body of the great Python was defeated and collapsed. Kim Seho happily shouted, It's done! With him was still Hajin. The two then checked the rewards dropped by the monster. The system beeped. Your understanding of stigma has increased. New skill unlocked. Concept imprint. Hajin was torn between choices. The effect I got from the fight with Hyukjin, I kept hesitating on choosing. Now a bunch of notifications are popping up. Should I use the teleport from last time? I kept choosing but only ended up choosing this and regretting that. He played with the gun in his hand and sighed. I'm so exhausted. Kim Suho looked excited again. But isn't it fun to have special bosses inside the dungeons? Hajin's tone was sullen. Don't make such nonsense statements, you damn genius. He grumbled and criticized Suho. Dare to say our dungeon trip is a motorbike trip. Kim Suho replied. I just thought that, frankly, going to a dungeon sounds too dangerous. Hajin sternly interrupted. I mean, because of that, people keep asking me if we're going on a date. While they were talking, Kim Seho's watch vibrated. His tone suddenly became brighter than usual. Wait, I have to reply to a message. Hajin vaguely guessed. It's Yoon Sunga, right? He jerked his head up and down, eyes darting back and forth. What do you mean? She's our senior? His expression showed understanding. Oh ho, you don't deny it? Kim Seho weakly and shyly explained. Hey, it's not like what you think. Why would Sunga be interested in me? Hearing this made me angry. Your face alone could feed a person for 30 years. Kim Suho sat down in front of him. More importantly, Hajin, are you really not going to hang out with us? Hajin glanced at him boredly. I told you I'm not going. Do you like going out that much? Suho's eyes immediately became sparkling with pity, reaching out a pot. Why don't you go? Don't be like that, I'll give you this, the one we got from the monster, okay? Hajin felt like he was hit in the face by the halo from it. One of those random items I crafted myself. That bastard co-creator always leaves behind things like this. This item is a jar of desires. A jar filled with desires. It feels like, if you put anything in, the desire inside will randomly stick to that item. He hesitated a bit, but couldn't decide right away. To be honest, I want it too. This is a divine item for me. Kim Suho spoke again. If we go, we won't see each other for almost 3 months. Wouldn't it be less lonely during those 3 months if we had some fun together first? Hajin's eyes showed suspicion. Why do you see me alone? But Kim Suho innocently replied, besides, this is also a good opportunity to get close to Naeun. Kim Haji seemed to catch the keyword in his words. Too, so you're also planning to progress with someone? Kim Suho quickly denied. No, I was just talking nonsense. The more Hajin saw Suho's shyness, the more he wanted to tease him, which made him quite happy. But behind Hajin's smile, there was a slight sadness. Afterwards, he slightly regretted it. At that time, I shouldn't have changed the subject. The van sped down the highway. Hajin sat in the bus with the other students. He focused on the tablet in his hand. Sitting to his left was Chinaeun, who was nodding. Hajin suddenly felt her head leaning on his shoulder. He glanced over at her face. Is she asleep? Hajin didn't wake her up. He glanced out the window. The scene outside is desolate and lifeless in the bitter winter cold. I'm going to go out with everyone. Soon the car stopped at a city. Chinaeun, after a long sleep, woke up and was very excited. Hey, everyone, over here! It's not easy to get a reservation here. They were standing under a luxury hotel. Chinaeun called out to everyone, go store your luggage and gather here. Kim Suho was also excited. What shall we do first? Chinaeun had a plan in mind. First pizza, then bowling, jet, skiing, swimming, spa, board games. Li Yonghan complained with a grimace. I'm not a conscript. Why is my schedule so tight? Yuyona commented. Naeun seems happier than usual today. Naeun heard that and replied, is that so? Then her eyes turned over there. But in her eyes at this moment, there seemed to be only one person. And a packed day of fun with a rooftop barbecue. Chinaeun stepped forward with a confused tone. Hey Hajin, what should I do with this? Hajin was concentrating on grilling, looked up. What now? She held up a piece of charred meat. This, Hajin saw this and got angry. What can this do? Throw it away. He was really helpless and sent Naeun away. I will take care of the cooking. Can you please do something else? Unfortunately, she still stood there. I don't want to. Her eyes shone with the desire to learn. Tell me the secret. How do you grill meat so well? Hajin coldly said tactfully. First of all, you must not be disturbed by anyone. Chinaeun heard his intention. She immediately punched him on the shoulder. Insolent brat. Then Hajin added, you don't need to know this. Chinaeun chuckled. Even so. Li Yonghan narrowed his eyes and smiled teasingly. Oh my god, what's going on? What are you two doing here? Chinaeun shouted. Shut up. Li Yonghan continued to tease. Oh my god, this is so creepy. Ha ha ha. But it seemed no one noticed Jonghak's burning gaze filled with murderous intent aimed at Hajin. So one person asked excitedly, do you really have to be here? Didn't he say he would cook it all? Chinaeun cleared her throat. Hey, don't you guys feel bad for letting him cook alone? Yuyona saw clearly her true intentions. Aren't you there for another reason? Kim Suho laughed with delight, commenting, they really do look like a good couple. Chinaeun shyly shouted, shut up too. Then Naeun cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment. Then Naeun reminded, hey, don't think too much. That's. Before Naeun could finish her sentence, a piece of grilled meat was stuffed into her mouth. What the hell? He looks like an idiot right now. What else? It's grilled meat. Is it ripe? Seeing Chinaeun nod, Hajin ordered, then passed the plate. He brought 2 plates full of meat to his hungry friends. Eat and eat. Oh, thank you, Hajin. They started to get excited. Hey Suho, let's play another game after we eat. Yeah, but whoever loses has to jump into the sea. Yuyona also suggested, don't you get bored of just eating meat? Should I cook some noodles too? Of course not. 6 glasses clinked together. Let's raise our glasses. Kim Hajin took a sip with slight regret. It's a shame this isn't soju. The lights shone down on the shore, creating a sparkling sea surface. Combined with the starry night sky, the scene was truly poetic. Chinaeun, sitting next to him, suddenly whistled. She grinned. See? I told you, coming here is fun. His facial expression remained the same. Well, at least it's not boring. But Chinaeun insisted. Yeah, admit it, you're enjoying it too. Chinaeun smiled and studied his profile. Suddenly, she mentioned something. Hey, I bought a motorcycle too. Hajin heard that and choked on his water, then looked over. Huh? What? Naeun's face was blank as she raised 2 fingers and said, it's parked in the parking lot. Hajin's expression was one of disbelief. Really? Do you have a license? Chinaeun nodded confidently. Yes, but just finished school. She even made a suggestion. Want to go for a walk? Hajin was embarrassed. and disagreed. Are you tired of living or what? Haha, if you're that worried, you can drive me. Hajin looked into the distance, thinking. Under the starry night sky, with the familiar sound of waves, and surrounded by people who are now becoming important, standing in the middle of it all, an old feeling mixed with sweetness and bitterness rose in my heart. A feeling that I thought I would never be able to experience again in this world. He closed his eyes, enjoying the gentle breeze blowing across his cheeks. I feel, if only things could stay like this a little longer, it would be nice. After a while, the group got bored and went back to their room to play cards. Suddenly, Chinaeun's watch rang. She had to stand up. Oh, I'm going out to take a phone call. Yes, famous lady, come up there. Naeun hurried out to pick up the phone. Yes, hello. Yes. Something said on the other side made her startled. The Hajin group who were playing cards suddenly heard a loud noise. They ran outside and saw Chinaeun collapsed on the ground. What's the matter? Naeun, what's wrong? Yuyona went over and patted her on the back. Naeun, are you okay? Chinaeun looked up, tears forming in the corners of her eyes. I need to go. Her strange reaction confused Yuyona. What? So suddenly? What happened? Are you crying? Hajin stepped forward, trying to calm him down. Okay, calm down and tell me. Chinaeun suddenly grabbed his hand, her words no longer fluent. Hey, can you take me? His expression was serious. Okay, let me take you. What happened? Her lips trembled slightly. Hajin couldn't hear very well, but she mentioned someone my brother. He's awake. What? This is unbelievable. Impossible? In order for Chai Jinyin to wake up, she should have. His face was filled with shock as he looked at Chinaeun, who was wiping away her tears. Yuyona was also stunned. Is that true? She was so emotional that she wiped away tears. Yes. The hospital called me. Amidst her sobs, Hajin silently gritted his teeth. Someone hurriedly spoke up. Wait a moment. I'll call the driver. But he bluntly interrupted. Where did you park your car? Her voice choked up. In the parking lot. He didn't hesitate, pulling her hand up. Let's go. Yuyona noticed his intention and quickly stopped him. Are you planning to ride a big motorbike? It's very dangerous. This situation is really urgent. We have to get there as fast as possible. The other three were equally worried, but could not stop it. We will follow right behind you. Go ahead. The two Hajin and Chinaeun hurriedly moved down to the basement. He placed his hand on the gas pedal and told Naeun to get on. She nodded absent-mindedly. However, she was still shy about sitting behind the person she liked. Hajin reminded, hold on tight. All right. Her hand lightly clung to the back of his shirt. Hajin turned around to see her still sniffling. He had no choice but to pull her hand up first. If you hug her like that, you'll fall down. Feeling his kindness and strong back, Chinaeun felt like crying even more. Naeun wrapped her arms around his waist, holding him tighter. The screech of the exhaust echoed in the dark night. But at this time, Jonghak was sleeping soundly, causing Yuyona to hurriedly wake him up. Jonghak, wake up! On the way back to the hospital, Hajin's mind was filled with questions that were difficult for him to answer. I shouldn't have delayed like that. It was something I had to do, but I don't even want to think about it. Why do I always have to be the one to handle the most unpleasant things? Isn't there any way to solve this without killing Chai Jinyin? It's not something I can just postpone, while I'm stuck in such a rut of thoughts. Naeun's warm tears wet his back. The beautiful images of his past flashed through his mind. As the original creator of this world, it is my responsibility to kill Chai Jinyin. A while later they arrived at the hospital where Jinyun was. Hajin softly reminded, we're here. But there was no response. Chinaeun? Kim Hajin clapped his hands lightly to wake her up. Hey! He noticed her condition. Are you okay? Can you stand up? Chinaeun covered her face and nodded slightly. He snuggled into her arms. Here, the car keys. Oh, and what about your family? Her voice was weak as she said, it seems they will be late, as they are on a business trip abroad. He asked a silly question that made Naeun wake up. So, even the president can't open the sealed space gate at will? Chinaeun looked at him with a questioning gaze. Of course. What's so special about being the president? Chinaeun suddenly looked down at her hands. I'm not shaking anymore. Then he heard Hajin's calm voice again. Can you walk? Naeun felt an indescribable sense of security in her heart, and she softly replied, The hospital door opened automatically. A man in a black suit ran over. Miss Chinaeun! Uncle, how is my brother? The man did not answer immediately. This way, quickly! He looked at Hajin. Who is this person? He was confused and tried to explain. I just Naeun's next words made him stiffen. A friend. He brought me here. Can he come in with us? Hearing that, Hajin's hand suddenly tightened. The other person nodded and led the way. I see, please come this way. They were led to the psychological counseling room. The doctor exclaimed, this is truly a miracle. Although he can't function normally yet, as you can see, his condition has improved a lot. We explained that he woke up after 4 years, but because he just regained consciousness, his memories are still incomplete. However, there are very clear signs of recovery, and full recovery is possible within a month. I can only visit for a short while today, then. Hearing this, Hajin did not take in a word. I feel like I'm sitting on a bed of fire. Why am I here? His face darkened, his vision blurred. He remembered Chai Naeun's happy smile that had entered his eyes, but Kim Hajin's mood was getting worse and worse. A moment later, the door to the hospital room opened. Chai Naeun slowly walked into the hospital room. Kim Hajin spoke up. I'll be back when visiting hours are over. The person on the bed lay quietly as if sleeping. Chai Naeun's eyes looked like they were about to cry. She could not help but softly say, Honey. The person lying on the hospital bed opened his eyes vaguely, then looked at her. A voice that had not been heard for many years rang out, Little sister. Naeun. Chai Naeun knelt down beside his bed, actually feeling the caress on her head. She still felt like this wasn't real. You. A dry but warm voice rang out. You've grown a lot taller. I heard it's been 4 years. She buried her face in the bedsheets. Yes. Chai Jinyan smiled gently. Are you used to using a bow? Or have you found what you want to do with your life? Chai Naeun's mood was in turmoil at the moment. Do you remember that promise? Of course. Brother, I got my sword back. His face was slightly surprised. Really? Yes. Chai Naeun emotionally wiped away her tears. Well then, whatever you do, you'll do well. Suddenly, the two brothers looked at Hajin. She introduced. Say hello to him. This is the friend who told me what I really wanted to do. But the more she said that, the heavier the pressure inside him became. Elsewhere in the cave, a voice called out to Li Xiaoping. Boss. Jane entered to report. It seems like Chai Jinyun has woken up. Boss really wants to do that. Li Xiaoping silently looked back at her haze. Looking at the boss like that, he must have already made up his mind. I personally have some concerns about Hajin carrying it out, but I still wonder if it's enough for us to share this information with a few people. At this moment, Li Xiaoping spoke up. There is no need to let everyone know. We will proceed with minimal personnel. She agreed, albeit a little reluctantly. Well, this might help draw Hajin to our side, but aren't we at a huge disadvantage? I don't even understand why he wants to kill Chai Jinyun. Besides, this will make that old hag our enemy. Li Xiaoping stood up, explaining. No, the central mana in Chai Jinyun's body, where magical power is stored, was destroyed that day. Will that person feel sorry for Chai Jinyun? The one who is neither alive nor dead will never be able to become a hero. No, absolutely not. Even if he is his nephew, that is Chai Jukil's nature. There is no sympathy here. He might even be happy, gaining the sympathy of the whole world just by exchanging a grandson. Jane was troubled, scratching his head. Well, I'm not sure anyway, but since they were the ones who cut off ties first, there's no way to know anything now. But boss, no matter how you look at it, there's something strange about Hajin. Even that money-hungry Eugene Hyuk, he said he wouldn't get involved in this. That's strange. Normally he would sell out anyone for money, but with Hajin it's different. I think it's safe to assume that he already knew about Hajin's past. He probably backed out because he feared the consequences. They raised a strange question. Then, Hajin is? Li Xiaoping made an assertion that he definitely has a special past, enough to endanger someone. That's a reasonable inference. Jane spoke up. What should I do? Should I continue to probe Eugene Hyuk a little more? Li Xiaoping let out a sigh. No, let's seek information from other guilds. Jane happily opened his new find. Looks like we have no more business with Eugene Hyuk from now on. Alright, there are 2 places I've had my eye on. One of them is Cascading Flower, a rookie that has been rising recently. It's only been established for half a year, but its reputation and achievements are both very good. Li Xiaoping was a little interested. It's only been half a year and it's already caught your eye. Jane shrugged and explained. These days, such opportunities are rare. The other thing is, here, Truth Agency. Truth Information Office. Ask anything. Please enter your question. The blue light of the screen fell on the 2 people's faces. We answer all questions. Please write down what you want to ask. This is exactly what Jane was looking for. Truth Agency. Like a bolt from the blue. Li Xiaoping looked at her. with eyes filled with suspicion. What kind of ugly design is that? Jane laughed awkwardly in defense. It looks cheap, but among the common people it is quite famous. I heard they are surprisingly accurate in finding people. Li Xiaoping's eyes grew more suspicious, but there was no other choice now. She could only say, through falling blossom. Jane heard that and was excited. Okay, let me send the request. Jane was quite confident in this plan. I have prepared everything regarding the Chai Jinyan case. This plan was originally perfect. Just Hajin check and nod, that's enough, right? Li Xiaoping did not reply, which was considered a tacit agreement. Send him the contract. Meanwhile, Kim Seho's group arrived at the hospital where Naeun's brother was staying. Chai Jinyan pointed at Kim Seho and guessed. So you are Seho? His face lit up at the recognition. Oh yes, it's me. How did you know? Jin-yoon laughed and said, did Naeun talk about me a lot when she was at the Agent Academy? He carelessly said words that tore Kim Seho's heart apart. She said I'm handsome, but I always act like a know-it-all, which is really annoying. Chai Naeun blushed and panicked, defending herself. Brother, that was a long time ago. Seho's heart was broken. Naeun, don't you think it's too much? She flustered to explain. Because at that time we weren't close and didn't understand each other. Yuyona laughed heartily at their performance. I agree, Chai Naeun. And so, ever since Chai Jinyan woke up, Naeun visited him almost every day, and Chai Jinyan's condition also improved day by day. However, Hajin was not happy, because he already knew. But through the Book of Truth, the recovery rate was revealed to be only about 97%, if 100% equivalent to 4 to 5 years. The remaining time, even a generous estimate, is only 2 months, a completely insufficient amount of time. Yuyona saw him deep in thought and asked, are you thinking about something deep? He bowed his head, hiding his emotions. Nothing, just a little tired. Then Chai Jinyan suddenly noticed him. You're Hajin, right? Thank you for coming to visit every day. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Every day. Yuyona felt quite surprised. Since when do you come so often? Chai Jinyan smiled gently and said, he came just yesterday with Naeun. So it's a secret? Hajin didn't really want to say why he did so. He thought to himself, I'll just follow, maybe I'll get to see Jin-yoon alone. Suddenly Naeun put both hands on his shoulders, happily introducing, he is my brother's fan. You also talk about my brother a lot, right? You used to brag about my brother all the time. He was startled and stammered in answer. Naeun also wanted to tease him. That's right. I brought my camera. Do you want me to take a picture of you and him? Hajin slapped her hand away. Come on, what the hell? She unexpectedly placed the entire camera in his hand. Then take a picture with my brother. Hajin didn't even have time to refuse. He sighed and accepted this. The two Naeun siblings were brought into the lens. Chai Jinyan made peace. I have to take a picture with my friend too. Chai Naeun whined. I take pictures with my friends all the time. But his attitude was firm. Come on, stand next to Hajin. And of course, neither of these people volunteered. Naeun approached Hajin and stood beside him. Although she was reluctant, she was still a little happy inside. Honey, really? I don't mind. Chai Jinyan spoke up. Okay, I'll take the picture. After the beep, the camera flashed. A frame of 2 people was saved. Suddenly a reminder appeared on Kim Seho's bracelet. Naeun, the teacher is calling. He wants to gather all the students at the camp. Chai Naeun heard that and exclaimed. Why are you in such a hurry? I'll go for a bit, Appa. I'll be back soon. Now only Hajin and Chai Jinyan were left alone in the hospital room. He was silent, suddenly feeling awkward. I've been waiting for this moment for so long, but what should I say? He took a deep breath and called out, Chai Jinyan! He sat down beside the hospital bed. How is your body? Chai Jinyan hesitated a bit. I'm not sure either, but it feels better. Hajin's expression was slightly guilty. Have you ever felt evil impulses, like boiling hatred, or felt demonic energy instead of mana in your body? Chai Jinyan thought he was talking about something else. Are you talking about what happened during the extermination operation? No, it's not that, he whispered, but the next words in his heart made it difficult for Hajin to say. If I said that his body was about to become the body of a demon, would he believe me? I want to know if he is willing to sacrifice his life for his sister? Hajin was currently lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, Chai Jinyan stroked his head, her warm voice bringing a sense of comfort. I don't know what it is specifically, but what you want to say seems very important. Hajin shyly let him pat his head. Just then, Chai Naeun's group returned. What are you two doing? Seeing that, others also joined. In teasing fan service? Hey Hajin, you must be having fun, right? Ha ha. What just happened? Despite those teasing words, Hajin's mood did not improve at all. Until it was time to go home, he just followed Chinayan's footsteps without thinking. Suddenly, she spoke. Thanks for coming with me. Hajin looked puzzled. What? She explained again. Jinyun waking up is the thing I want most in the world. To be honest, it's been almost 5 years since we last saw each other. I don't know what to say. I don't know if you recognized me or not, but having you there made things less awkward, and I enjoyed it. Chinayan smiled contentedly at him, then she asked, Are you free on Christmas? Hajin didn't understand why. She asked that. Aren't you going to leave with the training camp that day? Chinayan's tone was a bit pleading. We're leaving at night, so let's meet before then. We're leaving at 6 p.m., so let's meet in front of the hospital gate at 12 p.m., okay? He thought for a moment and then said, Okay, I'll come. Time passed silently like falling snowflakes. Hajin sat in his room watching the news. Today is December 25th. The Essence of the Straight Guild has announced a raid on the Tower of Miracles. Tower of Miracles is said to be the largest in scale ever. After the announcement, their stock jumped 10%. The current president of the Creative Talent Guild is Yoon Sunga stood behind with a sullen face. At this moment, a sigh sounded from his computer. Hajin just noticed Kim Suho. Are you worried? Worried? No, they'll raid and come back safely. Hearing that, Hajin was stunned and thought to himself. In the original story, I wrote that Essence of the Straight failed in its raid, but since it's about 2 weeks later than the original, maybe they'll succeed this time. Since the co-author's name came in, the future has been uncertain. The only thing I'm sure of is the true nature of the forest. Suddenly, Kim Suho was curious. Hey Hajin, aren't you going out? He looked confused. Where to? Suho was startled when he heard that and exclaimed, Don't you have a date with Naeun? His face wrinkled. I didn't promise anything. Suho was a little surprised. What? But Naeun said you promised. He was confused when he heard that. What? I never said I would go. And Hajin suddenly thought back to what he said to Naeun back then. I meant let's go home, now I'm going. He looked up at the clock. It was already 1:30. He thought to himself, since the appointment time has long passed, she must have gone home. But something urged him to look out the window. Hajin gritted his teeth and said, Damn it! He felt like he should still check it out. Evangel, I'm going out for a bit. Be careful at home. Then Hajin immediately drove away in the thick snow. Hajin felt restless, especially in this weather. His steps quickened. Just come and see and then go back. Despite the snow clinging to his hair and shoulders, he told himself, I just came to check. When he got there, he found Naeun still waiting for him. Her face was red from the cold. Hajin looked troubled. She saw him and shouted, Hey, why are you so late? He frowned and snapped back. You misunderstood. I wasn't late at all. Being left hanging, Naeun was very upset. I have a lot of plans today. I also made reservations at the game center, at the cafe, at the restaurant. Before she could finish, Hajin flicked her forehead. Why did you flip my forehead? Hajin let out a breath. You only planned for half a day. How come there are so many things? Get in the car, I'll take you for a ride. While Naeun was still confused, Hajin turned around, picked up his helmet, and said to her, Don't say anything else. Dating should be spontaneous to be fun. Then the two of them rode together on the roaring big motorbike in the snowy night. Naeun's eyes dreamily watched the falling snowflakes. The two of them went to many places and ate many new foods. How can this dish be so delicious? What do you mean? Until the two stopped at a bridge, watching the sunrise together. The snow stopped falling. That's right. Dawn was breaking over the horizon. Naeun's voice broke the silence. It was fun today, wasn't it? Hajin didn't look back at her and just said absent-mindedly, If that's how you feel, then it's fine. Naeun turned around and smiled brightly, saying, perhaps, when I return. But Naeun changed the subject. Never mind, we'll see each other again soon anyway. Then Naeun reached out, with an expectant look. Hajin looked back in confusion. What is it? She smiled wryly. Just shake my hand. He had no choice but to follow her wishes and reached out to take her hand. Just that satisfied Naeun. She smiled, a satisfied smile. Perhaps this was the most beautiful photo of Naeun ever. Well then, I'm going. Okay, take care. Before that radiant face, Hajin bowed his head thoughtfully and whispered, Sorry, I'm so sorry. Back at the hospital, the head nurse announced, Everyone, time to check on patient Chai Jinyin. Yes. She led two nurses to the VIP room where Jinyun was staying. Hello? It's time for the 11 o'clock test. The two guards standing guard outside saw them and nodded, allowing them to enter. The hospital room was very quiet. Chai Jinyun was sleeping soundly. Then the figures of The head nurse and the nurse behind them transformed into Jane and Kim Hajin. Jane asked, "What about the surveillance cameras?" Hajin immediately replied, "I will handle them." "Good job, Captain." Li Xiaoping thoughtfully stretched out his hand. The entire ward suddenly distorted, like another dimension. Li Xiaoping's voice rang out, "I have isolated you and Chai Jinyan in this space. Nothing can leak out, so you don't need to care about anything other than your purpose. I'll buy you some time, in case the guards start to notice. So I hope you'll finish this as soon as possible." Hajin looked at the person on the hospital bed in a daze. That sleeping face? Exactly the same as Naeun's face flashed through his mind. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Hajin. Hajin was startled when he heard the call, not knowing when Chai Jinyun had opened her eyes. As if he had known that he would come, he said, "Hajin, you're here? I've been waiting for you." He was startled. "What do you mean by that?" The golden gun in his hand trembled. Looking at Chai Jinyun calmly sitting up, he was surprised. "You knew everything from the beginning?" His calm voice rang out. "When I opened my eyes, I felt a feeling that I had never experienced 5 years ago. Everyone says it's because you haven't moved for a long time, so maybe the body is not yet used to being active again. But more than that, it was as if his entire foundation had been changed. An almost instinctive feeling. Is that what you asked then?" Jin Yun recalled what happened yesterday. "What is that feeling? Why is Hajin asking me about it?" After thinking carefully, Chai Jinyun looked straight into his eyes. "I had a feeling you would come find me." A gentle smile appeared on his face. "Hajin, can you tell me about the reasons why you need to die?" Hajin stuttered for a long time, his voice gradually becoming heavy. "You have to prepare yourself mentally. Your body is destined to become a demon, seed of the devil. Perhaps it was a concept that did not exist in this world. A kind of evil spirit that took root in the human body. If that seed germinates, the host consciousness, will, and body will be taken away, and they will become a true demon." Chai Jinyun realized what Hajin said. "Is that strange feeling you feel a sign that the seed is about to sprout?" Hajin didn't dare look him in the eye. "Yes, that's it, and the only way to stop it." Chai Jinyun seemed to have mentally prepared herself. "You must die." Hajin didn't dare answer this question. The two were silent for a long time, then Chai Jinyun turned around. His attitude was very optimistic. "Thank you. You've made a very big decision, and it was also extremely difficult for you, wasn't it? I know that even if you tell others about this and find another solution, I don't think my grandfather will accept it, because he knows very well what kind of impact it will have on the family." His voice was warm and gentle. "So, Hajin, you're just doing what you can help. It's not your fault. Rather, I'm sacrificing myself for the world." Hajin couldn't help but voice his voice. His face was filled with emotion as if he was about to cry. "No, that's not it. I was only doing it for my own benefit. I just want to come back safely." Jinyun's warm hand reached out to hold his hand, then spoke in comfort. "If you only think of yourself, then I didn't explain anything to you." His lips moved slightly. "Brother Jinyun." Suddenly, Jinyun's chest ached so much that he bent over. Veins could be seen spreading from the black area in the middle of his chest. Hajin immediately recognized it as evil energy. With this much magical power, normally the seed would have to control the entire body. He must have been suppressing the evil magic with his own will all this time. Chai Jinyun was still conscious. He forced a smile. "Until you're ready. Tell me. I will wait." The pain came and his voice trembled. But it's getting harder and harder to hold back." Hajin's expression was pained. "Thank you for enduring so well. I will remember your will." He was about to cry. "And, I'm sorry." He firmly pointed the barrel of his gun at Chai Jinyun's head. Before he left forever, he smiled. "Please take care of Chinayan for me." Immediately after, gunshots rang out. All that remained was an empty space. Not knowing what Hajin's mood was, he silently watched as the person who had just smiled warmly at him took his last breath. A chilling pain gradually spread throughout his body. Hajin held his head, feeling the pain coming. He reassured himself. It's Chinayan's wish. I can't abandon that. I can't let his efforts be in vain. At this moment, he remembered Naeun's happy face. Hajin was stunned and lowered his hand. He reassured himself. "Calm down. This place is just inside a novel." But the red thing on his hand was still very real. The space was distorted, half dark and half light like Hajin's confused mood at the moment. A whisper in his head, "Ah, right. I am the one who wrote this novel." When his eyes slowly opened, he saw a mottled white ceiling. Hajin felt his whole body and eyelids become heavy. His consciousness quickly returned and he became aware of reality. A voice rang out. Are you awake? Li Xiaoping stood by the bed with a cup in his hand and recounted the incident. After that, you passed out and slept for 2 days. Don't worry, no one will recognize you. She said so and turned away. All your equipment is still with me. Remember to get it back later. Hajin tiredly propped himself up. Where is this? The light from the sea hit his eyes. This is my mansion. It's an island in the middle of the East Sea. This entire island is mine, so you can rest assured. Li Xiaoping's face was cold as she looked at him. In the end, she felt it was still best to inform him. I heard the funeral will start today. Hajin clenched his fists and bowed his head, remembering what had happened. I'll be back. Somewhere else. Hurried footsteps in the hallway. Someone rushed into a room. He gasped as he looked at the man in the room. Have you found the culprit yet? The man looked up coldly. He slowly said, Mr. Chai Shin-hyuk, it's been 11 years since we last met, right? He continued hesitantly. We still haven't found any trace of the culprit. We didn't find any traces. Maybe they put up a barrier. Chai Shin-hyuk walked towards Jinyun's body. Could it be the demonic human's trick? We can't confirm that either. Chai Shin-hyuk's eyes showed anger but remained calm. Tears welled up unconsciously. Do you think I'm an idiot? The inspector continued awkwardly. I know it's hard to believe, but this demonic aura, it's coming from within Jinyun's own body. The desperate father still didn't want to accept this. What? The inspector gave a detailed explanation. Yes, it erupted from within the boy's flesh, spread through the veins, and then stopped. The reason it stopped most likely was because of the boy's death. Chai Shin-hyuk felt like it was hard to accept this reason. What do you mean? The inspector now continued firmly. I think you know what I mean. That Jinyun has truly transformed into a demonic human. I've never seen anything like it before. The boy's arms are even tougher than those of normal demons in their demonic human state. Even after death, the magic has not dissipated. Looking at the father slumped down in his chair, the inspector couldn't help but ask, maybe something happened during the crackdown 4 years ago? No answer came. The man glanced at the dead boy, then spoke. We can determine the cause and track down the culprit, but if we do that, Chai Shin-hyuk looked up. Something flashed in his eyes. So right now, are you the only one who knows about this? The inspector confirmed. Yes, for now. Chai Shin-hyuk, after a moment of silence, his voice hesitant. I never thought that Jinyun would wake up again. In my lifetime, I thought he died during the suppression mission. So when it opened its eyes again, it was like a miracle had happened, as if the whole world had been given back to me. If this truth is exposed, Jinyun will be labeled as a demonic human. It would be torn apart by the Hero Alliance and public opinion, and even its previous time as a hero would be rejected. That was death once again. I can't lose my child 3 times, so I want you to keep quiet. At least for Naeun's sake. He bowed his head this time. I want to bury the boy quietly. The inspector clenched his fists slightly. I expected you to order me like that, but he insisted. However, one day, for the good of humanity, this truth will have to be made known. Chai Shin-hyuk gently touched the white cloth covering Jinyun's face. Son, his tears fell like rain. I hope in the next life, you will not have to be the son of an incompetent father like me. A memory of the past seemed to come flooding back. The image at that time was a lush green garden. Naeun! A naughty girl ran up. What's the matter, brother? Chai Jinyun smiled and said, You've been practicing non-stop all this time. If you are tired, you should rest a bit. The innocent girl wondered. Why? I want to train hard so that one day I can become a hero greater than you. Hearing that, he pursed his lips and replied, But I feel like you're pushing yourself too hard. There were days when I planned to take you out, but you forgot because you were busy practicing. Naeun encouraged her brother. Come on, we can still go next time. In that day's practice, there was an extremely strong participant, so I couldn't miss it. Chai Jinyun had no choice but to go along with her wishes. Well, then I guess I can't help it. He patted her head. But you have to take care of your strength. If you overexert yourself, you won't grow tall. Naeun's childish, whining voice replied, Hey, I'll grow taller anyway. With that, he stood up and waved at her. Well then, Naeun, I'm going to work. Chai Shin-hyuk said and waved goodbye. Yes, see you later. The gentle sunlight shone through the open window, waking Chai Naeun from her dream. She sat up wearily, a dream about the day he went on a suppression mission. If only I hadn't cancelled our date that day. She looked dreamily at the photo on the table. Holding the photo on the table, Chai Naeun smiled. Time passes like a dream, without any prior knowledge. It's okay, everything is in the past. It doesn't matter anymore. As long as I don't make the same mistake again. Behind is another photo with Hajin. You think so too, right? Happiness seemed to be doubled. The photo is also beautiful. Someday in the future, when he returns, what should I suggest? We do together? Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. Someone pulled the door open. Her face was blank. Master, you shocked me. Master, what's wrong? Yu Shihyuk said in a low voice. Chinaeun, come out with me for a moment. This request came so suddenly that she was surprised. Shihyuk added, yes, immediately. Hurry. Chinaeun just felt that his actions today were strange. Did I do something wrong? This news quickly spread to other friends. Yuyona also hurriedly got in the car to go to the location. The car sped up the road. She hurriedly ran inside, her heart filled with worry. As she passed by a place, she saw a familiar figure. Hajin was in a dark corner. She wondered, why is he just standing there and not going in? Seeing him put the cigarette to his mouth, Yona's feeling of unease grew even more. But at this moment, her mother urged her. What are you doing, Yona? Come inside. As soon as she entered, what caught her eye was the portrait of Chai Jinyun, Naeun's older brother. She noticed Naeun was sitting curled up, covering her face. Naeun, she looked up at her friend. Yona asked, are you okay? Have you rested a bit? What about other people's children? Naeun put her face down again. I haven't called them. I didn't tell them either. So don't call them. Yona's face was worried. Okay, so, how did he know to come here? Naeun paused and looked up. Who? I'm talking about Kim Hajin. Back in the time of the previous day, Hajin had just finished changing his clothes. Li Xiaoping asked him, can I ask you a question? Hajin ignored Xiaoping's curious look and coldly replied, whether I answer or not is my business. Li Xiaoping's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed with suspicion. She said, the demonic aura pouring out from Chai Jinyun's body is not like that of an ordinary demon. I have never seen anything like it. Do you already know the truth? Hajin turned to look at her, his eyes deep and unfathomable. He sighed and replied, the seed of the demon. I did know about its existence, but I can't tell you how I know. Xiaoping tilted his head in humility. I won't ask that much. Unexpectedly, Xiaoping asked another question, which shocked him even more. Do you know who planted it? Hajin turned to look at her as soon as he heard the sentence. Hajin didn't think she would ask such an obvious question. Wasn't it planted by a demon? He was so worried that he broke out in a sweat. Didn't they say he had the demon's mark? Of course I thought so. Xiaoping seemed to have predicted Hajin's reaction, so he bowed his head and stopped asking any more questions while explaining. Chai Jinyun fell into a coma 4 years ago. In the Fire Shards campaign, right? If a demon really landed at that time, the damage wouldn't have stopped there. She commented that a demon, once it has descended, will definitely be undetectable. So the one who planted the seed in Chai Jinyun's body wasn't a demon, but someone else. This method is impossible, unless the person is someone extremely trusted by the demon, whether it's a skill, magic, or an item. Hajin fell into a cycle of thinking, speculating about the type of person who could do such a thing. However, he quickly pulled himself out of that vicious circle of thinking. Maybe I haven't thought of that situation. If I find someone, I'll tell you. Inwardly, he suppressed a shiver. Damn, why didn't I think of that possibility? First, we must find out who sowed the seed, and then. Xiaoping quickly noticed the unusual expression in Hajin's silence, and Xiaoping still easily read his mind and advised. Don't act alone. Hajin was a little surprised. Xiaoping quickly came to him. She put her hand on his shoulder and comforted him. Whether it's an assassination investigation or revenge, aren't you already my subordinate? Hajin was momentarily stunned. The woman's figure suddenly seemed both unfamiliar and familiar. Unconsciously, she replied, yes, I understand. Hajin stood gloomily outside the building. He silently smoked one cigarette after another. It seemed like he had been standing there for a long time, as the ground was covered in ashes from cigarette filters. A sudden noise behind him caught his attention. Naeun suddenly appeared, still wearing her funeral hanbok, running towards him with a worried expression. Naeun just walked over and asked, Hey, how did you know to come? Yuyona told you, right? Hajin heard and just turned away without saying anything. She suddenly looked down at the ground, her gaze accidentally falling on the cigarette butts. But what's wrong with you? Why are you smoking? Does it make you feel any better? Even though she said so, her eyes were filled with pain and sorrow. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she smiled slightly, as if she was unwilling. Hajin, behind that extremely mature smoking appearance, was a face that was shedding tears, full of a look of suffering. Hey, why are you the one crying? Hajin quickly regained his composure and quickly wiped away his tears with his hand. His voice was flustered and urgent. What's this? Why did you suddenly? Naeun softly sympathized. Yeah, you must be sad too. Naeun suddenly and unintentionally rushed in front of him. Her whole body was exhausted as if she had no soul. Her whole body was heavy as if a rock was pressing down on her. She clung to Hajin's collar, trembling. What should I do now? Naeun's eyes were already filled with tears. Her voice choked with emotion. This was Hajin's first time encountering a situation like this. Because before, whenever Naeun came close, he pushed her away. But because Naeun was extremely sad right now, he didn't want to say anything. While Naeun was still in grief, she sobbed out loud. My brother, what should I do? Naeun was completely out of control, she said through those tears of grief. She finally couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. My brother, he's so pitiful, so pitiful. What should I do? Hajin was momentarily stunned, not knowing how to face Naeun's rare weak appearance. He also didn't know what to do. Hajin could not express the sorrow in his heart with 1,000 words. Just patted her thin shoulder to comfort her. Naeun, as if finding a solid support, completely relaxed, collapsing into Hajin's warm embrace. His heart was filled with guilt. His mouth kept repeating, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. From afar, Yunha saw the two people looking dejected, comforting each other, and couldn't help but feel sad. She was also heartbroken to see Naeun so lifeless, leaning against Hajin like a soulless corpse. Naeun, are you really okay? One day, both you and Hajin will have to face the truth. Yona let go of the hand that was clutching her collar, as if holding on to the little remaining strength. She resolutely turned around and left, not wanting to appear weak like them. However, before she could take a few steps, a loud scream came from behind, stopping her in her tracks. Immediately she turned her head and shouted, Naeun! But she passed out in Hajin's warm arms. To his dismay, Hajin gently supported her, gradually lowering his center of gravity so that she would feel most comfortable while unconscious. Yona also immediately ran over. She urgently asked about the situation. What happened? Why did he suddenly fall like that? Kim Hajin. But what caught her attention the most was Hajin's reaction. His eyes narrowed, his thoughts completely unreadable. After bringing Naeun to the hospital, she was carefully taken care of by Yona. Hajin returned to his apartment with peace of mind. As soon as he reached the door, he heard cheerful chatter coming from inside. Be quiet, Whitey. We need to surprise Hajin. This bustling atmosphere instantly warmed Hajin's troubled heart. He smiled, as if he had just felt a rare ray of warmth after the unexpected events. As soon as the door opened, Whitey greeted him with a bright smile that reached his eyes, and a clear, innocent, and cute voice. Even though Hajin knew from the beginning, he still tried to act surprised so as not to spoil her mood. I was startled. You're home! The little girl was also very understanding, standing in front of the house with her small arms open to welcome him, as if craving a hug. A whining, sulky tone, Hajin, why are you 50 minutes late? Hajin put aside all the worries of the day, responded to Evangel's cuteness, lifted her up high, and doted on her. Sorry, I'm just busy. Have you eaten yet? Evangel didn't seem to notice his unusual appearance, so he happily replied, Okay, I ordered food, it's delicious. Hearing this, he rewarded the little girl with the hug she desired, along with praise. Really, very good. The child was immediately excited as if it was Tet, hugging him with satisfaction. What about Hajin? Has Hajin eaten yet? Hajin did not reply, unconsciously hugging the baby tightly, silently shedding a tear. Evangel didn't understand what was going on, so he asked Hajin, Hajin, are you okay? Hajin skipped meals? He quickly buried his negative emotions in his heart, hesitantly replying to the little girl. No, it's fine, nothing. At the same time, in a separate room in the hospital, Naeun had already woken up and was feeding herself to replenish her energy right on her hospital bed. Coincidentally, Shiuk also came to visit her and saw her. Naeun saw that and called out, Master! Teacher Shiuk was still standing in the open door, leaning against the door frame beside him and asking questions. Naeun, how is your body? Naeun quickly replied, As you can see, I'm fine. Shiuk kept a serious expression and continued, But why did you suddenly faint? Naeun was still engrossed in her food, her mouth full. As she replied, I realized I haven't eaten anything yet, so that makes sense. Shiuk sighed helplessly. That's part of it, but I'll always have a place ready for you at the dojo, whenever you want. So take your time and rest. Once your body is okay, then Before he could finish, Naeun interrupted. I'll leave right after the 3-day funeral is over. Shiuk heard that and wanted to stop him. What? Don't push yourself like that. I'm still in shock. Before Shiuk could finish speaking, Naeun interrupted him by crushing the juice box. Her eyebrows furrowed together as she declared seriously. They say he was murdered. Shiuk was stunned. You mean Jin Yoon? Is that what they say? Naeun nodded, her face determined. Exactly, she choked and said in a cold voice. I will find the person who did it and kill him myself. As soon as he heard the last sentence, Teacher Shiuk immediately shouted, What? Don't think about that stupid thing again. Naeun replied indifferently with disdain. Stupid. Shiuk was instantly stunned. Naeun continued to bow her head, deep in thought, saying nothing. The only sound in the room was Shihyuk's sigh. You're very confused right now. Take a rest, and we'll talk later. Don't do anything stupid, please calm down. After giving his instructions, he left. In the room, only Naeun was left on the hospital bed. The air, once again, fell silent. She bowed her head slightly, looking pensively ahead. At this moment, Yona suddenly appeared at the door of the room. Yona carried a large and small bag and lightly walked into the room. Naeun, are you awake? Is your body okay? Here's your rice. Naeun nodded and replied, I'm fine now. Naeun was curious and asked, Where is Kim Ha-jin? Yona immediately turned her head and explained, He went home after bringing you here. Naeun seemed a little disappointed after hearing that. She lay down on the white hospital bed, her eyes deep in thought, and absent-mindedly said, Really? Immediately after that, the room fell silent again. Naeun's thoughts were still going around, but how did he know to come? Didn't Yona secretly call him? Even if you deny it, the look on your face doesn't seem like it. Yunha was busy holding a bowl of rice in her hands when Naeun called out to her, Yona. As soon as the bowl of rice was placed on the table, Naeun also finished asking the question, Are there any intelligence guilds that are considered good recently? Yona quickly reassured, Don't worry, just leave it to me. I'll find you a party that guarantees 100%. Naeun felt much more relieved after hearing that and was even in a joking mood. Oh, that's cool, Yona advised, Don't act alone. Remember to let me know. Because we are friends. As soon as she finished speaking, Naeun's eyes widened, surprise filling her eyes. Yona looked at her, her big round eyes filled with tears, her eyebrows slightly furrowed in pain. Naeun was both embarrassed and surprised, her voice instinctively faltering. Yes, thank you, she averted her eyes, deliberately avoiding Yona's direct gaze as if ashamed. The hand that pressed down on the white hospital bed unconsciously clenched the bed sheet. Naeun's gaze suddenly became sharp, with determination. This is my responsibility.